Family, I encountered 10 consecutive draws from the system right at the beginning of my journey. And as a result, I got slapped 10 times and was left dazed. I ended up in the Naruto world as a useless character, died after soaking in nutrient solution, and then found myself in the One Piece world, where the system kept messing with me, forcing me to become Luffy's partner. This journey of crossing over is simply absurd. Who understands this, family? I just crossed over, and with a ding in my head, the system told me it would give me newbie benefits, starting with 10 consecutive draws. I was so excited, thinking I was about to take off. But guess what? Slap, 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 10 big slaps directly left me dazed. I tell you, the system wasn't drawing cards, it was slapping me. Sigh, this story has to start from the beginning. My name is Yiwu, and I was originally a good young man in the 21st century, but then there was a plane crash, and whoosh, I crossed over. The first stop, good heavens, the Naruto world. I thought I could learn the Rasengan and become buddies with Naruto, but what happened? I was a born loser, not a drop of chakra. I just drifted for 5 years, and then I was captured by Orochimaru, that scientific freak who said he wanted to implant the first Hokage cells into me. I was still happy at the time, thinking my golden finger had arrived, but instead, I was directly soaked in nutrient solution and disappeared. Yes, you heard it right. After 5 years, the protagonist was gone. I really couldn't hold it together, family. Then my consciousness floated and arrived here. It was at this time that the system, which had been 5 years late, finally rang. Slap in the face system. When I heard this name, I burst out laughing. This name sounds like it belongs to a dragon soaring through the skies. Whoever is not convinced just goes up and gives a couple slaps. How satisfying.
Isn't this the peak of my life?
Then the system said, "Welcome to the world of One Piece," starting with 10 consecutive draws. One Piece. My mind went blank, but who cares? 10 consecutive draws are still great, right? I shouted, "Accept, accept." Then came the scene you heard at the beginning. 10 big slaps made my eyes see stars, and my face swelled up like a pig's head. So this slap in the face system was slapping my face. I gritted my teeth and opened my backpack, and lo and behold, 10 ninja technique scrolls. This wave wasn't a loss. I thought to myself, Orochimaru, just wait, I'm going to use your ninjutsu to take you down. But when I opened it, Mayaboka Mountain Sage Art. What the hell? Starting with Sage Arts. This is unlimited chakra. Looking again, water release. Water dragon bullet. Water release. Water prison. Wait, why are they all water techniques? I flipped through all 10 scrolls, and they were all water-based jutsu. Is the system treating me like a koi fish? Even the steaming danger explosion, which is a combined technique of the second Mizukage, was given to me. Are you sure I, a complete weakling, can learn it? The system said, no problem, there's a scroll interpretation. When I heard that, my eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean I can also learn bloodline limits? I'm really a little genius. I was dreaming of unifying the ninja world when suddenly someone patted my shoulder. I turned around, and there was a straw hat, a red vest, and flip-flops. Before I could react, I heard a ding in my head. Detected main character Luffy. Reward. Hashirama Cell Fusion Degree. Not again. I was just about to say don't issue when the system asked me, do you want to issue it? I angrily cursed. Are you crazy? Good heavens, it heard the word issue. And then slap, slap, slap again. Right in front of Luffy, family. Luffy just stared at me like he was watching a monkey show, then laughed out loud. You're really interesting. I really want to thank you. What could I do? I could only cover my face and say I had a strange illness, intermittent twitching. Guess what Luffy said? He said, you're really interesting. Then this guy introduced himself with a big grin and Monkey D. Luffy, the man who wants to become the Pirate King. All right then, the real Luffy. I quickly asked the system quietly, any tasks? The system said, none at the moment. I was so pleased, no tasks. Isn't this paid vacation? Just lying flat. But the next second, Luffy put his hand on my shoulder. Do you want to be my partner? Ding. Trigger task. Become Luffy's partner. My mindset collapsed. I was just about to refuse when the system said, refusing the task will result in being slapped to death in 10 seconds. What else could I say? With tears in my eyes, I said those 3 words, am willing. This system also gave me a monthly service, rewards issued monthly. I thought I'd ask it if there's triple pay on legal holidays, and it just pretended to be dead. When Luffy heard I agreed, he was as happy as a 200-pound child. Great, the first partner. Let's have a feast. I grabbed him, big brother the first. Didn't you just set sail? He said yes. My heart sank. I introduced myself, originally wanting to say Yiwu, but I accidentally said Kono Su, and Luffy thought it sounded nice, so from then on, I was called Kono Su. That works too, saves my real name from being on a wanted list. Then I asked him where the ship was. He pointed to a few broken planks in the sea and said they got smashed by the waves. At that moment, I wanted to run away, but the system warned me again. All right, I admit defeat. Luffy was still cheerfully saying we could set sail in a wooden barrel. I directly gave up on communication and found a tree to start meditating. I thought since I was free, I might as well learn some ninjutsu. But the scrolls were like heavenly books. I couldn't understand a single word, harder than advanced calculus. I went to check the Hashirama Cell reward, and good heavens, a coupon for fusion degree increased 20, but the system scanned and said I didn't have that thing in my body at all. You're quite nice, aren't you? I'll let you take the lead, right? I got angry and asked the system for my panel. Ninjutsu 0, Taijutsu 0, overall combat power 0. 5, evaluation, weak chicken. I cried. I asked it what Luffy's combat power was, and it said permission not enough. I lay under the tree, getting angrier and angrier, and eventually fell asleep. The next day when I woke up, Luffy was gone. I was in a panic when I saw a pirate ship with a heart flag coming over. It was Alvida. Ding, unlock character Alvida, reward 100 exploding tags, then slap, slap, slap. I hid with my pig head face, thinking that little Luffy must be hiding in one of the barrels on the ship. Just as I was about to find a place to hide, I opened the door and bumped into a beautiful girl with orange hair. It was Nami. Ding, unlock Nami, reward chakra amount x10, slap, slap, slap. Nami probably saw my pig head face and was scared, walking around me. But this wave wasn't a loss. I gathered enough chakra to finally use a small skill walking on water. I immediately stepped on the water and whoosh climbed to the top of the mast, with a good view and safe. Sure enough, Luffy burst out of the barrel. The system sent me another task to help him fight. What could I do? I shouted from the mast, "Who dares to touch my captain?" and jumped down. Then thud, my leg almost broke. Really, it hurt so much. At that moment, I unlocked Kobe and got 100 shurikens, plus a big slap. Kobe pointed at me and asked Luffy, "Is he sick?" Alvida, that fat woman, came over with a mace, and I didn't care about my leg pain anymore, pulled out all the exploding tags, threw them out, and shouted, "Luffy, run." Then boom, the whole ship was gone. When the smoke cleared, we were already on Nami's small boat, and I fainted from exhaustion. When I woke up again, I was sitting on a small broken boat with Luffy and Kobe, going to persuade Zoro to board. When we arrived, Luffy didn't treat himself as an outsider, eating everything in sight, and after eating, he actually looked at me, meaning I should pay. Fine, I'll pay. We mentioned Zoro and Morgan on the street, and good heavens, the whole street cleared out like they had seen a ghost. We climbed up the wall and indeed saw Zoro tied to a cross. A little girl kindly brought him rice balls, but they were snatched away by a blonde idiot, that Barumober, who stomped on the rice balls and threw the little girl out. Luffy reached out and caught the little girl. My anger also flared up, and I directly pulled out a shuriken and pressed it against the yellow-haired guy's neck. Ding! I unlocked Barumober, sending shuriken, sending slaps. Zoro shouted from behind, "Stop!" Just as I was about to ask him why ding, I unlocked Zoro, sending fire attribute chakra, sending slaps. I was stuck with a pig-headed face and started shaking my head madly in front of everyone. Zoro was dumbfounded and asked if this was some kind of pre-battle ritual. Just that little delay allowed the yellow-haired guy to run away. Forget it, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Luffy didn't care about anything else and directly told Zoro, "I'll help you get your sword back. You can just consider me your partner." Zoro was speechless and said, "Who are you?" Luffy decisively said, "It's settled," and really want to find the sword. Zoro was stunned and turned to me, asking, "Does this guy have a screw loose?" I laughed and told him not to mind. He just wants to be the pirate king. Zoro was completely speechless, saying both of us weren't quite normal. I thought I had nothing to do here and was about to sneak away to practice my chakra when Zoro suddenly called me, asking me to help him get something. Following his gaze, I saw it was the rice ball on the ground that had been stepped on. I handed it to him with a look of disgust, asking if he really wanted to eat this dirty thing. He told me to shut up and just feed it to him. As a result, he chewed for a long time, spat out a mouthful of sand, and then, with a satisfied face, said, "Delicious. Thanks for the treat." Just then, Luffy came back with the sword and laughed like a 200-pound child at the scene. I reminded Zoro that the yellow-haired guy was going to execute him tomorrow, and he was just lying in the sun here. Zoro was shocked. I asked him whether he was planning to wait to die here or come with us. He fell silent, probably recalling the promise he made with Quina. At that moment, Navy soldiers surrounded us. Zoro finally figured it out. "All right, rather than dying here, I might as well become a pirate." I hastened to assist him, I urged, only to be met with his bellowing retort. "Could you at least lower me down first?" At that moment, realization dawned upon me, and I hurried to sever the ropes binding him. Just then, the naval commander, Monka, whose jaw resembled an axe, commanded his men to open fire. Ding! The achievement of unlocking the Axe Emperor Monka was met with the reward of the great sword, Jiaoji. How fortuitous, I thought, as the system chimed in. I began to shake my head frantically, while Zoro, nearly frantic himself, queried whether this pre-battle ritual was truly necessary. With bullets hurtling toward us, Luffy descended from the heavens like a rubber ball, deflecting every bullet and proudly proclaiming, "See, I am quite formidable." Seizing a moment, I hastily cut the ropes binding Zoro. Staring at Luffy in disbelief, Zoro asked what kind of creature he was. Luffy, in his usual fashion, declared, "I am a man destined to become the Pirate King." He then tossed 3 swords to Zoro, who, upon receiving them, formally announced, "I will join you. But let me be clear, my goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. If you dare obstruct me, I shall take my own life." Luffy, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Excellent. A companion worthy of the Pirate King." Monka's henchmen were no match for us. With Zoro unleashing his 3-sword style and Luffy firing his rubber cannon, I affixed an explosive tag to Monka and shouted, "Boom." The world fell silent. The 3 of us swaggered out, but on our way, Zoro began to interrogate Luffy about his abilities and then turned to me. I explained that I was merely a weakling utilizing explosive tags, akin to bombs. He then inquired about the flying weapons I had used earlier, prompting me to show him a shuriken. A startling realization dawned upon them both as they exclaimed in unison, "A ninja?" The 2 of them, as if discovering a new continent, insisted I demonstrate techniques like the Shadow Clone Jutsu or Fire Release. I could only lament that my chakra reserves were insufficient for such feats and promised to demonstrate another time. Upon reaching the little girl's restaurant, we feasted heartily and, as a side note, delivered a beating to KB before sending him off to join the Navy. As we set sail, it was absurd that the Navy onshore even saluted us. I jested with Zoro, suggesting perhaps we were the good guys, to which Luffy responded bluntly, "Are you an idiot? We're the bad guys. Pirate life is for us." No sooner had we set sail than trouble arose. I was seasick to the point of despair, my stomach churning violently. Luffy, our captain, was utterly directionless, allowing the current to take us where it may. Zoro could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "A pirate who gets seasick and a captain who is directionally challenged. Are we here to entertain?" Later, I discovered that Zoro was not a bounty hunter after all. He had merely set out to find someone, but lost his way, resorting to capturing a few pirates for fare. What a revelation. He was the ultimate directionally challenged individual. Unable to endure any longer, I decided to run atop the water, simultaneously practicing my chakra techniques. Just then, Luffy spotted a large bird overhead and insisted on capturing it for a meal. With a single rubber cannon blast, he shot up, only to be snatched by the bird, screaming as it carried him away. Zoro and I were left speechless, desperately paddling after them. After a grueling effort, we finally reached land, utterly exhausted. Zoro was even more fatigued than I, as I'd spent the entire time vomiting while the boat spun in circles, relying solely on him to row us. I swore never to board ship again, opting to run overland in the future. Upon entering the town, we stumbled upon a crowd gathered around an event. My innate curiosity piqued. I dashed forward, only to discover Luffy trapped in an iron cage, nonchalantly digging for boogers. A clown with a red nose, Buggy, was preparing to execute him. I leapt forth to intervene. Ding! Unlocking the Clown Buggy achievement rewarded me with the Understanding Scroll. I began to shake my head again. Luffy and Zoro covered their faces, convinced I was slightly unhinged. Buggy regarded me with disdain, instructing me to step aside. Angered, I boldly declared, "If you wish to harm him, you must first step over my dead body." Though it sounded heroic, I was internally panicking. Buggy, incited by my words, launched himself at me, only to be thwarted by Zoro, who appeared out of nowhere to block Buggy's thrust with his sword. Luffy and I were taken aback, shouting, "Zoro!" Buggy's henchmen recoiled in fear at the mention of Zoro's name. Zoro, wearing a look of disdain, addressed us. "What are you two doing? One of you was snatched by a bird, and the other is locked in a cage, while someone is almost slain by a sword." Taking advantage of their standoff, I hurriedly sat down to examine the Understanding Scroll. To my surprise, it was random. What if I rolled a 20 in Understanding? My life will be over. Gritting my teeth, I thought if I must die, then so be it. Before opening it, I frantically rubbed against Luffy's cage to absorb some of his luck. Understanding Scroll. Activate. Ding. Successful use grants comprehension of learned content up to 100. Oh, joyous day. I leapt into the air, embracing Luffy's cage in exuberance. Oh, my friends. Who understands the chaos of my exclamation? My shout inadvertently distracted Zoro and Buggy from their duel, leading Zoro to mistakenly strike Buggy on the head with his sword. As he attempted to taunt Buggy, the latter retaliated, stabbing Zoro in the side. Zoro collapsed, blood spilling everywhere. Fury surged within me. I grabbed an explosive tag and began to flail it wildly, urging Nami, whom I had just met, to help Zoro find cover. Then, I drew the great sword Jiaoji and struck the cage. The cage shattered, but my hand was lacerated in the process. Upon his release, Luffy, witnessing our dire state, became enraged and unleashed a rubber cannon blast that sent Buggy flying into the distance. With the battle concluded, Nami also arrived. Zoro, despite his grievous wounds, proclaimed that he would be fine after a nap, leaving me too embarrassed to mention my pain. Observing our prowess, Nami suggested we collaborate to steal Buggy's treasure and the map to the Grand Line. Luffy eagerly agreed and even invited her to join our crew. Although Nami despised pirates, she smiled and agreed to cooperate for the time being. While they plotted their heist, I seized the opportunity to level up. With the understanding scroll granting me comprehension, I opened a scroll on sage techniques and, to my astonishment, grasped it instantly. The visage of the sage appeared before me. Though my chakra was limited, I could at least utilize the water clone and water prison techniques. I hurriedly learned all available ninjutsu from the system. As I reveled in my newfound abilities, an explosion erupted from Buggy's tent. It turned out that Buggy's henchman had returned. Zoro and I exchanged glances. He would confront the swordsman on the unicycle, and I would handle the beast tamer. Zoro teased me. No pre-battle ritual this time? I retorted angrily. Mind your own business. With hands forming seals, I unleashed water release, water prison technique, effectively imprisoning the large lion. Following that, I executed another water release, water clone technique, sending a clone to subdue the beast tamer using the same method. This display left Luffy and Nami utterly astonished. Luffy, wide-eyed as if he had never seen such things, patted Nami on the back, exclaiming, "Ninja techniques." Zoro dropped his sword in shock. No way, that truly is the clone technique. As I easily wrapped up the battle, reveling in my triumph, Luffy approached and began to slap my back enthusiastically, inadvertently dispelling my sage mode. Darkness enveloped me as I collapsed, and in my last moments of consciousness, I heard Nami scream, "He has lost years off his life. Luffy, you've killed him." Zoro's furious shout followed, "You devil. Even in his state, you still slap him." When I regained consciousness, I found myself aboard the ship, the town mayor leading the villagers in gratitude towards us. As I rubbed my head and prepared to speak, a wave of nausea washed over me, and I vomited all over Luffy's shoes. Nami, witnessing our antics, appeared utterly exasperated and inquired why the mayor was thanking Luffy. Luffy replied that he had left a bag of treasure to help the town rebuild. Upon hearing that the treasure was gone, Nami exploded in rage, grabbing Luffy by the head and submerging him in water. As the ship continued its voyage, Nami scrutinized the map, stating, "With our rickety vessel and limited crew, venturing into the Grand Line would be suicidal. We must first find a chef and a musician." Luffy, invigorated by the prospect, exclaimed, "Yes, we need a musician." Both Zoro and I exchanged incredulous glances at his eccentricity. Nami pointed to the map, indicating a village to the south. We should head there to procure a proper ship. Upon reaching the shore, Zoro became alert, sensing movement in the bushes. Suddenly, a young man with a long nose sprang forth, proclaiming himself Captain Usopp, leader of 8 million subordinates, a grand pirate. Luffy instantly believed it, his eyes sparkling with stars. Nami and I exchanged expressions that suggested he was merely jesting. Then, the unlocking of the divine Usopp had occurred, rewarding him with the technique of multiple shadow clones. I began to shake my head while sporting a pig's head mask. Upon realizing he had been exposed, Usopp hastily remarked that the sum of 80 million was indeed an exaggeration. Nami languidly interjected, 3 subordinates, correct?" At that moment, 3 children hiding in the grass tossed down their flags and fled. Usopp brandished his slingshot at Luffy, who lowered his hat and mimicked Shanks, declaring, "Since you've drawn your weapon, we must fight to the death." Zoro and I joined in the act. I unsheathed my great sword, Shark Skin, while Zoro drew his blade, fiercely asserting that the one standing before him was a true pirate. Usopp knelt in awe, exclaiming that the aura of a genuine pirate was indeed unparalleled. As we conversed further, we discovered he was the son of Jesus Burgess, a crew member of Shanks. Given this acquaintance, Nami directly inquired if he could procure a ship. Usopp, sensing the gravity of the question, nervously replied that the grand villa atop the hill was a definite no, and promptly concocted an excuse to flee. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, the 3 of them ventured to see if they could obtain a ship from the villa's owner, while I made my way to the seaside for training. My target was the butler, Baji Kuro. I created a shadow clone to practice while I concealed myself in the grass. The moment Kuro appeared, I dashed towards him. Ding! Unlocking Baji Kuro rewarded me with a quintuple increase of chakra. I resumed, shaking my head in disbelief. Kuro, thinking he had been tricked, threw a punch, which caused a shadow clone to vanish with a resounding pop. Concealed in the grass, I stifled a laugh. I had successfully gained experience without cost. My chakra had multiplied fivefold, allowing me to produce 10 clones, thus exponentially increasing my training efficiency. Fearing to alert the snake, I retreated to the ocean for my training. When Luffy and the others returned, they were all fuming, cursing the butler who adjusted his glasses with his palm. I feigned curiosity and asked, "Oh, are you referring to that man in black? He was just here discussing plans to assassinate a lady named Kaya tonight." Upon hearing this, Usopp grabbed my collar, nearly poking my mouth with his nose, and demanded, "Is that true?" Coincidentally, as he seized me, I dispelled the clones, and the collective experience and fatigue surged back, causing me to black out once again. When I regained consciousness, the sky had darkened. I touched my feverish face and asked, "Did someone strike me earlier?" Usopp quickly changed the subject, inquiring about the assassination plot. I recounted Kuro's plan in its entirety. This revelation convinced Usopp, who then dashed toward the villa in a frenzy. I munched on an apple and asked Luffy what is wrong with him. Zoro plopped down on the ground, stating he has probably gone to warn them. Luffy clenched his fists and replied, "What else can we do? We must send that butler flying." Zoro and I exchanged amused glances. Nami, trembling with fear, insisted that with so many subordinates under Kuro, we stood no chance, and, as a mere weak woman, she would not participate. I nonchalantly remarked, "Oh, then all the treasures aboard Kuro's ship will be ours." Upon hearing the mention of treasure, Nami's eyes lit up as if illuminated by a 1,000-watt bulb. In an instant, she transformed from a timid lady to a valiant warrior, declaring, "All right, brothers, I shall personally deal with them." I must say, her ability to change personas was remarkable. As night fell, Usopp returned with a sorrowful expression, his hand injured. Upon inquiry, we learned he had rushed back to the village to sound the alarm, only to be dismissed as a liar and driven away, even inciting Kaya's ire. His tale was one of tragic heroism. He claimed that since everyone viewed him as a fraud, he would continue to deceive, preparing to face the pirates alone. Thus, when the villagers awoke, they would merely think that the lying Usopp had spun another tall tale. Who understands family? I thought, nearly speechless. What a self-sacrificing hero script. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Interesting. We shall assist," Nami promptly declared. "The treasures aboard Kuro's ship must all belong to me." I chuckled. "Fear not. This time I shall showcase some new ninjutsu that will surely impress." Usopp was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he asked if we truly intended to help him. I shot him a glare, of course. What else would we do? Our motto is to stand by our brothers through thick and thin. Do you understand? Luffy echoed. Exactly. Who would risk their life out of mere sympathy? Usopp could no longer contain himself, weeping even louder while proclaiming, "I'm the brave Captain Usopp of the seas," although his legs trembled violently. And guess what? We waited fiercely at the seaside until midnight, yet not a single shadow appeared. After a moment of contemplation, I slapped my thigh in realization. Oh dear family. I seem to have misremembered the timing. Their attack is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Zoro's face darkened, veins protruding. "You absolute fool. How could you forget?" Well, since we had time, Usopp began directing us in preparing the battlefield. There was only one slope path leading into the village, and he instructed us to report our skills. Luffy, stretch. Zoro, slice. Me, ninjutsu. Nami, steal. Usopp, I'll just hide. We all bared our teeth at him, shouting, "You better join us in battle." Amidst the commotion, we hastily set to work. Usopp poured oil on the slope. Nami assembled her staff. Zoro sharpened his sword, while I prepared for fire style. However, I noticed Luffy had fallen asleep. Never mind, I decided to take a break and check with the system. My chakra had just reached 82, and I couldn't utilize fire style yet, nor did I know how. Tomorrow, I would have to make do with water style. After several hours, dawn broke. Yet there was still no sign of activity. Usopp grew anxious. "Light, are you sure it's morning?" I assured him, "Absolutely." "Wait, could there be another route?" Usopp turned pale. "Oh no, I just remembered. There's another identical slope to the north. That's where we docked." Upon hearing this, Nami exploded. "What? My treasures? Tell me how to get there." Our spirits plummeted, and we sprinted northward. I must say, Usopp was indeed a burden. As we ran, we scattered, and I felt as though I had run an entire half marathon without locating the northern slope. When I finally reached the northern slope, the scene was devastating. Nami had suffered a head injury, and Usopp appeared grievously injured, as if all his bones were broken and bloodied. Rage surged through me, and I clapped my hands. Multiple shadow, clone jutsu. A dozen clones sprang into existence, each one kicking the minions away. I pointed at them, berating, "You pathetic lot dare to harm my companions? Come at me. You are no match for even one of me." The next moment, I received a notification. Detected keyword 1 person against many. Please complete system task. 1 vs 20. I was dumbfounded. Wait, I was just boasting. Don't take it seriously. This stubborn system had issued the task, and I could only brace myself for the challenge. I signaled 3 clones to gather chakra in the nearby grass. Meanwhile, I initiated the water-style, hidden mist technique. A thick fog enveloped us, and my clones and I unleashed kunai upon our foes. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and I felt a chill in my chest as 5 cuts appeared on me, obliterating my clones and dispersing the mist. Looking up, I was taken aback to see Captain Kuro. His silent steps technique was indeed formidable. Astonished to see I was still standing, I bantered with him while stealthily inching towards the sea. That rascal even roused his hypnotist to buff his subordinates. My anxiety peaked, and I shouted toward the grass. "Are you done yet?" Just as my words fell, an immense surge of chakra flooded my body. Sage mode, activate. Farewell, Captain Kuro. I executed a backflip into the sea, my hands swiftly forming seals. Suidan, Suryuden no Jutsu. I must tell you, employing this technique by the shore amplifies its power exponentially. The crew of Kuro was utterly dumbfounded. I was still posturing, declaring, "Muda muda, you cannot escape." However, I had formed an excessive number of seals, over 40. After a lengthy period, I still had not completed them. On the shore, Usopp and Nami could no longer bear it, shouting at me, "What on earth are you doing? Is this ninjutsu or merely a delay tactic?" Just then, the surface of the sea erupted with a thunderous roar as a colossal dragon's head surged skyward. Note that it was the head of a great dragon, not a mere faucet. The 30 to 40 meter high water dragon roared at the heavens, causing the pirates on the opposite shore to tremble in fear. Kuro attempted to resist, shouting for his men to scatter. I smirked too late. The water dragon surged into the crowd, sweeping everyone along, and then crashed against the cliffside with a resounding bang, shaking the entire island. Congratulations, host, on completing task 1 vs 20, earning the reward. Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Suddenly, the familiar sensation of spinning returned, and I was engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. When I regained my senses, I found myself lying on the deck of a magnificent new ship. Goodness, the Going Merry. Ding. Detected host encountering the Going Merry, successfully unlocking character card. Roi, secret technique, Byakugan. I was met with another wave of dizziness, and as soon as I regained consciousness, I began shaking my head. Usopp was terrified, while Luffy and the others remained remarkably composed. Zoro remarked, "Oh, you're awake." I inquired, "What happened while I was asleep?" Luffy replied, "Nothing much. We sent the Kuro pirates flying." It was only later that I learned from Nami that my water dragon technique had wiped out all the minions, leaving Luffy and Zoro furious due to the lack of a fight, forcing them to gang up on Kuro alone. I feigned seasickness and retreated to my room to hastily study my new skills. My chakra reached 85, and I had also learned Gokakyu. The most astonishing was the Byakugan. When activated, it transformed everything into mere outlines. I also discovered several peculiar little black dots within Luffy and the others, their nature a mystery to me. The following day, we were lively on the deck. Luffy drew a pirate flag, and I must say, his artistic ability was a case of visual pollution. Ultimately, it was the great Usopp who stepped in, sketching a skull adorned with a straw hat. Luffy enthusiastically proclaimed, "We are the Straw Hat Pirates, officially established. Let the feast begin." Once again, we indulged in food and drink. My seasickness was truly incurable, and I found myself leaning over the railing, retching. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Luffy and Usopp were playing with a cannon. Shortly thereafter, another loud explosion echoed, accompanied by a man's shout. At that moment, I sensed trouble. Just as I boarded the ship, a tattooed man wearing sunglasses charged at me with a sword. Ding! Detected host encountering the Sword St. Johnny, successfully unlocking character card. Hoa, summoning technique. I was immediately immobilized by the system, unable to move as he cleaved me in half. Thankfully, it was merely my clone. Otherwise, my illustrious life would have ended there. Johnny stood in shock. At that moment, Zoro peeked out, exclaiming, "Hey, I sent that, Johnny?" It turned out they were fellow countrymen. His partner, Joseph, was on the verge of death, but upon Nami's intervention with some lemon juice, he revived instantaneously, and the two began dancing jubilantly. Ding! Detected host encountering the blade god Joseph, successfully unlocking character card. Reward, Gaton. H-Y no Jutsu. Another wave of dizziness struck. Nami suggested we needed to find a chef. Upon hearing this, Johnny offered to introduce us to a place, the Baratai, a floating restaurant close to the Grand Line, where Hawkeye was rumored to be nearby. Zoro's eyes lit up at this revelation. We promptly turned the ship towards Baratai. Upon arrival, a Navy ship approached, helmed by a pretentious pink-haired man named Iron Fist Hachi, who demanded we be sunk. Luffy, attempting to retaliate with a rubber slingshot, accidentally sent a cannonball crashing into Baratai's roof. We shared a knowing glance and pointed at Luffy in unison. Thus, our poor captain was sent off to do menial labor to repay the debt. Unfazed, we entered the restaurant. The waiter, a dashing man with curled eyebrows, was Sanji. Upon seeing Nami, his eyes turned into hearts. Ding! Detected host encountering Germa Sanji, successfully unlocking character card. Reward, Flying Thunder God Technique. I was rubbing my face when the ship jolted again, and my seasickness flared up, causing me to heave uncontrollably. In that instant, the entire restaurant fell silent. The next moment, a cacophony of retching filled the hall, akin to a symphony. Everyone was vomiting. Sanji's face turned green as he grabbed my collar. At that moment, a towering, robust old man emerged, Red-Leg Zeph. Ding! Detected host encountering Red-Leg Zeph, successfully unlocking character card. Reward, Chakra increase of 10. I was struck speechless, my face swollen like a pig's head, and I hurriedly retreated back to the Going Merry. Upon returning to the ship, my expression hardened. No longer pretending, I revealed my true intentions. I had stirred up trouble waiting for Hawkeye. My chakra had surged to 900, and I had learned the Flying Thunder God Technique. Now, I awaited his arrival. Sure enough, a few days later, the remnants of Kuro's crew drifted by, pleading for food. I hurried to confirm it was indeed Kuro and Jin. Ding! Ding! 2 notifications sounded, yielding me 2 rewards. Rasengan acquired. I was overwhelmed, pointing at Sanji, suggesting they seek food from him before making a swift exit. I exchanged glances with Zoro, signaling him to prepare for battle. But this time, I would not intervene. I was not merely wandering the seas. I found a prime position, activated Sage Mode, and awaited Hawkeye. In the distance, that iconic small raft appeared. I nearly burst out laughing. Indeed, he was rowing with that black sword, even pausing to sit and feign nonchalance. Fearing laughter would give me away, I swiftly submerged myself. Just as I had formulated a strategy to confront Hawkeye, the sea began to tremble violently, and a massive ship barreled over me, dragging me into the depths. As I surfaced, ready to curse, I focused my gaze and realized, to my astonishment, it was our Going Merry. In an instant, I understood. Nami had absconded with our vast fortune. Without hesitation, I pursued her, hastily marking the ship with the Flying Thunder God Technique. When I returned to the reef, I was astounded to find that Hawkeye had already returned. My heart raced, pounding like a drum. This was no mere anime. This was a real-life, one-on-one confrontation. Thrilling, utterly exhilarating. My blood surged with excitement. His small coffin-like boat drifted near me, without him even raising an eyelid, as he casually inquired, "Friend, what business do you have blocking my path?" I retorted boldly, "Of course, I have business. You think you can simply slay my first mate and walk away?" At that moment, a notification chimed in my mind, indicating I had encountered Hawkeye, unlocking his character card and granting me a lightning attribute chakra. In the next instant, I felt a surge of electricity coursing through my entire being, crackling and popping. Hawkeye, who had been feigning indifference with his eyes closed, was startled by the noise and slowly opened his eyes, only to find me thrashing about on the water's surface like a jolted tambourine. He seemed taken aback, stumbling slightly, instinctively driving his black sword, Yuru, into his boat to steady himself. And guess what? His blade was sharp. With a swift motion, he inadvertently punctured a hole in his own little vessel, allowing the seawater to pour in. The expression on Ing Yin's face turned a shade of green as he shouted at me, "Hey friend, don't just stand there. Quickly help me scoop some water. You can lend me the wooden board beneath your feet." I couldn't help but chuckle. There was no wooden board under my feet, just pure skill, I thought. Besides, Don't you have a basin or something? Using our hands to scoop water would take forever. Despite my complaints, I couldn't let him drown. So I hurriedly jumped over to assist him in bailing out the water. After much ado, we finally patched up the boat. Once he caught his breath, he resumed his act. I know, you were using the naval technique, shave, right? Upon hearing this, I thought, what a delightful misunderstanding that saves me from explaining. I promptly climbed up the pole and exclaimed, yes, indeed. Thank you so much for teaching me that it's called shave. I must say, the sweat that poured from Yin that day likely surpassed all he had shed in the past year. After wiping his brow, he finally got to the point. All right, who was this vice captain you mentioned? I quickly leaped back to maintain a safe distance. Noano Luo Yasu Long, our Straw Hat Crew's vice captain. You just slashed him, and while I know you held back, I must take revenge. Yin then understood, chuckling lightly. Interesting, your pirate crew truly harbors hidden talents. So, how do you wish to exact your revenge? A duel, perhaps? We fight, and then we part ways. His hawk-like eyes widened, and goodness, they were quite intimidating. Looking nothing like typical human eyes. He sneered, fine. But be warned, should you get injured, there will be no doctor to assist you. With that, his black blade unsheathed, its tip aimed at me. I quickly formed hand seals and shouted, ninjutsu, misconcealment technique. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area, allowing me to hide within it. As my shadow clone vanished, I activated my Sage mode. I launched 2 shuriken as feigned attacks and swiftly formed another set of seals. Ninjutsu, explosive technique. Yin remained vigilant amidst the mist, deftly deflecting the shuriken while calling out, "What's this? Still hiding? Then don't blame me." He raised his black blade and delivered a fierce downward slash. A terrifying wave of sword energy morphed into a colossal dragon, instantly dispersing my intricate fog. As the mist cleared, he spotted me grinning on the water surface. Nowhere to hide now. Watch me take you down. With that, I raised my hand for another strike, cleaving the sea open, the sword energy hurtling towards Yin. In an instant, I darted across the water surface, moving so swiftly that even his sword energy could not keep pace. When I reached him, I swung a gleaming machete. Yin's cold laugh echoed in his eyes. Every slash fell within his domain. He lifted his black blade to block. Yet, upon contact, a thunderous explosion erupted. The force caught Yin off guard. Before he could catch his breath, another version of me appeared, charging in for yet another explosive assault. My original self hid behind a distant rock, gasping for air, elated at the effectiveness of my self-destructing clone technique. However, I must admit, this technique drained my chakra significantly. I felt utterly depleted, even too weak to speak. After enduring 7 of my explosions, Yin finally seized an opportunity. With all his might, he unleashed a horizontal wave of sword energy. I was instantly pierced through. And to make matters worse, the rock I had hidden behind was sliced clean in 2. As my clone dissipated, I felt it acutely. But I was far too weak to act. Facing Yin across the sea, both of us were panting heavily. I had no strength left, and aside from swimming, I couldn't escape. Yin raised his black blade once more, his gaze turning dangerously intense. You are formidable, and your future is terrifying. For the balance of this world, I must end you here. His eyes gleamed with malice as he swung the blade. The flash of his sword cleaved my body in half. Yet in the next moment, those 2 halves splashed into water. In Yin's astonished gaze, my water clone vanished. Meanwhile, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from my spot. In the next instant, I collided with the railing of the Mary. Goodness, that wretched Yin truly intended to kill me. Unable to locate me, Yin initially considered pursuing our entire crew. However, after a moment of reflection, he decided that if the world needed changing, so be it. This was not his concern. He sheathed his blade and rowed away in his small boat. Unbeknownst to him, behind another rock, Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph had been watching the entire scene, dumbfounded. Johnny, did you see that? Was that Brother Wangji? Of course. Incredible. He actually forced Yin to that extent. Usopp quickly hushed them. Shh. Don't let Zoro hear. Imagine it. Someone who can toy with Zoro like that, now battling Brother Wangji like this. Zoro's pride would be shattered. He'd be devastated. Overall, this matter must remain between us. No one is to speak of it. Little did I know that I had an audience during my fight. At that moment, I was sprawled on the deck of the Mary, sound asleep. When I finally opened my eyes, I was greeted by darkness. Lo and behold, I found myself tied up like a giant crab by Nami, who stood with her back to me, muttering, "I'm sorry, but I want to join you on your adventures." However, I must say my village. I weakly called out, "Hey, Nami, why did you tie me up like this? This position is not conducive to my nausea." She turned around. "Oh, you're awake. Once I'm at the shore, you can sail away on your own. Tell Luffy I'm sorry. I can't be part of the crew anymore. Come on, it's just a fishman named Arlong. Don't worry, we can handle it. Hurry and untie me." Nami looked taken aback. "You, how do you know about Arlong? Are you sure you want to untie me first?" "Never mind. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. I used a clone to free myself from the ropes." We were soon sipping hot tea in the cabin. Yet she still wore a worried expression. "You have no idea how strong Arlong is. His power is tenfold that of a human. He has many subordinates." I interrupted her. "Stop. I know everything about your situation. But these concerns need to be addressed with the captain. He is the one who will decide your fate." Nami fell silent. Perhaps she felt that with me around, defeating Arlong was still possible, but hearing my words implied that joining us was not guaranteed, which made her more conflicted. "Do you doubt Luffy's capabilities or his character?" I inquired. She remained silent. "Rest assured, while Arlong is strong, Luffy aims to become the Pirate King. If he can't handle a minor character like Arlong, he might as well change careers and become a Yarn King." Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally graced Nami's face. "In a moment, you should do what you need to do, and then wait for us at Arlong's base. It's that simple, do you understand?" Gazing at her tearful expression, I felt a pang of sympathy and gently ruffled her hair to mask my embarrassment. "Oh, and there's this." I lightly pressed on her arm, leaving a mark of the Flying Thunder God. "What is this? It looks quite nice, like a tattoo." "Huh, it's my exclusive mark. As long as you have this, no matter how far apart we are, I can appear before you in an instant." "Isn't that impressive?" "Wow, that is impressive. If used for delivering newspapers, you could definitely make a fortune." "Hey, does anyone understand?" To her, my remarkable Flying Thunder God technique is merely a fantastic tool for delivering newspapers. This thought process, I can only say, as expected of you, Nami. I left the ship in her care and returned to the floating restaurant. Simultaneously, I sent a clone to find Usopp and the others. The clone quickly located their small boat. "Ah, Guangji, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I was brought here by Nami." "Yo, Soren, you are awake. Are you injured?" "Just a minor issue." "Perfect timing. Where is that woman Nami?" I sat down heavily, rubbing my head, as the seasickness hit me again. "Ah, Nami, she went to find Arlong." Upon hearing this, Soren sprang up and drew his sword, exclaiming, "Yash, let us charge indirectly." Luffy ordered me to bring her back. However, before I could finish my sentence, Usopp and Johnny struck Soren on the back of his head with a hammer, knocking him out and binding him in the cabin. I felt sympathy for Soren, saying, Hey, aren't you two going a bit too far with the hammer?" Johnny replied seriously, "Kazuki, this is no exaggeration. Our enemy is Arlong, a tyrant ruling over more than 20 villages in the East Blue." I looked at his earnest expression, feeling nauseous. Soren woke up, yelling, "Hey, let me go. Kazuki, come help." "You're on your own," I thought. Johnny explained to Soren, "Soren, listen carefully. Our enemy is Arlong. Do you know about the warlords of the sea? There's one named Jinbei, who is Arlong's sworn brother. Oh, and Hawkeye is also one of the warlords. Just think about how strong Arlong must be." Usopp was already in tears, saying, "Well, let us sneak away and tell Luffy we couldn't bring Nami back. Hurry and untie me, you fools. Don't worry. Once I get on land, I will definitely be sick." Johnny and Usopp exchanged glances and helplessly steered the ship to the neighboring village. Meanwhile, I was running wildly and finally spotted Luffy and Sanji on the ocean. They were hastily heading towards Arlong on a small boat. "Hey, Kazuki, what are you doing here?" Sanji exclaimed. "Em starving." "Sanji, a large portion of seafood fried rice, please." Exhausted, I climbed onto the boat. The Flying Thunder God technique allows for instantaneous movement, but I hadn't learned that yet, so I had to run over. Sanji's jaw nearly dropped when he saw me running across the water. Luffy shouted, "Then give me a large portion of meat." And me, bean sprouts, a large portion. Sanji lit a cigarette, saying, "Just wait quietly." Things were a bit complicated, so I explained to Luffy that I had encountered Nami and she might be in danger, urging him to come with me. Upon hearing Nami was in danger, Sanji immediately panicked. "Is that true? Is Miss Nami all right? Hey, stop eating and let us go save her." I quickly finished my meal and stretched comfortably, saying, "Don't rush. Once they finish eating, I'll take you there in an instant. Besides, Nami is not in danger yet." Hearing that Nami was fine, Sanji calmed down. I looked at Luffy seriously. "Luffy, let me confirm, you definitely want Nami to become our companion, right?" Luffy put down his meat, his eyes firm, of course. "All right, In that case, once we reach the village, you investigate Nami's situation yourselves. Just call for me when it's time for the main attack. To ensure they experienced Nami's true character, I decided to intervene less. Oh right, there is this. I began to leave the flying thunder god mark on their arms, instructing them to call my name whenever needed, and I would arrive in an instant. Sanji, with a look of disdain, swatted my hand away, saying, hey, don't draw on me. Come on, we're all men here. What is there to be afraid of? I've left marks on Nami. And she didn't resist like you. She even said it felt nice. What did you say? Sanji exploded with anger. Although I was speaking the truth, I could tell his mind was racing elsewhere. As I watched him nearly lose control, I had a sudden idea and formed hand signs. Technique. With a bang, I transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman without clothes. Sanji's nose bled profusely, propelling him into the water. I turned back to my original form, triumphantly gazing at Sanji in the water. Gotcha! Turning around, I was surprised to find Luffy and Joseph also lying down, blood gushing from their noses. What bunch of lightweights. However, their fainting was quite convenient. I created a clone to steer the ship to find the Mary, while I activated the Flying Thunder God and transported us directly to Soren's ship. Due to my lack of control, Sanji and Soren ended up kissing each other squarely. Ugh. I clapped off the dust on my hands, teasingly asking, hey, are you two seasick too? Watch out, or I'll chop you. Be careful, or I'll kick you to death. Only Luffy was laughing like a fool. This is thrilling. Kazuki, you've learned a new ninjutsu. So impressive. Hee. It's quite a nifty technique. If you fall into the water, I can save you in an instant. Really? That's amazing. Long live ninjas. All right. I waved my hand. Since we arrived at the village, you all can investigate Nami's situation. I need to continue my training. Just call for me when it's time for the main attack. With that, I slipped away, honestly wanting to confront that racist Arlong alone. I arrived at Arlong Park. Just as I was about to enter the main gate, I heard shouting inside. I quickly climbed the wall, pulled out some seeds, and witnessed Nami stabbing Usopp in the stomach. I chuckled to myself, thinking this girl has some acting skills. Look, even Arlong and the others believed it. I continued munching on seeds, watching Usopp fall into the water. Once Nami left, a soldier spotted me on the wall and shouted, hey, who are you? His shout drew everyone's attention to me. Ding! The system chimed again, unlocking Arlong's character card and rewarding me with a lightning release. 4 pillars binding technique. I was grinning widely, and the fisherman burst into laughter. What? Turns out it's just a big fool. I rubbed my face, my gaze turning icy. Hey, all of you who laughed just now, I've taken note. What can you do? A fishman that looked like a kissing fish taunted. I was troubled about how to deal with these fishy creatures, but now I had an idea. I grinned, throwing out a multitude of kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal, scattering them everywhere. Yet not a single one hit its target. Ha! With that level of accuracy, how dare you challenge us fishmen? Arlong boasted arrogantly. I smirked, my figure vanishing in an instant. The next moment I reappeared, but Arlong had a bright red handprint on his face, having been knocked to the ground by my slap. I spun a kunai on my finger, chuckling. How's that feel? This is the consequence of being mouthy. Arlong stared at me in disbelief, touching his mouth and realizing he was bleeding. He instantly flew into a rage, screaming that he would tear me apart. The soldier shouted and charged towards me. I vanished once more, leaving them dumbfounded, only hearing the sound of swishing around them. In the next instant, I was on Arlong's back, kunai pressed against his neck, whispering in his ear, I've heard you have quite a sharp tongue. Arlong immediately cowered, stammering, teach this friend, let us talk it over, don't be impulsive. You're a bounty hunter, right? I can pay you a lot of money. I slowly withdrew my kunai and flashed back to the entrance, saying, everyone here, touch your own necks. When they did, they looked at their hands, each finding a thin line of blood on their necks. This display frightened everyone, causing some of the timid ones to faint. I stood by the water's edge, leisurely saying, just now you all laughed at me, right? Here's the deal. Each of you give yourselves 10 slaps, and we'll forget this matter. I pretended not to notice my footing, slowly inching toward the water. Their eyes followed me, anticipation hanging on their faces as I leaned forward. I couldn't help but laugh, knowing they wanted to see me fall into the water. Would I let them have their way? Suddenly, I pulled back my foot, feigning a sudden realization. All right, make sure to hit hard. After saying that, I lifted my foot, preparing to step into the water. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they observed my shifting balance, mouths agape, anticipating my imminent fall followed by uproarious laughter. At that moment, I retreated slightly, suppressing my laughter, and with a perplexed expression, I inquired, why have you not yet commenced? Are you waiting for me to assist you with a knife? After uttering those words, I nonchalantly stepped into the water, just as they presumed I would plummet. I took several steps, standing firmly upon the water surface. This spectacle left their jaws hanging. "Ha ha, you are truly amusing." One expression. I laughed heartily, but suddenly, my demeanor shifted dramatically, my gaze turning lethal as I coldly scanned them. "Why have you not made a move? Are you waiting to meet your demise?" The sight of the kunai I wielded reminded them of the terror they had recently experienced. The astute among them had already begun to slap their own faces in a fit of self-punishment. The entire A Long Paradise resonated with the crisp, melodious sound of slaps. Observing their self-inflicted punishment, I realized why others laughed when I was struck. This sensation was truly exhilarating. I nodded in satisfaction, yet noticed that Along had yet to act. I glared at him, causing him to retreat a step in fear, yet he still stubbornly refrained from striking. With a smirk, I sheathed my kunai and formed a hand sign, lightning release, for pillar binding technique. As my words faded, colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground beside Along, blue lightning striking him with precision. His anguished cries reverberated throughout the amusement park, electrifying him for a full 5 minutes, primarily because my chakra reserves were running low. This lightning technique consumed an excessive amount of energy. Along fell to the ground like a charred piece of coal, a tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafting from him. I approached, squatted down, and mimicked the villains from movies, wiping the drool from his mouth with a handkerchief. "I told you to slap yourself. Look, you're drooling now. Take heed next time." The thrill of humiliating him was indescribably delightful. I stifled my laughter, stood up, turned my back to them, and bellowed, "Hey, take him away for treatment. Remember, when you see me, slap yourselves 10 times before you leave." Did you hear me? My thunderous shout sent them scattering in fear. I hurriedly fled as well, for if I lingered, I would surely burst into laughter. I concealed myself in the forest, contemplating the immense power of my lightning technique and wondering how severely Along had been injured. However, he should survive. As I was in the midst of my practice, I noticed a rat-faced naval officer entering A Long Paradise, followed closely by Nami, who stormed over angrily. It must be because her 1 billion was swindled. Poor girl. Before long, Nami returned to the village in tears. Then, Johnny and Joseph, 2 reckless youths, dashed over, only to be sent flying moments later. It seemed that Luffy and his crew had arrived. I swiftly appeared beside Zoro and the others. Observing their fierce expressions, I remarked, "It seems you have heard Nami's tale." Sanji seized my collar. "Hey, did you know all along?" "Indeed," I replied. "Then why are you so calm? Hearing that a lady was mistreated, you remained unmoved." Sanji's fist connected with my face. I understood he was defending Nami, so I bore no anger. Scratching my face, I chuckled softly. "Sanji, remember, while anger can empower you, do not allow it to cloud your judgment." I noticed Luffy approaching with a grim expression, his straw hat absent. I stood up and addressed the 3 of them. "Maintain this fury. Our opponents are the A Long Pirates. Let us go and defeat them." Just as Luffy reached my side, he commanded, "Let us go." Upon arriving at A Long Paradise, Luffy wasted no time, delivering 2 powerful punches that shattered the entrance. Stepping forward, "Along, where are you?" I leisurely strolled at the back, pondering what expressions those ruffians would exhibit upon seeing me. Indeed, the once formidable Along and his crew stood rigid upon my arrival, each one slapping their own faces in unison. Zoro appeared bewildered. "Do you not feel that their movements seem familiar?" The 4 turned in unison to face me. My expression shifted instantly, teeth sharpening as I mimicked Along's voice. "Do not look at me." The bumbling fools mistakenly believed I was addressing them, turning in perfect synchronization, presenting their backs to us. Luffy appeared dumbfounded. "Do these guys look down on us? We came to fight, not to watch a circus performance." The opposing crew cautiously glanced back at me, and upon my nod, they turned back in unison. Standing at the rear, I gestured for silence, and to my amusement, they mirrored my gesture, shushing while making hushing sounds. Luffy and his crew were utterly perplexed, sensing the oddity of their adversaries. Even Along stood rigidly, his body wrapped in bandages, resembling a circus performer with a shark-like face. I sighed, realizing that this charade could not continue. I swiftly appeared before Luffy, then vanished again, casually snatching 5 unfortunate souls from the opposing side and whisking them away. Clearing space for the main combatants, I retreated as a support role. Consequently, the ensuing events unfolded as expected. Luffy was unable to move, Zoro reopened a wound, Sanji nearly drowned, and Usopp struck a kissing fish with a hammer. Meanwhile, I brought the 5 fainted individuals to an open area. I randomly awoke one unfortunate soul and inquired, "So, you all came from Fishman Island, correct?" He froze, struggling to remain silent. I pressed on. "Does Jinbei know what you're currently doing?" His surprise escalated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Ah, forget it." I knocked him unconscious again, considering a lesson for along realizing Luffy would need time. I decided to continue my training here. My chakra reserves were nearing 1,000, and I had attained both lightning and fire attributes. "System, can you now assess my chakra attributes?" The system beeped in response, indicating the completion of the assessment. I possessed both water and earth chakra attributes. "Well, that's impressive, a dual attribute start. ISNT that quite fortunate?" However, a thought struck me. Wait a minute. ISNT this due to the presence of Hashirama cells within me? So, my natural talent was essentially zero. Without the DNA of the first Hokage, I would be a chakra insulator? Who among my peers understands this feeling? It's akin to riding a roller coaster. Yet, I did not despair. With a system, what was there to fear? I immediately recalled the Hashirama cell fusion card and hastily utilized it. To my dismay, the system informed me that the current fusion rate was only 21. I felt utterly exasperated. After all my efforts, I had achieved a mere 1 fusion. Such inefficiency would make a snail blush. I rummaged through my system space, noticing that the Byakugan was still gathering dust. Previously, I had observed some black spots on Luffy. I had no idea what they were. For now, I decided to use it as a treasure opening tool, at least to see if it contained anything valuable. Then, I fixated on the summoning technique, which piqued my curiosity immensely. "System, how do I utilize this summoning technique?" The system replied that forming hand signs would allow me to summon a spirit beast. I thought, ISNT that's self-evident. The issue is that I have never contracted with any spirit beast. Could I still use it? When I inquired further, the system curtly stated it could not provide an answer at this time. Something was amiss. Suddenly, I recalled how Jiraiya had foolishly experimented with summoning techniques and ended up at Mount Myaboku. Given that the sage techniques I now possessed also originated from there, could this signify the turning of fate's gears? Perhaps I was indeed the prophesied child. Should I give it a try? Anxiety surged within me. What if I were transported to some obscure world and could not return? However, that insatiable curiosity clawed at me like a cat's paw, igniting a fiery itch within my heart. To hell with it. Fortune favors the bold, so I pressed on. At worst, I would emerge as a hero after 18 years. In a flash, I formed a series of hand seals, invoking the art of summoning. With a resounding bang, smoke billowed around me. I sensed a soft, furry, colossal presence. Elated, I realized I had not been whisked away. I had truly summoned something. But as the smoke cleared, I found myself frozen in shock at the sight before me. My immediate thought was that if the system had a physical form, I would surely have to reformat it today. Friends, can you guess what I summoned? Kyubi. Yes, the legendary nine-tailed fox. Human, did you summon me to devour you? Goodness, this irritable fellow's temperament was identical to that in the anime. I quickly waved my hands. Calm down. This ISNT the world of Hokage. No one sees you as a mere tool. Just enjoy your time here as a happy fox. What did you say? Kyubi stared at me, and when I explained the circumstances of this world, its tense demeanor visibly softened. It seemed that being treated as a strategic weapon in its homeland had left it with psychological scars. As our conversation continued, I sensed something amiss. ISNT, there a time limit on summoning beasts? Why was this fellow lingering like it had a year-long subscription? What else with that constipated expression? Kyubi glared at me. Why aren't you disappearing? Just as it was about to lose its temper, I hurriedly inquired with the system. The system responded. The host appears when needed and disappears when not. Oh, how intelligent. Always at my beck and call. My eyes sparkled, and I called out to Kyubi. Disappear. With a thunderous crash, the massive nine-tailed fox vanished. Wow, it actually worked. My playful spirit ignited, and I shouted, appear. No response. Appear. Still nothing. Hey, system, are you messing with me? The system monotonously repeated. The host can summon the spirit beast to assist in battle through hand seals. Fine. I understood. Resigned, I formed the seals once more, summoning the spirit beast. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. Kyubi roared upon emerging. Disappear. Boom. The summoning technique. Please don't come back. Just let me enjoy my peace. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Goodness, I had nearly brought it to tears. Seeing its pitiful expression, I sensed it had suffered too much in the Hokage world, and my heart ached slightly. All right, but your size is too large. Like a moving landmark. Can you shrink a bit? No sooner had I spoken than Kyubi shrank by half. What did you do to me? It was astonished. I was equally shocked. Friends. Voice control. ISNT this more impressive than a smart speaker? I grinned. Make it smaller. Indeed, it shrank to the size of a brown bear. Hey, smaller. Finally, Kyubi became no larger than my palm, a cute miniature fox frolicking in my hand. I gazed at this delightful creature, utterly elated. You rascal. Change me back, or I'll blast you with tailed beast bomb. Calm down. You're too big. If Luffy and the others see you, they'll surely want to take you as a pet. This way is much better. Hide in my hair, and I'll take you on a world tour. After pondering, it surprisingly agreed. Fine, but you must let me stay outside for at least 3 hours each day. Is that all? No problem. But when others are around, you must remain silent. Hey, that's easy. I can communicate with you telepathically. Having settled this delightful arrangement with Kyubi, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly sense Luffy calling me. My expression shifted, and I activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In the next moment, I found myself submerged in the sea. Gulp. I had forgotten he was in the water. Another activation of the Flying Thunder God, and I reappeared on the shore. Coughing violently, I recalled that Luffy had been thrown into the sea by Arlong. Holding my breath, I activated the technique once more, appearing beside Luffy, and unleashed a Rasengan to shatter the stones binding his feet. In a flash, I transported him back to the shore. I delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen, causing him to expel a torrent of water. Kyubi, nestled in my hair, was wide-eyed. Hey, you're way too rough. You might just kill your partner. Don't worry. Rubber Man, you're resilient. Regular attacks 1T harm him. Nanny? Is that even possible? Let me try the tailed beast bomb. Hey. Take it easy. Leave him some breathing room. Luffy groggily awoke, exclaiming, Kazuki, you came so quickly. As long as you're all right, I'll head back to train. Do you need my assistance here? I said loudly, knowing that Arlong's subordinates would likely give themselves a few slaps and flee upon hearing my voice. No. Don't come over. Wait until I finish this fight before calling you for dinner. Luffy feared I would steal his glory. I nodded and vanished in a flash. Hey, why not go over there and watch the excitement? The fight is intense. Kyubi nudged playfully at my head, clearly enjoying the spectacle. What's there to watch? I need to focus on my training. Training can wait. This is a once-in-a-lifetime battle. I too wish to observe the combat styles of this world. It might prove beneficial later. Goodness, this little fox was quite persuasive. Let us hurry. If we delay, we might miss the bus. Huh? Did you just change the topic? I was slightly tempted by its words, but feared detection. Kyubi, can you make yourself invisible? Such a simple technique. Who can't do it? TCH, I can't. It raised a finger, smugly gazing at me, but I noticed it was still visible. Don't worry, only you can see me now. Oh, there's such a thing as directional invisibility? Fantastic. I immediately flattered it. Hey, can you teach me? I'll learn after watching the commotion. It flicked its tail and prepared to leave. You go ahead. I'm not going invisible. Be careful not to get hurt. Don't make me make you disappear. I threatened. Haha, I'm off. Take your time practicing. Once it left, I asked the system. System, can I use ninjutsu taught by others? Ding. The host can only use ninjutsu provided by the system. I understood. This wretched system was afraid I would become self-sufficient, leaving it without an opportunity to embarrass me. Fine. I want to learn it. I summoned my shadow clone and began sparring with myself, honing my combat techniques while refining my chakra. Before long, Kyubi suddenly reappeared above my head, looking bewildered. Huh? I was just watching the commotion. How did I suddenly come back? Did you do this? Not at all. I've been training. It remained skeptical, vanishing once more to observe the excitement. Just as I was engrossed in my practice, a loud scream pierced the air, and a figure fell from the sky. Turning, I realized, to my surprise, it was Zoro, Flying Thunder God. I instantly appeared in his trajectory, catching him securely. What happened? Is the sky fun? That rubber bastard. I will chop him down. Ha. So you were thrown by him. Stop laughing. Be careful, or I'll chop you too. I noticed the massive wound on his chest, stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, bleeding profusely. Goodness, this injury was rare even in modern medicine. I grew serious. You're quite the monster. Doesn't this hurt? As I spoke, I absent-mindedly poked at his wound. What the hell? Of course it hurts, you bastard. He yelped, hitting a high note. Since I lacked healing techniques, I could only let him endure, until I heard a loud crash, signifying Arlong's defeat. Activating the Flying Thunder God, I arrived at the scene just in time to witness the iconic moment. Luffy bellowing to the heavens. Nami, you are my crewmate. The female lead covered her face in tears, creating an entire idol drama scene. Speaking of idol dramas, one must have a nuisance to stir chaos. This ends here. Indeed, Captain Mouse arrived with the Navy, declaring their intent to confiscate Arlong's assets. I climbed atop a wall and waved at them. Hey, comrades of the Navy, your efforts are commendable. Come over here. As they turned, I unleashed a fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged forward, causing the group to leap in panic. I seized the nearly unconscious Colonel Mouse and tossed him before Nami. Nami, he's in your hands now. Nami approached with a sly grin, and then began a flurry of strikes. Arlong's crew was defeated, and Colonel Mouse was dealt with before being let go. The villagers, filled with joy, set off to celebrate. At the feast, Usopp pointed at me. Hey, Hikari no Tsuke, why are you so clean? Did you not engage seriously in battle? Luffy, with his mouth stuffed with meat, mumbled. If Hikari no Tsuke were to exert his full strength, we wouldn't even need to fight. He has learned a new move and swooped in to save me. At that moment, Sanji approached with something in hand. I took a look and realized it was my Flying Thunder God Kunai, discovered on the wall of the pool. He gazed at me and said, the injuries to Arlong were inflicted by you, right? Sanji and I exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding between us. He produced a cigarette and gestured for me to take one. I accepted, igniting it with fire release, and took a delightful puff. Cough, cough, cough. Goodness, this smoke is too strong. Sanji tucked away the cigarette, a smirk on his face. All right, next up is date time. I chuckled and leapt onto the platform Usopp had built. Usopp led the cheer. Ninja, ninja, watch closely. Multiple shadow clone technique. The villagers were utterly mesmerized. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water prison technique. The following day, we set sail. Nami wove through the crowd, leaping onto the ship with her arms raised high, causing everyone to wonder what she was up to. Suddenly, a shower of wallets rained down. She picked one up and blew a kiss. Take care, everyone. A whale erupted from the shore. On the calm sea, the Mary slowly advanced. Nami was haggling with a newsbird for a newspaper. I could hardly bear to watch. It's just a couple of newspapers and you don't have to save money for Arlong anymore. Is it really necessary? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Nami shot me a glare. Precisely because I don't have to save for him, I must save for myself. All right. She grabbed the newspaper and a piece of paper fell out. Luffy picked it up and exclaimed a bounty notice. Wow, 30 million berries. He beamed like a fool. I quickly flipped through the newspaper, confirming that he was the only one featured, and sighed in relief. Thankfully, I could continue to survive and develop. Sanji leaned closer. Nanny, a long-nosed character, and they didn't feature me? It's just the back of the head. What is there to be proud of? Sanji said with a hint of jealousy. Nami, looking at the bounty notice, became serious. We can't linger in the East Blue. We must quickly enter the Grand Line. She produced a sea chart, indicating a place for resupply. Lobetown, also known as the land of beginning and end. Upon hearing that it was the place where Pirate King Roger was executed, Luffy's eyes lit up. We must go. Lobetown. Heh. An opportunity to draw character cards is at hand. I inquired about the location and dashed ahead through the sea. QB, I have a question for you. How do you deal with an enemy that is smoke? What? Such an enemy exists? Is smoke a part of his body? QB also found it perplexing. If all else fails, just blow it away with wind. Right? You're a genius. But I don't know wind release. Then I'm out of options. I smiled mysteriously. Heh. No worries, I'll head to Crowded Place. I sent a clone to stake out the Navy headquarters, preparing to draw cards for Smoker and Tashigi. I complained to the system about always running aimlessly with no target in sight. Unexpectedly, the system agreed and provided me with a list of character cards and missions for Lowtown. Smoker, Tashigi, Dragon. The main mission is to help Luffy escape, with side missions including rescuing Luffy, defeating Smoker, and helping Zoro acquire a sword. Just as I was about to praise its newfound humanity, it promptly followed up with, ding. Based on the host request, this system has successfully completed an upgrade. The number of times the host is slapped in the face after completing a mission is doubled. Huh? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me earlier? What's wrong? QB asked. Don't mention it. I just did something foolish and brought trouble upon myself. The thought of being slapped twice as much in the future made my heart sink. Speaking of which, I need to prepare to confront Smoker. I wanted to merge with QB and try out the Sage Fox mode, but upon attempting, The system warned of initiating self-destruct mode due to rejecting foreign entities. System. Why can't I merge with QB? Ding. The current version of this system is too low, easily detectable by intruders. An upgrade to version 40 is required. I glanced at my version. It was only 20. ISNT, this is scam? I can't use my self-created techniques, nor can I learn any. How can I become stronger? The system replied. After this version upgrade, the host will be able to freely use any techniques. I understood. It wanted to slap me 20 times instead of just 10 before lifting the restrictions. Fine, you're something else, my dear system. Playtime aside, tasks still await. I rummaged through the system space for quite a while before finally finding a water release technique I had drawn earlier. Previously, I lacked the chakra to use it, but now it indicated a minimum chakra requirement of 2,000, just right. I instructed 2 clones to act as power banks while I boldly strode into the Navy base, preparing to call out Smoker for a duel. Good afternoon. Is anyone here? I'm here to... Ah, you finally arrived? We've been waiting for ages. A middle-aged Navy officer spotted me and immediately shoved a broom and mop into my hands, looking quite displeased. I heard from the old man that you work diligently. So no more chatter. Get to work. What the heck? I was taken aback. I came to challenge, not to clean. Hey, don't push. I'm here to find Colonel Smoker. All right, I know. Just finish your work, and I'll tell the colonel to give you a raise. Do a good job. The officer pushed me into the restroom and turned to leave. What the heck? Make me clean the toilet. Just as I was about to toss the tools aside, Smoker emerged from within, adjusting his pants. Ding! Host has encountered the Smoker. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward. Sharingan now being distributed. Slap. 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 The system showed no mercy, delivering 20 slaps that left me seeing stars. You must be here to replace that old man, right? Smoker remarked, observing my swollen face. You don't look too well. How about I give you double pay? What the heck? I don't want a salary. I want to challenge you. After being slapped by the system, I even forgot his name, stammering for a moment without recalling it. Noticing my silence, he casually remarked, "Don't worry, it's definitely double," before turning away. I hastily chased after him, but as I turned, I bumped into a woman. She was crouched down, fiddling with a knife, mumbling about my eyes. I thought to myself, "You're the one with the issue. You clearly ran into me." Finally, she found her glasses and put them on. I could finally see it was Tashiji. Ding. Host has encountered Tashiji. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward. Transformation technique now being distributed. Slap. 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 Another round of 20 slaps followed. Tashiji had intended to argue a bit, but upon seeing my already swollen face, now even more swollen, her sympathy surged, and she insisted on taking me to see a doctor. She linked her arm with mine, her strength considerable, leaving me with no chance to resist. I was unsure whether it was from the system's slaps or her collision, but blood slowly trickled from my nose. After stuffing 2 large cotton balls in my nostrils, the doctor promptly ushered me out of the clinic. As he closed the door, he scolded me. LSP. I thought to myself, he can't be referring to me. He must be talking about Tashiji, a lovely special person. Indeed, a cute and special individual. This doctor truly knows how to judge character. Tashiji led me back, her curiosity piqued. Hey, you must be the one introduced by the old man, right? Upon observing your tattoo, I perceived its profound essence. I glanced down at the mark of the flying thunder god upon my wrist and thought, can I truly confide in you? With a swift turn of my mind, I fabricated a tale. Ah, indeed, it was my grandfather who inked this, and it is called a fuga. You see, it features a goose, a Buddha, and a dove. To my astonishment, she believed me, her face radiating admiration. Wow, is there a story behind it? I stifled a laugh and solemnly spun my yarn. The goose symbolizes strength, the Buddha represents faith, and the dove signifies peace. Foge, dois-vous comprendre? However, she seemed perplexed by the peculiar name. I could not allow her to inquire further, lest my ruse be unveiled. Ha ha ha, thank you, but I must attend to my duties. Farewell. I hastily departed, urging her to locate your Suolong and not to impede my important tasks. Yet, as I turned away, I found myself dashing toward the restroom in confusion. What was I doing here? Did I truly think I was merely here to clean? I hastily discarded the cleaning supplies and made my way to Smoker's office. Perhaps my earlier antics had made a lasting impression, for I encountered no hindrance along the way. They likely assumed I was there to collect my wages. Upon entering Smoker's office, he did not even glance up. Oh, you have arrived. Here is your salary. Thank you for your hard work. I accepted the stack of bills, and to my surprise, it was quite a generous sum. My wretched muscle memory kicked in, and I instinctively bent at the waist, muttering, you see, I feel quite embarrassed. Please let me know if there's anything else. I nodded and bowed as I retreated, but just as I closed the door, a realization struck me. What on earth was I doing? I nearly forgot my true purpose. Without a moment's hesitation, I kicked the door open with a resounding crash. Smoker, I have come to challenge you. He appeared taken aback. Surely not. I believe I have compensated you adequately. There is no need for a duel. Who mentioned money? I am a pirate. Now, can you truly hear me? I cannot be bothered with idle chatter, revealing my true identity directly. This man despises pirates, a fact I was well aware of. Indeed, as soon as the word pirate escaped my lips, his expression shifted dramatically, and smoke began to emanate from his entire being. I'm not one for jest. I chuckled. A Logia user, the smoke fruit. It is an honor to finally meet you. I fear you may struggle to handle me. No sooner had I spoken than I vanished from his sight. In the next moment, his fist struck the very spot I had just occupied. After that display, he realized I was no ordinary foe. I stood at the window, waving at him. Let us fight outside, but do take care not to harm your lovely subordinates. With that, I hurled a kunai, using the mark of the flying thunder god to disappear once more. Smoker inhaled deeply on his cigar, transforming into a cloud of dense smoke, pursuing me to the seaside. I had made it clear from the outset that I would hold nothing back. He still feigned bravado. Soon enough, he would have cause to lament. I stood less than a meter from the water's edge. Those who understand know that one must be near the water to unleash their full potential. Smoker's white serpent lunged at me, and I swiftly released a kunai, my flying thunder god coordinates filling the air. I danced in that area, evading his grasp. Frustrated by his inability to catch me, he began to expand the range of his smoke, transforming from a serpent into a massive cloud. At that moment, I understood his fruit's ability. The total volume of smoke is fixed. As the distance increased, the concentration diminished. As the area expanded, it lost focus. An opportunity arose. I unleashed the two pre-prepared Senjutsu chakra batteries, instantly releasing their power. The Senjutsu chakra surged through my body. Just as Smoker thrust his sea stone-imbued javelins toward me, I, in sage mode, formed the frog hand seal, shattering his treasured javelin with a resounding clap. Seizing the moment of his surprise, I leapt onto the water surface, swiftly forming seals, water release, great water prison technique. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. A colossal, olive-shaped water prison erupted from the depths, enclosing both him and me within. Though my swimming skills were mediocre compared to Smoker, who faltered in water, I was akin to Phelps. I utilized the flying thunder god to escape, leaving him floundering within the water sphere. Observing his struggles, I realized I had overexerted myself for these land dwellers. A simple water prison technique would suffice, and I had squandered so much chakra. As he neared his limit, I quickly dispelled the technique. Smoker collapsed onto the shore with a splash. Ding! A notification echoed in my mind. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed side quest. Reward: Wind Element Chakra now distributed. Following this, I received a flurry of rewards. At last, my foundational attributes were complete. I hurried over to administer CPR. Coughing, he regained consciousness. His first words being, "Who exactly are you? Why did you save me? I am Guangji Zhu. I believe you're a good person. You scoundrel. How dare you humiliate me?" A misunderstanding. I quickly clarified I saw that little girl with the ice cream, and you were quite gentle with her. He fell silent, then asked, "Are you truly a pirate?" "Yes, indeed." "Oh, my apologies, but I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." It suddenly struck me that Luffy and the others must have landed, and I needed to hurry to them. With a flying thunder god, I zipped to Zoro's side. "Oh, Guangji Zhu, how did you end up here? You have a scent of battle about you." "Goodness, Zoro has quite a keen nose." "Oh." I felt seasick and took a stroll. "Where are you headed?" I glanced at the naval base behind him. It became clear he had likely been conscripted by Tashigi to do cleaning duties once more. "Oh, I'm going to buy 2 swords." Zoro awkwardly urged me forward, afraid I would discover he had just emerged from the naval base. "By the way, the weapon store is to the left. Why are you pushing me to the right?" "Zoro, this route fumbling is truly hopeless." Upon arriving at the lavish weapon store, Zoro halted before the price list. I understood. He had no money. Habitually, I reached into my pocket, only to discover the wages Smoker had given me. I swiftly produced the cash and handed it to Zoro. "Here, take this. This fortune is rightfully yours." To be honest, I accomplished nothing to earn this money, while Zoro had to clean without a single cent. The disparity was glaring. Zoro entered the shop, surveying the inexpensive items with disdain, while the items he coveted were beyond his means, reminiscent of my past shoe shopping experiences. Upon exiting, I led him directly to the dilapidated shop of the Mediterranean old man. I dashed to rummage through the 2 cluttered barrels, while Zoro was distracted by the proprietor, examining the display case. Something is amiss. Where could it be? Do fate and I simply not align? I approached the counter, thumping my palm on the surface. Hey, where's that curse blade? Both the proprietor and Zoro stared at me, astonished. The proprietor stammered in fright. How do you know about it? I ignored him, tossing money onto the counter and turning to Zoro. Zoro, search those barrels. It should be in there. I cannot discern which one. This money is all yours. But keep it discreet. We are, after all, pirates. Just then, a voice from the entrance called out, Ko-and-I-G-Wa. Lo, and behold, the sword maiden had indeed arrived. Upon entering, she spotted Zoro, and then me. Oh, the A-Fuga that your grandfather tattooed. What brings you here? Ha, all this? Can you guess? Zoro wore a perplexed expression. That string of names belongs to you? I whispered to him. Mind your business, quickly find the sword. Then I turned to the sword maiden, chuckling. I came to do some cleaning. Once I'm done, farewell. I had no desire to linger with her. I hid outside and watched as Zoro enacted that classic scene of closing his eyes and spinning the sword, impressing even the proprietor, who willingly gifted him the blade. Strolling down the street, Zoro joyfully caressed his 3 swords, the black, white, and red trio officially united. Another notification chimed in my mind. Congratulations, host successfully completed side quest. Assisted Zoro in obtaining a renowned sword. Reward. Hashirama cell fusion rate increased by 15. I finally understood. These side quests required no special attention, as the narrative would unfold of its own accord. The system merely seeks an excuse to slap me. Very well. I shall refrain from meddling and proceed directly to enhance my character card by defeating the dragon. Stealthily, I arrived at the execution platform and hid atop a roof. Peering down, I was astonished to see Luffy already pinned to the execution platform by Buggy. Luffy bellowed, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Buggy raised his sword, declaring die. With no mercy, he brought down the blade. Luffy closed his eyes, ready to utter his last words. Kazuki, Zoro, Sanji, I'm sorry. I'm going to die. Hey, is this a trick? I swiftly appeared beside Luffy, my Rasengan crackling with energy, and struck Buggy's sword, which melted away like ice cream. Hey, Luffy, have a bit of faith in my speed. I kicked Buggy away and unleashed another Rasengan that shattered the wooden platform. We must hurry. The Marines are coming. I teleported with Luffy back to Zoro and Sanji's side, and the 4 of us dashed towards the port. Hey, Kazuki, can't you teleport us all? Zoro shouted while running. I don't have that much chakra. I retorted, stop talking and run. However, around the next corner, we collided with the sword-wielding girl. You are Roronoa Zoro, she exclaimed, already drawing her blade. Zoro halted. You guys go ahead. I pulled Sanji, who was about to lecture her, saying, hurry, that's Zoro's wife. Let's not interfere in their quarrel. Nanny. Sanji was utterly flabbergasted. We maneuvered past them. But the sword girl spotted me. Abiochidori Fuga, you're also a pirate. Stop. She swung her sword at me. Zoro, it's your turn. I accelerated away as I heard the metallic clash of Zoro blocking her attack. Just around the next corner stood Smoker, cigar in mouth. Monkey D. Luffy, I told you. If you can't defeat me, don't even think about going to the Grand Line. Oh no, I had forgotten about him. Fearing his words, I chuckled nervously. What a coincidence. The weather is lovely today. Everyone looked at me as if I were foolish. Luffy shouted, you guys go ahead. As I dashed past Smoker, I whispered, take it easy. Then I vanished in a hurry. Hiding behind a corner, my heart raced. The most enigmatic man in One Piece was about to make his entrance. Luffy was already on the ground beneath Smoker's weight, and just as Smoker was about to deal the final blow, I clearly saw that man appear as if from thin air. Goodness, that was truly a manifestation of spatial powers. A strong gust of wind swept in, and he seized Smoker's 10 hands. Smoker turned, his expression shifting, dragon. A flash of lightning illuminated the tattoos on his face. Monkey D. Dragon. With a fierce glare, Dragon summoned another gust, sending both Luffy and Smoker flying. As the wind subsided and rain began to fall, I slowly stepped from the alley, gazing at his retreating figure. Hey, he turned to leave, and my mind raced, blurting out, is Sabo all right? Dragon halted his steps and turned to look at me. He did not answer, but inquired, are you Luffy's companion? Ding. Detected that the host has encountered the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, successfully unlocking a character card. Reward: 1 chakra fusion card is now issued. When I regained my senses from the system slap, Dragon had already vanished. Though we exchanged few words, I had gained a card, which was not a loss. I performed a flying thunder god technique and directly boarded the Going Merry. As soon as I stepped on the ship, Luffy, accompanied by Zoro and Sanji, crashed into the main sail using a rubber slingshot. The crew was assembled. Brothers, set sail. For the Grand Line. At Luffy's command, everyone began to shout their dreams in turn. Sanji, I will find all blue. Luffy, I will become the Pirate King. Zoro, I will become the greatest swordsman. Nami, I will chart the world. Usopp, I will become a brave warrior of the sea. I will become the strongest ninja. The Going Merry surged through the storm towards the Grand Line. Riding against the currents, we began to ascend the Red Line. Suddenly, the ship's rudder snapped, and as we were about to crash, Luffy used a rubber balloon technique, bouncing the ship back on course. We descended from the mountaintop, piercing through the clouds, only to be met by a colossal black wall. The ship was moving too fast to stop. My mind raced, contemplating which jutsu could halt the ship. The summoning technique. QB, hurry, tailed beast bomb, break through that wall ahead. QB stood on my head, charging the tailed beast bomb. Just as we were on the brink of disaster, a thunderous crash echoed as the Going Merry came to an abrupt halt. I turned to see Luffy had used the cannon's recoil to stop the ship. Just as I thought to commend his brilliance, he dashed onto the deck and, facing the massive whale Laboon, unleashed a rubber gunshot that struck directly in its eye. At that moment, I thought, this is the end, we are doomed. The three of us, myself, Zoro, and Sanji, synchronized perfectly and kicked him down. Shut up. Laboon opened its mouth wide, swallowing us, ship and all. When I opened my eyes again, I found ourselves floating beneath an artificial sky. Not far away, an old man with a flower blooming from his head slowly approached. His gaze was fierce, emanating a murderous aura as he walked towards us before plopping down in a lounge chair to read the newspaper. We dare not breathe. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened, and his aura exploded. Stop. People Vildi. My goodness, how imposing. Simultaneously, the system's notifications sounded. Detected that the host has encountered the lighthouse keeper, Crocus, successfully unlocking a character card. Reward: a technique, Amaterasu, is now issued. At that moment, my mind buzzed. Amaterasu, this was a power that could take down 7 foes. I was terrifyingly strong. Akainu, come out and take your beating. But therein lay the issue. I currently possessed only a single Tomo Sharingan. It could be ages before I awakened the Mangekyo. I sighed and began to tally my recent rewards. I also had a chakra fusion card that could merge any 2 attributes to achieve a bloodline limit effect. My water and earth had already fused due to Hashirama's cells, and I now had wind, fire, and lightning. After much deliberation, should I use wind and earth for a sand release, or wind and water for an ice release? Finally, I slapped my thigh, making a decision. Fire and earth. I wanted to create a magma release like Akainu's to play with. But guess what happened? I eagerly clicked, and the system popped up a window. Failure to use. I was furious and argued with the system, only for it to tell me to read the manual. What a surprise. Squinting my eyes, I saw a tiny line of text in the lower right corner of the card. Chakra must exceed 10,000. Does anyone understand this? After all this time, it turns out my chakra was insufficient. Was this merely a digital trick? What else could I do but train? I asked QB how to rapidly increase chakra, but he said he had no clue, wondering how a pure energy being could accumulate energy. Perhaps I was naive. Forget it. Let me check the new task. Ding. Phase task. Eliminate Mr. 5 and his partner. Character card. Princess Vivi, Nico Robin. Very well, the target is clear. As I contemplated, the ship had already exited Laboon's belly, and Luffy was already engaged in a pact with the whale. I looked up to find 2 strangers aboard, a man and a woman. The woman looked familiar, so I approached her and asked, "Beautiful lady, have we met somewhere before?" She was startled and shook her head vigorously. Then the system chimed, detected Princess Vivi, unlocking character card. Reward: multiplication technique. Immediately following was the familiar sound of slaps, causing Weiwei and the adjacent Mr. 9 to stare in disbelief, quietly speculating whether I had succumbed to some sporadic affliction. Allow me to clarify. It is you 2 who ought to be concerned about your mental faculties. With my newfound skills invigorating me, I dashed across the surface of the sea to commence my training. Jiulama, concealed within my being, was thoroughly entertained by the antics of Luffy and his crew, laughing heartily while tugging at my hair. Indifferent to its mischief, I resolved to attempt something grand, testing my wind release. Rasengan. As the Sage mode activated and chakras surged. The cacophony and gale that ensued were astonishing. Yet, before I could launch the shuriken, it vanished with a puff, a system notification appearing. Current technique has been disabled. I was truly exasperated. This system was excessively stingy. However, it clarified that it wasn't entirely unusable. I merely needed to accept the face-slapping reward for my new skill. Fine. To grow stronger, I shall endure. A flurry of slaps followed, the system even landing 20 additional strikes, euphemistically termed an early version unlocking fee. Alright then, it was finally usable. Just as I wrapped things up, the weather of the Grand Line began to spiral into chaos, alternating between snow and thunder. Nami was busily whirling around like a top, and after much effort, we managed to break free from the storm's grasp, collapsing onto the deck in exhaustion. At that moment, Zoro, the slumbering deity, stretched and complained about her laxness. Nami erupted in fury, delivering 2 powerful punches that sent Zoro rebounding off the deck. The sight was painful to behold, prompting me to retreat into the cabin. Upon my emergence, we had arrived at Whiskey Peak. The townsfolk exhibited an unsettlingly exuberant hospitality, offering food and drink entirely free of charge. Naturally, Luffy and his gluttonous companions accepted every offering, yet Zoro, Nami, and I remained cautious. I sampled a few morsels before slipping away, preparing for the evening's skirmish. Mr. Five was the bomb man, partnered with someone capable of weight manipulation. I pondered whether my Sharingan could replicate his explosive projectiles. Ultimately, I dismissed the idea as distasteful and decided to engage him with explosive tags instead, to see whose artistry proved superior. That night, I perched atop a rooftop, beckoning Giolama to witness Zoro single-handedly dispatch 100 bounty hunters. Giolama proceeded to enlighten me, stating that the samurai of the Naruto world could channel chakra into their blades, a formidable concept indeed. Realization struck me. Evidently, Mihawk had been toying with me during our previous encounter. My current prowess was woefully inadequate. I must maintain a low profile and transform during battles, relying on the element of surprise. As Zoro concluded his bout, Mr. Five and his partner appeared, swaggering into view. I transformed into Naruto-esque likeness, leaping to block their path. In the name of Uzumaki Naruto, I declared. Giolama, clearly exasperated, slapped the back of my head. Ignoring him, I taunted Mr. Five. I hear you're the bomb man. How fortuitous, for I too dabble in demolitions. Shall we compare notes? Initially, the duo maintained an air of superiority, dismissing me. I quickly upped the ante. ISNT at your employer's identity that's now compromised. I know who those two are. Once we finish our little tussle, I could assist in silencing them. Sound agreeable? They were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with murderous intent. Unperturbed, I initiated the flying thunder god technique. Before they could react, I had zipped behind them, plastering explosive tags upon each of them and marking my presence, only to instantly return to my original position. They perceived my movement as a mere flicker, assuming their vision had blurred in the dim light. Mr. Five mocked my shuriken, suggesting I aimed to trip him. I smiled subtly, forming a hand seal. Explosion. Boom. The two were sent sprawling. I swiftly teleported to the woman's side, pinning her hands to the ground with kunai, delivering a fierce warning against any movement. She was rendered speechless, likely shocked by my ruthless demeanor. Having secured her, I turned to Mr. Five, still feigning unconsciousness, and commanded, "Get up, let us continue our fight." He no longer exuded bravado, having lost a significant chunk of flesh from his leg, blood gushing unrestrained. He struggled to his feet, flinging a handful of blood at me, the droplets impacting the ground with surprising force. Did he believe that would be my demise? How naive. With my Sharingan activated, I anticipated his every move, seamlessly teleporting behind him yet again. "You're already dead," I whispered in his ear, simultaneously covering him in explosive tags. Having completed this task, my chakra reserves were nearly depleted. I strained to maintain an enigmatic facade, slowly retreating as his terrified gaze followed me into the darkness. The moment I turned the corner, I could no longer sustain my transformation and collapsed. Only after I had fainted did the two dare to remove the explosive tags from their necks, scrambling away in haste. As I lost consciousness, the system rewarded me. Chakra amount x10. I must say, this heartless system showed no compassion, continuing to dispense rewards even as I lay unconscious. Coincidentally, the sound of slaps caught Nami's attention as she discovered my plight and dragged me back. Upon awakening, I found myself jolted awake by Luffy, who had plopped down heavily, causing me to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just as I regained my footing, I heard a cacophony outside, only to realize Luffy and Zoro had engaged in a brawl. Indifferent to their antics, I approached Wei Wei and snatched her water flask belonging to her duck, Karu. Wei Wei gasped in surprise. How did you know its name is Karu? I wiped my mouth and cautiously revealed, a certain Mr. 5 came looking for you. I dealt with him. However, it appears Crocodile is already aware of your identities. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei and her bodyguard, Ikaram, turned pale. Ikaram, being seasoned, quickly regained composure and attempted to negotiate business with me. I had no time for such trivialities and shouted, Nami, business awaits. Nami, who had been busy fighting just moments prior, rushed over with sparkling eyes upon hearing my words. I disclosed Wei Wei's royal identity, effectively dismissing myself as I sought sustenance. Having satisfied my hunger, I opened the system panel and discovered that my chakra had just surpassed 10,000. Truly, my desires manifested. At last, my fusion card could be utilized. System fusion, water attribute and wind attribute. Ding. Successfully acquired bloodline limit. Ice release. Ecstatic I thought with ice release. I need not fear seasickness. I could simply freeze the ocean and walk across it. To Raftel, I shall stride. While I reveled in my success, a sudden explosion echoed from outside, signaling the destruction of Ikaram's decoy ship. Luffy, brimming with rage, stormed in, clutching Usopp with one hand and Sanji's leg with the other, shattering the wall as he barreled towards the ship. Just as we set sail, a sultry voice resonated, and upon turning, I was greeted by none other than Sister Robin, adorned with a cowboy hat and a purple leather coat. This intellectually captivating woman of 28 had captured my heart. As I gazed in admiration, a system notification chimed. Detected Nico Robin, unlocked character card. Rewarded water release, water transformation technique. Another barrage of slaps followed, eliciting laughter from Robin. I merely made a remark. There's no need for such severe punishment upon yourself. Later, Robin intended to provide us with a permanent pointer to steer clear of Little Garden. Yet Luffy, ever obstinate, smashed it. The next day, our ship arrived at Little Garden, accompanied by a new system mission, defeat Mr. 3. Luffy, Zoro, and the others disembarked to frolic, leaving only the timid duo of Nami and Usopp clinging to me, unwilling to let me venture forth. I pointed to the flying Thunder God seal on their wrists, instructing them to call for me if danger arose, before vanishing in a flash. I recalled that Mr. 3 was a user of the wax fruit, residing in a dilapidated shack. After a thorough search, I finally located him. In a bid to impress, I transformed into Sasuke before knocking on the door. A young girl answered, her gaze fixed on my handsome visage, momentarily stunned. Inside, Mr. 3 impatiently beckoned me to enter for tea. Seated, I casually complimented the tea before deliberately addressing him as Mr. 3. Instantly, he became wary, inquiring how I knew his identity. I simply pointed to the prominent 3 atop his head, leaving him utterly flustered. I then engaged him in conversation, deftly eliciting his confession of being a senior agent of Baroque Works through mere banter. The man, consumed by anger and humiliation, sought to confine me within a waxen cage. In retaliation, I unleashed a powerful fire technique, the Great Fireball Technique, incinerating his feeble attempt in an instant. Upon realizing my affinity for fire, he faltered and attempted to flee. However, I could not allow him to escape, so I feigned disinterest in fire and decided to toy with him a little longer. In truth, I am to experiment with the newly acquired single tomo Sharingan Jinjutsu. I commanded him to gaze into my eyes, casting the illusion, and he collapsed as if severed from the power of electricity, his eyes rolling back. Ding. Task completed. Reward. 1 Sharingan upgrade card. Another delightful slap in the face reward. The young girl nearby, mesmerized by my resemblance to Sasuke, seemed even more enthralled. In my irritation, I used my Sharingan to daze her as well. After dispelling the illusion, I returned to the ship, elated as I gazed upon the freshly obtained upgrade card, while others had to face dire consequences to awaken their eyes. I could upgrade mine with a mere click, an exhilarating experience indeed. Ding! Double Tomo Sharingan upgrade successful. Done. Next, I ventured forth to confront the 2 giants. I pondered whether my multiplication technique could render me larger than they. Upon locating the giants, I discovered they were already engaged in combat. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Giants towering over 20 meters exchanged blows, the clash of their weapons resonating in my ears. I stood perched atop a tree, thoroughly engrossed. Suddenly, I felt a voice calling out to me. I scanned my surroundings, but saw no one. Down here, you fool. As I glanced down low, and behold, it was Luffy. I inquired about his prolonged silence, only to find he had been compressed beneath a massive stone. He was there, drenched in sweat, shrieking about explosions and battles, causing me a headache. Hey, calm down. Speak normally, will you? Fortunately, Wei Wei was by my side, quickly clarifying the situation. I learned that the giant named Dongli had been drugged, yet he was still valiantly dueling another giant, Brogy. Luffy attempted to intervene, but was swiftly knocked beneath the stone by Dongli's hand. I observed that Dongli's movements were painfully slow, akin to a playback at 0.5 speed. Just as I noted this, Brogy's colossal axe descended from the heavens like a mountain. Dongli raised a shield in defense, but his injuries flared up, and he was on the brink of being cleaved in two. Multiplication technique. At that moment, I had no time to contemplate further. My height surged to 25 meters, and my fist, as large as a cauldron, collided with the giant axe. The resounding crash nearly perforated my eardrums. Who dares to interfere in the duel of the warriors of Elbaf? The thunderous roars came at me simultaneously. Had I inadvertently saved the wrong person? Ding! A notification echoed in my mind. Detected host encountering Dongli and Brogy. Unlocking character card. Reward. Wind release. Wind cutter technique has been granted. Before I could process this, Brogy shouted at me, "What's this? A fool has appeared. Stand back so you don't get splattered with blood." My frustration boiled over. Family, who understands? My actions were purely motivated by love. Had it not been for Luffy's gaze, I wouldn't have bothered with your petty affairs. Yet, I had no choice but to suppress my rage and explain. Pause. Your duel is unfair. Dongli has been drugged. What did you say, you little brat? Defiling the will of the Elbaf gods? Prepare to be cleaved. Brogy howled, and upon realizing his axe had been deflected by me, he charged at me with his shield. Curse it. You won't even let me finish speaking. What a lack of respect. My anger flared, and empowered by the multiplication technique, I delivered a heavy punch against the shield. Evenly matched? Nonsense. My hand felt as if it might shatter. The bones seemed to crumble. Yet, I maintained a facade of calm, unwilling to show weakness. This punch at least stunned him, causing him to stare blankly at me, and Dongli spat blood nearby. Who are you exactly? I swiftly dispelled the multiplication technique, hiding my trembling hand behind my back, desperately utilizing healing techniques to mend it while keeping my expression nonchalant. I told you, Dongli's drink was laced with explosives. Your duel has been manipulated and is now unfair. Silence. Dongli roared, sending my last words back down my throat. He huffed, arguing about divine will. It seemed futile to reason with these stubborn old warriors. Very well, Brogy has heard the truth. You shall sort this out yourselves. I am off to rescue my captain. Farewell. My hand throbbed painfully, and I hurried to Luffy's side, using my other usable hand to form a Rasengan, beginning to drill into the stone. Light, you're incredible. You managed to withstand a giant's blow. Luffy, oblivious, continued to express admiration, unaware of the tremors coursing through my back. Only Wei Wei, the good child, noticed but was considerate enough not to expose me. Once Luffy was free, he bellowed toward the sky. Who dares to place bombs in the wine? I will not forgive them. I had no strength left. My chakra was nearly depleted. And after multiplying, healing, and forming the Rasengan, I collapsed onto the ground. Just then, a massive explosion erupted from the edge of the forest, sending Luffy, Wei Wei, and me tumbling to the ground. From the smoke emerged two figures, one with a wild hairstyle and the other holding an umbrella. I can't believe you actually dared to come, I muttered, feeling my consciousness fade and pain radiating throughout my body. The combat experience and fatigue from my clone surged within me, nearly rendering me unconscious. Thankfully, the excruciating pain in my arm kept me alert. Soon after, Mr. 3 appeared, ensnaring us all in his wax. My frustration peaked. In my current state, Mr. 5 and Mr. 3 would not recognize me, or they would not dare to act so brazenly in my presence. Hey, you waxy fools, those two giants are worth 200 million berries. They belong to me. Mr. 3 pretended to sip red tea. I was immobilized, yet I secretly gathered chakra, hoping to enter sage mode. However, the more I rushed, the more I struggled to calm my mind, making it impossible to enter, as we were about to be turned into wax figures. Zoro's eyes turned red as he glanced at me. Hey, Light, are you done yet? Just a moment, please don't act rashly. I knew he wanted to cut off their legs, but could I allow that? My anxiety caused me to sweat profusely. Suddenly, I spotted the explosive man. And it struck me. I was foolish. I had something that didn't require chakra. I hastily retrieved explosive tags from my space, disregarding everything else, and tossed them in front of me. After a series of explosions, I was left bloodied, but finally able to move. I retaliated by tossing a handful of explosive tags towards Zoro and Luffy. Bang, bang, bang. Luffy, Zoro, take them down. Understood. I need not worry further. These two would surely beat the opposition to a pulp. As I slumped to the ground, I began to reflect. Running out of chakra transformed me into a weakling. This wouldn't do. I needed to learn from Tsunade about sealing techniques to store chakra for future use. While I contemplated my future, the battle had concluded. The two of them, however, stood over Wei Wei, now encased in wax, one preparing to slice with a knife, the other to smash with his fists. Furious, I lunged forward, delivering a punch to each of their heads. Are you trying to kill them? Get lost. After a brief rest, my chakra had somewhat replenished, and forming a small fireball technique was manageable. Once everyone was freed, Sanji returned with a permanent pointer to Alabasta, and we hosted a barbecue party, simultaneously using healing techniques to mend everyone's wounds. As for Nami's viral infection, I truly had no solution and chose to feign ignorance. Just as our ship departed from the little garden, an enormous goldfish, as large as the island itself, emerged. I jested with Usopp. Hey, long-nosed one, your boast has come true. Quickly, strike it down with a sword. Stop joking. I was just boasting. Who would have known it was real? As the echoes of my words faded, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Bagua! The formidable shock wave pierced through the Dao beast, and our merry ship soared into the sky. Once the vessel stabilized, I approached Zoro. Hey, could you have withstood that blow? Do you wish for me to meet my demise? Zoro, ever modest, was unaware that 2 years later he would indeed endure such a strike. I stroked my chin, pondering how I would respond. Would a five-fold Razaman withstand it? I inquired further. Zoro, can you strike distant foes with your sword now? That I truly cannot. Sanji, passing by, chimed in. You could hurl your sword. After all, you possess 3 of them. What are you saying, you fool? I laughed heartily as I walked away, glancing back to see Zoro gazing towards the giant, then examining his own swords. I knew then that the seed of his ambition to strike had been sown within him. On board the ship, everyone had their own thoughts. Luffy and Usopp dreamt of Giant Island, slightly troubled by the nation. Zoro was in intense training. I was at the stern, cultivating sage mode. Suddenly, Nami collapsed. I rushed over to check her temperature. My goodness, it was 40 degrees Celsius. Her life was in peril. My healing abilities were utterly ineffective. I informed them that we must locate a doctor within 5 days, or Nami would be in grave danger. Nami stubbornly insisted she was fine and wanted to head to Alabasta. Ultimately, I decided we must save Nami first. A sly grin crept upon my face. Luffy, there's actually another way. In the next moment, I carried Nami on my back, racing alongside Luffy across the frozen sea. I apologized, Kazuki, for being a burden to everyone. Nami weakly replied, silly, I just need a nap. I continued to use my ice release to freeze the sea, but the physical toll was immense. Noticing my exhaustion, Luffy took Nami from me. Kazuki, focus on paving the way. Leave the rest to me. After switching, our speed indeed increased significantly. Just then, an island appeared before us. The system's notification sounded, indicating our task was to find Chopper and unlock Dr. Koreha. Oh, we had reached Chopper's territory. Luffy, do you see that tallest mountain resembling a chimney? I do. No matter what happens, carry Nami and keep climbing. Leave everything else to me. Understood. As soon as Luffy landed, dozens of dark muzzles of guns aimed at him. The leader, a burly man in a military coat. Why? It was Dalton. I had just stepped ashore, exhausted, leaning against Luffy for support. Among the villagers, a nervous fellow accidentally fired his gun, the bullet grazing my arm. My temper flared. Why target me when Luffy is such a larger target? Do you possess the skill of precise targeting? Anger surged through me as I swiftly formed hand seals. Ninja art, wind release, wind cutter technique. A fierce gust swept through, instantly snapping their guns in half. Luffy, go now. I'll handle this. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy dashed up the mountain with Nami. Seeing this, Dalton transformed into his bull form, preparing to pursue. But I swiftly interposed myself before him. Water release, water barrier. A cylindrical wall of water encased him in an instant. I shouted to the villagers. I told you we came to find a doctor. Why don't you believe me? With that, I dismissed them and vanished, chasing after Luffy. Once Dalton broke free and learned I had harmed no one, he surprisingly caught up with us, offering 2 warm coats. This guy can be quite generous. He truly provides equipment when needed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I returned the favor with a piece of information. Your King Wapple has been sighted in the nearby waters. Prepare yourselves. Just as I donned the coat, a herd of enormous rabbits, larger than polar bears, sprang from the snowy terrain, charging towards us. Ignore them. Keep running. I shouted to Luffy, summoning multiple shadow clones to control the rabbits with my water prison technique. However, just as I caught up to Luffy, a massive wave of even more rabbits appeared. They circled around us, freeing their trapped companions, then dashed downhill without a backward glance. I was still pondering this when Luffy suddenly yelled, "Kazuki, run! An avalanche is coming." I turned to see the snow at the mountain's peak beginning to slide. Reaching our feet in the blink of an eye, with a swift teleport, I appeared beside Luffy, forming hand seals rapidly. Ninja art ice release, freeze technique. An ice shelter emerged instantly, but the avalanche was too swift. I couldn't reinforce it in time. The snow surged forward, engulfing me and the ice house, leaving only Luffy and Nami behind. I managed to shout, "Luffy, save Nami first. Don't worry about me," before being completely buried by the thick snow. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Zoro lowered his binoculars, shouting, "Hey, come out. Kazuki's compatriots have arrived." Everyone rushed to the deck to see a colossal hippopotamus transformed into a ship, surrounded by soldiers. A short and stout man appeared before us, crunching on a knife. "I'm the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom. Hand over your compass and treasures." With that, he opened his mouth wide and bit off a large piece of the Mary's railing. Sanji and Zoro swiftly dispatched the minions. I gazed at the short man, my eyes sparkling. "I must tell you, that is the Gomu Gomu no Mi, a divine fruit, theoretically capable of consuming anything. It can even merge abilities. If Luffy were to consume it, he could swallow the entire world and reconstitute it, becoming a creator deity, far beyond a sun god. Yet, such a powerful fruit was consumed by this imbecile. I hurriedly questioned the system. "Hey system, can that fruit's power be extracted?" Ding, this system does not comprehend. A devil fruit. You don't know what a devil fruit is? Ding, this system does not understand what the host is referring to. What? You are a system in a pirate world, yet you don't know about devil fruits? You can't be an AI. Perhaps you're merely an artificial idiot. Alas, it seems I'll have to negotiate with Blackbeard later. For now, I halted Zoro and Sanji, who were ready to act. "Wait, watch me." I turned to Usopp, "Protect my body." Then I gestured towards Wapple. "Ninja art, mind transfer technique." My consciousness instantly entered Wapple's body, watching my own form slowly collapse to the ground, while Usopp remained unmoved. I immediately erupted. "Hey Usopp, you scoundrel, didn't I tell you to protect my body?" Everyone was taken aback, gathering around me to investigate. Controlling Wapple's body, I winked at Sanji. "Hey, Sanji, should I control Nami's body for a little intimate encounter?" "Sure, let's discuss that later." To my surprise, Sanji seemed genuinely interested. The soldiers, witnessing their king's camaraderie with us, were bewildered. A young soldier tentatively asked, "Lord Wapple, shall we still seize the ship?" I then remembered the main issue and cleared my throat. "You all should return. I need to have an earnest discussion with my friends. Alternatively, you may disperse." With that, I slipped away, but just as I took a few steps, disaster struck. Wapple's body began to reject me. "No way. Can a cooked duck still fly?" Reluctantly, I had no choice but to retreat. I controlled Wapple's rotund form and dove into the frigid sea. Amid the soldiers' horrified cries, my consciousness swiftly returned to my own body. Without hesitation, I leaped in after him, forming hand seals rapidly. Water release, water transformation technique. I must say, the sensation was extraordinary. My entire being became as transparent as water, completely merging with the sea. I relied on electronic invisibility, ensuring no one could detect me. Silently, I glided alongside Wapple. While I couldn't take him away just yet, I had to leave my mark. With a snap, I placed a flying Thunder God seal firmly on him. "Little brother, you have been GPS locked. There is no escape." After accomplishing this, I returned to the Mary. Observing the frantic efforts of the group across from me as they attempted to rescue someone, I found myself momentarily at a loss, lacking the divine space to contain him. After attending to this matter, we resumed our journey. However, the worry etched on Wei Wei's face was palpable, as she was evidently concerned for Nami. Upon noticing the distress of the goddess, Sanji immediately felt a pang of sympathy and approached with a drink, suggesting, "Shall we go over and take a look?" I took a sip of my beverage and casually remarked, "Relax. What danger could possibly lurk over there? Besides, with both Luffy and my original self present, healing Nami should be a matter of mere moments." Yet before I could swallow my drink, my doppelganger vanished. The entire crew erupted in chaos, ready to turn back. In this critical moment, it was Zoro who intervened, calmly stating, "Do not panic." Before his departure, Kazuki Oden mentioned that his doppelganger had a time limit, and the time has now expired. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. As the crowd dispersed, Sanji sidled up to Zoro, lighting a cigarette and squinting, inquired, "Is that true, Green Algae Head? If anything were to happen to Nami, I will hold you accountable." Zoro gazed out at the sea, his expression grim. Yet he feigned confidence, stating it should be fine. Sanji was taken aback, surprised that Zoro had learned to deceive as well. Little did they know that Zoro was merely guessing. I was indeed in dire straits, having completely exhausted my chakra and lying lifeless in the snow. Meanwhile, Luffy remained unscathed in my icy abode. When he emerged, he beheld the swirling snow and, unable to locate me, recalled my last words. Gritting his teeth and continuing his ascent up the mountain. The path was treacherous, his hands bloodied, yet he did not falter. Upon finally reaching the summit and spotting the pristine palace, he hoarsely called out, "Doctor, help." As for me, I was suffering from severe frostbite, teetering on the brink of consciousness, almost envisioning a field of flowers, ready to be reborn. At that moment, my only father, the system, roused me with a notification. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a phase task. Reward: 30 fusion of Hashirama cells, now dispensing, followed by 16 crisp chimes. I was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down my face, sincerely thankful to the system. System Father, you are my rebirth. Ding! Detected the host's heartfelt gratitude toward this system. Probability of wish fulfillment increased by 50. Upon hearing this, I realized it was akin to a mystical wishing well. I promptly began to extol praises, only for the system to respond coldly. No sincere feelings detected from the host, unable to obtain rewards. What a waste of my performance. Nevertheless, I had profited handsomely. The fusion of Hashirama cells had risen to 70. If I completed another task, would I not be able to utilize what release? The thought stirred excitement within me. After regaining my composure, I executed a flying thunder god technique and materialized beside Luffy. As soon as I landed, I startled a reindeer, which toppled an array of surgical tools like a bowling ball. Luffy, awakened from his slumber, groggily spotted a gigantic syringe on the ground and instantly lost his temper, pointing at the reindeer and shouting in unison, "Monster!" Truly, these two were a comedic duo. The door swung open, revealing Dr. Kureha. Recognizing the moment had arrived for character card acquisition, I fervently chanted in my mind, "Hashirama cell fusion. Hashirama cells maxed out. Grant me." "Oh dear, who are you?" Dr. Kureha inquired as she regarded me. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered Dr. Kureha. Character card successfully unlocked. Reward: 1 Sharingan evolution card, now dispensing. "What is this?" I exclaimed. What happened to the promised 50? This probability is worse than my blind box pulls. Just as I was grappling with confusion, Kureha delivered a swift kick. Luffy quickly shielded me, exclaiming, "Hey, he is my partner." Kureha scoffed and instructed Chopper to tend to my injuries. Noticing Chopper was still in a daze from the term partner, I decided to strip down and immerse myself in the warm water. Luffy, wrapped around me like a mummy, crawled over, asking if I had food. I pointed to Chopper, suggesting, "Isn't there a reindeer? You can eat him." To my surprise, the two of them commenced a comical chase akin to cat and mouse within the castle. Relaxing in the hot water, I began to strategize. I thought, well, the Sharingan upgrade card is quite beneficial. I silently commanded, "System, activate." With a chime, my Sharingan evolved into 3 Tomo. My replication abilities and Jinjutsu were significantly enhanced, albeit at the cost of increased chakra consumption, making endurance a pressing issue. At that moment, Chopper stealthily entered to apply medicine. I chuckled and started to persuade him, "Chopper, become our partner. It will be so much fun." He hesitantly asked, "Are you pirates?" "Indeed," I replied. "Do you like me? Aren't you afraid of me because I am a blue-nosed monster?" Ah, how I empathized with this child's insecurities. I quickly reassured him, "What is there to fear about a blue nose? We even have a long nose member on our ship, whose nose is longer than your head." Haha. Just as I noticed his expression soften, Luffy burst through the door, shouting, "Reindeer, I found you," and frightened Chopper away. Dr. Kureha entered, teasing me about trafficking in humans. I was about to explain my understanding of Chopper S. story when he rushed in, his expression serious, announcing, "Oh no, Dr. Correja, Wapple has returned." I was initially unfazed, for with Luffy and Chopper outside, I felt secure. Moreover, I had equipped him with GPS unconsciously. I sensed the flying Thunder God mark, only to discover it was gone. How could this be? How could Wapple, a simpleton, possibly remove the unique anti-counterfeiting mark of the fourth Hokage? This defied logic. Driven by intense curiosity, I dashed to the door just in time to see Luffy preparing to launch Wapple away with a gum-gum rocket. I hastily shouted, "Stop!" Luffy did not register my warning, and just as his fist was a mere millimeter from Wapple, I swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, ice release, ice wall technique. Boom! Wapple was encased in a massive ice wall. Luffy's punch struck it with tremendous force, yet the wall remained unyielding, causing him to bounce back. In that instant, I reveled in the satisfaction of countering the protagonist's ultimate move. Luffy was momentarily stunned, but quickly turned to question why I had intervened. I redirected him, released the ice, and then pried open Wapple's eyelids, activating my 3-Tomo Sharingan. Under the illusion, he complied. I inquired about his actions since being rescued, and his answers were mundane until I noticed his remarkably flexible belly. Suddenly, it dawned on me, the munch fruit. This fellow could consume himself and spit himself out. Remarkable. A physical reset. I promptly marked him again, insisting he demonstrate his ability to eat himself. Sure enough, upon reverting to his original state, my flying Thunder God mark vanished once more. This was troublesome. My GPS was effectively rendered useless. Furthermore, I surmised that Blackbeard was likely eyeing this fruit as well. I asked the system if my Mangekyo could directly grant me a divine space, but the system replied, "Dream on, all abilities rely on luck." Very well, there's always a way out. Since I could not leave a mark on him, I would leave one on his ship instead. I would dispatch a shadow clone to infiltrate his ranks as an undercover agent. This was essentially a pirate version of Mission Impossible. I truly am a genius. Having made up my mind, I stamped him once more, then kicked him off Drum Island. Upon returning to the room, Nami had significantly improved. Luffy excitedly announced he wanted Chopper to join our crew, reasoning that he could transform into 7 different forms and shoot light waves. An unusual line of thought. We gathered our belongings, preparing to make our exit, as Nami had never intended to pay for medical expenses. Dr. Correja was indeed a clever individual, claiming we could not leave while actually urging us to skedaddle. Once we descended the mountain with a genuinely touched Chopper, I intended to elegantly use Flying Thunder God to return the entire team home. However, to my dismay, it did not respond. My dear companions, who understands? I couldn't manage it. Attempting to transport 3 individuals at once had resulted in an overload. The situation grew exceedingly awkward. I could only march forward without looking back, exclaiming in exasperation, "Hurry up! Can't you see I can't carry all 3 of you? I'll have to run back." Ultimately, I found myself sliding down the mountain on Xiaoba's sled. Observing Dr. Kaleha ignite the cherry blossoms for Xiaoba, I cannot comprehend it. Yet it did not impede my respect for the gesture. Upon reaching the sea, an epiphany struck me. I could utilize the shadow clone technique. I conjured several clones, each carrying one of them, and at last, we successfully returned to the Mary. Just as I was about to host a welcome party for Xiaoba, the system chimed in, ding. Phase task issued. Successfully evade Mr. 2's reconnaissance. Character card unlocked. Mr. 2 Fenculi. I was infuriated. Wasn't this asking for the impossible? To elude him and yet be required to encounter him? It felt like a glitch in the system. The system coldly declared, if the host fails to complete the task, immediate termination will occur. Fine, you're quite formidable. An idea sparked in my mind. I would hide until he met with the Straw Hat crew. Then I would disguise myself and ambush him on his ship. Without hesitation, I transformed into the likeness of Xiaoying and waded in the water. The moment Xiaofeng's duck boat appeared, I was successfully rescued aboard by his crew. When Xiaofeng returned to the ship, the task was triggered, and I fervently wished in my mind, upgrade card. Upgrade card. Ding. Host has encountered Mr. 2 Fenculi. Character card successfully unlocked. Chakra reward, 10, now granted. I rubbed my face, preparing for my act, only to find that this cross-dresser found my transformation into Xiaoying utterly repugnant. With a harsh curse, he flung me into the sky. As I soared through the air, another notification rang. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Reward. Ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique, now granted. I was truly at a loss. Was the wishing pool not functioning today? Upon returning to the Mary, I felt utterly despondent. However, my chakra had multiplied tenfold, and the Nine Tails remarked that I was now at Kakashi-S level, which was somewhat reassuring. The crew was fretting over Xiao Fang's imitation abilities, and I confidently interjected. What's the fuss? I've marked each of you with a stamp, an exclusive anti-counterfeit measure. Unbind, and you won't be recognized. Luffy, in his usual cluelessness, asked how to differentiate them, and Usopp could hardly contain himself. He hasn't been touched, you fool. Subsequently, Wei Wei suggested we first head to Nayuohala for supplies. As soon as she finished speaking to Ing, the system issued another task, an impressive sequence of 4, accompanied by 2 character cards. Before I could react, Luffy dashed out, and upon seeing his direction, I panicked. Wasn't he that the place where the dancing powder was stored? If he burned it down, my task would be ruined. I quickly dispatched a clone to follow Sanji and the others for procurement, while my main body teleported after Luffy. As soon as I landed, I was greeted by a hair-raising sight. Luffy had already picked up a bag of dancing powder, about to toss it into the furnace. If he did that, I would cease to exist. Without a second thought, I unleashed my freshly acquired ninjutsu, shadow imitation technique. A shadow darted forth, immobilizing him just before he could throw anything. Phew, I made it just in time. Luffy, frozen in a ridiculous pose, yelled, "Huh? Why can't I move? Who is this?" I maneuvered him to place the dancing powder safely and extinguish the fire before releasing him. He turned in anger, but upon seeing me, he calmed down. "Hey, you idiot Luffy. Do you realize you almost got me killed? Huh? Guangziyu, how did you end up here? What a ridiculous question. I can't find you. The restaurant is over there." I pointed south. "There is nothing over there. You must be lying." I was too exasperated to argue, pulling him along. "Are you done? If that stuff burns, Wei Wei's father's country is doomed. Do you understand?" Upon hearing it would cause trouble for Wei Wei, he completely abandoned his perilous idea. Thankfully, I managed to dissuade that lovable fool. Just as I sighed in relief, a notification sounded in my mind, and to my astonishment, the system was dispensing rewards. I quickly closed my eyes and wished fervently, "Sharingan upgrade card. Sharingan upgrade card. Please." And guess what? The system's icy voice responded. Reward. Ninjutsu, Sandstorm Funeral. I was left dumbfounded, akin to an elderly person bewildered by a phone. Immediately after, my head began spinning uncontrollably, as if a small motor had been installed, and I was at the mercy of the chaotic forces, a stark contrast to the 50 success rate I thought I had, clearly a case of misfortune. I was utterly frustrated, being dragged towards the restaurant by Luffy, pondering this Sandstorm Funeral. Wasn't he that Gaara's specialty? Was the system intending for me to compete with Crocodile, to see who was the true master of sand? Forget it, no time to dwell on that. I had more pressing matters. I summoned a clone to accompany Sanji and Xiaoba to the market. I vividly remembered that it was here that Xiaoba had been lured away by a vehicle to the rebel leader, Kusha. My clone kept a vigilant watch over Xiaoba, fearing that a mere blink would allow this precious resource to slip away. Sure enough, that little fool Xiaoba saw a cart and dove right in. How could I miss this ride? I followed suit, but my size was too conspicuous. An idea struck me, and I transformed into a harmless little sheep, lying beside Xiaoba. The aim was to disguise myself as food, a maneuver that could easily be documented in the 2025 espionage textbook. The cart rattled along until we finally arrived at the rebel camp. A soldier hopped off to unload cargo, carelessly tossing my sheep form aside. Seizing the opportunity as he turned, I swiftly reverted to my human form, approaching him with feigned enthusiasm. "Hey buddy, need a hand?" The soldier, surprisingly polite, thanked me, and together we unloaded a box of guns. After finishing, he scratched his head. "Hey, I remember there was a sheep here just now. Did you see it?" What could I say? Should I confess that the sheep was me? I played dumb. I didn't notice. Maybe someone took it. Oh, right. Wasn't there also a deer? Where's the deer? He slapped his thigh. Yeah. Where's the deer? It must have been taken to the kitchen. I immediately feigned a gluttonous demeanor. No way. I love deer meat. You keep busy. I'll go check. Thus, I brazenly infiltrated the rebel stronghold. I found a spot behind a tent, transformed into the likeness of the soldier, and began to stroll around the camp with a swagger. What was I searching for? Obviously, for Kusha, not for deer meat. As I wandered towards the central large tent, I quickly spotted a man inside wearing goggles and sporting a scar on his forehead. Lo and behold, it was Kusha himself. While silently praying for an upgrade card for my Sharingan, I strode confidently inside. "Hey Kusha, we got deer meat. Let us have a feast tonight." I forced a calm facade, but my voice snapped him to attention. His hand instinctively reached behind him, sitting up straight, his eyes locking onto me like searchlights. Who are you? What do you want? I was caught off guard. I hadn't anticipated his vigilance. Fine, no more pretense. I reveal myself. I dropped my disguise and boldly sat before him. The moment my backside touched the chair, a chorus of guns was suddenly aimed at my head. I scratched my chin and chuckled, thinking, how thrilling. No need to be alarmed. Brothers, I merely came to greet Kusha. Kusha, seemingly unperturbed by my transformation, probably having encountered similar situations before, regarded me with a stoic expression. Greeting done. Let us get to the point. Just then, another notification chimed. Host has encountered the rebel leader Kusha. Character card unlocked. Reward: 20 increase in Hashirama cell fusion. Then, the familiar sound of the motorhead returned, crackling ominously. This startled my guards, who were pointing their guns at me, causing their hands to tremble in indecision, neither daring to fire nor to refrain. Just as it seemed they were about to lose composure, I quickly shouted, "Don't shoot. It's me." Oh no, that's my old habit. My cervical spine spasmed reflexively. Everyone, relax. I was truly desperate for my life, even concocting ailments for myself. Yet, Kusha was utterly unconvinced. He drew a gun from behind, its dark muzzle aimed straight at my forehead. I had no choice but to play my trump card. I locked my gaze onto his eyes and softly uttered, "Wei Wei." Kusha's entire body jolted. Indeed, that name was his Achilles heel. Princess Wei Wei sent me. How to prove it? I needed no proof, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, leaving belief up to him. Regardless, she still hopes for your troops' withdrawal. Although I too doubted the feasibility of this notion. Wasn't such innocence precisely what you cherished about her? As I spoke, I sensed the Hiratian no jutsu mark on Chopper, ready to escape at any moment, a mere facade of confidence. My words indeed plunged Kusha into nostalgia. I seized the moment. By the way, a friendly reminder, you might want to check for moles within your ranks. Crocodile's men have likely infiltrated. Before I could finish, Kusha clamped his hand over my mouth and ushered his subordinates out. Once we were alone in the tent, he lowered his voice, asking, "How do you know about Crocodile?" I shrugged. Isn't it common sense? A pirate masquerading as a national hero. Does that sound logical? With you about to engage in battle against the royal army, wouldn't he dispatch a few to stir the pot? You have a point, but how do I investigate without alerting him? Simple. Look for anyone with a Baroque Works tattoo on their arm. Apprehend them one by one. As for the specifics, you'll have to figure that out yourself. I must take my leave. With that, I vanished before him using Hiratian. In the next instant, I appeared beside Chopper, startling him into a tremble. Once he recognized me, the little fellow found his anchor and began to whine about his troubles. I led him toward the rendezvous point while mentally tallying my recent gains. System: initiate the fusion of Hashirama's cells. Ding. Successfully initiated. Current fusion rate at 95. Ha ha ha, delightful. Just 5 more to go, and I can manage that myself. Soon, we rejoined the main group. Luffy, that glutton, had already dashed into the restaurant, lured by the aroma. I dispelled all my clones, instantly consolidating the experience gained from Kusha S side and Smoker S affairs. Speaking of which, one of my clones had also met my old friend Smoker. This guy had chased me all the way from Lowtown to the Grand Line to capture me. Quite the tenacious pursuit. Well, met again, Smoker. I greeted him as he effortlessly took down a few small pirates. His eyes narrowed. "It's you. You've had quite the journey. Do you wish to fight again?" "Of course. This time, I shall not be defeated. What if you lose?" I chuckled. "If I lose, you grant me one condition. What do you say?" He retorted defiantly. The Navy never compromises with pirates. But I knew he was conceding. We found a secluded beach. Truth be told, battling Smoker was quite a challenge. His Moku no Mi powers rendered physical attacks futile. Last time, I used Sway to counter him, but he surely had defenses prepared this time. As expected, he immediately elementalized, wielding his jutty towards me. I activated the multi-shadow clone technique, sending several clones charging at him, their punches passing through his smoky form. Yet, this was merely a diversion. The real attack was yet to come. 3 clones hid behind a rock, secretly gathering Senjutsu chakra, while others began to weave a luxurious array of elemental ninjutsu. Suiton, Suiryudan, a colossal water dragon surged from the depths, propelling him back to the beach. Sandstorm burial. A tempest of sand enveloped him, wrapping him tightly. Gaton, Gaki no Jutsu. Scorching flames hissed against the wet sand. Following that, Hayaton, Kori no Tate encased him in ice. And finally, I hurled a futon, Raisin Shuriken, the mighty wind blade slicing through the ice wall along with Smoker, reducing him to mere fragments. While the sequence was indeed visually impressive, I recognized that against a Logia type, the damage was virtually negligible. Fine, if physical attacks are ineffective, I shall resort to magic. I activated my Sharingan, awaiting his regeneration. As anticipated, a white mist gathered on the horizon, forming into a white smoke dragon charging at me. Now, my Sharingan's 3 Tomo spun furiously as I locked eyes with him. Genjutsu, activate. In an instant, Smoker fell victim to the illusion. In his perceived reality, the world spun chaotically, his body plummeting until swallowed by the sea, rendering him immobile. I observed his rigid form descend from the sky, leisurely snatching his cigar and settling on a rock to take a puff. Cough, cough. This cigar lacks authenticity. Why is it so harsh? When he regained consciousness and saw me smoking his cigar, his face turned dark. You simply don't know how to smoke it. Enough with the banter. State your terms. He clearly wished to avoid watching me squander his fine cigar. Simple. During our time in Alabasta, you must refrain from capturing Luffy. We need to deal with Crocodile. Who did you say? Smoker exclaimed, shocked. The warlord Crocodile? Indeed, this scoundrel aims to seize a nation to crown himself king. Absurd, isn't it? I also offered him some advice on his professional skills. Your Moku no Mi is quite versatile. You could easily infuse it with toxins to create choking hazards. And you ought to practice your haki as well. Smoker looked momentarily stunned, but finally exploded. My affairs are none of your concern. I will investigate Crocodile. Until I can discern truth from falsehood, I shall not acquiesce. This guy, despite his protests, his body was quite honest. I smiled, dispelled my clones, and succeeded. Just as I wrapped up 2 pressing matters, I turned to hear a commotion in the streets. Yells of Navy and Straw Hat echoed. No need to inquire. It was undoubtedly the troublemaker Luffy again. We quickly gathered our belongings and fled. A chaotic scene ensued as we boarded the Going Merry. Unsurprisingly, Luffy had once again gone missing. With the Navy hot on our heels, we had no choice but to set sail. Sure enough, Luffy spotted the ship from the shore, extending his rubbery arm and swiftly leaping back, with Sanji and Chopper once more serving as his makeshift cushions. Hey Luffy, where's Ace? I inquired. How do you know Ace? He asked right behind. No sooner had he spoken than a striking figure leapt onto the ship. Ace is my brother, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. Ace politely greeted everyone, and a notification chimed in my mind. Detection of host encountering Fire Fist Ace. Character card unlocked. Reward. Sharingan, Kamui. My head began to uncontrollably shake. Ace, with genuine concern, asked Luffy, is your companion all right? Luffy laughed heartily. I sent my companion, quite interesting. Just then, 5 ships from Baroque Works emerged from the sea, shouting their intentions to claim Ace and Luffy's heads. As Ace prepared to engage, I intervened. Such trivial matters need not trouble you, brother. Sanji, brew some tea and allow Ace to relax. With that, I settled onto the deck, closing my eyes to gather Senjutsu chakra. As Sanji brought the tea, I seamlessly entered sage mode. I lifted the cup, then set it down, speaking lightly, a bit too hot. Let me deal with those minor nuisances first before I return for tea. Having played that part, I leaped onto the surface of the water, sprinting across it. This move left Ace utterly astonished. Sumanin technique, I roared. With a resounding boom, the Ninetales, Kurama, made a grand entrance. Kurama, come forth and stretch your limbs. Tailed beast bomb ready, target those 5 wretched ships. The proud Kyuubi snorted lightly, but still opened its mouth wide, as a colossal chakra sphere began to coalesce and was subsequently swallowed in one gulp. Meanwhile, I was not idle either. With the technique of Suiton, Suka no Jutsu, I merged with the seawater, transforming into a colossal water giant. Tail beast ball launch. A beam of crimson light instantly pierced through 5 ships, and in the next moment, a massive mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, the explosion resounding thunderously. With a swift application of Hiraition no Jutsu, I returned to the ship. Steadying myself with the tea I had just been drinking amidst the astonished gazes of my companions. I took a sip and remarked, delightful, the temperature is just right. In the distance, towering flames and anguished cries filled the air, while aboard the ship, an eerie silence reigned. The contrast was striking. I set down the teacup and said to Ace, this tea is quite good. Oh, Nizan, you should indulge in a few more cups. Just as I was about to finish my banter, the system chimed in, detected that the host has completed a phase task, granting the reward of the ninjutsu, Edo Tensei. The slap to the face came too swiftly, akin to a tornado. Do I not have any pride? Luffy continued to laugh heartily, saying, I told you. He's quite entertaining. After dispatching our pursuers, Ace quietly approached me, inquiring why someone as formidable as I would remain aboard Luffy's ship. I replied, "The Pirate King must certainly be Luffy." Then, I directly used Kamui to pull him into my personal space. Ace, bewildered by this sudden spatial shift, asked, "What are you doing?" Some truths must remain unheard by Luffy. I got straight to the point. No need to hesitate. The intelligence regarding Blackbeard is false. He is currently at Gaia Island's Mobu town, and he has already assembled a crew. What does that mean? It means that Blackbeard has quietly gathered a team, known as the Blackbeard Pirates, likely already comprising 5 members. Moreover, the dark fruit he seized is far more complex than you might think. Do you believe it to be a mere ordinary fruit? Incorrect. This is a special Logia-type fruit that nullifies all your devil fruit abilities. In other words, your pride. The flame fruit would be rendered useless before him. You would be no more than an ordinary person. The absurdity does not end there. That rascal's body structure is unlike ours. In the future I glimpsed, he consumed 2 different devil fruits. 2. For those who understand, this is akin to cheating. Furthermore, the second fruit he consumed is none other than Whitebeard's Quake fruit. Indeed, that very Whitebeard. Thus, your relentless pursuit has directly resulted in Blackbeard's rapid development. In just 2 years, he has ascended to the status of a new Yonko. While the Whitebeard pirates suffered catastrophic losses, their territories entirely usurped. Therefore, I ask you once more, do you truly wish to pursue him? Ace remained silent for a considerable time before resolutely nodding his head, his neck craned defiantly. Fine, you are stubborn. I cannot dissuade you. I sighed and promptly handed him a Hiratian kunai, saying, "Take this. In times of peril, remember to call my name." The instant he grasped the kunai, I discreetly left a Hiratian mark on him, a double assurance, ensuring absolute reliability. Subsequently, we exited the Kamui space together. Ace shouldered his belongings and announced to everyone that he was departing. Luffy, still blissfully unaware, asked where he was going. Ace smiled, tore a life card for him, stating that it would guide them to meet again. Then, in a most formal manner, he bowed to us, saying, "My brother tends to cause trouble. You surely cannot restrain him, but I ask for your continued support." His sincerity left us quite flustered, and we hurriedly returned the gesture. Finally, Ace looked at Luffy, his spirit soaring. "Luffy, when we meet again, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. You must endeavor to reach the highest peak." With that, he leaped onto his small boat, flames igniting beneath him as he swiftly vanished from sight. Nami inquired about my conversation with Ace, to which I could only assure her, "Do not worry, we will undoubtedly meet again." With that sentimental moment concluded, it was time to focus on the task at hand. We resolved to confront Crocodile. The Going Merry rested at the shore, and our target this time was Rainbase. My phase tasks had also arrived. First, help everyone escape from the sea stone cage. Second, single-handedly defeat Crocodile. A character card for Bell was awarded. I must tell you, these tasks were no trifling matter. However, after my last experience in Kamui space, I had come to realize how draining it was. Each use consumed a quarter of my chakra, and even with my vast reserve of 100,000 chakra, it felt as if I were playing a game. I quickly inquired about the extent of my Hashirama cell integration. Upon system inspection, it was revealed to be at 96. It seemed I could not rely on this. I would undoubtedly be unable to complete the task against Old Sand. Although I knew that according to the storyline, Luffy was destined to defeat him, I could certainly deliver a few blows first. This was something I could not let the others discover. Moreover, at Luffy's current level, facing Old Sand would be tantamount to handing him a victory. I needed to provide him with some preparatory insight. With my mind set, we gathered supplies and commenced our true desert expedition. I sidled up to Zoro's side. "Hey, Zoro, you've been training quite diligently lately. Have you made any progress?" He chuckled. "Not bad. The kind of slashing you mentioned is almost there." "Impressive. Can you now slice through steel?" "Not yet." "What can you?" "I do not practice swordsmanship. I utilize ninjutsu. However, isn't slicing through steel a fundamental requirement for swordsmen?" I purposefully provoked him. Seeing Zoro deep in thought again, I knew I had struck a chord. Aspiring to be a great swordsman is no simple feat, having dealt with one. I stealthily approached Luffy. This guy was stretching his tongue out, appearing on the verge of dehydration. "Hey Luffy, is it really that dire? We have only walked a few steps. How do you expect to confront Crocodile like this?" "Water. Give me water." I warned him, Crocodile possesses the sand fruit. Not only can he manipulate sand, but he can also drain the moisture from your body. How do you plan to fight him? Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately ceased his nonchalance. his expression turning serious as he looked at me. I will definitely knock him away. Oh, this guy truly knows nothing about his adversary. It seems I must find an opportunity to let him experience despair firsthand. Unexpectedly, the chance arrived swiftly. Luffy darted off in a flash, leaving us all behind. I chuckled, sensing the moment was ripe. I stealthily left a shadow clone to follow the main group, while my true self executed a Hiraishin, appearing right before Luffy. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, I transformed into Old Sans likeness. SSSH, you are the Straw Hat Luffy? As Luffy urgently searched for someone. He turned around to see my slick back hair and was momentarily taken aback. Huh? Who are you? I replied. I heard you intend to knock me away. Why do you not recognize me now? Nanny? You are Crocodile? Indeed, that is correct. Without uttering another word, Luffy launched a gum-gum pistol straight at my face. But this was merely a sand clone, immune to physical attacks. His punch obliterated my left cheek, only for it to reconstitute afterward. I stood there, arms crossed. Allowing him to strike, it was simply a game. Seeing that my body remained unscathed only fueled Luffy's enthusiasm, and he unleashed a flurry of gum-gum machine guns. A wild barrage ensued, merely scattering the sand upon my form. I chuckled, as the surrounding sand swiftly reassembled. Is this all the skill you possess? Then perish. I extended my right hand, fingers curling with force, and the surrounding sand animatedly ensnared Luffy, enveloping him within a sandball. With a sudden squeeze of my right hand, I declared, Sandstorm Funeral. All that could be heard was Luffy's frantic cries from within. Alas, being rubber, he could not burst free, and moreover, my sand release lacked Old Sand's ability to absorb moisture. After suffocating for a while, Luffy bellowed a gum-gum barrage, shattering my sand prison. I continued to stand there, arms crossed, wearing a look of disdain. In order to provide him with a hint, I once again ensnared his limbs with sand and leisurely approached him, removing the small water flask from around his neck. Rustle, Rustle, so little water, and yet you cherish it so dearly, I remarked. In that case, allow me to quench my thirst. With that, I feigned a tremor of my hand, intentionally letting the flask fall to the ground, whereupon I crushed it underfoot. Oh dear. My apologies, a mere accident, I said. At that moment, Luffy completely lost his composure. He roared in fury, breaking free from his restraints, shouting as he struck, You scoundrel. That was water I had been holding back from drinking for ages. I will surely send you flying. With that, he unleashed another barrage of rubber punches. Truth be told, Luffy's techniques at this point were rather meager. The same few moves were becoming tiresome. Although I was riddled with holes from his attacks, it hardly affected me. As I rejuvenated my body, I discreetly drew a knife from behind. Seizing the opportunity while he was hunched over, I once again seized his hands and plunged the blade into his abdomen. Blood gushed forth, and Luffy's eyes widened in shock, the pain rendering him incapable of thought. Only when he finally closed his eyes did I cast him aside and used wind release to summon a swirling storm of sand. Within the tempest, I hastily reverted to my original form, feigning the appearance of having just arrived to tend to him. As Luffy slowly regained consciousness and saw me, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Noticing his despondent expression, I refrained from inquiring about what had transpired. After all, it was all my doing. What was there to ask? Oh, Luffy, do not blame me. This defeat is a necessary experience for you, or how else would you uncover the weaknesses of the Sand fruit? After a considerable time had passed, Luffy rose and walked forward without a backward glance. Hey, Luffy, where are you going? To the rain base, to fight the second round. Thankfully, his fighting spirit had not been crushed. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Have you found his weakness? Sort of. In any case, I shall not lose again. When we rejoined our comrades, Luffy's demeanor had significantly changed. He wore a serious expression that made even Usopp hesitant to speak to him. He strode to the front of the group and, without looking back, commanded, Let us move out. His commanding presence was palpable. I was the first to respond, striding forward with purpose. Upon arriving at the rain base, the casino run by Old Sand, Luffy kicked the door open with great force, exclaiming, Crocodile, come out. I am here to send you flying. Seizing the moment, I left a flying Thunder God mark on the door. Subsequently, we were respectfully escorted to a VIP room. However, upon reaching a fork in the path where the sign indicated VIP to the right and pirates to the left, Luffy unhesitatingly veered towards the pirate path. True to form, we fell into a trap with a resounding thud. Fortunately, Luffy cushioned our fall. Otherwise, our backsides would have suffered greatly. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in a massive cage. As soon as Luffy touched it, he immediately went limp. Ah, How strange, I feel so weak. Like I'm sinking in the sea. I remarked, it's merely sea prism stone, just don't touch it. Zoro drew his sword, declaring, let me see if I can cut through it. I waved my hand dismissively. Let it be. You lack haki and cannot sever it now. Watch me. This type of cage is ineffective against me. I mused. Whether using Flying Thunder God or Godly Might, I could easily escape. Yet I wanted to try something different. Standing before the cage, I began forming a sphere with my right hand, Rasengan. With a resounding bang, I was met with a disappointing result. Is this a joke? This sea prism stone is incredibly tough. In light of that, I thought mischievously Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames erupted upon the cage. Before I could bask in my own flare for 3 seconds, I felt my legs give way, darkness enveloping me, and my chakra reserves were completely depleted. Does anyone understand? This skill consumes too much chakra. Kishimoto must have favored his beloved child. Moreover, the flames burned at an agonizingly slow pace. At this rate, we'd be trapped for a year or more. Usopp began to scream, Hey, even light help can't do anything about this. Do not panic. I was merely testing a new technique. Wait for me. I'll get you out soon. I quickly sat cross-legged, beginning to enter Sage mode. At that moment, a figure slowly walked through the doorway. Oh dear, to be wiped out so easily. It seems the Straw Hat Pirates are not so formidable after all. You, I exclaimed, recognizing Crocodile's partner, Nico Robin. Indeed, our intelligent older sister, Robin, had made her entrance. Luffy was still shouting, Hey, where's Crocodile? I'm here to send him flying. Robin giggled, covering her mouth. Oh, really? But you can't get out right now. How will you send him flying? We'll be out immediately. Quickly, tell me where he is. Oh dear, how unfortunate. The boss is likely already at the Alabasta Palace. Just then, I successfully entered Sage mode. Godly Might. I confidently strode out of the sea prism stone cage, leaving everyone, including Robin, utterly astonished. I walked directly up to Robin, whose eyes widened in disbelief. How did you escape? I fixed my gaze upon her. Are you certain Crocodile is at the palace? The cage was in disarray. Wow. Light help is so cool. How'd he get out? Ninja for the win. Ignoring their chatter, I focused on Robin. This girl seemed stunned, likely contemplating using her blossom fruit to grow arms on me, attempting to break me with joint locks. Alas, I was currently in the intangible state of Sage mode S Godly Might. Her strength would not even suffice to break her own limbs, let alone mine. As predicted, she attempted the 6-petal blossom hook, and with a crack, she let out a muffled groan as her arm broke. How is this possible? I looked at her apologetically. Oh, so you wanted to break me? If only you had said so earlier. Come, try again. Robin scoffed. Undeterred, I won TB, so easily discouraged. 8-petal blossom break. She attempted to snap me in half. Usopp screamed in horror. He has been split in two. Yet both Robin and I knew that the attack had not truly inflicted any damage. I reverted to my original form and gently told her, now, big sister, be good. Tell me where Crocodile is. If you don't, I may resort to measures. There is no need for deceit. He truly isn't here. I was taken aback. This was a significant setback. Old Sand was not present. How long has he been gone? Not long. He left just a few minutes before you arrived. Fortunately, there was still time. I wasted no more words and used Godly Might to transfer all my comrades out of the cage. After completing this task, my chakra reserves were nearly depleted. But I had to hold on. I couldn't let Robin notice my fatigue. Fortunately, the system granted me rewards, ringing with notifications, and I received numerous experience points, boosting my Hashirama Cell fusion rate. I quickly instructed my companions, immediately head to Alabasta. Relying solely on Vivi will not suffice to stop those elite agents. Luffy shattered the door with a punch. You all hurry to the palace. I'm going to send Crocodile flying. I urgently grabbed him. Calm down. Old Sand is also on his way to the palace. We must go together, or how will you find him? I cannot allow them to engage in battle prematurely. I intended to claim the head myself. As I watched them rush out, I turned to Robin and said, Old Sand desires the Pluton, does he not? I left a shadow clone to follow the main group, while my true self began to persuade Robin. Stunned, Robin could hardly speak. She was bewildered as to how I knew this information. Do not be surprised. I possess much more knowledge. I began to entice her, follow me, and I can lead you to the secrets of the blank century. These words carried immense weight. Robin clasped her mouth, scrutinizing me closely. The man before her was shrouded in mystery and possessed overwhelming power. Even the sea prism stone could not contain him. What on earth was his ability? Perhaps following him would indeed lead to the truth. I continued to press, Robin, Do not shy away any longer. O'Hara needs you, and the truth of this world requires you to unravel it. Who on earth are you? She questioned. Heh, follow me, and I shall gradually reveal it to you. Now, tell me where old Sand is. I wish to confront him. Robin was completely captivated by my charismatic personality, or perhaps it was my air of mystery that ensnared her. She personally guided me onto her sluggish giant tortoise as we set off to find Lao Sha. I had initially resolved to maintain an aloof and enigmatic demeanor throughout the journey, vowing to remain silent regardless of the inquiries directed at me. However, I must confess, Sister Robin was exceptionally skilled at stealing glances my way and offering a mysterious smile that nearly caused my CPU to overheat, shattering my cool facade and nearly causing me to drool. With a playful chuckle, Robin covered her mouth and produced a handkerchief, delicately wiping the drool from the corner of my mouth. Oh no, brothers, I am about to succumb. Just as I prepared to divulge my ancestral lineage, a deep voice resonated from outside the vehicle. Nicole Robin, what brings you here? I was jolted awake. Lao Sha. That was close. I almost fell for the charms of a beauty. I hastily intercepted Robin and stepped out of the tortoise vehicle, my gaze fixed intently on the slick-haired man. Well, aren't you hot, wearing a mink coat, on such a sweltering day? Are you the trendiest fellow of 2025? Lao Sha bit down on a cigar, snapping it in half. Who are you? It seemed the gender reassignment surgery had not altered his proclivities. Shall I report that doctor for you? You scoundrel. Lao Sha erupted in fury, transforming his right hand into a blade of sand and striking at me. I stood my ground, arms crossed, allowing him to strike me without flinching. I couldn't help but indulge in the theatrics, especially in front of Sister Robin. I had already created a sand clone, for when one plays with sand, one must surely learn from my era. As Lao Sha saw me, cleaved in two, his smirk barely formed when, in the next moment, my body coalesced back together. I smirked at him. Heard you were quite adept at playing with sand? How fortuitous. I possess a few tricks myself. Care for a demonstration? Lao Sha's expression darkened as he unleashed a sandstorm, the ground beneath him transforming into a pit of quicksand. I still remained unfazed, my arms crossed, as a mound of sand rose beneath my feet, stabilizing me mid-air before gently descending back to his eye level. Who in the world are you? Sandstorm Gala. Lao Sha, oblivious to my identity, appeared bewildered. I took my time, floating behind him and beckoning him with a finger. Enraged, he conjured a sandstorm, a colossal tornado that engulfed me. However, for my sand clone, it was merely a gentle breeze. As the dust settled, Lao Sha's cigar lay abandoned on the ground, and he stared at me, unscathed, in sheer panic. In a fit of desperation, he charged at me with physical strikes that felt more like tickles. I stifled a yawn and formed hand seals. Water release. Water prison technique. Though in the desert, creating a water prison was still feasible. Caught off guard, Lao Sha found himself ensnared in a water sphere, bubbling as he gasped for air. I waited until he was thoroughly soaked before allowing his head to surface. Then, my true self appeared, forming seals once more. Lightning release. For pillar bind. For stone pillars erupted from the ground, crackling with arcs of electricity. I swiftly vacated the scene, leaving the drenched Lao Sha to writhe in agony amidst the lightning. With a triumphant stride, I returned to Robin and boarded the vehicle. Robin, awakening from her shock, remarked, Sandstorm, Gala, did not go by Kozo? Ah, do not mind that. I simply wish to avoid being wanted. Very well, Mr. Kozo, having bested Crocodile. What are your plans now? I glanced at Lao Sha, still convulsing in the storm, and with a flick of my finger, retracted my ninjutsu. The system chimed, rewarding me handsomely and elevating me to level 30, along with a plethora of new techniques. Following the upgrade, I was astonished to discover I could either create my own jutsu or utilize those taught by others. Oh, what a delightful surprise. I hastily checked on my Hashirama cells. System, how much have my Hashirama cells fused now? Ding. After scanning, it replied, host Hashirama cell fusion has reached 96. That cannot be right. I still have a reward for 20 Hashirama cell fusion. How did it exceed 100? Wait a moment. I mentally calculated. 96 plus 20 equals 116. Doesn't it? Goodness. Am I about to undergo super evolution? No. System, are you playing tricks on me? The system ignored my inquiry and presented me with a prompt, stating that a 100 fusion mint I could utilize would release. That was it. I pressed for clarification on the surplus 16. It informed me that the fusion level of Hashirama cells could not exceed 100. How absurd. Was it toying with me? I was not one to yield easily. I declared in my mind, use that 20 fusion reward. Guess what? The system notified me. Success. Current fusion, level 100. I finally grasped the situation. The reward was fixed, not proportional. I had merely needed 4 more to max it out, yet it insisted on adding 20, causing the excess 16 to evaporate into thin air. What a waste. I had anticipated a hidden surprise, but it turned out to be a mere illusion. Very well, fusion it is. Just as I comprehended this, my body reacted immediately. I felt my chakra being drained, and the Hashirama cells began a transformation within me, reminiscent of Orochimaru's nutrient concoction. Once the transformation concluded, I glanced down. My exterior appeared unchanged, and internally, there was no difference either. Just moments ago, I had felt as if I were on the verge of transcending. Yet now there was no sign of any change. I intended to rise and check on Lao Sha, but suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. Even my clone with Luffy vanished alongside me. When I regained consciousness, I found myself still in the vehicle, with Robin quietly reading beside me. My throat felt parched, and I reached for water, only to find my hand uncontrollably morphed into wood. I was utterly dumbfounded, staring at my wooden appendage in astonishment. Mr. Kozo, you are awake. Ignoring Robin, I urgently called out to the system in my mind. What is wrong with my hand? What is happening? The system provided a vague response. Detection indicates successful fusion of the host's Hashirama cells. Great, that was as good as saying nothing. I surmised this must be a side effect. There was no life-threatening danger, so I would manage it moving forward. Oh, Robin, where are we? On our way to Alabasta. You suddenly fainted, so I had to take you along. How long was I out? About 2 hours. Glancing at the darkening sky, I felt a rush of anxiety when suddenly my flying thunder god mark reacted. I quickly sensed it, and in a flash I vanished. Upon my arrival, I was taken aback to find Luffy's head poking out of a pit like a gopher. I hurriedly pulled him out and set him down, my heart sinking at the sight of him, dried like a mummy, blood pooling around him. Without hesitation, I poured several gulps of water into him and immediately initiated a healing technique. Once he regained his composure, I asked, Luffy, who attacked you? Well, EM saved. I almost died. His appearance left no doubt. Lao Sha had vented his fury upon him. Thankfully, I arrived in the nick of time. What happened? Where are the others? They encountered Crocodile and took the crab first. Can you give me some meat to eat? I was flabbergasted. Even in such dire straits, he was still thinking about food. Just as I stood up to fetch him something to eat, darkness enveloped me once more, and I fainted again. When I awoke, Luffy was already feasting heartily. Beside me stood a fellow in a long robe and white hat. Wasn't he this the bird fruit user from Alabasta Bell? The system chimed, announcing that I had unlocked a character card, rewarding me with a 10-fold increase in chakra. A surge of electricity coursed through me. What a delight. Oh, Kozo, you're awake. Come eat some meat. Luffy called out, his mouth stuffed. I'm Bell. The man introduced himself. Ah, yes, Bell. Where are we? EM Stadoving. I rushed over to join the feast, pondering what had just occurred. Why had I fainted twice in succession? Was my body experiencing a bug? Later, I came to realize that I had completely exhausted my chakra, akin to a depleting blue bar. Ever since merging with the Hashirama cells, it felt as though I had a persistent debuff draining my chakra incessantly. My previously substantial chakra reserve of 100,000 was merely sufficient for daily consumption, and upon unleashing a powerful technique, I would find myself completely drained. Fortunately, the system had recently bestowed a considerable boost, elevating my chakra to 1,000,000. Kurama remarked that I was now comparable to Captain Yamato, both in terms of chakra volume and ninjutsu proficiency. He further noted that my prior actions were reckless. Merging with Hashirama cells without adequate chakra was akin to playing with fire, nearly leading to my own undoing, which left me in a cold sweat. I sat atop the grand bird Bairu with Luffy, soaring towards Alabasta. On the way, a new mission presented itself. First, to heal Little Foam. Second, to thwart the bomb at the clock tower. Additionally, we needed to unlock character cards for Mr. One and Cobra. Clear objectives in hand, I informed Luffy. You all proceed ahead. I'll check on Vivi. Luffy, adjusting his straw hat, grinned broadly. Don't worry, I've eaten meat this time. I won't lose. I thought to myself. Good to know. In a flash, I utilized the flying Raijin technique and appeared beside Zoro and the others. However, the next moment, I plummeted into the sea with a splash. Emerging from the water, I sputtered. What on earth are you doing? It's not the time for a bath. Go no Sasu. Quickly, get us up. I activated a shadow clone technique, grabbing 1 clone per person, and parkoured across the water's surface, bringing my hapless companions to shore. Listen up. The latest intel indicates that the rebel army exceeds 2 million. I declared, delivering a bombshell. Usopp's jaw nearly dropped. 2 million. Indeed. But we need not confront them head-on, I replied. Zoro interjected. What about Luffy? Have you seen him? Rest assured, he is fine now, I reassured. Zoro understood immediately. If he was fine now, it meant he had been in trouble earlier. He cursed, calling Luffy a fool, and I offered him a comforting gaze. Turning to Vivi, I cautioned, crocodile subordinates are lying in wait at the city gate, intent on eliminating you. So, are you aware of what needs to be done? Vivi, still reeling from the shock of 2 million people, stammered, I need to find Koza and persuade him to abandon the attack. At that moment, I felt an urge to explode with anger. Gripping her shoulder, I glared fiercely. Has your head been stuffed with cotton? Your mission is to return to the palace at all costs. Then convince your father's army to cease their resistance. Without an attacking target, the rebels will naturally halt. Do you understand? Vivi nodded vigorously, clearly frightened. I couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. This naive girl thought 2 million people would spare her feelings? Who did she think she was? Even Shanks wouldn't dare play such a game. Taking a deep breath, I addressed everyone. Our mission is clear. Divert the enemy and create an opportunity for Vivi to return to the palace. But how we get there? Someone asked. No need to panic. Look, reinforcements are arriving. In the distance, the Super Karoo Duck Brigade charged forward, kicking up clouds of dust. I leaped onto a duck first, assigning tasks, Zoro and Nami. Head to the south gate. Sanji and Chopper, go to the west gate. Usopp and I will take the southwest gate. Remember, lure them into alleys to deal with them. Even if you can't win, keep them occupied. Usopp began his act. Oh no, I've caught an illness that prevents me from entering the city. Help me, Kono Zesu. Sanji quickly played along. Chopper, give him a shot. Vivi timidly asked, what about me? Once we draw them away, you dash back to the palace and order the soldiers to surrender. No matter who opposes, you must be resolute. The consequences are yours to bear. I could have sent her in directly, but reconsidered. This was her nation, and she needed to shoulder the burden herself. As dawn broke, Alabasta lay before us. Those figures beneath the city wall were undoubtedly crocodile subordinates. Enemies sighted. Proceed as planned. Move out. The operation went remarkably well. Mr. One followed Zoro, and Little Foam was lured away by Sanji. Unfortunately, Usopp and I fell into a trap set by a mole. Hey, Usopp, 2 enemies. Which one do you choose? Can I choose neither? Sure, how brave. Then both are yours. I'm off. Hey, wait. I don't want to choose either. Naturally, I would never actually leave him to face 2 foes alone. However, this was Vivi's critical path, and we needed a swift resolution. Thus, I prepared to unleash my ultimate technique and entered Sage mode. I vanished in a flash, leaving Usopp to face the foes alone. Hidden in the shadows, I created 3 shadow clones and stored them in the Kamui space for easy access to Sage Chakra. When I returned to the battlefield, Usopp was on the brink of unconsciousness, struggling to apologize. I'm sorry, Kono Zesu. I'm too weak. Stop worrying. You've done well. Rest for a bit. I placed him in the Kamui space to heal him, but I couldn't heal him completely. Otherwise, how would he survive in the future? Turning my attention to Mr. 4, he and his drooling dog stared at me, speaking slowly. Have you seen a mole person? Looking for her. I manipulated the wood release, presenting the trembling mole with a wooden needle lodged in her mouth before him. Mr. 4 was left dumbfounded. I feigned an apologetic demeanor. Oh dear, I'm sorry. She was too noisy, and I lost my temper and was a bit rough. Let me remove it. With a swift motion, I yanked out the wooden needle. The mole screamed, spitting blood. Oh no, my apologies. I quickly shoved the needle back in. Mr. 4 was utterly enraged, swinging his bat at me. Would release, violent gun tree. I slammed my palm onto the ground, and vines shot up behind him, intertwining into a grand tree that ensnared his swinging arm. The bat halted just half a meter from my head, the immense inertia snapping his spine. I approached him, forcefully aligning his large head. With a crack, it finally straightened. To my annoyance, he passed out. What? How can he still be asleep? I sighed and laid them both flat on the ground, pinning their limbs with wooden needles to prevent any escape. Then I released Usopp. He turned and, upon seeing the 2 on the ground, jumped back in shock. What in the world? Oh, they're just sleeping. Don't mind them. Just then, Vivi rode in on Karoo, and we both gave her a thumbs up. She dashed past, leaving us with a grateful, thank you. Usopp and I exchanged smiles. The feeling was quite pleasant. Just as Vivi disappeared, Chopper appeared. Hey, are you guys all right? Spotting Usopp covered in blood, he panicked. Oh no, where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Oh, I'm the doctor, he declared, wrapping Usopp like a mummy. With nothing left for me to do here, I summoned the flying Raijin and arrived at Sanji's location. Just in time to see little Fong taking on Usopp's appearance, attempting to use friendship to sway Sanji. However, Sanji was having none of it and delivered a swift kick. Little Fong, incredulous, questioned, "Isn't he your partner?" Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuded an undeniable coolness. "Are you a fool? No matter who you become, you will always be yourself. I recognize my friends based on sincerity, not appearances, you idiot." I must say, this statement was so striking that even I found myself moved. Xiao Feng, too, was completely captivated by Sanji's charisma. He touched his face, transforming into Nami, perhaps intending to express his feelings through a feminine softness. However, upon seeing Nami-san, Sanji's eyes instantly sparkled with hearts, turning him into a lovesick fool. Xiao Feng, bewildered, reverted to his original form, and Sanji returned to his aloof demeanor. When Xiao Feng morphed back into Nami, Sanji again became infatuated. After several exchanges, Xiao Feng finally understood. I watched in amusement, laughing so hard my stomach hurt. "Ha ha! You culinary genius. You are truly a comedic talent." Sanji's face flushed with embarrassment. "Get lost. Mind your own business." Xiao Feng glanced at me, mistakenly believing we were teaming up against him. I quickly waved my hands. "Don't misunderstand. I'm here to help you. I think you're a decent person and would like to befriend you." Sanji regarded me with a look of suspicion. Xiao Feng, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "What the heck? Must you be so touching? We are enemies, you foolish friends." In a fit of emotion, he conceded, "All right, I accept you as friends. You may leave now." Even I was touched, tears welling up. "Fool, I'm not crying. It's just that a brick flew into my eye." Sanji beside me rolled his eyes. "Hey, it's San, all right?" I approached Xiao Feng, saying, "Precisely because we are friends, this battle must be fought. Otherwise, Crocodile will not spare you." We embraced and cried for a while Sanji had given up on making sarcastic remarks. Ultimately, Xiao Feng agreed. The battle commenced anew. Two masters of kicking engaged in a dazzling display of leg techniques. I must admit, Xiao Feng looked formidable in those swan shoes. However, Sanji had undergone genetic modification, unleashing his potential as he delivered 8 swift kicks to Xiao Feng's head while airborne. Although he also received a few blows, in the end, he emerged victorious. Once the combat concluded, I rushed over to administer healing. Sanji had 7 broken ribs. Without his exoskeleton, he would have collapsed. As I treated him, I informed Xiao Feng that old sand was about to fall, urging him to consider his options. He expressed a desire to seek the queen of the transgender community and carve his own path. I encouraged him, bidding a tearful farewell. Task accomplished. The system rewarded me with the instant body technique, Uchiha Sure Sway version. I was jolted once more. Sanji, reveling in my misfortune, slipped, and I pinched his broken ribs, causing him to yelp in pain. At that moment, Chopper and Usopp arrived. I handed over the healing task and was about to head towards Zoro when I sensed something amiss. The sounds of battle had not ceased. Had the rebel army engaged the royal forces once more? I quickly dispatched a clone to check on Vivi. Upon my clone's arrival at the palace, I saw Vivi conferring with her subordinates. My sudden appearance startled the soldiers. "Hey Vivi, what's going on?" "Kazuki-san, you arrived just in time. I was about to blow up this palace. Do you have any bombs left?" I was taken aback. Was she serious about this? "Do you realize what you're saying? This palace has a history of 4,000 years. Do you think your ancestors would approve?" "So what?" She retorted defiantly. "If the people of this nation perish, that would be the greatest betrayal to our ancestors." I was astonished. Her conviction was almost admirable. I exclaimed, "Listen carefully. Whether or not you blow up the palace is not my concern. But tell me, what do you aim to achieve? Don't say it's because it looks ugly." My outburst shifted the soldiers' gazes toward me. They were already simmering with anger. Vivi had ordered them to abandon resistance, allowing the rebels to enter the city. When the sandstorm arose, the rebels fired their weapons in the obscured visibility. The royal army, unable to contain themselves, retaliated secretly, resulting in Vivi executing several soldiers on the spot. This was the tipping point. The soldiers' morale shattered. Frustrated and enraged, they could no longer tolerate an outsider chastising their princess. They charged at me, shouting, "How dare you insult our princess? Do you know the resolve she has shown?" A horde of over 100 soldiers brandishing weapons advanced toward me. I remained unfazed. My shadow shifted, employing the shadow mimicry technique to instantaneously create hundreds of shadow lines that immobilized the entire group. They stood frozen, their expressions locked in place, unable to move. I gathered my strength and bellowed, "Look closely. What are you pathetic soldiers? Have you forgotten the fundamental duty of obeying orders? Do you even deserve to live?" Although they were immobilized, their words remained defiant. "Who do you think you are, lecturing us? You're nothing but trash. Let me go." Silence. I roar back, raising my hand as if to strike the air. Remarkably, those under my control mirrored my actions, delivering a resounding slap to one of their comrades. The scene was chaotic. What is the most crucial aspect of being a soldier? It is not loyalty or bravery. It is obedience. You are the blade in the hands of the state. A blade with its own thoughts is bound to cut its master. Do you understand, you fools? The princess commands your surrender, and yet you resist. How are you any different from the rebels? Reflect on your actions. Just as I was reprimanding the soldiers into a state of self-doubt, preparing to further educate Vivi, a swirling vortex of sand appeared before me. Crocodile, Old Sand, emerged, cigar in mouth, making his grand entrance. He held someone in his grasp, and upon closer inspection, I realized it was Vivi's father, King Cobra. Crocodile. Vivi erupted in fury. Old Sand's signature laughter echoed as he raised his hand, sending the surrounding soldiers flying with sand, leaving only me, Vivi, and him in the arena. He looked at me, puzzled. Who is this? I scrutinized him, noticing he was unscathed. I thought to myself, this Logia fruit is incredibly overpowered. Ignoring his question, I directly inquired, "Hey, Crocodile, where's Luffy?" I was merely intensifying the situation, letting him guess. Old Sand smirked disdainfully. He's already dead. Upon hearing this, I turned to dig my nose. Vivi, understanding my gesture, realized Old Sand was lying or perhaps genuinely unaware that Luffy was still alive. I snapped my fingers, calmly asking, "Oh, then what are you here for?" Old Sand's smile faltered, the abrupt shift in his demeanor causing his CPU to overheat. His prepared taunts were instantly silenced by my question. After a moment, he resumed his signature laughter. "In half an hour, this place will be overrun by the rebels. However, I have planted a timed bomb capable of obliterating the entire palace. So, Princess Vivi, you need not waste your efforts." "You scoundrel." Vivi attempted to charge at him, but I restrained her. I looked at Old Sand once more, asking, "So, what exactly is your purpose here?" This nation possesses something that can enable me to contend with the world government. Only the king knows its whereabouts." As he spoke, he used sand to pin Cobra against the door. "Mr. Cobra, awaken. Take me to find Pluton." Cobra, who had just been in pain, fell silent at the mention of Pluton. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I grew anxious. "Come on, man, resist a little. How can I proceed if you don't speak?" I instantaneously placed myself in front of Cobra. "Hey, big guy, you need to say something?" He glanced at me, inquiring, "Who are you?" Ding. The system's voice chimed in my mind, and I smirked. "I had him. Get lost." Old Sand roared, causing my shadow clone to be absorbed. Nevertheless, it was inconsequential. The mission was accomplished, and I sensed Luffy's presence approaching rapidly. I had no further need to remain. It was time to withdraw. I had just finished the battle between Sauron and Mr. One. Both were covered in blood. One lay unconscious on the ground while the other stood, gasping for breath. I hurried over to give Sauron a healing boost. "Oh, congratulations. Now you can cut through iron." Sauron opened his eyes and asked, "Did you already know?" "Huh, what a coincidence." I replied. I believed it, and whether he believed it or not was of no consequence. "You are gravely injured. I can only stabilize you for now. Come, let us find Chopper." I hoisted Sauron onto my back and teleported using the Flying Thunder God technique, but I lost my grip and dropped him with a thud. "Hey, be gentle," he exclaimed. "My apologies, my hand slipped." Upon seeing us, Chopper screamed in fright. "Wow, a blood fountain. It's Sauron. Doctor, where's the doctor?" "Oh, I am a doctor." I tossed Sauron to Chopper and teleported back to Mr. One. There was still one card left to play. I treated him, and when he awakened, his first words were, "Who are you?" Ding, another one in hand. However, his next remark was, "What the heck, just an idiot." Yet, he still expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. I was incensed. "How dare you insult me right after I saved you? Who are you calling an idiot?" "You bald-headed fool." Upon hearing bald-head, he abruptly turned back, his expression changing. Evidently, his hairstyle was a sensitive topic. "Looks like you're eager to die." He transformed his hands into steel blades and slashed at me in a cross motion. Bang! I was struck and turned into a wooden block. I appeared behind him and mockingly said, "Shadow clone technique? Fun? ISNT it? There's even more fun to come." His forearms morphed into spinning blades, striking me once again. Splash! I transformed into a puddle of water. In the next instant, I reappeared in my original position and beckoned him with my fingers. Water clone. Come on. Thus, I utilized shadow clones, wood clones, and earth clones to toy with him. He charged around like a wild boar and soon collapsed, panting heavily. I crossed my arms and began a live demonstration. Hey, your fruit is really subpar. I assent it. Only effective in close combat. No range attacks. And you're so slow. How do you call yourself an assassin? Mr. One's face flushed with embarrassment. He recognized his shortcomings. I sighed and shook my head. All right. Since you can only fight up close, I shall indulge you in some practice. I threw a circle of kunai around us, using the flying thunder god technique. And in the next moment, I appeared by his side, ready to strike. Clang! The kunai in my hand broke. I was stunned. Was this guy made entirely of steel? I assumed he was like Mr. 5, needing to activate skills, not realizing he was passively invulnerable. His specialty was physical immunity, wasn't it? Now, it was my turn to feel the headache. I tried again, landing a Rasengan on his shoulder, which sparked like a grinding wheel, but it was utterly ineffective. Wind release. Wind cutter technique. A barrage of wind blades slashed at him, clattering harmlessly against him. His smug smile fueled my anger. Amaterasu. I glared, and black flames erupted on his arm. The poor fellow rolled on the ground in agony, trying to extinguish the fire. It was futile. The flames would not extinguish until he was reduced to ash. Seeing him suffer brought me some satisfaction. Let us see who laughs now. Once he fainted again, I extinguished the Amaterasu. Just as I dealt with this, I felt something was amiss. Flying Thunder God. Clang. The moment I materialized, I was struck by a colossal force, which also knocked someone over. When I stood up, I realized it was old Crocodile's golden hook, and I had knocked Robin flying. Wow, Robin, that was close. Mr. Ninja? What are you doing here? Old Crocodile recognized me as well. How do you keep showing up? I ignored him, continuing my conversation with Robin. He, of course. I'm here to save you. Then I turned to chastise Crocodile. Hey, what's wrong with you? She is your companion. How could you attempt to kill her? Do you have any conscience left? Ah, Shashasha. This woman never intended to cooperate with me. Boom. The wall behind Crocodile exploded as Luffy burst through with a barrel of water. Crocodile, you bastard. I'm here. Crocodile turned pale. You bastard. No matter how much I hit you, you won't die. Just as I was about to greet Luffy, a thought struck me. I seem to have forgotten something. Hey, Robin. What time is it? It's 4:28. Why? What? Oh no. In the next moment, I teleported to Vivi's side. As soon as I steadied myself, Vivi grabbed my collar, nearly in tears. The bomb. It's about to explode. My mind went blank. I had completely forgotten about it. I teleported to the clock tower, and the time was already at 4:29. I ran up the wall, but bang. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. I had been shot. Looking up, I saw those two henchmen. I teleported over and dispatched them in an instant, glancing at the bomb. There were only 10 seconds left. I knew there was a delay with this device, and in reality, there were still over 20 seconds remaining. My first instinct was to store it in the Kamui space. But what if it exploded inside? My private space would be gone. I couldn't take that risk. In a flash, I remembered I had left a flying thunder god mark outside the city among the moles. Without hesitation, I activated Kamui. First, I pulled the bomb inside, then teleported outside the city and released the bomb. Looking at it, there were still 20 seconds. I sprinted desperately using the teleportation technique. In my haste, I miscalculated the time. Only 1 second remained. There was no time for the flying thunder god. I hurriedly shoved myself into the Kamui space. As soon as I entered, I heard the system prompt. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, fire release, ash pile burning. Hee, I thought to myself, this space is wonderful. I won't have to be humiliated in public when claiming rewards anymore. However, I was overly optimistic. Slap. Just as I had a fleeting moment of satisfaction, I was forcibly ejected from the Kamui space by a mysterious force. Outside, the familiar, crisp, and scalding sound of applause rang out. Damn, this system. It can't be satisfied without a live broadcast, can it? Forget it, I wouldn't hold a grudge. I opened my eyes to see a bottomless pit where the explosion had occurred, stretching endlessly. The explosion had ended, and Luffy was likely wrapping things up. I teleported back to Robin, where Luffy had already punched Crocodile through the ceiling and was relentlessly pounding him with a barrage of rubber fists. I chuckled to myself. Now was my time to shine. I returned outside the city and gathered chakra for a grand technique. Water release. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. As Crocodile plummeted from the sky, torrential rain began to pour, enveloping the entire palace. The sounds of battle gradually subsided, and Vivi's plea for everyone to cease fighting finally resonated throughout the square. An hour later, I ceased my ninjutsu, but the rain did not stop. Instead, it intensified, drenching all of Alabasta. I knew this was Smoker's artificial rain. I teleported in front of him. Oh, if it isn't Miss Tina. Hello, I'm Smoker's friend. As I gazed at the stunning beauty in the wine-red suit beside him, I felt my heart flutter. Oh, mother, I've fallen in love. Smoker looked at me disdainfully. Who has friends with you? Kamui. I pulled Smoker into the other space and got straight to the point. Thanks for the rain situation. I didn't do it to thank you. All right, then consider this my advance gratitude for another matter. Please help me suppress my bounty. I'd rather not be exposed. After saying that, I released him and vanished. Returning to the resting area of my companions, they were all sprawled out, snoring loudly. Mr. Ninja, you're back. Vivi was still awake. I sat beside her as she wore a worried expression. Mr. Ninja, what should I do next? What to do? Luffy and the others want me to join the ship, but, oh, about that. I straightened myself, gazing at her with a serious expression. Forgive my candor, but Luffy is a man destined to become the Pirate King. Our adventures are not mere child's play. While everyone adores you, your identity as a princess remains paramount. Do you grasp my meaning? I feared she might misunderstand. So I pointed to the mark on her arm. Regardless of where we are, ISNT, this is a symbol of camaraderie? Wei Wei looked at the mark and finally smiled. Indeed, we shall always be companions. In truth, Wei Wei cannot board the ship just yet. At only 16, she is still too young. Moreover, Robin is about to join us, and their meeting would be rather awkward. More importantly, she must remain behind to learn from Luffy how to govern a nation, for when Luffy ascends to kingship and the world undergoes its transformation, she will be the appointed CEO. After a 3-day respite, Luffy awoke, and soon a feast was in order. After indulging in food and drink and a relaxing bath, I pondered whether there were any young ladies who could give me a foot massage. Once the revelry subsided, we decided to set sail that very night. However, a call from Xiao Feng interrupted us. He informed me that he and his ship were surrounded by the Navy. The moment I heard, I understood the situation. I told Luffy, I shall go check on the ship. Before departing, I glanced at Wei Wei, who still wore an expression of hesitation. Nami shot me a knowing look, implying I should not worry and to leave it to her. In an instant, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive aboard the Merry Go. Hey, Xiao Feng. What's going on? Friend, we are surrounded by several naval ships and cannot escape. I glanced up and saw it was Tina's fleet. I inquired, are you attempting to visit the Shemale Island to find a Shemale King? Of course. He is the person I respect most. Then listen closely. The Shemale King is not on the island. He is in the underwater prison. Xiao Feng fell silent. That place is not to be trifled with. After a lengthy pause, he raised his head, his eyes wide as saucers. I must go. I will rescue him. My word, Xiao Feng truly is a man of resolve. Since you have made your decision, we shall stage a performance. I transformed into one of his crew members, instructing him to have my doppelgangers disguise themselves as Luffy in the morning to divert the Navy, while we would take the opportunity to escape with his actual crew aboard another vessel. Once you are captured, it will be natural for you to be sent to the underwater prison. Xiao Feng's eyes glistened with tears. You fool, I am not crying. The plan executed flawlessly. The following day, Xiao Feng, appearing as Luffy, swaggered away with a group of the Straw Hat Pirates, leading the naval fleet astray. We bid him farewell amidst tears, and the Merry Go took advantage of a diversion to successfully flee. As per our agreement, we arrived at the next port. Wei Wei, adorned in splendid attire, stood with Karu on the shore, bidding us farewell through a loudspeaker. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone's spirits were low, except for Zoro and me. I remarked, well, Wei Wei is only 16. Do you truly wish to take her to sea? Sanji objected. What is wrong with being 16? Nami added, age is not an issue. Zoro coldly interjected. Then why didn't TU just force her onto the ship earlier? I was taken aback, and Chopper and Usopp immediately criticized him for being a barbarian. Luffy, more direct, dubbed him three-sword style. I can assure you, these naive individuals are beyond saving. At that moment, Sister Robin elegantly emerged from the cabin, exuding a captivating aura. Everyone instantly became as vigilant as mice spotting a cat. Yet, I knew full well she would board the ship. Although I had previously playfully flirted with her, the core of it all remains Luffy, whose unwavering dedication to his companions strikes directly at Robin's vulnerability. I must say, our elder sister is no ordinary woman in a matter of moments. She had charmed the lively crew, save for Zoro, the ultimate ironclad male. Primarily, Robin lacked any renowned weaponry. Otherwise, Zoro would have been eagerly following her, calling her sister. Feeling disinclined to intervene, I settled down at the stern, enjoying the sea breeze while reflecting on my recent gains. By the way, I still hadn't utilized that chakra fusion card. Upon accessing the system space, I was astounded to find not one, but 2 cards. My indecisiveness struck me at once. Should I opt for the complete Suetun and Rightun combination, slicing through steel with ease, or the powerful Utun, maximizing violent aesthetics? The dilemma was overwhelming. In a moment of folly, I even resorted to flipping a coin to make my decision. However, as soon as the coin left my hand, I slapped myself, realizing I had 2 cards. What on earth was I doing choosing one? With my intellect, I could easily apply for a brain transplant. The coin, however, never reached the ground as a delicate, soft hand caught it. Are you always this harsh on yourself? I looked up to find it was Robin. She held her chin, gazing at me with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with curiosity, akin to a child discovering a new toy. My face flushed, and I quickly cleared my throat. Attempting to change the subject, Robin, how are you getting along with them? She smiled gently, leaning against the railing, watching the waves as she softly replied. I haven't felt this at ease in a long time. Observing her languid demeanor nearly ensnared me again. She then asked, Ninja-san, is it true that you can help me find the historical texts? Just as I pondered how to respond, Luffy's loud exclamation saved me. Hey, look at this. Is that a sea conch? Sanji's culinary instincts kicked in. The shell must be removed first, then marinated in white wine for it to be delicious. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily made my escape, only for a peculiar salesman to emerge from the conch. Isn't that the fellow from the department store? Just as I intended to leave, a thought struck me, and I approached him to inquire. Do you have a soap that can make skin exceptionally smooth after washing? My goodness, once he began speaking, it was as if he were reciting a mantra, extolling hundreds of flower extracts and the latest high-tech innovations, causing my stomach to churn. I promptly vomited all over him. I assure you, the scene was such that the entire crew swiftly cleared away, creating a wide berth around me. Zoro called me an idiot, while Sanji yelled at me to clean up. Alas, my old seasickness reared its head again, and I quickly apologized. My apologies, I'm seasick. You clean it up. With that, I took off running, fearing he would demand payment. I crafted a wooden board using Mokutan to float on the sea, allowing me to recover. However, upon entering the system, I was dumbfounded. The 2 cards had merged into one. Just as I was about to confront the system, I noticed that the card's color had deepened. Upon inquiry, I discovered that 2 cards of the same type could automatically combine to form a higher-tier fusion card. The system indicated that 8 second-tier cards could merge into 1 third-tier card capable of fusing 3 attributes. Who among you understands this? This meant there was hope for the dust release I had been yearning for. In a moment of excitement, I leapt back to the merry-go, eager to share this splendid news with everyone. Overcome with enthusiasm, I shouted at the bathroom door, "This is fantastic." Suddenly, darkness enveloped me, and just before I collapsed, I spotted a small blue square. When I regained consciousness, I found myself with a large bump on my head. Nami, wrapped in a towel, with her wet hair peeking out, emerged, while Sanji's cigarette nearly pressed against my face as he unleashed a torrent of insults about being a pervert and peeping. I glanced at Sanji, only to find he too sported a large bump on his head, glistening in the light. Hey, you're not exactly innocent either. Just as chaos ensued, a tremendous crash echoed from above, followed by the descent of a massive shadow, an enormous ship, 3 times the size of the merry-go. I reflexively prepared a wind-release spiral shuriken to launch at it, but Robin hastily called out, "Do not destroy it. Get away first." We scrambled in a frenzy, managing to evade disaster. Luffy, still bewildered, asked why we didn't attack it, to which Robin promptly enlightened him. Don't you want to know why a ship fell from the sky? If we destroy it, we lose the clues. Luffy's realization dawned upon him. I too had to admire Robin's sharp intellect. Soon after, Nami screamed, claiming the record pointer was malfunctioning, persistently pointing skyward. As I locked eyes with Luo Bin, we simultaneously exclaimed, "Kong Dao." While Luo Bin was enlightening everyone, my mind was suddenly alerted. A phased mission has been issued. Create a new ninjutsu, with rewards of character cards for Kabila Me and Blackbeard. Blackbeard, my heart sank, and I hurriedly requested Ace's life card from Luffy. Upon inspection, it appeared intact, unchanged. I surmised that Ace, with his notorious sense of direction, had merely lost his way and was temporarily safe. Now, the remaining concern was Wapple. I needed to confront him. I left a wooden clone on the ship, and, using the water transformation technique, set off directly for Alabasta. A day later, I arrived in Alabasta. My chakra nearly depleted and my pockets empty. Just as I was lamenting my situation, I spotted a pirate ship docked at the harbor. Without hesitation, I decided to steal from it. I smoothly pilfered a large chest of jewels, taking only 10 gold coins, enough to sustain myself. Just as I prepared to leave, I discovered a broken sword lodged beneath the chest, its jagged edge suggesting it had been violently severed. While I was pondering this, a crew member caught sight of me. With a sly grin, I thought, a knowledgeable informant has arrived. In one swift motion, I incapacitated him and activated my Sharingan. Have you seen a fellow named Wapple? Sure enough, the man willingly divulged that Wapple had landed here just a day prior. Alabasta was vast. Where could I possibly find him? But I remember my princess friend. With a sly grin, I performed the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared in a fog-laden area filled with women's voices and shrieks. Pervert, get out. I awkwardly found myself in a reception room, having unintentionally teleported into the women's bath, indirectly fulfilling Sanji's dream. Though regrettably, I saw nothing. Vivi approached, her face flushed. Inquiring about my return, I quickly shifted to business. Help me locate someone, King Wapple of Drum Kingdom. He has arrived in Alabasta. Just as I finished speaking, a soldier reported that King Wapple requested an audience. Excited, I concocted a plan. I nodded at Vivi to proceed with the meeting normally, while I dashed toward the harbor to stealthily ambush him on his hippo ship, waiting for this fool to walk right into my trap. Meanwhile, my wooden clone accompanied Luffy and the others on the Going Merry. After a series of bizarre events, they finally arrived at Magic Valley Town on Guy Island, a veritable haven for pirates. Nami, Luffy, and Zoro went into town to inquire about Kongdao. My clone initially intended to follow, but refrained, fearing it might not resist the urge to eliminate Bellamy. However, reconsidering, I thought it prudent to seek out the misfortune of Blackbeard's other crewmates. I strolled leisurely through the chaotic streets, where fights erupted all around. I overheard a bystander mention a hefty fellow named Bagus, who boasted of being a fighting champion. Perfect. He was just the target I sought. In an instant, I appeared before Bagus, a man as muscular as a truck with an intimidating voice that nearly engulfed me. What are you, some kind of weakling? Do you wish to be crushed underfoot? The onlookers began to jeer, wagering whether I would last 3 or 5 seconds against him. Bagus laughed heartily, flaunting his golden belt, claiming to have defeated 20,000 opponents. I regretted my decision to engage. Were these people graduates of a drama academy? Their lines seemed endless. Ha ha ha. Little Sesame, are you afraid? I could no longer tolerate it, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball with a 10-meter diameter erupted from my mouth, hurtling toward Bagus. The nearby spectators were instantly scorched, their cries of agony echoing throughout the alley. I continued to stroll nonchalantly when I encountered Blackbeard's ailing ship doctor, who collapsed and requested my assistance. I immediately recognized his intent to poison me, disregarding him entirely. With a mere gesture, I used water release to fling him back onto the ship. He remained smug, mentally counting down to my demise. However, after walking several hundred meters, I was still perfectly fine, rendering his little trick useless. A mere illusion would suffice to keep him entertained for hours. As I turned a corner, I heard a gruff voice shout, "A man's dreams will never cease." Curious, I pushed through the crowd and was taken aback to see Blackbeard himself. Luffy and Zoro were visibly injured, having already suffered a beating from Bellamy. While I understood Luffy's principle of nonviolence, I could not contain myself. This brute would undoubtedly inflict further harm on the Going Merry, and for that alone, he deserved a thrashing. Luffy had his code, but mine was clear. You harm my friends, and you shall pay the price. My anger boiling, I kicked open the bar door, drawing everyone's attention. With a defiant expression resembling that of a hero, I shouted, "Bellamy, which scoundrel did this to you?" Everyone looked at me with a mix of intimidation and amusement, assessing my slight frame and laughing at my supposed fragility. Even I began to doubt myself amidst their jeers. Bellamy, the heavyweight, turned around after finishing his drink and mockingly remarked, "Oh, this young man looks quite handsome. Would you like me to introduce you to a profession as a gigolo?" As he spoke, a system notification chimed in, rewarding me with a Kusanagi sword. I had no time for banter. Raising my right hand, I unleashed a torrent of lightning chakra. Chidori, a spear of lightning surged forth, piercing through Bellamy's chest. Blood erupted from his mouth, and the surrounding crowd fell into stunned silence. I stood at the entrance, the lightning spear impaling him against the bar, as he collapsed to the floor, unable to even scream. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, quickly fled in terror. Bellamy's first mate crawled over, begging for mercy and offering 100,000 berries. I chuckled to myself, lowering my voice to feign contemplation. He is worth 50 million berries. Do you think a mere 100,000 would suffice? Please, name your price. We will not haggle. I withdrew the lightning spear, feigning a struggle as I slowly declared, 100 million berries. What? 100 million. I crouched down, flipping Bellamy over and began to slap him, saying, rest assured, not too much. I will ensure you get your money's worth. The first mate turned pale, gritting his teeth. Fine, we will pay. Now that is more like it. I placed my hands on Bellamy's chest and began to heal him, visibly restoring his wounds. Once finished, the money was in my possession. Bellamy awoke, bewildered. Why? I used my kimui to gather a pile of money from the ground, standing up and slowly walking toward the exit, casually replying, no reason, I just wanted to give you a beating. I tossed a thick wad of cash to the owner. This should cover the door, right? I shrugged my shoulders, not bothering to glance back at the owner, whose face had turned as pale as a sheet. Behind me, Bellamy continued to roar, why did you heal me? I paused, turned around, and grinned at him because I took your money, you fool. Without another word, I vanished into the crowd. I must say, the rewards were quite splendid. A Kusanagi sword. At last, I had a fitting prop for my dramatic displays. Otherwise, it always felt like something was missing. I sauntered through the town, contemplating a search for Blackbeard, yet curiously, I did not encounter him. However, it mattered little, for I had left flying thunder god marks on his two companions. They could not escape. Upon returning to the Going Merry, I was met with Nami's fiery wrath. One might think she had been the one to suffer a beating. I approached her with a cheeky grin. Hey Nami, who upset you? Did you find any news about Kongdao? Alas, I had stirred Hornet's nest. As soon as the mention of the Sky Island arose, Nami's entire being ignited with fervor, causing Chopper to leap into the sea with a splash. In haste, I remedied the situation by retrieving 100,000 berries from the Shunwei space and placing them in her hands, urging her to calm down. Nami's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you acquire this money? I pulled her aside, whispering, Shoo, it's Bellamy's ransom. I took care of him for you. Wow, Kazuki, I adore you, she exclaimed, planting a kiss on my forehead. Ah, family, who could comprehend the overwhelming joy that had arrived so unexpectedly. Of course, Sanji's murderous intent surged just as swiftly, his fiery wrath nearly singeing my eyebrows. You scoundrel, I shall kick you to death. Amid our playful banter, Robin reappeared, bringing news of the Sky Island. We immediately set sail to seek out a peculiar old man named Kulkai. You wouldn't believe it, but that infuriating charm of Luffy's proved effective, as he swiftly won over the irascible uncle. By nightfall, we were brothers, feasting heartily and drinking deeply while he recounted the tale of the great trickster, Rolando. Honestly, I found it rather moving, primarily because I knew every word he spoke was true, the land of gold, the golden bell, all of it real. Yet, anxiety gnawed at me. The uncle mentioned that the ascending current would occur tomorrow morning, and I had to finalize the transaction with Blackbeard before that. Otherwise, our next meeting might be lost to the annals of time. Moreover, that Enel on the Sky Island, the embodiment of lightning, would surely require an upgrade to my ninja arsenal. Enough of this pondering. With a singular thought, I utilized the shadow left behind in Alabasta to encase that unfortunate Wapple in ice, securing him in Shunwei space. Then returned to Magic Valley Town via the Flying Thunder God technique. After nightfall, I finally cornered Blackbeard at the port. Brandishing my new toy, the Kusanagi sword, I made a striking entrance. Yo, Teach, shall we discuss a business deal? No sooner had I spoken than I heard a chime in my mind, as the system rewarded me with the mutual explosion sealing technique. I dazzled them with an intricate series of hand seals, leaving Blackbeard and his crew awestruck. Ah, young man, you possess quite the courage, Blackbeard's signature laughter echoed. However, that muscular fellow named Burgess recognized me instantly, delivering a powerful punch my way without hesitation. The force of his strike was such that it could have disheveled my hair. But who am I? I simply activated Shunwei to evade his attack. The crew speculated about my fruit abilities, and I chuckled internally, knowing they would guess until their last breath. Burgess continued to flail at the air, and, seizing an opportunity, I raised my left hand to block while preparing a Rasengan with my right, ready to thrust it into his abdomen. Alas, I miscalculated. This brute possessed an absurd amount of strength. As my physical form solidified, his overwhelming force nearly sent me flying. Cursed be the day my attempt to show off failed. I hastily rendered my left arm ethereal to mitigate the impact. Burgess, thinking he had succeeded, was about to revel in his triumph when I suddenly withdrew my strength, causing him to stumble toward me. An opportunity. My Rasengan, glowing with blue light, predicted his position and struck him squarely in the face. With a resounding impact, Burgess was down, yet his considerable weight sent me reeling backward. Damn it, my fundamental physical condition remains a flaw. Just then, that scoundrel Van Auger fired shot, the bullet striking me squarely in the forehead. He smugly asserted, "This is your fate." My body recoiled, and I glared at him. "You are quite rude." He fired 3 more shots, 2 to my chest and 1 to my head, enough to make even the Buddha shake his head in disapproval. I refused to relent, unleashing a water release technique in pursuit, but he evaded my assault. Finally, Blackbeard intervened, unable to read my capabilities, attempting to defuse the situation. "Ha ha ha, young man. Is there a misunderstanding here? It's merely a friendly spar." Coldly, I retorted, "Can we converse properly now?" The moment had arrived. I tossed 100 million berries and the frozen wapple before him. "Assist me, extract this man's devil fruit ability." At my words, Blackbeard's pupils dilated. His crew stared in shock, jaws nearly dropping at the revelation of their captain's abilities. "How do you know I possess such power?" Blackbeard's gaze was intense. Could I confess that I had perused the script? Instead, I feigned nonchalance. "There are more than just you who have seen the Devil Fruit Compendium." He exhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of greed as he recognized Wapple and the Nomu fruit. He began to negotiate a higher price, claiming my funds were insufficient while attempting to recruit me into his crew. I thought to myself, quite the calculated schemer. Are we? Very well. Let's see if you possess the capability. I volleyed back. "Ha ha ha. Then allow me to demonstrate." He produced a black cloth, draping it over Wapple, and entered it himself, shrouded in mystery, forbidding me from peeking. Minutes later, he emerged, holding a purple fruit, tossing it casually toward me. At the very moment I reached out to catch it. Family, who could understand? That old trickster struck me in the abdomen. The power of his yami yami, Nomi, sent me spiraling back to my original form, and I flew out like a kite severed from its string, plummeting into the sea with a splash. Their raucous laughter echoed from the shore. "Ha ha ha, little brat, your money and the fruit are much appreciated. Cursed be the day for such treachery." Yet he forgot that I was a man endowed with Hashirama cells. In the water, I rejuvenated instantly. I devised a cunning plan, conjuring several water clones to stealthily approach. Surprise was my primary strategy. 2 of his crew members, Van Auger and Poison Q, were swiftly dragged beneath the waves. I aimed to pull Blackbeard down too, but he was far too heavy to budge. I retaliated with a water prison technique to ensnare him. However, Burgess, that simpleton, grabbed a wooden plank and struck my arm. Thankfully, I had transitioned to water, otherwise my arm would have shattered. With the water prison broken, he kindly delivered a punch to Blackbeard's chest, helping him expel the seawater he had swallowed. The scene transformed into one where I stood at the shoreline, imprisoning his 2 crew members while he gasped for air, clutching the yami yami no mi. I smirked devilishly. "So, teach, how does seawater taste?" He recognized that withholding the fruit was futile but sought to play tricks, tossing the fruit back to me. This time, I learned my lesson. With a fierce glare, I activated Shenwei, capturing the fruit in a separate dimension midair. Now, he was utterly out of options. Just as I contemplated pursuing my advantage, a familiar voice called out, "Kazuki, what are you doing here?" I turned to find Luffy. Alas, I could not continue the fight. I hastily released the 2 unfortunate souls and grabbed Luffy, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! You've come for a grand feast. Take me along." I chattered as I hurriedly whisked him away. On the way, I learned that the diamond-shaped uncle's gold had been stolen by Bellamy, and Luffy was seeking vengeance. Truly, that boy had endured a beating from me by day and would face another from Luffy by night. A stroke of ill fortune indeed. I had no desire to meddle, swiftly employing the flying thunder god to return to the uncle's side. Indeed, the bowsprit of the Mary had been shattered, and the keel was ruined. The damage was fatal. I quickly summoned my clones, utilizing healing techniques to revive the injured scattered about. Zoro, with his canine-like nose, sniffed around and asked if I had been fighting, to which I remained silent. With the aid of my wood release and clones, the flying rooster version of the Mary was restored by dawn. Yet, Luffy had not yet returned, and Nami berated him for an hour without repetition. I understood he had gone to capture insects. Sitting cross-legged, I reflected on the battle with Blackbeard. My physical prowess remained a significant flaw, and my endurance was a pressing issue. However, I had acquired the Yami Yami no Mi, So it was not in vain. Finally, Luffy returned, and we bade farewell to the uncle, setting our course for the ascending current. Upon arriving at the heart of the massive whirlpool, a dilapidated wooden raft approached, bearing the familiar figures of Blackbeard's relentless crew. Style Hat Luffy, I am here to collect your bounty of 100 million, he shouted, brandishing the wanted poster from a distance. Upon noticing their increased bounties, Luffy and Zoro beamed with pride, while Sanji, standing nearby, turned green with envy. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Smoker had kept my affairs under wraps. Before we could exchange more than a few words, Nami's pupils dilated in alarm as she screamed, "It's coming." No sooner had she spoken than a colossal column of water erupted from the ocean floor, sending the merry-go soaring into the sky like a bee caught in a high-speed train suction. I was pinned against the wall, feeling as though I had boarded a roller coaster that shot straight into the heavens, my stomach churning violently. Just when I felt my insides might spill out, Nami, in a fit of frenzy, shouted, "Set sail." I was momentarily stunned and exclaimed, "Are you serious? The ship is about to fall." Wasn't that akin to standing up in a convertible on the highway? To my surprise, Nami rolled her eyes and coolly retorted, "Who is the navigator on this ship?" In an instant, Sanji, Luffy, and the others erupted in a frenzied cheer. "It's Nami-chan." All right then, they had all lost their minds. The next moment, the merry-go, propelled by the rushing wind, surged into the clouds with a resounding roar. I felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, thinking of Enel and how I would soon confront him with my lightning techniques. Once we finally emerged from that suffocating ascent, we were met with a vast expanse of white clouds, the air so thin it felt as if we were in a vacuum. I collapsed on the deck, utterly incapacitated. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others stood up as if nothing had happened, and it dawned on me that, compared to these monsters, I was as fragile as paper. I resolved to equip myself with the lightning armor and Susanoo for the challenges that lay ahead in the new world. As I pondered my predicament, Usopp, ever the showman, insisted on showcasing his swimming skills, diving headfirst into the cloud sea, only to vanish beneath the surface. Who knew the cloud sea was not buoyant? Luffy quickly extended his arm to rescue him, while I rolled my eyes, realizing my ocular prowess was ineffective in this world. Ultimately, it was Robin who intervened, using her Hana no Mi powers to retrieve him, along with 2 gigantic fish native to the Sky Island, which Sanji expertly prepared for Luffy's voracious appetite before we could even comprehend their appearance. Just as we were reveling in our good fortune, a masked man riding a bird charged towards us. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, our 3 heavyweights, sprang into action, but to my astonishment, they were dispatched in mere moments. The masked figure, seeing our defeat, drew a cannon and aimed it at the merry-go, ready to obliterate us. Chopper, terrified, bristled with fur, while Nami and Robin broke into a cold sweat. Just as despair enveloped us, another elder on a bird swooped in and shot the masked man back. However, the cannonball was still hurtling towards us. In this critical moment, I took action. Clapping my hands together, my crimson eyes began to whirl, invoking Shinjutsu. The cannonball vanished before our eyes, drawn into a different dimension. Realizing his attack had failed, the masked man retreated. The elder, who turned out to be Gonfall, the former god of Sky Island, began to explain, but my thoughts were elsewhere as I pondered why the system's tasks had not refreshed. To my dismay, I discovered that my previous task was stuck. Utilized 2 different types of chakra to create a new ninjutsu. Was the system jesting? I lacked a bloodline limit. After much deliberation, I discerned that it wasn't about acquiring a bloodline limit, but rather about crafting a combination ninjutsu. Fine, that seemed manageable. I reasoned that against Enel, a lightning duel was futile. I needed a countermeasure. What could serve as a counter? Rubber. But I lacked the Goma no Mi. Wait, aside from rubber, what else is non-conductive? Glass. Combining Doton and Katon, I could melt sand. Ah, what a genius I was. Just imagine, when Enel unleashed his lightning, I would remain unscathed. His expression would be priceless. Coincidentally, we were invited to dine at the home of a Sky Island maiden named Konis. I requested they bring me food while I stayed on the beach, promptly performing the shadow clone technique. 5,000 of me filled the scene, a sight to behold as I delved into frantic research. After numerous failures, I finally managed to create a small orb of flowing glass liquid. My hands trembled with excitement. This technique was born from the crossing of my 2 hands, so I decided to name it Ninjutsu, Glass Interlocking Technique. Ha ha ha, who understands? The name is delightfully tacky yet trendy. Ding. Task completed. Reward. 10,000 realms pull. New task. refine this rudimentary ninjutsu. It then struck me. Glass is fragile. Moreover, NLS lightning was superheated, capable of melting gold. Would my glass walls not dissolve upon contact? What to do? With a furrowed brow, I approached Coney's home, staring at the delectable spread before me, devoid of appetite. Suddenly, I spotted a glass filled with water on the table. My mind exploded with realization. How could I have overlooked this? I erupted into maniacal laughter, startling Sanji and the others, who feared I had succumbed to stress. Clutching the glass, I felt clarity wash over me. Sea stone, or seawater. If I encased Enel in a glass sphere filled with seawater, wouldn't he be rendered powerless? To test the seawater's efficacy, I approached Luffy with a friendly demeanor, asking, "Captain, could you do me a favor?" And then, with a swift kick, I sent him into the sea. It proved that the seawater of Sky Island could indeed incapacitate a devil fruit user. The plan was set. Yet another challenge arose. My new ninjutsu required both melting glass and shaping it while filling it with water, an intricate process unsuitable for combat. Just as I was grappling with this dilemma, a peculiar group, claiming to be a law enforcement team, approached, accusing us of illegal entry and demanding an exorbitant fine. Nami, on her scooter, attempted to return and dissuade us, but in a moment of miscalculation, she crashed into one of them. Annoyed by their incessant chatter, I unleashed a Rasengan upon them. Luffy and the others swiftly dispatched the remaining minions. The leader, exasperated, declared, "We are now classified as second-degree criminals. The priests will come to punish us." At this, I couldn't help but chuckle and suggested, "Friends, with 4 priests and 4 of us, let us see who can defeat them the fastest." Just as we finalized our plan, the merry-go was suddenly whisked away by a gigantic lobster. Chopper and Robin were still aboard. I executed the Flying Thunder God technique and followed. The lobster brought us to an altar, where Chopper was flung off and nearly became a snack for a sky shark. In a hurry, I clapped my hands together, summoning a wood-release prison. Wooden beams materialized to shield Chopper, expanding to rupture the shark's jaws. After retrieving the dazed Chopper, I noticed Robin deep in thought and seized the moment to impart my knowledge of the Hana no Mi's advanced applications, sharing techniques such as creating clones and replicating hearts to evade fatal injuries. I also hinted at the historical texts she sought on this island, effectively advancing her main storyline. With them dispatched, I settled down to refine my ninjutsu, fully focused on my singular mission. At last, I managed to create a glass water sphere. Although it is not particularly impressive, it is better than nothing. I also found the name glass interlocking technique to be rather awkward, so after much contemplation, I decided to name it sunroom technique. It sounds uplifting and brimming with positive energy, undoubtedly the trendiest home decor style of 2025. Just as I was reveling in my own ingenuity, a shadow darted towards me, and a spear pierced my shoulder. Suddenly, bang! I transformed into a wooden stump. The substitution technique, a fundamental skill of a ninja, do not underestimate it. Perched atop a tree, I observed a figure who claimed to be the trial god of ropes. Shura, sneering at me. "Oh dear, how rude," I remarked coldly. Realizing his ambush had failed, he charged at me once more. With my hands crossed, I executed the ninja art, glass interlocking technique. A massive, transparent glass wall erupted from the ground. The man crashed into it like a headless fly, his face colliding with an abrupt halt, sending him sprawling, even causing his bird companion to foam at the mouth. I burst into laughter. "You truly are a fool. Charging straight at me like that." The trial god of ropes rose, visibly flustered. He pulled out a multitude of shells from his pocket and conjured invisible threads in the air, resembling a spider's web, proclaiming something about a survival rate of 3 in the trial of ropes. I activated my Sharingan. To him, it appeared as an impenetrable net, yet to me, it was merely a construction blueprint, the trajectory of each thread crystal clear. I feigned engagement, dodging his attacks. Suddenly, I felt my hands and feet ensnared, immobilized. Seeing me trapped, he became smug, halting his assault to deliver a lecture. "Let me enlighten you," he began, boasting about his calculations, claiming that my body was already ensnared by his invisible threads from the moment I entered his attack range. How audacious! He pointed to a nearby thread, delighting in his mastery, stating that a simple cut would slice me in two. Panicking, I exclaimed, "Please do not." To my dismay, he sneered, "Too late, perish in regret." He then swiftly severed the thread. His laughter rang out, brazen as if he had already secured a world championship. What transpired next was astonishing. The severed thread ricocheted chaotically in the air, colliding and binding until, with a swift motion, it ensnared him thoroughly. His expression turned to one of disbelief, his pupils dilating in shock. The more he struggled, the tighter the threads constricted, ultimately rendering him unable to move even his neck. I regarded him leisurely and remarked, "I told you not to, yet you refused to listen." He collapsed in despair. "Was it you?" "Well, more or less," I replied, as he gazed into my crimson eyes. His voice trembled. "When did you realize?" "The moment I opened these eyes, I saw through your little schemes quite clearly. So, while sparring with you, I merely adjusted the trajectory of your threads." "How could this be?" "Such calculations," I interrupted, "regardless of your flashy tricks, they are rendered ineffective in the presence of my eyes." With that, I raised the Kusanagi sword in my hand, prepared to send him on his way. In a panic, he began to plead, wait. You cannot kill me. I'm a priest. If you slay me, Lord Eneru will not spare you." The mention of Eneru sparked my interest. "Oh, are you referring to that user of the rumble fruit? The one who can transform into electricity?" Yes. Lord Eneru is the god of Skypiea. Spare me, and I can speak favorably on your behalf." I slowly sheathed my sword and placed my hand on my chest. In the next moment, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from my palm, the sound crackling like 1,000 birds holding a concert in my ears. The priest's eyes nearly bulged out. "Lightning? How is this possible? Aside from Lord Eneru, how could anyone wield lightning? Since you are so loyal to your master, I shall grant you the honor of perishing by his signature technique." Raikiri. With a single stroke, silence enveloped the world. I clapped my hands and turned to leave, intending to return to my unfinished meal of empty shark. However, upon glancing back, I was horrified to find that his mount, that foolish bird, had ignited my beloved Mary. Before I could react, a bird call echoed from behind. Turning around, I was appalled to see that wretched bird had set my ship ablaze. I attempted to dash forward, only to trip over the remnants of the threads left behind by that man before he met his fate. They were everywhere. The flames on the Mary soared high. Fire release. Great fireball technique. I exhaled a jet of fire to sever the threads beneath me, then unleashed my Sharingan. Amaterasu. The foolish bird was instantly engulfed in black flames, shrieking as it plummeted. Water release. Water barrier. I summoned a waterfall from my mouth, drenching the entire Mary from top to bottom. Once the water receded, I approached, my heart sinking. A third of the ship was char-black, the main sail gone, and the railing reduced to charcoal. Usopp cried out in despair upon seeing the destruction. Anger surged within me as I located the bird still ablaze by Amaterasu, dragging it ashore for a thorough beating. Once I calmed down, I stroked the ship's hull, feeling a profound sense of guilt. "I am sorry, Mary, for not keeping a better eye on that foolish bird and allowing you to suffer. But fret not, I have roasted it." Just then, Luffy and the others arrived on a crow ship, calling from afar, "We have come to rescue you." Usopp, upon disembarking, saw the dire state of the Mary and screamed, "What has happened to the Mary?" I could only awkwardly scratch my head and respond, "I managed to settle the score, albeit accidentally." Coincidentally, Robin and Chopper returned as well, and we gathered for a post-battle debriefing. In short, Luffy and the others had taken down a priest, and Robin discovered that this Sky Island was actually the other half of Gaia Island. Nami immediately pieced it together, realizing that the diamond-shaped man had mentioned the land of gold, which must be located here. The goal was suddenly clear. Tomorrow, we all set out to dig for gold. Observing the excitement of my companions, I understood that the real battle lay ahead. That man, Eneru, possessed formidable strength not to be taken lightly. I needed to level up quickly. Thus, I ventured into the depths of the forest, fervently practicing my newly acquired lightning technique. After countless efforts with numerous shadow clones, I finally managed to synchronize several techniques seamlessly. At that moment, a notification chimed in my mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Reward, Lightning Garb, now being issued." "What? Lightning Garb?" "Isn't that a technique of the Raikage? It activates cells with lightning chakra, enhancing speed and defense to the maximum. This came just in time. With this, I need not fear Eneru's electric strikes." My jubilant shout startled Luffy, who was munching on meat at the campsite. He silently set down his food, his expression turning serious. He knew I had grown stronger. On the other side, Zoro also heard me. He lowered his head, gazing at his swords, his eyes filled with the spirit of battle. The next day, we divided into two groups. I, Nami, Sanji, and Usopp sailed on the injured Mary, while Luffy, Zoro, Chopper, and Robin traveled by land. Our ship had an additional passenger, the injured Sky Knight, Gonfer. As I was hiding in the cabin, familiarizing myself with my newly acquired lightning garb, a sudden loud crack echoed outside. My heart lurched, and I rushed out to find Sanji sprawled on the deck, charred and still smoking. Nami and Usopp screamed in fright. I followed their gaze and beheld a peculiar figure standing at the bow of the ship, with earlobes resembling strands of noodles, dangling down to his shoulders, and 4 large drums strapped to his back. Without a doubt, it was Aina Lu. He truly arrived with remarkable speed. I swiftly positioned myself in front of Nami, my eyes fixed intently on him. Aina Lu, the long-eared oddity, could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids. Under ordinary circumstances, I prefer to be addressed as a god. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a surge of electricity and appeared right before me. Ding! Host has encountered Aina Lu. Unlocking character card. Reward. Shinra Tensei. System. Could you refrain from popping up with notifications at such a critical moment? Nami was still shouting to me to be careful. Because of the system's interruption, I missed the opportunity to escape using my divine might and had to confront him head-on. 100,000 volts. Discharge. A bright light shone from his palm as a bolt of lightning hurled towards my face. However, in that instant, I activated my Raijin armor, my speed surged, and I vanished, only to reappear directly across from him. I immediately retracted the armor. I couldn't reveal my trump card just yet. You claim to be a god? Your attacks are hardly impressive, I taunted him. Would release. Shadow clone technique. I created several clones to probe the situation. Aina Lu regarded my multiple selves with disdain. To him, his Raijin fruit was invincible. He vanished once more, and in the next moment, a thunderous lightning bolt, thicker than the ship itself, descended from the heavens, enveloping us all, including the Mary. Usopp's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Nami began to weep in despair. I understood that I must endure this attack. If I dodged, the ship and my comrades would be lost. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Kakashi-sensei had taught me that wind counters lightning. I hoped it would prove effective. Simultaneously, several clones joined their hands. Ninjutsu, glass intercalation technique. A colossal glass dome instantly encapsulated the entire deck. Aina Lu's lightning bolt collided with my spiraling shuriken, producing a deafening roar. Although the shuriken absorbed most of the onslaught, numerous stray bolts struck our glass dome, creating fissures. My heart sank. His offensive power was more formidable than I had anticipated. We couldn't continue fighting on the ship, or it would surely disintegrate. Water release, mist concealment technique. I intended to shroud the ship in thick fog, but unexpectedly, this tactic backfired. Aina Lu, seeing the surrounding mist, merely chuckled in amusement. Mist is still water, and water conducts electricity. 100 million volts, discharge. A ferocious current swept through the entire mist. I was instantly paralyzed, collapsing from the ship into the forest below. When the fog dissipated, Aina Lu appeared beside me, brandishing his golden staff, mocking, "Ah, you managed to withstand my attack, and just as I was about to commend you, you find yourself in this state?" I wiped the blood from my mouth. This guy was indeed formidable. Rising again, I gestured, and several clones manifested. Ninjutsu, sunlight room technique. In an instant, 5 clones conjured a massive water tank with all 6 sides made of glass, sealing both him and myself inside, while furiously pouring seawater within. Aina Lu's smile instantly froze. As the seawater touched him, he attempted to elementalize and escape, only to collide with the glass walls. His so-called invincible Raijin fruit was rendered utterly useless before the seawater. The bane of sea stone. Just as the water was about to submerge him entirely, he struggled fiercely, trying to shatter the glass with lightning. My heart raced. It was a gamble on whether my glass was sturdy enough. Finally, his strength waned, and he slowly sank. I breathed a sigh of relief. Preparing to celebrate my victory when, with a fierce blow of his golden staff, he struck a corner of the glass. With a resounding crack, the entire glass tank shattered. A deluge of water knocked me to the ground. As I stood up, I saw him still lying on the ground, which eased my worries. I began to wipe the water from my ears as I made my way over, contemplating whether to finish him off or capture him for a trade with Blackbeard. However, before I could complete my daydream, he quietly stimulated his heart with electric currents, initiating a form of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Zzz. I felt a flash of lightning beside me. In the next moment, I completely lost consciousness. Upon waking, I found Nami squatting beside me, wiping my face. What happened to me? I don't know. When we found you, you were lying on the ground, charred all over. I I turned to see Sanji and Usopp also sprawled out like two lumps of charcoal. I touched my hand and exclaimed, "Damn, I'm still electrified." My fingers tingled with electricity. I hurriedly used chakra to heal them. Nami informed me that after I had fainted, Ainalu returned to the ship and knocked Usopp unconscious as well, declaring that some survival game had begun. I noticed the iron gloves on Nami's hands. She explained that two priests had arrived later, whom she and Gonfor had defeated together. Sanji and Usopp were temporarily incapacitated, but they still needed Chopper's help. I sensed Chopper's presence nearby. "Nami, I'm gonna fetch Chopper. Wait here." "No." Nami clutched my leg tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Don't leave. What if Ainalu comes back? Family, who understands?" The way she clung to me was so tight that my pants felt like they might come off. After much effort to calm her, I left a clone behind and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Chopper, who was squatting alone and sobbing. "Light's assistance." Upon seeing me, Chopper leaped forward as if encountering a long-lost relative, wrapping his fluffy body around my head, completely obstructing my mouth and nose. I felt as though I was about to suffocate from my ship's doctor. In this dire moment, I had no choice but to forcibly activate my divine might, temporarily casting this clingy reindeer into another dimension. Finally, I gasped for air. Damn, I almost got taken out by my teammate. Once we both calmed down, I asked him where Luffy and the others were. He replied that they had gotten separated. I seized Chopper and used the Flying Thunder God to return to the Mary. "Chopper, there are two injured inside. I leave them in your care." After ensuring everything was settled, I turned to leave. "Hey, where are you going?" Nami called after me. I turned back, my eyes ablaze with vengeance. What else is there to say? I'm going to take down that scoundrel Ainalu. With that, I vanished in an instant. Though I said this, I had no idea where Ainalu was and could only wander through the forest aimlessly. Before long, I encountered a Scipian warrior and a divine guard who had engaged in battle before me. The Horned Divine Guard shouted, "Blue Sea person, leave Skypiea at once." "Really now?" I chuckled. In an instant, I appeared beside him and sent him home with a spiraling shuriken. The other Scipian warrior, frightened, turned and fled. It seemed that Ainalu had cleared out most of the people. I squatted down, attempting to sense Zoro's location. Lo and behold, this directionally challenged individual had run farther than anyone else. Flying Thunder God. Just as I materialized beside Zoro, a blade of light whizzed past my head. "What the hell? Are you trying to kill me?" I broke into a cold sweat. "What's with you suddenly appearing all the time?" Zoro was equally startled. I surveyed the surroundings. It was quite the commotion. 4 horned guards, 3 Scipian warriors, Zoro, a priest named Weber, another named Ohm, and that old Sky Knight. "Wow, Zoro. It seems you're hosting quite the gathering here. All factions are represented. Be careful. Everyone here besides us is an enemy." "Really? That is fantastic." I immediately drew several Flying Thunder God kunai and flung them around before vanishing in a flash. Bang, 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 bang. 4 horned guards fell to the ground. I returned to Zoro's side, sword in hand. "All right, you choose one, and I'll handle the rest." The priest named Omu let out a cold snort, and the knife in his hand suddenly elongated like a whip, slicing toward me. In an instant, I vanished from in front of him and reappeared behind him, preparing to unleash a spiral sphere. To my surprise, with his back turned to me, he spoke, a right-hand strike. I was taken aback. How did he know? Just that moment of distraction allowed him to forcibly twist away from my attack, and, simultaneously, his large dog pounced from behind me. Zoro shouted, "Idiot dodge." I had no time to evade, and in a moment of desperation, I yelled in Japanese, "Kudomada." Wait a moment. You wouldn't believe it. That dog actually halted, wagging its tail obediently. Ah, this is what they call a mind network. I narrowed my eyes at Omu, who could predict his opponent's attacks. This was rather intriguing. Just as I finished my thought, a warrior from Sandia launched a surprise attack from the side, only to be intercepted by Zoro. I was furious. "Who dared strike me? Watch as I flay your skin." That scoundrel even dared to shoot arrows at me. My form vanished once more, and I obliterated one of his companions with a spiral sphere before cleaving the dog with my lightning-infused sword, followed by a dazzling display of instantaneous movement. When I finally came to a stop, only Zoro, the Sky Knight, Weber, Omu, and I remained on the battlefield. Weber, enraged at the sight of his fallen comrade, aimed the cannon on his shoulder directly at me. At that moment, a colossal figure burst forth from behind me. I couldn't discern what it was, but I could feel its immense size. Weber before me gaped, his mouth agape, as if a fist could fit within, and his cannon clattered to the ground. What on earth was that behind me? Why was everyone so frightened? Stiffly, I turned around to face an enormous python. How big was it? One of its eyes was taller than I was. My fear of colossal beings gripped me, rendering me immobile. Along with the serpent's appearance came Nami's piercing scream. Help. I glanced over to see Nami speeding up a small motorcycle, pursued by the snake from below. Everything was in utter chaos. Zoro rushed to save Nami, while Weber, mistaking his intent, fired a cannon at Zoro, just as Omu seized the opportunity to ambush Weber. The Sky Knight intervened to save Weber. Only for Weber, this simpleton, to retaliate with another cannon shot at the Sky Knight. Let me tell you, the scene was a complete mess. It was as if four people couldn't muster a single ally. They were all adversaries, wary of one another. Meanwhile, that supersized python, good heavens, did not target us, but instead swung its head directly toward Nami and the little girl Aisha. Zoro was locked in a fierce battle with the priest Omu, but still managed to yell at me. Kono Dasuk quickly saved Nami. My legs felt weak. Who could blame me? That snake's head was larger than a car. But then I thought, what am I afraid of? I slapped myself to regain focus. In the next moment, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly embracing Nami and Aisha and emerging from beneath the serpent's maw. It was a narrow escape. Just as I steadied myself, I turned to see that the stone ground was dissolving into a pool of yellow liquid from the snake's venom. It was highly toxic. Nami's face turned pale. I was about to confront the serpent when a searing pain shot through my leg. Looking down, I saw that the bespectacled priest Omu had ensnared me, driving a steel spike directly through my calf. That bastard was still laughing, claiming it had the weight of iron. Wearing sunglasses doesn't make you formidable. It rendered my Sharingan useless against him. I endured the excruciating pain as I yanked my leg free, blood gushing forth, the agony causing me to convulse. Before I could catch my breath, Omu's slashing attack came again. Nami and Aisha were right behind me, leaving me no choice but to withstand it. My sword, Samahata, had a mind of its own. It hadn't tasted anything good and retaliated by piercing my hand. But that wasn't the end. From a distance, Weber launched a surprise laser attack. I thought to myself, this is the end. I'm about to be filled with holes. Just then, a white figure flashed by. The Sky Knight, Gonfer, rode in on his giant bird, swiftly rescuing the three of us. I was about to express my gratitude when Zoro yelled again, "Idiot, get out of the way." I barely registered his warning when darkness engulfed me, and I plummeted into a pitch-black abyss. After what felt like an eternity, I finally came to a stop, my face buried in an incredibly soft substance. I thought, could this be a reward from Nami? Upon opening my eyes, I was met with pink fluff. Good grief, it was the bird's chest feathers. I kicked it away. Just then, footsteps echoed in the darkness. I activated my Sharingan, ready to unleash Amaterasu. Guess who appeared? Luffy. This guy had somehow been inside the snake all along. No wonder the serpent was acting crazily outside. He was throwing a party inside. As we pondered how to escape, the snake started writhing again, spinning us, myself, Nami, and the Sky Knight, out of its mouth. Poor Luffy, clinging to the exhaust pipe of Nami's motorcycle, was blown back as Nami hit the gas. Talk about participation. Just as we emerged, I quickly transported myself to Zoro's side to tend to his wounds. I was about to scold him for getting hurt again when a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly obliterating the giant serpent. Then, the self-proclaimed God Enel made his entrance, complete with his own background music. He proclaimed that he had initiated a survival game, and after 3 hours, only 5 individuals could remain alive. I was furious and pointed my sword at him. I choose you to die. Yet, this Bee-King was genuinely formidable, the Sky Knight. In a moment of impulsiveness, was knocked down by a single attack of 20 million volts. Weber attempted a sneak attack, but was swiftly dispatched as well. Family. The sense of despair was palpable. Then, he aimed to strike Robin, and I immediately retaliated with a lightning strike, severing his electric power. Zoro, enraged and intent on protecting the ladies, unleashed a series of 72 troublesome winds. What happened? He was a Logia type, immune to physical attacks. Enel seized Zoro's sword, preparing to unleash an electric strike. I wanted to save him, only to find myself paralyzed, having fallen victim to his delayed electric trap. He feigned an attack on Zoro, then instantaneously appeared above me, unleashing a bolt of lightning that knocked me and the Robin I sought to rescue unconscious. Another lightning dragon incapacitated Zoro as well. Just when he thought he had the upper hand, Weber, that man stood up. He captured Enel with Sea Prism Stone, launching a final attack that resulted in mutual destruction. The explosion was immense. Weber stood firm even in death. What a true man. Enel had a gaping hole in his chest, and we all thought it was over. But guess what? This guy actually used his own lightning to perform CPR on himself. Thump, thump, he stood up again. At that moment, I could only think, who wrote this script? Nami, terrified, surrendered on the spot. But I couldn't back down. I used my last breath with would release to rise, unleashing my final chakra in a fiery Amaterasu. The black flames engulfed his body, refusing to extinguish. He finally panicked and unleashed a cataclysmic attack, striking me unconscious. When I regained consciousness, Chopper and Usopp were there. It turned out I hadn't perished, thanks to the powerful regenerative abilities of Hashirama's cells and Chopper's medical skills. Zoro informed me that Enel had become even more ruthless. To survive, he had cut off the flesh that had been burned by Amaterasu. Now he was aboard his golden ship, conjuring a thunderball larger than the island itself, ready to obliterate the entire Sky Island. Meanwhile, Luffy was scaling the giant beanstalk to ring the golden bell. Upon assessing the situation, I understood. I had to assist him. I promptly used the Flying Thunder God technique to position myself beside Luffy, creating a platform with would release to catch him. Luffy exclaimed he was going to ring the bell and inform the uncle below that the golden land truly existed in the sky. As I gazed at the cataclysmic thunderball in the sky and then turned to observe Luffy's resolute eyes, enlightenment dawned upon me. Wait, I said. I shall descend and sever this vine, allowing it to fall and serve as a bridge for you. What a splendid idea. Upon uttering this, I executed a swift Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the vicinity of Zoro and the others. I approached him and delivered a sharp kick to his mossy head, exclaiming, Zoro, wake up. The sun is scorching your backside. It's time to get to work. My plan was straightforward. Instruct Zoro to chop down the colossal vine connecting God's Island to Angel Island, causing it to topple westward, thus enabling Luffy to race along the vine to confront Eneru. Zoro, displaying commendable vigor, unleashed a powerful strike, creating a massive gash in the vine. Yet astonishingly, it remained steadfast, seemingly welded to the heavens. This single blow exposed us. Eneru, with his thunderous visage, swept his gaze and detected Zoro. Alas, I had no time to react. A bolt of lightning descended, electrocuting Zoro on the spot. However, my companions, who could fathom the situation, knew that Zoro's vitality surpassed that of a typical boss, and he was far from death. All right, if you remain upright, I shall assist you. Sage mode, activate. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The projectile surged forth with a resonant hum, striking another vine with fervor. Boom! At last, the enormous vine began to fall westward. Eneru, incensed, roared from the sky, preparing to unleash 100,000 volts upon me. I executed a rapid teleportation, dodging to Luffy's side and gesturing emphatically. Hey Luffy, it's your turn. Show him your strength. With a thunderous shout, Luffy responded. Nami, piloting the formidable ship, pressed the accelerator to its limit, propelling Luffy forward. Yet Eneru was no pushover. He transformed into his 200 million volt Thunder God form, attempting to obstruct Luffy. But who was Luffy? With his right hand gripping the heavy golden orb, he charged forward like a deity of war, bursting into the colossal thunderball conjured by Eneru. Seizing the opportunity, I depleted the last remnants of chakra within me, executing a wood release technique to create a platform for Luffy in midair. I then employed the Flying Thunder God to catch Nami, who was plummeting. As for Luffy, leveraging the rubber's non-conductive properties, he shattered the thunderball, landing securely on the wooden platform I had conjured. With a powerful rubber golden spinning kick, he struck true. But that was not the end. In a fit of rage, Luffy seized Eneru's face, delivering relentless blows until he smashed him against the golden bell. The melodious chime resonated throughout the entirety of Skypiea, and I mused that even the diamond-clad uncle in the blue sea could hear it. It served as a message to that boastful figure, Roland, that the land of gold truly existed, albeit in the skies. As I watched Eneru gradually sink into the white sea, I knew he would not perish. As a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit, he would merely lose consciousness. My moment had arrived. I stealthily sought out a secluded corner and retrieved a treasure from my Kamui space, the Gura Gura fruit. If I consumed it and then devoured Eneru, would not the immense power of lightning become mine? The mere thought exhilarated me. Although the system did not explicitly state that I could consume it, it also did not specify that I could not. Upon scrutinizing the fruit, I recalled tales of the devil fruits being notoriously vile, yet this one appeared quite appealing, adorned in a splendid purple hue with swirling patterns. Wait a moment. Did the Gura fruit not have a serrated design resembling an iron beak at its center? Why was mine so smooth? And the color was off too. A chill coursed through me. Could be a counterfeit? Without hesitation, I took a large bite. To my astonishment, this was not foul at all. It was sweet, sweeter than honey. I attempted to convince myself that perhaps it was a modified sweet version. They say that upon consuming a fruit, the devil reveals its name and purpose. Yet, after I finished eating, nothing happened. Dismissing my doubts, I dove into the white sea, swimming effortlessly, far more agile than a fish, with no sense of fatigue whatsoever. But wait, what if I possessed a unique constitution, immune to the curse of seawater? I needed to test further. I picked up a fallen handgun and, with my mouth agape, attempted to demonstrate my ability to consume anything. However, with a resounding crack, my molars almost shattered. Good grief, I had indeed not acquired any abilities. Rational thought finally vanquished fantasy. I had been deceived. It was Blackbeard who had switched the genuine Gura fruit with this ordinary sweet fruit. Blackbeard, I shall have my revenge. My roar resonated with greater intensity than the previous chime. With Eneru dispatched, the battle in Skypiea reached its conclusion. We feasted heartily, celebrating with a bonfire, while I retreated to a secluded grove to reflect on the events. This encounter with Eneru had starkly revealed my shortcomings. Firstly, my foundational combat prowess was woefully inadequate. I was merely a novice in hand-to-hand combat. Secondly, lacking haki rendered my ninjutsu ineffective against natural types, akin to a mere scratching. What was to be done? Practice. Of course. Embracing the philosophy of self-discipline, I summoned numerous shadow clones, instructing them to unleash their weapons upon my original self. With my Hashirama cells, I boasted infinite healing, emphasizing my resilience. If ninjutsu fell short, then I must cultivate haki. I inquired of the system regarding haki, but it offered a convoluted explanation that amounted to little clarity. Thus, I resolved to rely on myself. Upon reflection, armament haki was akin to armor, and my Susanoo was no less formidable. As for observation haki, with my Sharingan coupled with Byakugan, I could foresee events in a 360-degree panorama, potentially surpassing any ordinary practitioner. Though I lacked Conqueror's haki, I possessed Tsukuyomi. Whereas you might incapacitate, I could induce a mental state of dormancy for months. Kakashi-sensei would surely commend me for it. The only drawback was that Tsukuyomi affected singular targets. Thus, I pondered whether I could devise a small-scale version, coining it limited Tsukuyomi. How delightfully ingenious of me! As I reveled in my thoughts, I began contemplating my summoning technique. It was rather peculiar. Having never signed a pact with any summoning beast, how could I summon the Nine Tails? Perhaps I should try once more? Being impulsive, I acted swiftly. I summoned the Nine Tails and pointed to the clouds above, enticing him. Kurama, behold the sky island. Have you never seen such sights? Go explore. The inhabitants possess wings. Once I had dismissed him, I hastily performed the summoning technique again. A plume of white smoke dissipated, and the Nine Tails returned, bewildered, asking, "What are you doing?" I was taken aback. Was my summoning technique exclusive to the Nine Tails? Or was Kurama merely astute, perching atop my head and stating, "Young one, the essence of summoning lies in chakra quantity, yet you may be an anomaly. It seems you can summon whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, my eyes sparkled with excitement. I silently invoked the Rasengan, performed the seals, and with a resounding crash, the triple Rashomon materialized. Remarkably, it appeared to be a manifestation of wishful summoning. Having grasped the essence of summoning, I then sought to merge with Kurama, yet I failed again, as he mentioned that something within me repelled him. However, a thought struck me. Did Naruto not enter the tailed beast mode without merging? He merely borrowed chakra. With a mischievous grin, I said, "Hey Kurama, my good friend, might I borrow a bit of chakra?" He, ever the proud one, huffed and turned away. I unleashed my ultimate move. "You refuse to lend? Very well. Then I shall feast upon your flesh, akin to the golden and silver horns." Upon hearing this, Kurama's fur bristled, and his face turned green. "Wait, just a moment. I shall lend you my chakra." Ha! Victory was mine. I settled cross-legged as he granted me a substantial amount of chakra, warm and invigorating. I furrowed my brow. "Kurama, are you merely toying with me? More, please." He remained unyielding, bestowing upon me a portion equivalent to 2 tails. This time it was invigorating, As the deep crimson chakra coursed into my being, it engaged in a fierce struggle with my own azure chakra. Under my conscious control, the blue chakra gradually gained the upper hand, consuming the red one. My chakra surged dramatically, and I felt as though I had transcended my former self. "QB, do not be stingy. Bestow upon me more." He obliged once again with 2 additional tails, and in that instant, I entered a state of ethereal clarity, even perceiving the vitality of my surroundings. Wait, someone approaches from the 3 o'clock direction. "QB, conceal yourself. Someone is coming." I fixed my gaze in that direction, sensing no malice despite my ignorance of who it might be. Indeed, mere moments later, Robin's figure emerged. "Ah, so this is how one masters Ken Bunchaku. Impressive, indeed. Ah, Mr. Ninja, so you are here. Robin, why have you come out as well?" She did not respond, but instead asked, "You once mentioned that I could find the meaning of life on Sky Island. I have explored this place thoroughly, yet I have not discovered it." I understood. She sought the blank history of 100 years. I pointed skyward and said, "Have you explored all of it?" "Surely not. Have you seen the Golden Bell?" Robin instantly grasped my implication. "You mean there is something I desire on the Golden Bell? It should be there. Go and see for yourself." After Robin departed, I resumed my training. 2 days later, she returned, her face adorned with confusion. "Mr. Ninja, I have seen the Golden Bell, and there is a message from Roger inscribed upon it. What does this mean?" I leaned against a tree, sporting a visage resembling a pig due to my doppelganger's antics, and said leisurely, "Robin, you are thinking too small. Who says only the people of O'Hara can decipher ancient script? Roger lived 20 years ago, consider this. Who inscribed these historical texts upon stone?" I reassured her further, "Moreover, you are fortunate. Our ship's course mirrors that of the pirate King Roger. Thus, as we advance, the secrets of the world shall unveil themselves before you." In that moment, the years of gloom on Robin's face dissipated, replaced by a genuine smile. Just as we were conversing, I noticed a group of Sky Islanders laboring to carry a massive golden pillar toward us, claiming it as a token of gratitude. Upon seeing the slender frame of the Going Merry, I realized it could not accommodate such a treasure. I hurried over to negotiate with them, saying, "This is far too large to transport. May I take a small piece instead?" The crowd nodded in agreement, and I effortlessly sliced off a substantial chunk using my Reikijin-fused Kuzarigama, swiftly storing it in my Kimui space. Then, with a shunshin, I returned to Luffy and the others, calling out, "Brothers, we've gathered our treasures. Let's make our exit." Our party, laden with vast amounts of gold, swiftly boarded the Going Merry and, with the aid of a small octopus serving as a hot air balloon, descended from the heights of 10,000 meters back to the blue sea. No sooner had we returned to the ocean's surface than a system task notification emerged. "Ding, a phase task has been issued. Win any 2 matches in the Long Chain Island Challenge. Character card, Silver Fox Fokasu." Ah, Long Chain Island, home to the sluggish light of Fokasu. I must tell you, his fruit ability is nothing short of divine. It can slow down even light and thunder when illuminated, and upon awakening, it might even pause time. Yet, he chooses to exploit it for games and deceit. Such is a gross waste of potential. I arranged with Luffy and the others that I would participate in the final 2 matches while they enjoyed themselves first. I then found a secluded spot, transformed into Shikamaru's form, and approached Fokasu directly. "Hey, are you that foolish light?" As soon as I spoke, ding, host has encountered Silver Fox Fokasu. Character card successfully unlocked. Reward, 1-Eye Technique Fusion card. I was elated, yet Fokasu had sunk into despair, kneeling and drawing circles in the dirt. Oh dear, with Shikamaru's brain exceeding 200 IQ. "You dare call me a fool? Forget it. I shall first examine my reward." I quickly sought another secluded area. Open the card description. Using this card allows the fusion of 2 different eye techniques into one. How intriguing. System, activate the eye technique fusion card. Ding. Please select the eye techniques to fuse, Byakugan and Mangekyo. Well, limited selection. What choice do you want me to make? Byakugan and Mangekyo. Ding. Activation successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired a new eye technique, Baihua. The name leaves much to be desired. After equipping Baihua, I took out a small mirror to scrutinize my eyes. Goodness, the entirety of my eyeball was white, the black tomo of a Sharingan transformed into 3 golden pentagrams. I was truly seeing stars. Moreover, this Baiwa technique was peculiar. Although I faced forward, I could distinctly observe everything behind me. When I used Byakugan previously, those I saw were blurred, merely appearing as colored dots. Now, however, I could clearly discern their features, albeit in black and white, akin to viewing a monochrome photograph. I wonder how utilizing Kamui in this state would manifest. Kamui. In an instant, I was transported to the Kamui space. The activation speed was significantly swifter than before. I tested Amaterasu once more. Indeed, the spot I focused upon ignited instantaneously. Additionally, there was a more potent capability. When employing Baiwa, even while within the Kamui space, I could perceive the surrounding circumstances. It felt reminiscent of the Mara fruit's abilities on Judicial Island. The Kamui space had transformed into a transparent realm. Furthermore, my line of sight was no longer linear and was not obstructed. Whenever I wished, I could see anything within a 3-kilometer radius. This was truly impressive. However, there was a drawback. It consumed an exorbitant amount of chakra. Based on my estimations, it required approximately 3 times the chakra of the regular Mangekyo Sharingan. Even with my current chakra levels, I could only utilize it 3 times. This raised a pressing issue regarding my chakra reserves. When shall I be granted infinite chakra? Alas, such formidable techniques could only be employed thrice. Before I could lament further, I saw that Chopper had already been selected by Fukasu. Exiting the Kamui space, I immediately overheard Zoro berating Chopper. "Shut up, Chopper. You chose to set sail. If you are a man, keep your eyes wide open and watch the match." Indeed, Zoro was a true man. I quickly joined in, shouting, "Chopper, wait for us to rescue you. Is that a problem?" Chopper wiped his tears and, sitting on the bench, shouted back, "No." Yash. The second match commenced. Encouraged by Nami, Sanji balanced a volleyball atop his head. I couldn't help but chuckle uncontrollably upon seeing Sanji. On his yellow hair sat a colorful volleyball. I collapsed onto the ground, laughing heartily and pounding the earth. Sanji, with a lengthened face and sharpened teeth, yelled, "Beware, or I'll kick you to death, you seasick fool." Zoro, with a serious expression, observed him. "You know, it really suits you." Clang, clang. The two clashed. I was already laughing to the point of cramping my stomach. Opposite them stood 3 enormous figures, each taller than the last. The largest among them appeared to possess giant blood. Wow, these 3 are truly massive. But so what? If you're afraid, just hurry back home, you lecherous chef. What nonsense are you spouting, you green-haired fool? Am I supposed to be frightened? You too. Just stay right where you are, don't go anywhere. Watch as I swiftly take down the largest among them. A triumphant smile crossed my face as I prepared to employ my multiplication technique to eliminate that giant across from us, while simultaneously showcasing my recent training achievements. However, just as I began to form my hand seals, 2 thunderous roars erupted. What the heck? My movements halted, and I turned in astonishment to behold 2 lively characters. One green and one yellow. What did you just mean by that? Sanji's cigarette nearly singed my chin, and I quickly tilted my head away. Are you suggesting that we cannot take down that giant? Zoro glared at me, his eyes bulging. These 2 are truly terrifying. It feels as though they might devour me. Hastily, I backed away, waving my hands to clarify that it was all a misunderstanding. Just then, a long whistle pierced the air. The match had begun. The trio opposite us dashed toward our direction, weapons gleaming in their hands. "Hey, referee, are you blind? Didn't you say weapons were prohibited?" Zoro was furious, recalling how the referee had confiscated his sword just moments ago. Yet now the opponents wielded their weapons without consequence, and that wretched referee turned a blind eye. The referee whistled nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. "Oh, so this is how you want to play, is it? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." I executed a backflip to the rear and clapped my hands together. Would release Earth Spike technique. In an instant, the grass that barely reached our ankles grew to the height of a person and transformed into sharp spikes that pierced the feet of the 3 giants across from us. Cries of agony echoed. Foxy's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? What on earth is that? Is it sorcery? Can you see that? Am I imagining things? The grass on the ground suddenly transformed into spikes. No, your eyes are fine. I see it too. What is this? Look, that guy over there is responsible, the one with his hands together at the back. Are you foolish? There's no way that coward could do this. Exactly. The grass must have just grown too quickly. Foxy, of course, couldn't believe the words of his subordinates, but what was unfolding before his eyes was undeniable. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Is it the power of a devil fruit? Hey, boss, have you figured out what ability he possesses? Not yet, but it is evident that this ability is quite troublesome. I should have dealt with that guy earlier. Back to the battlefield. The 3 giants writhed in pain on the ground, but their fall only exacerbated the situation. Their bodies were pierced, and the spikes continued to grow, now reaching the height of a person. The cries of anguish were incessant. The host hovering above was passionately narrating the dire circumstances. What a tragic scenario. However, even if casualties occur in this game, it is permitted. Upon hearing this, I thought to myself, how delightful. That works perfectly. With a low growl, the situation on the field shifted dramatically. Everyone stood in disbelief. At my growl, the spikes on the ground vanished in an instant. The forced extraction of the spikes embedded in the bodies of the three giants only elicited more wails. But immediately after, the spikes erupted once more. Foxy shouted, "Stop!" But it was too late. His three subordinates lay on the ground, bloodied and lifeless, devoid of even a scream. I released my hands and walked slowly toward them, dragging the giant S-head and stuffing it into the goalpost. I expected it to end there, but to my surprise, the referee was paralyzed with shock. I suddenly appeared beside him. "Why haven't you blown the whistle yet?" The referee rolled his eyes back and fainted. I stood up to find the surrounding crowd staring at me as if I were a plague. I couldn't care less about these fools. Turning to Foxy, I said, "Hey, the referee has fainted. What now? Should I stab him a few more times?" "No need, you won this round." I shrugged. It was about time. "Hey, is it over this quickly?" I haven't even had a chance to showcase my skills. Exactly, that dazed idiot didn't even give us a proper introduction. I approached Luffy. "Captain, it's your turn to shine." Hee, as if it were ever in doubt. The choice of opponents has long been determined. At that moment, the members of the Foxy pirate crew began to tremble, filled with anxiety, fearing that Luffy had already set his sights on them. Yet Luffy declared loudly, "Sherry, come back." Though surprising, we understood it was Luffy's promise to the stilt-walking uncle. After calming Chopper, the third match was set to commence. Luffy insisted on being the first to step forward, and Sanji, the strategist, had no objections. However, only I realized that everyone seemed to overlook a crucial, potentially fatal issue. "Hey, Captain, are you sure you can skate?" Upon hearing my question, everyone nervously turned to Luffy. With a wide grin, Luffy replied, "Although I've never skated before, don't worry, I'll find a way." Great, I was utterly speechless at this optimist. Zoro became Luffy's emergency instructor, and we had no choice but to let Luffy go last. Nevertheless, this competition was child's play for me. Stepping onto the field, I formed seals with my hands. Would release, would lock technique. All of the opposing team members were trapped within wooden houses. Armed with a grass-cutting sword, I provocatively gazed at them. "You all better behave, or you'll find out what wooden spikes feel like." My threat proved effective. Although the lackeys dared not move, Foxy was not so compliant. He seized an opportunity and launched a surprise attack on me with his slow beam. Although I had anticipated the attack, I remained still, wanting to experience what this so-called slow beam was all about. Moreover, I had other cards to play. Even if they managed to control me, victory would still be out of their reach. Indeed, Foxy successfully slowed my movements. He destroyed the wooden cage, imprisoning his comrades. But when his companions remained unmoving, he sensed something was amiss. The 30-second effect of the slow beam was palpable. My body, thoughts, reaction speed, and even pain sensations had all become sluggish. This truly is a remarkable devil fruit power, even if it only slows someone down for 30 seconds. However, if one is struck multiple times by the slow beam, it could extend beyond that. Sigh, how I wish to have that. Just as I pondered how I would develop such an ability, Foxy angrily confronted me. "Hey, what have you done to my partners?" I feigned surprise. "What happened to them? Don't play dumb with me. I've already destroyed the wooden restraints. Yet they still haven't moved. What gives?" You'll find out once we win." At that moment, Luffy finally staggered across the finish line, concluding the entire competition. I chuckled to myself as I lifted the shadow mimicry technique, instantly liberating the 5 individuals opposite us. Upon seeing that his companions were unharmed, Fox relaxed. "Hey, Guangzizu, what has happened?" Luffy inquired, curious as to why the opposing team was rendered immobile. "You fool, didn't you notice? Their shadows thickened beneath their feet just now." "Perhaps that fellow employed some trick," Zoro explained, his arms crossed, casting a curious glance my way. His expression suggested he too was eager to uncover the nature of that technique. Let me show you something amusing." With that, I clapped my hands, and the shadows beneath my feet began to shift rapidly forward. Fox, who had been moving normally, suddenly halted. He raised his hand, striking a pose as if to shoot a slowing beam. "No, Captain, what's wrong? Please don't do this. Wake up. If you don't stop, you might truly perish." I manipulated Fox, moving him toward the sea, and just as I leaped down, I directed the slowing beam back at him. Upon releasing the shadow mimicry technique, Fox remained suspended in midair, poised to dive into the ocean. This was precisely why his subordinates were in a state of panic. Wow, this is so much fun. Guangzizu, how'd you do that? Hey, you can accomplish such feats. Both Luffy and Zoro gazed at Fox, eager to see if he would genuinely plunge into the sea. However, in that moment, I stumbled upon another issue. I was controlling Fox's movements with the shadow mimicry technique, and while he was affected by the slowing beam, I remained unscathed. This presented an anomaly that should not have occurred. Normally, those struck by the slowing beam would have their movements hindered. Yet, once under my control, he was able to move normally. Although his thoughts remained sluggish, he could still act. Perhaps this method could be employed to counteract the slowing effect, providing Luffy with some support. Following victories in 2 competitions, we not only reclaimed Chopper, but I also received another reward, in Attribute Chakra. This reward was quite favorable, as it allowed me to upgrade the shadow mimicry technique and incorporate in Attribute Chakra into other ninjutsu, thereby augmenting their potency. In fact, I had previously noticed that my wood release lacked the vitality typical of Captain Yamato's technique. It was powerful, yet it seemed to lack a certain essence. The emergence of in Attribute Chakra clarified my confusion. To enhance wood release, one must integrate Yang Attribute Chakra. Without the vibrant life force of Yang, wood release remains merely ordinary wood. Conversely, the infusion of Yang Attribute Chakra would enable it to evolve into trees, significantly increasing its lethality. Similarly, without the addition of in Attribute Chakra, shadow mimicry could only control others. As I was analyzing how to strengthen my ninjutsu, Luffy accepted a new challenge. Initially, I intended to observe, but upon noticing the expressions of Fox and his crew directed at me, I sensed something amiss. Furthermore, there was a more pressing concern. If we were to lose the upcoming matches and Fox were to claim me, it would spell disaster. In truth, my primary mission was to maintain my partnership with Luffy. In such a scenario, if I lost to Luffy, would the system not obliterate me? The more I pondered, the more alarmed I became. System, may I inquire what would happen if I temporarily joined another pirate crew? Ding. Should the host join another pirate crew, it will be deemed a dissolution of the partnership with Luffy, and the system will execute penalties for mission failure. I cursed. It was indeed as I feared. There would be no rewards for victory, but defeat would lead to my demise. Why was my existence so beleaguered? Oh heavens, is there no Buddha to save me? Collapsing helplessly to the ground, I felt as if I had lost the will to live. The opposition would surely choose me. Hey Guangzizu, cheer up. This competition is quite entertaining. Luffy's oblivious remark ignited my frustration, and I seized his neck, shaking him vigorously. It's all your fault, you idiot. If we lose, I might actually die. Take it easy. We've E1, so it's all good. Sighing, I realized there was no alternative. As Luffy suggested, we had to win everything. I pinched Luffy's face sternly and declared, listen, we cannot afford to lose in any of the upcoming games. Do you understand? Oh, okay. The 3 matches would consist of dodgeball, capture the Weeble, and a champion showdown between the captains. The first 2 were open to all participants. As the whistle blew, the dodgeball match commenced. To my surprise, the competition was quite formal, complete with a dedicated panel of judges. This was favorable, as winning such a contest was a simple endeavor for me. The instant the match began, I utilized the body flicker technique to seize the ball and discreetly marked it with a flying Thunder God seal. Now the opposition could only suffer. I passed the ball to Luffy, allowing them some enjoyment while I took on the role of retrieving the balls. My presence was ubiquitous throughout the arena. The opposing team failed to secure a single ball, and we triumphed in the first round without losing a single member. However, during the selection phase, disagreements arose. Nami and I wished to eliminate Fox immediately, thereby negating the need for the 3rd match. Yet, Luffy and the others seemed opposed. Robin slowly interjected. While this aligns with the rules of the competition, it undermines the aesthetics of piracy. Aesthetics and piracy? I was taken aback. Yet I understood. Selecting their captain would imply we were intimidated by him. After deliberation, we unanimously pointed in a direction. It's decided it shall be you. After our collective agreement, we ultimately chose Fox's pirate ship. While acquiring their ship held little value for us, selecting anyone from their crew would yield the same result. The competition continued. Now, transitioning to capture the Weeble. This game relied on speed, and although Luffy was unable to participate, as long as I was present, victory was assured. Moreover, the Weeble was a tall uncle on stilts. Before the match commenced, I seized the opportunity during our handshake to place a flying Thunder God seal on him. This way, I could capture him in an instant. The anticipation was delightful. If we won this time, what would I request from the opponent? As I pondered this, the match began. I took my time, sitting on the ground to organize my thoughts. After all, such a game was as easy as drinking water for me. As I stood there in a daze, the unfolding events began to take an unexpected turn. Zoro and Sanji, those two rascals, dashed forward, only for Zoro to lose his way. Sanji, however, was on the right path until a captivating beauty lured him away, causing him to tumble into the sea and thus disqualifying him. Nami, Chopper, and Usopp knew that this game did not require their intervention, so the three of them engaged in a game of poker at the starting line. Robin, on the other hand, had somehow procured a lounge chair and comfortably reclined while engrossed in her book. Out of our 7 companions, 5 were merely idling at the starting point. The members of the Fox Pirates pressed on, swiftly closing in on the target, the uncle on stilts. Luffy, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Hey, what are you all doing? Hurry up, the competition is about to end." His exclamation jolted me back to reality, and I glanced up to see that the opposing team was nearly upon Uncle Stilts. In an instant, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and found myself beside him. To my surprise, he had just finished speaking and turned to look at me. With my body still suspended in midair and devoid of control, I instinctively moved, only to be declared out. I was astonished that the most capable contender for victory, I, had met my end in such a manner. The 3 players at the table witnessed this and could no longer continue their game. They had to step in to resume the competition. Yet, the disparity between the 2 sides was glaringly evident, as Uncle Stilts had barely turned around before he was touched by the opposing team. The match concluded, and we suffered a glorious defeat. The sky seemed to fall, for Fox would undoubtedly choose me. I braced myself for the impending punishment from the system, sorrowfully bowing my head as I bid farewell to my companions one by one. Fox gleefully proclaimed, "Straw Hat Brat, I'm picking you." My heart bled as I discreetly wiped my tear-stained eyes. A man must not shed a single tear at farewell. "I choose." Fox pointed at me. Although I did not raise my head, I understood that he would undoubtedly select me. Stepping forward quietly, tears brimming in my eyes, I turned to Luffy and the others, saying, "Farewell, everyone, until we meet again." The bittersweet sorrow of parting weighed heavily in my heart. The dread of impending death made me tremble all over. I timidly lifted my head to face Fox, intending to cry out "Captain," only to find him gazing at me as if I were a fool. "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you choose me? Can't I say goodbye to my old companions? Do you have no humanity?" "Well, boss, this guy's a fool," he chuckled. He indeed. He actually thought we chose him. I was taken aback. "What do you mean? Stop rambling. We chose our own ship." "Straw Hat Brat, are you daring enough to raise the stake for this final match?" Fox turned to Luffy. Before I could grasp what was happening, Luffy had already agreed. Then we bet 500 crew members. The loser must forfeit 500 men. "How could I fear you, you scoundrel?" The 2 captains deliberated on the battlefield, while Zoro approached me, saying, "How embarrassing. I thought you were being selected." "Mind your own business. Get lost, you scoundrel." Sanji chimed in, "Honestly, being chosen would be better, avoiding seasickness and preserving our reputation." "Careful, or I might kick you, you scoundrel." How mortifying. I hadn't realized I was being so self-important. However, once the venue for the 3rd round was confirmed, I finally understood why Fox had not chosen me. This rascal had cunningly designated the arena on his own ship. With numerous of his props on board, if we were to seize his ship, he would surely lose in the following matches. Yet, he clearly had not given up on the idea of having me join, hence the increase in the stakes to 500 crew members. That treacherous scoundrel was indeed devious. As the 3rd match commenced, both captains finally made their appearances. That rascal donned a spiked iron gauntlet, a clear violation. Yet, the referee voiced no objections whatsoever. When Luffy stepped onto the scene, everyone, yes, everyone, was left in awe. Hey, could that be the legendary? Luffy strode and wearing a long cape, exuding an intimidating presence. Usopp trailed closely behind, advising, "Remember, Luffy, you are no longer the same you. It is not the king of punches who made the explosion head famous, but the explosion head who made the king of punches." It's my turn now, coach. All the spotlight converged on Luffy as he dramatically flung off his cape. Wow! The entire arena erupted in cheers and screams. "Explosion head! Explosion head! Explosion head!" Luffy, feeling the enthusiasm of the audience, let out a victorious cheer. His wild hairstyle, bare chest, and red boxing gloves made him appear utterly fierce. Every spectator seemed to be captivated by this untamed appearance. The intense visual impact ignited a surge of hormones within every male present. Even before the battle commenced, the atmosphere in the arena grew palpably suffocating with excitement. As the bell rang, The duel between the two captains finally began. Just as I was preparing to crack sunflower seeds while watching the match, a voice echoed in my mind. Ding, phase task assigned. Rescue the castaways on the deserted island. Character card, Akiji. The mere mention of those two words sent a rush of adrenaline through my veins. Perhaps it was the influence of the explosion head, but I felt an overwhelming urge to challenge Akiji to a duel. The highest combat power of the Navy, Admiral Akiji, wielder of the ice fruit. Although he did not employ haki during this encounter, I understood that his haki was not to be underestimated. After all, he had fought evenly with the old man Garp, proving he was no ordinary opponent. Turning my gaze back to Luffy's duel, I was certain he could not lose. Therefore, I returned to the ship and immediately entered the Kimui space to begin my training. The pressure Akiji exerted on me was immense. Although this task did not require defeating him, I was struggling to contain my impulses. Facing a natural-type user like Akiji rendered even seawater ineffective. Truly a formidable adversary. That naval admiral. The opponent utilized ice release, which falls under the category of wind release. If viewed purely from the perspective of elemental advantages, the best counter would be fire and earth. That would be magma. No wonder Akiji could not defeat Akainu. However, I currently lacked a chakra fusion card and could not utilize lava release. What to do? This was truly vexing, causing me to tug at my hair in frustration. I wondered if fire release would suffice. Against an opponent of this caliber, ordinary fire release would likely prove ineffective. However, potent fire release, given my current chakra reserves, would also be limited. It seems I must seek assistance from the Nine Tails. Summoning technique. What is it? You little brat, you keep disturbing my sleep lately. Kurama, please help me. In a few days, I will encounter a formidable enemy. With my current strength, I cannot hope to defeat him. What kind of person is this? Sounding so formidable? Nonsense, of course, he is formidable. Let me put it this way. This individual excels in the art of ice manipulation. Do you understand what ice entails? I thought it was merely ice release. Isn't that simple? It is not ice release. Ice release is a ninjutsu that utilizes chakra to manifest. However, this person embodies ice itself. One might say he is the very essence of ice. Oh, hearing you say that makes it quite a challenge indeed. If the opponent is made of ice, then using fire release should suffice. I thought the same, but without sufficient chakra to support it. My fire release may not be enough to counter him. In that case, you could enhance your fire release with wind release. That is indeed a splendid idea. Wind release can amplify the destructive power of fire release. This is certainly feasible. It even brings to mind another combination of ninjutsu. However, my chakra reserves are still insufficient. Kurama, you truly are a genius. But alas, my chakra is lacking. Perhaps you can lend me some later on. Such praise made the Nine Tails a tad bashful. Not only did he readily agree to my request, but he also provided me with another perspective. After speaking, he went off to sleep. Encouraged by Kurama's suggestion, I felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. It seemed I might truly defeat Akiji. I found myself contemplating that name. Summoning technique. Who is it? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Oh, Monkey King. Fool, who are you calling Monkey King? I am the great sage of the Water Curtain Cave. Bestowed with the title Son by the Sage of the Six Paths, the King of the Celestial Apes, Sun Wukong. Squeak, squeak, squeak. My goodness, your name is rather lengthy. Moreover, that squeak, squeak, squeak at the end is quite out of character. It sounds less like a celestial ape and more like a street monkey. I broke into a sweat. Very well, with such a long name, let me shorten it for you. Monkey King. How does that sound? Who are you calling Monkey King? I'm a celestial ape. Mind you, squeak, squeak, squeak. All right, then how about I call you Celestial Ape, brother? The Four Tails looked at me speechlessly, pondering for a moment before finally saying, just call me Sun Wukong. By the way, what is the situation with you, you little rascal? Where exactly is this place? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hee hee. Speaking of which, Monkey King, you are quite fortunate. This is a splendid location. Humph. You must be trying to seize my power again. I'm no tool for you. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Haha. That is precisely what I wish to convey. This is not the world of ninjas. I summoned you to enjoy a change of scenery. See, am I not thoughtful? What is it? Merely a black and white world, and such a small one at that. I see. You must possess some form of invisibility technique, right? If you promise to remain invisible to others, I will take you out to sea. After some bargaining, the Four Tails finally settled on my head. I took him on a tour around the entire Long Chain Island, allowing him to witness what slender trees, slender apples, and even slender puppies looked like. So what do you think, Monkey King? It appears rather pleasant indeed. The creatures are quite unusual. However, The water here is somewhat salty and not very palatable. Moreover, after the water dries, it leaves my fur feeling sticky and quite uncomfortable. I comprehend that the Four-Tails prefers to reside in Huawa Mountain, where fresh water abounds. Here by the sea, naturally, there isn't enough fresh water for his enjoyment. This is the seaside. What you were playing with just now was seawater, so there's a distinction. In any case, it is still quite decent. Now speak. What brings you here? Ah, nothing much. Just wanted to let you out for some fun. Familiarize ourselves, make a friend, you know. Quite nice indeed. But this celestial ape must return home for a bath. Farewell. Well, this monkey certainly has a rather rough temperament. However, to defeat Akiji, the power of the Four-Tails is indispensable. After all, his chakra possesses the effect of lava release. After sending off the Four-Tails, I summoned 2 more individuals. Lord Shizuka, Lady Chima. I repeated the earlier process with the Four-Tails, explaining to them what kind of place this was. This outing was purely for leisure, and they were to relax and enjoy themselves. After taking the 2 around Long Chain Island, we finally settled down. Lady Chima was eager to return home to prepare a meal, so they both departed. Just wanted to establish some familiarity and make some friends. With the addition of these 3, I believe our chances against Akiji are quite promising. While we may not necessarily defeat him, at the very least, we can delay him for a time. After Luffy finished his battle, our group boarded the ship once more, setting sail for the next island. Hey Luffy, what do you call that drawing you made? Ha ha ha, I think it looks fantastic. Gazing at the new emblem of the Fox Pirates, crafted by Luffy's own hand, I felt that perhaps the Fox Pirates should reconsider their career as pirates. Using such a cat head as a pirate emblem is rather shameful. The serene sea surface saw the Mary slowly advance. However, the crew aboard was anything but calm. Zoro, noticing my diligent training, began an inhumane regimen of his own. Although Sanji was preoccupied with cooking daily, one fateful night, I caught him seemingly experimenting with new techniques. After reading every book aboard, Robin began attempting to develop the Hana. Nomi Usopp also initiated his weapon enhancement plan, and naturally, Nami would not let this opportunity slip by. Except for Luffy. That is, this fellow only knows how to play foolishly with Chopper. Until Chopper began researching new medicines, Luffy, devoid of a playmate, sought me out. I knew from the moment he approached that it could not bode well. As expected, he asked me to demonstrate a ninjutsu. I had initially planned to refuse, but perhaps this presented a good opportunity. After I performed a body flicker technique, I looked at Luffy. You can also move that swiftly, you know. Really? Look here. Your body is made of rubber, right? By compressing the blood within your body, you can enter a steam state, thus enhancing the lethality of all your techniques. Luffy pondered my words thoughtfully. Furthermore, concerning this rapid movement, you can achieve it by repeatedly stepping on the ground. Although I am not entirely certain how to accomplish it, I know there are individuals who utilize this method in combat. Observing Luffy lost in thought, I formed hand seals again. Multiplication technique. Utilizing the multiplication technique, my entire arm enlarged. Luffy, can you withstand this punch? I said to him with a smile. We shall see. Rubber balloon. The moment my fist struck Luffy's abdomen, he flew off. As he neared the brink of falling into the sea, fortunately, he extended his arm and grasped the ship, preventing his fall. Ouch, you scoundrel. That move of yours. It was not too bad. In fact, you can do it too. Just think, your body is rubber. You can enlarge as well. Really? Can I grow as large as a giant? Absolutely. However, that will depend on your own development. I have thought of an interesting technique. Luffy is truly Luffy. His talent is undeniable. I merely offered a slight hint, and he immediately understood what to do. In truth, I pondered whether to disclose the concept of haki to him. However, lacking haki myself, merely articulating it would seem rather hollow to someone like Luffy. After all, he is a person who experiences techniques through physical sensation. So perhaps it is best to forego discussing haki for now. I can leave that for Rayleigh to teach later. After providing Luffy with some guidance, I resumed my own training. During this time, I summoned the Four-Tails and 2 frogs, allowing them to appreciate the allure of the sea. Lord Shinzua also offered me insights into the usage of the Senjutsu from Mayaboka Mountain, granting me a newfound understanding of this mystical art. As everyone exerted their efforts, time flew by swiftly. On this day, we successfully arrived at an uninhabited island. Observing the bicycle tracks on the ground, I knew that Akiji had indeed reached this island as well. Our group made our way towards the center of the island. Suddenly, Chopper discovered a bizarrely shaped mushroom growing atop a rock over 2 meters high. When he and Luffy rushed over for a closer look, they realized it was not a mushroom at all, but a person, This individual was remarkably tall. The moment Robin laid eyes on him, her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the ground. It was at this moment that everyone realized the person before them was no ordinary individual. Akiji. My heart raced uncontrollably, and my blood began to boil. My face felt as though it were ablaze. At last, we had met. Akiji removed his eye patch and scrutinized us closely. You are the ones, yes, indeed. Ding. Detection of host encountering Akiji. Character card successfully unlocked. Reward. Sharingan, Tsukuyami, now dispensed. Applause echoed, though I shall omit the 26 claps. I discreetly summoned my shadow clones, instructing them to meditate in the nearby woods. I then settled on the ground, preparing to enter Sage mode. Although I was not yet ready to engage Akiji, entering Sage mode would enable me to relocate the distressed individuals. As expected, before I could finish my thoughts, Luffy was already eager to confront Akiji. However, being a disciple of Garp, Akiji had to maintain his composure and patiently explain things to Luffy. Once the refugees emerged, Luffy treated them to a lavish feast while Chopper tended to their injuries. Thereafter, Akiji instructed them to prepare for departure to the next island. I stepped forward and said, "Allow me to handle this. If you intervene, the ground will become too cold. There are children here, and we wouldn't want them to freeze." Akiji lounged lazily on the ground, picking his nose. "Oh, and what do you propose to do?" Indeed, what was my plan? I too possessed the ice release technique. Was it not akin to Akiji's ability? Yet without using ice release, how would I facilitate their relocation? Everyone gazed at me, their expressions a blend of confusion and anticipation. Come on, think of something. Ding. An idea struck me. I approached the shoreline and employed the water clone technique, subsequently using wood release to craft a vessel. Clang, clang, clang. With this, we could reach the next island. I see now. Kazuki, you are indeed a genius. Well, while I appreciate your kind words, we lack a log pose, remarked a refugee with a small mustache. That is precisely what I accounted for. Just follow him, and you will arrive. I pointed to my water clone. Consequently, everyone boarded the ship. At that moment, Akiji approached the shoreline. While your method is commendable, there remains a considerable distance to cover. Allow me to assist. With that, Akiji plunged one hand into the sea and gently closed his eyes. Suddenly, 2 icy trails emerged on the water's surface, extending straight ahead. Follow this ice wall, and you shall reach your destination. Akiji's capabilities were indeed profound. Not only had he sensed the direction of the nearest island using Kinbunchika Haki, but he also utilized his powers to freeze the seawater. Given how effortlessly he spoke, it seemed this was merely the tip of the iceberg regarding his abilities. A marine admiral, truly fearsome. After sending off the refugees, I had completed my interim task. The reward was the light-heavy stone technique, which I recall belonged to the venerable Oyama. Not too shabby, I thought, observing Luffy warmly bidding farewell to everyone. I noticed Akiji reclining on the ground, his gaze seemingly laden with unspoken thoughts. Luffy turned to Akiji, saying, "Though you are a marine, you appear to be a good person." Akiji scratched his head and let out a long sigh. "How should I put it? You bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather." Luffy instantly broke into a sweat. My grandfather! My grandfather! At that moment, I understood. He had become frightened. This lad, having been rigorously trained by Garp since childhood, understandably harbored psychological scars. Although I have received considerable care from your grandfather in the past, it appears Akiji slowly rose to his feet, his tone turning serious and his gaze fierce. "You should all perish here." Akiji scratched his head. "Actually, I only came to see Nico Robin, but after encountering you, I realized you cannot be allowed to remain." He surveyed us all. I recognized that under such circumstances, a confrontation was imminent. I quietly summoned the Four Tails. "Hey kid, what delicious morsels do you have for us this time?" "Monkey, I'm about to engage in battle. Can you lend me a hand?" "What? There's no food? Besides, I'm not particularly interested in fighting." "Monkey, if you dislike fighting, could you at least lend me some of your chakra?" "That could be arranged. How much do you need?" "Just give me half for now." "TSK, you're quite demanding. With that much chakra, who do you plan to battle?" "The story is lengthy. Suffice it to say, half may not even suffice." All right, I'll give you what you need." My body was continuously absorbing the chakra from the Four Tails, and that ethereal state returned. However, this time it was Four Tails mode instead of Nine Tails mode. After bidding farewell to the Four Tails, I summoned 2 great toad sages. "Lord Shinzwa, Lord Shima, no time for pleasantries. There's a formidable opponent I need your assistance to confront." "What? You call this out during mealtime? I still have cooking to do." Oh, come on. Old lady, don't hold a grudge. Kazuki didn't he mean it? Look at his expression. It seems the enemy ahead is genuinely formidable. What? Old man, you're just rambling. I don't sense any potent chakra. Both of you, the battle has not yet commenced, and while this opponent may lack chakra, their strength is extraordinary. Just as I was negotiating with the Toad Sages, Akiji had already made his move. With a single strike, he incapacitated Luffy and the others. He was about to freeze Robin into an ice statue when I instantaneously appeared before her and delivered a kick to his face. Ouch! Young man, that kick was rather forceful. Of course, it was forceful. That was a kick in Four Tails mode, gazing at his shattered visage. I couldn't help but smirk at my own self-deprecation. No more lies. Indeed, the head of Qingji has once again restored itself from the severed body. Subsequently, his finger pointed at me, and he declared, "I sage." From the tip of his finger, a chill surged towards my brow. In that fleeting moment, I felt as if the very air had solidified. A sharp pain struck my forehead, followed by a layer of frost appearing upon it. Astonishingly swift, I had anticipated the freezing effect to be a gradual process, yet it was as rapid as a burn. Fortunately, my reflexes were quick. I vanished from his sight in an instant. However, before I could cease my retreat, Qingji's assault struck anew, this time emanating from the ground. The once verdant grassland had transformed entirely into a frozen realm. How dare that scoundrel Qingji employ kin bunchika haki against someone of my stature? Yet, I am not without my own defenses. Gaton, Gaki no Jutsu. A massive fireball erupted, incinerating the ice before me. At this juncture, I found myself a considerable distance from my companions. I hastily shouted to them, "Hey, you all go on ahead. Take Robin and set sail now." Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately objected. "What nonsense are you spouting? We cannot abandon you." I chuckled, reassuring him, "Fear not, Captain. You know I can reach you in an instant, no matter how far you go. Now hurry." Observing their reluctance to depart, Usopp quickly interjected, "You three are injured. Return to tend to your wounds. Come back once you are well." Thus, the group turned and sprinted towards the Mary. "Ah, I cannot allow you to escape so easily, Nico Robin." In the next moment, Qingji materialized before Robin, adopting a pose that offered her no opportunity for evasion. "What audacity, attacking without honor!" I exclaimed. "Shino." In an instant, Robin was drawn into my Shino space. However, to my astonishment, Qingji's freezing effect possessed a tracking capability. Whether it was indeed a tracking function or not, Robin was still ensnared by frost to a considerable degree. I had not expected his speed to be so formidable. Resolutely, I dispelled a shadow clone of Sage mode, channeling powerful Sage chakra into myself. In that moment, I found myself in Sage monkey mode. Though my exterior remained unchanged, my combat prowess escalated significantly. Observing my companions had retreated far, I commanded, "O great Sage, use oil. O great Shima, employ wind." Sage art Gomen. Wind, fire, and oil merged before me, forming a colossal wall of flames. The heat radiating from that inferno surpassed even that of the sun. Frankly, this technique surpassed even Ace SNEI. The fierce flames mercilessly obliterated everything in their path. While I knew such an assault would not vanquish Qingji, my intent was merely to buy a fraction of time. I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear before Usopp and, in a swift motion, extracted Robin. Usopp and Chopper were frozen in terror, seated on the ground. I materialized Robin from the Shino space, placing her directly into Usopp's hands. Witnessing Robin's body encased in frost, Usopp and Chopper screamed in unison, "Quick! Thaw her out! She is still alive." With that, I returned to confront Qingji. "Ah, the ninja that Smoker spoke of must be you, young man. Truly formidable." This fellow once again harnessed the water vapor in the air to reform his body. Yet, I noticed that he was still somewhat incomplete. At least, his trousers had not fully materialized. It seemed my previous technique had evaporated too much water vapor. Smoker has overpraised me. The sword in my grasp flourished. My gaze fixed intently upon Qingji, eager to discern his next move. It appeared that he was not exaggerating. It seemed I would need to exert myself further. With that, he clapped his hands, proclaiming, "I sage." Instantly, everything visible around us transformed into pure white. I felt myself becoming entrapped in his freezing grasp, my limbs rendered immobile, and an extreme chill enveloped my skin, causing my subcutaneous tissue to cease its activity. "Little brat, old hag, use fire release." The two great toad sages acted in unison, swiftly liberating me from my frozen state. Qingji ambled over to my side, yet in a mere moment, I had melted all the ice from my body. With a flourish of my right hand, palm upward, I invoked Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. Infused with the chakra of the four tails, the Raisin Shuriken gained a magma effect. As I hurled the Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, I added the black flames of Amaterasu. This potent combination of ninjutsu reached the pinnacle of a collaborative technique once executed by Naruto and Sasuke, named by the fourth Hokage as Rasengan Flash Super Round Dance Roar. Third form, the strike landed squarely upon Shinji. His exterior darkened, evidently intending to withstand my assault. I could discern that he had employed Busashoku Haki. However, dear brother, you have miscalculated. This technique is not derived from a devil fruit ability. Should you attempt to endure it with Busashoku Haki, you may lose an arm. Indeed, the Rasengan Flash Super Round Dance Roar struck Shinji directly. The intense heat rapidly melted his form before he could recover. Wind Release then incessantly sliced through his cellular structure. Even if he could elementalize, the surrounding water vapor had been diminished, leaving him with no means to reconstruct his body. After executing this sequence of attacks, I found myself depleted. Though aided by the two great toad sages in replenishing my sage chakra, I had exhausted my techniques. If this assault were insufficient to incapacitate him, my only recourse would be to flee. Just as I sensed a growing tranquility, several streaks of black lightning erupted from the spot where Shinji's body had vanished. One striking my arm, the impact rendered me with the sensation that my arm had been severed. It was over. Shinji had lost his temper. In this reckless display of haki, he surely aimed to strike me down with a single blow. Fortunately, I was in Sage Monkey mode, granting me extraordinary regenerative abilities. The arm that had felt broken moments ago was devoid of pain within seconds. The Sage chakra within me, alongside the Mokutan cells, incessantly mended my wounds. Gazing at Shinji, I was astounded to see him upright once more. How could this be? Was he truly invulnerable to defeat? I felt a twinge of panic. Was the strength of a Marine Admiral truly so formidable? How could Luffy have triumphed against 3 adversaries in the past? Surely bloodline could not be the determining factor. I must remain vigilant. With your caliber, you have yet to be rewarded with a bounty. It is evident that you cannot be permitted to remain, lest you bring about a transformation in the world. With Shinji's roar, the black-red haki coalesced once again upon his right fist. I found myself immobilized, both astonished by his resurgence and perplexed. I recalled that Shinji should not possess Haushika Haki. Yet what was this black-red lightning enveloping his hand? All that remained was a colossal fist rapidly descending towards my head, and I was utterly powerless to evade it. Little brat. 2 urgent cries jolted me back from my stupor. I watched helplessly as that fist approached my nose. Shunwei, that black punch, pierced through my very being. Although I managed to shift my body with Shunwei, the black and red lightning that accompanied his blow struck me nonetheless. A tingling sensation coursed through my body, and I felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to unconsciousness. It seemed that if I simply let myself faint, I would find relief, a sense of utter liberation. Xiaogue, Daija Obuga. Once again, it was the wise Fama Xianren who pulled me back from the brink of death. With Fei Lei Shun, I directly teleported behind Shinji. As I flipped my palm, the lightning chakra crackled ominously. Crouching down, I exerted a bit of force from my palm, and the lightning in the sky coalesced into a colossal dragon's head. Its eyes emanated a terrifying glow, fixated on Shinji. Trembling, he gazed at the thunderous dragon in the sky, his pupils dilating in shock. What in the world is this? Lying on the ground, Shinji stared at the massive black thundercloud above, finally awakening to the reality of the situation. What is this move called? At that moment, I too knelt on the ground. Lay done, Chilin. This technique truly was formidable. Stop lying. I slowly slumped to the ground. Shima Xianren asked, what has this Xiao Gue done? This little rascal possesses remarkable combat prowess. Enough with the chatter. Quickly tell us what he has done. First, Xiao Gue used Huoduan to ignite the surrounding air. As the hot air rose, it formed thunderclouds in the sky. Then, he utilized lightning chakra to direct the thunder towards the injured ice person. How is it possible that he can control the natural lightning? Not control, but guide. Hearing the praises from the 2 venerable sages made my cheeks flush with embarrassment. In truth, this technique was one I had learned from Erjuzi, and I was merely emulating it. Not good. The summoning time is almost up. Xiao Gue, I am giving you the last bit of Senjutsu chakra. If you truly cannot win, then retreat. Thank you, my lords. Next time, I shall treat you all to bugs. Having received a portion of Senjutsu chakra once more, I felt slightly better. although I had guided the lightning from the heavens. Such a powerful jolt still inflicted damage upon my body. All the chakra I had previously possessed was now devoted to self-repair. The remaining chakra could likely only be used once more. If I failed to subdue Qingji this time, my fate would be sealed. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I stood up and looked at the prostrate Qingji. Stop pretending to be asleep. Get up quickly. I have little strength left. If I cannot take you down with my final move, I will be left to await death. Qingji slowly opened his eyes. Ah la la. In such a situation, you still wish to fight. What is this? Did you not say you would eliminate us? Have you now decided to spare us? Rising to his feet, the laziness vanished from his eyes. What is your name? Guangji. I shall remember that. Let me make it clear. After I unleash this move, I cannot guarantee your survival. Are you certain you wish to receive it? Come on. Qingji spread his arms, his body half-crouched, his cold aura swirling in the air. Ice ceiling 10,000 miles. I would not be outdone. I summoned all my chakra. Senjutsu, Rongduin, Magma Hell. The colossal white ice wall collided violently with the fiery red magma. I could no longer move, but I could hear the sound around me. Qingji's voice slowly reached my ears. You may find this hard to believe, but I truly came out for a stroll. However, a powerhouse of your caliber must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity, just as he intended to shatter my frozen body. Kiao do ma dai. 3 furious roars interrupted Qingji's actions. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji re-entered the battlefield. Luffy, the first to charge, faced Qingji and raised his fist. You two, quickly take Guangji away. I will face this guy one-on-one. My lips moved, though I was uncertain if I could make a sound. Yet I persevered to say, Robin is no longer the Robin of the past. If you're interested, you may continue to watch over her. This time, we will surely protect her. With that, Zoro and Sanji hoisted me away. What transpired afterward was beyond my knowledge. When I awoke once more, I found myself lying on a bed. Guangji, you are awake. Chopper's little head appeared in my line of sight. I quickly sat up, warily scanning my surroundings. Where's Qingji? That Navy officer has already departed. What is our current situation? Through the collective explanations of everyone, I finally grasped the truth. After I'd lost consciousness, Luffy and Qingji engaged in another battle. In the end, he returned frozen stiff. Qingji's whereabouts remained unknown. Robin and Luffy were still unconscious, or rather, still asleep. I was fortunate to awaken relatively early. After expressing my gratitude to everyone, I returned to the Shunwei space. This battle against Qingji had depleted all my trump cards. Even so, I had been unable to inflict any damage upon him. The Navy Admiral was indeed formidable. But what was I to do now? Just dealing with Qingji alone was such a challenge. There was still Big Mom and Kaido to contend with. These formidable foes, whether in individual combat or their mastery of haki, posed a significant dilemma for me. Was it truly impossible for a ninja to survive in the world of pirates? The more I pondered, the more discontent I felt. But I still had Suki no Tsu. I had not had the chance to employ it this time. But next time, I would certainly test its power. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the phase task. Reward. 1 chakra fusion card is now issued. Why wasn't there a slap? I glanced around, only to realize it was because I was in the Shunwei space. Goodness, this system truly cannot tolerate any losses. Upon exiting the space, I heard a series of slaps. Hey, seasick brat, are you in self-reflection? Perverted chef, give me a large serving of seafood fried rice. Just as I dismissed Sanji, Zoro's terrified voice broke through. Hey, quick, look. What in the world? Zoro, you are the one who has endured a 1-meter-long cut without a sound. What on earth has happened to shock you so? Hey, this is bad. Look, the frog is swimming freely. Zoro's alarmed words sent everyone into a state of panic. Luffy quickly commanded that we must pursue this frog. The Mary spun a full 180 degrees, nearly throwing me off balance. Ding! Phase task issued. Successfully mastered 4 of the 6 techniques within the Navy's Rokushiki. Character card, Kataru Furemu. Hey, this task has some substance. The Navy's Rokushiki, is that something I could actually learn? Moreover, I recall there being a technique called Tekai, right? This is also trainable. Whoever practices, it ends up collapsing. Complaining aside, since it has become a system task, I must delve into it. Let me think. The 6 techniques include shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, storm leg, finger pistol, and iron block. In this narrative, the focus primarily revolves around the enhancement of mobility. With my current mastery of Shunpa, it appears unnecessary to further acquire this skill. The technique, known as Ji Hui, seems to embody a predictive skill. allowing one to utilize personal combat experience to successfully evade enemy attacks. This can be considered a fundamental application of Kin Bunchiko Haki. Such abilities are, however, redundant for someone like me, who possesses the Sharingan. The technique, Yubu, presents itself as a commendable skill, especially since I am yet to master the art of standing in midair, which significantly undermines my imposing demeanor. It seems prudent to learn this. The skill known as Lan Jiao utilizes leg strikes to deliver slashing attacks, representing an advanced application of shave, which I might consider experimenting with. As for the technique, called Ji Chong, it requires one to harden their fingers and combine this with rapid attack speed to form a powerful thrust. This technique serves as a physical exercise for the body. Hence, I should focus on strengthening my fingers during future training. Lastly, there is Tai Kwai, which exemplifies a rudimentary use of Busashoko Haki, employing one's hardened muscles to withstand enemy assaults, thereby minimizing injury. This warrants consideration. Currently, I habitually employ Kimui to nullify enemy attacks when enduring their strikes. However, if I continually rely on such a technique, it indicates that my resilience is lacking. Once the target is established, the remaining tasks become far more manageable. With an understanding of the principles behind various techniques, the next step is to engage in extensive practice. As I prepare to commence my training, the ship unexpectedly tilted as if it had collided with an unseen reef. Upon reaching the bow, I discovered what resembled a station. To my surprise, it was indeed the station of Coco Luo Popa. A little girl accompanied by a rabbit was the first to spot us, indicating our imminent arrival at the Water City. Reclining on the deck, I gazed at the clouds above. Water City truly evokes a sense of melancholy. It was here that Luffy nearly lost 3 companions, Mary, Usopp, and Robin. Should I intervene to prevent such events? Perhaps it is best to let nature take its course and focus on enhancing my own strength. Otherwise, I might find myself ill-equipped for the battles to come. The Mary successfully docked at Water City, where Luffy, Nami, and Usopp headed to the shipyard to exchange currency and seek repairs. Chopper and Robin ventured off to procure books. I was left aboard with Zoro and Sanji. Just as I was about to disembark in search of a suitable training spot, Zoro called out to me, "Hey, where are you going?" "To train." "What is up? Do you need something? Are you interested in a spar?" It seems Zoro has changed indeed. He has never suggested such a thing before, always striving alone. Today, he actually wants to train with me. This is a first. Seeing my silence, Zoro grew impatient. "Are you in or out?" "I can, but be honest with me. Why do you want to spar with me?" Zoro unsheathed his sword and stepped off the ship. His gaze sharp as he replied, "If I win, I'll tell you." "All right, Zoro is serious about this. That works for me. I have long wished to test my skills against him. Against a swordsman of his caliber, employing Kimui would render him unable to strike me. However, this is merely a friendly match, so it is best to refrain from using such techniques." I drew the Kusanagi sword, resting it upon my shoulder, and said with a smile, "Just so you know, if I break your sword, I won't take responsibility." With that, I activated my Sharingan, and blue arcs of lightning danced along the Kusanagi as I bent low and dashed toward Zoro. He was undeterred, wielding 3 swords against my Kusanagi. With a hint of pride, he proclaimed, "In a swordsmanship contest, I won to lose to you." I chuckled. "Oh, my naive friend, allow me to show you your shortcomings." Gripping the Kusanagi firmly, I increased the flow of lightning chakra. Although Zoro's strength surpassed mine, his sword, Shusui, began to show signs of wear from my strikes, creating a small notch. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise as he took a swift step back. I remained still, observing him. "You bastard! How dare you damage my Shusui?" "Indeed. Green algae head, have you not realized? This is your weakness and the greatest disparity between you and Mihawk." Upon hearing the name Mihawk, Zoro's pupils dilated. "Mihawk? Are you implying that you have fought him?" My secret is out. Indeed, I have faced him." "When was this?" Realizing there was no point in concealing the truth any longer, I replied, at that time, gesturing across my chest from left shoulder to right abdomen. Zoro instantly grasped the implication. It was when he had been wounded by Mihawk. I slowly sheathed the Kusanagi and approached Zoro. Back then, in pursuit of vengeance for you, I exchanged blows with Mihawk. However, I never discerned his true strength. In retrospect, it was sheer luck to have escaped from him alive. Zoro's breaths grew heavier. The mere mention of Mihawk seemed to haunt him. He also wanted me to relay a message to you. "Nanny? What is it? Speak." Noticing Zoro's excitement, I decided to tease him, pretending to ponder. I am feeling a bit parched. If only I had a glass of water, perhaps I could recall what Mihawk said. "Beware, I might just cut you." "Very well. I shall seek water myself, but once I drink, I surely won't remember. One day, I will cut you down." With an irritated huff, Zoro went to fetch water. As soon as he left, Sanji appeared before me, smoke curling from his cigarette. "What were you two discussing? Where's green algae head off to?" "Oh, he's just thirsty. By the way, did Zeph ever teach you that technique to walk in midair?" "Huh? There's such a technique? How do you know he can do that?" Sanji asked, his eyes wide with astonishment as the flame from his lighter nearly singed his hair. "Really? You had no idea he could perform that move? It is said to be quite formidable." "Ah, so what?" Knowing that conversing with Sanji required a light-hearted approach, I feigned admiration. Back in the day, Zeph used that technique to win the hearts of countless beauties. There was even a time he saved a damsel in distress midair, and she was utterly enamored with him. Oh, how I envy him. Sanji's imagination took flight. If only he could walk in midair, he could sweep Nami and Robin off their feet and soar into the skies. Observing Sanji's smirk, I sensed we were nearly there. "Remember back at the Bartai? He taught me that as well, and he mentioned you learned it too. I was hoping to ask you for some details, but it seems you don't know it either." "What a pity. What did you say? You mean you know a bit of it?" "Well, not much, just some basics. There are still areas I haven't quite grasped." "Quick, tell me." "Oh dear, my stomach is a bit hungry. If only I could have a grilled fish right now, I might be able to recall some details." Sanji's trembling hands clutched his cigarette as he glared at me, seething with anger. "You bastard, just wait," he exclaimed before swiftly returning to the Mary. As soon as Sanji left, Zoro appeared, holding a glass of water. I cheerfully finished my drink and handed the empty cup to Zoro, requesting another. Zoro's expression darkened, his teeth sharpening, and he angrily tossed the cup to the ground, shouting, "You need to know when to stop." I chuckled. Teasing Zoro was delightful. "All right, I will let this slide for now." I waved my hand dismissively, but suddenly my demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness as I extended a finger toward Zoro and solemnly stated, "Listen well. The essence of wielding a sword lies within the blade itself. If one can imbue their haki into the sword, then no matter the blade, it shall be less prone to breaking." Zoro listened intently, and when I mentioned haki, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. "Haki? What is that?" I explained. "In simple terms, it is a form of aura. For instance, the murderous intent that emanates from your body is a manifestation of haki. For a swordsman, if one sword receives a long-lasting and stable infusion of haki, any blade can be transformed into a black blade." "A black blade? Are you implying that my hawk sword was forged through haki?" "Precisely, not only that. A blade tempered by haki also becomes less susceptible to breaking. Moreover, every sword possesses its own unique character. I trust you can sense this." "Occasionally, I can indeed feel a hint of the sword's aura." "That's correct. The sword possesses its own will, and whether the master can harness its advantages depends on your own perception. That is all for now. Reflect on it at your leisure." After imparting my knowledge of haki and swords to Zoro, I made my way back to the Mary's kitchen. A plate of delectable grilled fish awaited me, and Sanji had thoughtfully prepared a beverage as well. "You arrived right on time, didn't you? Eat up, and then speak quickly." The flavor of the grilled fish was delightful, and I savored each bite. In truth, Zeph would never soar through the skies. I was merely a bit hungry. Suddenly, Sanji's cigarette snapped in his grasp. "You bastard, how dare you deceive me?" "Calm down. While he cannot fly, I do possess some theoretical knowledge, so it isn't entirely a deception." "Damn it. The seasick bastard is truly cunning." The notion of flying is simply a matter of stepping on the air. "Ah, this grilled fish is truly splendid." "So, you're saying an ordinary person can fly by stepping on air? Do you take me for a child?" Certainly not something an ordinary person can achieve. In any case, it's about stepping on the air. Beyond that, I'm not sure." "Damn it. I can't believe I've been fooled by you. Enjoy your meal. I'm going out for a stroll." After finishing my grilled fish, I commenced my own training. After explaining a myriad of principles to Zoro, it was now time for me to put them into practice. Aside from the 6 styles, I also wished to cultivate another secret technique. Since I had numerous shadow clones, I divided them into several groups to train in different areas, thus avoiding any delays. This is the advantage of shadow clones. Although the feedback from each training session often left me feeling dizzy, it indeed reduced the training duration significantly. I sent my clones to practice the 6 styles while I summoned Kyubi Kaiketsu for assistance. "What's up? Could you teach me the tail beast ball?" "Nanny? Why do you want to learn that?" "Well, in the event I encounter a formidable foe, I could launch a tailed beast ball at them. This is quite difficult. With your intellect, you might not be able to master it." "Oh, have faith in me. Look," I flipped my hand, and a Rasengan materialized in my grasp. Upon seeing my Rasengan, QB finally agreed to teach me the tailed beast ball. However, the training for this technique proved to be challenging. Firstly, its weight felt nearly impossible to hold with one hand. Secondly, the chakra ratios required precision. A slight deviation could lead to failure. Although it was arduous, it was not impossible to master. As I immersed myself in my training, time seemed to fly. Suddenly, I sensed a figure approaching from afar. I halted my training and emerged from the Kamui space. As the figure drew nearer, the first thing I noticed was a rectangular nose. "Excuse me." I feigned ignorance and inquired. "Who are you?" "I am an old shipwright, here to assist you with your ship repairs." Recognizing Kaku's pompous demeanor, I paid it no mind and allowed him to proceed. Zoro approached as well, but in his groggy state, he only saw the nose. "Huh? Has Usopp changed clothes? Brother, are you still half asleep?" "That's not Usopp." "Really?" Kaku soon completed his inspection and regretfully informed us that the Mary was severely damaged and could not be repaired even with their expertise. Although I had mentally prepared for this, hearing the truth still left me feeling quite disheartened. Both Zoro and I lay on the deck, gazing at the ship's bow. "Mary, is there truly no way for you to sail again?" A sense of despondency enveloped us. Before long, Sanji and Chopper returned to the ship. Upon seeing our glum expressions, their desire to jest faded away. After we explained the situation with the Mary, they fell silent. It was indeed a dreadful day. With the Mary in such a state and Robin missing, I felt an emptiness in my heart. Was there truly no way to restore the Mary? Do you remember before we went to Skypiea? The Mary's bow had already fractured. In truth, it has been unable to sail since that moment. How could that be? Did he not safely deliver us to Skypiea and bring us back? Perhaps he relied on his own will to bring us to this island, knowing it would lead us to find another ship. Silence enveloped us, the air seemed to thicken, and even the sound of the waves crashing against the shore carried a mournful tone. "Oh no, come quickly!" Nami shouted anxiously. "What happened, Nami?" "There's trouble. Usopp is seriously injured." I cursed myself for forgetting that detail. Before Nami could elaborate, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and appeared beside Usopp. Oh my! Seeing Usopp like this startled me. His body was covered in blood, his nose was broken, and bruises marred his skin, with several bones fractured. I gently cradled his head, and as he weakly opened his eyes and recognized me, tears streamed down his face. "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. All the money was stolen. I can't bear to face everyone again." "Fool, it's not your fault. Don't speak for now. I'll take you back." Upon hearing we were returning, Usopp struggled with all his might. I understood. He couldn't face everyone. "Don't worry, we are pirates. I will help you get it back." As I reassured him, I began to administer treatment. Upon touching him, I realized the extent of his injuries. He had at least 20 broken bones, and not a single patch of skin was unscathed. The more I treated him, the more my anger boiled within me. "Frankie, that fellow is truly ruthless. Damn little brats. Prepare to meet your fate." Having brought Usopp back aboard the ship, he was completely unconscious. "Chopper, I leave Usopp in your care." The moment Chopper laid eyes on Usopp, his eyes turned red. "This injury is severe. He will need at least 6 months of recuperation." With a swift motion, Zoro sheathed his sword, his aura of menace beginning to solidify. Anger had propelled Zoro into a new realm of resolve. "Who is it? Wait, I can sense Luffy's position." In the next moment, I transported Luffy directly back to the ship. Upon seeing Usopp's dire condition, Luffy said nothing, rising to his feet, his bones cracking ominously as he clenched his fists. "Let us go." The four of us, brimming with murderous intent, arrived at Frankie's bizarre abode, where laughter and merriment echoed within. "Ha! That long-nosed fool is truly pathetic. His weakness is utterly disgraceful. Indeed, how can such an idiot even call himself a pirate? Ha ha! He must have fled here to escape. Wow, this guy is quite fortunate. If I were his captain, I would have kicked him into the sea long ago." You're overthinking it. With his level of incompetence, his captain is likely just as useless. We stood outside the door, overhearing the raucous laughter of the fools inside. Zoro donned his bandana, clearly prepared for a fierce confrontation. Sanji put away his cigarette, adjusting his tie. In my right hand, the wind-release shuriken emitted a sharp slicing sound. Luffy once again tightened his fists and unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the door before us. Boom! The door, along with a man of at least 2 meters in height, was sent crashing to the other side of the room. What the hell? Who dares to act so brazenly? Screams and shouts filled the air. That's Monkey Didufi. Hey, what are they here for? Are they planning to avenge that fool? Ha ha, don't be ridiculous. Open your eyes and take a look. Style hat Luffy. We have at least dozens of men here. What can your mere four accomplish? Perhaps this fool has come to deliver himself to us. Oh, that would be splendid. Then his head, worth a bounty of 100 million, would belong to me. Just then a massive man, at least 2 meters tall and clad in thick armor, approached excitedly, banging on his armor. Ha ha ha! Fools, have you seen this armor I wear? Not even a battleship's cannon can leave a scratch on it. Come and try if you dare. Bang! In an instant, the armor shattered, and he spewed a mouthful of blood, his body crumpling like a shrimp and crashing against the wall behind him. No way. What has happened? What was that? It shattered that suit of armor in an instant. I hurled the prepared wind release shuriken towards Frankie's minions and remarked lightly, "Just this? Wait, let us talk." The man feigned weakness, but suddenly turned, revealing a row of cannons behind him. Fire! With his command, cannonballs whistled forth. Three-sword style, duck demon hunt. The air was filled with flashing blades, and those cannonballs were split in two in an instant. How is this possible? Those cannonballs are made of iron. Then, Zoro's dark pupils traced an eerie line through the air as he struck down with his sword. Clang! Boom! The cannons fell silent. Zoro flipped his sword, exhaling a breath of murky air. He even sliced through the cannons. Do not be afraid. There are only 4 of them. Let us charge and kill them. Suddenly, over a dozen men sprang forth, ready to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Sanji discarded a cigarette and executed a spinning kick. The only thing remaining in the air, aside from Sanji's black-legged silhouette, were the wailing minions flying into the sky like slaughtered pigs. Hey. These guys are too strong. We must flee from the back. Yes. Hurry and inform Boss Frankie. The minions all dashed towards the rear. Gomu no, storm. Bang, 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 bang. With each blow from Luffy, only a few remained standing. Hey, please wait. You want the money, right? The 200 million berries that worthless kid had on him? Unfortunately, that money is no longer here. Our Captain Frankie took it shopping. Indeed, even if you create chaos here, you want to get that money back. We solemnly gazed at the adversaries across from us and slowly declared, it is no longer about the money. We will dismember you. As the battle concluded, our fury gradually subsided. Frankie's home lay in ruins, thick smoke rising into the air. Luffy stood atop the rubble, declaring, I have made up my mind. After we had vented our anger, we began to calm down. Surveying the debris, Sanji lit a cigarette and asked, what now? Should we pursue Frankie? Zoro slowly removed his bandana, pondering where to search. I gazed into the distance, knowing that Frankie was off to procure Adam the treasure tree. Even if we eliminated Frankie, he would have spent all the money. Luffy, feeling the sea breeze, adjusted his straw hat and declared, I have made up my mind. Here, I will bid farewell to the Going Merry. When we returned to the Going Merry, Chopper had already completed Usopp's treatment. Observing Usopp, now wrapped in bandages, the atmosphere grew heavy once more. Sanji prepared some snacks, but no one seemed in the mood to eat. The Going Merry seemed to sense our sorrow, gently swaying. The lights in the cabin flickered slowly, illuminating each face as if the Going Merry were wiping away our tears with gentle hands. Everyone, Usopp has awakened. Usopp struggled to sit up, disregarding Chopper's protests, and embraced Luffy's legs tightly. I'm sorry, everyone, I'll let the money slip away. It's all right. Even without that money, we still have 100 million berries. You shouldn't blame yourself, Usopp. But is that 100 million really enough? To prepare for our future voyages, we must reinforce the Going Merry even further. About that, Usopp, I have decided to change ships. The Going Merry has already fulfilled its mission. One could hear the forced smile in Luffy's voice as he spoke these words. The cabin's atmosphere grew heavy once more. Wait. Ha, Luffy. What are you saying? That joke isn't funny at all. Usopp, realizing that everyone had fallen silent, understood that Luffy might be serious. No way. Why is this happening? Is it because I lost the money and cannot afford the repair costs? No, that's not it. Then tell me why you suddenly mentioned replacing the ship. How can I accept that? The voices of the two began to rise, resembling an argument. The Merry has reached a point of no return. No matter what, it cannot be fixed, and that's why I want to replace it. Ha, what are you saying? Merry is our companion. Are you really going to abandon this partner? At this moment, Usopp seemed to refer to more than just the Merry. What nonsense are you spouting? A ship is just a ship. In any case, I have made my decision. I will bid farewell to Merry here. You're talking nonsense. I absolutely disagree with such a ridiculous decision. You disagree? Then you can just bang. Sanji kicked Luffy away. Calm down. Luffy, What were you about to say? Get a grip. Don't speak so recklessly. Everyone was taken aback. Usopp slowly stood up, seemingly resolute. Hey, don't blame him. I know, Luffy. These are your true feelings, right? What the hell are you saying? Luffy, you aspire to be the Pirate King, but I do not share such lofty ambitions. So you can abandon weak companions and set sail. Hey, Usopp, don't say such things. Luffy wasn't being serious just now. No, I have actually been contemplating this for a long time. I am just an ordinary person and can no longer keep pace with your monstrous progress. Therefore, our paths diverge. Hey, Usopp, where are you going? Where I go is my freedom. From this day forward, I will leave this pirate crew. He turned and shouted at Luffy. Logically, this ship indeed belongs to the captain. So let us settle this with a duel. Monkey D. Luffy. I watched helplessly as this unfolded, unable to intervene. I felt a deep sadness when I first witnessed this scene. I never expected such a thing would occur. However, this incident also marks a transformation. After this, Usopp shed his childishness. This battle served as a lesson for him. The world of pirates is not a game, but a perilous journey rife with life-threatening dangers. Simultaneously, it presented Luffy with a trial. As captain, sometimes even the most difficult decisions must be made decisively. Indecision only leads to more companions losing their lives. Reflecting on Whitebeard. When Blackbeard killed Ace, his negligence led to Ace setting sail. As a result, when Ace was captured, he could not abandon him, leading to even more deaths on the battlefield of Marineford. At times, I wish I could ask old Whitebeard, is Ace's life worth more than the lives of others? Yet, I understand Whitebeard. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. There is no way to treat them equally. Tonight, at 10 o'clock, I will return here. Prepare to be defeated by me. The battle between Luffy and Usopp began in disappointment and concluded in tragedy. Tears welled in Luffy's eyes as he lowered his straw hat, biting his lip tightly to prevent the tears from flowing. How heavy! This is the burden of a captain. Do not be lost. If you cannot make a decision, who can we trust? Let us take our belongings. We will not board this ship again. Although I say this, I think about how Mary ultimately saved us. This feeling is truly overwhelming. With our luggage in tow, our group settled into an inn. Although it was already late at night, this evening was destined to be anything but peaceful. Robin has likely already assassinated Mr. Iceberg. Tomorrow morning, our group will be wanted by the entire Water City. By tomorrow night, Robin will once again enter Mr. Iceberg's room, but this time she will not be alone. From here on, there is no need for me to intervene. I will simply observe the unfolding events. Thus, I directly entered the Kamui space to continue my training. I have made progress on the 6 forms moonwalk. I believe with further training, I will master it. The training for the tailed beast bomb has also reached a critical moment. I can now control the ratio of chakra. However, I still need to adapt to its weight. Additionally, I need to figure out how to launch the tailed beast bomb. Using ordinary methods, I cannot unleash its impact effectively. Therefore, I must consult with QB. QB, how do I launch the tailed beast bomb? The tailed beast bomb needs to be launched? I am at a loss. For him, such a consideration is indeed unnecessary. Hey, QB, I am condensing the tailed beast bomb in my hand, so I must think about how to launch it. Are you out of your mind? Just throw it. No, big brother, throwing it 1T create any impact. Then just spit it out. QB, seeing my glare, understood that this method wouldn't work and fell in a deep thought. It seemed he had never considered this issue. After a long contemplation, he finally proposed a not-so-satisfactory solution. Why not transform into a tailed beast? That way, you could just spit it out directly. Really? Are you suggesting you are willing to fuse with me? Not exactly. Big brother, such a rapid change in mood is not good for my body. Seeing me deflated, QB seemed to feel a bit guilty. You don't necessarily need to fuse to transform into a tailed beast. Hearing this, my eyes lit up once more. QB then continued, in fact, if I provide you with enough chakra, you can directly transform into a tailed beast. With this explanation, I understood completely. The red transparent chakra enveloping my body is the first form, known as the tailed beast coat. When my body is entirely wrapped in red and black chakra, it constitutes the second form. The third form is the so-called tailed beast transformation, where one directly assumes the appearance of a tailed beast and can use its chakra and skills indefinitely. QB is the coolest. I'm grateful for you. Hey, I never said I would help you right now. That is fine. You've already said it. Someday you will assist me. I have great confidence in you. Well then, since QB is willing to help me with the tailed beast transformation, I need not worry about the tailed beast bomb. Little brat, there is one thing I don't quite understand. What is it, QB? When you want to launch the tailed beast bomb, you can directly summon me. I can help you. Why do you still need to learn it yourself? Ha ha ha. Having more skills is never a burden. I laughed as I cleverly deflected QB's inquiry. However, this question does indeed hold merit. Initially, I thought similarly, but summoning a tailed beast and then launching the tailed beast bomb takes too long. In a critical situation, it won't be manageable. Therefore, I must learn to launch the tailed beast bomb myself. At the very least, I won't need to rely on the tailed beast to show off in the future. Before I knew it, dawn broke. Early in the morning, everyone was absent from the room. Perhaps the recent events left them no desire for solitude. Observing the group gathered on the rooftop, I decided to check on that injured fellow. At the seaside, the sound of clanging echoed aboard the melee. I slowly ascended to the deck, gazing at the frail figure before me, unsure of what to say. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" I inquired. "Hey, Usopp, you truly do not know that the melee can no longer sail?" The clanging ceased, and Usopp lowered his head. "On the Sky Island. Have you forgotten what you heard and saw?" Usopp suddenly turned his head, his expression one of shock, his lips trembling slightly. "You mean you saw it too?" "Yes, I did. Do you wish to know who he is?" That night, like you, I awoke to the sound of hammering. When I reached the melee, a figure clad in a raincoat spoke to me through the thick mist, uttering the same words you heard. "Hey, is that true? You saw it too, right?" "Indeed, just as you imagined." "So who is he? Do you know what a ship spirit is?" A ship spirit is a legend among sailors. Only ships cherished by their crew can manifest a ship spirit. Do you know why he appeared? "No, I do not." "Do you remember what he said to you?" "I remember this. He said he could guide us for a while longer and told us not to worry." Now, consider this statement carefully. If it truly was the melee speaking, why would he say such a thing? Usopp fell silent, gazing at the hammer in his hands, tears slowly streaming down his face. "You mean from that moment on, he already knew he was failing?" I looked at the small sheep at the bow, remaining silent. The sea breeze gently caressed us, and suddenly a large wave crashed, soaking the sheep's head. "I know, I have always known, but I cannot accept it." "Well, after experiencing pain, one becomes stronger. But a ship is not a person." "I understand. I am just afraid. Truly, I am very afraid. You all are so strong, like monsters. Moreover, we will undoubtedly encounter even stronger foes in the future. At that point, I will surely hold you back." Poor Usopp, finally speaking his heart. He continued, "When I faced Akiji last time, I realized the truth. Such a formidable opponent, and even Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and you could not withstand him, let alone someone as weak as me. In future voyages, we will inevitably meet even stronger enemies. If I do not become stronger, I will have no phase to remain on this ship." "Usopp, you seem to have misunderstood something." With tears in his eyes, Usopp looked up at me, seemingly waiting for my next words. I smiled slightly. "You're not weak at all. In fact, you possess immense potential and extraordinary talent. It simply has yet to be unleashed. Furthermore, you have a misunderstanding regarding your own position." "Position?" "Exactly. You are a sniper. Do you know what the most essential quality of a sniper is? Isn't it accuracy? You are only partially correct. In fact, as a sniper, patience, calmness, and accuracy are all indispensable." Usopp quietly repeated these three words. "Luffy is, to put it kindly, passionate. To put it harshly, he could be rather single-minded. Thus, our crew needs someone who is quick-witted, calm in handling situations, and capable of striking the enemy's weak point with a single blow." I gazed at him with fervent eyes, and he appeared somewhat incredulous. "You mean I could become such a person?" "It is not a matter of whether you can become one. It is a matter of whether you must become one. As the sniper of the Pirate King, this is your duty." My words revitalized Usopp, and it was evident that a glimmer of hope had returned to his eyes. However, it soon dimmed once more. "But with my current conflict with Luffy, how can I possibly turn back?" I patted his shoulder sincerely, then turned to leave. I had noticed that 2 kilometers away, Sanji and Chopper were approaching, presumably to inform Usopp about the tsunami tonight. After finding a corner to hide, I re-entered the Shinwei space. My psychological counseling for Usopp had finally concluded. As the saying goes, a favorable wind for rubber and a knife against the wind. In dire straits, it all depends on the shooter. Usopp has indeed rescued the Straw Hat crew from peril multiple times. However, Usopp's growth cycle is rather lengthy. He will only truly enter his powerful phase after the Judicial Island. Therefore, it is crucial not to let him collapse too severely in the early stages. As a support, I must continue to protect him. I devoted myself wholeheartedly to training. I had nearly mastered the 6 styles moonwalk. In fact, what I had developed seemed to transcend the original concept of moonwalk. While the traditional moonwalk involves stepping on air, my method entails stepping on chakra. By utilizing my Byakugan, I observed the various acupoints on the soles of my feet, releasing a significant amount of chakra from these points. By employing the reaction force, I could lift myself into the air. However, this approach was rather harsh on the acupoints. After several attempts, my entire soles ached terribly. Without the regenerative abilities of the Hashirama cells, I would have likely given up on this technique. Nonetheless, with continuous practice, I could now clumsily employ the moonwalk. Naturally, I felt like a genius when I thought of a new name for it. My practice with the finger pistol had also progressed significantly. With the enhancement of Senjutsu chakra, my fingers became exceptionally hard, rivaling the finger pistol. However, I remained determined to master the finger pistol, as it is a fundamental application of armament hockey. Relying solely on ninjutsu would complicate future battles. The same reasoning applies to the iron block. Currently, the only technique progressing slowly was the Gale Foot, which requires utilizing kicks to create slicing effects. This proved challenging for someone who had focused on hand speed for an extended period. I had invested the least amount of time in this technique. I also understood that once we reached the new world, hardly anyone employed the Gale Foot. Everyone wielded armament hockey, rendering your slicing attacks as ineffective as a mere tickle. There was no need to exert so much effort. My goal was simply to complete the tasks assigned by the system. Due to my continuous practice using shadow clones, summarizing my experiences, and then training, I had quickly completed 4 of the 6 styles, successfully fulfilling the system's task. Upon glancing outside, I realized it was already dark. I suddenly remembered that I needed to find Robin. I must not delay. Exiting the Shinwei space, a strong crosswind made it difficult to open my eyes. It seemed tonight's tsunami would be quite significant. The system's notification arrived on time, and this time the reward was quite decent. Another chakra fusion card. With this, I now possessed 4 cards, and with 4 more, I could fuse them into a tier 3 card, thus unlocking a dust release. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. To my delight, a new task had also appeared, to create an original S-rank ninjutsu. Additionally, a new character card had emerged, Rob Lucci. This new task is rather simple, which reminds me of something that can be accomplished immediately. However, there is no need to rush at the moment. The night has already fallen, and matters on Law Bean's side are quite urgent. Thus, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared beside Luobin. By sheer coincidence, I materialized outside a window, catching Luobin completely off guard. The moment the window swung open, I collided with it, resulting in a considerable bump on my head, and, subsequently, I plummeted downwards. To my dismay, I had landed on the 3rd floor. Just as I was about to crash down in a rather undignified manner, I instinctively activated the newly learned mutated moon step technique. Skydance technique. I exclaimed, Ninja-san, how did you end up here? I rubbed the bump on my forehead, wearing an expression of grievance as I looked at Luobin. Luobin, where are you in such a hurry to go? This is not the time to talk. You need to run. As my body floated in midair, I glanced into the room. It was quite a chaotic scene inside. There were 4 individuals with their backs to me, all clad in colorful cloaks, 3 men and 1 woman. Further ahead, I spotted Sauron, who was kneeling on the ground with 3 gaping wounds. He looked as though he would collapse at any moment. Behind Sauron stood Luffy, his face contorted with rage, and his body stained with blood. Behind Luffy were Nami and Chopper, who appeared relatively unscathed, yet bore expressions of urgency and shock. On either side lay 2 individuals, but I had yet to discern their identities. Suddenly, a tall figure with horns appeared before me. CP9 personnel, non-combatant, step aside. Arashi. Goodness, this fellow has quite the fiery temper. In an instant, I recognized him. You worthless Bruno. How dare you make the first move? Oh wait, it was actually a kick. The technique Arashi materialized at my abdomen. Upon witnessing the authentic Arashi, I realized that my own version was akin to child's play. Yet as a ninja, I need not rely solely on physical prowess. We can compare ninjutsu instead. With a smirk, I let Bruno's kick pass through my form, aimed at the wall behind me. To evade my Arashi, you must not be an ordinary person. Shave, finger gun. Bruno vanished in an instant, and a finger appeared on my forehead. However, to his astonishment, his finger gun passed right through my head. Cut it out. I've heard you're quite skilled in physical arts. With a swift motion, the Kusanagi sword appeared in my grasp, effortlessly piercing through his body with the aid of lightning-infused chakra. Wow, Bruno spat a mouthful of blood. What on earth are you? Sneaking up on me like that? Had I been prepared, your blade would have never touched me. Hey, as a government employee, how can you speak so coarsely? Here, I'll give you a chance. You think your iron block is impressive? I will stab you with this knife and see if it penetrates. Arrogant. Let me show you the pinnacle of the iron block, steel. I felt a surge of delight at his ignorance. After taking a stab just moments ago, he still craved another. Moreover, his smug expression was utterly infuriating. I could not tolerate this any longer. I intensified the lightning chakra on the Kusanagi sword and lunged toward his chest. Clang! What the? My blade was unexpectedly deflected by something, veering away from Bruno's chest. Who dares obstruct my kill? I was about to unleash my ire when another figure appeared beside me. Fool! An enemy capable of hovering in the air clearly possesses sufficient strength. You fell for such a simple taunt. Your training is lacking, Bruno. The man before me, hands in his pockets and wearing a top hat, had flicked air bullets with his fingers, causing my blade to veer off course. Rob Lucci. Oh, you know me? Ding. Detected host encountering Rob Lucci. Character card unlocked. Reward. Yang Chakra now distributed. Applause, applause, applause. Omitting 26 claps here. What? I expected you to be a formidable character. Turns out you are rather underwhelming. Bruno, kill him. Hey. Shave. Uffed. Lucci had turned to re-enter the room, but unexpectedly, Bruno coughed up blood again. At that moment, just as I was about to accept my punishment, Bruno charged at me once more. This time, I did not grant him the opportunity. With one decisive stroke, I severed his left arm. I flicked the blood from the Kusanagi sword and glared ominously at Lucci. I hear you enjoy putting on airs. You bastard. Lucci, now thoroughly enraged, lunged towards me. Despite his enhanced speed compared to Bruno, in my eyes, he moved as if in slow motion. Ah, so you have confidence in your speed, do you? With that, I vanished from his sight, not lingering around him, but rather utilizing the flying thunder god technique to re-enter the room. Initially, Luffy, Nami, and the others couldn't see me due to the lighting from outside. However, Bruno's shouting had alerted them to my presence at the window. When I reappeared, I had already begun treating Sauron, and only then did the others notice me. SlappedSage, how did you get here? When did you arrive? Oh, Nami Chopper. I apologize for my tardiness. I then lowered my head to Sauron and said, do not worry. Let me tend to your injuries first. Seeing my unabashed demeanor, Kaka, who had been peering out the window, instantly became furious and slashed at my back. Utilizing the principle of Niji's reversal, I expelled chakra at the acupoint on my back, deflecting Kaku's blade away. After safely delivering Sauron to Chopper, I returned to face Kaku. I executed these maneuvers in the blink of an eye, with Kaku's blade still suspended in the air. The next moment, his body soared into the air, a gaping hole in his abdomen. Spiral sphere. Khalifa was left utterly stunned, having witnessed only the final segment of the entire sequence from my appearance to Kaku being sent flying. By the time Lucci returned to the room, the tides of battle had dramatically shifted. Originally, the four of them seemed like deities descending from the heavens, effortlessly sweeping away all foes. Yet, they had not anticipated that my mere presence would incapacitate two of their companions. You bastard. Lucci no longer concealed his form, transforming into a leopard-human hybrid, towering over 3 meters, exhaling plumes of white smoke. In the name of CP9, I shall execute you on the spot. Shave. 6 King pistol. This time, I had no intention of evading. I stood my ground, allowing his attack to strike my chest. Of course, I was not entirely defenseless. I merely utilized Kimui to shift my upper body away. Thus, Lucci's attack inflicted no harm upon me whatsoever. I felt as if dealing with such a lackluster opponent was akin to trivial play. However, Nami and the others held a different perspective. They witnessed Lucci transform instantaneously into a formidable beast, appearing beside Guangzuzu, as if by teleportation. Before Guangzuzu could comprehend the situation, Lucci struck, piercing through his chest. They could not help but cry out in alarm, no? Guangzuzu, it's dangerous. Stop. After delivering his blow, Lucci smirked, poised to proclaim a victory speech. In that fleeting moment, I pondered deeply. If I were to eliminate Lucci here, it would significantly hinder Luffy and the others' growth. Moreover, if I displayed excessive strength, Luffy and the others might feign indifference, yet would inevitably foster misunderstandings. Coupled with my prior display of power against Akiji, I had already revealed too much. Zoro, though silent, had sought my training, indicating a dawning sense of crisis within him. This expedition to Eni's lobby was an invaluable opportunity for the entire crew to evolve, be it in experience, combat prowess, or bonds of friendship. If I were to disrupt this, what would be the point of our journey to the new world? Hence, I resolved to feign death. Once I made up my mind, I lay on the ground as though lifeless. Unexpectedly, my ruse had an adverse effect on Luffy and the others. As I collapsed, Luffy was left bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been clamoring for a confrontation with Lucci, yet now he stared at my seemingly lifeless form, as if petrified. Nami and Chopper were equally struck dumb with shock. In that moment, only Lucci remained, reveling in his triumph as he addressed the others with arrogance. This is the fate that befalls those who resist CP9. Among all devil fruit powers, the Zoan type is most suited for close combat. You can sense its terror, can't you? Having made his point, Lucci turned to Robin, saying, "Your task is complete. You should retreat." Robin cast a deep glance at me, and, just as she was about to turn away, she thought she saw me wink at her. Yet, upon closer inspection, I appear to be in a state of unconsciousness. She dismissed it as an illusion, but her momentary distraction caught Lucci's attention. "What is the matter, Nico Robin? You should leave now." Without uttering a word, Robin jumped out of the window. "Califa, take Bruno and Kaku and leave first. I will handle matters here." Califa stared intently at me, oblivious to Lucci's words. What she perceived was entirely different. She couldn't comprehend how I had just dispatched Kaku and yet felt an instant chill at her neck. However, upon inspection, she found no wounds. Had she merely imagined it? It was until Lucci called her name a third time that she snapped back to reality. "What is it, Lucci?" "Califa, what is wrong with you? I told you to take Bruno and Kaku and leave." "Oh, right, I understand." Once their group had departed, Lucci approached Luffy, stating, "Straw Hat Luffy, do you now grasp the concept of disparity? Ah well, I shall simply toss you into the sea and let you fend for yourself." With that, he seized Luffy by the head and hurled him away. Zoro, recently treated by me, though his wounds had ceased bleeding, still felt pain. Upon witnessing Luffy being thrown, he drew his sword and slashed at Lucci's arm. "Iron block. Nororoya, you too." Lucci retaliated with a single punch, sending Zoro flying. He then executed a swift turn, using Rasengan, which cleaved through the ceiling of the room. Observing Lucci's technique, I realized the extent of his strength. This particular strike was impeccably clean, starkly contrasting with Bruno's kicks. The ceiling caved in, threatening to crush Nami and Chopper. "Shinra Tensei." With a mere glance, I transported Nami and Chopper into the Shinra Tensei space. Just as the roof collapsed, Lucci remained oblivious to their disappearance. After accomplishing this, Lucci exited the room. Once he was a distance away, I began to bring Nami and Chopper back. They were still bewildered by the events, and only upon hearing that Lucci had left did they exhale in relief. "Nami, what on earth just happened?" "How would I know? Those guys are far too powerful. Luffy and Zoro stand no chance. Indeed, even Guangzuzu has been defeated. You two must flee. The fire is about to engulf us." Mr. Iceberg struggled to rise. "Hurry, Chopper. Save the others." Nami and Chopper rushed out of the fire, while the rest were occupied with extinguishing the flames. Mr. Iceberg began to recount Robin's circumstances to Nami. Once he finished sharing Robin's burdens, I slowly stood up. It wasn't that I had ceased my charade, but rather that there was no longer any reason to continue it. This was the opportune moment to awaken. Adjusting my expression, I appeared beside Nami and Chopper. "Guangzuzu, you're awake. Listen, regarding Robin." I crouched down to treat Mr. Iceberg and the foreman, then looked up at Nami, smiling as I said, "Robin-chan did this to help us escape, didn't she?" "Huh? How do you know?" "Of course, I have never doubted her." This realization clarified all her actions. Now, it was up to Luffy to decide her course. Luffy had been thrown away. I had no idea where he had landed. "Don't worry, I will go find him shortly. For now, you must pursue Robin. It would be ideal to catch up, but if not, it's of no consequence." "Why?" "Robin and the others should be on the last sea train. Given the storm and tsunami, it has likely already departed. What shall we do?" I subtly glanced at Mr. Iceberg before addressing Nami. "I believe Luffy will undoubtedly pursue them. If that fails, we shall take a boat." Before Nami could respond, Foreman Paulie interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting? With such turbulent waves, how could we possibly set sail? We'll have to wait until tomorrow morning." Nami, flushed with indignation, argued back, while I remained silent, casting another glance at Mr. Iceberg. The old man appeared perplexed, undoubtedly wondering why I was staring at him. Thus, he met my gaze and uttered a chilling remark. "Don't look at me. I'm not playing along." "Too." I spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old man, you're quite the trendsetter to understand that." However, I knew he had grasped my intent, to send Nami and Chopper to the station to pursue Robin. I then began to sense Luffy and Zoro's locations. When I utilized the Flying Thunder God to appear near Zoro, I found him indeed caught in the chimney. "Hey, Green Algae Head, what kind of hairstyle is that? Quite unique." Upon hearing my voice, Sualong exclaimed, "Stop the chatter and hurry up and get me out of here." I burst into laughter. Oh dear. How on earth could someone get stuck in a chimney? Are you attempting to emulate Santa Claus and deliver gifts? Enough of your nonsense. Be careful, or I might slice you down. He retorted. How do you intend to do that with the chimney? I chuckled. I should really take a photo of you. Whenever I feel down, I can look at it and surely laugh until I have abs. Quit laughing and hurry up, he insisted. In this pirate world, there are no social media circles, otherwise I would undoubtedly post a few pictures. Having had my fun at Sualong's expense, I utilized wood release to shatter the chimney. All right, you can make your way back. I still need to find Luffy. As soon as I sensed Luffy's location, I teleported directly between two buildings. Peering through the gap, I saw Luffy inside. Ah, Captain, what a cosplay you have going on. What are you dressed as? A cock? Huh, Kazuki? He exclaimed. You arrived just in time. I am stuck. Think of a way to get me out. I promptly used wood to push Luffy out. Could you be a bit gentler? That hurt. Ha, well, you're out now, I replied. Now, we must hurry. A tsunami is approaching. When I returned to the shore with Luffy and Sualong, Nami and Chopper had also returned. Of course, in between, I had saved Sualong again, who was wandering in circles in an alley. There was no need to elaborate on that. Nami reiterated Robin's situation to Luffy, and we all gazed at him, awaiting his response. Luffy stood up, adjusting his straw hat. What more is there to say? Let us set sail and rescue Robin. I tidied my clothes. You fool, a tsunami of this magnitude makes sailing impossible. Then what do? We can't just watch as Robin is taken away. Robin-chan, in order to ensure our safe passage, has decided to sacrifice herself. How can we possibly accept this? Exactly. How could you be so heartless? Hey, don't rush. I'm not saying we shouldn't go. It's just that sailing isn't a viable option. Right, Kazuki? This old woman, still drinking behind us, cast a strange glance my way upon hearing her name. Kazuki, if you have a solution, please help us. Our comrade has been captured. Luffy realized he had to speak up at this moment. Hey, pirates, do you even know what enemy you're about to face? The shipwrights of Carrera joined in. Did you not see? That tsunami was merely the beginning. There will be an even larger super tsunami to come. Even if you had the sturdiest ship, you would not make it. Give up. When morning comes, you can go wherever you please. Indeed, that's the world government we're talking about. Ordinary people wouldn't be foolish enough to oppose them. Suddenly, Nami seemed to have an epiphany. I just remembered. This so-called judicial island is the legendary place known as the Gate of Justice. The Gate of Justice? Exactly. Behind the Gate of Justice lies the underwater prison. If we don't rescue Robin now, we'll have to storm the underwater prison. I wrung out the water from my hair, calmly continuing Nami's thoughts. Kazuki took another sip of her drink. Are you really going to oppose the world government? Just for one comrade? Yes. Give it up. Pursuing them is a path to death. Indeed, if you go, you're walking straight into a trap. Luffy fell silent, his expression ominously frightening. Suddenly, he roared, "Shut the hell up. If you don't provide me with a ship, I'll just seize one. We must set sail now." The crew of Carrera fell silent. Enough. Straw Hat Kid, this time you're in the wrong. Luffy recognized he had overstepped, but thinking of Robin's plight, he found it impossible to remain calm. I approached him and offered a chicken leg. Luffy, calm down. Eat something first. We will figure out the ship situation. But Luffy attempted to protest, only to be silenced by a look from me. When I turned back, Kazuki spoke up. Since you are no longer afraid of death and wish to go to war with the world government, then follow me. I will get the sea train ready for you. Huh? Their SAC train? How can that be? We followed Kazuki to an abandoned warehouse. This place has been deserted for 8 years. It might not even work anymore. Upon entering, a shark-headed train appeared before us, exuding an imposing aura. Huh? Esbaka, what are you doing here? Kazuki, it seems we think alike. Indeed, reasoning with fools is futile. At this point, my appearance was unnecessary. So, I simply stepped into the train and found a corner to sit down. Once again entering the Kamui space, I continued my training with the tailed beast balls. In truth, I had originally intended to use Kamui to bring Luffy and the others directly there. However, I reconsidered. On one hand, everyone had just been defeated and needed time for reflection. On the other hand, Frankie's subordinates and the crew of Carrera also needed to be included. I couldn't reveal my Kamui space in front of them. Furthermore, I wanted to test whether my tailed beast ball could withstand the tsunami. Thus, my training was quite urgent. Summoning technique. What's wrong? QB, about the tailed beast transformation we discussed earlier. Do you think we could try it today? What? Are you going to use it now? You don't seem to be in any danger. Even if I'm not using it right now, I will definitely need it tonight. So, I wanted to wake you up early lest something goes awry at a critical moment. You really are a hassle. Hee hee. Please indulge me and let us try it now. I'm not tired, but I must warn you. Merging my chakra and the tailed beast transformation are two entirely different concepts. Prepare yourself. I had no understanding of the distinction, assuming it was merely a ploy by the QB to mislead me. So, I nodded eagerly. The QB, observing my naivety, said no more. Are you ready? Let us begin. With that, the QB opened its mouth wide, its body spinning rapidly before rushing into my chest. I felt as if my brain might explode. An overwhelming torrent of information inundated my mind, predominantly filled with emotions of hatred. My entire body convulsed, my eyes glazed over, and I began to foam at the mouth. On the brink of losing consciousness, the QB withdrew, reclining on the ground, grinning at me. It took me a while to regain my senses. What on earth just happened? See? I told you. Tailed beast transformation is no simple matter. By your expression, it's clear you cannot endure it. So let us forget it. Jiwei vanished directly into the realm of Shinwei. After a moment of calm reflection, I began to comprehend the situation. This occurrence was indicative of an incompatibility with Jiwei. It appeared that I had failed to achieve a complete harmonization of body and mind with the tailed beast, resulting in the failure of my transformation. It seemed that Naruto had encountered a similar predicament, when he had yet to open his heart and fully embrace Jiwei. He could merely utilize its chakra without engaging in battle alongside it. My circumstances, however, may have been even more dire. At this moment, I was utterly incapable of enduring Jiwei's negative emotions. As soon as it entered my being, my mental fortitude crumbled. Alas, this was indeed a troubling dilemma. It seemed that the journey to tailed beast transformation would not be accomplished in a mere instant. Sighing, I resolved to practice other ninjutsu for the time being. Speaking of which, I still had an outstanding system task. System, what is my current phase task? Ding. Create a self-developed S-rank ninjutsu. This was hardly a challenge for me. With a mischievous grin, I flipped my hand, conjuring a Rasengan. Ding. The ninjutsu detected is the Rasengan, classified as A rank, not meeting the requirements. Don't rush. I'm about to create a new S-rank ninjutsu. Just watch. With that, I infused the Rasengan with lightning chakra and hurled it forth. As it left my hand, the Rasengan began to diminish, ultimately vanishing entirely by the time it reached the sky. After waiting for 5 seconds without any manifestation, a wooden stake directly opposite me suddenly erupted in an explosion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully developed a new S-rank ninjutsu, Rado Rasengan. Reward: Bagwazang 64 palms, now dispensed. The familiar slap did not land on my face. However, my clone and Rocketman suffered a painful blow to the head. Fortunately, I had left a Moku clone outside. Had it been a shadow clone, it might have disappeared entirely. Filled with anger, I stepped out, ready to unleash my frustration. Just then, the familiar sounds of chaos interrupted me. Hey, Luffy, has your companion been possessed? Did he encounter some water monster? Idiot, be quiet. Luffy's words came too late. Anticipating the impending chaos, he covered his face, realizing it was best not to witness what was about to unfold. I cast a sinister grin at Frankie's little brother. You're the one who is possessed, you big fool. Zoro chimed in with a sarcastic remark. Who told you to act like a lunatic? It's no wonder they think that. Damn it, this kid's playing tricks on me, huh? Ah, he might be right. Perhaps I'm possessed by a chimney. Upon hearing the word chimney, Zoro's expression changed drastically. With sword drawn, his face turned grim. Watch out, or I'll cut you down. Following the ruckus, my phase task reappeared. This time, the task was to complete the tailed beast transformation. Character card, Monkey D. Garp. Ignoring the task for the moment, I looked up and noticed the originally cramped train car was now filled with a multitude of peculiar individuals. I quickly inquired, Hey Luffy, what is the situation with these guys? Carrera the shipwright, Lulu, Darius, Yoro, and Sugu. It's so noisy. How did you all get up here? Never mind, Kozo. We're now comrades in the same battle formation. Pirate brother, the gods of water have arrived. Nami opened the window and was instantly struck dumb by the sight of a towering tsunami. Could a person possibly traverse that? Frankie's crew at the rear of the train continued to bombard it with cannons. Yet, against the might of the tsunami, the shells had no effect whatsoever. Everyone, stand back. Witness the super decay cannon of Frankie's family. Even a battleship would be pierced by a single shot. Boom! Crash! This so-called super decay cannon merely created a splash atop the tsunami. How could this be? It was utterly ineffective. Some individuals in the train car had already begun writing their last words. The screams of Chopper, Kaimoni, and the little rabbit nearly deafened me. Luffy pointed at me with a grin. Kozo, go handle this. Understood, Captain. Hey, Straw Hat. Are you really sending him alone to deal with this? Is that wise? Exactly. That's the gods of water. Oh, we're doomed. Mommy, save me. I'm finished. I see my great-grandmother. Don't worry. Kozo can handle it. I stepped out of the train car. This train was remarkably swift. Kyubi, lend me some chakra. No problem. Here is half of my chakra. Make sure you handle it well. With Kyubi's chakra, I re-entered the Kyubi mode. The familiar sensation returned, and everything around me fell into stillness. The towering tsunami before me began to slow. Simultaneously, the clones in the Shunwei realm dissipated, allowing me to enter the Sage Fox mode. Surprisingly, this time in Sage Fox mode, my appearance underwent some transformation. I was previously clad in a blue Chunin vest, wearing ordinary ninja shoes, with long black hair billowing in the wind. Now, having absorbed half of Kyubi's chakra, I entered Sage mode. The brilliant yellow chakra cloak shone radiantly in the darkness. Mokuton, Bunsin no Jutsu. Lacking the enhancement of Tail Beast Bomb, I could only rely on clones for assistance in this scenario. Positioned at the front of the train, I stood alongside two wooden clones. Sage Art, Super Giant Raisin Shuriken. 3 Raisin Shurikens, each radiating blue light and exceeding 5 meters in diameter, soared through the air, their piercing sounds drowning out the clamor of the train and the tumult of the tsunami. Boom! Bang! The 3 Raisin Shurikens collided at a single point. Following a violent explosion, Frankie's crew discovered that the enormous tsunami had vanished. Long stretches of exposed railway gleamed in the light as rocketmen sped forward. Not a single drop of rain remained. It's gone. Wow, that is incredible. The occupants of the train car gazed in awe at the towering tsunami that had once loomed before them, finally realizing that my previous attack had evaporated the 50-meter wide wave before them. See? I told you Kozo could handle it. Luffy grinned widely, his smile radiant. Zoro opened a bottle of alcohol, taking a hearty swig, finding the situation entirely reasonable. Hey, aren't you all the least bit shocked? That was the gods of water. He evaporated them all in one go. Ha, of course. Kozo is my comrade. Such strength is only natural. All right, everyone, quickly eat more to replenish your strength. The great battle is about to commence. As I gazed at the vanishing tsunami before me, a sigh escaped my lips. Was this truly the extent of my most formidable technique? It is worth noting that the venerable Kapu had once sent an entire mountain soaring with a single punch. In my transformed Shinhu mode, after unleashing 3 strikes, I could barely manage a mere 50 meters of impact. Clearly, I still have much to hone. With a heavy heart, I stepped into the carriage. My companions, the little brothers of Frankie, observed my expression. Goodness, he seems rather dissatisfied. Is he truly a monster? With a furrowed brow, I entered the carriage, where Luffy hurried over to commend me. Well done, Hikari no Sook. Oh, it was passable. I had expected a greater destructive force. It appears this is the limit of my abilities. Frankie's 2 younger sisters whispered from the corner. He is already so powerful, yet he seems unsatisfied. Indeed, what a peculiar gathering of beings we have here. Suddenly, the sound of a tiny phone bug interrupted the moment. Moshi, Sanji? We listened to the conversation between Nami and Sanji, and it seemed that a grand commotion was brewing on his end. A smirk crept onto my face. It appeared quite lively over there. Leaving a clone behind, I sensed Sanji's location. Just as I prepared to teleport, Nami began to unveil a rather generous surprise. Before my eyes, she shed her attire and began to change clothes unabashedly. Her figure had blossomed significantly, prompting me to marvel at her transformation. Just a few months ago, when I first met her, she barely filled a B cup. Now, she had grown into a C cup. I wiped away a trickle of blood from my nose. This was not an appropriate place to linger. Using the Flying Thunder God technique, I swiftly vanished. Hey, you lecherous cook, are you trying to show off again? What are you doing here, you seasick fool? Huh, how did you suddenly appear? Ding, host has encountered Carter, Flame, character card successfully unlocked. Reward, Xiangling perception ability now granted. The sound of applause filled the air. Ikari no Suke, how are you here? Oh, Usopp, you've mistaken me. I am the Sniper King. Hi there, Sniper King. May I ask how you know me? Well, you see Usopp mentioned you. Oh, indeed. I roll my eyes. However, it is said that these 2 individuals might not be the same person after all. The Sniper King hails from Sniper Island, while Usopp is from the west of Syrup Village in the EC. Alright, enough of this nonsense. By the way, Cook, What is your current situation? We are currently battling through the carriages one by one. Why are you here? How is Nami-chan? As for Nami, she should be fine. Just now, she changed right in front of us, and wow, that figure is simply stunning. What did you just say? Hey, Hikari no Sook, stop provoking him. I feel like he is about to transform. Observing the guy, I noticed his hair was standing on end. Was he about to become a Super Saiyan? You all can proceed with your plans and fight without worrying about me. With that, my figure vanished once more, and I reappeared beside Robin. Ninja-san, how did you end up here? Oh, Robin, it's been ages. This place is perilous. You should leave quickly. Wait, are you shooing me away just as I arrived? It's not that. You don't understand. The adversary this time is far too powerful for us to handle. Noticing the worry in Robin's eyes, I understood her fear of the so-called demon slaying order. Robin, what do you think of my strength? Robin paused briefly, contemplating seriously. You are incredibly strong, nearly at the pinnacle among those I know. However, you must understand this time we face the world government. Even if you are powerful alone, what are the others? Do you enjoy being with us? This question rendered Robin silent, clearly lost in thought. Observing her occasional smiles, I realized that she indeed cherished our companionship. It was precisely because of her bond with us that she made such choices. If sacrificing herself could save us all, she would do so without a moment's hesitation. Facing death with grace. If, hypothetically, I were to take you away, what would you do? Robin was immediately taken aback, recalling the demon-slaying order and the consequences of her past. A cold sweat broke out, awakening her to the gravity of the situation. Absolutely not. You have no grasp of the circumstances. The tragedy of O'Hara must never be repeated. Ah, you truly worry too much. Let me put it this way. Why do you think Akiji didn't capture Luffy last time? Robin was momentarily baffled by my sudden change in direction. Perhaps he couldn't be bothered to catch him? Allow me to educate you. Luffy's grandfather is a vice admiral in the Navy. Have you heard of the title Hero Carp? What? That legendary figure is Luffy's grandfather? Robin was now in a state of shock, her mind racing. Everything began to make sense. No wonder Luffy possessed such vitality. No wonder he could easily defeat Crocodile without breaking a sweat. And no wonder Akiji didn't simply eliminate the Straw Hat crew. Monkey D. Galp, such a prominent figure, and he is the grandfather of this little pirate captain. Ha! That should surprise you. But there is even more shocking news. Do you know who Luffy's father is? Just as I was about to reveal Luffy's father's identity, fate intervened, and the door of our carriage was suddenly knocked upon. Knock, knock, knock. Nico, Robin, what are you mumbling about in the carriage, all alone? I was in the midst of enlightening Robin about Luffy's connections when, to my astonishment, a high-ranking official from the world government discovered us. I had intended to disclose Luffy's father's identity, but this interruption made me feel as if some unseen force was preventing me from doing so. Well then, it appears this revelation must wait. This implies that I cannot disclose the information about Luffy's father just yet. If the world government were to learn of it, they might very well attempt to detain Luffy. They could use him as leverage to coerce Dragon into disbanding his revolutionary army. Should that occur, the world's balance would be profoundly altered. I suspect even Marineford would struggle to withstand such a conflict. Perhaps it is best to remain silent for now. The individual approached Robin, inhaling deeply through his nose. I smell the scent of pirates. Robin was taken aback, realizing this person could detect the presence of others by scent alone. However, she understood that my invisibility technique was foolproof, and thus she maintained her composure, gazing outside with an air of indifference. Nico, Robin, what are you talking to yourself about? None of your business. What did you say? Repeat that. I said, none of your business. You scoundrel, you actually mimicked me perfectly. Do you have any idea who is in carriage number 2? Men. This fellow was utterly speechless, left at a loss for words by Robin's retort. Within the realm of Shinwei, I watched with delight as Luo Bin vehemently confronted that foolish individual. Luo Bin, that spirited girl, possesses a remarkable talent for scolding others without hesitation. Observing the indignant expression on his face, I promptly transported him into the Shinwei space as well. This simpleton gazed around in bewilderment, questioning his whereabouts. I found no inclination to engage him in idle chatter. Instead, I suddenly appeared before him, my Sharingan piercing into his pupils, and uttered Tsukuyami. In an instant, he froze in place, gradually collapsing to the ground, breath quickening, and his body trembling. It seemed futile. Even if he were to recover, he would remain a simpleton. When I emerged again, Luo Bin looked at me with urgency. Before she could speak, I transformed into the guise of that very fool. Adjusting my tie, I addressed Luobin. Nico Luobin, relinquish any thoughts of escape. You must understand. The experts of CP9 await outside. There is no chance of your evasion. Upon witnessing my transformation, Luobin instantly comprehended the situation. She quietly seated herself on a chair, gazing out the window in silence. I chuckled softly and exited the first carriage where Luobin resided, returning to the second carriage to stand beside Lucci. Observing this pretentious fellow with his head bowed, I pondered how best to teach him a lesson. To be honest, I currently possessed at least 100 methods to eliminate him. However, the abundance of choices left me uncertain as to which to employ. If Nico Luobin is unharmed. You made a part, I remarked. Oh, indeed. Nico Luobin just instructed me to convey a message to you. She claims to have clues regarding the blueprints and wishes to negotiate with you. Upon hearing about the blueprints, Lucci's eyes widened, yet he made no further movement. My heart raced with trepidation. Surely, Lucci could not disregard the blueprints, given that their primary mission over the past few years revolve around this very matter. Could it be that he had discerned my true identity? Unthinkable. My transformation was flawless. Lucci scrutinized me intently, casting doubt upon my confidence. Just as I prepared to drag him into the Shinwei space, Lucci stood up. Kaku, keep watch here. No problem. Following Lucci into the first carriage, I heard him address Luobin. Nico Luobin, I have been informed that you possess clues regarding the blueprints. Please share them. Luobin gazed at Lucci in astonishment, and Lucci quickly realized he might have been deceived. Turning to see me grinning at him, he inquired, Who exactly are you? He curious, are we? Step inside. In an instant, I transported Lucci into the Shinwei space and turned to Luobin, saying, Tell me if I were to eliminate him now. Wouldn't it spare us much trouble? Luobin remained speechless, yet I merely jested. Luffy was still intent on seeking him out for combat experience. It seemed best to simply give him a beating, and besides, I had another matter to test with Lucci. Upon entering the Shinwei space, Lucci displayed no signs of panic. Who are you truly? I reverted to my original form, revealing my true self. Oh, have you forgotten me so swiftly? Lucci stared at my face, incredulous. Didn't I already defeat you? Your naivety has truly astonished me. Did you not notice that I had been holding back during our previous encounter? Are you implying that you were toying with me during our earlier battle? Lucci's voice trembled, unable to fathom that he had been so thoroughly outmatched in the realm of pretense. This individual before me surpassed even him in arrogance. How could he endure such humiliation? With a soft sigh, I declared, You are indeed a foolish one. Very well, I grant you 3 seconds. Make your escape. 3, 2, 1. Observing that I remained unmoving, Lucci lunged forward, extending a finger towards my throat, muttering, Since you choose to waste time, prepare to die. Finger pistol. As his finger was about to pierce my throat, I invoked Tekai. The impact reverberated, and I found myself seated on the ground. I never expected you to wield the 6 styles as well. However, your execution is but a pale imitation compared to mine. Indeed, while I had managed to block his attack, my defense was insufficient against his prowess. Had I not reacted swiftly, my throat would have been pierced. Fortunately, my reflexes allowed me to retreat just in time. Cough. Your finger pistol is indeed formidable. I concede that point. Let us compare other techniques. I vigorously rubbed my throat, rising to my feet and casting a flurry of shuriken around me. Sensing each shuriken's position, I called out to Lucci, I have heard that your Soru is quite impressive. Shall we compare? Without waiting for his response, I activated Haration. My figure vanished in an instant. Swoosh. When I reappeared, Lucci had yet to react, and I had cut a gash across his back. Blood trickled down as I vanished once more. Lucci was astonished. Never had he anticipated that someone could surpass him in speed, severely denting his pride. He activated Soru, darting about the space. No matter where he fled, I consistently appeared behind him. After sustaining numerous injuries, he finally ceased his movements. Observing his apparent surrender, I, too, halted, twirling a shuriken on my finger and smirking as I asked, Why have you stopped running? Don't tell me this is all the stamina you possess. Lucci glared at me fiercely, inhaled deeply, and slowly closed his eyes. He stood there, motionless. This left me somewhat perplexed. What sort of technique was this? Is it a case of I do not move, therefore you do not move? Oh, so you wish to play this game with me? I activated Haration once more, positioning myself directly in front of him to test whether he truly remained immobile. To my surprise, regardless of how I shifted, Lucci remained completely still. When I returned to his rear, poised to inflict another wound, an unexpected turn occurred. His body twisted at an unnatural angle, evading my attack, and in a swift motion, his finger pistol pierced my shoulder. Remarkably, he had kept his eyes shut throughout. A gaping wound formed on my shoulder, and though I had no time to attend to it, I felt no need to do so. I vanished once again, but this time Lucci did not remain stationary. He too disappeared. Just as I was about to pause and locate him, his finger pistol struck again, creating another wound on my other arm. What the hell? I exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of bizarre technique was this? It felt entirely different from before. I refused to believe I could lose to speed. I vanished once more, this time teleporting to a greater distance. Indeed, from this vantage point, I could clearly observe Lucci's movements. It turned out he had utilized paper drawings to evade my initial attack, then follow my movements with Soru. As soon as I paused, he launched an attack on me with his finger gun. Each time, he executed only one strike, never lingering in battle. After his hit, he would wait for another opportunity. Just now, it was my speed that was too swift and my distance too great, which allowed me to discern his weakness. Upon my calculations, this fellow's range of movement is approximately within 10 meters. As long as I remain within this perimeter, he can effortlessly keep pace with my speed. However, when the distance stretches even slightly, he requires a brief moment to pause. Although it is merely a fleeting instant, it provides me ample time to react. This old chap's combat prowess is indeed remarkable. In light of this, allow me to demonstrate what true velocity entails. I darted about within this space, denying Lucci any opportunity to catch me. Thus, we spiraled in a continuous loop for what felt like 3 minutes. Eventually, I halted, raising my hand to deflect Lucci's incoming finger gun. Lucci slowly opened his eyes and inquired, "Why have you stopped? Don't tell me you're out of stamina." This old fellow actually retorted with my own words. Yet, I felt no anger. Instead, I calmly replied, "There's no need to run. The moment I move my finger, you shall perish where you stand." "What nonsense are you speaking? I acknowledge your speed is impressive, but it is not so swift that I cannot respond." I chuckled softly. "Oh, is that so? Then take a good look around you." With that, I flicked my finger. A series of delicate, binding sounds resonated throughout the space. Before Lucci could comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared by numerous invisible threads. The strands bit into his flesh, causing blood to seep from his body. Lucci gazed at himself in shock. "How is this possible? When did you?" In response to Lucci's question, I felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. "Haha, since you asked so sincerely, allow me to graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from being destroyed, well, let us get to the point. During the last 3 minutes, each time I changed direction, I left a thread behind. Then I lured you into a false move, ensnaring you with those very threads. This is impossible. I never sensed you making any additional moves." I shrugged, feigning innocence. "It seems someone is more skilled than you, and you appear to struggle with this reality. Oomph. Do not think you have won simply because of this." Iron block. Under the iron block, the threads could no longer advance. Clapping my hands excitedly, I couldn't help but commend, "You truly are an elite warrior cultivated by the world government. Yet, you are merely an elite warrior. If I were to employ this technique, how would you respond?" Approaching him, I extended a finger and declared, "Finger gun." Clang. Crack. "Haha, is that all you've got?" Lucci mocked me fiercely. Alas, my finger snapped upon contact. I hadn't anticipated this fellow's hardness. My finger gun had no effect against his iron block. It seemed that among the 6 styles, only the shave could slightly surpass him. Even more disheartening was that my shave was essentially the flying thunder god technique. Thus, in the strictest sense, my match in the 6 styles ended in utter defeat. Seeing his disdainful expression ignited my frustration. Do not gloat. Although I lost in the 6 styles, why not experience this technique? The secret art of Konoha's taijutsu, 1,000 years of pain. With that, I forcefully wiped my finger with a handkerchief from his pocket. "I was merely jesting with you. Now you understand. Your iron block does possess weaknesses. Train diligently from now on." Discarding the handkerchief, I extended a finger once again, this time using my other hand. Infusing my finger with lightning chakra, it resembled the Raikage's signature technique. I smirked at Lucci. "Isn't your iron block formidable? I wonder if you can withstand this technique." "Humph. As long as it's not where you just attacked, feel free to strike anywhere. But I must warn you, if your finger breaks again, I shall not take responsibility. Rest assured, I am merely conducting an experiment." Saying this, I jabbed at his chest. Thwack. This time, it was surprisingly effortless. Lucci's iron block offered no resistance against my finger. "How can this be? My iron block is shattered?" Shaking the blood from my hand, I remarked, "Your iron block is rather lackluster." With that, I severed the threads binding Lucci, observing his descent into self-doubt. I was unwilling to grant him time for sorrow. Hey, how about we compare our taijutsu this time? You foolish man, just because you did not kill me earlier does not mean I will show you mercy. You wish to compare taijutsu? Regret it in hell. With that, Lucci transformed into his leopard form, towering over 3 meters, and unleashed a furious roar before attacking me. In an instant, the world transformed. His every strike bore a trajectory in my eyes. Not only did I effortlessly evade his attacks, but each of his moves was documented by the Sharingan's duplication ability. After a few exchanges, Lucci ceased his assault. I did not expect your paper drawing to be quite decent. Hee, you flatter me. However, this is not paper drawing. You just executed a full set of moves, right? Now it's my turn. Gentle Fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. A Taiji diagram appeared beneath my feet, with Lucci positioned at a certain point on the diagram. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Indulging in such trivial matters again. Iron block. Clang. My chakra-infused fingers struck Lucci directly. 4 palms. Clang, 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 clang. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Upon completing the sequence, white smoke enveloped Lucci. He lightly brushed off the dust from his body, looking at me with calm indifference. I told you, such techniques are ineffective against me. Damn it, indeed useless. This fellow lacks any so-called acupoints. Otherwise, my set of techniques would have prevented him from harnessing chakra. It seemed I needed to improve this technique further. Shave Gale Foot. Lucci unleashed a slashing kick, transforming in mid-air into the shape of a bird. Yet, how could such an attack possibly harm me, who possessed the white flower? I effortlessly dodged all his strikes. Do you have any more powerful techniques? This is hardly worth my time. Just avoid this move first. Gale Foot Storm. Lucci repeatedly executed Gale Foot, sending his slashes skyward. Hey, where are you attacking? Foolish one. All my slashes will rebound off the ceiling and rain down. Upon hearing this, panic surged through me. That so-called storm, with such density, would be catastrophic upon descent. There was simply no way to evade it without being turned into a sieve. Moreover, at this moment, I was unable to utilize Kamui to transfer myself. I lifted my gaze to the sky, where countless brilliant slashes illuminated the heavens. Goodness, I miscalculated. Am I truly expected to endure this? As I beheld those slashes, radiating a blue luminescence and ascending ever higher, a sudden realization struck me. Are you foolish? This space is of my own creation. There is no ceiling above. Ruchi, astonished, exclaimed, "What did you say? No wonder they haven't fallen yet." I broke out in a cold sweat, having forgotten this detail myself. However, if that attack were to descend, I would indeed struggle to withstand it. All right, I concede. Your move, if it were to land, would undeniably inflict some damage upon me. Ruchi appeared quite embarrassed, having failed to perceive his surroundings and thus made an erroneous judgment. It was utterly humiliating, but fortunately, we were alone. In your next move, you shall meet your demise. With a flick of his foot, he launched a kick that transformed into a shuriken shape. I was at a loss for words. This fool dared to use a shuriken in front of Ninja? Simpleton. Your attack bears no effect on me. Observe, this is what a true shuriken looks like. With a swift motion of my right hand, I unleashed the wind release, spiraling shuriken. As my spiraling shuriken passed through, Ruchi's shuriken was utterly shattered. He attempted to evade my shuriken with a shave, but I anticipated his movement perfectly. Ninja art, shadow imitation technique. A slender shadow darted from beneath my feet, instantly ensnaring Ruchi. Rendered immobile, he was struck squarely by my spiraling shuriken. With a sickening thud, Ruchi's beast form was obliterated, reverting him back to human form. Goodness, your body is remarkably resilient. Having endured my attack, you still live. Cough, cough. Your technique is indeed formidable. Even my iron block is powerless against it. Noticing his body beginning to pale, I realized the spiraling shuriken inflicted continuous damage. It would incessantly ravage the cellular structure within him. Though he was not dead yet, he could no longer move. Such an affliction is a fatal wound for a zone-type devil fruit user. Must you truly capture Luobin? You fail to understand. This woman's very existence is a sin. Hey, she merely knows a bit more. Is that a crime? Haha, how naive you are. Do you not think that an ordinary person seeking to pry into the privacy of the divine is itself an act of transgression? His words, indeed, held a kernel of truth. Innocent bystanders suffer when those with knowledge exist. Luobin's only fault lies in knowing too much. Why are you silent now? Do you also find my reasoning compelling? Ruchi found a corner to lean against, striving to regain his strength. After pondering for a long time, I could not find a rebuttal to his assertions. I do not know. However, Luo Bin and those scholars merely seek the truth. Is that so wrong? You remain blissfully ignorant. There are many realms in this world that are beyond the grasp of ordinary people. In some matters, simply knowing is a crime. Ha ha ha, if that is the case. It implies that what is concealed is inherently flawed, rather than the seekers of knowledge being at fault. The so-called world government must have committed some heinous act in the past, prompting their desperate attempts at concealment. If that is true, then Luo Bin is blameless. The fault lies with this false world. Ruchi fell silent, momentarily shaken in his conviction of justice. Indeed, if they wished to keep it hidden, why go to such lengths to obscure it? I observed his silence and continued. Moreover, your so-called justice resembles the demon extermination order of your. It slaughtered every soul on O'Hara Island, including the uninformed and innocent. Can that be deemed justice? Shut your mouth. You should be the one to be silent. The world government wields its so-called justice while engaging in acts of pillage and slaughter, deeds far more heinous than those of pirates. If this is justice, I would rather be a criminal. Be quiet. Justice is justice. Sacrifices are inevitable, yet preserves the lives of the majority. You speak nonsense about sacrifices. Are you out of your mind? If you were among those marked for extermination, how would you feel? Suppose you merely went to that island to fish and were caught in the crossfire. What then? Well, that would merely indicate my ill fortune. To hell with your ill fortune. Do you comprehend? Those people were all political sacrifices, including you and me. Is that what you call justice? Enough of this. I have nothing more to discuss with you pirates. Consider this. Why do so many choose to become pirates in this world? Are there not more who choose to join the Marines? Damn, that makes a certain amount of sense. I was momentarily at a loss for words. If only Naruto were here, he would easily sway this fellow with a verbal assault. Forget it. I shan't argue with you further. You will not release Luo Bin, will you? Unless I die. Damn, this guy is truly stubborn. I had no desire to waste more words. I formed seals with my hands in front of my chest. Then you shall meet your end. Would release, cutting technique. As I raised my hands, a wooden spike thrust into Ruchi's left arm. Upon contact, it blossomed, transforming into the shape of a tree stump. This continued for his right arm, left leg, and right leg. Why wouldn't you just kill me? You cannot die yet. Our captain is still waiting to upgrade you. I merely wish to make you suffer a little. With that, I stepped out of the Kamui space. Ninja-san, why are you still here? Where is Ruchi? Wait, and you shall see. After speaking, I arrived at the junction between carriage number 1 and number 2. With a powerful kick, I forcefully opened the door. Kaku slowly raised his head, his pupils dilating upon seeing me, instinctively covering the previously wounded area. You scoundrel. Bruno also looked up at me, immediately entering a battle stance. However, before he could launch an attack, I transferred Ruchi out and unceremoniously tossed him into Bruno's arms. Upon seeing Ruchi, bloodied and battered, Bruno panicked. Hey, Ruchi, pull yourself together. Are you all right? Still alive? Califa gazed at me in horror, cold sweat trickling down her face. Even Luo Bin, who stood behind me, looked shocked, drenched in sweat. Enough with the yelling. I've already treated him. He is still alive, and with proper care, he should be able to walk and assist us. You bastard, pay with your life. With a swift shave, Bruno lunged at me. Finger gun. To my astonishment, he truly was reckless. Even in such a dire situation, he flaunted his 6 powers. Drawing my Kusanagi sword, I infused it with lightning chakra. Just as Bruno's finger gun was about to make contact, I rendered my body partially intangible. With a swift motion, I raised my hand. My Kusanagi sword tracing a graceful arc through the air, severing Bruno's other arm as it spun away. Ah! This fellow has repeated the mistakes made outside Mr. Iceberg's room. Armed with the Kusarigama, I swiftly appeared beside him. The man lay on the ground, groaning. I struck his face with my weapon. Slap! Are you truly so confident in your own strength? Slap, slap. What are you trying to portray in my presence? Slap, slap, slap. Is it really necessary for you to act like this? Oh, so your iron block is the hardest, is it? Slap, 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 slap. Stop. I turned to look at Robin, utterly surprised that it was she who shouted for him to cease. Robin, what's the matter with you? Ninja-san, let us go. Tell Luffy I cannot return with him. No, Robin, what are you afraid of? You wouldn't understand. Just do as I say. Also, I have decided to die here. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. See that light outside? That is Judicial Island, colloquially known as the island that never sleeps. This woman is truly something else. Fine, fine, I can't subdue you, let Luffy handle it. Frustrated, I squatted down, picked up Bruno's severed arm, and used healing techniques to restore it. Next, I extracted the stump from Lucci's body and healed him as well. Then I glared at Kaku and Khalifa. You two better remember this. If you dare to torture Robin, you will face dire consequences. For now, I will allow her to accompany you, but later, our captain will come to retrieve her. Be very cautious. With that, I prepared to leave, but noticed Bruno still groaning on the ground. My anger flared again, and I delivered 2 more slaps. Slap, slap. You better remember this. With your pathetic iron block, do not embarrass yourself any further. Slap, slap, slap. Listen, can you hear that? Wow, I actually made this guy cry. What a stroke of bad luck. I quickly got up, casting a lingering glance at Robin. With determination, I executed a flying thunder god technique. Inside the Rocket Man's carriage, Sanji was recounting Robin's hidden troubles. Ah, is that Light's assistance? So that was a clone. I first dispelled the clone and, after consolidating the information, understood the events that had just unfolded in the carriage. Luffy, listen carefully. I almost brought Robin back, but she absolutely refused to return with me, citing some demon slaughter order. Remember, no matter what, you must subdue Robin, understood? Luffy, taken aback by my outburst, weakly replied, Yeah, I got it. Frustrated, I found a corner and plopped down on the ground. So what is the plan? Porky stammered, You guys wait in the vehicle, and we'll help you open the door. Then you go and beat those guys up. It's that simple. Very well, it's settled. Hey, pirate friends. The front door is here. We exchanged glances and all stood up. Let us go. It felt like someone was missing. Upon closer inspection, oh no, Luffy was gone. What the heck? Luffy is already ahead of us, charging straight into Judicial Island's main gate, moving faster than Kara and Frankie's family. Initially, I pondered whether to assist him in dealing with those Navy grunts, but it seemed unnecessary. With 5 minutes to spare, I could accomplish a great deal. Hey, I just had a fight, and my chakra is running low. I need a charger. Fine, I'll go with him. Summoning technique. In the dead of night. What on earth are you doing? Yo, Monkey King, good morning. What nonsense, it's late at night, disturbing someone else's sleep. Ha ha, don't be angry. Lend me some chakra, and I'll let you go back to sleep soon. So troublesome, take it. Just don't bother me again. Yash. With the chakra of the 4 tails, I won't have to worry about running out of energy. Shadow Clone Technique. Alright, with 2 clones assisting me in refining Sage Chakra, I can unleash my techniques freely. However, there is still one matter to address first. Transformation Technique. The surrounding companions exclaimed, Light, why have you turned blonde? Wow, the pirate looks so handsome. I thought to myself, isn't that obvious? I've transformed into the splendid form of a certain character. Just look at how they LLB enchanted. Of course, there was no need for the Hokage coat or the leaf headband. I gave them a radiant smile, and Frankie's 2 younger sisters immediately transformed into starry-eyed admirers, swooning. Ha ha, the splendid form is indeed charming. Sanji, smoking, scrutinized me closely. I sensed he was not preparing to offer any compliments. Hey, you're looking more like a person now, much better than your previous appearance. Zoro, upon seeing my golden hair, felt a tad uncomfortable, clutching his head. How did another blonde idiot appear? But this one doesn't have curly eyebrows, which is no fun at all. What did you say, green algae head? How about I just kick you to death? Clang, clang. Light, why did you transform? Looking at Chopper's innocent expression, I wore the face of my splendid form and smiled gently at him. Chopper, the ninja's creed is to conceal oneself. Wow, so cool. Ninja, meow. Ninja, meow. Ninja, meow. The Sniper King, Chopper, and the little girl all cheered in delight. Are you all fools? Nami wiped her forehead, expressing her disbelief. All right, pirates, prepare yourselves. We will breach the main gate in 2 minutes. Just in time. The 2 clones have also entered Sage mode. I turned to them. Yash, you all breach normally. I'll check on Luffy. It seems he is surrounded by hundreds of people. After saying this, I headed over to Luffy's side. As soon as I appeared, I saw that he was indeed facing at least 500 Navy soldiers. The rooftops in the distance were also filled with personnel. Hey, Luffy, you sure know how to stir up chaos. Huh? Who are you? Idiot, who do you think I am? Fantastic, it's Light. Perfect, can you help me take them out? I'll be on my way. Understood, Captain. The Navy, noticing an additional person beside Luffy, began to alert each other. However, Luffy took off before they could react. As they turned to pursue him, I blocked their path. Excuse me, Navy folks. Our captain has urgent business. Could you allow us to pass? Attention. This guy is a companion of Straw Hat Luffy. Attack. Kill them. Faced with a sea of enemies, it appeared I had no choice but to utilize a large-scale destructive technique. Sage Art. Fire Release. Great Fire Annihilation. A firewall with a diameter of 50 meters emerged, blocking all foes. The square before me transformed into a sea of flames, with Navy soldiers screaming, struggling, and wailing within. Haha, sorry, but I must take my leave. As I reached the top of the tallest building, I spotted Frankie's younger brothers, charging forward with two gigantic monsters in tow. Solon and his companions seem to have vanished without a trace. It appears they have made their way to the courthouse. Ah, since that is the case, allow me to assist you, little lackeys. Skydance technique. Ha! The sensation of soaring through the air is truly exhilarating. Oh, if only I possessed the Rinnegan. I could employ the Shinra Tensei to obliterate Judicial Island in an instant. Alas, I do not have it present. Nevertheless, flying like this is quite delightful. Hey, look over there, someone is flying. Fool, stop spouting nonsense. How can anyone possibly fly? Oh, is that really the case? A user of abilities? What kind of power do they possess? Observing the multitude of Marines below, I hovered in the air and began to weave hand signs for the Sage Art, water release. Great waterfall technique. A torrent of seawater erupted from my mouth, submerging all the streets beneath. The Marines were tossed about chaotically, struggling against the deluge. Hey, Janbai, Kara. Hurry and charge ahead. Huh, it's the pirate boy. Fool, do you wish to drown us? Do not mix us up with the enemy, you idiot. Oh, my apologies. Having dealt with the Marines at the front gate, I must hasten to the courthouse. Skydance technique. Let us avoid using it if possible. Not only does it weigh chakra, but it also hurts the soles of my feet. I was initially considering using the body flicker technique to reach the rooftop and take a moment to rest while awaiting them. After all, a spectacular scene is about to unfold there. How thrilling! However, before that, the Marines at the base must be dealt with. Upon arriving at the courthouse entrance, I found that the heavy stone door had indeed been breached by Zoro. The great frog, Owagame, was holding off the Marines. Hey, Frankie's subordinates, all of you, get inside the courthouse. Huh, pirate boy, if we all go in, what will happen to these Marines? Hee hee, rest assured, these guys will disappear in an instant. All right, if you understand, commence action. The group exchanged whispers, unsure of what to do. Janbai, seeing my confident expression, gave the command, and everyone entered the courthouse. Subsequently, a large number of Marines surrounded the area. Inside, the pirates heard the announcement, "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we shall take military action." As this was said, several individuals wielding enormous meteor hammers came in my line of sight. Judging by their appearances, each stood around 2 meters tall with shoulders at least a meter wide. The iron meteor hammers they wielded were even larger, at least a meter in diameter and weighing several tons. Additionally, there were troops riding dogs, each displaying a fierce countenance, licking their weapons incessantly. "Excuse me, may I ask if all the Marines on this island are present here?" The pirates blocking the way replied, "Regardless of who you are, if you do not step aside, our 8,000 Marines will charge." Oh, there are indeed 8,000. How fortuitous. I clasped my hands together, immense chakra swirling within me. Sage Art would release, floral tree world descends. The moment I unleashed my ultimate technique, the ground began to tremble, and small saplings sprouted rapidly from the cracks in the pavement. These saplings visibly grew at an astonishing rate, transforming into towering trees within mere seconds. Enormous red flowers bloomed at the tops of these trees. The blossoms opened instantly, releasing yellow pollen that swept across the entire plaza at an incredible speed. The Marines, already staggering from the trees, now stared in disbelief at the astonishing sight before them. Someone shouted, "It's poisonous." Everyone held their breath. The pollen is highly toxic. However, by the time they heard this, it was already too late. Those who failed to hold their breath collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while their legs kicked in a frenzy. Those who managed to hold their breath fell to the ground amidst the trembling branches, either pierced by the spikes below or disrupted in their breathing rhythm. In short, all 8,000 Marines lay incapacitated. Witnessing this spectacle, Janbai was left agape. He dropped his sword, frozen in place in shock. I too was not unscathed, as this technique truly consumed a significant amount of chakra. I had previously accumulated a good amount of Sage chakra, but after this move, I was nearly depleted. Gritting my teeth against the discomfort, I hurried towards the courthouse. Turning back to Frankie's subordinates, I was infuriated to see them still standing there dazed. "Hey, are you all fools? Hurry and run. That pollen is highly toxic, and quickly lower the drawbridges on both sides. Our captain is waiting to cross. Honestly, you all are so clumsy." Without waiting for their response, I shot towards the rooftop. Janbai and the others finally regained their senses, gazing at my departing figure, wondering if this guy could possibly be a deity. Only a god could possess such extraordinary skills. If not a god, then surely a monster. Indeed, the earlier swordsman and the suited man were already quite formidable, yet this fellow surpassed them all. But why is such a powerful individual not the captain? Ignoring their murmurs, I focused on reaching the rooftop swiftly as my chakra was nearing exhaustion and I desperately needed to replenish it. What in the world is this? I turned around to see an enormous creature with 3 heads calling out to me. The left head declared, "Pirate, your recent actions will be judged as guilty." The right head countered, "No, it's innocent." The middle head interjected, "Let me compromise. This court sentences the pirate to death." Both sides exclaimed together, "How is that a compromise? You fool." I was utterly speechless. This must be a fool. I addressed Jean-Bai and the others below, saying, "Hey, this 3-headed dog is all yours. I'm off." Upon reaching the tower's peak, I happened to hear Luffy's voice. Second gear. At the top of the courthouse tower, Bruno watched curiously as Luffy, enveloped in smoke, prepared for battle. Gear? What does that mean? Do you think just because you have a little smoke surrounding you, you can defeat me? I must truly thank you all. It is precisely because of your arrival that I can protect my companions. Oh. Luffy in second gear is going to battle the foolish bull. Ah, this is indeed a splendid spectacle. I quickly found a corner to sit down. In second gear, Luffy's skin turned slightly red, surrounded by white smoke. His speed surpassed Bruno's, and 2 jet pistols knocked Bruno senseless. As Bruno emerged from the air door, Luffy launched a jet rocket punch that sent Bruno staggering back, spitting blood. Not one to back down, he attempted to confront Luffy with brute force. Believing he had mastered the 6 powers, I was about to show him the pinnacle of iron. Steel. Gomu Gomu no, get rocket punch. Boom. Bruno received a powerful blow from Luffy, his expression unchanged. As Luffy's pupils narrowed, he remarked, "You are quite resilient, aren't you? Since that is the case, allow me to show you something even more intriguing." Just as he placed his thumb in his mouth, Bruno collapsed before him. Observing the unconscious Bruno on the ground, I spat out the sunflower seed shells and slowly approached Luffy. "Hey, Captain, that move was rather ruthless." Phew. Thankfully. What happened to you? It seems you haven't quite adapted to this consumption yet. The side effects of the second gear are rather significant. In truth, during the recent battle, I had witnessed a remarkable transformation in Luffy's body through my Byakugan. It was somewhat reminiscent of the Raikage's lightning armor, forcefully activating cellular vitality with lightning chakra, enhancing both his agility and reflexes. However, Luffy's approach seemed to slightly consume his vitality. He compressed all the blood in his body into his heart, increasing its burden. Were he an ordinary person, his heart would have burst long ago. But being made of rubber, he appeared unaffected. Moreover, I made a startling discovery. I recall that the first time I used my Byakugan on Luffy, I noticed 3 small black dots within his body. Now, those 3 dots had significantly enlarged. Perhaps my Byakugan's ability had been enhanced. For now, those black dots appeared as 3 orbs of dark gray energy. In light of Luffy's recent battle, I realized that these orbs were, in fact, haki. Hey, I must say, Luffy's haki is developing at an astonishing rate. Since he possesses haki now, why resort to consuming his vitality with such techniques? Speaking of which, Captain, you should probably use that move sparingly. I understand. However, the opponent is quite formidable. If I don't use it, I might not be able to defeat them. I also recognized that urging Luffy to utilize haki at this moment was a bit unrealistic, but it was necessary to provide him with a reminder. Ahem, listen closely, Luffy. Have you not noticed that there exists a mysterious energy within you? If you can harness it, your destructive power will greatly increase. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. Luffy pulled out 2 pieces of meat with bones from his pocket and sat down to feast. Do you remember when you fought Arlong? The move that inflicted a fatal wound on him contained that very energy. The same goes for your battles against Crocodile and Enel. You utilized that power. Luffy blinked his large eyes, appearing as though he were listening to a foreign language. However, I realized that discussing such matters with him at this stage seemed premature. It seemed that only Rayleigh could provide him with the necessary enlightenment regarding haki. Regardless, remember this, it is anger. Only in your most furious state will you unleash the latent energy within you. Understood? Huh, why does that sound somewhat familiar? It seems someone once said this to Sun Gohan. Well, that's not the point right now. Robin is still waiting for us, standing atop the railing of the tower. Luffy bellowed, "Robin." I was at a loss for what to do, so I approached the railing. Just as I was about to step up, I realized it was slightly high, so I opted for my airwalking technique. "Robin, we're here to rescue you. Hurry and come out." When there was still no response from the other side, Luffy looked at me, scratching his head. Kono to Sook, take me over. Don't worry, she'll be out soon. How do you know? I grinned, I have Byakugan. Indeed, Frankie let out a tremendous fart, using the recoil to propel Robin out. See? I told you she would come out. Haha, indeed. Hey, Robin, we're here to rescue you. Robin's face lit up with a hint of joy upon seeing Luffy. But she quickly masked it. Yet, thinking of the Buster Call, she steeled herself. You should go back. I've made up my mind to die here. Despite the distance, Luffy finally managed to communicate with Robin. Zoro and the others broke through the rooftop and appeared on the terrace. We, a formidable group, glare at the CP9 members on the opposite side, both parties on edge, ready for a fight. Luffy, picking his nose, said, Robin, what are you talking about? We've come to save you. If you still want to die, let's discuss it after we return. Exactly, Robin shone. Tears welled in Robin's eyes as she recalled her past. Ever since she was 8, everyone had wanted her dead. It seemed her very existence was a burden. She had continuously fled, and those who once offered her refuge betrayed her upon learning her identity. The name Nico Robin, once synonymous with a hefty bounty, now served little purpose. For the past 20 years, what had kept her alive was perhaps the words of Saul, who had said that one day, companions willing to protect her would appear. Perhaps that day had truly arrived. Yet at that moment, Spandam's words yanked Robin back to reality. A bunch of foolish pirates. Do you see this in my hand? With a mere press, I can initiate the Buster Call. That power could completely erase O'Hara from the map, just like 20 years ago. Robin gazed at the golden transponder snail in his hand, recalling the tragedy of O'Hara. 10 warships, 5 vice-admirals. Not a single soul from O'Hara survived. Neither scholars nor civilians. The fear once again overwhelmed Robin's reason. No, absolutely not. You have no idea what the Buster Call truly is. Once I press it, the chances of the pirates escaping this island will be 0. Things are not as simple as you think. You just mentioned that O'Hara vanished from the map, right? So, do you see any people on the map? Spandam paused, seemingly having never considered that question. Robin, weakly kneeling on the ground, found O'Hara to be an eternal pain in her heart. How could she allow such a horrific event to occur again? If you initiate the Buster Call here, all of you will be turned to ashes along with this island. You're talking nonsense. The Navy would never attack their own. Spandam panicked, unwilling to believe it. However, upon seeing Robin's state, his eyes filled with despair. It seemed all too real. Even Lucci, known for his mercilessness, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead upon hearing the cruelty of the Buster Call. The Buster Call was indeed that ruthless. Now, it was once again aimed at my cherished companions. This I could never allow. Hey, Robin, what are you talking about? Luffy completely failed to understand. Or perhaps he simply did not wish to comprehend. The more I desire to be with you, the more I will drag you down. One day, you will completely abandon me. That is my greatest fear. Therefore, I do not want you to save me. If I must die eventually, I might as well die here. Robin finally revealed her true feelings. Yet this sorrow was beyond anyone's comprehension, especially that fool Spandam. Foolish pirates. Do you see the flag soaring atop the tower? Spandam pointed a finger at the banner that represented over 170 nations. This is the world. In the face of the world, can you comprehend the colossal organization this woman is up against? Luffy gazed up at this so-called world and finally realized who Robin's adversary was. Sniper King. Yes. Shoot that flag. Understood. A massive firebird erupted from Sniper King's weapon, shrieking as it pierced through the so-called world. Spandam was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom how anyone could be foolish enough to oppose the entire world. Hey, foolish pirates. Do you even understand what it means to attack the flag? Do you intend to make enemies of the whole world? Well, that suits me just fine. Luffy's frantic shout left Spandam trembling on the ground. Robin, ever since this incident began, you've been saying you want to leave, that you wish to die. Yet, I have not heard a single word from you. Speak. Say that you want to live. Tears streamed down Robin's cheeks. Throughout her life, she had often been told to die, making her feel that merely existing was a sin. She even thought that perhaps if she truly died, the world might become a better place. However, Luffy's words made her realize that she too could live. In that moment, the voices of Sarone and her mother seemed to merge with Luffy's, urging her to live. Can I truly continue to live? Robin could no longer contain her emotions. At that moment, she looked at her comrades, and her fury towards the entire world surged forth. She roared, struggling with all her might. I want to live. Take me back to that vast sea. In the past, while watching anime, I never felt this way, but witnessing it unfold before my eyes was truly shocking. As we watched Robin's dam of tears break, we all smiled with relief. Indeed, who would wish for death? Heh, leave the rest to us. Spandam, observing the pirates before him, was perplexed, unable to determine whether these individuals were genuinely foolish or simply inherently bad. Frankie was moved to tears by this scene. Once he calmed down, he slowly stood up, holding a thick stack of paper. Spandam, do you know what I have in my hands? It's Spandam, you scoundrel. Hey, what is that? Heh, it's the design blueprints for an ancient weapon, the authentic ones. Want them? Hurry, give them to me. Frankie grinned with pride and then exhaled a plume of flame, incinerating the blueprints completely. What madness is this? What have you done? Chopper quietly inquired. Hikaru, what is Frankie doing? Ah, this is adult business. Children should not meddle. Well, that makes no sense. You ought to explain it to me. This is a long story. What he held was a blueprint for a weapon capable of resisting ancient weaponry. So why'd he burn it? The world government already possesses the ancient weapon. If they took Robin this time, it would be equivalent to having the key to activate it. In other words, the government could directly annihilate the world. So I asked why he burned it. How could you be so foolish? Originally, this blueprint could have been used to resist ancient weaponry, and once created, it could have countered the world government. But now that Frankie has burned it, it signifies his participation in this gamble. Hey, what are you talking about? You little fool. He is betting that the world government cannot capture Robin, which means we will surely rescue her. This way, the ancient weapon cannot be activated. But why burn it? Wouldn't hiding it be better? Haha. This is the romance of a man. In a gamble, the less likely one is to win, the greater the sense of achievement when they do. This kid has essentially staked the safety of the entire world on us. If we cannot rescue Robin, then the whole world faces destruction. Oh, so that is how it is. Frankie has such courage. Very well, since that is the case, I will forgive him for injuring Usopp. This guy is a fighter among men. Just look at how he wears nothing but underwear all day. I shared this enlightening perspective with Chopper, and it seemed not just he, but others began to comprehend. Luffy, Nami, and Usopp exchange high fives. So that is how it is. On our side, Frankie ignited the battle fervor. However, on the opposing side, things were amiss. Spandam sat on the ground in despair, filled with hatred, and leapt up, ready to strike Frankie with a blade. I could hardly bear to watch. Shinra Tensei. In the next moment, Spandam was transported to the Shinra space. Immediately after, I appeared in the Shinra space as well. Spandam, clearly bewildered, had yet to grasp his surroundings. I wasted no time, swiftly seizing the golden transponder snail from his grasp and binding him securely with wood release. The CP9 outside panicked, realizing their superior had vanished. Upon my reappearance, I held Spandam aloft, hovering silently in the air. I'm losing my life. I'm gonna fall. Help. Silence, you big fool. If you keep shouting, I'll toss you down. This scoundrel is giving me a headache. I threatened him first. On the opposing side, Lucci and the others turned pale at the sight of me holding their officer. Hey, who are you? How did you capture him? Release our officer immediately. Hehe, Lucci, let us exchange hostages. I'll count to 3, and if you don't agree, I'll drop this idiot. Who knows if he can survive climbing back up from this abyss? Lucci was in a dilemma. Nico Robin was a notorious criminal, yet he could not abandon his superior. 1. Lucci, save me. As the CP9 captain, I command you to come and rescue me. I noticed Lucci hesitating. I warned him, I have no patience for this. Without waiting for his response, I loosened my grip. 3. Whoosh. I'm gonna die. Help. Suddenly, a shadow sprang from the other side, darting in a flash to appear beneath Spandam. Soru, Captain. Seizing the opportunity while their attention was focused on Spandam, I unleashed 2 consecutive Shinra Tensei, directly transporting Robin and Frankie to our side. Frankie, that hurts. By the way, can't you be gentler? Usopp, huh? Hikaru, was that you? Sanji. Seasick idiot, well done. Luffy. Foolish Hikaru, I still need to knock that pigeon keeper away. Why did you bring Robin back now? Nami, you foolish one. Having Robin in our grasp is far superior to her being in the hands of our adversaries. Hey pirates, do not think that merely rescuing Nico Robin suffices. Look at her hands. It just dawned on us upon seeing the sea stone handcuff she wears. There's no key. You see? If you desire the key, come and take it. You dare threaten me, little one? I approached Robin and said, fear not, Robin. Even without the key, I can set you free. Wow, Kazuki is truly a genius. Ninja-san, I appreciate your efforts. Leave it to me. A confident smile graced my face as I turned to Zoro and said, hey, green-haired one, sever Robin's hands. Zoro, are you insane? Luffy exclaimed, what the hell is wrong with you? Nami, are you a demon? Chopper cried, this is bad. Kazuki intends to chop off Robin's hands. Sanji retorted, hey, you incompetent, believe that I will kick you to death. Frankie interjected, I must say, you truly lack humanity. Even Robin, drenched in sweat, gazed at me, likely harboring some unspoken curses. Calm down, everyone. Robin is a Hana no Mi user. Even if her hands are severed, they will eventually regrow. Moreover, with Chopper Me here, we can ensure her hands are restored. It will only be a bit painful, Robin, so bear with me. Nami soared into the air and delivered a powerful blow to me. You better stop, you jerk. I was struck on the head by Nami's blow, unable to evade in time. I suspected this girl had also mastered Soru. With a large bump on my head, I looked at them with a sense of grievance. What are you all doing? This is a splendid plan. We could end the battle swiftly. If we move quickly, we could return to Water City for breakfast. Absolutely not. You fool. As I sulked in the corner, I thought, what a waste of my good intentions. Hey, why are you still sitting in the corner? Hurry up and take us across. What a thankless task, having just been struck and now expected to assist them. Moshi, pirates, what are you doing? Rocketman will arrive in 4 seconds. For seconds, meow meow. Woo woo. Upon hearing this, Luffy understood. Stretching out his rubber arm, he ensnared all of us and leaped off the roof of the courthouse. Ah! Help! We're falling. What are you doing? I can fly, you idiot. Thud. Bang. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hey, get up. That little impact is nothing, right? Don't lump us together with you. You rubber jerk. Fine, everyone is safe and sound. You're full of it. That hurt. After a round of beatings directed at the rubber fool, we finally settled down. Hey, pirates, do you see what this is? A figure with a zipper for a mouth suddenly spoke from above. Huh? A key? Hand it over. Wait. Even if I give you this, it won't matter. Why? Because this key of mine may not be genuine. Each CP9 member is stationed on different floors. You must defeat all of us to obtain all the keys. Among these keys, only one is real. Furthermore, due to your taking Nico Robin, the fleet of Admiral Akiji is on its way. What did you say? That's right. So you cannot escape. Ah, thank you for sharing this information. Oops, I let it slip, my bad. Luffy, ever impatient, could hardly tolerate this. Hey, tell me, where's that pigeon-raising jerk on which floor? Hee, defeat me, and I'll tell you. Upon hearing this, Luffy immediately prepared to strike, but I quickly intervened. Luffy, behave. Don't fall for his provocations. We must split up. Otherwise, Akiji will arrive, you fool. No, let me go. I want to send that pigeon-raising jerk flying. Luffy struggled fiercely, his arms stretched long by my grip. I thought for a moment and decided to let him run off. He would learn soon enough. Comrades, it's time to assign tasks. Everyone listen closely. All gathered around. I pulled Luffy's arm firmly, hoping he would at least let me finish speaking. Listen well, we have 6 enemies. Remember, the primary objective is not merely to defeat them, but to find a way to obtain the keys. That's all, got it? OSU. Zoro sheathed his sword. Admiral Akiji is approaching. Failure equates to wasting time. All of you, we must win even at the cost of our lives. Luffy roared and vanished in a flash. Hey, Frankie, I heard your strength is commendable. What nonsense this week. I am exceptionally strong. That's splendid. I'm entrusting this fellow to you. I pointed at the dancing owl and provocatively glanced at Frankie. You can count on me. Very well. Sniper King, Chopper, take Robin. Kokoroba-san, the little girl, and the rabbit to find a place to hide. Also, tend to their injuries. We will handle the rest. Hey, Commander, I don't want to fight. Please have mercy on me. Nami clung to my leg, pleading not to participate. Rest assured, Nami-chan, I will protect you until the ends of the earth. Enough already, you curly-haired one. Hurry and set off. What did you say? You green, algae-headed fool. Don't you dare waste time getting lost. The two of them bickered as they sprinted up the stairs. Nami was poised to shine this time. Califa was waiting to be defeated by her. There was no way she could sit this one out. However, given her current state, it would be challenging to ignite her fighting spirit. Thus, I devised a plan. Nami, there are plenty of treasures inside. You winks ahead. Immediately, she transformed into a treasure-hungry fiend, brandishing her stick and shouting, Yoshi, I'm off. Excellent, they have all set off. Next, I shall command the entire battleground. The water commander is here. White flowers. Huh, no reaction? Damn it, I've run out of chakra. I need to recover. As I sat down to meditate, everyone dashed off to different floors. Even Frankie, needing to replenish his cola, ran to the second floor in search of a kitchen. Chopper was already tending to Robin's wounds. While her injuries were not severe, the journey of the past few days, coupled with her recent bout of tears, had indeed left her exhausted. Sniper King approached me, gazing at me as I sat in meditation, seemingly recalling our previous conversation. He muttered softly, "Stay calm, be precise. Since that's the case, I cannot just wait idly here." With that, I dashed upstairs. "Hey, Sniper King, where you going?" I stopped Chopper. "Don't worry, Chopper. Don't forget, he is a hero. Robin's injuries are manageable, right? Although she still needs to recuperate. However, there are essentially no major issues now. As long as I can unlock the handcuffs, everything should be fine." "Excellent. I am nearly ready on my end as well. Please take good care of the well-being while I step out for a moment." Having entered the Sage mode, my chakra is now abundant. Under my command, the entire building is devoid of blind spots. Sanji and Khalifa occupy the 6th floor. Zoro and Kaku are on the 5th. Nami and the long-haired individual are on the 3rd, while Frankie and the owl are on the 2nd floor. Very well, everyone is now in battle mode. Huh, wait, Nami is in danger. What the hell? Did Luffy fall into the water? What in the world is going on? Hey, Usopp, Sniper King, hurry to the 3rd floor. Nami can't hold on much longer. I shouted towards the back of the Sniper King. After briefing him, I instantly appeared beside Luffy. What sort of foolishness is this? He actually thought he could row a small boat to the other side. There are 2 whirlpools in that water. Grabbing his leg, I tossed him back to the shore. This guy really knows how to get himself into trouble. Just a few minutes, and he's already fallen into the sea. Thankfully, it's not a deep abyss. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rescue him. Phew, that was close. He almost drowned. Are you an idiot? I told you to follow my commands. Running off on your own. Now look where it got you. However, I need to go and take care of that pigeon keeper. I know you want to deal with him. No one is competing with you for that. Why the rush? Besides, do you even know where he is? You just charged ahead. This time, I happened to sense your location. Otherwise, you would have drowned. Huh? Didn't you previously tell me to maintain my anger, claiming it would unleash my physical potential? Oh, you actually remembered that. Luffy, you must understand that anger does not equate to recklessness. Your actions are perilous. While I did instruct you to stay angry, it does not mean you should be so enraged that you lose your ability to think. For once, Luffy listened carefully to my words. Gradually, his anxious expression faded, replaced by a determined gaze. I understand now, Hikari no Sook. Now tell me where that pigeon keeper is. Seeing him regain his usual seriousness, I began searching for Lucci's location. I hadn't seen him inside just now, and I had no idea where he had run off to. Found him. In the basement? Where's this guy headed? Take me with you. Hey, Lucci. You absolutely must protect me. Although we are currently traversing a secret passage, and the pirates are unlikely to discover us, for safety's sake, my safety must come first. Lucci halted his steps and slowly turned around. That fool Spandam was blissfully unaware and continued forward, mumbling to himself. What a pile of rubbish. Nico Robin didn't get caught. Katarina Devon has escaped. The blueprints are missing, and the golden transponder snail is lost. This is utterly dreadful. However, regardless of the circumstances, at least someone is willing to take the fall, so I should hurry to escape. Though I may get scolded from above, it is better than losing my life. In the long passage, only his voice echoed. Suddenly, he sensed something was off about the surroundings and decided to stop to check if Lucci was still there. Upon looking, he nearly had a heart attack. Luffy and I were engaged in a fierce stare-down with Lucci. Wow, the pirates are catching up? What the hell is happening? How did you know about this place? The 3 of us could hardly care less about this fool. Hey, Pigeon Keeper, I finally found you. Also, it's you? The defeated one. What do you want with me? As if it were necessary to say, I'm here to defeat you, of course. Finally, I've gotten Luffy to the designated spot. Now, let these 2 handle it. Luffy, just give it your all against him. I'm still a bit worried about Nami. So I'll take my leave now. Oh, go ahead. After I defeat him, I'll come find you. Who do you think you're going to defeat? Soru. Bang, 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 bang. These 2 have already started fighting. Well, you 2 continue. I have something to attend to, so I'll be off. With that, I vanished from the warehouse. Did I say you could leave? Arasiku. Oh no. Bang. Damn. Lucci almost got me with that move. Hey, you little cat. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Be more accurate. You nearly kicked me just now. Who are you calling a little cat? Arasiku. Taos. A barrage of slashes came rushing towards me when suddenly, a red figure flashed in the air. Top, 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 top. I focused my gaze. Ah, Luffy. Hikari no Sook. You should go ahead. I'll hold him off here. Haha, see? This is our captain. Yoshi, then I'll leave it to you. With that, I immediately disappeared. In truth, I had initially intended to pursue Spandam, so my speed had been a bit slow. Otherwise, the little cat would not have been able to keep up with my pace. However, reflecting on it now, the golden transponder snail is in my possession, and it has completely lost its effectiveness. Killing him would only waste time. With that thought, I pulled the golden transponder snail from my pocket. It's quite conspicuous. Damn it, I grabbed the wrong one. What's going on? I distinctly took Spandam as transponder snail. How could this be an ordinary one? A sudden thought struck me. Could it be that I truly made a mistake? Damn it, put away this ordinary transponder snail and quickly find that idiot. This fool better not press the wrong button. My yellow hair stirred slightly, and I vanished from that space. The next moment, I found myself in the passage. Spandam is surprisingly quick on his feet when fleeing. In such a short time, he has managed to cover quite a distance. My figure flickered through the passage, and after several seconds, I finally caught up with Spandam. Hey, idiot, where do you think you're going? You caught up so quickly. Help! After finally tracking this guy down, I thought I could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but instead, I was met with a heart-stopping sight. This fool Spandam, upon seeing me, completely disregarded what he was holding and pulled out the transponder snail to press it, shouting into the receiver, "Help! CP9, I am your commander. I am in the passage. Hurry and come save me. Damn it. What do you think you're holding? A golden transponder snail? Can't you see what you're doing before calling for help?" Spandam glanced down at his hand, revealing a golden transponder snail, with his finger pressing down on the activation button. How is this possible? I thought the golden transponder snail was taken from you. I was starting to panic. What on earth is happening? Does this mean the execution order has truly been activated? How the hell would I know? I distinctly remember taking it, but now it's in your hand. Care to explain that? What would we do now? Hurry and call headquarters. Maybe we can cancel it. All right, but I don't have a transponder snail. It was at that moment I remembered I had an ordinary transponder snail in my hand and quickly offered it to Spandam. Hurry, use this. Supanu took a glance and immediately trembled with fear. What on earth are you doing? Hurry and call headquarters, you fool. This phone bug, you didn't even hang up. Idiot. Now the entire island can hear our conversation. I feel as though my brain has crashed. What a predicament. We must find a way to cover this up. Clearing my throat, I picked up the ordinary phone bug, preparing to deliver my speech. Summoning all my strength, I shouted into the small device. Frankie S. underlings and everyone else on the island, retreat at once. The Demon Slayer command has been activated by this idiot. Quickly take the sea train and escape now. Leave us behind. Having said that, I drew the Kusakazuki sword and severed Spandam's leg. You fool, just lie here and await your demise. The sound of Spandam's agonizing screams reached my ears, but I paid them no heed. I focused on locating Nami and, in the next moment, teleported directly to her side. Upon my arrival, I was greeted by an alluring sight. Khalifa emerging from the bath. My goodness, the blood rushed to my head, causing me to faint instantly, and I lost my celestial mode. Hey, did you come here just to lie down? Nami exclaimed, her disappointment evident. She had been happy to see me, but now she was taken aback by my utter uselessness. It was that I was weak. Khalifa's figure was simply astonishing. Moreover, she emerged from the bathtub without granting me any time to react. When I turned to look at Nami, I realized something was amiss. She was completely slick, devoid of any creases on her skin. It was clear she had fallen victim to the other party's ability. Struggling to form a seal to wash away the foam on Nami, I found Khalifa's movements too swift. She appeared beside me in an instant, thoroughly examining me from head to toe. Although being touched by a beautiful woman was delightful, being fondled by an unclad one was even more exhilarating. However, once it was over, I found myself in an embarrassing predicament. I felt utterly drained of strength. I underestimated the power of this devil fruit. I never imagined she could not only cleanse physical impurities but also strip away my strength. If this fruit were to be developed properly, could it potentially erase a person's very soul? The thought sent chills down my spine. Fortunately, Khalifa had yet to fully understand her fruit-esque capabilities. Light, are you alright? I'm fine. I can still get up and play 3 rounds of mahjong, I replied. Is that for real? Of course it's a lie. I'm completely drained of energy and can't move. Nami, hurry and get some water. The soap must be rinsed off. Bang! Khalifa delivered a merciless kick to my face. My body smashed through the wall of the house and flew outside. Although her kick revealed a glimpse of spring, the aftermath was dire. Khalifa's blow was indeed powerful. I shattered multiple walls and was plummeting downward. This was the 6th floor. Bang! As the dust settled, I noticed another slick figure nearby. I turned my head with great effort and exclaimed, "Oh, Sanji, you're here too? You seasick idiot. It seems you've been defeated as well," he retorted. I quickly defended myself. No, I just thought it was too hot up there and came down to cool off. Stop lying. What is with your nose? Why is it bleeding so much? The moment I recalled Khalifa's figure, I couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Sanji, ever sensitive, immediately caught on, deducing that something peculiar had transpired. You pervert. Have you seen something you shouldn't have? Ha. No, I didn't see anything at all. Though I said this, the image of her figure and those long, snow-white legs lingered in my mind. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. What on earth? I turned my head and was startled. Damn it, lecherous chef, what are you doing? Why are you crying? This is so unfair. Why did I see nothing while you? This ugly guy got to see everything? It's not fair. Whoa, I want to see too. Can't you just go die for a while? What are you still doing here, competing for attention? However, I was taken aback when Sanji's tears washed away the foam on his face and hands. He looked at his hands in surprise. Huh, what is going on? I can move. Hey, seasick idiot, look. I'm able to move. Soga, I understand now. It turns out you need water to wash off the foam. Haha, I'm a genius. Watching him use his hands to support himself and find a faucet to rinse off completely, I grew anxious. Hey, lecherous chef, hurry and wash me off too. Sanji, with a smirk, lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow at me. Is that how you ask for a favor? Please help me. Huh? Speak louder. I can't hear you. With great difficulty, I held back my anger and said, Sanji-san, please. Boom. Just as I was about to pull a long face and beg him, an unexpected event occurred. A large hole was smashed in the ceiling, and from it, a gigantic monster roared as it burst forth. What the hell is happening? Just as I prepared to seek Sanji's help, the wall of the rooftop was suddenly breached. From that gaping hole emerged an enormous creature. I instantly recognized the pink hat. Chopper, what did you say? That's Chopper? How is that possible? Hey, chef, hurry and clean up. Otherwise, Chopper Vildi. I could hardly believe my eyes at the unfolding scene. Chopper was supposed to be on the first floor. How did he end up here? And in this state, he evidently had consumed 3 rumble balls. What on earth had happened to make Chopper fight so desperately? What about Robin? Lost in confusion, I noticed Sanji had foolishly frozen in place. Hey, stop staring. Hurry up. Sanji finally snapped back to reality, kicking me towards the faucet. After being thoroughly rinsed, I managed to return to normal. Chopper was wreaking havoc, indiscriminately attacking the surroundings. I instantly teleported beside him, pressing down on his shoulder. He was far too large to be teleported outright, so I could only attempt a contact transfer, just as I prepared to pull him into my space. I was caught off guard by Chopper's swift reaction. He raised his hand and swatted at me with a powerful gust of wind accompanying the blow. I managed to evade Chopper's attack, but it successfully interrupted my spellcasting. As I found myself at a loss, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the faucet. A solution had presented itself. With water release, I could conjure a water prison technique. Given my current chakra reserves, I lacked the capacity to create such an expansive water prison. Fortunately, the inexhaustible supply from the faucet compensated for my deficiency in chakra. The immense water prison ensnared Chopper entirely within its depths. Hey, what are you doing? Chopper is a devil fruit user. Being submerged in water could prove fatal. Don't panic. The volume of water is merely fresh water. It shouldn't pose a significant threat. Trapped within the water prison, Chopper, unable to breathe, gradually reverted to his original form. Once he had fully transformed back, I lifted the ninjutsu and commenced his treatment. Hey, how are you feeling? I won't die. However, it's evident he has endured a fierce battle. I wonder who could have reduced him to this state. Moreover, Chopper has been with Robin. I hope she is all right. Upon hearing Robin might be in danger, Sanji immediately became agitated, bellowing as he prepared to find her. A resounding crash echoed through the air as a wall on the 4th floor shattered, drawing the attention of both Sanji and me. It appeared to originate from Zoro's vicinity. Before, when Kaku had not consumed a devil fruit, Zoro struggled. Now, the situation was likely even more precarious. Thankfully, Usopp was not causing chaos this time. Otherwise, Zoro would have been in dire straits. Huh, Usopp, no way. That long-nosed fool ran off on his own. He couldn't possibly be Zoro's sword, could he? Lacking chakra, I was unable to discern the precise circumstances. However, with Sanji already heading out, my anxiety was alleviated. I quickly settled on the ground to recuperate. Many more battles awaited. I summoned the Nine Tails with great effort, borrowing some chakra, which alleviated my immediate embarrassment. On the 6th floor, Nami was engaged in combat with Khalifa, and it seemed she was faring well. On the 4th floor, Kaku was mercilessly assaulting Zoro. Indeed, Usopp was proving to be a hindrance. Oddly, I recalled there should have been a werewolf present as well. On the 2nd floor, Frankie was rummaging through the refrigerator, and the owl he had been battling was absent, suggesting that he had resolved his fight. On the 1st floor, to my surprise, there was no one. This was unexpected, even if Robin was missing. Kokoro and the little girl should have been there. What on earth was happening? I expanded the range of Baihua's vision further and finally glimpsed more individuals. The owl lay defeated in a chasm outside the tower, presumably blown away by Frankie's wind shuriken. Kokoro, the little girl, and the rabbit were sprinting through the underground passage. Even more astonishingly, the werewolf had led Robin to Spandam. The three were now racing towards the bridge of hesitation. My home has been invaded. This is intolerable. Sensing Robin's location, I performed a flying thunder god technique, appearing beside her. As I steadied myself, I immediately transported Robin to the Kamui space. Spandam instantly recognized me, emitting a wailing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The werewolf stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Spandam, his eyes radiating an intense, murderous aura as he fixed his gaze upon me. "Hey you, hand over Nico, Robin." I glared at this scoundrel, daring to invade my home in my absence, and my anger surged. The audacity of him to pose such a question was utterly intolerable. I smirked at Spandam behind him and remarked, "Haha, limping one, you certainly move quickly. It's you. Gabra, eliminate him." "At your command, sir." Gabra licked his lips, intently focused on me before transforming into his werewolf form. I scoffed, "You foolish being, daring to steal while my back was turned. Let me show you the meaning of true fear." "Ha ha ha, kid, you appear quite impressive. Who would have thought you were merely a boastful fool?" Gabra dismissed my words, retorting with his own mockery. The limping one beside him continued to stoke the flames. "You do realize that the one before you is a CP9 superhuman, right? Gabra possesses a strength of 2,000. Not to mention, he wields a Zoan-type devil fruit. You stand no chance against him." "Ha. Sir, you flatter me. While your words hold truth, should I instill any psychological fear in him, he might just flee. Ha. Rest assured, such a fool could never escape your grasp. After all, you both wield the 6 powers. Oh dear, it is precisely this clarity that earns you the title of commander. Not only that, but within CP9, only I can fully transform into iron. Should I treat him with a modicum of gentleness? Enough with your nonsense. I want this scoundrel to be torn to shreds. Even so, it cannot erase my grudge for the broken leg." Roar. "So he inflicted such grievous harm upon you, did he? Very well, kid, you heard him. It's not that I won't give you a chance, but our commander is insistent on your demise. So, prepare to meet your end. Rest assured, the pain will be fleeting." Observing the two fools bantering back and forth, I found my anger dissipating. Seizing the opportunity as they indulged in their theatrics, I quietly began to gather sage chakra. Once they concluded their banter, I entered sage mode. "Hey, have you two finished? Care to come over and give it a try? I'm curious to know what the world after death is like." Gabra refrained from further speech, his form vanishing in an instant. To my surprise, he was quite swift. However, it was of no consequence. When faced with me, the situation was entirely different. Initially, I considered using the flying thunder god to evade, but after much contemplation, I decided against it. Instead, I remained stationary, observing as Gabra launched his assault. Gabra was brimming with pride, believing his speed was unmatched, that his opponent would be unable to react. Piercing gun. Just as Gabra relished his moment of triumph, I met his gaze with a subtle smile. "Tsukuyumi." Gabra suddenly found himself ensnared in a crimson world. He was bound to a crucifix, confronted by 3 versions of me, each wielding a knife. Sequentially, the knives plunged into his body from the left side. Even if he attempted to defend with his iron form, it would prove futile. I materialized within the Tsukuyumi realm, gazing at Gabra, and slowly spoke, "Congratulations, you have entered the realm of Tsukuyumi." "Hey, what is this place? Are you a fool? I just told you. This is the world of Tsukuyumi, a realm of my own creation. In this domain, space, time, and weight are all under my dominion." As I spoke, my hands continued their relentless assault, driving the knives into his flesh. Thud, thud. Jaboeff's anguished cries echoed through the air as he struggled. He found himself utterly powerless to escape, left to silently endure the excruciating pain. I continued, stating that for the next 72 hours, I would relentlessly stab him with a knife. Upon hearing this, Jaboeff's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness from the agony. Time passed, and when he awoke once more, he discovered himself still ensnared within this blood-red realm, bound to a cross. Initially, he had only seen 3 of me before him. Now, an astonishing 30 had materialized. Then, a slow and somber voice resonated, declaring that in the realm of Voodoo, all aspects of space, time, and weight lay within my dominion. The sound of piercing echoed as Abdullah commenced a new round of tormenting screams. He urged himself to hold on. It was merely 72 hours he needed to endure. Yet, despair soon engulfed him as the remaining time ticked away. 71 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The piercing sounds resumed, and he questioned how it could be that so much time had passed, yet only a solitary second remained. In the realm of Yurduo, all elements of existence were under my control. Help, help! Jabullah cried out, enduring inhuman suffering within this world, just as he teetered on the brink of mental collapse. I released him. Upon his return to the reality, Jabullah collapsed to the ground. Behind him, Supan continued to mock me, laughing, ha ha ha. You deserve this for severing my legs. Yes, Jabullah, finish him. Before he could finish his sentence, he realized Jabullah lay sprawled on the ground. The abrupt shift rendered him momentarily speechless. In his eyes, Jabullah, who had just appeared as a formidable warrior, now lay prostrate, convulsing in evident agony. He could not comprehend what had transpired. Hey, stop joking around. Ha ha. Jabullah, what's wrong? Get up and take him down, lamented Supan Dawu. Unfortunately, Jabullah was in no condition to move. Even the slightest attempt to wiggle a finger sent piercing pain throughout his body. Externally, he bore no scars. Yet within the realm of Edo, I had stabbed him for 3 days and nights without respite. Every inch of his body had suffered. Although these were mental injuries, the human body has a remarkable capacity for response. There was once an experiment wherein a blindfolded prisoner, with his hands bound, was told he would have his veins cut. As the mock knife approached, even though it was fictitious, the prisoner believed it to be real, resulting in a physiological response akin to actual blood loss. Thus, despite Jabullah having no physical wounds, the 3 days in the realm of Edo had subjected him to relentless agony. Now back in reality, he still exhibited symptoms of widespread pain. Supanu persisted in attempts to rouse Jabullah, unable to fathom how such a formidable individual could be so easily subdued. Even I was astonished at the potency of the Urdu technique. I had assumed that individuals from the pirate world would possess superior physical resilience compared to those from the world of Wing. However, I had overlooked a crucial point. Strong physicality does not equate to immunity against mental assaults. Upon reflection, one could deduce why the damage dealt by Haki in the later stages of the pirate world was so significant. It effectively integrated psychological attacks into ordinary strikes. However, I had no time to ponder these matters. Observing Jullah's collapse, I hastily retrieved the key from him and vanished from the scene. As for Su Pandamu, I had little interest in him. With Abullah's key in hand, I proceeded to find Namari. At that moment, Namai had just triumphed over Khalifa. The surrounding destruction made it evident that their battle had been equally fierce. Gazing at the disheveled Khalifa, her pale skin marred with burn marks, I was nonetheless captivated by her alluring figure. What are you staring at, you lecher? Hurry up and free Abin. I have a key. Narmaye's furious shout jolted me back to reality. After a series of maneuvers, Lovin's handcuffs remained unyielding. The genuine key was likely still in Luchi's possession. I instructed Namari to take Vabine and seek Alphalenchi while I would head to find him with the remaining keys. Son's area was equally chaotic, as he and U were darting forward, pursued by a gigantic giraffe. As I appeared, and U erupted in joyous gestures, clearly relishing the thrill of their chase. I contemplated how to haul Kaka and hand the key to him when suddenly a cannonball struck, creating a substantial hole in the structure above us. Debris rained down as the sound of cannon fire echoed around us. Is it possible that the warships arrived so swiftly? I thought, alarmed, and quickly tossed the key to him. I leaped onto the wall to survey the situation. The sight was indeed spectacular. At least 10 warships surrounded Savak, bombarding the island with relentless cannon fire. This was the decree of slaughter, a grand display of power. The deployment of so many warships was astonishing. Though we were still at a distance, their speed suggested they would reach the island within 5 minutes. Time was truly of the essence. Hey, Green Algae Head, hurry up. The warships are here. We need to finish this and get out. Got it. You go warn the others. I dove from above, grasping Wuthu's long nose, and vanished from the room. Wusoko, find a way to alert them to leave the island immediately. I will handle the warships. What? There are 10 warships out there. Don't joke around. I shared his trepidation as I gazed at the formidable vessels. They were not mere ships. Their resilience far surpassed that of ordinary vessels, and they were continuously firing cannonballs. In response to Wusuopu's concerns, I merely smiled. Do not worry. Even if I cannot destroy them, they cannot capture me. Quickly inform everyone to rendezvous at the bridge, and bring Labine with you. After I spoke, I transferred to Bean from the Shunwei space. I apologize, Lowell Bean. I cannot guarantee my safe return, but with Usaku to protect you, you should be fine. Now hurry. Hey, Sniper King. You are the hero of Sniper Island. You should have no trouble protecting Mabine. Go. As I watched you dash away, I summoned the nine-tailed fox, extracting its chakra once more, and entered Sage mode. The warships across the way exhibit formidable firepower, making it impossible to utilize clones for an attack. Otherwise, the clones would be doomed to perish. It seems the only option is for my true self to advance. Braving the enemy's artillery, I plunged into the depths of the water. Under the influence of the Sueton water release technique, I deftly evaded all assaults and emerged before 3 warships. Hey, look over there. Is there a person standing on the surface of the sea? What nonsense. How can anyone stand on water? You must be imagining things. No, I see it too. What's going on? Quickly informed the admiral. Observing the turmoil aboard the enemy vessels, I remained unfazed. Channeling my chakra, I swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed the ninjutsu. Secret technique, steam catastrophe explosion. By infusing this technique with sage chakra, my water oil clone already stood half the height of a warship in its base form. If it continuously charged and expanded, its size would undoubtedly surpass that of the ships. What on earth is that? Open fire quickly. It's coming towards us. The water oil clone sped across the ocean's surface, braving enemy fire, and in an instant, it was on the warship. The soldiers attempted to counter with their firearms, but by then, the clone had completed its first wave of charging. Admiral, the enemy moves with incredible speed. Moreover, it seems unfazed by gunfire. Fool! If firearms are ineffective, resort to swords. But above all, do not let it escape. But it is just one person. Why waste our forces? Idiot! This is a demon-slaying order. We must not let a single soul escape. At that moment, the clone had already reached the warship. A burly figure leaped forth, wielding a massive axe, and looked disdainfully at the clone. Ha ha! You look quite peculiar, lacking eyes. No matter. I shall send you back to be reincarnated. With that, he spun his body while gripping the giant axe, closing in on the clone. Though the clone lacked intelligence, it was still under my command. One clone maneuvered around the hulking figure, allowing the other to dart about the ship, manifesting long, sharp blades to harvest the lives of the soldiers. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the clone began to swell, and while evading the soldiers' attacks, it ultimately evolved into its final form. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding white light. Seeing the clone come to a halt, the soldiers rushed in, desperate to subdue it. However, the keen-eyed among them had already taken cover. Get back. It's dangerous. A voice called out, but it was too late to retreat. With a resounding boom, the entire ship's crew was scalded by the steam explosion's intense heat. Their skin turned red and began to rot in an instant. It is known that steam burns are far more severe than those caused by boiling water. Just as despair engulfed the soldiers, an even more shocking event unfolded. After releasing its kinetic energy, although the water oil clone reverted to its original size, it initiated a new wave of attack. The long blades on its arms once again wreaked havoc on the defenseless soldiers. Observing the formidable effectiveness of this technique from my underwater vantage point, I felt a sense of satisfaction. However, the situation for my true self was less than favorable. The side effects of the steam catastrophe explosion were stark. My body felt weak and weary, barely able to move. Hiding beneath the water, I realized that this technique consumed chakra in percentages. Based on my previous experience, employing the steam catastrophe explosion deducted 90 of the user's chakra. I recalled using it when my chakra reserves were limited, resulting in a smaller water oil clone. This time, I had hoped my significantly increased chakra would prevent the same weakness, but alas, it was not to be. It appeared my strategy had faltered. I would need to contemplate alternative methods to deal with the remaining warships. Finding a relatively safe spot, I decisively concealed myself. The water oil clone continued its explosive rampage, nearing the eradication of the 3 warships ahead. Seizing this opportunity, I focused on recovering my chakra. Fortunately, the Mokutan would release had altered my physiology, allowing me to resume normal movement after a brief rest. However, merely regaining mobility would not suffice for casting further ninjutsu. Meanwhile, the water oil clone had completed its extermination of the 3 warships and returned to my side. The infinite explosion technique proved its might. It was astonishingly efficient against these naval forces. Indeed, the second Mizukage was a genius. Turning my gaze towards the remaining 7 warships, I smiled faintly. I wondered which of them housed Qingji. It seemed I would have to resort to a method of divination. I pointed my fingers in 3 different directions, chanting Little Rooster. Whichever you point to, I shall choose. Excellent. It's the 3 to the west. The water oil clone set off once more, purpose clear and objectives defined. Soon, cries of battle and explosions erupted from the western ships. Taking advantage of the situation, I summoned the Hachibi, 8 tails. I had absorbed the chakra of the Kyubi, 9 tails, and the Yanbi, 4 tails, multiple times. One cannot focus solely on one source of power. Thus, this time, the fortunate recipient was the Hachibi. The Hachibi, known for its communicative nature, readily shared its chakra after I briefly explained the situation. With half of the Hachibi's chakra, I felt revitalized. Additionally, the Hachibi's octopus form possessed a natural affinity for Suetan techniques. Thus, I could now directly manifest on the southern battlefield. Hey, Navy personnel, stop searching. I'm right here. Employing the Suetan technique, I transformed into a 30-meter tall water beast. What on earth is that? A water monster? Fire. Keep firing. However, their cannonballs struck me without causing any harm. I drew the Kusanagi sword, recalling that it could extend. I wonder how to activate this feature. However, it seemed that, like many ninja tools, it required chakra to be summoned. Upon attempting, I indeed transformed the Kusanagi into a sword over 20 meters long. With a smirk, I infused it with Raiton, lightning release, properties, enhancing the lethality of my strike. The naval soldiers, upon witnessing my colossal sword, remained unfazed and charged at me once more. Among them were some capable individuals, yet all their attacks proved futile against my ability to phase through. The 20-meter blade, empowered by lightning, easily cleaved through the warship. Just as I prepared to finish off the remaining 2 vessels, a formidable foe emerged. Kid, state your name. This individual seemed familiar. He appeared to be a naval vice admiral. However, my knowledge of him was limited, and I scrutinized his features. Wearing a safety helmet, with long purple hair flowing behind, draped in a navy coat, and a cigar clenched between his teeth, he bore a fierce countenance. I had the distinct feeling that this fellow's name was just on the tip of my tongue, yet I could not articulate it. Ah, it is General Gue Jiju. This esteemed individual possesses extraordinary strength and is undoubtedly capable of vanquishing this scoundrel. Indeed, this arrogant pirate has audaciously destroyed our warship. Such an act is utterly unforgivable. General Gue Jiju, wielding an exceptional life-returning ability, can transform his hair into arms. He is also a master of the 6 styles, able to inflict lethal damage upon his foes with 8 blades. I chuckled lightly, maintaining a calm demeanor, and declared, First, I'm not a small fry. Second, you had better exert some effort. Otherwise, you shall not be able to defeat me. Such brazen arrogance. In an instant, he vanished from sight and reappeared before me. 8-sword style, Hanba. I stood motionless as 8 gleaming blades pierced through my form, executed with remarkable grace. However, the damage inflicted was 0. General Gue Jiju, it appears you could not eliminate me with your initial strike. Are you prepared to receive my next attack? Recognizing that I stood before a general, I dared not underestimate him. In that moment, he had not employed haki, suggesting he underestimated my capabilities. I transformed into a towering water giant, raising my Kusakari sword, and with the might of a mountain, swung my long blade toward him. Edigant Brat, let me witness your prowess. General Geiju bellowed, unleashing all his swords in an attempt to thwart my assault. Yet, my strike was not so easily deflected. The 20-meter-long sword, accompanied by a howling wind and a crackling thunder, descended upon him. Clang! Boom! As my Kusakari sword met his long blades. A powerful surge of lightning-infused chakra sliced through the top 4 swords with the ease of cutting tofu. True to his rank, General Gue Jiju swiftly enveloped the remaining 4 swords with armed haki, but although he managed to block my blade, he could not withstand the force behind it. His body was propelled backward, colliding with the warship. Boom! Crack! The deck of the ship shattered instantly where he had been, and the Kusakari sword cleaved the vessel in 2. Just as I prepared to mock him, I was unexpectedly struck in the chest by a blade. Slowly turning to confront my assailant, I growled, "You seek death." Just as I sent General Gue Jiju flying, ready to taunt him, a tremendous slash opened a gaping wound in my massive form. I must admit, the timing of this attack was impeccable. It coincided perfectly with my materialization, and, fortunately, I was in my water form. Otherwise, I might have been caught off guard. Still, even in this state, the strike managed to injure my true body. It appears that hockey possesses a mysterious quality, allowing it to bypass my water transformation and strike at my essence. I turned to glare at the newcomer. With a bushy mustache, a face marred by scars, and draped in a crimson cloak, he wielded a gleaming steel blade, cutting through the air at a perfect angle. Are you looking for trouble? Perhaps sensing my wrath or realizing I was unscathed, this general displayed a look of genuine fear. Cursed pirate, do not be so arrogant. Hey, all of you, arm yourselves with sea prism stone weapons. This fellow is a devil fruit user. As you command, General Deo Bowman. But General, is the sea prism stone truly effective against him? He is in the sea after all. I have never heard of any devil fruit user capable of controlling water. The general's words evidently caused General Deo Bowman to pause. Indeed, I had just speculated that he was a devil fruit user. It now seemed clear that he was not. Nonetheless, he understood that if I were not a devil fruit user, only his hockey could pose a threat to me. Adjusting his grip on his sword, he prepared to launch another attack. Unexpectedly, a figure clad in a blue vest appeared before him. Yes, it was my oil water clone. The curved blade on its arm glinted as it lunged toward General Deo Bowman. Just as he was about to be cleaved in two, my oil water clone was sent flying, its massive form crashing into the warship's mast. Yet this collision served as an unexpected boost for the oil water clone. Bang! Following a deafening roar, the anguished cries of numerous naval soldiers filled the air. I turned curiously to see the individual who had attacked my oil water clone. How should I put it? This fellow gave off an impression of wearing an extraordinarily long hat, with squinty eyes, a long beard, and wielding dual swords. General SlappedSage. Before I could inquire about his name, a Navy soldier had already uttered it, though I did not have a distinct recollection of this individual. It was clear that anyone capable of toppling my clone was not to be trifled with. At that moment, General Deo Bowman, whom I had sent flying, returned to confront me once more. The two formidable generals, 10 blades in total, bore grave expressions as they regarded me. Cursed pirate, why do you not surrender? Ha! It seems you two intend to overwhelm me with numbers. When dealing with pirates, one must eradicate evil without mercy. Oh, is that so? What about the naval soldiers on Judicial Island? Do they deserve to perish as well? Both men visibly hesitated, as if they had not contemplated this question. General Deo Bowman, with his scarred face, dismissively retorted, they failed to complete their mission and thus deserve punishment. They should feel honored to sacrifice themselves for justice. My goodness, what nonsensical theory is this? I found myself a loss for words, sensing that he must belong to the Akina faction. I knew there was no reasoning with such a person, so I resolved not to waste any more breath. I swung my sword once more at the two of them. They fought desperately to defend themselves. After several exchanges, I found myself at a disadvantage. Incredible, so armed hockey can be wielded in this manner. Very well, let me demonstrate the versatility of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, shadow mimicry technique. In my water form, my shadow expanded significantly, splitting into two and racing toward the two generals. Just as they prepared for my next assault, they failed to notice the danger beneath their feet. The shadow mimicry technique ensnared both of them, while my oil water clone advanced once more. At point-blank range, it exploded. Boom! The two generals had barely realized what was happening before they attempted to use Soru to escape. However, they were rooted to the spot, unable to move. Thus, they suffered a full-force blast. Their bodies were scalded, and they screamed in agony. Yet they were powerless to resist. I manipulated General SlappedSage to strike General Deo Bowman with his dual swords. Then I swiftly turned, allowing General Deo Bowman to slice General SlappedSage in return. Thus, the two generals continued to exchange blows, gradually losing blood and collapsing. Hee, I wield nothing in my hands. You two are merely striking one another. It has nothing to do with me. Despicable, despicable pirate. You cannot escape. Everyone on this island is trapped. I can hardly be bothered with them. There remains but one last warship. It seems that Akiji is not aboard, or he would have appeared by now. With a sense of relief, I swiftly dispatched the remaining warships. Thus, the demon-slaying order has lost all significance. Who said warships were formidable? All of you. Step outside and face the wall, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed across the island, capturing my attention. Upon witnessing the scene, I couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, this is incredible." Having dealt with the Vice Admiral and the warships, I thought peace would finally descend, but to my dismay, another major problem arose. The Justice Gate, which I had opened for the warship's passage, had inexplicably closed. As the gate shut, various whirlpools formed on the surface of the sea surrounding Judicial Island. The warships, which had been slowly sinking, were now being drawn into the whirlpool's center. Although I had no idea who closed the gate, I was rather grateful to them. This spared me a great deal of trouble. Now, the entire judicial island had transformed into a sea of flames, and it appeared that no survivors would remain. Finding a small corner, I activated the Baiwa. A glance revealed that my companions were quite swift in their actions. Except for Luffy. Everyone else was already on the bridge of hesitation. However, the recent bombardment from the demon-slaying order had obliterated the front and back of the bridge. I teleported beside them, using the flying thunder god technique. Hey, everyone, you arrived quite promptly. Hey, Kazuki, did you take care of those warships? Not really. They were rather weak. I had just begun to warm up when they were already gone. By the way, who closed the Justice Gate? They truly did me a great favor. The others exchanged glances, and Sanji took a puff of his cigarette without responding. From his expression, I understood that only he could have done such a thing. I must admit, Sanji possesses a clear mind and a well-defined objective. Oh, Robin, your handcuffs are off. Indeed. I owe you my gratitude. It is nothing. Is it just Luffy left now? Usopp looked gravely at Luffy, who was still engaged in battle with Lucci. At that moment, Luffy had removed his mask and stood on the fractured bridge, fists tightly clenched. Luffy, defeat him, and we shall return together. Luffy struggled to turn his head, and upon seeing Usopp on the bridge, his pupils dilated. Lucci seized this opportunity. Fool, do you have time to look elsewhere? Six King Gun. Lucci coiled his tail around Luffy's body and drove his hands into his abdomen, unleashing a violent surge of energy. After enduring this strike, Luffy immediately spat out blood. Zoro approached me, arms crossed. Hey, is that Haki? I looked at Zoro in astonishment. I did not expect him to discern this secret. How did you know? Can you tell? No. At that moment, I sensed that the pigeon-raising fellow's attack contained something else. The reality aligned with Zoro's speculation. Ordinary physical attacks hold no effect against Luffy, the rubber man. Not only would he not spit blood, but even a mere grunt would be beyond him. Thus, Lucci's technique indeed incorporated Busashoka Haki. Sanji fixed his gaze on Lucci. So this is what they call Haki. It seems quite peculiar. Indeed, Haki is effective against Logia-type Devil Fruit users, or rather, it proves to be highly effective against all Devil Fruit users. It can even enhance the damage of standard attacks. In simpler terms, it grants your attacks a penetrating effect. Lucci is undeniably formidable. If not for the Straw Hat Boy holding him off, we would have suffered numerous casualties. Frankie wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Clearly, Lucci's power and methods left him shaken. Sometimes, I observe that Luffy seems capable of identifying his opponent from the very beginning. Chopper, while treating the others, mumbled, you could say that it's his beastly instinct. Just as we were preparing to continue watching the spectacle, a cannonball exploded not far from us. Fortunately, it struck the sea. Otherwise, we might have been doomed. Zoro swiftly drew his sword, turning to face the direction of the incoming cannonball. Hey, Kazuki, didn't you say you had dealt with the warships? I too looked at the slowly approaching warship, utterly perplexed. What in the world is happening? I had clearly neutralized 10 warships. Yet, the situation had not reached its conclusion. The warship formation shifted to a horizontal line. It was then that we realized that more than a dozen warships were approaching from afar. Whoosh! Boom! Countless cannonballs exploded around us. Why are there so many warships again? Zoro drew his 3 swords, his face filled with dread. We must protect this bridge pillar. Otherwise, we will meet our end beneath the waves. Frankie surveyed the surroundings. How on earth are we supposed to defend this? Our target is far too large. Sanji kicked a cannonball flying towards us. At such a time, we must find a way to hold our ground. Otherwise, we will all perish here. I glanced around as a deluge of cannonballs rained down upon us. Beneath our feet lay the bridge pillar, barely 100 square meters, serving as our only platform. Clearly, we were truly encircled. Just when we found ourselves with no path for escape, a voice suddenly erupted in my mind. With cannonballs pouring down upon us, and only a small landing point available, we found ourselves trapped. In this dire situation, escape seemed nearly impossible. On one hand, Luffy was still locked in battle with Lucci. We could not abandon him. On the other hand, the environment was against us. Our current footing was surrounded by water. I could use Moku Moku no Jutsu to create a boat, but I had no knowledge of its internal structure. The result would likely be a vessel that could only be rowed by hand, utterly inadequate for our escape. Moreover, the nearby whirlpools could easily draw us in. In the distance, another dozen warships advanced. Yet, at this critical moment, a voice pierced my consciousness. I paused, turning to my companions. Chopper, in tears, glanced at the sea. gasping for breath. Mary, our savior has arrived. Excellent. Now that everyone is present, we must devise a means of escape. Usopp stepped forward, shouting at the top of his lungs, Luffy, hurry up. We need to make our escape together. Steam billowed from Luffy, and it seemed he had been exerting himself. However, time was of the essence. If he did not act swiftly, we would sink beneath the waves. Zoro unleashed a 36 troubling winds, clearing the cannonballs ahead, muttering, Who gets seasick? Can't you fly over and take care of those warships? As if I don't want to. Have you not noticed? The Navy has shown no intention of bringing their warships closer from the very beginning. It appears they intend to obliterate our pillar with cannon fire. Frankie raised his hand and began to make a series of gestures in the air, urging, You need to find a way to deal with those shells quickly. My energy is nearly depleted. I can hardly hold on. Hey, Nami, can't you conjure up a mirage or something to obscure our position from the enemy? Nami was already in a state of panic, which was understandable, as her methods of attack were utterly ineffective against the incoming artillery from above. Do you think I don't want to? But in this environment, even if I alter the refraction of light, it's futile since the enemy's range is already determined. Cursing the Navy's treachery once more, I steeled myself and exclaimed, Damn it, give me 2 minutes. No, just 1 minute. I clasped my hands together, squeezing the remaining chakra from within my body. Under the current circumstances, I had no other options. I leaped onto the ocean surface and unleashed a grand water release technique. Water release, hidden mist technique. First, I shrouded the waters surrounding us in mist, followed by water release, water barrier. A colossal circular curtain of water enveloped our bridge pillar. To ensure the cannonballs could not strike the pillar, I reinforced the thickness of the water barrier. As a result, even if the enemy attacked at their predetermined angle, the shells would merely collide with the water curtain. The threat posed by the decelerated shells had diminished to its bare minimum. Witnessing this, everyone felt a wave of relief. Hey, with you doing this, we can't see Luffy anymore. And how are we supposed to escape? Zoro's inquiry tempted me to retort, but I had to remain focused on stabilizing the water barrier. I could only squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Figure out yourself, you fool. Usopp listened intently and then turned to us, proclaiming, Everyone jump into the sea. The Mary will pick us up. It suddenly dawned on me that the Mary had already navigated through the whirlpool and reached the vicinity of our pillar. Once they were all aboard, I dispelled the water barrier and, with a swift use of the Flying Thunder God technique, I appeared on the Mary. Hey, we're all on board. What about Luffy? Don't panic. You all need to find a way to escape. Leave the rest to me. I sat cross-legged to recover my chakra while maintaining a vigilant gaze on Luffy's battle. Both combatants were now consumed by their rage, refusing to yield. Luffy was determined to win, especially after being thrown so far by Lucci in Water 7, leaving him wedged in a wall, and being mocked by Kizaru as a mere filler. As someone who aspired to be the Pirate King, he could not allow himself to be defeated twice by the same individual, particularly one who sought to abduct his comrades. Thus, he was resolute in his quest for victory. Lucci, too, was driven to win, frustrated that the boy he had flung away just yesterday was now evenly matched with him. He could not accept this. After all, Lucci was a ruthless killer, a name that could send shivers down the spines of children. How could he be bested by this rubber monkey? Moreover, as the strongest of CP9, losing here would bring disgrace to the Navy. Both had compelling reasons to prevail, thus unleashing their final reserves of energy. Lucci, in his beast form, was now gasping for breath. Faced with an opponent that refused to fall, his fury soared to new heights. Luffy, having entered gear second, struggled to maintain his footing. Straw Hat Luffy, do not worry about your comrades. I will send you all to hell without exception so that you may meet again. Luffy roared, Shut your mouth. Lucci's pupils constricted, and shedding his life-returning state, his form grew imposing once more. In his leopard form, Lucci vanished from Luffy's view, only to reappear behind him, delivering a lethal punch, which Luffy miraculously managed to intercept. Lucci was momentarily taken aback, but his reflexes were astute. Employing one of the 6 powers, he vanished and re-emerged behind Luffy. Luffy's response was swift. He turned his head and discerned Lucci's ploy. Do you think I would fall for that, you bastard? However, as Luffy attempted to evade Lucci's attack, he found his body immobilized. Glancing down in confusion, he realized Lucci's tail had ensnared him. Just as Luffy was processing the shocking revelation, Lucci positioned his fists at Luffy's abdomen. 6 King Pistol. Maximum output. A splatter of blood escaped Luffy's lips as he collapsed, his eyes rolling back in weakness. Of course, Lucci, having executed his attack, was also in no better state. Lacking the strength to maintain his grip on Luffy, he reluctantly released his tail and silently turned away from him. Yet, after taking only a few steps, he involuntarily coughed up blood, astonished by the severity of his own injuries. As he stared vacantly at the blood on his hands, Luffy, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly stirred. He staggered forward, seemingly recalling something, and at the brink of collapsing, crouched down to steady himself. In a desperate roar, he unleashed his final technique, Gomu Gomu no Gatling Gun. A torrent of fists rained down upon Lucci like a storm, striking relentlessly. Luffy head-bowed, paid no heed to whether his fists landed on Lucci. All that mattered was the last flicker of his indomitable spirit. With a fervent shout, he channeled his fury. His fists not only pummeled Lucci, but propelled him backward, shattering the wall behind. Yet Luffy did not relent. Perhaps he had forgotten how to stop. With the last vestige of his awareness, he understood that after this strike, he would surely be unable to rise. Thus, he resolved to never cease until he fell. With the wall behind Lucci already breached and his body pushed upward by Luffy, his vision blurred, his body collapsed, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It seemed to signal to the world that Rob Lucci, the strongest of CP9, had lost consciousness. My eyes flew open. Luffy had triumphed. Nami, find a way out of the whirlpool. The others will handle the cannonballs. I will retrieve Luffy. Having said this, I sensed Luffy's position, and in the blink of an eye, I materialized beside him. Luffy lay on the ground, his back to me, and upon hearing my footsteps, instinctively turned to attack, baring his teeth. But upon recognizing me, he immediately relaxed, his body going limp as he rolled onto the ground. I swiftly caught him. You did well, Captain. You won. Luffy managed a faint smile before slipping into unconsciousness. I picked up his straw hat and, bearing his injured form, returned to the Mary. At this moment, under the guidance of the brilliant navigator Nami, the Mary had navigated the swirling waters and was desperately fleeing toward the outer edges of Eni's lobby. With my arrival, everyone anxiously gazed at Luffy, who lay behind me. Chopper, it's your turn now. After the initial excitement, Chopper began to administer urgent treatment. Noticing the worried expressions on the faces of others, I offered a faint smile, assuring them that Luffy would be fine. Upon hearing this, everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. However, my subsequent words caused their spirits to tense once more. We cannot afford to let our guard down just yet. I pointed towards a distant battleship, and everyone turned to look. Not far away, a line of over a dozen warships was arrayed, blocking our path. The opposing pirates proclaimed that we had nowhere to escape and urged us to surrender. Observing the brash demeanor of the Navy, Frankie adjusted his glasses and chuckled, declaring that he would take care of the rest. Hey, are you really going to give up and surrender to the Navy? Stop the chatter and just do as I say. Frankie made his way to the stern of the ship, straddled the railing, and extended a cannon from his robust arms. Had the sails been stowed? Now, let me show you what a miracle truly is. Although the ship might endure some impact, I doubted you would mind. With a rush of wind, the Mary soared into the sky once more. Usopp crouched down, cautioning not to underestimate the experience of this ship. Ultimate technique, Super Smoke Star. As the Mary flew over the Navy vessels, a towering figure flashed by. Seeing that silhouette sent a chill down my spine. With Frankie and Usopp's assistance, the Mary broke through the Navy's blockade, allowing our group to escape the confines of Judicial Island. Just as everyone began to relax, the surface of the sea behind us instantaneously froze. It was Admiral Akiji. Indeed, I had noticed him the moment the Mary ascended. I had foolishly hoped that he might overlook us. It seemed I had underestimated the situation. After all, he was an admiral of the Navy. Given the severity of the damage to Judicial Island, he would surely seek a scapegoat. The speed at which the sea froze was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, it threatened to encase the Mary as well. I leaped into the air and instructed, "You all go ahead. I will hold him off." With that, I swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. As my chakra erupted from my mouth, it conjured a fire wall 50 meters wide in front of me. Ice and fire coexisted at that moment. Although my fire wall succeeded in slowing Akiji's freezing of the sea, it could only delay, not entirely prevent it. Akiji stood upon the ice, while I remained on the water, the two of us facing each other from a distance. What was your name again? Something like Light? It's Kozo, you fool. Right, Kozo. By the way, what you did this time was a bit excessive, don't you think? In response to Akiji's inquiry, I could only shrug helplessly. We merely reclaimed our companion. What is wrong with that? Akiji, taken aback by my bluntness, appeared at a loss for words. If I were to capture all of you now, Would that also be considered wrong? Faced with such a formidable adversary, my mind raced swiftly. Akiji was not making a move, instead engaging me in idle banter. Moreover, he had used the word if, suggesting he was not entirely inclined to apprehend us. With a smile, I replied, "Indeed, that wouldn't be considered wrong. However, I believe you won't do that, will you?" Akiji regarded my playful demeanor, scratching his ear. "How do you know I won tea? Haha, don't forget, we've fought before. I have a decent understanding of who you are." Akiji paused, flicking away the earwax from his fingers before starting to clean the other ear. Seeing his silence, I continued, "Old man Garp should be arriving soon. It's a rare occasion for them to reunite, so perhaps you might let us go this time." My underlying message was clear. Since Luffy was Garp's grandson, as Garp's disciple, capturing him would be difficult to justify. Akiji seemed to grasp my implication and pondered before slowly responding. I could let Luffy go, but simply returning empty-handed seems unreasonable. His words suggested he was considering capturing someone else. This was unacceptable. Our crew was not like others, and we lacked the numbers to appease him. However, inspiration struck me. "Oh, I see. Why not use your ice powers to freeze one of us and take them back as a substitute? That way, no one can question you. You could even sink them to the bottom of the sea in front of the Navy, erasing all evidence." I winked at Akiji. He shook his head with a wry smile. "Do you really think I would fool them? If in the future, your crew causes more trouble, what then?" Considering that Luffy was not one to remain idle, and given that shortly after Water City, we would arrive at Sabiti Archipelago, where Luffy had struck a celestial dragon, it was understandable why Akiji raised this concern. "Then perhaps you could just tell your superiors that it was an accident, and we managed to escape. You are an admiral, and I'm sure the higher-ups wouldn't make a fuss over such a minor oversight." "Ah, you thought a good idea, but it seems I'll be the scapegoat." This fellow had been talking for ages without proposing a solution of his own, instead continuing to dance around the issue. I had no idea what his intentions were. However, I couldn't simply follow his lead. I would not bring it up unless he did. When two foxes converse, it becomes a test of patience. I chuckled. "Oh, you're just lacking confidence. You are an admiral. The higher-ups won't mind a small mishap on your part, right?" Akiji stared at me, and after a long silence, he finally lost his patience. "Ultimately, the dignity of the Navy must be upheld. Therefore, I have no choice but to take all of you back." I could sense he was somewhat impervious today. Just as I prepared to confront him, he slowly spoke. Unless returning to the Mary, I was enveloped by the warmth of my friend's concern. Yet, I did not voice the terms of my deal with Akiji. Reflecting on his words, I found myself somewhat bewildered. "I have high hopes for your abilities, so I would like you to assist me with the task. If you agree, I will let you leave. If not, I will have no choice but to eliminate you all here. May I ask what you wish me to do?" "No, you may not." "Seriously? What if you ask me to do something atrocious?" "Rest assured, what I will ask you to do is certainly within your capability, though it may pose a slight challenge given your current strength. Therefore, you must seize the time to cultivate diligently." After uttering these words, Shinji ceased to respond to any of my inquiries and promptly vanished from my sight. Although I was uncertain of his intentions, there was an enigmatic aura surrounding him that seemed entirely incongruous with his languid sense of justice. "Hey, Guangzizu, what are you pondering?" Luffy inquired, perched upon Chopper's shoulders, eyeing me with curiosity. Remarkably, this fellow had awakened swiftly after a brief slumber. Chopper glanced at me, and I hastily gestured for silence. Upon noticing, Chopper promptly sealed his lips. "It's nothing. By the way, with such severe injuries, it is advisable not to move around carelessly." "I understand. However, where is Usopp?" "I just saw him moments ago." I turned to see Usopp huddled in the corner, trembling as he clutched his mask. I decided to tease this timid soul. "Hey, Sniper King, do you know where Usopp has gone?" Hearing the inquiry, he quickly stood up, adopting a serious demeanor. "Everyone need not worry. Usopp has already departed in a small boat." Such words were only fit to deceive Luffy and Chopper. Unable to locate Usopp, Luffy sprawled on the figurehead of the Mary, gazing at the azure sky with a broad smile. "Brothers, we have emerged victorious in this battle." Immersed in joy, none of us noticed the appearance of another large vessel. It was the sharp-eyed little girl and rabbit who immediately recognized the arrival of Karara and her crew. However, before we could rejoice, a wave crashed upon us, and the Mary was violently torn apart at the deck. Staring at the deep fracture, we stood frozen in disbelief. Luffy anxiously called out to Kara's crew for assistance in repairing the Mary. Yet, we all understood that the Mary truly could not be salvaged. Standing on the small boat, Luffy held a torch, gently stroking the damaged hull of the Mary. Mary, thank you for your unwavering escort. The depths of the sea are dark and lonely, yet we shall always watch over you. With that, he ignited the hull with the torch. Perhaps Mary herself understood that it was time to bid us farewell, for the flames consumed her rapidly. In no time, the entire ship was engulfed in a sea of fire. Parting is always painfully bittersweet. In that moment, Mary fulfilled her mission. Thick smoke drifted upwards, while radiant snowflakes began to fall. Amidst the flickering flames, our thoughts seemed to return to the day we first met her. Though our time together was not long, these experiences had become our invaluable treasures. Indeed, if Mary were merely a ship, her destruction would hold little significance. However, she had once transformed into our companion, elevating us to great heights. In this battle, she had also guided us out of peril. It felt as though we had been under her protection from the very beginning. Sorry. That familiar voice echoed again, though this time it did not directly manifest in our minds. I had hoped to carry everyone for a bit longer, but it seems that is no longer possible. Mary's voice resonated in our ears. Nami and Chopper collapsed in despair, while Usopp was overwhelmed with tears. Farewell, Mary. May you travel well. Upon our return to Water City, it was already afternoon. We were assigned to rest at Shipyard Number 1. Listening to the collective sounds of snoring around me, I finally relaxed and enjoyed a restful sleep. The next morning, I sought a secluded corner to commence my new round of training. Since I had not sustained any serious injuries, after a good night's rest, both my body and spirit were in optimal condition. I surmised that under such circumstances, my training for tailed beast transformation should succeed at once. Summoning Kyubi once more, I declared, let us begin. Hey, what do you intend to do now? I am about to start the tailed beast transformation training. Forget it. I've told you before. My chakra is beyond your capacity to bear. It's best if you don't pursue this. I need to get some sleep. No way. Didn't Team Naruto succeed? Why can't I? Regardless, I must try. If you refuse to agree, I will summon you every 5 minutes. Under my duress, Kyubi finally consented to accompany me in practice. Once more, as I fused with Kyubi's chakra, I experienced a rejection response. Despite my efforts, I could not withstand Kyubi's will. After multiple attempts, I collapsed onto the ground. Hey, Kyubi, don't just watch. Help me think of another way. Kyubi lay on the ground, casting a glance at me with its enormous fox eyes before adjusting its position and returning to slumber. Observing Kyubi's demeanor, I felt it lacked enthusiasm. I wondered what I had done to offend it. However, I did not dwell on it. Everyone has their off days, and perhaps Kyubi was simply in a mood. Lacking Kyubi's assistance, I had to reflect alone. I felt as though I had reached a barrier that hindered my progress. After numerous attempts, I finally understood why I had been unable to transform for so long. To achieve tailed beast transformation, I must embrace Kyubi's suffering. Until now, I had viewed Kyubi from a distance, never truly accepting it from the depths of my heart. Although we had coexisted amicably on the surface, I had never managed to breach the walls within my heart. Realizing this, I began to comprehend the reason behind Kyubi's current state. Having found my approach, I endeavored to accept it. Time passed slowly until, in an instant, I suddenly realized that I was no longer affected by the animosity within Kyubi's chakra. I completed the tailed beast transformation in one fell swoop. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing tailed beast transformation. Reward: Chakra Fusion Card 2 is now issued. After enduring yet another barrage of applause, I gazed at the fusion card in my hand. This reward had indeed been hard-earned. However, with the addition of these 2 cards, only 2 more remained until I could fuse into a 3rd-tier card. The thought filled me with a sense of excitement. Immersed in my training, I lost track of time. When I returned to my quarters, I found Luffy, bizarrely enough, eating while still in a state of slumber. How did he master such a skill? Just as I finished a sip of water, a thunderous crash reverberated, and the wall suddenly shattered. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, I quickly dashed to the broken opening. You're the Straw Hat crew, correct? Haha, a few men wish to meet you. As the dust settled, a tall man with a dog-headed hat emerged from the breach. Upon closer inspection, I realized, isn't that Old Man Carp? He had arrived so swiftly. The old man scanned the room, and upon noticing Luffy still asleep, he vanished in an instant. Sanji and the others were utterly unprepared, only sensing a gust of wind before the figure of the old man appeared before Luffy. A fist the size of a sandbag was hurtling toward Luffy's head. With a thunderous impact, when everyone turned to look, they were astonished to find that I had actually intercepted the attack from Grandpa Carp. In that fleeting moment, I had swiftly positioned myself in front of Luffy, but the old man's speed was astonishing. leaving me no time to employ any ninjutsu. Thus, I could only draw my greatsword, Samahata. In a critical instant, I managed to block the old man's iron fist. Although that punch appeared light, the reality of its impact was an entirely different sensation. I pressed my shoulder against Samahata, yet I was still shaken by the force of his blow, my hands trembling. Desperately channeling chakra through my feet, I gripped the ground fiercely to avoid being sent flying by the old man's strike. The old man slowly raised his head, a smile creeping across his lips. Haha, you must be Luffy's companion. Quite the capable man you are. Following this, he grinned mischievously and intensified the power behind his punch. Just then, an unusual event occurred. Ding! Host detected encountering Carp. Successfully unlocked character card. Reward. Chakra Fusion Card 2 is now distributed. Clap, clap, clap. This section omits 26 claps. Due to my momentary lapse, the old man struck me with a punch that sent me flying, along with Samahata, which landed heavily on me. However, Samahata was no mere inanimate object. Upon being attacked, it immediately unleashed its iron spikes. Fortunately, Grandpa Carp had utilized armament hockey, otherwise his hand would have been pierced with holes. Even so, he took the opportunity, unnoticed by others, to rub his fist and cast a deep glance at me. Yet I was not unscathed. Although I had swiftly sheathed Samahata, my shoulder was still pierced, blood flowing down incessantly. Sanji, Nami, Chopper, Frankie, and everyone else in the room had no clear idea of what had transpired. All they heard was a whoosh, followed by a loud crash, as the old man spoke a single sentence before I was hurled away, colliding against a wall. This series of events left everyone bewildered. What on earth just happened? The old man who sent me flying rubbed his fist while standing on the table, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, you truly have some skills. You must be Guangzizu. My right hand glimmered with blue light as I slowly healed the wound on my left shoulder, realizing that the old man posed no real threat to us. My earlier confrontation was merely an attempt to personally gauge the strength of this legendary marine. As it turned out, he was indeed formidable. At least for now, I was no match for him, neither in physical prowess nor in the application of hockey. Understanding his intentions, I quickly reassured my companions. Looking up at Grandpa Carp, I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. I never expected you, old man, to have heard of my name. It is truly an honor. While conversing with Grandpa Carp, I continued to tend to my wound before stepping directly in front of my companions. Chopper, noticing the blood on my shoulder, hurriedly asked, Guangzizu, are you all right? Why is your arm bleeding? Sanji wore a look of grave concern. Who is this guy? You couldn't even block him? The old man, picking his nose, seemed completely uninterested in providing an explanation. He turned to see that Luffy was still asleep, frowned, and delivered a punch to Luffy's head. Get up already. With that punch, Luffy's eyes nearly popped out, and the chair beneath him shattered. Ah, that hurts. Help. The old man, removing his hat, remarked, you really caused quite a ruckus. Luffy. Huh. Grandpa. Huh. The Marine Vice Admiral is actually your grandpa. Luffy covered his head, a look of sheer terror on his face. Everyone, please do not act against him. I have come close to being killed by my grandpa countless times. I sat on the ground, feigning shock, staring intently at the grandfather-grandson duo. I knew that we were about to enter the recognition phase of their relationship, so whether I stayed or left was inconsequential. Just as I prepared to slip away unnoticed, the old man strode straight toward me, stroking his chin and grinning. Ha ha ha, young man, are you interested in joining the Marines? This truly surprised me. I pointed at myself in disbelief. Huh? Are you talking about me? Yes, I am indeed referring to you. Before I could respond, Luffy jumped up and shouted at his grandfather, Shut up, Guangzizu is my companion. How could he possibly join the Marines? As soon as he said this, Carp became furious, grabbing Luffy and lifting him into the air like a chick. You big idiot. How dare you say your own grandfather is talking nonsense? I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Chopper was already spinning in circles on the ground. Oh no. Luffy has been captured by the Marines. As everyone was tense with anxiety, the focal point of the scene remained Grandpa Carp and Luffy, who was being held aloft by him. Surprisingly, both of them had fallen asleep. It was truly impossible to deal with these two. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, I quietly left the room. In such a situation, my training was far more important. I made my way to a secluded beach and took out the rewards I had just acquired. With this, I now possessed 8 cards. System. I currently have 8 second-tier fusion cards. How can I exchange them for third-tier ones? Ding! No exchange is necessary. Your cards have automatically upgraded to third-tier fusion cards. I retrieved the card from the system space, and upon careful examination, discovered that they had indeed upgraded, clearly stating, confuse 3 different types of chakra, or 2 different types of chakra. Hey, I've been waiting for this card for quite some time. System, use the 3rd tier fusion card. Ding. Please select the chakra properties to fuse. Without hesitation, I chose wind, earth, and fire. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the new ninjutsu. Dust release, original world detachment technique. Ha ha ha, this was not easy. After such a long time, I finally obtained this ninjutsu. Subsequently, I clapped my hands together Mokutan. A sapling sprouted from the ground before me. As I channeled more chakra, the sapling began to grow robustly. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a tree with a diameter of 1 meter. Gazing at the sturdy tree before me, I felt it was still insufficient. So I applied the ice release technique to the tree. Encasing it with half a meter of ice, I finally nodded in satisfaction. This tree was now at least 2 meters thick. I then took out my great sword, Samahata, and swung it vigorously against the tree. The impact left my hand numb. Yet the tree had only sustained a slight crack in its ice layer. I smiled contentedly once more. Positioning myself before the tree, I placed my hands together, feeling the flow of the 3 chakra properties within me. Fusion, release, dust release, original world detachment technique. In the palm of my hand, a transparent triangle materialized. As the chakra was released, the triangle swept forth, transforming into a triangular prism. A flash of white light pierced the air as it hurtled towards the grand tree before me. Wherever the prism passed, clouds of dust were raised. When the dust settled, the scene before me exceeded my wildest imagination. The magnificent tree stood undisturbed, save for a triangular hole at its center, precisely the size of the shape I had just gestured with my hands. I found myself deeply dissatisfied. Although this technique demonstrated considerable power, successfully penetrating the tree, the mere size of the hole felt inadequate. It hardly seemed commensurate with my efforts. Yet, I was obstructed by the tree's presence. Behind it, the ocean appeared as if it had been cleaved in 2. This sight was one I had yet to witness. At this moment, I was still contemplating ways to augment the technique's potency, but I lacked sufficient chakra to unleash it anew. In summary, while the technique's piercing capability was commendable, its damage radius was disappointingly small, and the chakra expenditure was substantial. I sensed that even with my current chakra reserves, I could manage no more than 3 uses at most, which was already my limit. Unbeknownst to me, an entire day had elapsed. Upon returning to my companions, I noticed an unusual atmosphere as I entered. Luffy had 2 large lumps on his head, and the others were silent. Nami lay slumped on the table, looking utterly defeated. What happened to you all? I inquired. By the way, Nami, could you lend me some pocket money? I want to go buy something. As soon as I uttered these words, everyone stared at me wide-eyed and gestured for silence. Nami rose from the table, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. What did you say? Observing the crimson hue of her eyes, I quickly understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously replied, never mind. I realize I don't need to buy anything after all. Laughter erupted as Chopper sighed in relief, sensing the tension dissipate. I awkwardly scratched my head, poured myself a glass of water, and took a seat at the dining table while waiting for the meal to commence. At that moment, Sanji entered and informed us that Usopp was contemplating how to return to us. Luffy, Chopper, and Nami immediately sprang up, eager to welcome him back. However, Zoro adopted an unusually serious demeanor. No way. I won't allow any of you to go fetch him. Nami immediately protested, why not? Chopper chimed in, Zoro, you fool. What are you planning? Zoro barked, shut up. Even if it's a misunderstanding, I won't permit you to apologize. Did you hear that, Luffy? This declaration silenced everyone. While I understood Zoro's intentions, his words felt rather blunt. Hey Zoro, what nonsense are you spouting? I retorted. I said be quiet, regardless of what transpired before. Since it was settled through a duel, everything should be determined by victory or defeat. Zoro unsheathed his sword and approached Luffy, tapping him on the head with the blade. You all need to understand this. No matter how foolish this guy is, he is still the captain. In critical moments, if you disregard the captain's orders, it's better to be without such a person. I had to admit, Zoro's words struck a chord. Luffy had been struck on the head, but had now calmed down. Indeed, as Zoro stated, I had previously reminded Luffy that this was not a game of pirates. Nami attempted to voice her disagreement. I understand your point, but we ought to educate him properly once he returns. Zoro thrust his sword into the ground with force. That does not excuse his abandonment of his comrades. After this battle, I believe everyone should understand that we are not merely playing a piracy. When we faced Akiji, Robin, Luffy, and even Kozo were prepared to make sacrifices. Shouldn't that have awakened him? Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Nami, I must say this green-haired guy is right this time. Back when Koza was nearly killed, it was to buy us time to escape. Even Luffy sought to protect our lives through a duel. Sanji's statement remained unfinished, but we all comprehended. Usopp's behavior was indeed excessive. Since we set sail, regardless of the adversities we faced, we never contemplated separation. Perhaps the oath we took when departing was not solely to fulfill our dreams, but also contained a deeper meaning of life and death together. I gazed at Sanji, thinking to myself, you speak beautifully now, but weren't you also ready to abandon your comrades when we reached Cake Island? It was truly vexing. Noticing the heightened emotions of my companions, I cleared my throat and stood up. As the others recognized my intent to speak, silence fell over them. Even Zoro sheathed his sword, his eyes fixed on me, knowing I would provide a reason that commanded respect. Zoro's perspective holds merit. However, we must also grant Usopp a chance. Here's what we'll do. If his first words upon returning are a sincere apology, then we can discuss matters amicably. Suddenly, my expression shifted and a powerful chakra surged forth. Everyone present felt an immediate chill. If this fellow still intended to jest and evade responsibility, then he should be dealt with decisively. As soon as I voiced this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Hey, you're being too severe, Zoro quickly defended. What? Isn't that exactly what I meant? No, I merely meant to keep him here. I spread my hands. Isn't that the same as what I said? Zoro continued to argue, but I cut him off, not giving him the chance to speak. Rest assured, I share your sentiments. As things stand, only Zoro and I have recognized Usopp's potential. This fellow will soon become a formidable presence. Zoro attempted to restrain me, but I brushed his hand aside and continued, thus. Someone like him, if not utilized by me, must be eliminated. Trust me, Zoro, I stand with you. Nami immediately displayed her disdain, glaring at Zoro. You're truly pathetic. Sanji, ever the green-haired one, echoed her sentiment. Chopper, you're disappointing. Robin's expression soured. Enough already, you fools. I never said such things, nor did I imply that. I retorted. I merely suggested that we 1T take him on board again. I never said anything about killing him. How can you accuse me of such nonsense? After my interjection, the tension in the room eased considerably. In conclusion, Zoro was correct. Regarding Usopp, if he sincerely apologizes, we will accept him back. Otherwise, he must remain in Water 7. Luffy donned his straw hat, plopped down onto the ground, and declared, I'll wait for him here until we set sail in a few days. However, as we prepared to embark, Usopp had yet to arrive. Though he was absent, Frankie's subordinate arrived, bringing news. Straw Hat, we have a serious situation. Hurry out. What is it now? Have you seen the new bounty notice? The reward is exceptionally high. After hearing him say that, I felt a bit anxious. I wonder if Akiji managed to conceal my identity. I certainly do not wish to be wanted. Janbai opened a stack of bounty notices, prominently displaying Straw Hat Luffy. 300 million berries, Ship Destroyer, Kazuki Oden, 29. 8 billion berries, Pirate Hunter Zoro 1. 2 billion berries, Devil Child Robin, 80 million berries, Blackleg Sanji, 77 million berries. Sniper King, 30 million berries, Little Thief Nami, 16 million berries, and Cotton Candy Lover Chopper, Pet, 50 berries, Iron Man Frankie, 44 million berries. As I gazed at the bounty notice, to my astonishment, there was a photo of the 4th Hokage. I was utterly speechless. If Akiji hadn't concealed my identity, there wouldn't be a bounty with my name on it. Yet, if he did hide me, then why is my name still here? In any case, I feel that Akiji is unaware of this situation. Otherwise, why would he include a picture of the 4th Hokage? I was not the only one feeling dejected upon seeing these bounty notices. Sanji was practically on the verge of exploding. Hey, it's one thing for that idiot to have a higher bounty than mine, but why is that algae-haired guy's bounty also above mine? Furthermore, who is this person? Is that really how you look? After the commotion subsided, Janbai proposed that we take Frankie with us, even if he hadn't mentioned it. Luffy had no intention of letting Frankie go. However, figuring out how to get him on the ship was a bit troublesome. Luffy, leave it to me. I'll bind him with wood release and bring him aboard, I volunteered. Violentman. How pathetic. Go throw up for a bit, someone retorted. No, you all handle it. I'll check the ship first. Being looked down upon by these guys left me quite irritated. Usually, they all come up with a plethora of mischievous ideas. But as soon as I suggest something, they start to scoff. Such shamelessness. Carrying Nami's orange tree, I was the first to arrive at the junkyard. Mr. Iceberg, who was still asleep, suddenly woke up. Please continue sleeping. They're still behind me. I'll rest for a bit. Looking at the enormous object covered with cloth before me, it was at least twice the height of the Going Merry. Although I had already seen the new ship, I had heard that Frankie had come up with new ingenious ideas. Perhaps the ship had undergone some changes. Just as I was dreaming of how magnificent the new ship would be, Luffy and the others finally arrived. With the captain's presence, Mr. Iceberg finally unveiled the covering. Straw Hat Kid, Frankie mentioned that if you wish to become the Pirate King, you must sail on the ship of the King of Beasts. Wow, what the heck? This looks exactly like the Thousand Sunny in my memory. I had been so looking forward to it, only to find it was completely devoid of surprises. However, I must admit, the ship was indeed enormous. Its colors were incredibly vibrant, with a lion's head at the bow and the anchor transformed into two little lion paws, which somehow made it appear rather adorable. Wait, upon closer inspection, there were indeed changes. I suddenly noticed that the stern of the Thousand Sunny seemed to have undergone alterations. Originally, the ship's rear consisted of a two-story circular room. The first floor was a library with a round table in the center, surrounded by bookshelves, and below the shelves were sofas. The second floor housed a bathroom with an oversized bathtub. I must say, Frankie truly is meticulous. Then, there was a different section altogether. Descending to the lower level, I discovered a ladder leading to yet another floor. Upon entering, I immediately realized that this room was surely designed specifically for me. The walls were plain wooden structures, and the floor was empty. On the wall, however, hung a massive character for Neen. Ingeniously, there was a small movable door at the back. Opening it would lead directly outside the ship, even allowing one to fall straight into the sea. In truth, I had yet to ascertain the room's purpose. But why did I say it was prepared for me? Because next to the door, there was a small pool. This pool was remarkably smooth, with a drainage outlet leading straight to the sea. Moreover, above the pool, a thoughtful inscription read Vomit Pool. It was evident that this was designed specifically for me. I truly feel grateful. Frankie, you rascal. I will undoubtedly give you a good thrashing one day. My mind was clouded with frustration as I tightly clenched my fists, gritting my teeth, and said, "Thank you so much, you perverted fool." After touring the new ship, Luffy was eager to recruit Frankie. Initially, I contemplated not participating, but the thought of that vomit pool made me want to retaliate against that rascal. Hence, I volunteered to accompany Luffy to the back street. As soon as we arrived at the back street, a building exploded right before our eyes. Various shouts echoed through the street. That peculiar Frankie was running wildly through the streets, utterly bare. I must admit, this kid has some decent capabilities. However, I pondered, can he still use that thing? I recall he had a technique called Centaur, which could separate his legs, right? When separating, doesn't that also mean that thing separates too? Watching as it swung back and forth with Frankie's movements, I felt the scene was quite bizarre. Ninjutsu. Shadow imitation jutsu. Wow. Ninja dude, what are you doing? Let go of me. I used my shadow to carry Frankie as we dashed down the street. His speed was noticeably slower than mine, so he was essentially forced to follow my pace. I really must thank you. I wonder where you heard I get seasick. Haha. I'm quite considerate, RNTI. I even prepared a pool for you. No need to thank me. Thank you, you big-headed fool. In no time, I had brought Frankie directly from the back street to the junkyard. Spotting the cliff ahead, I suddenly halted and released the shadow imitation jutsu. Frankie was propelled forward by inertia and landed heavily on the ground. By the time Luffy arrived, my task was complete. The rest would depend on how Luffy would compel him to board the ship. Upon returning to the ship, the system's voice echoed in my mind. Ding. Phase task issued. Use dust release to severely injure an enemy. Character card, Brook Moria. So soon I was to utilize dust release. It seemed I needed to practice diligently. Primarily, dust release is indeed somewhat difficult to control. Although I can now perform it, the damage range is quite limited. I remember that Old Man Inoki could eliminate multiple of Uchiha Madara's would release clones with a single move. To reach that level, it appears I still need to refine my skills further. Speaking of which, I just remembered the Old Man Inoki. This venerable elder possesses the ability of flight. If I could master such a skill, it would indeed be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Currently, my method of releasing chakra allows me to barely lift off the ground, yet it is rather unkind to the soles of my feet. I ponder the reason behind the elder's ability to fly. Could it be related to dust release? Just as I delve into my thoughts, I suddenly sense a large ship approaching from 2 kilometers away. I quickly confirm with Baiwa and, to my astonishment, discover that none other than Luffy's grandfather is making his way toward us. Hey Luffy, hurry. Your grandfather seems intent on confronting us. I exclaim. Wait, didn't we agree he wouldn't come after us? Luffy questions in surprise. Who knows? It appears we must be on guard. I turn to Frankie, who is rolling on the ground, clutching his lower half, tears streaming down his face. Luffy tosses him a pair of swim trunks, saying, "Frankie, come aboard my ship." The bear man grins widely. Such a fine vessel, and you want to give it to a bunch of novices who can only patch things up? I'm truly uneasy about that. All right, I'll begrudgingly take on the role of shipwright for your vessel, he concedes. While we revel in the excitement of acquiring a new ship and ally, an untimely announcement blares through a loudspeaker. "Hey, Luffy, this is Grandpa. Please respond." Over. The voice of Carp, magnified through the speaker, becomes exceedingly terrifying, akin to an electromagnetic cannon bombarding our ears. I realize that the Elder is merely putting on a show. He would never truly harm us. However, feeling the impact of his Haki-infused cannonballs, I understand that even if he intends to act, his formidable Haki is not something ordinary individuals can withstand. "Luffy, we need to run. Your grandfather seems serious," I urge. Luffy nods, and Nami, Zoro, and Sanji begin to hoist the sails, preparing to set sail. Yet, they appear hesitant, seemingly waiting for someone. It dawns on me that Usopp has yet to board. It seems we are about to face Carp head-on. With a leap, I dive into the sea. Suiton, Suika no Jutsu. I successfully transform into a water creature as tall as the new ship, effectively withstanding several rounds of cannon fire from Carp. "Hey, Hikari, can you hold up?" To be frank, Carp is indeed formidable, although his cannonballs may seem unimpressive. I know all too well that those infused with Haki are not easily resisted. "Goodness, Luffy, your grandfather is out for blood. I can't withstand this for long. We need to find that heartless one, take him with us, and retreat," I declare, using my sword, Samahaji, to deflect a few cannonballs. However, Samahaji is rather unruly. After a few deflections, it begins to jab at my hand. Thankfully, in my current water form, I do not bleed. Carp, seeing my enormous transformation, no longer holds back. He directly infuses Haki into a cannonball and throws it toward me. This strike is clearly intended to intimidate, masked as a mere cannonball. Yet, I can easily discern the Haki-infused attack. After all, my Byakugan can perceive the presence of Haki. My colossal form swiftly performs hand seals. Ice shield, ice wall technique. With a surge of chakra, my water form begins to solidify. Even facing Carp's Haki-infused cannonball, it merely creates a substantial dent in my left leg. I smirk, "So, old man, how do you like this technique? Not bad for a kid, but let us see how you handle this." He retorts, revealing a massive iron ball. Its diameter at least 5 to 6 meters. The weight is staggering, causing the enemy ship beneath him to sink, nearly level with the deck. Goodness, how heavy could that be? This attack may not be easily deflected on the water's surface. However, if I cannot block it, I shall send it back or cleave it in two. Considering my current position on the sea, I realize I lack the sufficient support to launch a counterattack. I ponder for a moment, and to my surprise, I find I have no suitable technique to return the ball. Shinra Tensei or Chibaku Tensei could work, but alas, I lack the Rinnegan to activate such skills. This is dire. The only skill that might cleave through it appears to be Dust Release, though I have yet to fully master that. Suddenly, inspiration strikes me in a fraction of a second. Of course, there is this technique. Without time to revel in my excitement, I initiate it instantly. Summoning technique, Kibi, Tel Beast Transformation. Now, with the cooperation of a Nine Tails, I instantly enter my tail beast form. Just as I am engaged in this transformation, the massive iron ball is nearly upon my head. Calmly, I gather energy in my mouth, intertwining blue and red chakra, ultimately condensing and compressing it before my mouth in tail beast form. Tail beast bomb. I swiftly consume the compressed energy, feeling a strong wave of nausea wash over me, as my stomach convulses and even my abdominal muscles begin to tighten. Just as the iron ball is about to strike, I unleash the intense tail beast bomb. The impact collides with the enormous iron ball, and the powerful recoil sends me crashing into the sea. The force is immense, and though the iron ball weighs dozens of tons, upon contact with my tail beast bomb, it is sent hurtling back into the sky, crashing heavily into the distant sea. The resulting waves are so great that they nearly capsize the Elder's ship. Conversely, my ship, the Sunny, remains unaffected as I have frozen the surrounding waters. Though the waves are tremendous, they merely break the ice, leaving the vessel unscathed. After executing this move, I had intended to boast to the Elder, but to my surprise, someone else is even more exuberant. "Grandpa, and that guy too," Luffy shouts, having witnessed my tail beast bomb send a massive iron ball flying. "Don't forget the names of others, hey." I chime in, turning to see the sails of the Sunny already furled. Usopp has boarded, seemingly ready to make a swift exit. With that, I teleport back onto the ship. Hey, Frankie, have you decided on a name for the ship? Frankie wears a forlorn expression, akin to a wronged spouse. Chopper raised his small hand and joyfully exclaimed, "Sang an IDO, this ship shall be named the One, Liang Guang Hao." I chuckled heartily and playfully teased Frankie, saying, "Oh dear, Frankie, you've outdone yourself. This name is far superior to mine." "Guangji Zhu, what name have you chosen?" he replied with a mischievous grin. "Hee hee. I intend to call it the Lion Violence Corps Champion." Frankie's eyes nearly bulged out upon hearing my suggestion. No wonder he was so astonished. This was indeed the name he had concocted. I mentioned it solely to vex him. As anticipated, upon hearing the name, everyone displayed expressions of disdain. Nami remarked, "What a name. I expected something far more impressive." Zoro chimed in, "As expected, your imagination has its limits." Sanji added, "No wonder, considering this fellow probably left his brain behind while sailing." My face elongated and my teeth sharpened as I shouted, "Enough of your prattle. This name was crafted by Frankie." Robin stifled a laugh, while the others looked utterly incredulous. Frankie wore a look that suggested he had no association with me. I was quite vexed. Initially, I aimed to annoy Frankie, yet ended up being chastised myself, which was truly disheartening. With Luffy's commanding shout, "Wind, launch!" the Sunny soared into the sky and glided gracefully. Frankie, rubbing his nose, declared proudly, "Although it consumes 3 barrels of cola, it can fly for 1 kilometer. The Mary, which you previously sailed, could do the same." Indeed, this was quite impressive. I pondered that if we could lighten the ship's body, it could fly even further. At that moment, it felt as though my mind had been struck with clarity. Suddenly, I comprehended the reason why Elder Yi Mu could fly. Could it be that the technique of light and heavy rocks was so straightforward that I had overlooked it? If I mastered this technique, I could guide the Sunny to soar wherever I wished, perhaps even directly to Raftel. Excellent. It seems I must prioritize mastering this technique. While we celebrated our new ship and companions, the world trembled in response to our bounty notices. On Smoker's side, he inquired, "Who is this blonde-haired fellow? Why is Guangji Zhu's name associated with him? Are the Navy photographers all incompetent? Smoker-san, have you seen his bounty? A staggering 29.8 billion. Just a smidge lower than Straw Hat Luffy," came the reply. "Fool, this guy's strength has long surpassed that of Straw Hat Luffy. Such a bounty is only fitting." Meanwhile, on Mihawk's side, he paddled his small boat, scrutinizing the bounty notice in his hand. "Noro, haha, finally he has arrived." He flipped the page and, as expected, found the bounty notice for the 4th Hokage. Mihawk furrowed his brow, pondering this Guangji Zhu. I cannot shake the feeling that he does not resemble this description. On Akiji's side, he remarked, "The ship destruction specialist?" Ah, indeed a fitting title. However, it appears the bounty fails to account for the true level of danger he poses. Just as Carp had sent off his grandson in a good mood, he overheard Akiji murmuring and promptly inquired, "What is this? It seems you hold this Guangji Zhu in high regard." "Ah, I did not say that," Akiji replied. "I merely have faced him in battle." "Ha ha ha. Then according to your assessment, what bounty would be appropriate for him?" Akiji slowly reclined in his chair, donning his mask. 10 billion. Ha ha ha. That is indeed impressive. In a corner, those eavesdropping were petrified. "Hey, did you hear that? Admiral Akiji just stated that Guangji Zhu's bounty should be at least 10 billion. No way is that true. Is that fellow truly so formidable?" Given the Admiral's words, it seems Mr. Guangji Zhu and Admiral Akiji have clashed before. One could assume this is a fair evaluation. This is astonishing. I have never heard of such a high bounty. On Blackbeard's side, he cackled, "Ha ha ha, Straw Hat Luffy. Now this fellow has such a high bounty. It seems we should target him." "Hee hee, Captain, this Guangji Zhu sounds oddly familiar," one of his crew remarked. "Oh, does it matter? We will take them all down together." Who would have thought that such a small pirate crew would collectively have a bounty of 10 billion? Truly remarkable. However, their conversation was overheard by a bare-chested man atop the roof. "Did you just say you plan to take down whom?" "On a certain island." Blackbeard's crew examined the bounty notices for the entire Straw Hat crew and resolved to set out for a confrontation. "Ah, the Straw Hat crew is in Water 7, right?" "Indeed, Captain. Hee hee hee, they're not far from us. They are well within our range." "Ah, their luck is truly unfortunate. Ha ha, let us set sail and negotiate with the government using the heads of the Straw Hat crew." At that moment, a grim voice echoed from above. "Hey, did you just say you are after whose head?" Blackbeard turned around, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, Ace Captain, on the Sunny, The celebratory feast had continued for an entire afternoon. Having eaten and drunk to my fill, I returned to the training room to begin developing the technique of light and heavy rocks. Although I had previously grasped the rudiments of this ninjutsu, the challenge lay in the hand seals. If only I possessed Hashirama's abilities, clapping my hands would bring forth whatever I desired. Why not give it a try? I resolved to attempt it. After all, there was nothing to lose. I then channeled the chakra within my body, primarily focusing on earth-type chakra. Clapping my hands, I sensed the flow of chakra within me. Ninjutsu, light and heavy rocks technique. No response. What a peculiar occurrence. What could be amiss? Alas, I decided to seek someone for guidance. Sumonin technique. Yo, little brat, long time no see. QB, I have a question. After expressing my inquiry to the Nine Tails, he indicated that he had no effective solution, as he himself rarely employed ninjutsu. Thus, this technique requiring hand seals was indeed not his forte. All right, it seems I must rely on the rewards from the system. After dismissing the Nine Tails, I lay on the deck, as it was my turn to keep watch. As the flowers bloomed, I surveyed the surroundings within a 3-kilometer radius. Gazing at the twinkling stars above, I noticed one suddenly dim. I recalled someone once saying that when a star extinguishes, it signifies a death. Haha, I wonder if such claims hold any weight in the pirate world. Suddenly, my brow furrowed as a thought struck me. What has become of Ace? Once more, I settled into a meditative position, striving to sense Ace's presence. Yet, I could perceive nothing at all. This is troubling. The pirate world is vast, and the distances between islands are immense. It is impossible to ascertain Ace's location. However, that dim star instilled a sense of unease within me. Could it be that Ace truly sought out Blackbeard? I had warned him before, but it is unlikely he would meet a tragic fate. Although I am filled with concern, there is little I can do to assist him at this moment. Wait a moment. It seems that Luffy possesses Ace's life card. Itruliema Genius. Stealthily approaching Luffy, I retrieved Ace's life card from beneath his hat. Indeed, the edges of the card had begun to smolder, and its size had diminished significantly. It appears that Ace is in grave danger. Considering that Ace must be engaged in a confrontation with Blackbeard, I feel compelled to offer my assistance. After all, I harbor a personal grudge against Blackbeard. Tearing off a small piece of the card, I quietly exited the room, leaving a shadow clone aboard the ship while my true self hurried towards Ace's location. Guided by the life card, given that flight consumes considerable chakra, I opted to utilize the body flicker technique to traverse the surface of the sea. Even so, it took me an entire night before I finally spotted an island. Upon checking the life card again, I confirmed that Ace was indeed on this island. At the shore, I settled down, recovering my chakra while pondering my strategy. From the white flowers, I noticed a nearly extinguished bonfire in the center of the island, beside which lay 5 individuals, yet Ace was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Ace has been eliminated by Blackbeard? No, that cannot be. The life card is still moving, indicating that Ace must still be alive. Sure enough, in a distant pit, I spotted Ace. I gazed towards the rising sun and contemplated my objectives for this mission. First, to rescue Ace. Second, to reclaim the Gura no Mi. And ideally, to eliminate Blackbeard's crew right here to avoid further complications. With my resolve firm, I swiftly devised a battle plan. Blackbeard's abilities are particularly troublesome, akin to Pain's Rinnegan. Common ninjutsu would have little effect on him, aside from causing him pain, which is unlikely to inflict any fatal injuries. If all else fails, I could resort to dust release to incapacitate him through sheer agony. Oh, but wait, isn't he supposed to have a heightened tolerance for pain? In that case, I should employ the Tsukuyomi. However, Tsukuyomi is a mental attack, and there are 5 enemies present, making it impossible to incapacitate them all at once. Moreover, Tsukuyomi requires the target to meet my gaze, which could leave me vulnerable if they anticipate my move. An idea sparked in my mind. Blackbeard's crew. Prepare to meet your demise. With my hands forming seals, I understood that this would be a protracted battle. Thus, I silently completed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique, summoning 3 clones to assist in refining my sage chakra. Following that, I clapped my hands together to create wood clones. I generated 5 wood clones, each possessing significant strength and resilience. By deploying them against Blackbeard's crew, I could ensure a one-on-one confrontation. Of course, one of them was directed towards Ace. Although Ace appeared to be shackled with sea prism stone cuffs, I need not worry about being controlled, as I lack any abilities. Once again, I formed seals for the water release, hidden mist technique. A dense fog enveloped the entire island, darkening the dawn. Under the cover of thick mist, I stealthily approached Blackbeard's crew. Just as I closed into within 10 meters of them, Van Auger raised his weapon and fired without warning. The bullet grazed my cheek, sending a chill down my spine. I narrowly avoided being struck. Van Auger, indeed, possesses considerable skill. Blackbeard stirred awake, questioning the disturbance, while Baji resided in confusion over the heavy fog. Why is it so foggy? There's not a soul in sight. It must be your imagination, he remarked. Meanwhile, Doc Q took a swig of alcohol, suggesting that in such dense fog, it would be best to sleep a little longer. Blackbeard surveyed the area, finding nothing amiss, and thus returned to his slumber. At that moment, concealed behind a large tree, I sighed in relief. I hadn't anticipated that this crew would be so alert. Van Auger, being a sharpshooter, is indeed sensitive to killing intent. Alas, I lack earth release, otherwise I could have approached them from below and caught them off guard. It is too late for regrets. Instead, I commanded my clones to encircle Blackbeard's crew, halting at a distance of 20 meters. Shadow imitation technique. 5 dark shadows, akin to serpents, swiftly approached the unsuspecting individuals. Suddenly, one figure evaded the shadows, while the remaining 4 successfully ensnared the other 4 crew members. Who? I inquired with a sinister smile, stepping from the mist to confront the man with white wings sprouting from his back, exclaiming, "You are Lafitte. Impressive. You managed to evade my attack." The other members of Blackbeard's crew shouted in protest, clearly displeased with my ambush. Paying them no mind, I seized control of Van Auger and aimed 3 shots at Lafitte. Lafitte's form flickered, and he swiftly maneuvered to appear before me, thrusting his staff through my throat. However, such an attack had no effect on a wood clone. The clone faded, transforming into a wooden stump. Yet, Van Auger's gun fired once more, this time striking Baji, Doc Q, and Blackbeard. Under the control of the shadow imitation technique, they were rendered immobile. After each received 3 shots, they collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. My clone approached them, activating Kimui and transporting the trio into the Kimui space. At the critical moment, Lafitte kicked Blackbeard, successfully interrupting my transfer. Not to be idle, I activated the body flicker technique the instant Lafitte's kick landed, appearing before him. My eyes shimmered with crimson light as I activated Tsukuyumi. Lafitte's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Within the Kamui space, I employed wood release, cutting technique. Each of Van Auger, Doc Q, and Baji was pierced by 3 wooden spikes. In that instant, the spikes began to grow wildly within their bodies, expanding and erupting through their skin. The 3 writhed in pain, yet this only exacerbated their wounds, driving the spikes deeper. While my clones swiftly made their way to the shoreline, I successfully extracted the 3 from the Kamui space and discarded them into the sea. Having completed this task, I dispelled my clones. Through the feedback from my clones, it became clear that the operation had been successful. Blackbeard lay on the ground, bewildered. "Who are you? Why have you attacked us? And what have you done with my companions?" I slowly approached Hey Huzi, remarking with a hint of sarcasm, "It seems even the esteemed forgetful ones can overlook someone like me." With that, I gestured with one hand to my eyes, prying open my eyelids with 2 fingers, as 3 5-pointed stars began to swirl within my pupils. Tianzhao. Instantly, black flames erupted around Lafayette's body, causing him to convulse in pain, having lost consciousness only moments before. Hey Huzi, startled, squinted at the flickering flames before widening his eyes in realization. "Black flames. So it is you." I clapped my hands, mockingly exclaiming, "Congratulations. You finally remembered me. We harbor no animosity, so why treat my companion this way?" Upon hearing my words, a fierce glint crossed my eyes as I glared at the imposing figure before me. "No animosity? How can you say that? What about my tuntin fruit?" The mention of the tuntin fruit finally confirmed my identity to Hey Huzi. In truth, he had first encountered me in my transformed state, while now I stood before him in my original visage. He had not recognized me immediately, which was understandable given the stark difference in appearance. However, it was only when I mentioned the tuntin fruit that he grasped who I truly was. To my astonishment, instead of shock, he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, the tuntin fruit? Did I not already give it to you? Why are you asking for it back? Are you trying to renege on our agreement?" His words infuriated me. This scoundrel was still making such claims. The tuntin fruit he had given me was nothing more than a common fruit, merely resembling a devil fruit. "Ha ha ha. Come now. My friend, your assertion is rather misguided. You had already verified the tuntin fruit I presented to you. To now claim it as false is quite the ruse." His mocking expression ignited a fire within me. This scoundrel was attempting to evade his responsibilities. It seemed he had no intention of returning what was rightfully mine. With narrowed eyes, I wasted no time and launched 2 shurikens at him. To my surprise, he seized the opportunity during my speech, utilizing the cover of the dense fog to stealthily unleash the powers of the Yami no Mi. With a mere flick of his hand, he absorbed my shurikens into his dark domain. I was taken aback. How was this possible? I had not encountered his shadow imitation technique. How could he move so freely? Before I could fully comprehend the situation, I was struck hard on the head, sending my body uncontrollably flying sideways until I crashed into a large tree. Almost instantly, dark smoke erupted from behind Heihuzi, enveloping the surrounding area. Struggling to lift my head, I realized the speed of the attack had caught me off guard. In my attempt to conserve chakra after using Tianjiao, I had deactivated my Sharingan. Now, I had paid dearly for that mistake. Turning my gaze, I was shocked to see that it was Lafayette who had attacked me. Although I had managed to control Heihuzi's body, I was powerless to inhibit his ability to wield his fruit's powers. This rogue had stealthily extinguished the Tianjiao flames engulfing Lafayette using the abilities of the Yami no Mi. I had to admit, Lafayette's kick was incredibly powerful. My entire head throbbed painfully. However, this raised further questions. How had Lafayette awakened from Tsukuyomi? The last time, CP9's Dabura had succumbed to my technique, left utterly incapable of resistance. How had he escaped? With a myriad of questions swirling in my mind, I fixed my gaze on Lafayette. He swung his cane and approached Heihuzi, smiling as he said, "Thank you, Captain. I had no idea this lad possessed Conqueror's Haki. Fortunately, he doesn't yet know how to wield it. Otherwise, I might not have been able to rise again." Ha ha. In truth, I was unaware of his capabilities when I first met him. It seems we are facing a formidable foe. It would be prudent to eliminate such an opponent in one fell swoop, lest they become a lingering threat. Indeed, their conversation was laden with significance, leaving me utterly perplexed as to whom they were referring. My mind was a whirl of questions as I rose once more. Having recovered from the previous blow, I realized that against these two, I could no longer afford to conserve chakra. With a swift clap of my hands, I invoked Mokutan Shubuyoso. Numerous slender branches erupted from beneath the feet of the two adversaries, swiftly ensnaring Heihuzi's legs. Unfamiliar with the sudden appearance of the branches, Lafayette instinctively retreated several meters, narrowly evading my attack. The branches ensnaring Heihuzi continued to thicken, and from behind him, a towering tree sprouted, firmly restraining his body. Despite Heihuzi's struggles, the more he fought, the less space he had to maneuver, ultimately becoming ensnared within the tree itself. Lafayette, who had just retreated, advanced again, transforming his cane into a long blade, furiously slicing at the branches binding Heihuzi. "That is futile," I shouted, intensifying the output of my Mokutan chakra. The branches he severed only grew thicker and more robust. In an instant, I altered my hand position, shifting the nature of my chakra. Hinton, Henkai Saku no Jutsu. A brilliant white light ignited between my hands, forming a transparent, triangular prism aimed directly at Heihuzi, ensnared by the colossal tree. Lafayette, unaware of the technique's true power, attempted to intervene. However, my attack was one of penetrating damage. The original triangle morphed into a triangular prism, piercing through Lafayette's shoulder and rapidly impaling the tree behind him. Where the white light passed, all was rendered to nothingness. Blood poured from Lafayette's mouth as he turned to see the wound on his shoulder, a surge of dread filling his heart. He silently marveled at his narrow escape. Had he acted a moment sooner, the attack would have struck his head, rendering him incapacitated. At that moment, he seemed to remember his captain was still behind him and hurriedly rushed over to inquire about his condition. Captain, are you all right?" Yet, there was no response, only the blood that continued to seep from the tree trunk, seemingly providing the answer. Just as I prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Heihuzi, I suddenly felt my body sinking. In truth, I had already begun to sink. I had simply been so focused on executing my Mokutan that I had overlooked it. The land beneath me had risen, causing a visual distortion. Now, however, it was evident that my height had diminished significantly. Glancing down, I realized with alarm that the ground beneath me was entirely black. My legs had fully entered a black hole, and I was sinking faster by the moment. It was over. I had fallen into his trap. This is the ability of Heihuzi's Guashur. This fellow intends to draw me in. However, ensnared within the black hole, I find myself utterly powerless to leverage my strength. Chakra surges fervently from my feet, enabling me to stave off the descent. Suddenly, a burst of To my surprise, Heihuzi is still alive. With no time to ponder, I perceive a Hiration mark nearby. In an instant, I dart from the abyss. Upon halting, I glance down to find my legs compressed to mere bone. Strangely, I feel no pain. Could it be that Huzi's black hole has rendered me insensible to suffering? How could that be? In a state of both shock and fury, I'm unable to stand and can only lay on the ground. I unleash my healing technique at full capacity. I cannot control you. I am increasingly fond of you, young man. Would you like to become my ally? Enough with your nonsense. I advise you to return the Tuntin Guashur to me, or else. I am perplexed as to why this rascal, having been struck by my dust release, remains unscathed. His voice suggests he is hardly injured. It's inconceivable. My assault should have fully inflicted the damage of the dust release. Even a mere release attack would suffice to bring this old fool to his knees. I observe a figure emerging slowly from the tree before me. It is none other than Huzi. Haha, young man, what will you do now? Hey, are you a fool? Have you not noticed that your 3 companions have vanished? Nanny, Huzi turns swiftly, only to find his 3 allies lying motionless on the ground. Believing it to be a false alarm, he prepares to mock me, but I utter a single word. Instantly, white smoke erupts from the 3 bodies, and they vanish without a trace. You scoundrel, what have you done? Huzi finally panics. In truth, while I was storing those 3 individuals in the Kamui space, I had utilized a shadow clone to transform into their likeness, lying still in their place. Meanwhile, the real trio has been cast into the sea, surely beyond salvation now. Haha, you wouldn't understand. Now, quickly hand over the Tuntin Guashur. Damn it, that was my hard-earned ally. Unendowed. Huzi extends his hands towards me, and the swirling darkness in his palms should theoretically generate a tremendous gravitational pull. However, I possess no devil fruit abilities myself. His attempts to draw me in are futile. Nevertheless, to launch a surprise attack on this old rascal, I feign being drawn towards him, albeit with my back turned. Unbeknownst to him, my eyes have shifted in color. Sage mode. I form hand seals once more, Raikiri. Then, I pivot swiftly, dashing directly before Huzi. Given his towering height, my leap is insufficient, forcing me to aim for his abdomen with my Raikiri. The potent lightning chakra radiates with a dazzling brilliance, effortlessly piercing through Huzi's midsection. My entire arm sinks within. Seizing the moment of his distraction, I gently press my palm against his belly, leaving a Hiration mark. Just as I prepare to retreat triumphantly, I realize, to my dismay, that my arm is ensnared. Looking up, I find Huzi grinning maliciously at me. Oh no, I have been careless. I have fallen for his trick. It turns out Huzi is aware of my ruse and has formed a black vortex on his body, ready to absorb my attack at any moment. I had erroneously assumed that his ability would not allow for corporeal transformation. Thus, I never considered that he could negate physical assaults by simply creating a black hole in advance. I hastily braced my feet against Huzi's stout belly, releasing chakra from my soles without reserve. Locking eyes with him, I execute Tsukuyami. Huzi is taken aback, unable to anticipate that my legs would recover so swiftly, let alone that I would employ a mental attack against him. Seizing the opportunity while he is dazed, I swiftly withdraw, maintaining a distance of 15 meters between us. Huzi writhes on the ground as a dark crimson glow emanates from his head. His previously rolled back eyes regain focus. Indeed, it is Conqueror's Haki. Young man, with such strength, why linger as a bounty hunter? Let us together upend the world. Damn, this old fool is truly deranged. After I have beaten him thus, he still desires me as his ally. Is he unwell? Moreover, why does he equate my Tsukuyami with Conqueror's Haki? The two are fundamentally different. Conqueror's Haki is far more potent than Tsukuyami. If he had truly mastered it, he would have dispatched both of you long ago. Lost in thought, I turn to search for Lafitte. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a bullet pierces the back of my head, emerging from my brow. Before I can react, I hear an astonished voice behind me. Oh, you were shot, yet you remain alive? It appears this fellow possesses exceptional Kinbunchiko Haki as well. Jiehihi, Captain, we have arrived. Just as I contemplate seeking Lafitte, my senses automatically detect the presence of Van Oka, Poison Q, and Bages behind me. Though they are bloodied, they remain unscathed. Van Oka even manages to shoot directly at my head, but thankfully I had utilized Kamui to render my body intangible. Otherwise, I would have been in dire straits. Even so, the bullet imbued with Haki causes my head to feel heavy. Young man, it is now 5 against 1. Are you sure you wish to continue fighting? Without needing to turn, I observe the 5 individuals surrounding me, and I feel a twinge of apprehension. These fellows possess remarkable resilience. The 3 at the back, who had fallen prey to my obstruction technique and been cast into the sea, not only survived but were also rescued. From their current state, they appear merely weakened. Just as tensions escalate between us, a voice rings out. It should be 5 against 2. Everyone turns to see Ace rising to his feet. Though bound, his gaze remains resolute as he looks at me. It turns out the Horatian mark I sensed earlier was on Ace. As I retreated to his side, I inadvertently awaken him. Although he is weak, upon witnessing my battle with Heihuzi, he intended to assist but found no opportunity. Now that I am encircled, he finally makes his appearance. I initially thought that despite lacking the powers of a devil fruit, his individual combat prowess would suffice to contend with Bagus. At least buy me some time. I swiftly transport myself to Ace's side, placing my hand on his shoulder, activating Kemui. Ace instantly vanishes from everyone's sight. In an instant, my figure vanished once more. Lafitte was the first to react, raising his voice in alarm. "Captain, danger." However, his warning came too late. I materialized before Blackbeard, my blade, shark skin materializing out of thin air, slicing diagonally upward and tearing through Blackbeard's abdomen. The sound of his agonized cries echoed incessantly. After executing that move, I vanished again. The crew rushed to Blackbeard's side, inquiring about his condition. From my perch atop a tree, I deftly drew forth a handful of flying Thunder God Kunai, launching them towards Blackbeard. Lafitte swung his cane sword, clashing with a series of metallic sounds, while Van Augur fired his gun, sending my kunai flying in both directions. A faint smile graced my lips as shark skin disappeared, replaced by the Kusanagi sword resting across my chest, lightning chakra swirling around me. I then vanished from the branch once more. Upon reappearing on the branch, I found a new presence on the ground, specifically a person missing an arm. "Dooku, are you all right?" I exclaimed, observing the unfortunate figure before me. Standing high above, I smiled faintly. To my surprise, before I could utter a word of mockery, Dooku burst into laughter. "Ha, you just grazed me, didn't you? It seems your luck has truly run out." His words struck me, and I realized I had fallen into his trap. Suddenly, my body began to undergo a transformation. My muscles contracted uncontrollably, and I stared at myself in horror. Disbelief etched across my face. "What the hell have you done to me?" In mere moments, my appearance had irrevocably changed. My once robust muscles had become flaccid. My waist slender, and my chest, once firm, had softened. That little companion of mine had completely vanished. The expressions of the onlookers shifted to something strange and lewd. "Huh, who would have thought you'd turn into a woman? And quite a pretty one at that." I incredulously touched my lower body, realizing with dread that it had indeed disappeared. In my moment of panic, I was struck by Van Augur's 3 shots. Burgess brandished a hefty tree, swinging it to strike me in the abdomen. My body flew uncontrollably backward, blood gushing from my mouth. It was over. After the transformation, I could no longer invoke my abilities, unable to shift into the ethereal state. My chakra fell dormant, utterly inaccessible. As the ominous black smoke emitted by Blackbeard threatened to ensnare me, I hastily pulled out an explosive tag and tossed it onto the ground without a second thought. Fortunately, the explosion produced thick smoke that obscured their vision, causing Blackbeard's attack to cease. Seizing the opportunity, I turned and sprinted toward the sea. That damned Dooku had turned me into a woman. Such a power I had only ever witnessed in the Yeren King. To my astonishment, Dooku possessed such an ability, yet I knew him to be a doctor. How could this situation arise from merely brushing against him? Could it be that he had poisoned me? The more I pondered, the more it made sense. If it were indeed poison, it could be manageable. With the enhancement of Hashirama cells, I might not achieve immunity to all toxins, yet gradual decomposition and assimilation was feasible, albeit a lengthy process. Upon reaching the shore, I plunged into the depths of the sea. Just as I prepared to utilize Hashirama cells to absorb the toxins within me, I found my body beginning to change upon contact with the seawater. How could I have forgotten this? Regardless of one's strength, all devil fruit powers are rendered ineffective by seawater. My body reverted to its original form, and the flow of chakra resumed its natural rhythm. Once back on land, I unleashed the power of the Kemui space, summoning Ace. "Hey, big brother, how do you feel? Can your body still move? Light, what are you doing here? How was that bastard teach? Apologies, I haven't taken him down yet. He nearly finished me off just moments ago. By the way, what is the story with those handcuffs? Do you have the key?" As I instructed my clone to heal Ace, I focused on restoring my own chakra. Ace sat on the ground, sighing, I suppose there is no key. Teach must have acquired them from somewhere. His abilities are quite peculiar. I told you before, Teach has grown stronger. Even without the fruit, his combat prowess surpasses yours. Ace remained silent, his expression revealing nothing but resentment, devoid of any regret. So, big brother, what is your plan moving forward? I'm still contemplating. I can't return to father. I have no face to show him without defeating Teach. How about you come back with me to Luffy? Everyone would be thrilled to see you. Ace smiled faintly. I want to be going to Luffy. I told him that the next time we meet, it will be at the pinnacle of piracy. Thus, this is not the time for such a reunion. I understood Ace's predicament. He had ventured out on his own to confront Teach, only to nearly meet his demise. It was only natural he felt unworthy to return. Perhaps you should seek out Shanks. You could discuss Luffy with him and gain some insights. Ace paused, uncertain of what I meant by gain insights. Observing his puzzled expression, I elaborated. Through this battle, you should have realized that individual combat strength is not solely determined by fruit abilities. It largely relies on the mastery of haki. Ace gazed blankly at the ground, unsure if he comprehended my words. Among the four emperors, Shanks wields the most formidable haki. By visiting him, not only can you rid yourself of those handcuffs, but you can also learn how to wield haki effectively. Once you grow stronger, you can challenge Teach again. And I assure you, success will be within your grasp. With that, I rose and made my way into the woods. Where are you going? I turned with a smile. To settle the score with that rascal Teach. He still owes me a devil fruit. Without allowing Ace a chance to protest, I utilized wood release to craft a small boat, tossing him into it and sending him adrift on the sea. Ace shouted excitedly at me, though the distance rendered his words unclear. Paddle, you idiot! Having bid farewell to Ace, I fully recovered from my injuries. This time, I would ensure that Teach would regret crossing me. Transforming into Ace's likeness, I soared into the sky, quickly spotting Blackbeard and his crew. To my surprise, that old rascal had opted to flee by ship. I hovered above them. Hey, Teach, so you think you can escape? The crew stared up at me in terror. Ace, how is this possible? You can fly? Moreover, how did you manage to unlock the handcuffs? I would never deign to respond to his inquiry. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball descended from the heavens, leaving Teach no time to unleash his powers. As the fireball threatened to obliterate their vessel, Bages opened his mouth wide and swallowed the inferno whole. Goodness, it's scorching. The power of the gulp-gulp fruit. What a rascal. He actually fed Bages the gulp-gulp fruit. Teach, you scoundrel, perish. In an instant, I plunged into the sea. Hey, what is wrong with Ace? Does he intend to take his own life? As a wielder of powers, he has jumped into the ocean, seemingly prepared for self-destruction. Ah, it burns. Could it be that upon witnessing my abilities, he felt hopeless and chose to end his own life? Ha. Regardless, we must hasten our departure. Ace is dead, and Whitebeard will not rest until he exacts vengeance. The most pressing matter is to locate the Straw Hat crew and negotiate with the government using their heads. Alas, Ace truly has the worst luck. As these individuals stood there in bewilderment, I utilized the water transformation technique to forcefully elevate their ship. The vessel split in two, and aside from the flying Lafitte, everyone else tumbled into the sea. In the midst of the chaos, Lafitte grasped Teach's leg, barely managing to rescue Blackbeard. I stood atop the water, unleashing my fury upon that old rascal. Teach, this time next year will mark your death day. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon surged from behind me, roaring toward Blackbeard, who was too stunned to react. Lafitte, sprouting wings, maneuvered in the air, yet the water dragon, summoned from the sea, possessed extraordinary might. Its immense form, akin to a sea king, relentlessly pursued the duo. Futile, just await your demise. Just as I prepared to unleash another grand water release, I suddenly felt my feet sink downwards. Upon fully submerging, I discovered it was that scoundrel Van Augur who had seized my legs, pulling me into the depths. Such a despicable tactic could never claim my life. Ignoring the flailing nuisance, chakra surged within me, propelling me skyward once more. Water release, great damn creation. Just before executing this ninjutsu, I sensed the flying thunder god mark and instantly appeared beside Blackbeard. In an instant, torrents of seawater enveloped the three of us, radiating outward from my center. A vast elliptical sea area submerged us entirely. Blackbeard and Lafitte gazed at me in astonishment, still unable to comprehend my sudden appearance or the source of the deluge. Indeed, seawater is the bane of these power users. Blackbeard exhaled bubbles, rolling his eyes back as his body sank deeper. However, this technique inflicted damage upon me as well. After all, I'm not like Kisame, who can breathe through gills. As I controlled the elliptical sea area to descend toward the surface, I watched Blackbeard and Lafitte gradually sink to the ocean floor. Only then did I retract the ninjutsu, collapsing onto the water's surface, gasping for breath. Before I could expel the seawater from my mouth, the sea froze instantaneously, just as I was about to be encased in ice. I felt a sudden kick propel me away. As I tumbled through the air, I caught sight of a figure. It was a bareback adorned with a cross tattoo, Ace. My body spiraled down onto a wooden boat. The sea froze instantly, encasing Ace as a frozen statue. Even the small boat I landed on was trapped in ice. Thankfully, Ace bought me a moment of time. Once I landed, chakra surged vigorously, and I soared into the sky. Turning to glare at the figure, Akiji, are you seeking death? Ah, how rude of you. Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, to allow my companions to escape. I had made a concession to him. However, I never anticipated he would arrive so swiftly. Wait, my conflict with Blackbeard has nothing to do with our agreement. Akiji, gazing up at me from below, found it somewhat arduous to converse. Without hesitation, he activated his powers, elevating himself to match my altitude, albeit standing atop an iceberg. Assessing our heights, he nodded in satisfaction and began to speak. Ace, and I drifted on a small boat upon the undulating sea. Ace, are you all right? Ace rubbed his head. Although several ribs were broken, he could still move with some effort. By the way, how are my handcuffs unlocked? Speaking of which, the key to the handcuffs was given to him by Akiji. A few moments earlier, Ace and the entire sea had been frozen. Hey Akiji, my fight with Blackbeard doesn't count as a breach of our agreement, does it? Ah, how could you not treat me with a bit more courtesy? Besides, if you were truly intent on escaping, it wouldn't be easy for me to take you away. Oh, spare me your flattery. While you are idly fishing at Marine headquarters, I have business to settle with Blackbeard. Oh no, that's simply one to-do. In any case, I've secured Blackbeard. What do you mean by secured? I'm still in Shijiazhuang. What nonsense are you spouting? In any case, let us leave it at that. I have my reasons for keeping Blackbeard alive. I was taken aback. Although I was intrigued by his reasons, I refrained from inquiring further. If I were to release Blackbeard, would that count as fulfilling our previous agreement? It could be considered so. However, just as I began to feel relieved that I owed him nothing, he shifted his tone, introducing a however. Seriously, Akiji, what more do you want? Akiji tossed something my way, small and encased in a box. I reflexively caught it, only to regret it immediately. Damn it. I previously suffered from such a trap in my fight with Blackbeard. Why can't I learn from my mistakes? Hey, don't think that offering me this little bit of gold will sway me. I'm not lacking in funds. Akiji was sweating profusely. Just open it, and you'll understand. Holding the small box with one hand, I deduced that such a tiny object couldn't possibly be anything significant. Furthermore, it likely was not a bomb, as Akiji understood that such devices would have no effect on me. Upon opening it, I discovered a key. What do you intend for me to do with this? Is this the key to the Marine headquarters treasury? Enough with your wild guesses. This is the key to Ace's handcuffs. Consider it a gift for you. Now, you two should make haste. Oh, how delightful. Although I failed to eliminate Blackbeard this time, at least I've settled the score with Akiji. Moreover, I managed to rescue Ace, so I count myself fortunate. Carrying Ace's frozen form, I prepare to depart from this cursed place without regard for direction. Suddenly, Akiji's voice echoed through the air. Remember, you still owe me a favor. This fellow fashioned a key out of ice, indicating that the key was not given freely. How absurd it is to suggest that tall individuals are inherently foolish. This fellow is sharper than a monkey. Returning to the present, in response to Ace's inquiry, I could only respond vaguely, suggesting he refrain from further questioning. In any case, you are free now, and do not pursue Blackbeard any longer. Observing my hesitance, Ace seemed to realize that someone had visited him during his confinement. Moreover, it is rare indeed to find someone capable of freezing an entire sea. Thus, the identity of that person became glaringly evident. I lowered my head to tend to Ace's injuries. He had nearly perished at the hands of Blackbeard. Fortunately, his tenacity kept him alive, compounded by Blackbeard's intention to offer him to the Marines, or else he might not have survived this long. By the way, how is Luffy faring? Oh, Luffy is well. We have just acquired a new companion and a new ship, and we are preparing to head to Fishman Island. Perhaps recalling Luffy brought a rare smile to Ace's face. By the way, how did you find me? Did you forget that you left a life card with Luffy? It was through that card's guidance that I located you. Is that so? But how will you return? This topic brings me discomfort. During my recent battle with Blackbeard, I was transformed into a woman by Poison Q. Consequently, My clone left aboard the ship was also affected and has vanished entirely. This complicates matters considerably. After a sigh, I resolved to resort to the most rudimentary method. No worries, I can run on the surface of the sea. Besides, Luffy and the others have now entered the Devil's Triangle, so they should be relatively easy to locate. Furthermore, as long as they are within a 10-kilometer radius of me, I can sense their presence. In that case, you should join me on my ship. Although it may be a bit cramped, I can manage to accommodate you. Are you referring to your ship powered by flames? Ace smiled slightly, aimlessly drifting across the sea. I must admit that Ace possesses a certain fortuitous charm. Before long, we stumbled upon a dark expanse of water. Guided by my senses, I successfully pinpointed the locations of my companions. Ace, why not return to the ship with me for a while? No, as I mentioned before, now is not the time to meet Luffy. I must quickly find Shanks and learn how to wield haki. Seeing Ace regain his vitality eased my concerns. Just as Ace prepared to depart, I called out, "Oh, there's something I forgot to tell you." He paused, and I intended to share the news that Sabo was still alive. However, the words caught in my throat. This moment of restraint would haunt me for a lifetime, leading me to pay the ultimate price for my penance. Yet at that moment, I had no inkling of the dire consequences that lay ahead. Ace gazed at me with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I just find your ship quite impressive. Could you help me acquire one as well?" Ace lowered his gaze, then lifted it again with a broad smile. "If the opportunity arises, I will surely assist you." However, I failed to notice the unusual glimmer in Ace's eyes. Thus, the two of us, harboring our own secrets, parted ways upon the sea. As Ace watched me fade from view, he sighed softly, turned the ship around, clenched his fist tightly, and headed back in the direction from whence he came. I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive aboard the Thousand Sunny. The moment I appeared, an unsettling sensation washed over me. The deck was littered with footprints, and the surroundings were ominously dark. It was evident that we had reached the vicinity of Gecko Moria's ship. However, the current state suggested that the Thousand Sunny had been ransacked. Could it be that they had already engaged in battle with Moria? With no time to ponder further, I swiftly made my way to the dining area. Oh my, this scene was, to be honest, the most terrifying I had ever encountered in my life. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Chopper, Robin, Usopp, and Frankie were all sprawled on the ground, their faces adorned with graffiti drawn by a marker. Their bodies were covered in footprints, and Luffy was in a particularly dire state. Being a rubber man, he had been bound in such a way that his face was stretched and tied to his heels, presenting an entire pirate ship in human form. Sanji's curly brows were painted pitch black. To the unknowing observer, it appeared as though a mosquito coil had been placed on his face. Zoro had all three of his swords clenched in his mouth, his cheeks bulging, resembling a man who had choked on his own blades. The visual impact was unlike anything I had ever seen. No matter how much I shouted or banged, these fellows remained in a deep slumber. It seemed that the only solution was to eliminate Moria. Only then would my companions awaken. Thus, I sat down and initiated my Baihua technique, creating clones to extract seawater and convert it into a substantial quantity of salt. I also summoned the QB, instructing it that this place was haunted. The QB, intrigued, prepared to roam about, but before it departed, I extracted a portion of its chakra. I must admit, Moria's ship is genuinely vast, measuring over 3 kilometers in length. Even my Baihua technique struggled to cover it entirely. By integrating the sensory capabilities of Xianglin with Baihua, I resolved the issue of distance. My sensory radius had now exceeded 5 kilometers, encompassing the entirety of the island within my perception. Oh no, this is bad. Nami is about to be kissed by that beast man. I hurriedly executed a Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to her location. Bang! Crash! Lord Absalom. Ouch, that hurt. Who dares to kick me? With a swift kick, I sent the beast man flying, then unleashed a series of devastating blows, successfully rousing Nami. Light's assistance. Hey, Nami, are you preparing for marriage? Don't you want to join us on our adventures? Why, I was forced. All right. Luffy and the others have all been defeated. Currently, the Thousand Sunny is filled with bodies. You should head back and keep an eye on them. And you? He, of course. I shall go and smack Moria's backside until he willingly returns their shadows. Nami hesitated, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Luffy Zombie is quite a formidable opponent. If it proves too challenging, we must flee swiftly. Leave it to me. Hurry. At that moment, the beast man rose, raised an arm towards me, and arrogantly declared, I advise you to let her stay, for I can kill you in an instant. Once you are dead, I will still retrieve her. I scoffed, casually digging in my ear, mimicking a pose I had learned from Akiji, feeling an inexplicable sense of languor. All right, you can kill me a heartbeat. You're absolutely correct. Shall we begin? You bastard. No sooner had the words left my mouth than a deafening explosion erupted from Absalom's hand. A cannonball hurtled toward me. Yet it merely grazed my body before crashing into a chair behind me. Crash! The sound of splintering wood echoed through the air. How is that possible? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, as did Absalom. A howl echoed through the air as the zombie generals charged forth, a formidable assembly of over 30 undead warriors, their armor clinking ominously. With a fierce roar, they lunged at me, weapons glinting menacingly as they pierced my body repeatedly. Absalom, witnessing this onslaught, smirked, believing me to be doomed. Ah, such a fragile being, he taunted. I shall pursue that girl now. The wedding will resume upon my return. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated, sending a shiver down Absalom's spine. Hey, fool, did I permit you to leave? Upon hearing my voice, Absalom turned in disbelief, his eyes widening as he beheld the weapons still embedded in my form. Yet with an elegant flourish, I turned around. The mural zombies gasped in astonishment, their disbelief palpable. How is this possible? His body is pierced through. How can he still move? They murmured. Impossible, utterly impossible. These are zombie generals, each possessing the might of a naval captain. Have you noticed? One of the observers exclaimed. The zombie generals have not moved since the attack began. A second voice chimed in. Surely, you don't mean they are incapacitated? Absalom's mustache quivered in agitation. Everyone remained calm. This individual must possess a devil fruit power. Call for sea prism, stone cannonballs. Understood, Lord Absalom. However, he was too late. In that instant, as the zombies attacked, I became intangible, unleashing my shadow imitation technique. Unlike the simple shadow manipulation of others, my technique enveloped the ground beneath me, creating a 10-meter diameter shadow. All who stepped upon it were ensnared, unable to move. I commanded the immobilized foes to line up before me, mouths agape, and deftly toss salt into their open mouths, purifying over 30 zombies in one swift motion. Absalom stood stupefied, but he was not an ordinary adversary. Realizing my formidable power, he swiftly activated his invisibility. Look, Lord Absalom is using his ability. One spectator exclaimed. Hee, with this, that arrogant fool will soon be vanquished. Yet, they failed to comprehend that such invisibility was as transparent to me as daylight. Behold his terrified expression, I remarked, relishing the moment. Let's see how long he can maintain this charade. As the onlookers reveled in their anticipation, I called out, Hey, Absalom, shall we wager? His footsteps faltered. How can you still think of betting at a time like this? With a single move, I could obliterate you. Without warning, a cannonball was launched. I remained still, unfazed. Futile, you cannot harm me. In that moment, Absalom realized the futility of his attack. It posed no threat to me. I smiled and continued now. Here are my terms for the wager. Go on, he replied, intrigued. I stand here, eyes closed. If you cannot capture me within 30 seconds, I shall depart. Are you certain? Absolutely. Let's begin. With that, I closed my eyes and clapped my hands. Wood release. 4 pillars prison. A wooden cage sprang up beneath him, trapping him securely. In a mere 5 seconds, I approached him with an eerie smile. You have lost. In the instant our gazes locked, I activated Tsukuyomi. Absalom's body went limp, collapsing to the ground. The mural zombies stared in shock, their mouths agape. Seizing the moment, I hurled another wave of salt and clapped my hands, departing from the chamber. That scoundrel Moria had hoped to control the shadows of everyone on the island, yet I had purified them all. Who would he use for shadows now? As I exited the church, a wild boar zombie burst through the wall, calling out for Lord Absalom. Oh dear, is that Lola? I mused, but the wild boar zombie, oblivious to my identity, saw Absalom's demise, and its eyes turned crimson with rage. You wretched fiend, what have you done to my Lord Absalom? It charged at me, twin blades drawn. With a swift motion, I propelled a shadow from my feet, ensnaring her instantly. I tossed another salt block and turned to leave. With so many zombies on this island, handling them alone was quite taxing. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom! Surrounded by at least 1,000 clones, I smiled triumphantly. This would simplify matters immensely. I instructed my clones to disperse and purify the zombies while I sat down to recover my chakra and observe the positions of those present. Soon, I located Brooke, who was still engaged in battle with the corpse of Ryuma. Such an exhilarating scene warranted my personal attention. Just as I prepared to fly to Brooke's side, a shadow descended from above. Boom! The ground trembled. Before me stood a towering figure clad in overalls. easily over 3 meters tall, with a hairstyle resembling a sprouting garlic bulb. Moria, I exclaimed. You're the one purging zombies everywhere, aren't you? Ding. Host has encountered Moria. Character card unlocked. Reward. Ninja technique scroll now issued. As the system's notifications echoed in my mind, I was caught off guard. In an unexpected display of ruthlessness, this garlic-headed fiend seized my shadow, snipping it with a swift motion, and I fell unconscious. When I awoke, I found myself back aboard the Thousand Sunny. QB regarded me with a look of disappointment. After all that, he had come to my rescue. After expressing my gratitude, I encouraged him to continue exploring the island. Turning around, I noticed that the others had yet to awaken, and Nami was conspicuously absent. Frustrated at the sight of my companions sprawled on the ground, I couldn't help but give them a few extra taps before it was time to rouse them. Just then, Nami returned to the ship. Light, what are you doing here? I hesitated, unsure of how to explain. Well, there was a bit of a mishap, and I accidentally lost my own shadow. What? This is bad. Luffy's zombie is already formidable. Now that you've lost your shadow, how powerful will the zombie made from it become? With a faint smile, I reassured everyone, do not worry. Even if Moria takes my shadow, it will be of no consequence. My abilities lie in ninjutsu, and even if I were to become a zombie, it would hold little significance, for zombies lack chakra. Moreover, in terms of physical strength, I might even be weaker than Usopp. Upon hearing this, Nami, recalling my identity as a ninja, assumed I possessed some special traits and refrained from further inquiries. However, as she cast her gaze upon the unconscious figure strewn across the ground, her anger surged. And after delivering a few more blows to them, she turned to me and asked, "Why are these people still not awake?" Generally speaking, those who lose their shadows do not awaken for 3 days, so their condition is quite normal. Then why did you wake up so quickly? That is a secret of a ninja. Nami rolled her eyes at me and gestured towards the fallen individuals. All right then, I kindly request our esteemed ninja to rouse them. I grinned with pride and declared, allow me to impart a lesson today. Watch closely. Taking a deep breath, I bellowed, the timid perverse. Beautiful swordsman brings meat from O'Hara to see the doctor. The figures on the ground trembled in response. Perverse. Swordsman. Meat. Doctor. O'Hara. Beauty. Timid. At last, they began to awaken. Nami blurted out, "These guys are hopeless." Observing the individuals slowly regaining their footing, Nami questioned, "What on earth is happening? Why do they look as if they have been utterly defeated?" At that moment, the group was busy wiping their faces, and a voice emerged from behind me. In fact, they have truly been annihilated. Without needing to turn around, I recognized the speaker as Brook. Yet, I feigned ignorance and asked, "And who might you be?" Is I Brook? Might I inquire if you are one of their companions?" A notification chimed, indicating that I had encountered Brook and successfully unlocked his character card, receiving a reward of a beheading sword. I rubbed my face and gazed at the tall skeleton before me. Unexpectedly, Brook's appearance was rather dashing. Nami, holding her head, said, "All right, Brook, can you explain what has happened to these rascals?" I apologize, but I am not that person. My name is Brook. Ignoring the exchange between Nami and Brook, I let out a loud call, "Comrades, let's commence our counterattack." Luffy, what the hell? These guys actually took our food? Hey, Sanji, where have you been until now? Nami-chan, where did you just go? Wait, an angel? No, it's definitely Nami-chan. Usopp, my nose hurts. Chopper clung to my leg, sobbing. Ikari no Tasuke. These individuals truly excelled at talking amongst themselves. Even in such dire circumstances, they remained fixated on their own thoughts. Clear my throat. I stood and addressed everyone. All right, let's not dawdle. To summarize, we need to reclaim but one thing, our shadows. No, two things. We also require food. Well, fine. So 2 things. However, everyone must be aware that we currently lack shadows. If dawn arrives, and we have not resolved this conflict, it is quite likely we shall perish here. The atmosphere turned serious as I observed the expressions on their faces, which brought me a sense of satisfaction. Next, I invited our esteemed Mr. Brook to enlighten us on the weaknesses of zombies. Just as Brook was about to divulge this information, Luffy devoured the cheese in his hand and clapped his hands to shake off the crumbs. In any case, as long as I can send Moria flying, all our shadows will return. I must admit, Luffy's analysis was quite astute. However, it would be somewhat challenging for him alone to confront Moria. This was not a matter of insufficient combat strength, but rather a lack of battle experience. He was rather naive, and if he went in recklessly, he would undoubtedly be toyed with by Moria. Thus, I regarded his declaration to defeat Moria as mere folly. Nonetheless, I maintained an appearance of agreement. For he was indeed our captain, and only through experiencing hardship would he learn. All right, since the captain intends to confront Moria, do be cautious on your journey. The rest of you, listen closely. Excluding Luffy from the plan, I began assigning tasks. Zoro, you will seek out Brook's zombie. He possesses a fine sword, and should you defeat him, that sword shall be yours. Zoro's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Hee, it must be true. Do you think I acquired the title of Information Prince for nothing? Very well. If so, please tell me where that fellow is. I utilized the shadow clone technique to personally guide this directionally challenged individual. Otherwise, I feared he might end up in Laugh Tale. Sanji, you and Chopper will locate a penguin zombie and Zoro zombie. Remember, your objective is to defeat them and reclaim your shadows. Nami and Frankie, your zombies are a small dog and a large gorilla. This should not pose much of a challenge for you. Robin and Brook, you two will seek out Robin's zombie and mine. Although I am unaware of my zombie's appearance, I am certain it is not particularly strong, so you should manage just fine. As for Usopp, you will take down Perona. That gloomy ghost girl is one only you can defeat. Ignoring Usopp's pleas for mercy, I dispatched them all. However, before leaving, they all paused in unison to ask, and what about you? Don't tell me you intend to do nothing. I lifted my gaze towards the horizon, my expression growing resolute. Leave Luffy's zombie to me. Upon hearing this, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper expressed their concerns. Absolutely not. You should wait for us. Exactly. You have no idea how terrifying Luffy's zombie is. Indeed, you should refrain from confronting him. If all else fails, wait for Luffy to deal with Moria. That way, you won't have to face Luffy's zombie. I raised my hand to silence them. In truth, I had no doubt that Luffy could defeat Moria. However, if Luffy were to be thoroughly outmaneuvered, causing dawn to arrive before we reclaimed our shadows, we would face annihilation. Hearing this, they fell silent. Furthermore, with my arrangement, if Luffy did not manage to defeat Moria in time, but we had already reclaimed our shadows, we could continue to fight even if dawn broke. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Should you complete your tasks early, hasten to assist me. With that, I plopped down on the ground, closed my eyes, and began to refine my Senjutsu chakra. Additionally, I had just acquired the technique of light and heavy rock, which significantly enhances my flying abilities. If I could lighten Luffy's zombie, I could simply toss him into the sea. In this manner, even Moria would find it impossible to manipulate him again, unless this head of garlic integrates its own shadow into the zombie body of Luffy. And in addition to that, the ninjutsu book I obtained earlier, which is indeed a remarkable item. Though time is pressing, learning a couple of specific ninjutsu techniques should not pose a problem. I opened the ninjutsu book and, to my dismay, the very first words on the page compelled me to abandon my pursuit of knowledge. It boldly proclaimed, Ninjutsu Book, Volume 8, Sealing Techniques. How am I supposed to learn this? The page was densely packed with various illustrations and texts, and just the sight of it made my head spin. Perhaps it would be better to explore it at a more leisurely pace in the future. When I opened my eyes once more, I found that everyone had vanished without trace. Through my senses, I discerned that they had all entered the interior of the small island. Those with greater speed had already begun their assault. Very well, if that is the case, I must also act promptly. Taking advantage of the thick fog as cover, I slowly ascended into the sky. The sensation of being unseen by others while I could observe them was indeed pleasant. However, something peculiar occurred. Despite having scanned the entire ship with my Byakugan, I cannot find Luffy's zombie form. This shouldn't be the case. Luffy's zombie should be a colossal figure. How could I not locate him? Doubting my instincts, I propelled myself forward once more. Suddenly, a massive visage appeared before me, followed by a deafening roar that reverberated in my ears. The proximity of the sound was overwhelming, and I could not discern what was being said, but the sheer volume of noise sent me tumbling from the sky. As I plummeted, I finally recognized him. Oars. Upon crashing back to the ground, I understood why I had failed to spot Oars earlier. I had mistakenly presumed he was on the ship. Thus my search did not extend skyward. To my surprise, he had climbed to the mast of a ship, far exceeding my flight altitude, which is why I hadn't noticed him sooner. Oars, who had been gazing into the distance, happened to catch sight of me flying in his direction. Naturally, the inquisitive Oars found it fascinating that someone could fly. Leaning forward, his large eyes scrutinized me closely. I was utterly unprepared for the fact that the real Oars was so colossal. In that moment, my 18-meter height seemed merely the size of his pupil. Moreover, his voice shattered the surrounding air. In a moment of desperation, as I fell from the sky, I quickly utilized chakra propulsion to avoid landing in an awkward position. Just as I regained my footing, oars descended upon me. The impact created a tremendous tremor, causing seawater to surge into the ship. Those zombies that had been hiding in the forest were indirectly purified by Or's arrival. Hey, you can actually fly? How intriguing. What are you? Or's imposing presence was indeed formidable, standing nearly twice the height of a giant. I could only imagine the strain it would place on my neck had I been forced to look up at him from the ground. Although I did not harbor fear, the intense anxiety caused my palms to sweat profusely. Hey, why aren't you speaking? Are you mute? I swallowed hard, propelled myself upward to match Or's height. Hey, Ors, where's that fool Moria? Moria? Who is that? I don't know him. It appeared that Ors had not yet fully awakened. This was fortuitous. If he were to acquire Luffy's powers, it would complicate matters significantly. With a resolve formed, I clapped my hands together. Senjutsu, Myojimin, already in sage mode. I unleashed a significant technique of Hashirama. Enormous gate pillars descended from the heavens, crashing down with the force of a tidal wave, pinning Ors to the ground. The first pillar pressed against Or's neck, followed by the second and third, completely immobilizing his limbs and neck, rendering him unable to move. What is this? I can't move. After executing this technique, I too felt the toll. I had been naive. Even using Hashirama's technique required sage mode. It was evident that the chakra consumption was tremendous. Although I was also in sage mode, my base chakra reserves were incomparable to Hashirama's. This technique drained my chakra entirely, causing me to lose consciousness. With no further confrontation to ensue, although Ors was restrained, he suffered virtually no damage. Regrettably, my initial plan was to seal Ors and then use the light-heavy rock technique to reduce his weight before casting him into the sea. Now, having only completed the first step, I found myself kneeling. What disgrace! When I regained consciousness, the scene before me filled me with remorse. Chopper, Usopp, Nami, Robin. Even Frankie and Sanji were down. Their bodies were marred with grime and blood, and the surroundings were chaotic. Luffy was nowhere to be found, leaving only Zoro, wearing a bandana, barely propping himself up with his sword. From his trembling hands, it was evident that he was at his limit. Zoro shoved his sword into his mouth, seemingly preparing for a desperate final stand. Summoning technique, Lord Slug, please assist in healing my companions. Then, a body flicker technique positioned itself in front of Zoro. Hey, green algae head, I'm still alive. Don't rush to your death. Upon seeing my silhouette, Zoro sighed in relief. You bastard, you woke up too late. Hee. My apologies. Leave the rest to me. I sensed a thud behind me, likely Zoro collapsing as well. I gazed at Ors before me and thought of my fallen comrades. My fury surged. Hey Ors, let us round two. I crouched into a stance, clapping my hands together. Would release silent killing binding technique. Countless branches erupted from my hands, rapidly ensnaring Ors. Upon contact, they thickened and hardened. By the time the technique completed, Ors was completely bound, resembling a large rice dumpling. Ors felt no pain, merely discomfort from his inability to move. Within him, Moria suddenly chuckled. You think this will bind, Ors? Head of garlic. How would you know if you don't try? Hee Ors, break free. Understood, master. Immediately, Ors began to growl softly. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not escape the constraints of the wood release. Ignorant of his own limitations, he was unaware that such a level of wood release could even bind the Nine Tails. Just as I was reveling in my triumph, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to Ors, I was taken aback as his body suddenly shrank. What? Ors' form diminished rapidly, or rather, he became slimmer. He then effortlessly slipped free of the wood release's bindings, and in the next instant, his figure vanished entirely. By the time I regained my senses, he had already unleashed a torrential assault upon me with his rubber Gatling gun. I must admit, Ozu is indeed formidable. Not only is he massive, but he also possesses the speed akin to that of Luffy, specifically the second gear speed. This rubber Gatling technique nearly caught me off guard. However, he still suffered a significant disadvantage. Due to his sheer size, the intervals between each of his attacks widened considerably. Such a gap may be imperceptible on Luffy, but Ozu's fist spans over 5 meters in width. That distance is ample for me to evade. With a swift motion, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique and withdrew from Ozu's attack range. What is happening? Zoro hurriedly reminded me that Moria could manipulate the size of shadows, causing Ozu's body to undergo irregular transformations. Thus, the situation I had just encountered was likely a trick orchestrated by Moria. It is evident that Moria excels in shadow manipulation far beyond the Nara clan. Even if the Nara clan can control shadow sizes, they must first have shadows to work with. Moria, on the other hand, can render you devoid of shadow, just as I am now. In the absence of a shadow, one cannot execute shadow imitation techniques or any other shadow-based ninjutsu. Moreover, even if you attempted to control Moria's shadow, he could simply seize your shadow and sever it. That cunning Moria, with such a strategy. At that moment, Ozu was pounding the ground nearby, thoroughly engrossed in his attacks, completely oblivious to my absence. Yet, I had no intention of alerting him. Silently, I approached him from behind and activated the ninjutsu, dark walking technique. In an instant, darkness enveloped the area, surrounding both Ozu and me. What is happening? Why has it suddenly become so dark? The surroundings were shrouded in an impenetrable blackness, devoid of any light. However, this darkness only affected Ozu and Moria. My sensory abilities were unaffected by visual constraints. Moria was utterly perplexed by the situation. Yet, hidden in the shadows, I couldn't help but chuckle. This old fool is truly naive to expose his position so recklessly. It works to my advantage. I clasped my hands together, forming a triangular shape, and invoked the dust release, original world separation technique. A prism shot forth, piercing through Ozu's abdomen, simultaneously striking Moria within. Moria clutched his severed arm, his face contorted with rage. "You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me?" Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed a phase of the task. You are awarded a Sharingan upgrade card, which is now issued. Clap, 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 clap. 26 claps omitted. Oh no! Receiving a reward at this moment will surely expose my position. Indeed, Moria, who had been unaware of my whereabouts, immediately activated his skill upon hearing the sound. Shadoba. Countless bats surged toward my position, with several sinking their fangs into my arms and thighs. Damn it, it's the system's fault for forcibly materializing my body. Otherwise, those shadow bats could never harm me. However, the system's meddling was not yet over. Ding! Phase task issued. Learn at least one sealing technique. Character card, Tyrant Kuma. How absurd, issuing a task at such a moment. Moria, adhering to the principle of taking advantage of my weakened state, commanded Ozu to attack me again the moment his shadow bat struck. Massive fists rained down upon me like a storm. Unable to phase out, I had no choice but to endure. Thus, I clapped my hands together and invoked the wood release, wood wall technique. Clang, 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 clang. Ozu's fists pounded furiously against my shield. In truth, as I activated my ninjutsu, the surrounding darkness began to gradually dissipate. By the time Ozu's rubber storm descended upon me, there were no barriers left. My companions watched in horror as I was pummeled. Their hearts raced in their throats. Usopp and Chopper shouted in terror, rushing toward me. Fortunately, Zoro and Sanji intercepted them, preventing further attacks. Hee, this is the consequence of defying me. Moria cackled at my companions, completely indifferent to his severed arm. Hey, it can't be that Light's assist has already been defeated, right? Usopp exclaimed in terror. Sanji took a puff of a cigarette and calmly replied, "Don't worry. That guy's not so easily dispatched." At that moment, as the smoke cleared, a gigantic wooden demon face emerged from the spot where Ozu had just attacked. All right. Ozu, take care of the remaining pests. Chopper's face lit up with surprise at the sight of the demon face. Then the face split open, layer by layer, and I soared upward. Yo, garlic head, who are you going to deal with? Upon seeing me, Moria, clutching his bleeding arm, spat angrily, "You scoundrel. How are you still alive? Ozu, take care of this guy first." Understood, master. Gazing at the towering Ozu, who stood over 60 meters tall, I felt a surge of defiance. You think being tall makes you impressive? Just wait. I activated the Sage Art. Would release, true Thousand Hands. While invoking the dark walking technique, I summoned the 9 tails, 4 tails, and 8 tails, requesting at least half of their chakra. I had no choice. My earlier collapse was due to a lack of chakra. With the haunting fear of severe firepower deficiency, this time, I was ready to unleash my ultimate move. With half the chakra from the 3-tailed beasts, combined with my Sage mode, I prepared to reveal my trump card against the towering Ozu. Clapping my hands together, my chakra surged wildly. A faint blue glow enveloped me as my previously modestly long white hair, enhanced by wood release and yang chakra, began to grow profusely. Look, what is that? It can't be real. His hair is longer than Robin's. Hey, it's not just the hair. Look, his clothes are changing too. My goodness, what is this? Why is he radiating yellow light? Is this a transformation? Merged with the tailed beast and ninjutsu chakra, My form transformed into Naruto's Nine-Tails Sage Fox mode. However, with my eyes firmly shut as I invoked the wood release grand technique, I remained oblivious to this transformation. In the next moment, a towering Buddha statue rose from beneath my feet. Upon its full emergence from the ground, it matched Ozu's height. The majestic and solemn Buddha was adorned with countless arms. Standing atop the Buddha's head, enveloped in a golden glow, I opened my eyes wide. A blinding light instantly pierced the sky, and at the moment I locked eyes with Moria, he trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground. Following this, I bellowed, "Transform into the Buddha!" The Buddha beneath my feet suddenly opened its eyes, its once solemn expression morphing into a fearsome grimace. The gaze was filled with murderous intent, and the 1,000 arms behind it clenched into fists. The frenzied assault landed squarely upon Owzy. Those 1,000 arms were indeed tangible limbs, inflicting damage that far exceeded the mere illusion of Luffy's rubber machine gun punches. Each strike reverberated with a resounding thud, creating depressions upon Owzy's massive form. His colossal body was pounded into the ground, yet the onslaught showed no signs of abating. The fists rained down relentlessly, striking every part of Owzy's body without respite. Even Moria, who had sought refuge amidst Owzy's bulk, was not spared. Each heavy blow shattered Owzy's bones and ravaged every inch of Moria's flesh. My companions stood agape, utterly awestruck by the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them, at a loss for words to convey the profound impact it had on their souls. This barrage of attacks persisted for a full 3 minutes. As the dust settled, the ground bore a gaping pit of over 10 meters deep, spanning several hundred square meters. Owzy, ensconced within the crater, had been reduced to a mere flat surface. His teeth lay shattered, the horn atop his head obliterated, and not a single part of his body remained intact. Moria lay sprawled upon Owzy's belly, his body marred with indentations. His once bulging abdomen had been flattened, blood pooling in his mouth, a clear indication that he had been rendered unconscious. Subsequently, a dark sphere ejected from Owzy's mouth, landing precisely at Luffy's feet. The exhilaration erupted. Wow! Moria has been defeated. Cheers resounded, though they did not emanate from my comrades. Gritting my teeth against the searing pain coursing through my body, I managed to turn my head and was astonished to see a group of individuals emerging from the woods. In truth, the aftermath of my attack left me in a dire state. The technique I employed drained not only my own chakra, but also endured backlash due to the absorption of my chakra by the Hashirama cells. After depleting my own chakra, it began to siphon the tailed beast chakra, which was laden with impurities that required filtration through my Hashirama cells. This process resulted in my life force operating at a frantic pace, thereby supplying the true Senju 1,000 hands with wood-release chakra. Consequently, every cell in my body ached after executing this technique. Were it not for Lord Kwa providing me with healing, I might have succumbed to blood loss midway through. Fortunately, I managed to endure the ordeal. Moreover, with Moria's defeat, my shadow returned to me. As I gazed at my approaching companions, I managed a faint smile. However, before I could utter a word, I caught sight of a towering figure behind them, clutching a book and staring intently at us. It was the tyrant Kuma. The figure was none other than one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the half-machine Bartholomew Kuma. In an instant, he materialized beside me. "You are the ninja that Akiji mentioned?" The system chimed, detecting my encounter with Bartholomew Kuma and successfully unlocking his character card, along with a reward of 10 sealing scrolls. The system's commotion, coupled with the flare-up of my injuries, caused me to roll my eyes back, my body involuntarily collapsing to the ground. Hey, Kuma. Did he just say Bartholomew Kuma? Indeed, he is an imposing figure, comparable to Moria. He is another of the 7 warlords. I was bewildered, questioning how another warlord could appear here. This individual had a bounty of 296 million before becoming a warlord. Could he truly be the merciless tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma? Just then, Kuma, who had been standing atop a distant platform, vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. "You are the ninja that Akiji spoke of?" I exclaimed in disbelief. His speed was astonishing, akin to teleportation, seemingly surpassing even my Flying Thunder God technique. As I beheld this imposing figure, towering at least 5 meters, the pain coursing through my body surged, and I fought to keep myself from fainting as I stepped forward. "I am Hikari no Sook," I thought to myself. This being's combat prowess was formidable. Not only could he rebound all physical attacks, but his body had also been augmented. If I were to succumb now, my companions would be in grave danger. Yet, it appeared that this creature had come seeking me. Just as the rumors had suggested, He was indeed a formidable opponent. The sensation of pain intensified, yet I gritted my teeth in perseverance. Well then, I appreciate the compliment. Regrettably, your fortune has run out, for you have encountered me. You shall meet your end here. My pupils dilated with alarm. It was clear he intended to take my life, but it would not be so simple. As Kuma's massive hand reached toward me, the chakra within me, which had been depleted, finally stirred to life under the duress of my life force being squeezed. Understanding that physical attacks would be futile, I redirected my chakra into my eyes. My pupils glowed with a golden radiance, spinning wildly. Suki no Suk. Amaterasu. My left, I unleashed Suki no Suk, while my right, I emitted Amaterasu. Both attacks struck Kuma directly, causing his body to sway, and black flames from Amaterasu danced across his visage. He quickly withdrew his hand, stumbling backward, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, before he could hit the ground, I faltered first, turning to my companions and managing a weak smile. I'm sorry, everyone. The rest is in your hands. With that, I succumbed to unconsciousness, crashing heavily to the ground. There was nothing more I could do. My chakra was completely expended, and the pain was unbearable. Yet, I took solace in the fact that I had defeated Moria, alleviating any concerns regarding shadows. This, I hoped, will be my final contribution to the group. If Kuma sought my life, he could take me. If I were to be taken to the Navy headquarters, I would simply claim that Akiji had instructed me to do so and that I was his undercover agent. I chuckled inwardly, resolving to shift all blame onto him. Thus, I drifted into slumber. When I awoke once more, I discovered that the sun was already high in the sky. I must concede, the regenerative capabilities of wood release are indeed remarkable. Even such extensive cellular damage could be mended. However, I could not ascertain how much time had passed. The surrounding silence was eerie, yet I refrained from opening my eyes immediately. Considering the possibility that Kuma had captured me, I chose to feign death. Meanwhile, I employed my sensory abilities and Byakugan to scan my surroundings fervently. Through my exploration, I discerned that I was not at the Navy headquarters and within a 10-kilometer radius. There was no sign of Kuma. Naturally, I also found no trace of Moria or his subordinates. With a furrowed brow, I opened my eyes to find myself lying upon a large rock. Beside me lay a row of corpses, each hauntingly familiar, as if I had encountered them before. I hastily rose and approached the nearest figure, crouching down to administer treatment. However, as soon as my healing touch made contact, the fellow abruptly opened his eyes. Ah, Ninya-kun. You're awake, I exclaimed. Hey everyone, wake up. Our benefactor has returned to us. In an astonishing moment, the entire row of corpses sat upright. I plopped down onto the ground, exasperated by their antics, which had led me to believe they were lifeless. Ignoring their newfound expressions of gratitude, I was eager to uncover what had transpired after I had lost consciousness. Just as I prepared to inquire, I suddenly spotted Chopper rushing towards me. Tears streaming down his face, his sobs causing a messy cascade of mucus to flow towards his ears. He enveloped me in a tight embrace, choking out, Kozo, you're finally awake. I was so scared. I've never seen such severe injuries. I didn't know where to begin with your treatment. Every meridian in your body is severed, and not a single bone remains intact. Everyone thought you had perished, and if it weren't for the faintest heartbeat, we would have prepared a grave for you. Seriously, man, I replied, feeling a chill run down my spine at his words. Is this the extent of human suffering? You must think of me as a jigsaw puzzle. Nevertheless, seeing him so distraught indicated the gravity of my condition. Though Chopper was still a child, he had seen a share of tumultuous seas alongside us pirates. Gently patting his head to calm him, I waited for him to relax before pulling him away. I then took the liberty of using him like a rag to wipe away the remnants of his tears and snot from my own face. Thank you, Chopper. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. It is thanks to you that I awoke so swiftly. Before Chopper could respond, the previously lifeless corpses chimed in. Are you a demon? Ignoring their remarks, I turned back to Chopper. What happened to everyone? His expression shifted to one of seriousness, tears welling in his eyes as he stuttered. Luffy. Luffy, I was suddenly alarmed. Could Kuma have harmed Luffy? After all, he was a comrade of Luffy's father. I sprang to my feet, sensing Luffy's presence, and seized Chopper. With a whoosh, we vanished from our location. In the next instant, we found ourselves aboard the Thousand Sunny. Gazing at Luffy, who lay sleeping soundly, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Hey, Chopper, what is going on? Luffy seems perfectly fine. I never said Luffy was in trouble, he exclaimed, nearly giving me a heart attack. What I meant was Luffy managed to chase off that bear-like fellow and is currently resting. I pinched Chopper's face, roughly massaging it as I growled. Chopper, if you keep speaking in such a breathless manner, I might just break your antlers for medicinal purposes. Chopper rolled his eyes and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. All right then, to atone for your transgressions, quickly tell me what happened next. You mean what transpired after you fainted? He asked. Yes, recount everything you witnessed. It turned out that after I lost consciousness, Kuma swiftly regained his footing and unleashed a peculiar ability, launching black flames from his face. He intended to take me away, but then his din mushy rang, and he answered it in our presence. It was a high-ranking Navy official instructing Kuma to eliminate the Straw Hat crew. Naturally, Luffy and the others resisted, leading to a confrontation. However, Kuma's techniques were exceedingly strange, rendering them unable to land a hit. Realizing the dire situation, Luffy boldly declared that he would take Kuma on one-on-one. I couldn't help but chuckle at Luffy's audacity. Whenever he faced a formidable opponent, he often resorted to a duel. This was an unspoken understanding among adversaries, who, out of respect for Luffy's backing, would endure the humiliation. Yet, to my surprise, Kuma was unfazed by Luffy's challenge and insisted on wiping out everyone aboard. He then utilized his bizarre powers to create an air bomb, knocking everyone unconscious. Prior to this, Kuma had already incapacitated my comrades with his impressive abilities. Coupled with the bomb, he believed he had exterminated us all and subsequently departed, leaving us to narrowly escape disaster. As I absorbed Chopper's account, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. Yet, it was evident he was not deceiving me. His heartbeat remained steady as he spoke. This indicated he was truthful. Thus, it seemed Chopper had fainted and missed the subsequent events. Observing Luffy and Zoro, both in a deep slumber, I sensed that matters were far from straightforward. It appeared that to uncover the truth, I would need to consult Zoro, the very individual involved. While treating Zoro, I noted that his injuries were quite severe. Clearly, Kuma had not toyed with him lightly. After my treatment, Zoro soon regained consciousness. Hey, green algae head, how did you sustain such grave wounds? Zoro stared at the ceiling, seemingly oblivious to my question. After a long pause, he sighed and slowly replied, It's nothing. I simply lack the strength. By the way, how long have I been asleep? I was taken aback by his question. In truth, I had no idea how much time had passed. 3 days, Chopper exclaimed, once again bursting into tears. I shot Zoro a glance, urging him to comfort Chopper. Then, I stepped out of the room. Zoro watched my retreating figure, his expression turning serious as he murmured, Has the gap become this vast? Returning to my training room, I settled into a meditative posture, soon slipping into deep contemplation. Reflecting on this recent battle, whether against Blackbeard, Aokiji, or Moria, I felt my current fighting style had become too reckless. My arsenal of techniques was vast, yet I had failed to cultivate a distinctive combat style. I often sought quick resolutions, but I also faced significant issues regarding my chakra usage. By all accounts, my chakra reserves were considerable. According to the standards of the Naruto world, I possessed at least over 200 cards. Note, a card refers to Kakashi. One card is equivalent to his total chakra capacity. However, during battles, I consistently felt my chakra was insufficient. This has become my most pressing concern, and I must diligently work on my chakra control. This was merely one aspect. The other was my combat intelligence. The fourth Hokage, with merely the Flying Thunder God technique, could dominate the ninja world. Although individuals from the pirate world possess superior physical qualities, resilience, and recovery abilities compared to those of the Hokage, it seems implausible that, despite my extensive arsenal of ninjutsu, I cannot swiftly defeat my adversaries. Not only do I fail to eliminate them in an instant, but I often find myself drained of chakra, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness and forfeiting the fight. The battles ahead promise to be increasingly arduous. If I persist in this manner, I shall undoubtedly fall far behind. A profound sense of crisis looms over me, and the desire to grow stronger intensifies at this moment. Yet, perhaps I am not alone in this sentiment. Zoro, observing my departing figure, murmurs to himself, reminiscing about the techniques I employed to vanquish Moria. Though he recognizes my strength, he never anticipated it would reach such extraordinary heights. Are such techniques even within the realm of possibility for an ordinary human? Meanwhile, Sanji, amidst preparing a meal, is lost in thought, staring vacantly at the ceiling until Frankie calls for him a third time, jolting him back to reality. Following a grand feast, Luffy successfully invites Brook to join our crew. In Luffy's words, Brook is truly a chosen one, with his explosive hairstyle and skeletal visage, Any musician of his caliber would undoubtedly be welcomed aboard. Moreover, his acquaintance with Laboon hints that Brook may be the hidden powerhouse. Perhaps the tale of the Pirate King is, in fact, Brook's memoir. In any case, with a new companion by our side, the previous discontent among us dissipates. As for me, I do not pursue any particular truth. I recall Sanji stating that everyone's safety is the best outcome. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we set forth once more. The day is radiant, with not a cloud in the sky. In fact, there is not even a whisper of wind. At the dining table, aboard the Sunny, Frankie sips cola and inquires of Nami about our next course of action. Nami, taking a sip of her coffee and glancing at the sky, concludes that there will be no wind throughout the day, suggesting that a brief respite might be in order. After breakfast, I return to my training room, intending to delve into the intricacies of my chakra. To my surprise, Zoro approaches me, locking eyes with this green-haired swordsman. I am utterly perplexed by his intentions. After a prolonged silence, he unexpectedly blushes. His sudden embarrassment startles me. What could this fellow be up to? Surely he harbors no inappropriate thoughts towards me. What do you want? I ask. Zoro, unable to maintain eye contact, awkwardly scratches his face. Well, about that. You mentioned something about hockey. Are you certain I can use it? Ah, so that's his query. My heart settles. I respond as for hockey. I do not possess it myself, so I am uncertain how to cultivate it. I had intended for you to teach me, yet you are now inquiring of me. Zoro looks taken aback. What? You cannot use hockey? That cannot be right. Kuma would never deceive us. His voice trails off to a whisper, and I fail to catch his last words. What are you mumbling about? I retort. Never mind. You can just amuse yourself. Not long after Zoro departs, Sanji arrives. Noticing me meditating, he strides in without knocking. Hey, don't you know to knock? Such rudeness. He tosses me a cigarette. Indeed, I have not received any formal education. After a prolonged absence from smoking, I regard the cigarette in my hand, pondering whether Sanji has laced it with poison. Such incidents have occurred before, where seemingly sweet-talking comrades offer you a tainted smoke. I habitually tuck the cigarette behind my ear, despite having abandoned the habit for some time. Is your health all right? I stare dumbfounded at Sanji, bewildered by his sudden concern for my well-being. The silence can be unsettling, as can the unexpected attentiveness of friends. What if he is afflicted by some illness? If there is something, just say it. Why beat around the bush? By the way, that technique you mentioned, the one that allows you to fly, is it akin to the moonwalk that Lucci and the others wield? In truth, my ability to soar is derived from a ninjutsu, but explaining that to him would be futile, as he would not comprehend nor be able to practice it. Hence, I respond, yes, it is indeed similar. Have you managed to master this technique recently? Not yet, but I feel I am on the brink of achieving it, I confess. Admittedly, I do not fully grasp the moonwalk, but I surmise that with sufficient leg strength and the ability to tread upon the air, it should not be an insurmountable challenge. By the way, I overheard you and the green-haired fellow discussing hockey. Do I possess it? Hey, don't eavesdrop on others' conversations. Come on, speak up. Offending a chef might cost you your meals. All right, you win. To be honest, I believe you possess hockey, but as for its development, that knowledge escapes me. Frankly, I envy you all. I lack hockey myself, which may hinder my performance in future battles. Before I traversed into this world, I had only witnessed the Straw Hat Crew's journey to Sabaody Archipelago, leaving me clueless about subsequent events. However, as Luffy's trusted ally, Sanji must surely wield hockey. Otherwise, his status as the third-in-command would be rather feeble. Upon hearing my words, Sanji assumes I'm boasting. The cataclysmic spectacle during my battle with Oz should suffice as evidence of my capabilities. If you manage to master hockey, it would render the rest of us obsolete. We might as well not participate at all. Yet, upon reconsideration, he realizes I have no reason to deceive him, so he refrains from further inquiry and departs. As I prepare to resume my training, Usopp, Frankie, and Chopper gradually seek me out. Even Brook approaches for guidance. It is perplexing how these individuals have suddenly developed a keen interest in training. However, why they come to me remains a mystery. I may be a unique entity in this world, and while my ninjutsu appears formidable on the surface, its efficacy wanes in later stages. I find myself pondering how to enhance my combat capabilities. Once I dispatch everyone, I finally find tranquility to focus on my training. The rewards I acquired earlier remain unused. One upgrade card for the Sharingan. It is said that I have now attained a Mangekyo Sharingan. If I were to upgrade once more, would I not then possess the Rinnegan? The mere thought of it fills me with excitement. With the Rinnegan, I will be able to wield the abilities of Shinra Tensei and Chibaku Tensei. What could possibly intimidate me then? System, utilize the Sharingan upgrade card. Ding, successfully used. The Mangekyo Sharingan has been upgraded to the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Why is it not the Rinnegan? However, upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. Furthermore, fortunate for me, I have yet to employ Susanoo. Otherwise, my eyesight might have been compromised. Back in the day, it took an IG merely 15 days to go from awakening the Mangekyo to losing his sight. Even a passing dogs would utilize Tsukuyomi. And lighting a cigarette would seemingly require Amaterasu. Itachi, on the other hand, preserved his eyesight throughout his life, while Nij squandered his Mangekyo like a half-hearted toss. Nevertheless, now that I possess the Eternal Mangekyo, I need not worry about the repercussions of usage. The remaining concern lies with the cultivation of the Book of Seals. Upon reopening it, I scrutinized its contents. You would not believe it. There are numerous rare insights within. One chapter even details the method to break the Shiki Fuin. Goodness, could this tome have been penned by the Serpent Lady? There's another matter I find difficult to articulate. What utility does this sealing technique hold for me? If this were the world of Hokage, it might have some relevance. However, the people here do not possess chakra. Even if I mastered the sealing technique, it would be futile against them. The aggravation lies in the fact that I must still learn it. I recall this task is indeed a phased mission. Thus I can only grit my teeth and persevere. To my surprise, I discovered that certain common barrier ninjutsu is also considered a form of sealing technique. As I continued to sift through the pages, I finally stumbled upon something that piqued my interest. Though it is not classified as sealing jutsu, it is nonetheless included in this book. I chuckled and commenced my study of this technique. I had nearly worn the book out from my incessant flipping, and, at last, I had found something worthy of my attention. The Flying Thunder God technique. Technically, it is categorized as a ninjutsu, yet for reasons unknown, it appears in this volume. Moreover, it describes not the variations from the second and fourth Hokage, but rather a type formed of numerous characters. Perhaps this is the technique utilized when the fourth released the tailed beast bomb. Regardless, at long last, I could learn something. Through relentless effort, I finally mastered the intricate characters, and my phased mission was complete. The reward was quite commendable, an amalgamation card for chakra. Simultaneously, the new phase task required me to develop a new bloodline limit. The character cards featured King of Hell Rayleigh and Admiral Kizaru. The Sunny was bustling once more. For a mermaid girl had joined us. I believe her name is Kami. Upon recalling my character cards, it seemed we were preparing to enter the Sabedi archipelago. However, before that, it appeared Luffy had decided to rescue a takoyaki vendor. Clearly, he was unaware that this vendor was, in fact, a former ally of Arlong, Shachi. Such trivial matters need not my presence. After becoming acquainted with Kami, I returned to my training. After all, the upcoming Sabedi would be teeming with intriguing individuals. Yet, as I trained, I found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. It seemed impossible to calm my mind, and the refinement of chakra was not as smooth as it had been before. I sensed that something significant was destined to occur. This feeling had not manifested since my arrival here. After several attempts to regain focus, I found my hunger returning. I decided to seek out Sanji for a bite to eat. Unexpectedly, upon stepping outside, I discovered fish soaring through the sky. What on earth is happening? Hey, Light. Just in time. It appears we can have a scuffle after all. Luffy grinned widely, brimming with excitement. I surveyed my surroundings and soon comprehended. We had arrived in Sanji's homeland. Stifling a laugh, I discreetly observed Sanji, curious about his reaction upon seeing a certain individual. Shadow Clone Jutsu. With a puff of white smoke, 20 of my clones materialized in the sky. Hey, what is this situation? Brothers, swiftly take him down. This guy is using sorcery. Haha. And what a sorcery. Allow me to demonstrate the might of the flying fish. Charge. The clones soaring in the air prepared to annihilate the erratic flying fish knights. Unexpectedly, Luffy and Zoro grabbed my collar. What do you intend to do? At least leave a few for us. You always eliminate the foes single-handedly, depriving us of the opportunity to strike. Hey, are these two genuinely upset? My apologies, my apologies. You two can pursue other tasks. The one within that house is their leader. Luffy, you may wish to investigate. Zoro, you can go and free Shachi from his cage. I cheerfully assigned them alternative tasks. And just like that, both of them ceased their annoyance. The clones dispatched the flying fish knights, and their leader soon made an appearance. A towering figure clad in black, wearing a massive helmet that obscured his entire visage. Luffy intended to launch a direct assault on this individual, but I deftly intervened. Huh? Why are you stopping me? Hee hee. Luffy, Aim for his helmet. Something amusing is bound to happen. Is that true? Do you know this guy? Hee. Not only do I know him, but all of us are familiar with him. You're lying. There's no way we could know this person. All right, go ahead. Once you knock off the helmet, you'll understand. After instructing Luffy, I resumed my covert observation of Sanji. Sanji noticed my unusual demeanor and immediately turned to me. Why are you grinning? I struggled to suppress my laughter. Such coincidences do indeed occur in this world. Thus, you must hold your composure, Sanji. Upon hearing this, Sanji grew curious, and the others could hardly contain their eagerness to discover what this individual truly looked like. Diburu rode out on a black bull, emerging from the grass hut. Facing the crowd, his pent-up fury was nearly uncontrollable. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice trembling with rage. Style Hat Crew, do you have any idea how desperately I wish to see you? Especially you, Black-Leg Sanji. As Diburu ranted, I exchanged a knowing glance with Luffy. Luffy understood, and his rubber arm stretched forth, delivering a punch to Diburu's helmet. With a clang, the helmet fell away, revealing a remarkable face to the crowd, leaving everyone utterly stunned. What the? Sanji? I could scarcely believe it. Diburu looked exactly like Sanji from the bounty poster. After the initial shock, laughter erupted from the group, with the exception of one individual. Sanji's veins bulged with fury, and it was evident that he had reached the pinnacle of his rage. Suddenly, he bellowed, "What does it have to do with me? Stop your nonsense. Do you dare say it has nothing to do with you? If it weren't for you, how could I be pursued by the Marines every day? Ultimately abandoning my birthplace, I arrived at this small island." As Diburu spoke, his sorrow deepened, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. If it weren't for you, how could my once tranquil life have become so arduous? The one who has brought me to this plight is none other than you, Black-Leg Sanji. This heartfelt declaration moved Frankie and Chopper to tears. Wah, I can feel this guy's pain. It's truly unbearable. Indeed, it's a testament to his misfortune that he has survived until now. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and sympathy for Diburu began to blossom among the onlookers. After all, he had done nothing wrong. Merely resembling a villain led to relentless pursuit by the Marines. Such an unjust calamity would be intolerable for anyone. Sanji's furious shout of "What does that have to do with me?" echoed. The photo doesn't even resemble me. Besides, can't you change your hairstyle or something? Diburu paused, deep in thought, then clapped his hands in realization. Of course, why didn't I think of that? However, he quickly sensed that his momentum had waned and attempted to regain his fierce demeanor, insisting, "Why should I change my hairstyle? This is just how I look. It's your presence that has shattered my peaceful life." Sanji felt wronged. The bounty poster bore no resemblance to him, yet it bore his name, which irked him greatly. Now, someone was insisting that the unflattering photo was indeed him. His plight was truly arduous. We all understood that this situation was a private feud between the two, so everyone stood by, refraining from intervening. However, Diburu's resentment towards Sanji seemed to extend to our entire group, leading him to direct his anger at the nearest person, Luffy, commanding his Black Bull to attack. The Black Bull, towering over 2 meters and weighing at least 1,000 kilograms, was furiously pawing the ground, ready to charge. "Charge, Bull," Diburu commanded, and the beast lunged towards Luffy. Aware that the fault lay with our side, Luffy refrained from retaliating against the bull. With a fierce glare, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. The bull, once enraged with bloodshot eyes, instantly regained clarity. Sweat suddenly beaded on its face, and it stumbled 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. What just happened? Did Luffy do something? Why did the bull faint? Luffy wore a perplexed expression, looking at me in confusion. Zoro, with a tense demeanor, asked, "Is this what Conqueror's haki is?" Indeed, the moment Luffy released his haki sent shivers down my spine. While others were oblivious, my body had momentarily stiffened. Though it was just a fleeting instant, the realization that Luffy, even as a novice wielder of Conqueror's haki, possessed such formidable power was staggering. I wondered if, once he honed his skills, I would even be able to perceive my own existence in his presence. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead, interrupted by Zoro's inquiry. I stared intently at Luffy, a smile involuntarily spreading across my face. Indeed, but this is no ordinary haki. Zoro, noticing the sweat on my brow, turned to look at Luffy in astonishment. I see. Luffy really is impressive. I always knew he had it in him, but experiencing it firsthand reveals just how formidable he is. Conqueror's haki truly lives up to its name. Conqueror's haki? What is that? It is said that only those with the qualities of a king can awaken such haki, a rare phenomenon indeed. Zoro grinned and said, if that weren't the case, we'd have to find a new captain. Our conversation was hushed, yet it seemed to resonate with everyone present. Meanwhile, Sanji's fury intensified due to Dibaru's attack on Luffy. With a swift kick, he unleashed a flurry of martial arts upon Dibaru. I watched Luffy in a daze. That momentary release was undoubtedly an unconscious act on his part. However, its impact on me was profound. I must acquire haki. I wonder if Rayleigh could teach me. When I regained my senses, I realized the battle had concluded. Dibaru had been transformed into a handsome figure by Sanji's kick, and Xiaoba was safely rescued. Now, he was preparing takoyaki for us. The air was filled with a delightful aroma, and I couldn't resist indulging a bit more. After satisfying our hunger, Xiaoba announced plans to take us to coat the ship. Thus, under his guidance, we ventured to Sabeti Archipelago. Before disembarking, I deliberately employ my transformation technique, assuming the appearance of Jiraiya. I must admit, among all the characters from Naruto, Jiraiya is my favorite. His demise truly left me heartbroken for a long time. Hey Hikari, why have you turned into an old man? Heh, as a ninja, one must always maintain an air of mystery. Besides, I'm planning to explore the island and gather some intel. After bidding farewell to the others, I made my way onto the island. In truth, prior to my rebirth, my knowledge of One Piece only extended to Sabeti Archipelago. Thus, in the absence of clarity regarding future events, gathering information seemed prudent. Hey, don't wander off. Otherwise, how will we find you? Oh, that is fine. Every island has a number. Just ensure you return here in the end. Look, Xiaoba said so. You can rest easy. It's just number 41. I can remember that. After parting ways with the group, I chose to wander. However, a figure in the distance did not appear to be of good character. Excuse me, is there a restaurant nearby? Island 41 was small, and I quickly crossed a bridge along a narrow path. Finding a secluded corner, I created a multitude of shadow clones. After all, gathering intelligence is best done with shadow clones. Each clone transformed into a different persona and set off in various directions. Meanwhile, my original self arrived on a stretch of land, only to encounter a man who exuded a dubious aura. Excuse me, is there a restaurant nearby? The man, wielding a long knife and adorned with tattoos, wore pants with a black and white pattern that seemed quite eccentric. Despite it being summer, he sported a knit cap. He slowly turned his head, sizing me up. Sorry, old man, this is my first time here as well. I don't know where the restaurant is. Just then, a white bear in a yellow work outfit scampered past him. Captain, there should be a restaurant over there. I was taken aback. Did the polar bear just speak? How extraordinary. Could it be that this bear, like Chopper, had eaten the human fruit? Or perhaps a human had consumed the bear fruit? Ha ha, the sea truly is marvelous. Where can I find a restaurant? Thank you very much. May I ask how to address you? The polar bear, resting its head, softly replied, I am called Beibois. Seizing the opportunity to shake hands, I discreetly left a flying thunder god mark on him. After expressing my gratitude once more, I proceeded in the direction of the restaurant. Dining was merely a secondary concern. Establishments such as bars, nightclubs, and brothels were the prime venues for gathering intelligence. Adopting the appearance of Jiraiya, I should ideally engage in my old profession, yet lacking my master-s audacity, I was left with no choice but to visit a restaurant. Upon entering a dining establishment, I was surprised to find a considerable number of patrons. A woman's voice was incessantly urging the owner to serve the dishes, surrounded by a group of companions. I must admit, her manner of eating was quite exaggerated, rivaling that of Luffy. I approached the counter and ordered a seafood fried rice along with a bottle of beverage from 1982. To my astonishment, the owner claimed there was none available. Very well, I would settle for whatever was on hand. The owner displayed a peculiar expression, perhaps bewildered that an elderly gentleman would prefer a drink without alcohol. Such a curious occurrence. I paid no heed to their thoughts. Consuming alcohol could lead to drunkenness, which was hardly advisable. A simple beverage would suffice. While I dined, I utilized my Byakugan to observe the movements of those around me, simultaneously engaging in idle chatter with the restaurant owner. Through my inquiries, I gleaned some vital information. This was island number 16, considered a lawless zone, a gathering place for pirates, bounty hunters, and traffickers. To my surprise, even celestial dragons appeared on this so-called Sabeti Archipelago. Furthermore, the marine headquarters was stationed nearby. I learned that if any disturbances arose on the island, marine admirals would promptly intervene, which astonished me even further. Most shocking was the revelation that human trafficking was legal on this island. What a wretched place. They spoke of the righteous marines safeguarding the residents' safety. and I found myself utterly incredulous. After gathering a wealth of information, I became aware of the so-called human auction. Though I was not in a hurry to attend, I wished to observe just how corrupt the world government truly was. I thanked the owner and instructed him to keep the change. Where exactly was the auction taking place? Ah, thank you, esteemed guest. It is on island number 1. Just exit here and head west. Thus, I prepared to set off towards island number 1. Naturally, as I passed by the gluttonous woman, I inadvertently mark her as well. 3 hours later, my shadow clones dissipated and the gathered information flooded my mind. To my astonishment, the individual accompanying the polar bear was also a pirate, with a bounty exceeding 200 million. The Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar Law, what a prominent name, far superior to my own moniker of Ship Destroyer. I resumed my journey, eager to explore further. In truth, every 3 hours, I would compile a fresh wave of intelligence, an arrangement agreed upon with my clones. As I was enjoying some skewers on my way to island number 1, I suddenly noticed that everyone around me had dropped to their knees. This bewildered me. I was merely savoring some skewers, with no need for such reverence. Alarmed, I surveyed my surroundings and realized they dared not lift their heads. At that moment, a voice quietly urged, "Fool, kneel down quickly. A celestial dragon is approaching." Turning, I beheld a man adorned with a round mask, mounted upon another man's back, slowly making his way toward me. The man on the ground wore a collar, connected by a thick iron chain. The one in the mask, garbed like an astronaut, had a rather foolish appearance. Then, an even more shocking incident unfolded. Mere meters ahead of me, a green-haired man wielding 3 swords and holding a bottle appeared. Zoro, this fool, fixated on the astronaut, blurted out something that made me want to laugh for 3 days. "Hey, what is wrong, old man? Need directions?" I could hardly endure this idiot, being directionally challenged himself, had the audacity to offer guidance. The astronaut, momentarily taken aback, swiftly drew a gun, preparing to shoot Zoro. In an instant, Zoro vanished, appearing before the man in a blur, sword drawn, seemingly ready to eliminate him. Just as Zoro was about to strike, a little girl suddenly embraced him, toppling him to the ground. "Wah, brother, why are you dead?" I was still attempting to grasp the situation when I noticed Zoro lying motionless. Yet, this foolish astronaut dared to shoot at Zoro. I could not tolerate this. With a swift motion, I executed a flourish with my sword, the Kusanagi. In a flash, I lunged at the astronaut. In truth, my intention was merely to shatter that absurd transparent mask, but to onlookers, it appeared as if I aimed to deliver a fatal blow. I heard someone exclaim from the roadside, Hey, what is this guy doing?" Moments ago, one fool nearly attacked a celestial dragon, and now another had emerged. Surely, he could not be serious. If that blow landed, we would all be doomed. Someone stop this madman. Just as my sword was merely a centimeter away from the mask, I suddenly felt my body being transported to an extraordinary space. In the blink of an eye, I found myself over 100 meters away from the astronaut. What has happened? At that moment, a deep voice resonated, "Old man, do you know what you were doing?" Turning, I saw Babwa, the polar bear, standing before me. "You must not strike that person." Seeing a familiar face brought me some relief. Even if I had failed to shatter the mask, it mattered little. What is so special about that person? Law slapped his forehead, finally understanding. The white-haired fellow before him was simply a reckless fool. That is a celestial dragon. If you harm him, it would summon the marine admirals, and we would all be finished. I was incredulous. What? That is a celestial dragon? In truth, I had no intention of harming him. I merely wished to pop that balloon atop his head. Law was utterly speechless. The celestial dragon had already moved on, while Zoro stood up, scanning the surroundings. I knew he was searching for me, so I swiftly appeared before him. "Hey, Zoro, are you trying to make me laugh to death?" "Huh? Kai Guangzhu, what are you doing here?" "Ha ha, let us not discuss me. You, a directionally challenged fool, dared to offer directions to others. Mind your own business, you rascal." Zoro and I bantered as we walked together in another direction. However, those around us were growing increasingly anxious. Law's crew was huddled in a corner, exclaiming, "What? These two know each other? Captain, that guy with 3 swords appears to be the bounty hunter Zoro. Did you hear that?" Salong just referred to him as Guangzizu. Could be the infamous warship destroyer, Guangzizu? It is only natural that Hawkins and his crew were rescued. These 2 individuals show no signs of impending death today. "Captain, are these 2 fellows lacking in intelligence?" "Look, Kaida's crew, Keela. These 2 must be members of the Straw Hat crew, correct?" "Indeed. What a curious coincidence to have 3 individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million aboard the same ship. Ha! They truly are amusing characters. The monks stand atop the roof, and the second in command boasts a bounty of 298 million. It appears he possesses a commanding presence rivaling that of the captain. I have observed all their conversations. In fact, my recent act of attacking the celestial dragons was merely a test to see who would intervene. It seems that Ro and the one named Pony may be worth associating with in the future. As for the others, haha, it would be best not to cross paths. I couldn't help but reveal a murderous smile as Salong walked beside me. Hey, seasick one. There were some remarkable individuals back there. Haha, fear not. I've already marked them. They cannot escape my gaze. TCH, you move quite swiftly, don't you? Envy is pointless. I won't teach you. Who wants to learn, you jerk? I munched on skewers while Salong drank heavily. Together, we stumbled forward until we reached a corner, where I abruptly pulled Salong aside. He appeared bewildered, wanting to ask me something, but I quickly covered his mouth with my hand. Stay quiet. Look over there. Salong focused intently. That guy. I believe I remember him. I hastily covered Salong's mouth again, and in an instant, we vanished from our spot. Fool. Do not speak of this. All right, I understand. Now let go of me. By the way, where are you headed next? Back to the ship. There is nothing worthwhile to explore below. Where do you intend to go? Haha. I wish to check out the auction house. Perhaps I will encounter some intriguing characters. Then go enjoy yourself. I must depart. Seeing Salong turn to leave, I quickly grabbed him. No, brother, where do you think you're going? That is the opposite direction. Ultimately, I brought Salong along, primarily out of concern that he might wander off to the EC. Reluctantly, he followed me, grumbling all the while. Hey, come on. It's not like I would get lost. You needn't worry. Are you foolish? It's precisely because I don't trust you that I'm bringing you along. Our bickering continued as we arrived at island number 1. Salong stared at the number on the large tree. What is this? Didn't you say you were going to the auction? Why did you bring me back to the ship? You must be lost. Hearing him say such things infuriated me. You are the one who is lost, you idiot. This is not where our ship is docked. What are you talking about? Our ship is anchored at island number 1. I clearly saw it when I came out. There is no way I could be mistaken. I was at a loss for words. Thankfully, I had brought him along, or he would have truly wandered off who knows where. What kind of material are you made of, fool? Our ship is at island number 41, not 1. This stubborn, directionally challenged fool still wouldn't believe me, and I couldn't be bothered to argue further. I walked straight into the auction venue. However, I was stopped by a guard at the entrance. Sorry, we do not welcome beggars here. I turned to Salong and said, well, you should head back. They do not welcome you. Salong immediately exploded, claiming that I was the beggar. I stepped forward into the venue, only to find that the guard truly barred my entry. Please return. Upon hearing this, Salong burst into laughter. See, they are indeed referring to you. Damn, I must say, the folks here sure know how to be polite with their words, yet their implications are infuriating. Hey kid, which of your eyes discerned me as a beggar? I apologize. It was not my intention to say so. However, both my eyes clearly noticed it. Just as I was about to lose my temper, the guard smugly taunted me, advising me not to harbor any ill intentions. Do you know whose territory this is? Whose? This is the territory of the esteemed Don Quixote da Flamingo. If you cause trouble here, beware for your life. What the hell is Don Quixote? I could care less. I reached out and grabbed the guard's mouth spewing nonsense and tossed him aside. To my embarrassment, he did not budge. It turned out that my strength was insufficient. Damn it, what a disgrace. Salong was rolling on the ground, laughing uncontrollably, creating a dent in the floor. This only made me blush more. In a fit of anger and humiliation, I drew the Katetsu sword. The next moment, I thrust it directly into the guard's mouth, though I did not pierce through entirely. I merely intended to intimidate this lowly individual. As expected, he immediately wet himself. The commotion at the entrance attracted numerous guards, who surrounded me with weapons drawn. At that moment, a supervisor-like figure appeared, exclaiming, "Who dares disrupt the peace here?" Parting the crowd, he saw me with the sword lodged in one of his guards' mouths. With an air of arrogance, he remarked, "Do you know where you are? If you wish to act recklessly, you should choose your battles wisely." My goodness, what is this Don Quixote? Just how powerful is he? Why are his subordinates so arrogant? I truly do not believe it. Sharingan, the once arrogant manager, was instantly ensnared by my illusion. He opened his arms and seized the guard by the neck. Even as the guard begged for mercy, the manager remained oblivious to his actions. It was not until he had choked the guard to death that I released the illusion. Before the manager could react, I stepped beside him and slapped him across the face. Are you even human? Why would you kill your own comrade? Though he had spoken harshly to me, it was not a crime worthy of death. You truly lack humanity. Indeed, upon hearing my words, The manager's associates glared at him in righteous indignation, eager to rush forward and eliminate the one who had slain their comrade. The manager gazed down at his hands, about to explain when I invoked the illusion once more. Consequently, he shouted and charged at his fellow associates. This led to a brawl among themselves. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped inside, entirely disregarding the chaos unfolding outside. Hey, you were the one causing trouble just now, weren't you? Salong quickly caught up with me, inquiring. Yes, that fellow had such a foul mouth. I merely taught him a lesson. Moreover, others will only assume it was an internal conflict among their ranks. It has nothing to do with us. You are quite the schemer, aren't you? Enough of the chatter. The auction is about to commence. Let me see what intriguing items are in store. Salong plopped down beside me, crossing his arms as he surveyed the illuminated stage below. As more individuals were auctioned off, Zoro's fury escalated. It was not until the organizers introduced a large fish tank that we sensed something amiss. A mermaid? To my astonishment, the curtain was drawn back, revealing a living mermaid. Kemi. The crowd erupted in excitement. Did you see that? A living mermaid. My goodness, this truly is the prime item. I never anticipated such a remarkable auction, managing to procure a living young mermaid. How infuriating. I had to spend all my money. Now, I cannot bid on the mermaid. Fool, even if you had the funds, it doesn't guarantee you would acquire her. Do you have any idea of a mermaid's worth? Given her quality, she would be valued at least 50 million. Would it even be your turn? Hearing the crowd's discussions, Zoro abruptly stood, trembling uncontrollably. It was evident he was struggling to suppress his rage. Yet, to our dismay, these so-called humans not only auctioned off their fellow beings, but even targeted our friend, Kemi. Hey, I feel nauseous. I must take them down. Do not stop me. Before he could finish, a voice rang out. I bid 500 million. The crowd gasped. Zoro turned in anger, wanting to identify the scoundrel who dared to be so vile. To his shock, the culprit was the celestial dragon who had previously asked for directions. Just as Zoro was about to strike the celestial dragon, I intervened, signaling him to remain calm. There are other ways to save Kemi than resorting to violence. At that moment, I also noticed Nami and the other companions had arrived at the scene. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, I raised a bidding paddle and calmly declared 510 million. This unexpected bid once again shocked the audience. They could hardly believe someone dared to challenge a celestial dragon. My bid caught Nami's attention. Upon seeing Zoro beside me, she instantly understood my intent to rescue Kemi. She quickly approached me, asking, "What are you doing?" "We don't have that much money." I grinned and whispered, "We are pirates. If we lack funds, we can simply default on payment. What does it matter?" Nami paused, then revealed a cunning smile. "You're quite devious." "Shoo, lower your voice." The auctioneer looked at me, visibly distressed. "Sir, your request puts us in quite a predicament. While we would like to sell to you," he turned to the celestial dragon, looking embarrassed. I smiled lightly. "What? Is it not the highest bidder who wins? Or must you forsake your principles due to his status?" The celestial dragon disdainfully waved his hand. "You dare to challenge me? You truly must be tired of living." With that, he drew a gun, aiming it at me. The auctioneer quickly knelt, pleading, "Saint Charlos, please calm down. This is not the way." Charlos kicked the auctioneer aside. "Get out of my way. Today, I will show this scoundrel that some people in this world cannot be offended." I remained composed, yet the surrounding audience, fearful of Charlos, distanced themselves from me, terrified of being associated with my predicament. "Hey, auctioneer," after I bid, no one raised their offer. "Therefore, you could drop the hammer." The auctioneer, bruised and battered, glanced between me and Charlos, caught in a dilemma. Suddenly, Charlos exclaimed, "Fine, fine. If you wish to play this way, I shall indulge you." I bid 600 million. With this declaration, the competition shifted once more to a battle of wealth. I smirked, slowly responding, 610 million, 700 million, 710 million. "You scoundrel." I bid 1 billion. Nami had already relayed my intentions to our companions. Thus we all regarded the fool with pity, competing with someone like us, who had no intention of paying. Even if he called for 10 billion, we would still bid. The crowd grew increasingly intrigued. Just as I prepared to shout 1 billion, 10 million, suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated from the venue's wall. Boom! As a result, my bid went unheard, and the quick-witted auctioneer immediately announced that St. Charlos had successfully acquired the mermaid for 1 billion berries. Infuriated, I stood up to see which fool had ruined my opportunity. To my astonishment, it was you, Luffy. "Hey, Luffy, you idiot. Why did you come in now of all times?" I must admit, the auctioneer was quite clever. He had no intention of offending the celestial dragon, and was unsure how to gracefully descend from his predicament. Even if I had raised my bid, he would have pretended not to hear me, directly selling the mermaid to St. Charlos. Fuming, I stormed to the stage and grabbed the auctioneer. I clearly raised my paddle. Why did you still drop the hammer? Well, sir, I truly did not hear your bid. Moreover, I believe no one in the audience heard it either. He then whispered to me, I advise you to accept this gracefully. After all, he is a celestial dragon. You should take the opportunity to back down. Why create such a scene? I was momentarily speechless, thoroughly taken aback by his maneuver. The other audience members began to echo the auctioneer's sentiments. Indeed, we did not hear your bid. Hey, don't be a sore loser. I sensed this man was deliberately causing trouble. Given his age, he hardly appeared to be someone capable of producing 700 million. The crowd chimed in, fueling my anger. Turning furiously, I confronted Luffy. Could you not have arrived, even a moment later? Luffy, oblivious to the situation, turned to see Kemi on stage and, without a second thought, sprinted toward her. Shachi desperately tried to hold him back, but against Luffy's strength, it was futile. I glanced at the far side, spotting a red-haired youth. Oh, isn't that kid? How amusing. Our captain loves to cause chaos. If you have nothing to do, you should leave. Our captain might just take on a celestial dragon. With that, I quickly turned to my other companions. Kid met my gaze, his eyelids twitching. However, upon hearing my words, he lost his temper. Addressing his companion, the masked man, he said, Hey killer, are these guys truly this unreliable? Presumably, he thought it was just talk. Attacking a celestial dragon? Only a fool would attempt such a thing. You are quite the arrogant one. Just as I was preparing to discuss our plan to rescue Kemi, chaos erupted once more in the venue. Turning to see what was amiss, I discovered Shachi had revealed his 8 octopus arms. The individuals attending the auction treated Xiao Ba as if he were a contagious disease. Recoiling in horror, this alone was enough to incite Luffy's ire. But to make matters worse, the foolish St. Charlos actually shot Xiao Ba. Luffy's anger surged uncontrollably. Initially, they had set out joyfully, only to lose Kami. After a painstaking search, they finally located her, yet upon entering the venue, they were met with a brutal beating from their companions. Although they deserved the punishment for their untimely arrival, Luffy decided it was best to escort Kami away. However, Xiao Ba stubbornly obstructed him, having consumed his takoyaki, and since they were friends, he held no genuine resentment. Unfortunately, an apparent imbecile had shot his friend, and the accumulation of these grievances was unbearable. Luffy spun on his heel, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The oblivious St. Charlos continued to dance, celebrating his capture of Fishman. Luffy's frustration for this fool's intellect was palpable as he clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented level of fury. Every ounce of his strength coalesced into his fists as he marched toward Charlos, each step grinding his teeth in determination. I stood in astonishment, realizing my foreboding words had come true, my ominous predictions manifesting before me. To make matters worse, despite having been shot, Xiao Ba continued to cling to Luffy, imploring him not to retaliate against the celestial dragon, claiming it was his own fault for the earlier incident involving Nami, and expressing gratitude for living this long. Yet, nothing infuriated Luffy more than others resigning themselves to their own demise. Now, his rage reached a fever pitch. Coincidentally, the utterly inept Charlos shot Xiao Ba again. This truly stirred up a hornet's nest. I could sense that Luffy had completely lost his composure. He shook off Xiao Ba, his teeth grinding ominously, his right fist darkening with pent-up fury. With every step forward, his anger intensified. Even Kid began to feel a twinge of fear at Luffy's expression. Was he serious? I swiftly moved in front of Xiao Ba, employing my healing abilities to tend to his wounds. Behind me, Luffy confronted Charlos, and, at that moment, I felt the overwhelming presence of Luffy's conqueror's haki building within his fist. With a mighty roar, Luffy's furious punch shattered Charlos' skull. The auction hall fell silent. Apologies, but I hear that striking this fellow will summon a marine admiral and his fleet. Zoro smirked as he slowly sheathed his sword, lamenting. It's your fault for acting so quickly. I didn't even get a chance to strike him. I quit back. You can still take a swing. It's all the same to me. What did you say? Be careful, or I'll cut you down, you fool. Xiao Ba exclaimed, witnessing the chaos unfold. Hey, you lot have really stirred up trouble this time. Fear not. We caused our fair share of chaos already. One team make a difference. After calming Xiao Ba, I began assigning tasks. Hey, Frankie, the key to Kami should be somewhere backstage. Go find it while we handle things here. Chopper, carry Xiao Ba. I've already treated his wounds. As long as he doesn't team move them, he should survive. Chef, Mosshead, deal with everyone in the venue. Luffy, the Marines will likely be on their way. You handle them. In 2 minutes, we make our escape. Understood? Oh, just as I finished distributing tasks, the other 2 celestial dragons began to shout. You lowly scum dare to lay a hand on my son. We are descendants of the creators of this world. Do you comprehend the consequences of attacking us? I immediately appeared before him. You call them lowly scum, and I could tolerate that. But I am an esteemed descendant of the dragon clan. You are nothing before me. With a swift motion, I drew my guillotine and struck him across the head. To my surprise, he simply collapsed to the ground. Our lifespan is cut short. Someone has attacked a celestial dragon. Guards, come quickly. Eliminate these pirates. In an instant, chaos erupted, and the crowd began to flee. Kid, drenched in sweat, stared at me in disbelief. What kind of lunatic are you? Do you truly fear nothing? Kid, we need to retreat. These folks are not quite right in the head. Meanwhile, Law, who had been observing, grew anxious after I knocked out a celestial dragon. Sir, you truly have guts. Beppo, let us go. Woos. Zoro charged toward me, sword in hand. Are you an idiot? You actually attacked him? I shrugged, spreading my arms. Whether it's 1 or 2, I'm inclined to strike. But honestly, this one has a pleasant feel. It's quite exhilarating. Are you an idiot? Are you a demon? As Zoro and I debated the merits of striking a celestial dragon, the female celestial dragon sat down abruptly, overwhelmed by the day's events. She never imagined anyone would dare to hit a celestial dragon, let alone 2. What on earth is happening? I glanced at her and signaled Zoro, look, there's another one. Want to try your hand? Zoro wore a grimace. And before he could act, Sanji delivered a kick. Idiot, she is a lady. Dare to lay a hand on her, and I'll kick you to death. TCH, cursed knightly spirit. Sanji dealt both Zoro and me a few kicks. Hey, are you 2 done? What on earth are you doing? We need to fight. Nami shouted from a distance, brandishing her stick. It was then we noticed the venue was filling with guards. Some were the 2 celestial dragons' bodyguards, while others were auction staff. Just as we prepared to engage, the roof of the venue exploded. Brooke and Robin descended from above, swiftly dispatching several henchmen. The female celestial dragon, seeing that we had spared her, boldly stood up. You lowly scum not only attacked Brother Charlos, but even struck my father. This is unforgivable. I will have you all. Before she could finish, someone fell from the sky, landing squarely on her head, knocking her out cold. I was left pondering which brilliant mind had chosen such an entrance, only to realize the individual stood up. Oh dear, I hope I didn't hurt you. Usopp, our lifespan is cut short. Even the palace of Charlie has been attacked. Straw Hat Crew, you are doomed. You will not leave here alive. I turned to Zoro. Did you see that? It's still our Sniper King to the rescue. The lowly slayer. Sanji glared at Usopp, recognizing that this was merely a coincidence. Usopp had not acted intentionally. Usopp wore an expression of innocence, utterly oblivious to the calamity he had unwittingly caused. Just as we were engaged in a skirmish with the guards, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. A chill ran down my spine as every hair on my body stood on end. The guards surrounding us collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the wall of the auction platform ruptured, and from the gaping hole emerged a figure. We beheld this individual with trepidation, cold sweat silently trickling down each of our faces. In that instant, I felt paralyzed, as though I had encountered a formidable beast. A primal shudder coursed through me, rendering me incapable of motion. From the breach stepped an elderly man with white hair, adorned with spectacles, exuding a blend of refinement and untamed vigor. His every gesture emanated a formidable aura. This old man possessed an imposing presence far surpassing my own. A scar above his left eye further accentuated his extraordinary nature. He took a leisurely sip from his drink and then laughed heartily, addressing the giant beside him. Look, the venue is in complete disarray. The auction has concluded. The money has been pilfered. It is time for us to indulge in a drink. His nonchalance starkly contrasted with the palpable tension felt by those of us still standing, as he appeared as at ease as if strolling through his own kitchen. Yet we were all on edge. The murderous intent we had just witnessed was unlike anything I had ever experienced. Rayleigh, exclaimed Xiao Ba, immediately recognizing the old man. Nanny, he is Rayleigh? The Dark King Rayleigh? I was taken aback by Xiao Ba's revelation, for I possessed the character card of Rayleigh in my system. However, Rayleigh did not cast a glance in my direction. Upon noticing Xiao Ba's injury, his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. He stroked his beard and surveyed the surroundings. After a moment, he turned to Luffy and spoke slowly. So, It is you who saved Xiaoba. Whoa, is he really that enigmatic? Can he possess the ability to perceive events from mere moments ago? At that moment, a throng of guards charged in. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and an overwhelming aura enveloped every individual in the hall. The soldiers collapsed instantly. Conqueror's Haki! Zoro and I exclaimed simultaneously, our eyes wide as we gazed at the old man. He then relaxed his expression and remarked to Luffy, that hat suits a strong person. I have long wished to meet you, Monkey D. Luffy. Wow, this old man possesses an incredible presence, I thought. Mister, do you recognize my hat? Luffy inquired. Well, this is not the time for such discussions, Rayleigh replied as he approached Cammy. Do not be afraid, young lady. I shall now remove your collar. Little Star quickly intervened. Wait, mister, that collar is made of Kairosaki and could explode. Chopper chimed in. Yes, Frankie is already looking for the key. Please do not act rashly. I was rendered speechless, not from fear or the pressure of Rayleigh's aura, but from sheer curiosity. This old man exuded an intense sense of mystery. It seemed he genuinely could remove that collar, and I was not alone in feeling this way. Rayleigh gently touched the collar, which began to emit a countdown sound. Each chime resonated ominously, signaling Cammy's proximity to death. Suddenly, in a flash, the collar around Cammy's neck vanished. What sorcery was this? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have dismissed it as mere boastfulness. The Kairosaki was supposed to withstand even my Amaterasu, yet he had effortlessly removed it. Meanwhile, the commotion outside intensified, likely heralding the arrival of more Marines. Rayleigh glanced apologetically at us, indicating it might be prudent to vacate the premises. You can handle the Marines outside, correct? Kid, Law, and Luffy, still perspiring, turned and strode toward the exit. Hey, you two, do not impede me. I can handle the Marines alone. What? Who are you ordering around? Be careful, or I will take you down. Only lowly pirates boast like that. The Marines outside are no match for me. You two should retreat. The trio bickered as they exited the hall. Inside, Rayleigh hoisted Xiaoba onto his back. Though Frankie had found the key, it was now of no use. Distributing the slaves was a noble act, marking a moment of goodwill. Brothers, our task is complete. Let us make our escape, Frankie declared, lifting Cammy as we forged a path ahead. I was lost in thought, pondering the strength of this individual named Rayleigh. How had I never heard of such a character? During my previous intelligence gathering, no one had mentioned him. He appeared quite familiar with Luffy, suggesting he was not a villain. Nevertheless, I decided to observe as we proceeded. This old man radiated leadership, and since his entrance, it felt as though we were all being led by him. Something felt amiss. I quietly approached Zoro. Hey, green algae head, do you think this old man is a good or bad person? Huh? Why do you ask? I don't know. If he intends to harm us, it would be disastrous. I doubt it. Did you not see he is a friend of Xiaoba? Moreover, he just expressed a desire to meet Luffy, so he should not be a bad person. I hope you are right. Upon escaping the hall, we were met with a stunning sight. There were at least 1,000 Marines across from us, continually adjusting their formations, their cannons and firearms arranged meticulously, poised for a fierce confrontation with pirates. Meanwhile, our three captains resembled children at play, encircled in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Consider the situation. The area was surrounded by fully armed Marines, each one a fierce adversary, ready to rain down chaos upon us at the slightest disturbance. Yet, these three formidable captains were wholly absorbed in their game, oblivious to the external threats, solely focused on achieving victory over one another. This spectacle left us in awe. Wanda F.A., is it really acceptable for you to be so reckless? I lamented, feeling defeated by the immaturity of these three. Shouldn't you be focusing on taking down those Marines? Luffy turned to me and said, wait a moment, Guangji Zhu. Just a second. Yay. I won. Leave the Marines to me. Hey, Straw Hat, you were slow to react just now. This round doesn't count. Let's go again. Law, that is cheating. Every time I win with the Straw Hat, you claim we were slow. Nami, it's your turn. In a flash, Nami vanished from sight. All that remained were echoes of her furious roar followed by the resounding slap of two powerful blows. You big idiot. With one hand rubbing his face, Luffy unleashed Gear Third, his massive right fist swinging forth, sending a multitude of Marines sprawling. What are you doing? Hurry and open fire. Initiate the attack. We have already launched our assault, yet the enemy seems utterly unperturbed by the bullets. Fool! If they fear not the bullets, then let us engage them with swords and blades. Ah, Commander, the swords and blades are flying uncontrollably into the sky. What did you say? Amidst the bewilderment of the opposing navy, Captain Kidd's right hand was incessantly drawing in an array of weaponry, from large swords and guns to cannons, and even down to nails, screws, and bullets. Once completed, a colossal arm, entirely forged of iron, surged forth with a whistling sound towards the Navy across the way. Meanwhile, Captain Law, with his long knife resting on his shoulder, spread his left fingers apart and declared, "Room." Instantly, a spherical, transparent space materialized around him. He then drew his knife and uttered, "Butcher." Within this spherical domain, the bodies of the Navy soldiers were severed one by one. Remarkably, those dismembered soldiers did not perish. With a flick of his hand, Law caused the severed limbs to spin in the air and reassemble. When those limbs fell to the ground, the Navy soldiers were transformed, now possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, with some heads affixed to foreign bodies and others' limbs attached to barrels. Commander, all 3 enemy captains are wielders of extraordinary abilities. Ordinary attacks hold no efficacy against them. The commander, witnessing this scene, recognized their utter inability to contend with such power. However, retreat was not an option. Thus, he could only press forward, commanding all soldiers to heed his words. "The Admiral is on his way. Our task is simply to delay them. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers found the task considerably simpler than capturing the enemy. Moreover, the commander had mentioned that the Admiral would indeed arrive. The opportunity to witness the Admiral's true form was an honor for these lowly soldiers. Therefore, they resolved to display their valiant spirit and refuse to concede here. With renewed fervor, the soldiers prepared to regroup and launch a comprehensive offensive. On our side, the 3 impetuous captains had just showcased their abilities, achieving initial victory. When the Navy rallied once more, "Hey, you 3, stop playing around. The Admiral is coming. Break through individually." I hastily reminded these 3, fearing they might revert to their childish competitions. I then turned to my comrades and said, "Brothers, you just keep moving forward. I will handle the rest." I was about to unleash a powerful attack to swiftly eliminate the Navy when Sanji and Zoro suddenly charged forward, declaring in unison, "Bridge, you take them first." "Hey, what are you 2 doing? Let me finish off the enemy directly. Then we can all escape safely." My intention was not without reason. I possessed comprehensive offensive skills. Whether through earth spike technique, fire release, or even water release, I could execute area attacks. However, if it were left to them, it would require a more gradual approach. Unexpectedly, they appeared quite insistent, with even Nami and Chopper beginning to oppose my plan. Frankie tossed Kimmy from his back into my arms, insisting, "You take them and run ahead. Leave the rest to us." I looked at Rayleigh, bewildered, as he chuckled heartily. "Your companions are all exceptionally capable." Finally, Rayleigh spoke to me, and I felt I had completed a character arc. This time, the reward was particularly unique. I acquired a memory exploration ninjutsu from the Nakayama clan. Yet, there was no time to study it properly. With my companions still covering for me, I did not hesitate further. I carried Kimmy and the little starfish and sprinted ahead. In truth, I could have stored them within the Kamui space, but since they were not my companions, I preferred to keep them unaware of my other spatial matters. As for Rayleigh, despite his acquaintance with Luffy and friendship with Sabo, it was prudent to maintain a degree of caution. "Hey, Uncle Rayleigh, where are we running to now?" As we ran, Rayleigh replied with a smile, "Indeed. Let us return to my place. Turn left at the upcoming intersection." With the correct path set before me, I could finally unleash my speed. However, I was astonished that no matter how fast I accelerated, Rayleigh kept pace effortlessly behind me. Keep in mind, I was using a teleportation technique to enhance my speed. How formidable was this old man, able to run so easily while carrying Sabo? This ignited my competitive spirit. After all, I was a young man in my prime. How could I be outdone by an elder? Thus, I channeled chakra into my legs, elevating my speed even further. As I watched the trees rush past, even Kimmy on my back began to marvel at how fast we were moving. Yet, maintaining such velocity was a test even for me. My cardiovascular endurance began to falter, and speaking was nearly impossible. I had to concentrate just to breathe. Surprisingly, Rayleigh remained adorned with that jovial expression, seemingly untroubled by the pace. Incredible. This old man is truly something else. Just as I prepared to push myself to accelerate once more, Rayleigh spoke, "Slow down." I smirked, thinking, at last, the old man is feeling the strain. If he didn't call for a stop soon, I might very well collapse from exhaustion. Fortunately, with this cue, I stopped in my tracks, gasping for breath. This is on you. You said to stop." Rayleigh, unfazed, chuckled heartily. "It seems we have indeed been moving too quickly." I wonder if Luffy and the others will be able to catch up to us. I plopped down on the ground, my tongue lolling out as I gasped for air. You're right. Perhaps we should wait for them a moment. What a humiliating sight it was. The old man looked completely unfazed, while I appeared to be in far worse shape. Rayleigh then walked toward the house to my right, and I was unsure of his intentions. Just as I was about to intervene, he entered the room and turned back to say, "Come on in. We have arrived." I ignored him, and once he was fully inside, collapsed on the ground, desperately trying to regain my strength. When Luffy and the others finally arrived, I feigned nonchalance and followed them inside. This time, I refrained from speaking much, having been thoroughly exhausted by that old man. Thus, I merely listened to their conversation, remaining silent, until Rayleigh revealed I was once a crew member of Roger, essentially serving as the first mate. Nanny, the water I had just sipped sprayed out in a burst, splattering all over Zoro's face. He did not bother to wipe it off, but stared at Rayleigh, just as dumbfounded as I was. No wonder, no wonder. It was clear why this old man possessed such immense strength. His mastery of Conqueror's haki and physical prowess surpassed ours. I never imagined he was the first mate of the Pirate King. Truly impressive. With such power, he undeniably lived up to his reputation. I found myself engulfed in shock, unable to extricate myself from its grasp, until Luffy's voice pierced through my thoughts as he shouted, "Ooh, so, P." Observing the fury etched across his face, I couldn't help but wonder why he was so irate. I had no desire to uncover the whereabouts of One Piece, nor did I care whether it truly existed. I was not inclined to embark on meaningless adventures. Luffy, that rascal, possessed a spirit that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. His words evoked memories of a world long past, where everyone seemed so eager to chase after results. People often questioned the significance of their actions, pondering what benefits might arise from their endeavors. Yet, it appeared that everyone had forgotten that this world is devoid of an abundance of meaningful pursuits. It is only through action that one can discern whether a deed is right or wrong. Even if the outcome is a mistake, what of it? The joy lies in the journey of accomplishing the task. An obsessive pursuit of results can lead one to forget the very motivation that inspired the undertaking. Our maritime expedition mirrors this sentiment. Even if we fail to discover One Piece, what of it? The adventures we share along the way are the most precious gifts. The scenic vistas we encounter are far more memorable than the elusive One Piece itself. Old Man Rayleigh required 3 days to coat her ship, during which we needed to evade the relentless pursuit of the Navy's admirals. Consequently, our captain, Luffy, decided to frolic at an amusement park. The outcome, as anticipated, was a resounding failure, as Nami unleashed a thunderous blast that turned our captain into a giant bun. Thus, our amusement park escapade ended in defeat. While we meandered along the path, an enormous figure appeared without warning. Bartholomew Kuma. Goodness, what is the situation? It had only been a few days since our last encounter. My comrades braced themselves for battle, but this time there was no reason for them to engage. During our previous confrontation, I had exhausted my chakra and was unable to exchange blows with him properly. Suppressing my excitement, I immediately shifted into a combat-ready stance and shouted to my companions, "Hey, none of you engage. Let me handle this. Kozo, be cautious. This fellow is not to be underestimated." Upon seeing Kuma for the first time, Zoro glared at him with clenched teeth, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. I wasted no time in launching my attack, clapping my hands together and invoking the wood release, Earth Spike technique. The previously barren ground erupted as countless wooden spikes shot forth, intended to pierce through Kuma's feet with ease. However, to my astonishment, his feet seemed to be made of steel. My spikes failed to penetrate, instead emerging from the gaps in his soles. Remarkable. Such hardness is nearly invincible. Realizing my first strike had failed, I immediately commenced a second wave of assault. The multi-shadow clone technique summoned 5 wooden clones from my body, each darting off in different directions. 3 of them assumed a meditative posture, channeling sage chakra, while the remaining 2 dashed aside, biting their fingers to summon the 9 tails and 8 tails, ready for transformation at any moment. I was left standing alone, facing Kuma once more. Before I could finish my sentence, Kuma fired a laser from his hand. The beam pierced through my body and exploded behind me, sending a massive cloud of dust into the air. Fortunately, I had managed to phase my body just in time, narrowly evading Kuma's attack. However, this assault revealed something peculiar. Logically, Kuma's palms were made of flesh and should not be capable of firing a laser beam. Yet, as he raised his hand, I observed a pipe-like structure within his palm. This realization sparked a bold hypothesis in my mind. Could it be that this creature, resembling Kuma so closely, was not the real Kuma at all? Soon, this notion was confirmed. Upon missing his first strike, he immediately launched a second laser from his mouth. Yet, I remained rooted in place, refusing to evade. After 2 attacks, I was now certain that this being was not the true Kuma. However, my stationary stance only heightened my comrades' panic. They believed I was incapacitated and had suffered from Kuma's assault. As they prepared to charge at Kuma, I swiftly intervened, positioning myself in front of Luffy. Thankfully, I arrived just in time, for Luffy had activated his second gear and was on the verge of unleashing a third gear, a method that severely drained his vitality. I could not allow that to happen. I interrupted Luffy's incantation, exclaiming, "Wait, Luffy, this fellow is not Kuma." I then shouted, "Everyone, keep your distance. This is my fight." With that, I clapped my hands and invoked the wood release, 6-pillar prison. My chakra surged as 6 saplings sprouted rapidly from beneath Kuma's feet. The saplings grew at an astonishing rate, quickly surpassing Kuma in height and wrapping around his limbs, ensnaring him firmly. Ultimately, these 6 trees merged into a colossal trunk, creating the illusion that Kuma was growing from within this immense tree. Throughout this process, I did not remain idle. I signaled to one of my clones, which promptly dispersed, allowing a surge of sage chakra to flow into my body. A smirk crept across my face as I thought, the quantity of chakra is indeed impressive. I then flipped my palm, invoking the sage art, wind release Raisin Shuriken. Accompanied by a thunderous roar of wind chakra, the Raisin Shuriken began to take form. Yet, I felt it was still lacking. I infused it with the flames of Amaterasu. After the enormous tree had completely ensnared Kuma, I still felt uneasy. The other clone began forming hand seals. Sage art, ice shield for symbols ice prison. Kuma, already immobilized by the wood release, now found his limbs encased in ice. He continued to struggle, but even with his strength, he could not break free from the dual restraints. Left with no alternative, he gathered energy in his mouth to unleash a laser. However, I would not grant him another opportunity. One of my clones, now in sage mode, swiftly launched a Rasengan, striking him squarely on the chin just as he released his laser. The jaw is a highly flexible joint, requiring minimal force to move. Thus, my Rasengan effectively sealed his mouth shut, causing the laser to explode within. But that was not the end. Let us not forget that the other side of me had been preparing a powerful technique for quite some time. Go forth, blaze release, Raisin Shuriken. Amidst the resounding blast, a black spiral shuriken expanded in midair. The moment it made contact with the bear's body, it began to slice relentlessly. The bear, having undergone modifications, was no longer entirely flesh. It could more accurately be described as steel. This material, surpassing ordinary iron in hardness, was originally capable of withstanding any attack. However, my Jotan was not to be underestimated. Enhanced by the black flames of Amaterasu, it consumed all in its path. Furthermore, with the properties of futon, it could cleave through any object, amplifying the potency of my Katon. Thus, amidst the relentless cutting and burning, the bear's body was astonishingly severed in 2. The scene before us left my companions utterly stunned. Is this for real? I knew he was powerful, but is he really that formidable? Did he just take down that Shichibukai? Zoro observed the bear, now split in half, his eyes reflecting a mix of excitement, reluctance, and envy. Yet he concealed these emotions remarkably well, leaving others oblivious. However, in my Sennin mode, my perception of the surroundings was exceptionally acute. His emotional fluctuations were far from hidden from my awareness. Luffy enthusiastically dashed to my side, exuberantly slapping my back. "Kagaya, you're amazing. Incredible, incredible," he exclaimed, smacking me with such vigor that I felt as though my back might shatter. I swiftly dodged his enthusiastic gestures. All right, if you keep this up, I might be incapacitated." As I basked in my companion's praise, Robin noticed a line of small characters near the bear's collarbone. "Ninja-san, come take a look. Did you put this here?" I approached, puzzled, and read the inscription, PX4. "No, this isn't my Horatian mark. It doesn't look like this. But what could it be?" Robin pondered for a moment. "PX, this abbreviation is quite unfamiliar. I've never seen it in any book. However, it implies that this individual is not the bear we encountered last time." After Robin's analysis, my companions realized they had mistaken the identity. The previously jubilant atmosphere turned tense. Sanji remarked, "If we follow Robin's reasoning, this so-called 4 signifies the 4th number. That implies there could be a 13. Could it be that this bear-like figure? We all awaited Sanji's conclusion with bated breath, particularly intrigued by his serious demeanor, as he might have uncovered something significant. Could it be that they are twins? I lost control of my body, nearly toppling over. Come on, can you be a bit more realistic? You were just messing with me by introducing a twin, trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my spicy strips, right? Everyone knew Sanji was joking, yet we had many eccentric members in our crew. Chopper, with wide eyes, exclaimed, "Really? Wow, Sanji, are you a genius?" Just as I was about to remind Chopper that Sanji was jesting, Luffy chimed in earnestly, "Chopper, they're not twins at all. Look at the 4 on this. That's enough indication that they..." We all gasped, surprised that Luffy, who often acted like a fool, had provided such a keen analysis, even noticing such a minute detail. Just as we prepared to commend Luffy, he declared, "They must be quadruplets." I couldn't help but exclaim, "You gotta be kidding me. Now you're saying they're a quadruplet? How could you even think of that?" I merely teased him, but Nami had already struck with a resounding smack. After 2 loud thuds, Luffy's head swelled with 2 more lumps. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "PX refers to the pacifistas." Alarmed, I turned to face the imposing figure before me, demanding, "Who are you?" From a distant hillside, a man wielding a massive axe spoke slowly. "The one you just defeated was merely the pacifista number 4. My heart raced. This individual was no ordinary foe. To appear so silently within my Byakugan's range without my notice was no small feat. "Hey, who are you?" The man's expression shifted dramatically as he glared at me. Asking is futile. My defenses are the best in the world, and my lips are sealed. I have no obligation to answer you, but you must at least introduce yourself. I already told you, I'm the world's most tight-lipped, War Peach Maru. Don't expect to extract any information from me. Oh, so your name is War Peach Maru. Upon hearing this, he seemed taken aback and quickly clarified, "That was me voluntarily revealing my name, not answering your question." However, our attention was captivated by the towering figure behind him. "Wait, is that? No way, another one? I told you they're quadruplets. You fool. At a time like this, you're still joking? Could it be true that the previous one was a counterfeit? Regardless of truth, it gives us a chance to battle." "Indeed, you're right. Kagaya, this time it's our turn to handle it. You can sit this one out." My companions, having witnessed my effortless defeat of PX4, were eager to test their own mettle against this new foe. Little did they realize, while my battle appeared effortless, it required a significant expenditure of my abilities. Clearly, they had forgotten the terror of being dominated by the bear. However, this worked in my favor. With them preoccupied with another pacifista, I could engage War Peach Maru. Observing his pompous demeanor, claiming to be the best, I readily acquiesced to their request. "All right, go ahead. If you need assistance, call for me." Va Peach Maru, witnessing the audacity of these pirates, scoffed at their arrogance, thinking they could defeat a pacifista so easily. In a fit of frustration, he pointed forward, "Go, PX1, teach them a lesson." The giant behind him remained silent, raising his hand to unleash a laser beam. Zoro grimaced, 108 calamities. His powerful slash aimed at PX1, but it barely inflicted any damage. PX1, with only slight damage to its attire, continued to unleash its lasers. Luffy immediately shifted into gear second, preparing for a rush. Unexpectedly, as he made his move, War Peach Maru charged forward with his massive axe. Observing Jean Tamaru's desire to intervene in Luffy's battle, a smirk curved my lips. Najutsu, Shadow Imitation Technique. The shadow beneath my feet darted forth like a nimble serpent, swiftly ensnaring his body 5 meters away. The forceful inertia rendered Jean Tamaru rigid, causing his massive battle axe to crash thunderously before him. Helpless to move, he let out a perplexed roar, unable to fathom the nature of his predicament. I manipulated him to turn and face me. "Jean Tamaru, is it? No need to rush off. It would be rather inappropriate for you to meddle in their skirmish, wouldn't it? How about we sit down for a cup of tea instead?" Though he had turned to face me, he remained oblivious to the reason behind his immobilization. Seeing my arrogant demeanor only fueled his ire. "You scoundrel, is this your doing? What have you done to me?" I waved my hand dismissively. Hold on. One may indulge in a feast, but one should not speak frivolously. In truth, I have yet to do anything to you." In that moment, Jean Tamaru, realizing he was under my control, speculated that I might be a user of some devil fruit ability. Secretly, he began to exert his will, attempting to break free from my grasp. Yet, unbeknownst to him, my technique was not derived from any devil fruit. Even employing his haki would not nullify my shadow imitation technique. After his futile attempts, he ultimately relinquished his resistance. Though his confusion deepened, he could not comprehend how I, without being an ability user, could control his body. His wariness towards me intensified. With my persistently vexing smile, he mustered his resolve and declared, "Cunning pirate, do not prattle on. My defense is the world's finest. Even if you have restrained me, you cannot breach my defenses." I chuckled heartily. "Is that so? Your so-called world-class defense appears rather mediocre to me. Shall I test it?" His confidence clearly wounded. Jean Tamaru smirked defiantly. "Then come at me. If you cannot break through my defense within 3 attempts, you must release me." I was baffled by the source of his confidence. Yet, not wishing to dampen his spirits, I begrudgingly acquiesced. This so-called supreme defense, would he still be unperturbed if I thrust a knife into his abdomen? As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can instill fear. Conveniently, I possessed a large kitchen knife. However, the executioner's blade was too cumbersome for my use, so I opted for the Kusanagi sword instead. With a flick of my wrist, the Kusanagi appeared in my hand. Jean Tamaru's expression momentarily froze upon seeing my sword. But the next moment, he smiled subtly, his grin tinged with derision. "Ha, you intend to use that against me? I must say, you underestimate the strength of my world-class defense." He sighed. "Enough talk. Come at me." I gazed at him in disbelief. Could this fellow truly be so formidable? Despite the slender blade, its cutting ability was exceptional. Coupled with the lightning chakra I had infused, it should be capable of cleaving through steel. Yet, he remained unfazed. Did he possess some hidden trump card? Perhaps I had indeed underestimated him. I resolved not to employ such a trivial attack, lest I become the subject of his ridicule. However, in terms of cutting ability, I had no more potent techniques at my disposal. Suddenly, I recalled that my last reward had been a chakra fusion card. With this, I could create a new bloodline limit. Speaking of cutting prowess, I remembered Uchiha Madara's Ranton, Kasokyu, which severed Naruto's truth-seeking balls. All right, it's settled then. If Ranton cannot breach his defenses, I shall resort to dust release. With this in mind, I began conversing with the system in my mind. System, activate the chakra fusion card. Ding. Which 2 chakra attributes would the host like to fuse? Water and lightning. Ding. Fusion successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new bloodline limit. Ranton. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing a phase task. Reward. Truth-seeking ball is now distributed. Although the system had slapped me, metaphorically, acquiring such a powerful ninjutsu was worth it. However, I was currently unable to utilize the truth-seeking ball as I lacked the power of the 6 paths. It seemed I would have to absorb the chakra from the other tailed beast first. Never mind that for now. An adversary awaited my assault. Clearly, Jean Tamaru was growing impatient. He stood there, unable to move, while the expression on the face of the one controlling him shifted continuously, without any intent to strike. Surely, he was not planning to remain in this state indefinitely. Unable to contain himself, Jean Tamaru shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? Are you intimidated by my world-class defense? If not, why not just concede? It wouldn't be shameful to be defeated by someone with my capabilities." His incessant chatter was grating on my ears. I could not fathom why he had so much to say. Standing idle was part of my process of fusing a new ninjutsu. Did I need to explain that to him? Ignoring his incessant prattle, I immersed myself fully in understanding Ranton. This time, I grasped the technique completely. A smirk crept across my face as I approached Jean Tamaru. "Apologies for keeping you waiting. You are Jean Tamaru, correct? As agreed, I have 3 attempts. Let us commence with the first. Do ensure your defense is up." Jean Tamaru scoffed. "Hurry up, with an attack of your caliber. I doubt I need to exert my full strength to guard against it. I advise you to apply some force in the face of my world-class defense." He was as verbose as ever. "Very well, let me demonstrate." I clapped my hands together, channeling water and lightning chakra into my palms, the 2 natures converging upon collision. Soon, black lightning crackled at my fingertips. The erratic energy indicated that my Ranton was not yet fully fused. True Ranton should exhibit a purple hue. Thus, I intensified the fusion of the 2 chakra types. Gradually, the black lightning ceased its wild dance, transforming into a straight beam of energy. Ha! Success! I rejoiced inwardly, astonished by my swift accomplishment. Jean Tamaru, brace yourself. I have yet to test the potency of this technique. With a fierce roar, I unleashed Senjutsu, Ranton, Kasou. At the moment my errant Dunguang struck Jean Taowan, I felt as though my face had been collided with by a fully loaded Boeing 747. The heavy blow contorted my visage, sending my body uncontrollably hurtling towards a nearby large tree. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, an explosive impact occurred as I collided with the tree, resulting in a violent detonation. My Aaron Dunguang, you did not strike Zhantao Wan as anticipated. Instead, my falling body caused it to graze past PX1. At that instant, a voice emerged from where I had stood, exclaiming, "Oh my, how terrifying. Such an attack could have been fatal for you, Zhantao Wan." Startled, Zhantao Wan gazed at the tall man in a striped yellow attire before him, exclaiming, "Admiral Kizuru, oh dear, that was indeed perilous, Zhantao Wan. If I hadn't arrived in time, your entire body would have been severed in two." "How could that possibly be?" Zhantao Wan replied, perplexed. "That attack nearly cost you your life. Thankfully, I intervened just in time. Otherwise, you would have been cleaved in twain. If you don't believe me, just look over there." Following Kizuru's pointed finger, Zhantao Wan observed PX1's body, which had just been grazed by my Aaron Dunguangya, revealing a neat wound on his abdomen. Gradually, the upper half of PX1's body began to slide down. Once it fell to the ground, PX1 erupted in a tremendous explosion that illuminated the sky with flames and produced a deafening roar. Zhantao Wan then comprehended the sheer luck he had in evading my earlier attack. Cold sweat dripped from his body as an overwhelming sense of imminent death rendered him immobile, a relentless fear of death pressing down upon him. Zhantao Wan, are you all right?" Kizuru's voice served as a lifeline, rousing the dazed Zhantao Wan from his stupor. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were engaged in a desperate battle, yet they were unable to inflict any substantial damage on PX1. Reflecting on my earlier encounter, where I effortlessly subdued one, a newfound understanding of my combat prowess blossomed within each of them, coupled with relief at being my comrades. Their initial resolve began to wane as the battle intensified, yet Zoro continued to grit his teeth and attack. He couldn't fathom how I had achieved victory without injury against the same opponent, while he found himself utterly helpless. When had the disparity grown so vast? Unconvinced, he urged Sanji to kick PX1 towards him. Sanji unleashed a scorching kick, propelling PX1 towards Zoro. Seizing the opportunity, Zoro unleashed his most powerful technique at this stage: Demon Aura, 9-sword style, Ashura, 9 blades flash. Finally, 9 blades carved a deep wound into PX1's body. However, it was evident that PX1 had not suffered a fatal blow. In their moment of helplessness, a purple light sliced through PX1's body, and soon after, his upper and lower halves smoothly separated, culminating in another explosion, signaling an irrefutable demise. As the group celebrated the defeat of one who espoused peace, Zoro noticed that the location where the purple light had originated had also erupted. Turning to look, he realized that the spot where I had been standing was now devoid of my presence. After searching once more, he saw me staggering to rise from the source of the purple light. Zoro was taken aback, unable to believe that the purple light had emanated from me, questioning whether my power had truly reached such heights. Yet, this was not the time for him to be disheartened. Rubbing my face, I acknowledged the heaviness of the earlier blow. Had it not been for the desperate healing of the Hashirama cells, I would have already perished. Slowly standing, I raised my gaze towards my former position, only to catch sight of a tall figure materializing before me. The man, donned in a black and yellow striped suit and coffee-colored glasses, stroked his chin while observing me. I recall that the Straw Hat crew includes a member known as the Ship Destroyer, with a bounty of 298 million. That must be you, even though you appear somewhat different from the wanted poster. However, one capable of delivering such an attack must be none other than you. A notification chimed, indicating that I had encountered Admiral Kizuru, successfully unlocking his character card and releasing the reward. Had it not been for the system's automatic recognition, I might not have identified this individual, the legendary Navy Admiral Kizuru. Nevertheless, despite his rank, I had no intention of sparing him for the pain he had inflicted upon me. Burning with rage, I fixed my glare upon him, my Sharingan spinning wildly in my pupils. "Was it you who struck me just now?" Kizaru observed my golden irises, his brows furrowing slightly. "How frightening, your gaze. However, it was indeed I who struck you." A smirk curled at my lips. "Then prepare to die." Tsukuyami, Robin, upon seeing the man before me, cried out in terror, "Kazuki, run. That man is Admiral Kizaru." Yet, I stood my ground, undeterred by the presence of the Navy Admiral. Robin's warning served as a reminder to my companions, who now were on high alert. After having just emerged from a fierce battle, they faced the daunting prospect of confronting a Navy Admiral, a dire situation for them all. However, it was too late for Robin's warning. I confronted the towering figure, instantly unleashing my strongest Genjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Yet, I understood that such an attack could not possibly defeat this so-called Navy Admiral. My intent was merely to distract him for a fleeting moment, allowing me to execute other techniques. Indeed, as Kizuru succumbed to Tsukuyomi, his body swayed, and his eyes rolled back as he began to fall. Seizing the opportunity, I simultaneously released my other two clones. Gathering an immense amount of Senjutsu chakra, I clapped my hands together and executed Senjutsu, water release, great waterfall technique. Countless torrents of seawater erupted from my mouth, instantly engulfing the surrounding grasslands. The water surged forth endlessly, rapidly increasing in volume, completely submerging us all. The range of this ninjutsu was vast. The entire island number 16 lay within its coverage. However, this technique was a double-edged sword for me. While I controlled others, I too was engulfed by the water. Although the pain I experienced was considerably less than that of those with abilities, my inability to breathe would not last much longer. However, Luffy, Chopper, and Robin, also possessing abilities, would find themselves in dire straits. Though it was never my intention to involve them, the situation had escalated beyond my control. A minute passed, and bubbles erupted from Chopper's mouth. I understood he could no longer endure. Yet, Kizaru was also reaching his limits. If only I could hold a moment longer, I was certain I could defeat this Navy Admiral. After 2 minutes, Luffy, Chopper, Robin, and Brook had completely lost consciousness. In truth, I too am suffering. Yet, witnessing the agony of my companions, I find myself utterly incapable of persisting any longer. Even if I were to vanquish Admiral Huang Yuan in this manner, what would it matter? My comrades would all be lost. However, I cannot help but feel a deep-seated unwillingness. If I could eliminate Admiral Huang Yuan here, our future journey would surely be much smoother. Alas, my companions have reached their limits. Even Salong has expelled the bubbles from his mouth. It seems we have come to the end of our line. The moment I dispelled my ninjutsu, I rushed to my companion's side. Employing the shadow clone technique, I began to administer aid to them. 2 minutes later, one by one, they regained consciousness. I lower my head, unable to meet their gaze. I apologize, everyone. It was my stubbornness that caused you harm. Light speed kick. Speed equates to weight. I suppose you have never been struck by a light speed kick. Bang! Before I could finish my words, I was sent flying by a powerful kick. Breathing heavily, Huang Yuan slowly spoke. I must not underestimate you. I never expected you to possess such power. It appears you cannot be allowed to live. With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing directly in front of me. Raising his leg, he unleashed a light speed kick. My companions did not have the time to intervene, and all they could see was Huang Yuan's foot nearing my head. Fool! I blurted out, inciting Huang Yuan's wrath. He did not hold back. His kick was aimed directly at my life. However, he had miscalculated. Initially, I was caught off guard, which allowed him to strike me. Now, however, with preparation, his so-called light speed kick held no effect before my Sharingan. Furthermore, I had used Kamui to render my body intangible. Even Huang Yuan was at a loss when it came to me. To think you lack a physical form. Is this some kind of Logia ability? Yet, considering you could manipulate seawater earlier, you cannot possibly fear it, can you? If that were the case, your powers would be truly terrifying. As he spoke, a golden light flickered between his hands. Tengoku no Tachi, a long sword, shimmering with golden light, manifested in his grasp, and he began to slash at me relentlessly. Yet, I evaded each strike. In this situation, I could not solidify myself to attack Huang Yuan, nor could he land a blow on my intangible form. Stalemated. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Realizing his attacks were futile, Huang Yuan quickly evaded, floating into the air and clasped his hands. Jata no Kagami. Countless beams of light rained down upon my position. In truth, Huang Yuan dared not approach me too closely. That earlier water technique had caused him considerable distress. He understood that had my companions not faltered, he might have joined them in their demise. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. I began to float slowly, enduring Huang Yuan's assault. On one hand, his attacks devastated the ground below, leaving my companions with no means of escape. On the other hand, his strikes did not reach my feet, so I merely solidified my feet and utilized the recoil from my chakra to levitate into the air. This spectacle left Huang Yuan in awe. How terrifying! You can even fly. I smiled widely. You flatter me. If I recall correctly, your bounty is merely 298 million. It appears to be rather low. Haha. According to your estimation, how much should it be? I believe a tenfold increase would be reasonable. Ha ha ha. You overestimate me. Young man, you indeed possess strength. However, I have no intention of conceding. Huang Yuan smirked slightly, and in the next moment, he vanished. I immediately sensed something amiss and turned to see Huang Yuan already in front of Luffy. His speed was astonishing, truly akin to light itself. Even my Flying Thunder God technique could not match such velocity. Huang Yuan was the genuine embodiment of a yellow flash. I saw him step on Luffy, gathering laser energy at his fingertip, and with a swift sound, it pierced through Luffy's shoulder. As I blinked and reappeared before Huang Yuan, Luffy was already spraying blood from his shoulder, crying out in agony. Before I could attempt to save Luffy, a sharp pain surged through my chest. Lowering my gaze, I realized Huang Yuan's 3 laser beams had pierced my chest. That old trickster had managed to strike me 3 times the instant I had solidified. After such a barrage, even I could not recover in a short time. Yet, Huang Yuan seemed to have discovered a new delight, muttering, "Oh dear, I never expected this to succeed. I must unleash several more attacks." Consequently, he unleashed a barrage of laser beams upon my chest at light speed. Do not ask why I did not use intangibility to evade the assault. Luffy lay behind me, after all. It was only Robin, demonstrating her keen intellect, who noticed Luffy behind me and attempted to relocate him. However, it was too late. I had been struck by countless laser beams. My heart was rendered useless. Although the Hashirama cells could heal wounds, they were powerless against such a critical organ. Only after seeing Luffy moved did I finally feel relieved. Turning to face Huang Yuan, chakra swirling my eyes, I uttered Betsu Tenjin. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Huang Yuan halted his actions, staring at me in bewilderment. My companions rushed to my side, and Chopper, upon seeing the gaping hole in my chest, immediately burst into tears. Blood poured from my mouth incessantly as I trembled and lifted my hand to gently wipe away Chopper's tears. Gazing at everyone, I slowly spoke, "I am sorry, my comrades. It has been wonderful to journey alongside you. Chopper, do not cry. You will surely become a great doctor. Luffy, you must become the Pirate King." Blood began to choke my throat, and I looked at the remaining companions, yet I could not speak to them. Nevertheless, I had done everything I could. Huang Yuan had fallen victim to my Betsu Tenjin. The path ahead would now rest on their shoulders. Just as I prepared to close my eyes and embrace my fate, a distant figure startled me into a sitting position. Damn it, another formidable foe appears at such a time. I cannot utter a word, unable to warn my companions to flee. Thus I endured the agonizing pain and swiftly approached that figure. My companions were puzzled by my actions, but upon turning to see, they gasped in unison, "Tyrant, Kuma." Salon glanced at the book in his hand and immediately deduced it's the real one. What is this guy doing here at such a time? Hey, Kazuki, don't go. Kazuki, come back. Sanji had never run so fast before. Perhaps in this moment, he finally mastered the use of moonwalk. You damn coward, don't you dare die like this. However, it is evident that his speed still requires improvement. In an instant, I dashed in front of the bear, casting the Btion Shun with both eyes directed at 2 formidable foes. My sole intention with the Btion Shun was to safeguard the Straw Hat Pirates. I pondered whether individuals from the world of pirates would be susceptible to such an illusion of this magnitude. Regardless, I have done all that I could, and there are no regrets. Slowly, I reclined on the ground, feeling the ebb of life force, and I peacefully closed my eyes. Surely, Luffy will become the Pirate King, right? Does that scoundrel Zoro possess the Conqueror's Haki? Nami's bosom surely cannot grow any larger, can it? Has Usopp told Luffy that he is the Sniper King? Is Sanji's curly brow inherited? Chopper, you merely have a slightly blue nose. You are not a monster at all. Robin, once the true history is revealed, do remember to burn me a copy. Frankie, can't you wear a pair of pants? Brooke, your skull visage is far more handsome than your actual appearance. I yearn to embark on adventures with everyone once more. Ding. Life force of the host has been detected to have fallen to a critical level. Immediate rescue protocols initiated. Cell activity at 50. Ding. The host body can no longer sustain high-intensity cellular activity. Adrenaline is being urgently secreted. Ding. A full body scan of the host has been conducted. Survival rate at 1. The emergency protocol will activate in 30 seconds, during which the system will convert its energy into the host's life force to enhance survival capability. 3, 2, 1. Ding. System degradation in progress. Host life force recovering. Survival rate at 10. Ding. The system has been lowered to the minimum level. Host survival rate at 48. System sleep mode will soon activate. Host survival rate at 62. Captain, quickly look, what is that? A flicker of dark energy surrounded us. seemingly indicating that the one referred to as captain had utilized some ability. Is a person. Nanny? Who is this person that they can fly? Observing closely, it appeared that this was not a voluntary flight. The speed is astonishing. Here it comes. Everyone, get out of the way. There was no explosive sound as anticipated, only a faint thud upon landing. Hey, Captain, take a look at this indentation resembling a bear's paw. Could it be Bartholomew Kuma? Is this for real? Does it mean this individual was sent flying here by that bear? It seems likely, judging by the wounds on him. It appears he was struck by a powerful beam of energy that penetrated his internal organs. Hey, no way. The only person I can think of who could do that is, indeed, Admiral Kizuru. You mean to say that this fellow was injured by Kizuru and then sent flying here by Kuma? That is all we can ascertain for now. The rest will have to wait until he awakens to confirm. I have no idea how much time has passed when I slowly regain consciousness. Hey, Captain, that person has awakened. Sensing a multitude of people surrounding me, I yearned to distance myself from them, yet my entire body felt as if it were splitting with pain. Hey, kid, it's best if you don't move around right now. Otherwise, your injuries may flare up again. Struggling to adapt to the light, I finally discerned the appearance of the person speaking to me. He had a mane of red hair and 3 terrifying scars above his eyes. Red-haired Shanks. Shanks smiled slightly. It's good that you're awake. I haven't even asked for your name yet. The individual before me could only be Luffy's benefactor. Overwhelmed by astonishment, I scarcely heard what Shanks had said. What is happening? Oh, so you're calling me? That name is indeed peculiar. Hey, brother. If you're not using your ears, you could donate them. Who would have a name like that? Shanks appeared somewhat dazed. Clearing his throat, he said, My name is Kazuki, not call me. Shanks's face turned crimson in an instant, clutching his hair with a look of horror. Oh no, I accidentally misnamed him. Come on, Captain. Can you let him finish speaking? I had just prepared to explain the situation when a wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I fell into slumber once more. When I awoke again, a bonfire had been set up around me. Many people were dancing and laughing by the fire, and the relaxed atmosphere began to ease my previously tense heart. Gazing at the ceiling, I reflected on my prior memories. It seems that Kizuru did not take my life after all. Moreover, the illusion I cast upon Kuma and Kizuru before my demise must have had some effect. I wonder how Luffy and the others are faring. I assume that without the threats from Kuma and Kizuru, their lives should be secure now. System. How long have I been asleep? Huh? What's going on? Why is it unresponsive? Wait, could it be that my previous dream was real? I fervently called out to the system in my mind, hoping for any response. However, contrary to my expectations, the system remained silent. I checked the system space, and, fortunately, the sealed space could still be accessed. In the corner, a small line of text read, System in sleep mode. Remaining time, 3,647 days, 6 hours. My goodness. Over 3,000 days remain, which means at least another 10 years. It appears my injuries are indeed severe, requiring a decade of the system's slumber to barely reclaim my life. Although the system often rebuked me, witnessing its current dormancy evokes a sense of loss within me. Transcending into this world alone, the system's companionship alleviated my solitude. Now, however, the system must slumber for such an extended period. A fierce sense of dissatisfaction compelled me to clench my fists tightly. Some dark energy from my body silently flowed into the system space. The remaining time, initially 3,647 days, 6 hours, suddenly changed. Remaining time, 3,647 days, 2 hours. Huh? What has happened? Why did it suddenly decrease by 4 hours? I stared at the changing number, utterly perplexed. What was that fleeting black energy? I dismissed the thought. If this incident could shorten the system's sleep time, then perhaps it could be reduced further in the future. With this resolution, I began to adopt a more relaxed mindset. First, I must heal my injuries. Lying in bed, I found myself unable to move, yet I could still sense the flow of chakra within me. After some effort, I discovered that although my chakra was nearly depleted, a faint trace remained. However, that trace of chakra was swiftly absorbed by the cells in various tissues of my body. Those cells that absorbed the chakra soon began to flourish. It seems that my inability to recover is due to the severity of my original injuries. As the interstitial cells continued to absorb my chakra, the combined effect rendered me unable to mend my wounds. However, now that I had regained consciousness, I could finally manage the distribution of my chakra. At that moment, the door swung open. Hey, little brother, you're awake. Yes, indeed. I must thank you, Shanks. Haha, it's nothing. We just happen to be on this island. By the way, you mentioned your name is Guangji Zhu, right? I was momentarily taken aback. unsure of Shanks's sudden inquiry about my name. Yes, that's correct. At this time, Shanks produced a bounty poster and pointed to the dashing blonde-haired man depicted on it. Is this Guangji Zhu? Upon seeing the image of the fourth Hokage, I finally understood. The bounty poster had indeed captured my likeness at the time. Now, having sustained severe injuries, I had reverted to my original appearance, which was why the red-haired crew had not recognized me immediately. I awkwardly scratched my face and admitted, yes, that's the name. However, I must clarify that the photo does not depict me. Oh, what exactly is the situation? I realized that Shanks's curiosity was not directed towards me, but rather his concern for Luffy. He had come to confirm after hearing my name matched the one on the bounty. I smiled slightly and stated, in any case, Captain Luffy has mentioned your great kindness to him on multiple occasions. This time, Shanks appeared stunned, his previously serious demeanor instantly transforming into one of joy. So, you truly are Luffy's companion? The one who questioned me was a man with dreadlocks, someone I recognized. I returned his smile and replied, indeed. Usopp is also aboard our ship. He is in excellent health and has become a brave warrior of the seas. The man stared at me with wide eyes, and upon hearing my words, tears welled up uncontrollably, remembering how he had once abandoned his wife and child to venture onto the seas. He had not even returned to see his wife before she passed away. A grown man crying like a child was quite a sight. Shanks had someone throw Usopp out of the room, as his sobbing was quite bothersome. Once I finished updating Shanks on Luffy's condition, he wore a broad smile, lost in reminiscence. It seemed that even the formidable emperor could show a gentle side when recalling a dear friend. After receiving the warm hospitality of Shanks and his crew, I had fully regained my spirits. After 3 days of recuperation, I was finally able to get out of bed. One day I sought out Shanks. Shanks, I wish to ask you something. He was reading a newspaper when he noticed my approach and promptly invited me to sit. Is something the matter? Are you uncomfortable with your accommodations, or is there something specific you wish to eat? I shook my head and inquired, do you know Ace? Luffy's brother. Ace? You mean the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas the Ace? That's right, him. It was a name I frequently heard. What about him? I mean, hasn't he come to see you? Shanks contemplated for a moment before slowly responding. We indeed met him once. Upon hearing that Ace had truly been there, I began to scan the surroundings, wondering if I had missed him during my stay. But Shanks continued, however, that was quite some time ago. Why? Do you wish to find him? This revelation surprised me greatly. I recalled our last encounter with Ace, which had been during our confrontation with Moria. No. Hasn't he visited recently? Shanks looked at me, shaking his head gravely. That shouldn't be the case. When I parted ways with Ace, he explicitly mentioned that he would come looking for Shanks. Yet now, he has not appeared. Surely he hasn't gotten lost at sea like Zoro. However, upon observing the expressions of Shanks and the others, I suddenly realized that the situation might not be as optimistic as I had imagined. What is going on with you all? Oh, it's nothing. Have you met Ace before? Of course. Just a few days ago, I even told him to come find you. Find me? Yes. At that time, Ace was fighting Blackbeard and was captured. They intended to take him to the Navy headquarters, but I happened to arrive just in time to rescue him. The more I spoke, the more astonished Shanks and his crew appeared. When I mentioned that I had told Ace to seek out Shanks, their expressions became even stranger. What is wrong with you all? If Ace hasn't come, he has probably lost somewhere or returned to the Whitebeard ship. There is nothing to worry about. Realizing that the group still bore somber faces, I began to understand that something was amiss. Shanks fixed his gaze on me. Are you implying that you have already rescued Ace? And that he clearly stated he would come to find me? Under his intense scrutiny, I felt a twinge of nervousness. I must admit, Shanks's imposing presence was undeniable. Just his gaze made the surrounding structures tremble slightly. Yes, indeed. What is the matter? Did something happen? Shanks began to pace deep in thought. The long-haired man named Beckman approached Shanks and whispered something in his ear. Shanks then turned to me, tossing the newspaper he had been reading earlier. I looked at the expressions of those around me, baffled by their demeanor. However, the moment I opened the newspaper, I was struck by an alarming headline. A massive photograph depicted Ace kneeling on the ground, with a caption reading, Navy headquarters to execute Fire Fist Ace in 7 days. I sprang to my feet, trembling as I clutched the newspaper. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. I had spoken with Ace, and he had promised me he would seek out Shanks. Given that he was the son of the Pirate King Roger, Shanks would undoubtedly be willing to teach him how to harness hockey. Amidst the shock, I was oblivious to the presence of those around me, muttering to myself, unaware of how startling my words were. The people around me were rendered speechless. Just the mere utterance of what I had just said could elevate a bankrupt newspaper to the status of a world-renowned publication. Not to mention Shanks, who had already received immense favors from Roger. He could hardly believe his ears. In fact, he had long suspected that Ace might indeed be Roger's son. Having once been part of Roger's crew, he possessed knowledge that surpassed that of the average person. Upon learning of Port Gasti Rouge's death, Vice Admiral Garp had appeared on that small island, prompting him to follow Garp to the East Blue. However, when Garp discovered him, he had to abandon that pursuit. Although he had not personally seen Roger's son, he had confirmed that the son of Roger resided in the windmill village of the East Blue. Thus, he returned to the Grand Line, enduring numerous hardships to finally obtain the Gomu Gomu fruit. He had intended to visit Windmill Village to offer the fruit to Roger's son. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of fate, he was consumed by Luffy. Moreover, when Luffy uttered words reminiscent of Captain Roger, he became convinced that the devil fruit could indeed choose its host. Consequently, he abandoned his pursuit of Roger's son. Later, when he encountered Ace, although he did not recognize him immediately, through careful deduction, he came to the realization that Ace was likely Captain Roger's son. The coincidence of their ages was striking, and Ace's subconscious behaviors evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Although he lacked absolute certainty, he began to pay closer attention to Ace's actions. However, once Ace became a member of the Whitebeard crew, he found it impossible to continue his observations. Today, however, I had confirmed from my own lips that Ace was indeed Roger's son, which left him in a state of shock. On one hand, he was astonished that his past conjectures had proven correct. On the other, he was stunned that I, of all people, possessed such confidential information. He stared at me, bewildered, while I continued to speak, as if entranced. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. Ace had already departed. I had witnessed his departure with my own eyes. How could he possibly have been captured again? Could it be that Akiji was involved? Yet, that didn't seem plausible. He had already given me the key to Ace's release and would not have captured him again after my departure. Furthermore, if Akiji intended to apprehend Ace, he wouldn't have waited for my exit. Could it be Blackbeard? That scoundrel had nearly drowned at my hands. How could he recover so quickly? What on earth was happening? I plopped onto the ground, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. However, the newspaper before me made it clear, regardless of what had transpired after my departure, Ace had undeniably been captured by the Navy and was to face public execution in 7 days. See me collapse to the ground like a limp rag. The onlookers were astonished by my mutterings. Fortunately, a large, rotund figure slowly squatted beside me. Hey, are you all right? You've just begun to recover. You can't let your emotions run wild. In an instant, I sprang to my feet. I must go save him. Nanny, Ace must have encountered some extraordinary circumstances after we parted, leading to his capture. I couldn't allow this to stand. I had to inquire further. I stood up abruptly and strode towards the tent's exit without looking back. Hey, where do you think you're going? I turned my head, determination etched on my face. I needed to confront this fool and demand to know why he refused to heed my advice. At that moment, I felt as if I were under some sort of enchantment. Imagine knowing someone's fate and, by chance, meeting them. You warn them about the dire consequences of their actions. Yet, inexplicably, they refuse to listen. In such a scenario, I should have refrained from intervening. In metaphysical terms, this is known as not interfering with another's karma. Yet, I couldn't help but feel enraged. I had explained the rationale to him in painstaking detail, and although he had initially agreed to follow my guidance, he ultimately reverted to his former path. It was akin to a friend coming to you for advice on their predicament, and, after a thorough analysis, they seemed to agree to follow your suggestions. Yet the moment they turned away, they made the opposite decision. How could I bear such indignity? I was resolute. I had to locate Ace and confront him directly, demanding to know why he refused to act on my counsel. Fuming, I made my way outside when Beckman swiftly positioned himself in front of me. I gazed up at the towering man. What is it? He took a puff from his cigarette. Your injuries have yet to heal. Setting sail now would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, without a record pointer, it is impossible for you to find him. His words brought me back to my senses. Indeed, I lacked a record pointer. How could I possibly rescue him? Suddenly, I recalled something. I retrieved a piece of paper from the system space, which had shrunk to a mere corner, bearing signs of burning. Beckman's eyes widened. Hey, is that? Indeed, this is Ace's life card. It was astonishing that it had diminished to such a small fragment. It indicated that Ace was in grave danger. I needed to accelerate my efforts. At that moment, a booming voice interrupted. Wait, if you truly wish to go, I will not stop you. However, given your current condition, what can you possibly achieve? The enemy boasts the Navy's 3 great powers and several warlords, with ordinary forces numbering over 100,000. Yes, even if you went alone, it would change nothing. Exactly. And under these circumstances, Whitebeard is surely preparing to rescue him. You should simply focus on recuperating here. In truth, they were correct. Whitebeard would undoubtedly set out to save Ace. I simply needed to await the outcome in peace. Nonetheless, my frustration lingered. Yet, they had a point. I had not yet fully recovered from my injuries. Even if I went, I would be of little assistance. Thus, I bit my finger, formed a series of hand seals, and slammed my palms on the ground. Summoning technique. QB, I beseech you for some chakra. With the aid of the Nine Tails chakra, I swiftly began to heal my wounds. In fact, just days prior, I had been unable to summon the Nine Tails due to my chakra depletion, rendering both ninjutsu and sage mode ineffective. Thankfully, the treatment I received from Shanks had allowed for some recovery. By alternating between sage mode and my abilities, I finally managed to balance the chakra consumption from the Hashirama cells. It was only today that I had regained some surplus chakra. In my fury, I had summoned enough chakra to call upon the Nine Tails. This was fortuitous. With this advantage, I could heal rapidly. As I visibly recovered, Shanks and the others, aside from their astonishment, recognized that I had reached a state akin to Ace's at that time. No matter the opposition, there was no stopping me now. When I stood once more, my injuries had completely healed. Moreover, it seemed that this experience had led to a significant increase in my total chakra capacity. Perhaps the previous depletion had left me in an empty state, and now, having replenished, my strength had surged dramatically. However, I paid no heed to these matters at the moment. Once again, I expressed my gratitude to the red-haired pirates and soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of Ace's life card. Hey, Captain, this guy can actually fly. Red-haired observed my retreating figure as if he had made a significant decision. Set sail. Set sail? Captain, where are we going? To Marineford. Wait. Are you serious? Captain, think it through. This is not the right time for that. Exactly. Whitebeard has already passed. If we do not protect our rear, Kaido may seize the opportunity to claim our territory. Indeed, our scouts reported yesterday that Kaido has begun his incursion into Whitebeard's forces. It seems he intends to take advantage of Whitebeard's absence to test the waters. Red-haired's expression changed in an instant, and a powerful conqueror's haki surged forth. The sturdy tent pole before him suddenly bore a wound, as if struck with great force, and it snapped in two. Ace must be saved. Territory can be reclaimed later. In truth, Red-haired had initially intended to head to Marineford to join the battle. However, upon receiving news of Kaido's movements, he had refrained from departing immediately. Yet now that he knew Ace was the son of Captain Roger, he could not delay any longer. He could have remained ignorant of such matters, but now that he was aware, he could not allow Ace to perish under his very eyes. Brothers, prepare for battle. Remember, this time, no matter what, we must rescue Ace. Oh, I flew at breakneck speed, completely disregarding the expenditure of my chakra. Whenever my chakra neared depletion, I summoned a tailed beast to replenish it. Thus, after continuous acceleration, I finally arrived at Water 7 on the third day. Gazing down at this familiar place, I resolved to descend and carefully contemplate my plan to confront Ace. I recalled that Water 7 had a direct sea train to Judicial Island, and behind Judicial Island lay the Gate of Justice. It is said that once one enters the Gate of Justice, they are led to the underwater prison. This means that if I could find a way to reach Judicial Island, I could access the underwater prison. Excellent. With a plan in mind, I quietly approached the train station at Water 7. Disguising myself as an ordinary reporter, I boldly prepared to board the train to Judicial Island under the pretense of interviewing the Navy. However, to my surprise, the station staff informed me that Judicial Island was temporarily closed to the public. After some probing inquiries, I learned that due to the recent demon-slaying order, the entire Judicial Island was under lockdown. Furthermore, it was said that the island was heavily guarded, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to approach. This was indeed not favorable news. The fewer people there were, the less likely I would be able to slip in unnoticed. Just as I was frowning in dismay, I noticed another train arriving at the station. After inquiring, I discovered that this train was specifically transporting workers to Judicial Island for renovation work. How fortuitous! I quickly found a concealed spot, transformed again, and disguised myself as a worker, blending in among the crowd. Just as I was at the end of the line, a government official with a sharp nose appeared beside me. Dressed in a black suit, he leaned in closely to sniff me, his beady eyes fixed upon me. Who are you? Why do I smell the scent of pirates on you? Goodness, This man was the same one who had approached Robin's carriage back then. I recalled having dealt him a significant blow, yet I was astonished at his keen sense of smell. Despite my efforts to change my appearance, he could still discern my pirate identity. As I hesitated whether to eliminate him in an instant, a brilliant idea struck me. I pointed at my ears and then at my mouth, shaking my hands vigorously, "Abba, Abba, Abba." Upon seeing this, the official realized I was a deaf mute. He probably didn't understand that the government had recruited such individuals for this task. With a deaf mute, there was little means of communication. However, he recognized that for this construction, someone like me was indeed suitable. To maintain the dignity of the world government, the workers did not need to possess exceptional skills. They merely needed to keep secrets. This made me the ideal candidate. He shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. Finally, I had managed to deceive him. Such minor characters are the hardest to deal with. Had a conflict arisen here, it would have forced my hand. Fortunately, I had successfully tricked him. I followed the others onto the sea train, casually found a seat, and began to ponder deeply. Entering Judicial Island should not pose a problem. But how was I to unlock the Gate of Justice? Moreover, the underwater prison was likely no ordinary place. How could I directly locate Ace? Perhaps I should throw myself into the net? The thought made me chuckle. Haha, I really am a genius. Once I disembarked, taking care not to attract any attention, I quickly employed the earth release technique to reach the innermost part of the judicial tower. Observing the desolate scene before me, the demon-slaying order indeed wrought devastation. There was no time to dawdle. The previous bridge of hesitation had been obliterated. Thus, even if I followed the route from memory, I could no longer gain entry. Yet, how could this pose a challenge for me? Stealthily, I entered the restroom, and finding it empty, I hastily created a wood clone. I then transformed into the fourth Hokage, and the wood clone also performed a transformation. Spandam. However, this transformation did not seem perfect. It did not capture his lecherous demeanor. Spandam held a chain in one hand, the other end attached to the fourth Hokage's shackles. With this, all the actors were in place. Spandam attempted to alter his tone and led me towards the waiting Navy officers. Hey, you lot, hurry up and open the Gate of Justice. I bring an important prisoner. This time, I will definitely rise in rank and wealth. From a distance, Spandam began issuing commands to the station Navy personnel. Although I tried my best to embody Spandam's arrogance, to my dismay, the soldiers still regarded him with confusion. They exchanged hushed whispers, and one hurriedly approached Spandam. Captain, how did you end up here? Enough with the nonsense. Open the gate now. Don't delay my promotion. Observing the Navy soldier's hesitation, I began to lose confidence. I felt I had not revealed myself, but surely I could not have been discovered again. The soldier cautiously inquired, Captain, do you have the relevant documents? We cannot open the gate without the proper paperwork. That would not be in accordance with protocol. You audacious rascal. Have you lost your senses? Did you not see that I personally escorted the criminal here? I have already arrived. What further documents do you require? However, as you are aware, there are new regulations in place. I am merely following orders. Perhaps you might consider presenting a token of authority? Damn it, I have encountered an obstinate fellow. This lad is indeed impervious to reason. How could I possibly know what absurd documents you speak of? I thought invoking the name of CP9 would intimidate these gatekeepers. Yet, to my astonishment, while the King of Hell is easy to meet, these little devils are quite a handful. Do not presume that I could procure any documents. Even if I could forge one, I would be at a loss as to what it should contain. Thus, I have resolved to make a scene until the end. Spandam, his face twisted in fury, struck the sailor's hat with force. Do you have any idea of the significance of the criminal I have captured? And do you know who I am? I am the chief of CP9. When did it become the prerogative of you lowly wretches to question me? Open the damn door at once, or I swear I shall execute you on the spot. Spandam unleashed a tirade upon the young soldier, who was soon overheard by two other soldiers whispering to each other. Hey, did you see that? Is that the person being detained? I think it resembles him. It might actually be him. The destroyer of warships Guangzizu, a bounty of 298 million. Spandam, with a smug expression, observed the soldiers, urging them to open the door. Remember, it took considerable effort to capture this individual. Should he escape, can you bear the consequences? Yet, the soldier remained unmoved. Just then, a figure approached from a distance, prompting the soldiers to stand at attention. Vice Admiral Carp. Carp, indulging in some scallops, sauntered over with an air of confidence. What is the commotion here? Well, Chief Spandam claims to have captured a criminal and wishes to transport him through the Gate of Justice to the underwater prison. However, he has failed to present the necessary documents. Karp waved his hand, silencing the soldier's further remarks. He picked his nose while casting a disdainful glance at Spandam, and then turned to me, mockingly exclaiming, "You think you could capture this fellow?" Spandam was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was in the presence of a naval hero. Nonetheless, as the chief of CP9, he felt belittled by such open derision. Just as he prepared to retort, Karp shot him a fierce glare, exuding an imposing presence that caused Spandam's cloak to flutter dramatically behind him. Spandam found himself at a loss for words, succumbing to silence. Karp then reined in his aura and declared, "I shall take this criminal inside. You can return from whence you came." With that, he seized the chains from Spandam's grasp and gestured towards the soldier. The soldier, now understanding the situation, hurried to open the door. The remaining soldiers respectfully escorted Karp towards the gate of justice. I watched as Spandam retreated, his tail between his legs, and I couldn't help but smile slightly. However, I quickly masked my satisfaction, suppressing my delight. Indeed, I am a genius. Karp proceeded forward, while the two soldiers behind us murmured among themselves. The Vice Admiral certainly commands respect, unlike that so-called chief of CP9. Exactly. Who would believe he could capture such a high-bounty criminal? Furthermore, they failed to consider that this Guangzizu was a comrade of the Straw Hat crew, the very same who had caused chaos at Judicial Island, defeating all of CP9. Now, he dares to claim he has captured a criminal. Such tales could only deceive children. All right, keep your voices down. We wouldn't want that so-called chief to overhear us. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. We're not afraid of him. Such a character is nothing but a sycophant, achieving success solely due to his father's influence. He is not worthy of my respect. Indeed, had it not been for his foolish decree, my compatriot would not have perished in the crossfire. The thought alone infuriates me. I wish I could land a punch on him. Hey, let's not act impulsively. Karp and I exchanged amused glances at the commotion behind us. This Spandam truly is a character. When the decree was issued, he let slip many truths, which is why his reputation is so tarnished. Before long, Karp led me through the gate of justice. During my previous visit to Judicial Island, I had only glimpsed the enormous gate without observing what lay beyond. Now, as I walked through, I realized that behind the gate of justice, there was absolutely nothing. The soldier, guiding us, respectfully invited Karp aboard a ship before turning to leave. Karp waved his hand in acknowledgement, unaware that if he were to be held accountable for this, it would not end well for him. In truth, he had no idea why the legendary Vice Admiral Karp was alone on Judicial Island. Even if he did, he surely would not dare to inquire. After all, this was a naval hero. Watching the soldier salute with excitement, I noted that even as the ship sailed far away, he stood like a post. Karp ushered me into a room and instructed the soldiers to prepare food. I then boldly plopped down in a chair, requesting Karp to bring me a platter of meat bones. After savoring a bite, I chuckled softly. Plan B has succeeded. Fortunately, I knew Spandam to be unreliable. Thus I had a backup plan. I had transformed another persona to resemble Karp, appearing just as Spandam and the gate guards were embroiled in their argument. I presumed the old man would not mind, and likely, no one would question his whereabouts. Surely, a few observant individuals might notice that Karp was without an aide. However, by that time, I should have already reached my destination. As I gazed at the ship forging ahead, I pondered whether these men had discerned my true identity. Upon realizing that behind the gate of justice there was nothing, I was astonished, yet I reminded myself to remain discreet. Thus, I prompted Karp to engage in a show of consuming scallops to maintain the ruse. Time passed slowly, and my heart began to race. Had my identity been exposed? These Navy personnel are all trained actors. Would they turn the tables on me? I kept a wary eye on their every movement, my meal now a source of anxiety. Suddenly, a soldier approached my room, causing me to tense. However, I maintained an air of calm, observing their next actions. To my surprise, the soldier merely knocked lightly on the door, announcing, "Vice Admiral Karp, we are approaching Impel Down. You may come out now." Understood. Though filled with confusion, I feigned indifference and stepped onto the deck. Before me loomed the massive gate, leaving me utterly bewildered. Was this not the gate of justice? How had I returned to this place? Were these Navy personnel playing tricks on me? The soldier then shouted, "Open the gate." Immediately, the grand door creaked open, revealing a magnificent castle before my eyes. In the distance stood a colossal circular fortress, its formidable walls obscured by swirling mists, emanating an eerie aura that enveloped the surroundings. Directly ahead lay a modest dock, stretching approximately 100 meters in length, flanked by soldiers clad in various uniforms, each maintaining a stern and unwavering demeanor. At the dock's end loomed a massive iron gate. Kapu led me down an exceptionally long staircase, as the soldiers on either side murmured in hushed tones, "Hey, did you see that? This is the hero of the Navy, General Kapu. His presence is truly formidable." It is said that he was offered the position of admiral, but graciously declined. Wow, he's incredibly impressive. Many of the prisoners here were personally apprehended by General Kapu. He truly deserves the title of Navy hero. Listening to their discussions, I was astonished by the formidable reputation of the old man. Such a claim is not easily achieved. I wondered if my own journey would continue as smoothly. As we advanced into the city, the underwater prison, I was greeted with the words, "Welcome, General Kapu," from a female soldier who stood respectfully before us. Kapu gestured dismissively, indicating this individual is now in your custody. He reportedly has a bounty exceeding 200 million. The soldier, with admiration in his eyes, responded, "General Kapu, such a trivial matter is hardly worthy of your concern." He then pointed at me, instructing the others to take me inside. Instantly, 4 individuals approached, one of whom produced a stack of documents and read aloud, "Bounty, 298 million berries, ship destroyer Guangzhou," confirming incarceration. The other soldiers gasped in astonishment. Did you hear that? A criminal with a bounty of nearly 300 million berries was effortlessly subdued by General Kapu with a single punch. One soldier retorted, "Fools. That is General Kapu. He once chased the pirate King Roger across the globe. Dealing with a mere 300 million bounty is child's play for him." At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Hey, you two, what are you discussing? Do not forget, this is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million. While it may be easy for General Kapu, it is perilous for those of your caliber. Exercise caution, understood?" "Yes, sir." The individual then turned to Kapu, stating, "Welcome to my advanced city." The crowd was taken aback, and he quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. I inadvertently revealed my ambitions. I am merely the deputy warden, Hannibal." Hannibal, adorned with a pharaoh's headdress and wielding a large iron fork, noticed Kapu's indifference and was momentarily taken aback. However, recognizing Kapu's significance, he suppressed his irritation and led him further inside. As we passed through a wooden door, we finally entered the depths of Advanced City. The walls were adorned with torture devices, each stained with traces of blood. Surrounding us were stone enclosures, filled with the anguished cries of various inmates. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, creating an atmosphere of unspeakable eeriness. This scene resembled the fabled hell itself. Kapu, seemingly unfazed, continued forward, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. "General Kapu, you are now within the inner sanctum of Advanced City. The warden, that scoundrel, is currently in the warden's chamber on the 4th level below. Would you like to see him?" Kapu flicked away a piece of nasal debris and frowned slightly. "Yes. Have him come up. I have matters to discuss." "Certainly, I will contact him immediately. Please wait in the lounge for a moment," replied a female officer accompanying Hannibal as she guided Kapu into a room. Meanwhile, the so-called deputy warden approached me, stating, "You must be Guangzhou. Officers, initiate the incarceration process and throw him into." "Let me see." He pulled out a ledger, seemingly cross-referencing something. An aide remarked, "Deputy Warden Hannibal. According to the bounty, he should be confined to the 5th level." "Very well, let it be so. A newcomer in my prison must be treated accordingly," he asserted, then corrected himself. "I misspoke. Not my prison." He personally escorted me forward until we halted before a massive water tank, which resembled a swimming pool built into the ground. The water bubbled violently, and the air was thick with steam. Several prisoners were being executed, suspended by their feet, heads downwards. A soldier pulled a rope, and one individual was unceremoniously thrown into the tank. The piercing screams and frantic struggles echoed, accompanied by the clanking of chains. 3 minutes passed, and the prisoner remained submerged. Is this truly their method of drowning? You see, this is water torture. Typically, prisoners are submerged in boiling water at 100 degrees for over 10 minutes to achieve sterilization, Hannibal remarked, clearly attempting to instill fear within me through visual and verbal intimidation. However, he significantly underestimated my resilience. Such punishment bore little significance for me. Although my limbs were shackled with sea stone, I was not a devil fruit user. Moreover, such methods held no sway over my ninjutsu. The moment I was plunged into the water, my entire being became immaterial. I'm not boasting. Not only could I endure 10 minutes, but even if I were to play mahjong underwater, I would not need to catch my breath. When I was hoisted back into the air, my expression was devoid of fear, instead bearing a hint of mockery aimed at Hannibal. Is this the extent of it? The world's greatest underwater prison is merely this? Hannibal's eyelids twitched, revealing a hint of malice as he gritted his teeth, declaring, "Stay down there. Execute the boiling punishment." While my essence endured various tortures, for one capable of becoming immaterial and possessing regenerative abilities, it merely expended a bit of chakra. Though the punishment inflicted upon me was negligible, the noise I generated was monumental. This was, of course, intentional, designed to attract attention and alleviate some of Kapu's burdens. After all, I am not the real Kapu. Should I be exposed, it would be unwise to act directly under the watchful eyes of many. On Kapu's side, I utilized my perceptive abilities to swiftly comprehend the entirety of Advanced City, simultaneously locating Ace. It turned out that this so-called prison was structured like a pagoda. I was currently situated above water, in what could be termed the administrative area. Below the surface lay the 1st to 6th levels, with Ace imprisoned on the 6th level. Finally, I had located you, Ace. Moreover, through my Byakugan, I discovered something peculiar. A gap existed between the 5th and 6th levels. This is indeed peculiar. Could it be that special prisoners are detained here? No wonder it is referred to as the undersea prison, as everything lies beneath the ocean. Moreover, it is situated in a windless zone, surrounded by various marine creatures. Once inside, escape is utterly inconceivable for the inmates. While I have grasped the structure of this place, I still find myself struggling to recognize all the relevant figures. However, this does not pose a challenge for me. Clearing my throat, I summoned a soldier. The moment he closed the door, I had already transported him into the Shinwei space. Subsequently, I conjured a clone, transforming into the likeness of this soldier, and confidently walked out. Thus, no one would notice the soldier's disappearance. However, the soldier trapped in the Shinwei space was far less fortunate. After knocking him unconscious, I directly employed the memory retrieval of the Zhongshan clan. This provided me with a deeper understanding of the entire Impel Down. The prison, beneath the ocean's surface, comprises 6 levels. The 1st level, Red Lotus Hell. The 2nd level, Beast Hell. The 3rd level, Hunger Hell. The 4th level, Scorching Hell. The 5th level, Extreme Cold Hell. And the 6th level, Endless Hell. Simultaneously, I comprehensively investigated the appearances and personalities of several key figures. Armed with this information, I boldly set out. The soldiers, upon recognizing me, did not hinder my passage. Consequently, I followed the soldiers' memories directly to a massive elevator. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the Navy hero, were all too anxious to pose any inquiries. I strode in nonchalantly, fully aware of Ace's location, and opted to proceed directly to the 6th level. However, à délightful surprise awaited-me. Just as I entered the 6th level, the grand gates of Impel Down swung open once more. An elderly man descended slowly from the warship. With his graying hair and a flowing white cloak, it was none other than Vice Admiral Karp. The guards at the gate were taken aback. How could another Vice Admiral Karp appear? Could it be that their memories have faltered? Karp stared at the soldier before him, momentarily stunned. In a foul mood, he snorted. Why are you dawdling? Open the door at once." "Oh, yes, the guard stammered. "But, Vice Admiral, did you forget something?" Faced with the imposing presence of the real Karp, the young soldier dared not question his authenticity and could only assume he was seeing things or perhaps missed something when Karp left. Karp, momentarily confused by the soldier's words, considered that Ace was still inside and perhaps he should retrieve him. With a deep sigh, he chose not to respond to the soldier's question. However, his silence only served to further convince the soldier of his own assumptions. He mused, true to form, Vice Admiral Karp moves with such swiftness. Not even a soul noticed his departure. Thus, under the soldier's guidance, the true Karp successfully entered Impel Down. Karp strode through the corridors with an expression as dark as thunderclouds. The surrounding guards contemplated approaching him for inquiries, but were immediately deterred by his demeanor. Furthermore, their colleague behind Karp constantly gestured for them to refrain from bothering him, sensing that the Vice Admiral was in a foul mood. As Karp advanced, it felt as though he traversed an uninhabited realm. Upon entering the elevator, the leading soldier remarked to his fellow guards, "Did you see that? That is the Navy hero. His aura is truly unmatched. Hey. While Vice Admiral Karp's presence is formidable, why do I feel as though I've encountered him before?" One guard pondered. "I knew you'd say that. You see, he actually left once before, and this time he has returned to retrieve something he forgot. Is that true? How'd I miss that? That is why you're stuck here as a guard. With his incredible speed, how could you possibly notice? Otherwise, why is he the Navy hero?" The guards, half convinced, ceased their concerns. Even those in the monitoring room, observing 2 Vice Admiral Karp figures, merely assumed they were different angles captured by the cameras. Unbeknownst to them, one carp was in the elevator while the other stood on the 6th level. I, having transformed into Carp's likeness, approached Ace. Gazing at Ace, bloodied and suspended by his arms, a surge of indignation ignited within me. What were you thinking? Ignoring advice only to end up in this state, was it not inevitable? Just as I was about to scold him, Ace lifted his head slightly, recognizing me. It's you. His voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of the underworld, revealing the suffering he endured since arriving here. Witnessing his exhausted form, I lost the inclination to chastise him and sighed deeply. Are you all right? My tone, combined with my words, led Ace to believe I was Carp, and thus he displayed no signs of abnormality, merely lowering his head as if he could not face me. I assumed Ace had recognized me, bowing his head as if shamed. I could empathize with his feelings, for I had previously analyzed the situation for him, yet he had chosen not to heed my counsel. It was quite normal for him to exhibit such expressions upon facing me again. Ace, what was the necessity of this? Had you followed my advice back then, you would not be enduring this suffering now. This was my statement, but Ace interpreted it differently. Years ago, when Ace was still a child, Carp had urged him and Luffy to become powerful Marines, preventing them from reaching such dire circumstances. Kill me, just end it quickly. Ace implied that his current predicament would surely prompt the Whitebeard crew to take action. If he were to perish now, perhaps it would spare the crew from further casualties. Of course, dying at the hands of his grandfather would also be a form of solace. However, Ace's words left me momentarily stunned. While I recognized that this young man had wronged me, was it truly necessary for him to wish for his own death? Had his pride escalated to such heights? Surely, an apology could resolve this matter without resorting to such extremes. Hearing him express this, my anger intensified. Did he believe death could rectify the situation? In truth, I merely desired an apology. Is it too much to ask for a sense of accountability when one has erred? Yet, Ace believed that even if he were dying now, it would not quell the impending conflict. What more do you expect from me? It seems my only option is to embrace death. To my astonishment, he remained defiant. This young man confronted me with such audacity. Was it not enough that I journeyed a great distance to rescue him, only for him to wish for death? Such irresponsibility was infuriating. I sat nearby, stewing in anger, unwilling to acknowledge this ungrateful wretch. Is it truly so difficult to offer an apology? I traveled a long way to save you. Cannot you utter a few conciliatory words? I found myself at a loss for words, compelled to voice my true thoughts. Ace paused, staring at me in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the stubborn old man he knew would utter words of salvation in such a dire situation. Reflecting on his grandfather's character, he couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Forget it. I know you all too well. How could you possibly be here to save me? I was indeed naive to have believed for even a moment that your words were sincere. This revelation left me bewildered. What was going on? Was my sincerity in rescuing insufficient, or did he think I was merely here for a day trip in this underwater prison? Wasn't my intent to save glaringly obvious? Before I could explain, the previously silent prison echoed with the sound of mechanical pulleys in motion. I recognized that noise all too well. It was how I had arrived here moments ago. Suddenly, I realized someone was approaching. I hastily cast a glance, and to my horror, I found myself face to face with the legendary naval warrior, the hero of the Navy, Iron Fist Carp. This was simply disastrous. I had merely intended to borrow the old man's reputation, never anticipating he would actually appear here. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for complaints. Upon surveying my surroundings, I discovered the space was rather desolate, devoid of any hiding spots. A quick glance revealed a pair of empty handcuffs and leg irons near Ace. It seemed there should have been a prisoner here, but for some reason, that individual had vanished. This was fortuitous. Thankfully, I was clever. As the old saying in Longwood goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. As Carp drew nearer, I decisively slipped through Ace's cell and seized the handcuffs beside him. I transformed my appearance into that of a burly man with a bushy beard. I then mimicked Ace's demeanor and tucked myself in the corner. Ace, perplexed by my actions, sensed the approaching footsteps and assumed this grandfather had defied orders to investigate him, fearing discovery. But why would his grandfather possess such transformation skills? In the midst of his confusion, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Joe, Ace." Ace mechanically turned his head, his voice trembling. "CCC, Captain." In truth, the moment Carp made his entrance, I silently cursed my luck. Why had I hidden here when I could have utilized the divine space? Now, instead of a conversation between the two of them, I had unwittingly become an eavesdropper. If Carp were to become enraged, he might extinguish me without hesitation, turning the situation into a farce. Fortunately, I remained concealed in the corner, shrouded in complete darkness. And I hoped Carp's eyesight had deteriorated with age. As Ace uttered his surprised exclamation, Carp settled onto the ground, casually placing the kerosene lamp down. In the dim light, his grave expression was directed toward Ace. To have survived such grave injuries. Ace, thanks to you. The Navy headquarters and even the entire world government are in disarray. Ace, however, was far too engrossed in the surreal scene before him to care about the turmoil in the world government. Having already encountered one grandfather, he was now confronted by another. It was evident that this one was undoubtedly the genuine article. If that were the case, then who was the figure hiding beside me? Not only capable of transformation, but also able to infiltrate the world's most secure prison. As he gawked incredulously at Carp, his peripheral vision caught sight of me. My position was relatively concealed, making it difficult for most to notice me. Carp's kerosene lamp illuminated the area with such finesse that the flickering light enveloped Ace. However, as fate would have it, the erratic glow of the flame also revealed the tip of my big toe at the edge of the light. Initially, I failed to notice this minor detail. It was Ace's keen observation, or perhaps his scrutiny of who I was, that brought it to light. Upon spotting the gleam of my exposed toe, he gasped sharply, his eyes nearly bulging out. Thankfully, Carp had just finished speaking to Ace and was now throwing his head back in laughter, oblivious to the anomaly. Ace frantically gestured to me, but I was too absorbed in my triumph of evading Carp's scrutiny to notice his frantic signals. Only after Carp's laughter subsided did I realize the tension in the air. "What's wrong with your eyes, Ace?" Carp inquired, and at that moment, all three of us felt a surge of anxiety. My concern stemmed from the fear that Ace might have revealed my presence to Carp. Ace's tension arose from the realization that his subtle movements had been detected. Carp's worry was that Ace had endured such severe torture that his current condition was a lingering effect. Yet he had failed to notice it immediately. What a negligent grandfather he was. I quickly glanced at Ace, who remained frozen in his previous posture, stammering and at a loss for words. Following his gaze, I too discovered that my shining big toe was now caught in the light. This revelation nearly caused my heart to stop. Fortunately, I regained my composure, understanding that I must remain still and not act rashly. I had previously experienced Carp's overwhelming hockey in the Water City. His mastery of armament hockey was unparalleled. Thus, even my breathing had to be steady. Who knew if Carp's observation hockey was equally advanced? Therefore, it was best to obscure the brief glimmer emanating from my toe without moving my body. But how could I accomplish that? I couldn't shift my body while the light shifted. I had to move the light source. Yet, the source was right beside Carp. If I attempted to shift it, I might as well walk over and pat Carp on the shoulder, saying, "Oh, old man, what a coincidence. You're here to see your grandson too? Haha, I have something to attend to. See you later." Perhaps I would throw him off my trail. After much contemplation, an ingenious idea struck me. I silently activated a ninjutsu, resolving the dilemma at hand. Indeed, it was the shadow mimicry technique. I controlled my shadow to subtly cover the glowing tip of my smooth big toe. As a result, what was once visible transformed into a dark silhouette, blending seamlessly with the ground. Seeing my unexpected maneuver, Ace nearly applauded in admiration. Once I completed this task, Carp finally emerged from his melancholic reverie. "Do you know? Whitebeard has made his move. According to our informants, Whitebeard's crew is steadily gathering forces, heading towards Marineford." At the mention of this, Ace snapped back to attention. The situation described by the old man was his worst anticipated outcome. "Kill me now. It is pointless. Even if you die, the Whitebeard will not let this go. We have already angered the king of the seas." Then, a scene unfolded that left me astounded. At that moment, Ace shed tears of regret. Carp left without uttering a word, powerless in his role. He had come merely as a grandfather to see his long-lost grandson. Observing the old man's departing silhouette, it seemed that his once erect posture had slightly sagged. Once his footsteps faded into silence, Ace quietly inquired, "All right, come out." "He has gone far." Sighing, I reflected on the old man's hardships. With two grandsons like you, he must have truly worried himself to pieces. "Enough chatter. Who are you?" This question caught me off guard. I had thought he had already discerned my identity. I was astonished he remained oblivious. Had the tortures of imprisonment truly dulled his wits? Once I regained my true form, Ace's expression was a delightful mix of embarrassment, surprise, and utter confusion. "All right, enough. Don't say anything. I don't wish to know how you ended up captured. Since I am here, come with me." At this, Ace was genuinely taken aback. You are really here to rescue me?" "Not quite. I initially intended to come in and fight you, but seeing you like this, I cannot bring myself to do it. You have no idea how furious I was to hear you were captured by the Navy. How could you let yourself get caught? You don't want to know? Hey, are you mad at me? Forget it. Let's not dwell on that. Do you really have a way to get me out? Isn't that obvious? Though my combat abilities may not be impressive, I assure you that escaping is something few can match me at. Regrettably, I am currently shackled with high-loose stone. Otherwise, I could assist you. I grinned, for such a matter was trivial for me now. Watch this. With a clap of my hands, a slender branch began to sprout from my fingertips, fueled by the fusion of two different chakra attributes. I aimed the branch at Ace's handcuffs, feeling for the lock's position, and transformed it into a key shape. Utilizing wood release, I successfully unlocked Ace's cuffs. With this, no one could hinder our escape. Ace gazed in wonder at this miraculous scene, and his thoughts began to broaden. At that moment, he truly realized that perhaps he could regain his freedom. If he could avoid execution by the Navy, then all might still be salvaged. As all the cuffs fell away, Ace stared at his liberated hands in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, I tended to his injuries. Although time was of the essence and complete healing was unattainable, I managed to treat him to a level that would not hinder his movements. All right, Guangxi, what should we do next? This question struck at the heart of the matter, leaving me momentarily speechless. I awkwardly laughed, for my plans had only accounted for how to enter, not how to exit. Ace's confidence resurfaced on his face. In any case, let South leave this dreadful place. Otherwise, we can fight our way out. Without the high-loose stone cuffs, it won't be so easy to stop me. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of the 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard. I had to admit, this was the Ace I knew, confident, commanding, and brimming with fiery passion. Just as we plotted our escape, footsteps echoed through the corridor. I quickly activated my Byakugan and discovered several guards escorting a tall man approaching. This individual appeared no ordinary human, with two small fangs glistening as he made his way toward Ace's cell. This is bad. They are coming. Ace, do you think we should just fight our way out? Ace halted me with a hand, seemingly struck by an idea. He swiftly turned and recuffed himself. This scene left me utterly dumbfounded. Wait, big brother, what are you doing? Shh, don't speak. Quickly hide. I suddenly recalled that I had another matter to attend to. I was on the verge of losing my mind with his antics. With no alternative, I mimicked Ace's actions and bound myself beside him. As the footsteps drew nearer, Ace glanced up and saw me still present, causing him to panic. No, hurry and hide. Big brother, am I not hiding well? Just moments ago, even Carp did not notice me. And have you ever heard the phrase, the most dangerous place is the safest? Before I could finish, Ace interrupted in a hushed tone. Fool, have you considered that your position may have been occupied before? Huh, you mean the person coming is the one who was originally locked up here? Ace, frantic, nodded vigorously. This is incredibly unlucky. We must quickly shift to the Kamui space. Just then, the guards arrived at the cell door. Huh, why is this door open? Huh, why is the cell not closed? Fool, check on the prisoner immediately. If a prisoner escapes from this level, it will lead to a catastrophe, especially since this cell contains someone under strict orders to be monitored closely. The two guards immediately panicked, hastily opening the cell door and stepping inside. Upon finding Ace still listlessly hanging on the wall, they released a sigh of relief, slowly patting their chests. Goodness, that scared me. Thankfully, the prisoner hasn't escaped. Otherwise, we will be in deep trouble. Indeed, but it seems we need to assign more guards to keep watch. Precisely. Fire Fist Ace's execution is imminent within the next couple of days. We must not let anything go awry. After discussing, they bound the tall man to the spot where I had previously been. I secretly wiped the sweat from my brow in the Kamui space. Ace had been correct. Had I remained there, it would have surely led to a disaster. Once the guard departed, Ace lowered his voice. Jinbei, I have good news. What is it, Ace? How could there possibly be good news at a time like this? You'll find out shortly. Ace listened intently to his surroundings, ensuring no one was paying attention. Before saying to me, Guangxi, come out. They have left. I needed no invitation. I had been watching the guards closely. As they rounded the corner, I made my appearance. Jinbei clearly flinched, his eyes widening in surprise. Ace grinned. Brother, this friend of mine, could you help me free him? Jinbei quickly interrupted. Ace, who is this? This is my good-for-nothing younger brother, Luffy, as companion. He has come specifically to rescue me. I vaguely recognized the name Jinbei. I had learned during my exploration of the memories of the lower soldiers that he seemed to be one of the warlords of the sea. However, this revelation surprised me. To my understanding, the warlords were affiliated with the Navy. How could this person have fallen so low as to be imprisoned here? Ace discerned my confusion and swiftly explained. This gentleman, Jinbei, was indeed once a member of the Shichibukai. However, he has always maintained a strong bond with me, and his current imprisonment is, in fact, due to my circumstances. Because of you? I inquired. Indeed, upon learning of my capture, he resolutely chose to share my fate in this cell. In truth, it is thanks to Jinbei's assistance these days that I have endured the torment. Otherwise, I might have succumbed to the cruel torture and perished. You flatter me, Brother Ace. I merely cannot abide certain practices of the Navy, Jinbei replied. Since you have arrived here, it is evident that you possess remarkable skills. While I do not dare to hope for your assistance in my escape, I implore you to ensure Brother Ace's safety. As he spoke, Jinbei bowed his head, as if what he had just expressed transformed into a plea. Although I was not well acquainted with him, he left a favorable impression on me. In these times, it is rare to find someone willing to endure suffering alongside Ace purely out of friendship. Moreover, the prisoners confined here are undoubtedly formidable individuals. It is indeed rare to encounter someone of such stature who would go to such lengths for loyalty. Thus, I smiled and assured Jinbei, Brother Jinbei, I have come specifically to rescue Ace. Therefore, your request carries little weight. Besides, given your bond with Ace, should I succeed in his rescue, he would undoubtedly return to assist you. Furthermore, facilitating your escape is but a trifling endeavor. Without further delay, I executed the prior technique, swiftly unlocking the handcuffs binding Ace and Jinbei. With one more member added to our escape team, we still found ourselves pondering our exit strategy. All right, everyone, our current dilemma is how to leave this place unnoticed. Do either of you have any ingenious ideas? Ace lowered his voice and suggested, I believe that with the three of us united in strength, we could fight our way through. This would be the simplest approach, albeit fraught with peril. I shook my head in disapproval. No, such a strategy would not only exhaust our energy, but also attract more formidable foes. Let's not forget that Ace is currently a high-profile target. Should you reveal yourself again, it is likely that an admiral would be dispatched to apprehend you. Jinbei stroked his yellowing beard and remarked, Brother Guangzizu is correct. If we could devise a way to make them believe Brother Ace is still in his original position, our chances of a successful escape would increase significantly. Prompted by his insight, an idea swiftly took shape in my mind, just as I prepared to share my thoughts. The sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor once more, this time more chaotic. I hurriedly gestured for the two to remain silent. Upon opening my eyes, I was taken aback to see at least 7 or 8 individuals approaching. What a bustling day it is here. Oh, is that a woman among them? I noted. Gentlemen, it appears many are heading this way, seemingly in pursuit of Ace. Let us maintain our current positions for the time being. Upon hearing this, the two understood the gravity of the situation and promptly reattached their handcuffs, resuming their previous stances. I entered the realm of Shunwei once again, though internally I was cursing my luck. What is this? They keep coming in waves, and now it seems we face a significant influx. In truth, we could have escaped much earlier. However, Ace and Jinbei's injuries were too severe. My healing abilities, while effective, consumed too much time when applied to others. Thus, several hours were spent barely managing to mend their wounds. Had I initially transported them to Shunwei, I could have managed the task alone without issue. In fact, had I only needed to carry Ace, I could have done so easily. However, the addition of Jinbei necessitated consideration of alternative methods. After all, I was not well acquainted with him and could not afford to reveal too much of my abilities. Yet, this complication heightened the difficulty of our escape. Of course, if all else fails, the Shunwei route remains an option. While I contemplated our escape plan within the realm of Shunwei, the newcomers had already arrived at our cell. 5 individuals approached, and to my surprise, 3 were familiar to me. Hannibal, the female officer at the entrance, and the vice admiral I had encountered on Judicial Island. The other 2 included a tall man clad in a black coat adorned with long ram's horns, who appeared to be the prison warden, the infamous Magellan, and a strikingly tall woman whose information was unknown to me. I must say, she was truly captivating. Standing at least 8 meters tall, her figure was well proportioned, and her striking features were a sight to behold. The mere presence of her long legs was enough to leave one in awe. Her lustrous black hair flowed gracefully behind her as she walked. A woman of such remarkable proportions possessed a face that was equally extraordinary. Her features and complexion were unparalleled. The cheers and shouts of the surrounding prisoners made it evident that her appearance in such a place was nothing short of a catastrophe. As everyone became entranced by her beauty, Hannibal proclaimed, Fire Fist Ace has a special visitor, someone you would never expect. Following this, he stepped aside, allowing the beautiful woman to advance a few steps. Her bashful demeanor was indeed endearing. The pirate empress, Boa Hancock. The introduction sent shockwaves through the surrounding cells, igniting uproarious excitement. Typically, prisoners who rarely saw women were now clamoring to catch a glimpse of this extraordinary beauty. The crude remarks became increasingly vulgar, reaching a blatant level. Yet the raucous crowd showed no restraint, drowning out Hancock's voice. However, Magellan's thunderous shout instantly silenced the commotion. Yet soon after, insults began to rain down upon him, with some even launching personal attacks. It was clear that such ridicule was intolerable for any man, let alone one standing beside a breathtaking beauty. Magellan's eyes turned crimson, his male pride wounded. You bastards seem to have forgotten who governs this prison. With a furious roar, he began to liquefy, and from his back emerged 3 serpentine streams of liquid. The appearance of the purple serpents prompted immediate recognition. Poison, it's the poison dragon. A wave of panic surged through the crowd. Hey, don't joke around. No, please, don't resort to violence. We could talk it out. The derisive laughter had transformed into terrified cries. However, the prisoner's pleas for mercy did not elicit any sympathy from Magellan. The 3 venomous dragons behind him spiraled through the air, charging toward the various cells. I witnessed firsthand as one prisoner was merely splashed by the liquid from the venomous dragon. Instantly, he clutched his throat tightly, howling incessantly, and then his body began to wither at a visible rate until it melted into a puddle of liquid. Magellan's venom had, astonishingly, taken the life of a prisoner in such a brief span. It is worth noting that the prisoners confined here are all formidable figures. To think that one could perish so easily was indeed shocking. Moreover, this was not an isolated incident. Similar scenes unfolded throughout the entirety of the 6th level. The power of the Doka no Mi is truly terrifying. However, what left me even more astounded was not this. Amidst the chaos created by Magellan, the pirate empress unexpectedly revealed a piece of news. Fire Fist Ace, Luffy is here to rescue you. Luffy is here to rescue you. The moment those words escaped her lips, my astonishment regarding Magellan was swiftly redirected. Luffy had arrived? I quickly scanned the entire underwater prison. To my surprise, he truly was here. Luffy was currently running amok on the 2nd underground level alongside Buggy. After the pirate empress spoke, she fell silent, and only when Magellan quelled the surrounding turmoil did the 5 of them turn to leave this space. Hey, Ace, is this Luffy the brother you often mention? There is no doubt. My brother is indeed that kind of person, someone who acts without thinking, a complete fool. Ace was so astonished that his eyes nearly popped out. He never expected Luffy would come to rescue him. I emerged from the Shinwei space, having just witnessed Luffy's antics, and helplessly rubbed my head. Goodness, things were about to get lively. Luffy had certainly stirred up a massive commotion. What? That only solidifies my belief that the one who came is undoubtedly Luffy. There is no mistake. I have seen him. He is currently with Buggy on the 2nd level, releasing a multitude of prisoners. This was truly astounding. All right, gentlemen, this situation has escalated significantly. I believe our captain must have learned of Ace's predicament and rushed here to rescue you. So what shall we do next? I slumped down helplessly, feeling a bit vexed to have such a captain. While I was angry at his actions, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. Hey, did you see that? That is our captain. He dares to storm in here alone to save people. Impressive, isn't it? The 2 looked at me and murmured. Is this the type of person our captain and crew are? Is everyone in this pirate crew not a normal person? What are you 2 whispering about? Oh, it's nothing. By the way, what should we do now? With Luffy causing such a ruckus, Ace and Jinbei were left at a loss. In fact, we could take advantage of the chaos Luffy has created to escape. Konoyo elaborat. Well, Magellan has just departed from the 6th level. If he learns of the chaos Luffy has caused, he will definitely go to quell it. Therefore, this is a splendid opportunity for us to escape. Wait, are you suggesting we abandon Luffy and escape amidst the chaos? Ace could hardly believe I would make such a suggestion. What you're saying is absurd. He is my captain. How could I possibly abandon him? So your point is, in truth, I did not come alone. Observing their puzzled expressions, I realized my previous words had caused a misunderstanding and quickly explained, what stands before you now is merely a clone. My true self is currently within the 5th level of this prison. Thus, we can act separately. My true self will be keeping an eye on Luffy, and there won't be any major issues. In fact, it's likely that my true self will escape the prison even before we do. With expressions of disbelief, I once again unlocked their handcuffs. Then what happens next? How do we escape? After a moment of contemplation, I concluded the simplest method would be for me to create a hole in this wall, allowing us to escape through the water. However, as soon as I spoke, Jinbei quickly interjected. That's impossible. The walls at this level are not something that can be destroyed. Moreover, the outside is filled with seawater, along with various sea creatures lurking around. An escape through the water is utterly unfeasible. Jinbei was correct. Setting aside whether we could destroy such sturdy walls, even if we managed to do so, we would still face certain death with the ocean surrounding us. Hey, don't forget, I can fly. Although the outside is filled with seawater, I can swiftly carry you above the surface. Once we are airborne, no one will be able to pursue us. No, wait a moment. I know you can walk on the water, but when did you gain the ability to fly? Haha, big brother, I too can grow. Flying is merely a matter of growth. It's not an insurmountable feat, Ace, and Jinbei felt I was boasting. If flying were so easy, then nothing would be difficult. It must be noted that the ability to fly is the nemesis of most devil fruit powers. While it may not allow for direct attacks, it also renders opponents unable to strike back. Why are Logia-type users so formidable? It is precisely because their real body cannot be targeted. Jinbei stopped me and said, Kono Joe, even if you can carry us both while flying, you must realize that if we destroy this place, the seawater will flood the entire area. At that point, none of the prisoners here will survive. In truth, that was another of my objectives. On one hand, it would prevent Magellan from locating us quickly. If we flooded this place, and considering he is a devil fruit user, he would be unable to immediately capture us. To be honest, while his poisonous abilities may not pose a threat to me, they are undoubtedly a nuisance. Avoiding confrontation would be ideal. As for the other side of the equation, the prisoners here are not ordinary individuals. When Magellan attacked them, he showed no hesitation, leading me to believe that these individuals are not worth sparing. I understand, but Jinbei wished to express something further, only to be interrupted by me. Jinbei, you wouldn't be feeling sympathy for these prisoners, would you? Jinbei paused. No, indeed. Each of these individuals has committed unforgivable crimes. It would be better to eliminate them all at once. I personally have no sympathy for them. I merely wish to state that if we intend to create chaos, we might as well release them all. With their abilities, they could surely distract Magellan. Ace clapped his hands in agreement. Good idea. I lowered my head in contemplation for a moment before shaking it. These individuals are far too dangerous. Their abilities are too pronounced. Should they be rescued, they would undoubtedly become obstacles for us in the future. It would be more merciful to eliminate them outright. Ace quickly stopped me. What? Kono Joe, are you afraid of their potential retaliation in the future? Jinbei also looked at me with a grin. Ace declared loudly, setting aside the fact that you released them, they would only be grateful to you. Even if a few of them wished to retaliate later, would you fear them? Or do you think Luffy would fear them? In truth, I am genuinely unwilling to let these rascals slip through my fingers. I comprehend the principle of eradicating evil. Despite Luffy's aspiration to become the Pirate King, one must not shy away from challenges. However, my apprehension lies in the clandestine misdeeds that these old fellows might conduct behind our backs. This could spell trouble, for one cannot expect to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. No, this is too troublesome. It is best to eliminate them directly. Ace and Jinbei exchanged knowing smiles. And it was up to them. Yet we faced one final dilemma. How to dismantle this wall. If it's about breaking the wall, I can lend a hand, but you must first promise to take me with you. We turned towards the source of the voice, where a figure wielded a golden hook that glimmered in the darkness. Crocodile. What a coincidence. I never expected to encounter him in such a place. Considering his abilities, dismantling the wall seems hardly a challenge. Ha. I suppose for a wall of this caliber, it must be quite a hassle for you. Yet for me, it is as easy as pie. Oh, isn't this Mr. Zero? What a stroke of luck to meet you here. Old Sha paused, taken aback by the presence of this individual. What is this, Guangzizi? Do you know this guy? Haha, we once had a skirmish in Alabasta. Aware of my enmity with Old Sha, Jinbei chose not to elaborate further. He sensed that with Old Sha's involvement, the prison break would proceed more smoothly. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided, very well, we shall include you. However, once we successfully escape, you must assist me with a particular task. What task? I haven't thought of it yet, but rest assured, it will be within your capabilities. So what do you say? The old and young furrowed their brows in contemplation, and after a moment, it seemed they had made up their minds. Fine, as long as you can get me out, I agree. Upon hearing our agreement, the surrounding prisoners began to express their willingness to assist me in exchange for their escape as well. I feigned ignorance. Utilizing a key crafted from wooden ninjutsu, to release Old Sha. I then employed water ninjutsu to create a small pool beneath our feet. Subsequently, I fashioned 3 water clones from the pool, transforming them to resemble the 3 of us, and sent them into their respective cells. This way, even if someone came to investigate, they would find no one had escaped, thereby inducing a sense of complacency among the guards and creating an opportunity for our breakout. Truly, Guangzizu, your foresight is exceptional. This will lead others to believe it was merely a simple wall breach, unaware of our escape. Indeed, this strategy is remarkably clever. Moreover, with the seawater capable of eliminating everyone nearby, there would be no witnesses left. Old Sha lit a cigar, his gaze towards me tinged with an unusual emotion. Haha, let us hope we can deceive them. All right, Old Sha, it's your turn. Old Sha placed his hands against the wall, his brow furrowing as he activated his Sansan fruit abilities, causing the air around us to stir. It seemed Old Sha was preparing for something grand. However, 2 minutes passed, and the wall showed no signs of change. Old Sha scratched his face, awkwardly admitting, it seems there is sea stone inside. My abilities are being suppressed. Good grief. Big brother, your bravado is impressive, but why the incompetence when it comes to the task at hand? Step aside. I shoved Old Sha aside and pressed my fingers against the wall, carefully assessing its texture. Guangzizu, don't strain yourself. Let us consider another approach. Yes, Guangzizu. How about we just break through? If I cannot manage it, do you think you can break this wall? I meticulously examined the wall's hardness. Captain Yamato once mentioned that the more solid the wall, the easier it becomes to shatter if one identifies the weak point. After much searching, I finally discovered a small flaking point on the wall. Turning to smile at them, I then clapped my hands, causing 3 vine-like tendrils to extend from my back. They secured the 3 of them firmly, and I announced, prepare yourselves, for a deluge of seawater is about to flood in. Jinbei gazed at the vines around his waist, both marveling at my unique ability and resolving to perform splendidly once submerged. After bidding the 3 of them farewell, slender tendrils resembling tree roots emerged from my fingertips, gradually penetrating the tiny cracks in the wall. As my chakra flowed into them, the tendrils thickened. Upon sensing the ocean water outside, I realized I had completely breached the wall. With a slight smile, I warned, it's coming. Upon hearing this, everyone entered a combat-ready stance. I expanded the opening to allow even the stoutest Jinbei to pass through. The entrance remained blocked by my tendrils, preventing the seawater from rushing in immediately. However, the immense pressure of the deep sea was becoming increasingly difficult to withstand. Gritting my teeth, I shouted, hold your breath, we're starting. Subsequently, I could no longer contain it. A torrent of seawater surged through, thrusting me back into the cell. The force was so violent that it sent me tumbling. Ironically, the back of my head collided with the cell door. This misfortune was due to my inexperience. I had calculated everything. Yet I had not anticipated the terrifying pressure of the ocean depths. The impact caused even my wooden clone to dissipate. My disappearance was inconsequential, but it rendered Ace and the others in a precarious situation. The interconnected vines I had created with my wooden ninjutsu vanished, leaving the 3 of them to flail in the water, utterly disoriented. At that moment, my true body, situated in the 5th level of the cold hell, immediately received feedback from the clone. Originally, my true self had been observing the prison's information after being thrown into a cell. Knowing that Luffy had breached and impelled down filled me with both joy and excitement. Just as I contemplated assisting Luffy, the clone of Ace vanished. Without hesitation, I began to sense Ace's position through the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, I appeared beside Ace. In my haste, I had failed to consider that we were underwater. The immense water pressure expelled all the air from my lungs. Just as I was on the verge of losing consciousness again, I swiftly employed the water transformation technique, allowing me to regain my composure. With a flick of my hand, I grasped Ace firmly. However, I could not locate the other 2. The visibility underwater was poor, and the surrounding sea creatures obstructed my search for Jinbei and Old Sha. After a brief deliberation, I resolved to bring Ace to the surface first. I dove straight up to the ocean surface, conjuring a small boat from wooden ninjutsu to place Ace upon, leaving a clone behind to tend to him. I once again plunged into the depths of the ocean, tirelessly searching for the figures of Jinbei and Lao Sha. After evading several attacks from Sea Kings, I finally caught sight of Lao Sha, who had nearly sunk to the ocean floor. Fortunately, I managed to rescue him just in time. However, Jinbei was nowhere to be found. With Lao Sha aboard a small boat on the surface, I was about to use my Byakugan to survey the surroundings when a serpent-like sea king emerged from the water. Its body, partially exposed above the surface, measured over 20 meters, causing me to swallow hard. I prepared to unleash my wind release, Light Fong, to sever the beast. But unexpectedly, the creature began to rise into the air, releasing a massive shockwave from its abdomen. It was only when a monster flipped onto its back, floating on the surface, that Jinbei slowly surfaced from the water, exclaiming, "Is everyone all right?" To my astonishment, this old fellow could swim. "Wait, Jinbei, aren't you supposed to be a non-ability user?" I chuckled. "Ha ha ha. I am a fishman, not merely an ability user." It was then that I noticed the webbed fingers between Jinbei's hands, akin to those of a frog. After the false alarm, the four of us finally escaped, gazing at the tranquil ocean surface, feeling as though everything was unreal. However, before we could truly appreciate this hard-won freedom, at least 10 warships seemingly materialized around us, encircling our small vessel. I initially thought the Navy would at least announce their presence with a loudspeaker, but to my surprise, without a word, they commenced bombarding our tiny boat with cannon fire. More than a dozen warships unleashed over 200 cannonballs, hurtling towards us like a tempest. The explosive sounds echoed for nearly a minute, marking only the first wave of their assault. A few hours prior, after enduring the harsh initiation of imprisonment, my true form was thrust into the icy depths of the 5th level of hell. Surrounded by individuals frozen like popsicles, I couldn't help but shudder. The guards who detained me hastily threw me into a cell and fled, seemingly unable to withstand the frigid conditions. I had intended to adjust my state and prepare for an escape, but the extreme cold proved unbearable. With no choice, I utilized wood release to create a large amount of timber, igniting it with fire release. To the astonishment of my fellow inmates, a small campfire was born. These individuals, each a bounty criminal worth millions, were moved to tears by such a simple act. They knelt before me, bowing their heads in gratitude, which made it difficult for me to follow through with my original intention of eliminating them. Hiding in a corner, I warmed myself by the fire while using Byakugan to monitor the prison situation. The warm air provided a slight comfort. Upon discovering that my clone had successfully infiltrated Ace's cell, I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the plan was progressing well. Moreover, this also meant I could commence my own actions. In fact, aside from rescuing Ace, I had another crucial task to fulfill, finding Xiaofeng. Having already used Byakugan to survey the entire prison, I realized that Xiaofeng was still confined within a cell on the 3rd level. He had mentioned coming here to find someone, but it appeared he had not succeeded. Once more, I summoned a clone to take my place in confinement while I transformed into a soldier and boldly exited the cell, confirming that no one was around. I made my way towards the forest at the center of this level. Just a few steps in, I encountered several white-furred wolves, baring their teeth as if they had spotted a meal. To avoid causing a commotion, I quickly dashed into the forest, only to find that it was a den of wolves. Over 30 white wolves gradually surrounded me, and the cold wind sent shivers down my spine. Gazing at their soft fur, I felt as if I had stumbled upon treasure. With a clap of my hands, I executed an upgraded version of the shadow mimicry technique, unleashing the shadow binding technique. Dark shadows raced across the white snow, swiftly ensnaring all the wolves. Before they could react, the slender shadows coiled tightly around their necks. I smirked, and with another surge of chakra, I sent these wolves to their next reincarnation. After savoring a delightful feast of wolf meat, I began to contemplate my next move. During this time, the esteemed old man carp had already departed from Impel Down, allowing me to move about freely. Suddenly, I sensed someone approaching. I quickly rendered myself intangible while maintaining my original posture. The newcomer, clad in dark sunglasses and a thick winter coat, appeared to be male. He halted 20 meters away, stating, "Hey there, I see you're quite skilled. Our leader wishes to meet you. Would that be convenient?" His tone was relatively sincere, and his message was straightforward, suggesting he was not here to cause trouble. I slowly turned, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He was neither a guard nor a prisoner. "May I inquire what your leader wishes to discuss with me?" I asked, though internally I was captivated by his coat. In such frigid weather, I was clad in nothing but a prison uniform, while this fellow donned a thick coat. Surely, it must be warm. My eyes gleamed with desire as I approached him, shivering and laughing foolishly. "That coat of yours must be incredibly warm." "Huh?" I remarked. Upon hearing this, the man visibly recoiled, his expression growing tense as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. "Brother, take it easy, calm down." My attention was entirely fixated on his coat, rendering me oblivious to his words. In a swift motion, I lunged forward, employing shadow mimicry to seize control of him. Once I donned his coat, I scrutinized him closely. To my dismay, I found myself on the verge of retching. The scruffy man was wearing fishnet stockings. In disgust, I stumbled back, exclaiming, "Dude, what on earth are you doing?" The man I had stripped of his clothing instantly froze in the cold wind, transforming into an ice sculpture. Goodness, he fell silent. I pressed my fingers together and placed them on his head, invoking the secret technique of the Zhongshan family to read his memories. It turned out he was one of those who lived between the 5th and 6th levels. I also discovered the entrance to this underground world. After leading the remaining white wolves and my newfound companion through the route etched in his memory, we arrived at their base, and the scene inside was truly shocking. The spacious hall was bustling with people, men and women joyfully drinking and chatting, creating a stark contrast to the cells of other levels. My presence evidently captured their attention. One of the tall beings, adorned with a mane of purple curls and a delicate crown atop his head, gracefully approached me. "Welcome to the paradise of new beings. Hooray! We are well aware of your circumstances. To have escaped so swiftly suggests your formidable strength, indeed." "Huh, you recognize me?" "Naturally. Every corner of this fortress is under our surveillance. For a long time, we have sought powerful individuals to join our ranks. Based on the recollections of the previous being, it seems you might be their leader. Ah, are you the being known as Rinyao Wang Awankov? Indeed. Now that you have arrived in our paradise, partake in its pleasures. We shall discuss matters further later." Remarkably, this fellow displayed an admirable lack of concern, even brushing off the fact that I had inadvertently caused his subordinate to suffer from frostbite with a mere chuckle. His enthusiasm was infectious, and it was no surprise that someone with such an open heart could achieve greatness. With gratitude, I stepped aside to reveal his frozen subordinate. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. Your brother seems to have caught a chill. Surely, you have medical personnel here? Perhaps some cold medicine would be in order?" Ivankov gazed at the icy figure, blinking in disbelief, his expression one of incredulity. Suddenly, he recoiled in panic, crashing into the wall. "What? This is no mere chill. This is a solid block. Are you a demon?" I sheepishly scratched the back of my head. It should be fine. The freezing was brief, and he can surely be saved. Ivankov likely regretted his invitation, yet having spoken, it would be too embarrassing to retract. Thus, he had to endure the situation, instructing others to take the frozen form away for treatment. As he approached me once more, his mouth opened several times without uttering a word. Clearly, he was at a loss for words, and after a lengthy pause, he finally managed to say, "You should rest." Turning to leave, I quickly stopped him. "Excuse me, Ivankov." Sir?" Ivankov recognized my awkwardness and candidly replied, "Names are merely aliases. Gender is but a label. It matters not what I am called." Truly, he was magnanimous, and I silently gave him a thumbs up. "Ivankov, here is some wolf meat, a token of apology for your brother." With that, I produced over 30 white wolves from my system space. Ivankov smiled slightly, his expression brightening a touch. I said little more, turning to seize a chicken leg from the table and began to feast. After satisfying my hunger, I sought a room to rest. Though termed rest, I intended to monitor the movements within the prison. The upper levels seemed undisturbed, but the 6th level revealed the presence of another individual in Ace's cell, seemingly conspiring about something. I paid it little mind, assuming it merely involved escape plans. With my clone stationed there, it should pose no significant threat. Inadvertently scanning the deepest part of the prison, I discovered a mysterious space beneath the 6th level. Previous inspections had overlooked it, and even now, it remained unclear. I could only vaguely discern that something lay beneath the 6th level. Yet with my current abilities, I was unable to perceive clearly. My temper flared. My eyes, a fusion of Sharingan and Byakugan, were but a step away from the fabled Rinnegan, yet there were still things eluding my sight. How curious! As I concentrated all my chakra, preparing to investigate further, I was taken aback when a pair of purple eyes emerged from the previously impenetrable darkness. My sensory abilities abruptly ceased to function, leaving me oblivious to my surroundings. What manner of creature resided on the 7th level to devour my perception? This was truly terrifying. Regaining my composure, I dared not press further, choosing instead to focus on the remaining 6 levels. However, the eyes I had glimpsed were undoubtedly problematic. Although I'd only caught a fleeting glimpse, those pupils unmistakably belonged to a human. Strangely, they seemed oddly familiar. Unbeknownst to me, within that 7th level, a creature with purple pupils emitted a faint chuckle. They have finally arrived. It seems I shall soon be free. Unaware of the monster I had inadvertently awakened, my attention was diverted by another matter. Indeed, a familiar figure had appeared on the first level. Luffy. To my astonishment, I had encountered Luffy within the confines of Impelled Down. Previously, I had thought I had perished at the hands of Kizaru and inexplicably found myself on Shanks Island. At that time, Luffy and his crew had been clueless about how to escape. Did the techniques I had employed on Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma have any effect before my demise? Despite my myriad of questions, witnessing Luffy darting about the first level, it was clear he was there to rescue Ace. Yet, he appeared alone, suggesting his companions were not with him. What was the situation? Had Luffy not informed anyone of his secret venture into Impelled Down? My excitement at seeing Luffy momentarily overshadowed the concern over the creature on the 7th level. The immediate priority was to locate Luffy and, ideally, escort him away. Otherwise, his reckless antics would surely draw attention. However, I reconsidered. If Luffy caused a commotion above, it would inevitably attract the full force of the prison guards, thereby creating an opportunity for Ace to escape. The implications grew increasingly troubling. Well then, let me assist you. Perhaps we should amplify the noise. With a plan in mind, I utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Luffy. He was hiding amidst the beams, seemingly contemplating his next move. My sudden appearance startled him. Once he recognized me, he exclaimed, "Kozo, what are you doing here?" Luffy. It has been far too long. I was just about to ask what brings you here." Our commotion swiftly attracted the guard's attention, prompting me to seize Luffy's hand. "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." In a Kamui space, Luffy looked at me with a mix of joy and disbelief. "What happened? We all thought you had died. How incredible to see you again." He embraced me tightly, tears streaming down his face, resembling a child in need of comfort. My heart ached for him. I had believed I was doomed as well. Had the system not sacrificed itself to awaken me, I might have truly been lost. "All right, Luffy, tell me everything that transpired after my supposed death." Luffy managed to control his emotions and slowly began to recount the events that transpired thereafter. Ever since I had employed the technique of Bition Shun on Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma, the attitudes of these two individuals had undergone a complete transformation. Kuma even went so far as to send flying the likes of Trafalgar Law and other pacifists. Once the vicinity was devoid of any onlookers, Kizaru ceased his assault on the Straw Hat crew. He then pondered how to facilitate the relocation of the Straw Hat members, ultimately leaving it to Kuma to utilize his powers to transport us to various locations, ostensibly to hone our skills. Initially, Luffy vehemently opposed this notion, but upon seeing my lifeless body, he comprehended that the new world was not a realm to be traversed lightly. Given our crew's current strength, we were utterly incapable of establishing a foothold in the new world. Thus, Luffy, with a heavy heart, resolved to have us part ways for 2 years to independently cultivate our abilities. We sorrowfully buried my body on Sabaody Archipelago. During this time, Nami, Robin, and Chopper wept inconsolably, and it was only under Kizaru's urging that we finally separated. Luffy found himself sent to Amazon Lily by Kuma, accompanied by the renowned Pirate Empress. Soon after, Luffy learned of Ace's impending punishment, which prompted his arrival here. Upon sharing the events that had transpired on my end with Luffy, I, of course, concealed the details regarding the system, merely stating that my recovery ability had undergone a significant transformation in the 3 hours following my demise. It was through the continuous absorption of life force that I had managed to resurrect. However, I did not disclose my encounter with Shanks. When Luffy discovered that I, too, had come to rescue Ace, his joy was palpable. Initially, the odds of him saving Ace on his own were slim, but with my involvement, he felt a marked increase in confidence. "By the way, Luffy, listen to me. My clone is already by Ace's side. He should be taking Ace away shortly." "Really? Is that true? Your speed is astonishing. You've already found Ace?" "Yes, but rescuing Ace will require both of our efforts." "What do you mean?" "To be precise, Ace is on the 6th level. We need to create a diversion on the 1st level to draw the enemy's attention, allowing Ace and the others to effect their escape more safely." Though I could not fully comprehend, Luffy seemed to suggest that we merely needed to cause a ruckus, which was indeed the essence of his proposal. I was momentarily at a loss for words, yet what he said held a kernel of truth. "Yes, that's about the gist of it. Of course, we actually have a second option." "What option?" I smiled mysteriously before continuing. We could simply do nothing and leave this place." "Nanny?" Think about it. My clone will soon rescue Ace. So, whether we go or not, it makes little difference. Therefore, leaving here directly is the most hassle-free approach. But, Luffy seemed to be at a loss, initially filled with fervor to save Ace. Now seemingly on the verge of yielding due to my words. He felt a tinge of reluctance. Luffy, consider this. Even if you were to meet Ace now, how do you plan to bring him out? Of course, we would fight our way through. Such an approach not only wastes energy, but also diminishes the likelihood of success. It would be wiser to wait here. If Ace is rescued, we can turn and leave immediately, conserving our strength to face any external dangers. However, if we fail to rescue Ace, he will likely pass through this area, at which point we can seize him from the guards. Wouldn't that enhance our chances of success? Luffy, upon hearing my analysis, seemed to reconsider his initial naive impulse to charge in and save Ace. After a moment's reflection, he found my suggested method, while somewhat lazy, to be a reasonable alternative. After all, his intent to rescue Ace might have resulted in Ace's ire, and if we could ensure Ace's safety, there was no need to provoke him further. Yet, having traveled such a distance without even seeing Ace felt somewhat unjustifiable. Caught in a dilemma, Luffy was torn between options. I understood that in such moments he needed to make his own choice. As his second-in-command, my role was merely to provide guidance. Regardless of the path he chose, I would undoubtedly accompany him until the end. Konosuke, I recognize your intelligence and analytical prowess. Your suggestions could indeed streamline our plan. But I am but a simpleton. My sole purpose in coming here was to save Ace, nothing more. Luffy tentatively glanced at my expression, seeing no signs of discontent, and continued, thus, I must ensure Ace is safe before I can find peace. Therefore, I have decided to go see him. The atmosphere grew tense. Luffy's words seemed laced with an underlying fear of inciting my anger. This feeling struck me as somewhat awkward, despite our long-standing camaraderie. It appeared he still held a slight reservation regarding me. It was an indescribable sensation, neither distrust nor outright wariness, simply a subtle caution. Nevertheless, since it was the captain's decision, I would not oppose it. With a grin I acknowledged, understood, Captain. I shall lead you to him. Really? Of course. Luffy was genuinely elated. Then let us go now. Not so fast. I must first assess the situation regarding Ace. Upon saying this, I activated my Byakugan once more to scan the entire impel down. On the first floor where Luffy and I stood, guards had recently come to investigate, but found nothing amiss. They subsequently returned to the monitoring room. No anomalies were detected on other floors. However, it appeared that something significant was unfolding on the 6th level, as Magellan was utilizing his powers to assault the other inmates. It seemed that now was not an opportune moment to proceed. Luffy and I could only operate under the guise of time differential to avoid attracting attention. Magellan was the most formidable figure in the prison. Thus, if he were present on the 6th level, we would refrain from advancing. We would wait for him to depart before launching our ambush. Haha, that's how guerrilla warfare is fought. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent for us to hold off. Luffy appeared somewhat disappointed, clearly yearning to see his brother. All right, do not fret. Though we cannot reach Ace just yet, there is someone we must meet. Aside from Ace, is there someone else you wish to see? Luffy was completely unaware of whom I was referring to. When you meet him, you'll understand. In fact, you will be quite surprised. Really? Is he an exceptional chef? Or does he prepare the most delectable meat? Laughter erupted as Luffy, that delightful rascal, relaxed and began to unveil his comedic talents once again. When the surroundings were momentarily unobservant, I and Luffy discreetly made our exit. In the blink of an eye, I employed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting Luffy to the 3rd level. As we landed, waves of heat assailed Luffy, causing beads of sweat to instantly form on his face and body. Before we could utter a word, a voice echoed from within the cell, count 1, 2. The path of men, the path of women, pales in comparison to the path of the transgender. Hey, you two, come dance with me. 1, 2. At that moment, Little Phone remained oblivious to the presence of 2 newcomers in his cell. However, upon hearing that familiar voice, Luffy immediately recognized who it belonged to. Phone-chan. Little Phone was taken aback. The voice felt different from what he usually heard, yet it resonated with familiarity. He mechanically turned around, and before him stood 2 men. Huh? Shtaoha-chan. Light-chan. It has been ages, Phone-chan. The 3 embraced, their hearts brimming with the joy of reunion. Tears of excitement streamed down, washing over their youthful spirits. Once calmness returned, Little Phone was the first to inquire, Straw Hat-chan, Light-chan, how did you both end up in my cell? Phone-chan. I must say we specifically came to rescue you. Do you believe me? Little Feng hesitated for a moment, but then began to twirl gracefully, tears flowing freely. You fool. Of course, I believe you. After all, we are friends. Feng-chan. Little Feng had come specifically to elicit my tears. I unlocked his handcuffs and asked, by the way, Feng-chan, you mentioned you were looking for someone. Did you find them? Little Feng shook his head and candidly replied, how could a miracle worker be so easily found? Then, if you do find him, what do you intend to do? Of course, I will rescue him. Must I even say it? All right then, I will take you to find him. Little Feng halted his spinning form, gazing at me in disbelief. Seriously? You know where he is? Of course. In fact, just a few hours ago, I departed from his side. That's fantastic. Light-chan, hurry and take me there. After a gentle smile, I turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, I'm taking you for a grand feast. Really? I want to eat big chunks of meat. Haha, sure. Having said that, I placed my hands on their shoulders, reminiscing about the room I had rested in on the 55th floor. Utilizing the flying thunder god, we arrived instantly. We encountered Ivan-chan, and just as I was about to introduce the two parties, a memory flashed in my mind, a recollection relayed back from Ace's clone. Realizing the urgency, I didn't have time for pleasantries and appeared beside Ace in an instant, only to be involuntarily tossed about in the sea. We were soon surrounded by warships. Light of the sun, weren't you supposed to have vanished? How did you reappear? This isn't the time for that. Jinbei, quickly deal with the enemy ships. Crocodile and Ace had also regained their composure. For those with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, ordinary cannonballs posed no threat. Typically, fighting at sea would place the users at a disadvantage, but with my aerial support, the tables had turned. Ha! This is the most exhilarating battle I've had in ages. Indeed, I wholeheartedly agree. Say, Light of the Sun, should we commandeer a warship for transportation? Completely unnecessary. Using a warship would only have us going in circles here. However, it could serve as a temporary refuge. Thus, I soared through the air, skillfully evading various cannonballs, and strategically placed the two formidable beings onto a warship. The stage was now set for their performance. I ascended once more, concealing myself among the clouds, activating my Byakugan to keenly observe the events unfolding and impel down. Since our escape from the 6th level, a deluge of seawater had surged in. Those prisoners, shackled, perished regardless of their abilities. Clearly, this incident exceeded my expectations. The swiftness of the water's encroachment left no time to report the devastation of the 6th level. Meanwhile, our comrade Magellan was still searching for Luffy on the 1st level, noticing only minor tremors throughout the prison without detecting any other anomalies. Yet, this delay led to the annihilation of the 6th level. As the water showed no signs of abating, I swiftly vanished once more. Luffy was indulging in a feast, and upon seeing me, eagerly shared which food was most delicious. I hurriedly sought out Ivan-chan. Ivan-chan, quickly evacuate all your people. The seawater from the 6th level is rapidly approaching. Ivan-chan blinked in surprise, wearing a silly expression, and then burst into laughter. All right, Light-chan, I'm no longer mad at you. Go ahead and eat something. Really? At a time like this, you're telling me to eat? We're all about to perish. And you still have the leisure to eat. I'm not joking. The 6th level is nearly flooded. My urgency rendered me nearly incoherent, yet he remained leisurely. Just as I struggled to explain, one of Ivan-chan's subordinates suddenly shouted in terror. Ivan-kun, we just received news that massive amounts of seawater have flooded the 6th level, and it's spreading towards us. Nanny, everyone grew tense. See, I wasn't mistaken. Quickly, everyone evacuate. It will soon be too late. With that, I ignored Ivan-chan and, using a sudden movement technique, appeared beside Luffy. Luffy, come quickly. Ace has been rescued, and I'm taking you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Luffy hastily gobbled down a few more bites before springing to his feet. I understood the urgency of the moment, yet my power was limited, allowing me to transport at most 3 individuals using the Flying Thunder God. In this space, there were easily over 100 people. I could only take Ivan-chan and Feng-chan out first, but the remaining individuals could not be moved all at once. Ivan-chan, now sweating profusely, understood that there was no time to deliberate further. However, those 100 companions were all his allies, and he could not possibly abandon them. Thus, he raised his arm and declared, everyone, gather your belongings within 1 minute and move to the upper levels. Huh, so sudden? Hurry. Important decisions are often made in haste. Glancing at me with a slight smile, he added, I cannot abandon my people. You all go ahead. Little Feng, witnessing Ivan-chan's resolve, also decided to stay behind and assist everyone in their escape. All right, Fengshan, you follow them. I'll be back shortly. Let us go, Luffy. Grasping Luffy firmly, I vanish from the 55th level, and in the next moment, we appeared aboard a warship outside of Impelled Down. Due to inertia, Luffy rolled on the ground for an indeterminate number of times. Just as he collided with the railing and was about to fall, Ace suddenly appeared, grasping his hind leg. Hey, Luffy. Ace, I'm so relieved you're okay. What do you mean, relieved I'm okay? I've told you countless times, I won't die, you fool. As the brothers reunited, emotions surged once more. However, I had no time to attend to their exchange. Lao Sha ap do check me, tating. I have several subordinates still trapped within Impelled Down. If possible, I must rescue them. This old fellow, even at such a critical moment, still thought of his own interests. You all, first eliminate the surrounding warships, but do not destroy the one we are on. I will devise a plan for the rescue. Ace, Luffy, Lao Sha, and Jinbei all agreed with my suggestion. Consequently, they launched a frenzied, devastating assault on the nearby warships. Ace smiled faintly, unleashing his fire fist. Luffy bit his finger, activating Gear 3rd, and unleashed a giant pistol. Lao Sha lit his cigar, wielding his desert sword. Jinbei plunged into the water, employing fishman karate. In the blink of an eye, the 10 warships surrounding us had sunk to the depths of the sea. While their side experienced ease, my pressure increased. I too wished to rescue more individuals, but the issue was that although my Flying Thunder God technique was swift, I could only transfer a maximum of 3 people at a time. With so many people in Impelled Down, I had to make repeated trips. Even a production team, Donkey Woon T, worked this hard. However, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck me. Back during the Ninja World War, how is it that the 4th Hokage could transfer the entire Ninja Alliance? The number of individuals back then must have been in the thousands. When the 4th said transfer, they were moved without question. What was the principle behind that? The more anxious I became, the more chaotic my thoughts were. I regretted not paying closer attention to Naruto, as I couldn't even recall the technique now. Just as I was pulling my hair out in frustration, Luffy said something that reminded me. Can't you create clones? If one person can be transferred, why not make more clones? Oh my, that statement awakened me from my stupor. Such a simple logic. And yet I had failed to realize it, while Luffy understood it instinctively. Truly remarkable. Luffy, you are a genius. With that, I summoned the tailed beast and forcibly extracted chakra from the opponent. As the chakra flowed, I executed the multi-shadow clone technique. In an instant, thousands of clones appeared on the deck of the warship. Everyone, focus on the mark on Fengshan. Move to that location and bring the people over. Action. Subsequently, figures around us began to vanish in an orderly manner. Ace remarked, with so many clones, the scale is akin to a small-scale war. Indeed, the strength of my brother Kagong Juju is unfathomable. You merely see the numbers. If I told you that each of these clones possesses the same abilities as Kagong Juju, I wonder if you would still be able to laugh. What did you say? So these individuals are practically indestructible? Luffy, familiar with me, calmly responded upon hearing the name of the technique I had just mentioned. This type of clone has poor durability. Essentially, they disappear as soon as they are injured. As Luffy spoke, he recalled the time I executed that breathtaking technique against Moria aboard the terrifying 3-dimensional sailing ship. That was indeed a groundbreaking move, one that even his Gear 3rd could not rival. This was also why he held a slight reverence for me deep down. He even felt that he was not the strongest on the ship, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. One day, I will surpass you. Luffy secretly vowed as he gazed at my back. Soon, those shadow clones returned to the deck, but this time they brought several of Ivankov's subordinates with them. In less than 2 minutes, all of Ivankov's people had been rescued. We are saved. Kaiguangjuju, thank you so much. No worries, as long as everyone is all right. From the feedback of the clones that had just entered, I learned that the guards of Impelled Down had detected the incident on the 6th level and were currently managing the situation. Lao Sha approached me, saying, "Hey, take me inside. I need to find someone." I looked at him curiously. Isn't Xiao Foam already out? Who else do you need to find? Mr. One. Oh, the one defeated by Zoro? Exactly. Enough chatter. Hurry and take me. Hey, Lao Sha, you at least owe me a favor. Can't you be a bit more courteous? Although I said this, I still led Lao Sha back into Impelled Down. Fortunately, I had a clone on the 5th level. Otherwise, I would have indeed needed to take the water route to enter. Lao Sha, do you know which level he is on? No idea. But he certainly isn't on the 6th level. Oh no, this guy is so straightforward. Is he planning to make me search level by level? Where are we supposed to look? Impelled Down is so vast. It would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Lao Sha had a thought and turned to me. By the way, Mr. 2, at which level did you find him? You mean Xiao Foam? He is on the 3rd level. What of it? Lao Sha grinned confidently. Ha ha ha. Then it's settled. We'll go to the 4th level. I grabbed his arm. Take a break. Are you really planning to search room by room? Let me take a look first. With a clap of my hands, I activated my Byakugan, scanning the 4th level thoroughly, and indeed spotted Mr. One's figure. On my side, as I went to rescue people, Magellan was not having an easy time. Originally suffering from diarrhea, he was struck like lightning upon hearing that the entire 6th level had been flooded. He hastily adjusted his pants and began commanding the guards to seal the breach. However, with such immense water pressure, it was no easy task to repair. After expending an unknown amount of manpower, they finally managed to cover the breach halfway. Naturally, he did not remain idle. He immediately began a thorough investigation of the entire Impel Down, fearing that some prisoners might take advantage of the chaos to escape. When a subordinate reported that Ace's corpse had been discovered on the 6th level, it nearly caused him to faint. The importance of Fire Fist Ace was far greater than that of the entire Impel Down combined. He was the Navy's pretext for exterminating the Whitebeard pirates. If Ace were to perish, the Navy would face a calamitous defeat, even if no one was injured. Now hearing that Ace was still alive brought him a slight sense of relief. However, the dire news was that Ace had died. Such a significant matter was far beyond the capacity of a warden to handle. While ordering that Ace's body be brought to him, he simultaneously contacted his superiors to report the situation. Soon, the call was directly transferred to Admiral Sengoku. Magellan detailed the current predicament. Sengoku was equally bewildered, wondering how it was possible for such a significant breach to occur. Was it a shoddy construction job, or perhaps due to corrupt officials? Moreover, why did the problem arise just when they were preparing to battle Whitebeard? The coincidence was too absurd. Despite his stomach full of questions, he forced himself to remain calm. Magellan was determined to preserve the corpse of Ace. He thought that even if he could not execute Ace in front of everyone, at least exposing Ace's lifeless body would serve as a deterrent. Just after he had finished a call with Sengoku, another report came in. All the warships surrounding Impel Down were now severely damaged. Misfortune seemed to seek out the most wretched souls. Magellan felt that his life was nearing its end. He hastily ordered his men to search the nearby waters. The gate of justice had not yet opened, so if there were enemies, it indicated they had not gone far. Of course, this was his line of thinking. However, he did not anticipate that there existed a peculiar being like me in this world. While my main body and Lao Sha were on a mission to rescue Mr. One, my clone quietly descended beneath the warship. With both hands supporting the keel of the ship, I unleashed a surge of chakra, performing the jutsu of super light heavy rock. Almost instantly, the warship, originally weighing several hundred tons, began to lighten. As I lifted the warship, gently floating it into the air, the crew aboard finally realized they were airborne. What was happening? How do we end up flying? Who could possibly lift an entire warship into the sky? Jinbei remained silent, exchanging a fleeting glance with Ace before quietly remarking, "Ace, I wonder if Dad ever mentioned a certain individual to you." Ace, with a serious expression, responded, "Are you referring to that person?" Luffy, confused by their cryptic conversation, interjected, "Who are you two talking about?" Jinbei sighed. 22 years ago, someone did escape from Impel Down. He was a user of the float fruit, capable of making anything he touched float in the air. Ace gazed at the clouds before him, murmuring, "Indeed, just like now." Jinbei turned to Luffy, saying, "Luffy, I have a feeling that your pirate crew might truly be capable of leading an era." After a thorough search, Lao Sha and I finally spotted Mr. One. Their eyes met amidst the crowd. His gaze was fervent and affectionate, as if it could melt the very essence of the soul. His eyes shimmered with surprise and shyness, momentarily lowering before irresistibly lifting to meet the others. In that fleeting moment, an atmosphere of intimacy enveloped the air, time seemingly standing still, with only their gazes conveying endless longing. Such a gaze, laden with emotion, could hardly conclude without a union. I found myself overwhelmed by this atmosphere, fearing that the two might embrace any moment. I quickly interrupted, "Goodness, it's scorching in this wretched place. My feet are nearly burning. Can you two hurry up? I understand your bond is strong, but must you exchange glances in a moment like this?" My words clearly took Lao Sha by surprise, prompting him to clear his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Hey, Mr. One, are you willing to continue following me?" "Of course, boss." Lao Sha chuckled, turning to me, "Hey, hurry up and unlock the door." "You really think too highly of yourself," I replied, rolling my eyes as my right index finger began to shift. Just as I was about to insert the key I had fashioned with my finger into the lock, a gruff voice interrupted us. "Stop right there." The three of us looked up in astonishment. Magellan, crocodile, how did you escape? And you? Magellan was perplexed by what he saw. These individuals were clearly imprisoned in their respective cells. In fact, Crocodile's corpse was still on the 6th level. How could he encounter them here? Was his mind playing tricks on him? Nevertheless, he resolved to capture them regardless of their identities. Magellan emitted an eerie aura of toxic gas, and his horns and wings made him resemble a demon. He inhaled deeply and exhaled a vast cloud of poison. No matter who you are, you shall perish here. The toxic mist rapidly spread, withering everything in its path, floors and walls alike, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. Just as the poisonous gas approached us, I clapped my hands together, invoking wind release, gale palm, creating a powerful cyclone that dispersed the toxic fog. You too, think of a way to escape. I'll hold him off. However, Lao Sha seemed to disagree with this approach. With a flick of his luxurious coat, he conjured a small whirlwind in his palm. Sandstorm. The whirlwind surged towards the toxic mist Magellan had unleashed, sweeping away the poison on the ground. Ha ha ha, let me handle him. You take Mr. One and go. Are you sure you can handle him? This guy uses poison. Stop talking and get going. Damn, he was indeed arrogant. Nevertheless, the title of 5-5 was not given lightly. Furthermore, the toxic cloud Magellan had released, though expansive, was repelled by Lao Sha's whirlwind. In this initial confrontation, Magellan had suffered a minor setback. With that in mind, I felt somewhat reassured. Without delay, I teleported to Mr. One's side, placing a hand on his shoulder and urging, "Let us go." In the next moment, our figures vanished from the 4th level of Impel Down. Magellan was taken aback. What was happening? Had they truly disappeared? Someone quickly search everywhere. Those two must be found. Alive or dead? Yes. A large number of soldiers began to mobilize. However, observing this scene, Lao Sha chuckled disdainfully. Ha ha, don't waste your effort. You want to be able to find him. Magellan paid no heed to Lao Sha's words. The mere fact that he had not seen my departure had already shocked him. If they cannot be found, it would spell disaster. It is known throughout history that Impel Down was renowned for its impenetrable defenses. If someone could escape from here, it would be a monumental event. Thus, as the warden, he could not allow such a thing to transpire. Simultaneously, he would not permit Crocodile to escape. Magellan narrowed his eyes, his body beginning to exude toxic fumes, as the purple venom began to seep outward. Crocodile, as a prisoner of the 6th level, you must understand that I have the authority to execute you on the spot. Ha ha ha. If you wish to execute me, then you must possess the capability to do so. Although Lao Sha spoke confidently, he did not dare underestimate Magellan. He pressed his right hand against the ground, activating the powers of the sand fruit. The once solid floor visibly softened and turned to sand. Erosion cycle. Magellan, too, remained vigilant, aware that Lao Sha was a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. His gaze shifted, and 3 colossal dragons made of venom materialized behind him. Poison dragon. Lao Sha glanced upward, startled by the rapid approach of the poison dragon, which appeared before him in an instant. He had initially intended to alter the terrain to gain an advantage in battle, but Magellan was unconcerned with the shifting landscape, intent solely on eliminating him. Thus, Lao Sha decisively abandoned his plan and hurled his arm forward, unleashing a crescent sand dune. In a decisive maneuver, Lao Sha unleashed a powerful strike, the sand dune, directly upon the body of the poison dragon. This technique, when executed against a human target, could instantaneously drain the moisture from within. However, striking the venomous creature had a different outcome. While it successfully disrupted the poison dragon's advance, the moisture absorbed by Lao Sha became a latent threat. The toxins infiltrated Lao Sha's body, beginning to erode his nervous system, unbeknownst to him. Relishing the success of his strike, Lao Sha boasted, "Ha ha ha, poison dragon, is that all you can muster?" Magellan, witnessing his previously unstoppable attack being thwarted, felt a sense of discontent as 3 poison dragons relentlessly assailed him from behind. Lao Sha continued to utilize the sand dune, persistently absorbing the poison dragons. Do you possess no other techniques? Relying solely on this one will never defeat me. Magellan, usually accustomed to ending battles with this move, was frustrated by its ineffectiveness today. As he pondered alternative strategies to counter Lao Sha, he keenly observed an anomaly. Although the poison dragon had been absorbed, a portion of Lao Sha's body remained unable to transform into sand. This indicated that the venom could be considered a form of liquid, thus capable of countering Lao Sha's attacks. Magellan smirked, thinking, if that is the case, let me unleash something even more exhilarating. Poison pufferfish. Taking a deep breath, He produced a vast quantity of toxic liquid orbs from his mouth, akin to spitting. The high-velocity toxic projectiles relentlessly bombarded Lao Sha, who, in response to the onslaught, transformed his body into sand, evading the incoming strikes. Any evaded poison pufferfish that struck the walls corroded the stone, releasing wisps of smoke. Lao Sha understood that the potency of this technique extended far beyond what he had anticipated. Not a single drop of poison could touch him. However, as he continued to evade, he suddenly noticed his vision becoming blurred. Subsequently, his legs began to falter, and his entire body grew weak. What was happening? Lao Sha forced himself to focus on Magellan. He had successfully dodged all of his opponent's attacks, so why was he now exhibiting signs of poisoning? When had this villain poisoned him? Yet, Magellan showed no inclination to grant Lao Sha any explanation, continuing to unleash the poison pufferfish. One of the projectiles hurtled towards Lao Sha, and although he could have easily dodged it, he stumbled, his knee buckling, and he found himself kneeling on the ground. A torrent of toxic liquid struck him squarely on the head. This was disastrous. The venom rendered Lao Sha unable to transform into sand, and he had taken a solid hit. Although the attack lacked overwhelming force, Magellan was a professional sorcerer. The intense toxins caused Lao Sha to spit blood, and as he lowered his gaze, he realized the gravity of his situation. He had been poisoned quite severely without realizing it. Magellan, while launching the poison pufferfish, had simultaneously released a cloud of poison. This toxic mist, initially a mere thin layer on the ground, had been amplified by the poison pufferfish, elevating its potency to an entirely new level. This explained why Magellan continued to attack, fully aware that the poison pufferfish would not hit Lao Sha. Having inadvertently inhaled the toxic mist, Lao Sha's movements slowed. Coupled with the prior absorption of the poison dragon, he had completely fallen victim to Magellan's cunning scheme. As he lay incapacitated, Magellan approached, tauntingly inquiring, "Well then, crocodile, do you wish to return to your original cell or perish here? The choice is yours." Lao Sha finally recognized the extent of the warden's prowess. Frankly, while his techniques were not particularly unique, the synergy of toxins and his mastery over the battlefield surpassed Lao Sha by a considerable margin. Remaining silent, Lao Sha averted his gaze. Magellan, taken aback that Lao Sha, despite being so thoroughly defeated, refused to concede, concluded, "Regardless, your fate is sealed. You are too deeply poisoned to survive. Allow me to send you on your way." With that, the toxins on his right arm began to accumulate, and the originally purple liquid transformed into a menacing red under his enhancement. Magellan spoke slowly, "Rest assured. With this strike, even if you possess extraordinary abilities, your demise is inevitable." Judgment a poison. From his arm emerged a serpentine strand of red liquid, approximately the thickness of a finger and half the length of a palm. The snake leaped from Magellan's arm, heading directly toward Lao Sha's body. Just as Lao Sha resigned himself to his fate, he invoked Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. A sturdy earthen wall sprang up between him and the serpent, successfully obstructing its path. Lao Sha turned to see, "You have finally arrived. Why so slow?" Lao Sha expressed his frustration as he turned his head, only to find his ally bleeding profusely. "What on earth happened?" he exclaimed. "Cough, cough, enough chatter. We must leave." Lao Sha's injuries were far more severe than he had anticipated, and observing his increasingly ashen complexion, he realized that time was of the essence. "Hey, are you still alive?" he asked. "You should escape on your own. I fear I may not make it." Panic set in as he recognized that his ally was on the verge of losing consciousness. Despite his attempts to employ healing techniques, he could not stabilize the situation. As Magellan circled around the wall, appearing before them, he gritted his teeth and vanished with Lao Sha just as Magellan drew near. Upon reaching the escape team, he immediately called for Iwan-chan. "Iwan-chan, come quickly, he's speaking nonsense." "Oh dear, this is serious." His gaze is unfocused, and his lips are turning purple, clear signs of poisoning. "If we don't procure an antidote swiftly, he may not survive much longer." Mr. One suddenly sprang to his feet. "What? No. This is hardly the time for such distractions." "No, I mean I will retrieve the antidote." "Don't be ridiculous. Do you think you can defeat Magellan?" Mr. One hesitated, realizing that if his boss had been so badly beaten, he stood little chance. Yet, in light of the current circumstances, simply standing by was not an option. After much deliberation, he finally resolved, "No, I must go. Even if I cannot defeat him, I can handle some of the smaller foes. Moreover, the antidote is not with him. It must be located somewhere within Impel Down." Seeing the sense in his argument, I agreed, "Very well. I will accompany you to find the antidote while I hold off Magellan." Luffy, overhearing this, felt a spark of excitement, sensing that more thrilling events were on the horizon. Having already rescued Ace, his spirits were soaring. He, who was already idly passing time, eagerly volunteered to accompany me upon hearing of such a fortunate opportunity. Alas, Luffy, this fellow is indeed a slight adversary. Well, isn't it true that we have nothing to do now? Let bygones be bygones. I find myself utterly helpless against this captain, whose charisma is simply otherworldly. Thus, after reiterating that we must return immediately upon acquiring the antidote, I received their consent, and we set off once more to impel down. To avoid an encounter with Magellan, I decided to teleport to the 5th level, where my original clone resided. Little did we expect, as our figures materialized, a towering shadow loomed before us, causing Mr. One's legs to tremble. Hey, Kozo, how could you bring us right in front of him? This was indeed the worst possible scenario. How was I to know? In any case, you two must flee quickly. I will hold him off. As I spoke, I rubbed my hands together, realizing the tragic turn of events. We had managed to evade him, choosing a secluded corner, yet here he was, right before us. Could it be that he sensed a fragment of my aura? Or was it mere coincidence? Previously, upon seeing that I had taken old sand, Magellan hastily made his way to my cell, eager to investigate the situation. Just as he prepared to drag me out for questioning, fate conspired against us, and we had just teleported here. Magellan's eyes narrowed as he took in the sight of me. So, you dare to return? Without further ado, his venomous aura enveloped him entirely. What do you think you're running? He bellowed. Venom gas bomb, just as I saw him preparing to unleash a torrent of poison. I clapped my hands together. Earth release, tectonic shift. The ground beneath Magellan's feet suddenly sank, as if the once flat surface had been excavated into a deep pit. His venomous discharge was thwarted by the earthen walls surrounding him, resulting in his attack rebounding upon himself. Hey, Luffy, hurry up. Oh, leave it to me. After taking a few steps forward, he abruptly halted. Where is this place? It's freezing. Venom Dragon, toxic corridor. From the depths of the pit, a cylindrical passage formed from venom surged forth. I had not anticipated Magellan's creativity in escaping the deep pit in such a manner. With adversities looming, I had no time to explain the situation to Luffy in detail. I trusted his protagonist aura would surely guide him to safety. Magellan's gaze sharpened as he faced me again. You, it seems, should not be underestimated. Flattery will get you nowhere, I retorted. With that, I clapped my hands once more. Earth release, earth in prison. The soil within a 3-meter radius of Magellan began to rise. While he was momentarily stunned, the earth swiftly enveloped him entirely. I smirked, for this technique was once employed by the Sound Ninja team to trap the Nara team. In this confined space, not only could it absorb the opponent's chakra, but it also continuously repaired the surrounding walls. To escape, he would indeed have to exert considerable effort. As I settled down to regain some chakra, I was taken aback to see the earthen mound before me slowly melting away. No way. My technique was supposed to be nearly insurmountable. By absorbing the opponent's chakra, I could enhance the power of the earthen prison. However, I had overlooked a crucial detail. The denizens of the pirate world possess no chakra within them. Consequently, the formidable barrier I had conjured was shattered by Magellan's onslaught. It was also my fault for not continuously supplying chakra to maintain the barrier. Otherwise, it could have held out a bit longer. The Venom Dragon emerged first, followed closely by Magellan himself. You must never let your guard down. You flatter me, Warden. The same goes for you. We exchanged wary glances, a mutual apprehension flickering in our eyes. I understood his abilities revolved around poison, although I possessed some resistance to toxins. It was best not to test it firsthand. This left me in a predicament, as conventional ninjutsu seemed utterly ineffective against him. Among the 5 elemental natures, only Earth Release appeared to have any efficacy against his attacks. Thankfully, we were on the 5th level, where ample soil was available for my Earth Release techniques. Otherwise, the chakra consumption would have been excessive. Suddenly, Magellan's eyes glowed a fierce red. He raised his hand skyward, and with this motion, an overwhelming deluge of venom ascended above my head to a height of approximately 10 meters. Although I could not discern his intent, the sheer scale of this maneuver hinted at its formidable nature. I began throwing shuriken in all directions. Magellan, observing my actions, chuckled darkly. Futile, even with your extraordinary abilities. You cannot evade this attack. Behold, Venom Rain. As he proclaimed, the venom that had ascended began to pour down like a torrential downpour, its density far surpassing that of mere raindrops, resembling a curtain descending upon us. Surrender now. Escape is impossible. This poison is lethal upon contact. He overestimated me. Even without poison, the impact of stones would be unbearable. Thankfully, I adeptly hurled my shuriken quickly, choosing a spot outside the range of the venomous downpour. And with a swift motion, I evaded. Magellan, witnessing my sudden disappearance, was taken aback by my speed. Yet, he could not have anticipated what followed. As I regained my footing, I swiftly turned to face him, raising my hand to unleash a powerful technique, dust release, world obliteration. A triangular beam of light swiftly severed Magellan's head. However, I found myself uncertain whether Magellan's Doku no Mi was classified as a Logia or a Paramecia. If it were Logia, this strike would have minimal effect, as Logia users can become elemental. Even if their head were severed, it would not pose much of a problem. Conversely, if he were a Paramecia, this blow would be devastating. After all, losing one's head is fatal, regardless of one's abilities. Unfortunately, my concerns became reality. Magellan's severed head did not cause his body to collapse. Instead, venom surged forth from his neck, coalescing to form a new head. His eyes turned blood red, and after a thunderous roar, the purple venom surrounding him transformed into a deep crimson. What a pity! Had I been an ordinary Paramecia, I would surely be dead by now. But since I still draw breath, prepare to meet your end. With that, he summoned the Venom Giant, Hell's Judgment. The crimson venom coalesced atop Magellan's form, manifesting as a giant over 50 meters tall. Its hollow eyes glowed ominously, and the surrounding venom emitted an eerie mist. A single drop that fell upon a nearby stone sizzled violently, creating a pit upon impact. The very soil beneath the stone melted away into oblivion. My word, what kind of venom is this that can dissolve rock? Absolutely must not be tainted. Reason tells me that this level of substance has transcended the realm of poison. I must not allow myself to be contaminated. The colossal figure of Toxic Might roars, swinging its fist towards me. Fortunately, while this entity possesses great lethality, its speed is rather sluggish. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, I continuously evade, managing to keep myself unharmed. However, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Unable to strike the opponent, I am left with no choice but to flee, which leaves me feeling quite frustrated. If he can conjure a giant, so can I? With this thought, I once again dodged the onslaught of the toxic giant. In the next moment, I found myself within the woods, channeling chakra in both hands while pressing down onto the ground. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Suddenly, two towering mountains began to converge on either side of the red toxic giant. The giant's arms propped up the earth, preventing a complete merger. This maneuver successfully thwarted the giant's advance. Yet, before I could revel in my success, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The red, toxic giant, though restrained by the mountains, was no ordinary foe. As smoke began to emanate from where its hands made contact with the mountains, I realized the gravity of my predicament. The mountains began to change color, gradually transforming from earthy brown to a toxic crimson. Subsequently, the earth began to melt away, slowly collapsing under the pressure. Just as the giant was on the verge of breaking free, I activated another ninjutsu. Earth release, Hell Swamp. The terrain beneath the struggling giant transformed into a quagmire, pulling its body down relentlessly. Magellan fought against the mire, but the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. As the sinking accelerated, he realized half of his body was already engulfed. In response, he began to accumulate more red toxic liquid. Thus, the liquid being absorbed by the swamp was expelled back into the environment. To my astonishment, this tactic proved ineffective as well. Squatting low and clapping my hands, I intensified the flow of chakra within me, invoking earth release. Rock giant. Stones began to accumulate beneath my feet, rapidly forming a giant of comparable height to the toxic behemoth. I commanded this rock giant to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks upon the toxic giant. Despite the fact that the rock giant sustained damage upon contact, the continuous reinforcement allowed it to successfully impede the progress of the toxic giant. Magellan, witnessing the failure of his ultimate technique, felt a surge of anxiety and fury. The rock giant, in terms of height, strength, and resilience, seemed equal to his own toxic giant. He understood that prolonging this confrontation was futile. With a grim expression, as if having made a decisive choice, he roared. Crimson rock toxic tide. An overwhelming sea of red toxic liquid surged forth, spreading in all directions like molten lava. Everything touched by this torrent turned to smoke in an instant. The speed of this spread was astonishing, akin to the force of a tsunami. The crimson liquid starkly contrasted with the white snow blanketing the ground. As the lava-like poison swiftly enveloped the landscape, Magellan cackled maniacally, declaring that my demise was imminent. The rapidity of the liquid was astounding. Even with my evasive maneuvers, I barely managed to evade its grasp. Yet, it was evident that Magellan would not allow me to escape so easily. Even as I retreated to the forest's edge, the crimson liquid continued its relentless advance. Behind me lay countless prison cells containing innumerable inmates. This man truly had no qualms about murder, which explained his position as warden. While I was lost in thought, agonizing cries and the sickening sound of flesh melting echoed from the nearest cell. Realizing I had nowhere left to retreat, I took flight. Although Magellan's assault covered the ground, it posed no threat to me in the air. Witnessing my leisurely flight, Magellan was taken aback. "You can fly?" he exclaimed. Cough, cough. It's nothing extraordinary. I can't maintain it for long. I had previously claimed to possess only one technique, yet I had unleashed a multitude of them. Every word he uttered was met with my skepticism. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if I had been caught in a lie. Alas, I truly possess only these few techniques. There is nothing more. Magellan, observing the fallen rock giant, scrutinized me, resolving to trust none of my words henceforth. Nevertheless, he had no intention of remaining silent, for he still held other strategies. His crimson rock toxic tide was not merely superficial as it melted the ground. It released a colorless and odorless toxic gas. Inhaling this gas would lead to the insidious decay of one's internal organs, resulting in a swift demise. His aim in conversing with me was to await the moment of my poisoning. Yet, I remained oblivious. It wasn't until a bird fell from the sky without warning that I sensed something amiss. Just as I prepared to investigate, a sharp pain surged through my abdomen, and I involuntarily coughed up blood. What is happening? Ha ha, at last. I have deceived you. I never imagined you possess such cunning. To ensnare you is no easy feat. Blood flowed from my mouth, and my body began to weaken. The only explanation I could muster for my condition was poisoning. But when had I been poisoned, and where? Gazing at Magellan in bewilderment, I saw him laughing heartily, clearly unwilling to divulge the truth. My body lost its strength, and I fell to the ground. Just as Magellan reached for me, I vanished from sight. Magellan squinted. "Is it you?" At the moment I was nearly captured, I was unexpectedly rescued. Luffy. The steam emanated from Luffy in his second gear. He had intervened just in the nick of time, whisking me away to safety. However, the ground around us was still saturated with poison, leaving him no choice but to perch atop a tree. "Light, are you all right?" I coughed up blood, suppressing the excruciating pain within. "I won't die. Do you have the antidote?" "Don't worry, I've secured it." At that moment, Magellan turned his attention, Straw Hat Luffy. "I never expected you to walk into my trap. Since you're here, you won't be leaving." I knew this place was no longer safe. Even perched in the tree, I felt vulnerable. "Where's Mr. One?" "On the third level." "We need to go." Luffy attempted to say more, but I could no longer control my injuries. Sensing Mr. One's location, I activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting both Luffy and myself to his side. It was merely a simple transfer, yet I found myself spitting blood once again. Luffy cast a worried glance at me before turning to urge the bald-headed man. "How much longer?" "Guangzizu is injured. Coming. There's just one last vial of medicine left. It will be ready soon." "Guangzizu, wake up, we can leave now." In the brief moment, I felt my consciousness beginning to wane. Even Luffy's voice seemed to drift away. Yet, my subconscious warned me that I was not yet out of danger. I must not succumb to slumber. Summoning my strength, I finally discerned the faces of Luffy and the bald-headed man. However, Magellan's voice echoed around us. "Useless Straw Hat Kid. He is beyond saving, and you too are poisoned. It just hasn't manifested yet." The bald-headed man swiftly positioned himself between Luffy and me. "You two go ahead. I will hold him off." I had neither the strength nor the spirit to retort his futile bravado. However, I had to admit, this lad displayed considerable courage. Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I grasped Luffy with my left hand and clutched the bald-headed man's ankle with my right. "Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Lord Magellan. These three have vanished. They are all poisoned. They cannot have gone far. Conduct a thorough search." "Yes, sir." The guards on the third level began to assemble in droves, and Magellan's face contorted in fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, his expression as grim as the sky before a tempest. As soon as I landed, a cacophony of screams erupted around me. Voices clamored, yet I could not comprehend their words. The toxin had begun to impair my hearing. The sensation of impending death enveloped me once more. However, drawing from my previous experiences, I felt less helpless this time. I knew that as long as my chakra remained intact, I could continuously heal myself. Mechanically, I touched my mouth and invoked summoning technique. Lord Slug, I beseech you. Then, I succumbed to unconsciousness. In my dreams, I sensed my body undergoing a relentless reconstruction. My internal organs had been ravaged by the toxin. Yet thanks to the regenerative powers of Hashirama cells, combined with Lord Slug's treatment, it seemed something else was aiding in my recovery. In summary, under the influence of various healing methods, my physical strength underwent a remarkable transformation, drawing me closer to the realm of the pirates. Of course, I was oblivious to this anomaly at the moment. When I awakened once more, a man with spiky yellow hair resembling a pineapple stood before me. You're awake. Hey, who are you? Where's this place? This is the Whitebeard Pirates, hey? You can call me Marco. Whitebeard Pirates. Do you mean this is Ace's homeland? By the way, where's Luffy? You have too many questions, hey? First, have something to eat. I gazed at the steaming bowl of soup before me, and my hunger surged instantly. My stomach audibly protested. I cast a sheepish glance at the pineapple-headed man, who unexpectedly laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed. Excuse me, do you have anything more filling? Just soup isn't quite enough. Marco paused, then burst into laughter as he exited the room. After satisfying my hunger, I made my way to the deck. The vastness of this deck was astonishing, seeming to be at least several times larger than the Sunny. In the center stood a colossal mast adorned with a massive cross, the design identical to the one on Ace's back. Surrounding me were people, at least several hundred, all staring at me with peculiar expressions. However, I sensed no malice from them. Their expressions could only be described as a suppressed urge to laugh, resembling the discomfort of constipation. These individuals appeared to be the type who thrived on danger. While I was not particularly afraid, the atmosphere was undeniably strange. I understood that I had been rescued by them, and they were likely Ace's companions. Thus, in an attempt to convey goodwill, I spun around and smiled at them. To my dismay, after a few turns, I succumbed to my old ailment. A wave of nausea surged, and I retched. The surrounding voices erupted in unison. Don't vomit at a time like this, you fool. Initially, I had intended to greet Ace as comrades, but my old seasickness reared its head. After a few spins, I could no longer control myself and vomited profusely. The surrounding people began to tease me, and my face flushed with embarrassment. Knowing I had embarrassed myself, I quickly squatted down and explained, I'm a bit seasick. I couldn't hold it in, huh? As a pirate, you get seasick? What kind of affliction is that? They exclaimed, unable to restrain their laughter. In truth, I had grown accustomed to it aboard the Sunny, but I hadn't anticipated losing my composure this time. Perhaps it was due to the unfamiliarity of the ship. I sheepishly scratched the back of my head. Is there anything else to eat? I'm a bit hungry after throwing up. Then don't vomit, you fool. They chorused. At that moment, Ace approached, draping an arm over my shoulder. Ha ha ha, it's good to see you awake. Food will be here shortly. Seeing Ace, I finally encountered someone familiar. Ace, were those your acrobats just now? I gestured toward the crew that had just been teasing me. To my surprise, they retorted, you're the one who resembles an acrobat. Ha ha, these are all my comrades. I'll introduce you to each one. With that, Ace led me to the center of the deck, pointing to a towering man with a white beard who stood at least 5 meters tall. Old man, this is Guangzizu, who rescued me. He is also my brother Luffy's companion. Garara, thank you for saving Ace. The sight of the immense, white-bearded man, sipping alcohol from a drip, exuded an air of carefree grandeur. I was momentarily taken aback. Until Ace patted my head, I snapped back to reality. Embarrassed, I quickly replied, I was just planning to give Ace a beating, but seeing him in the prison was just too pitiful, so I couldn't bring myself to do it. Upon hearing this, the hand holding the drink halted. Others were equally stunned. Ace quickly covered my mouth and playfully punched my stomach. Laughter erupted around us. Clutching my belly, I pretended to be gravely injured. Ace, you're done for. Without 3 big punches, I'll never recover. My words provoked another round of laughter, even from Whitebeard. Garara, Guangzizu, is it? I quite like your character. Since you saved Ace, you've done me a great favor. I can grant you one request. Speak your mind. Indeed, Guangzizu. Old man does not make promises lightly. You should think carefully before asking. This old man certainly had a grandiose tone, from the sound of it. He could fulfill any request. You're boasting. I want you to send me back to my original world. If you can manage that, I'll bow to you 3 times right here. Yet it was no surprise, being spoiled by his brood of sons, he was ultimately just an old man. It wouldn't hurt to flatter him a bit. Oh, really? Apart from the 3 pork knuckles, could I also have a large portion of seafood fried rice? Everyone was momentarily taken aback, followed by a burst of hearty laughter. Baihuzi cast a deep glance my way and boisterously proclaimed, "Of course, that is entirely feasible. Let the feast commence." Amidst the sounds of merriment, grand platters of delectable dishes were laid upon the table, accompanied by an array of wines and beverages, as well as an abundance of exquisite delicacies. To my surprise, there were also various enchanting women in attendance, casting flirtatious glances my way while toasting to me with words of gratitude. I began to feel somewhat bashful. Although I have lived 3 lifetimes, I am indeed an authentic person. This only emboldened the group of female pirates, who, noticing my flushed cheeks, became bolder and began to touch me playfully. Hastily distancing myself from these little enchantresses, I sought out AIC. "By the way, where is Lu Fei? What transpired after I lost consciousness?" Lu Fei mentioned he wished to express his gratitude to the Empress, so he went to Jiushi Island. As for the others, Jean Ping returned to Fishman Island, stating he would come to see you in a couple of days. Crocodile and the others decided to procure a ship to set sail once more. Thus they have also departed. Upon discovering that Lu Fei is the son of Long, Iva and the others initially intended to take him away, but Lu Fei declined. So they returned to the transvestite island. Wait, that doesn't make sense. How did I end up on Baihuzi's ship? Isn't that obvious? You were poisoned to a great extent. Had it not been for Marco's treatment, you would have been on the brink of death. Furthermore, I couldn't just leave you behind. How did you find Baihuzi's ship then? Quite simply, Jean Ping is a fishman. He utilized the surrounding small fish to relay messages, and we swiftly located our father's fleet. To be honest, we owe you a great deal this time. Otherwise, with all 43 ships, our father's entire crew was assembled, prepared to engage in a desperate battle with the Navy. As I was about to express my gratitude, Marco approached and remarked, "What are you all doing here?" "I see. Father has asked you to take Guang Zhizhu to see him." "Who are you referring to? Why does he want to see me?" "Father, we have arrived." "Oh, you are here. AIC, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Guang Zhizhu." AIC looked at me in confusion, and I too was uncertain of the old man's intentions. After AIC exited, I turned to face the large elder reclining on the bed. He gestured for me to sit, saying, "Please, do not be too formal. I have yet to express my gratitude to you for saving AIC." He stood and appeared as though he was about to bow to me. I quickly intervened, insisting that was unnecessary, especially since I had already expressed my thanks previously. "Ha ha ha, I was merely changing my posture. I was a bit tired for lying down." I realized I had been tricked by the old man. In fact, he not only saved AIC's life, but also the lives of our entire Baihuzi crew. I was taken aback, wondering where this was coming from. Noticing my expression, Baihuzi smiled slightly and continued, "In truth, I had a premonition. I knew AIC's impulsiveness would lead to significant trouble, which is why I initially did not agree to his venture. However, since he has set sail, I must take responsibility for it." He took another sip of his drink and continued. "Later, upon hearing that he had been captured by the Navy, I realized that a battle was inevitable. Furthermore, I foresaw a grim future in this confrontation." As he spoke, Baihuzi stared blankly at the ceiling. His words astonished me. He spoke of seeing rather than feeling. Could it be that this old man had also experienced rebirth? That shouldn't be the case. If he had, he wouldn't have allowed Blackbeard to remain for so long. It seemed he was merely making an educated guess, relying on intuition. However, I never expected that AIC would be rescued by you. This allows me to live a few more years. I truly thank you. It was nothing. AIC is a good person and still so young. Indeed, he is young, but my time is running short. Therefore, before I pass, let me take you, the spy of Blackbeard, with me." As he spoke, the old man's gaze shifted dramatically, fixating intently on me. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing the curtains and chandeliers to sway without wind, and the walls around us displayed subtle indentations. I felt increasingly uncomfortable under his intense pressure. It was a sensation I recognized well. Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, this elder possessed Conqueror's Haki. The oppressive force from his Haki intensified, leaving me perplexed about his intentions. "What spy? Brother, have you mixed up your roles? We are pirates, not agents in a spy thriller, after all." Seeing that he had yet to relent, I too became incensed. "What kind of person are you? Did you not just say, I saved your life? Why are you now attempting to silence me?" My chakra surged beneath my feet as I stood firm, resolutely admonishing myself not to retreat even an inch. However, To my astonishment, Baihuzi seemed to perceive a pressure emanating from me, causing the floor beneath my feet to crack. This startled me, as I recalled that I had not possessed such formidable chakra before. My sudden surge in strength was due to my misunderstanding. The floor shattered because I had amplified my chakra. The primary reason was the tremor induced by Baihuzi's conqueror's haki. Baihuzi narrowed his eyes, contemplating, who is this young man? Under my level of conqueror's haki, he can still hold his ground. It seems he is not a simple character. With that realization, he decided to test my limits further. He unleashed his dark red conqueror's haki, employing the ultimate technique of haki entanglement. This move had previously been used against Roger, and he doubted this young lad could withstand it. Of course, that was his inner thought. Yet, for me, it merely felt as though the pressure upon me had intensified. Then, something miraculous occurred. The dark red conqueror's haki began to be absorbed by a certain part of my body. It was as if I had taken a small taste and found it delightful, leading to an insatiable urge to consume more. To my astonishment, under Baihuzi's haki, not only did I not feel overwhelmed, but the pressure I experienced lessened significantly. The conqueror's haki that I absorbed left me feeling as though I had barely scratched the surface of its potential. Unbeknownst to me, my system panel displayed a long string of numbers visibly diminishing. In that brief moment, the tally dropped by more than 100 days. My nonchalant expression left Baihuzi somewhat astonished, leading him to speculate, could it be that I am truly aging, unable to manage even a young child? Unwilling to accept defeat, he intensified his output of conqueror's haki once more. As he exerted himself, my system rejoiced. It had just felt unsatisfied. Now, with another delivery on the way, it could not wait any longer and began to voraciously consume. Minutes later, Baihuzi collapsed into a chair, panting, and exclaimed, "What kind of monster are you?" After my detailed explanation, Baihuzi came to believe my words. He sensed with his extraordinary intuition that I was indeed not a spy of Heihuzi. Subsequently, I engaged in an in-depth dialogue with Baihuzi, during which both parties exchanged opinions extensively. On the matter of Heihuzi's fate, we maintained differing viewpoints while fostering a friendly atmosphere, analyzing the future situation. Baihuzi asserted that, given the current circumstances, a strategy of cautious advancement was paramount. Conversely, my faction believed that we should capitalize on the present moment, when Heihuzi's power had not fully developed, and launch an offensive to fundamentally dismantle his forces. Baihuzi gazed skyward, seemingly lost in reminiscence, recalling how Tiki had once implored him to let him stay. Yet, he never anticipated the depths of Tiki's cunning. Even I had overlooked his ambitions. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. He urged me to focus on the present and dismissed my concerns about the matter. Moreover, he forbade me from seeking trouble with Heihuzi in the future. I was taken aback, questioning his authority in this matter. Baihuzi shot me a stern glance, reminding me of my youth and my impulsive actions. He insisted that I refrain from confronting him. I couldn't help but wonder why this old man was so adamant. Not even Luffy could command me in such a way. Before I could retort, he waved his hand dismissively, indicating that I was free to leave. I protested, feeling that he was being rather overbearing. However, upon seeing him reclining and snoring, clearly uninterested in further discussion, I could only storm out of the room in frustration. Ace hurriedly approached me, inquiring about my conversation with our father. I was still fuming and had no intention of being cordial, especially since it was his father who had upset me. I vented my irritation on Ace before quietly retreating to my resting quarters. Setting aside other concerns, I needed to analyze the situation thoroughly. From the information I gathered, it appeared that the Navy at Marin Fander had invited various reporters to witness Ace's public execution. Just as they prepared for a decisive battle with the pirate king Baihuzi, no one from Baihuzi's crew showed up. This peculiarity prompted Sengoku to dispatch numerous spies to ascertain Baihuzi's intentions. However, all reports indicated that Baihuzi seemed uninterested in rescuing Ace. Meanwhile, the Navy had set the stage for the execution but found themselves without an opponent. In a desperate move, Sengoku ordered Ace's corpse to be displayed on the execution platform at Marin Fander, intending to provoke Baihuzi into a confrontation through humiliation. Yet, once everything was in place, Ace's body mysteriously vanished. The original water clone, without the support of chakra or water, could only last 3 days at most. Thus, before the multitude of reporters, Ace's body transformed into a puddle and completely disappeared from view. At that moment, Sengoku understood why Baihuzi had no intention of rescuing Ace. Enraged, Sengoku initiated an investigation into every aspect of the incident, leading to the Navy headquarters undergoing its first large-scale internal purge. Meanwhile, Heihuzi's plans to delve deeper into Impel Down to recruit powerful allies were thwarted when all the prisoners in the 6th level perished from drowning. Coincidentally, Magellan, furious for having failed to capture me, encountered Heihuzi during his raid, resulting in a brutal confrontation that decimated several of Heihuzi's original companions. The battle was devastating, leaving Heihuzi severely poisoned. Had it not been for Poison Q's valiant rescue, it is likely that Heihuzi's crew would have been obliterated. Even in their current state, Beijis and Lafayette succumbed to their injuries without timely treatment within Impel Down. Heihuzi, Poison Q, and Van Augur managed to escape, but thereafter they faded into obscurity. I was astonished that my seemingly trivial actions had triggered such a significant chain reaction. Nevertheless, the most crucial outcome was that Ace remained alive, which somewhat alleviated the regrets of my past. What remained was to diligently train and strive to reunite with my comrades. 3 days later, I approached Baihuzi once more to bid farewell. Little brat, why are you leaving so suddenly? Is it because the food on the ship is unpalatable? He inquired. No, it's just that my injuries have fully healed, and I wish to find a suitable place to train diligently. Thank you all for your care during my stay. Training, you say? Very well. If that's your decision, we shall not keep you. After I departed from Baihuzi's ship, Ace suddenly asked, Father, why did you let Guangziza go? Didn't you promise me you would teach him how to use hockey? Gulalala. Ace, you underestimate this little brat. Besides, we have other matters to attend to. Father, why did you let Guangziza leave? You promised to teach him hockey. Gulalala. Ace, you underestimate this little brat. What do you mean? Baihuzi gazed into the distance, seemingly responding to Ace while also lost in thought. Moreover, my time is short. Father, what is wrong with you? Oh, it's nothing. By the way, we have other matters to attend to. Please gather everyone for me. High in the sky, I glided forward slowly. I lost track of time, having not encountered a single island. With no other options, I took out Rayleigh's lifeguard, finally allowing me to proceed in a straight line. In truth, I had not decided my destination. Although Ace had assured me that Baihuzi would teach me the ways of hockey, I understood that I was not suited to training in that discipline. Thus, I did not dwell on it and chose to leave. After all, my techniques were not of the same caliber as theirs. If anyone could teach me, it would have to be the Sage of 6 Paths himself, should he ever traverse into this realm. Therefore, I chose to depart without hesitation. Moreover, Baihuzi had made no effort to detain me before my departure. Consequently, I could not rely on him. My initial plan was simply to find an island and begin my seclusion training. However, unexpectedly, I encountered no islands along the way. It was not until I stood before Rayleigh that I realized my journey had led me here. Huh? Aren't you one of Luffy's companions? You are still alive. Cough, cough. Uncle Rayleigh, it's good to see you again. Could you spare me some food? After indulging in a hearty meal at Shaki's, I intended to retreat and train in solitude. Rayleigh swirled his drink and slowly spoke. So, you are preparing to leave already? Haven't I already paid? Is this an attempt to extort me? I looked at him in confusion as he took a sip of his drink and leisurely replied, Do you not wish to grow stronger? Of course I do. However, my situation is somewhat unique. There is no way to cultivate hockey. Thus I must seek alternative methods. Rayleigh scrutinized me for a while, furrowing his brow in contemplation, and ultimately shook his head. To be honest, I have never encountered a situation quite like yours. I shrugged, indicating that I was already aware of this predicament. Noting my indifference, Rayleigh opted not to elaborate further and instead inquired, By the way, do you know where Luffy is now? He is reportedly back at Amazon Lily with the Empress. As for whether he has arrived, I cannot say. I see. Now that I know where he is headed, I feel a sense of relief. What is the matter, Uncle Rayleigh? Are you planning to find Luffy? Indeed, I have such an intention. Would you like to accompany me? After much deliberation, I ultimately declined. Rayleigh did not press further, saying, Well then, don't forget to return in 2 years. Rest assured. Oh, by the way, just as I was about to leave, I turned back to Rayleigh. After leaving the Flying Thunder God mark on both him and Xiak Chi, I departed. Xiak Chi gazed at my retreating figure and asked, Ray-san, is it true that he cannot cultivate hockey? Rayleigh squinted slightly, unsure. Logically speaking, even an ordinary person should exhibit some signs of hockey awakening after enduring numerous battles. However, I see absolutely no trace of hockey within him. Neither armament hockey nor observation hockey. This is indeed peculiar. According to Monkey-chan, this child has always been the strongest in the Straw Hat crew. Yet, He is not awake in Haki. Indeed, I have observed that whether it be Luffy, the one with the belly pouch, the chef, or even that amusing long-nosed fellow, all have exhibited the nascent forms of Haki. Yet, the strongest among them currently lacks it. What a pity. Perhaps in 2 years, he will awaken Haki. One can only hope. Without the inclusion of Haki in future battles, the struggles will be quite arduous. In truth, I have not been unable to awaken Haki. Rather, any form of Haki I possess has been absorbed by the system. This has led to an absence of Haki's presence within me, rendering it invisible to outsiders. However, even I am unaware of this matter at the moment. After departing from the Sabiti archipelago, I soared along the Red Line, heading beyond the Grand Line. Upon entering the doldrums, I traveled for several days before finally discovering a small island. Without hesitation, I landed to rest for a while. This island is not particularly large, but thankfully, it appears devoid of inhabitants. The flora, although strangely shaped, seems harmless. It is indeed a suitable place for secluded cultivation. Thus, I employed wood release to construct a simple wooden house on flat ground. I eagerly dove inside, intending to indulge in a slumber lasting 3 days and nights. However, while the intention was noble, reality often presents unforeseen challenges. Just as I was sinking into a deep sleep, a tremendous roar from the seaside sent my wooden house soaring into the air. Initially, I believed this deserted island to be a fine location for training. However, it turns out there are quite a few sea kings here. Just as I was preparing to rest, one of these sea kings overturned my house with a thunderous roar. Disrupted from my slumber, I raised my hand and unleashed dust release, creating a triangular hole in the body of the Sea King. After successfully slaying one, I managed to procure some meat. Following a hearty meal, I commenced my training. At this stage, the primary issues I face are as follows. First, my physical condition is inadequate. While the cells of Hashirama can continuously heal injuries, the strength of my body still pales in comparison to Zoro's, let alone Sanji's. Thus, persistent training remains essential. Regarding this aspect, I have another idea, Susanoo. Moreover, it is said that Susanoo has 3 forms, skeletal, apparition, and full manifestation. However, despite possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I still cannot activate Susanoo. After all, I do not belong to the Uchiha bloodline. The ninjutsu I possess was all acquired through the system's lottery. Ordinary ninjutsu requiring hand signs poses no significant challenge. However, for a technique of Susanoo's magnitude, self-study is entirely unfeasible. Thus, an awkward predicament arises. To unlock Susanoo, I must complete a system task. However, the system is currently in deep slumber. Upon realizing this, I opened the system panel and was taken aback to find that the system's slumber time had decreased by over 100 hours. What could this mean? Reflecting on recent events in my life, I did not perceive anything particularly unusual. Yet, how could the time have diminished by such an amount? This revelation left me somewhat bewildered. A reduction in the system's slumber time implies that I may awaken it sooner, which in turn suggests that I could unlock Susanoo earlier. Thus, I began to carefully recall everything that had transpired recently. Aside from battling an Impel Down, I had merely been in a state of slumber. The only possible connection seems to be my time with the Whitebeard crew. Following this line of thought, I finally managed to ascertain a clue: the confrontation with Whitebeard. At that moment, I was puzzled as to why the pressure he exerted on me had lessened. Could it be due to the system? If that is indeed the case, it would imply that my system is capable of absorbing Conqueror's Haki. The more I pondered, the more the situation seemed peculiar. Alas, I should have asked Uncle Rayleigh for confirmation. Regretting this now is futile. I hastily utilized wood release to create a clone and sent it to seek out Uncle Rayleigh for verification. Meanwhile, I needed to attend to other matters. Returning to my previous line of thought regarding defense, if I were to solely rely on activating Susanoo, the amount of chakra required would need to be elevated to another tier. Naturally, regardless of the chakra quantity, there will come a day when it is depleted. Therefore, this method can only be considered backup. With that in mind, I form hand seals and utilize the multi-shadow clone technique, dividing the clones into different groups to engage in various training activities. Some would engage in combat, others would refine their chakra, and a few would employ summoning techniques to call forth tailed beasts. As for the tailed beasts, my intention is to harness their chakra. If I could possess a sufficient quantity of tailed beast chakra, future battles would not induce anxiety over chakra shortages. Thus, I now need to seal the chakra of the tailed beasts, similar to Naruto's approach, but the idea of becoming a Jinchuriki feels rather unrealistic. After all, The tailed beasts would never allow me to become their Jinchuriki. Therefore, I must devise an alternative method, sealing the chakra of the tailed beasts within scrolls. In this manner, when needed, I could access tailed beast chakra through the scrolls. Although this process is somewhat complex, it would still provide more than my own chakra. However, my initial attempt to seal tailed beast chakra ended in failure. The reason is simple. The scroll could not withstand the pressure. Although this method has failed, it has led me to another possibility, namely, a technique akin to Tsunade Daimyo's in sealing. Moreover, this sealing technique is indeed documented in the Tome of Ninjutsu. With this in mind, it appears to hold some credibility. Initially, I shall absorb the tailed beast chakra through my own body, and subsequently employ the in sealing to retain this chakra within me. By perpetuating this cycle, I am confident that one day I will attain freedom with my chakra. However, this method is somewhat slow. Nonetheless, I am exceedingly pleased, for I possess the ability to utilize the shadow clone technique. Shortening training time is a trivial matter for me. Thus, the first weakness can be perfectly addressed. The second weakness pertains to my offensive capabilities. During my voyages, I am bound to encounter numerous users of natural type fruit abilities. For them, I find myself unable to strike at their physical forms, thereby rendering me incapable of inflicting fatal damage. After countless searches for items, I unexpectedly stumbled upon something remarkable. If this item proves usable, it could resolve a significant issue. While pondering how to attack users of natural type abilities, this item in my inventory suddenly captivated my attention. Indeed, is a Yu. This object, in terms of hardness and offensive power, stands as a pinnacle in the world of Hokage. I recall that the Yu requires the chakra of all tailed beasts, in conjunction with mastery over the six paths power, for its utilization. Currently, I can only keep in my inventory. Yet, I firmly believe that I will soon be able to wield it. It is not mere arrogance. Rather, the endeavor I am engaged in involves the continuous absorption and sealing of tailed beast chakra. Therefore, I am convinced that one day, I will succeed in utilizing the Yu. Speaking of the absorption of tailed beast chakra, I glanced at the QB before me. Ah, QB, my apologies. I must trouble you to assist me in my training. The QB shot me an annoyed look, rolling its eyes, and remarked, "Why can't you find something more meaningful to do?" Haha, do not be upset. What I'm doing now is indeed serious work. Moreover, look at the beauty of the scenery here. Beauty, you say? What about that large lizard by the shore? Oh, that is a local specialty known as the Sea King. Quite a sizable creature, is it not? Did you slay it? Ha, it was merely luck. You have been improving lately, managing to take down such a large lizard and even laying hands on me. The QB's tone shifted and began to scold me. What do you mean? Isn't this a form of training? What kind of training is this? Absorbing my chakra and storing it within you? You call this thievery, do you not? Ha, do not say that. It is merely a small portion of your chakra, and besides, I am allowing you time to recover. The QB glared at me. One clone absorbs only a tiny bit, but just take a look around. How many clones do you see? Surely more than 10,000. I observed the clones seated in various corners of the island, tirelessly attempting to seal the QB's chakra, and I felt a twinge of anxiety. This small island is indeed not large, yet it is now densely populated with clones. My fear of crowds was beginning to surface. I chuckled awkwardly my apologies. I am simply eager. Furthermore, this should not greatly affect you, right? Aside from this island, you are free to roam wherever you please. I will not hinder you. How can you say that? This island is the only place around, surrounded by nothing but sea. Where do you expect me to go? Well, perhaps you could try fishing by the beach. The little fish nearby are quite adorable. Upon hearing this, the QB's temper flared, baring its teeth and exclaiming, "Surrounded by those large lizards, and you mentioned small fish? Your little fish are over 30 meters long. If not for the urgent need to request assistance from it, I would have long since sent it away for its audacity to shout at me." After about a complaint from the QB, it seemed to calm down a bit. It lifted its gaze to the over 10,000 clones, a hint of sadness reflected in its eyes. Without a word, it vanished. I could not comprehend what had caused this creature's anger. Nevertheless, with its departure, tranquility returned. I resumed my efforts to clear the surrounding sea kings. Ever since arriving on this island, a sea king would appear on my shores every 4 hours. I must admit, they are rather polite, always letting out a howl beforehand, as if to announce their arrival. Each time, I would fly to meet it and unleash a dust release, granting it a chance for rebirth. Gradually, the number of sea kings troubling me diminished, allowing me to finally focus on my training. On one such occasion, I summoned the QB again. contemplating the extraction of its chakra. Are you out of your mind? After all these days, I have noticed a troubling pattern. Why do you persist in absorbing only my chakra? The QB glared at me in fury. Haha, you see, it is because we share the best relationship. Then do not solely absorb my chakra. Can't you see I have lost considerable weight? Upon its remark, I finally noticed that the QB indeed appeared slightly gaunt, a stark contrast to its earlier state. After sincerely apologizing once more, I realized I had no choice but to switch to another source. Perhaps I shall absorb from another beast. Meanwhile, a clone followed the life card of Rayleigh, and after several days of flight, finally located him. Oh, is that not Light of Assistance? Long time no see. Uncle Rayleigh, I have come with a request for your assistance. Rayleigh paused, setting down his cup. Oh, what is it that I can help you with? I sheepishly scratched my head. Could you possibly use your Conqueror's Hockey to launch an attack on me? The Marines, having failed to dismantle the Whitebeard pirates, found themselves facing accountability from the Gorosei. Sengoku, what happened this time? Did you not assure us that you could entirely eliminate Whitebeard? Well, it appears your preparations were rather insufficient. In fact, through my investigation, I discovered that a person named Light of Assistance had swapped Ace's corpse. Oh, such a thing occurred? Indeed, this Light of Assistance, utilizing his identity as a pirate, voluntarily allowed himself to be imprisoned and impelled down. However, he simultaneously employed his abilities to rescue Fire Fist Ace. Impelled down? Are you suggesting that this individual willingly submitted to imprisonment in order to rescue Fire Fist Ace? Precisely. And what of Magellan? Did he not notice? Magellan only reached this conclusion afterward through reasoning. Although reasoning cannot serve as evidence, a criminal must not escape unpunished. Sengoku proceeded to recount the details of the incident. Had I been on site, I would have recognized that this was not mere reasoning, but rather the truth. Amidst the astonishment of the five elders, Jean Guo meticulously elucidated the entire sequence of events. Are you implying that this Guang Zhizhu, relying solely on his own strength, managed to dismantle the Navy's operations in this war? Indeed. Then have you investigated who exactly this Guang Zhizhu is and what abilities he possesses? The information we currently have indicates that Guang Zhizhu is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, with a bounty of 298 million. As for his abilities, we only know that he possesses the power to manipulate Earth, as well as the skills of duplication and disguise. The five elders fell into silence, pondering over the nature of this devil fruit user. To my knowledge, no fruit grants such a diverse array of powers. Is it possible that your intelligence is flawed? It is not. Moreover, Guang Zhizhu is not a devil fruit user. Meanwhile, on a certain island in the Grand Line, the Blackbeard pirates were present, with two corpses lying on the ground, clearly the remains of the recently vanquished Beges and Lafayette at the hands of Magellan. Captain, are you certain this is wise? Although I'm not entirely sure, it is worth a try. These two individuals had exceedingly poor luck. Enough chatter. Regardless, they're beyond saving. So we might as well attempt it. If by chance it succeeds, they may yet live. With that, Blackbeard placed his hands on the chests of the two corpses. Subsequently, the power of the Yami Yami no Mi activated, releasing a substantial amount of black smoke from his palms. This smoke swirled and coalesced, gradually enveloping Beges and Lafayette. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Blackbeard's forehead. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and a peculiar energy began to flow from Beges' body into Blackbeard's. The moment this colorful radiance made contact with Blackbeard, he cried out in agony, his entire body trembling. His tortured screams echoed throughout the northern peninsula. Just disembarked, Lao Sha and Mr. One glanced up at the distant forest, perplexed. Boss, it seems this island is rife with monstrous beasts. Sha chuckled, dismissing the concern. Regardless, as long as we can eliminate that jester, it is a fine place. However, a figure was approaching from several hundred meters behind Lao Sha, soaring through the air. Ah, this crocodile scoundrel has led me to such a remote island. On Blackbeard's side, the cries had ceased, leaving behind a perspiring Blackbeard and a slightly exhilarated expression upon his face. Could it be that I have truly succeeded? It appears so. In this case, I now comprehend the true application of this fruit. How remarkable! I never anticipated it could be utilized in this manner. Speaking of which, did that individual on Gaia Island already possess this knowledge? It is highly likely. I never imagined that scoundrel would understand this fruit better than I do. Luckily, I did not hand it over to him. Otherwise, we would all be doomed. A wave of trepidation washed over the three. Yet, gazing at the figure on the ground, excitement surged once more. Ha ha ha! Beges and Lafayette have merged. What shall we name them? The individual who had been lying on the ground slowly rose to his feet. He began to move his shoulders and abruptly opened his blood-red eyes. A formidable aura radiated outward, scattering the surrounding dry grass. The man stood nearly as tall as Beiji's, albeit slightly smaller in stature. However, his muscles were exceptionally robust, and his complexion was pale as parchment. Fan Ao Ka was secretly astonished. He had not expected that merging the two would indeed revive them. However, this transformation seemed rather haphazard, as it was essentially Beiji's body with Lafayette's head. The man surveyed his surroundings and calmly declared, "You may call me Baffa-Tesla." On the small island, Blackbeard first utilized the Yami Yami no Mi to seize the Gura no Mi from Beiji's. He then consumed it himself and subsequently employed its powers to establish a Gura factory. Afterward, he ingested the recently deceased Beiji's and Lafayette, successfully merging them into one singular entity, thus reviving this individual named Baffa-Tesla. Or rather, it was not merely a revival, but a rebirth. Fan Ao Ka and Poison Q stood astonished before the spectacle. They had never imagined that the Gura no Mi could recombine two individuals into one. Splendid Baffa-Tesla. Next we must find you a devil fruit. What would you desire? I wish to reclaim the Gura no Mi. Blackbeard was taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly. He had only recently acquired the Gura no Mi and now realized that this devil fruit was indeed far more complex than he had initially envisioned. Originally, he had thought that since Beiji's was dead, the abilities of the Gura no Mi should not go to waste, which led him to absorb the fruit into his own body. However, he did not anticipate that upon acquiring the Gura no Mi, he would establish a form of communication with it. It seemed that within this fruit lay a certain self-awareness, which guided Blackbeard on how to manipulate and utilize it. This was also why, after absorbing the Gura no Mi, he consumed the bodies of Beiji's and Lafayette. Subsequently, the Gura no Mi began to form a unique space within Blackbeard's body. It was a space that allowed him to absorb and transform the objects he devoured. Thus, the new being, Baffa-Tesla, had come into existence. Moreover, there was another astonishing fact that Blackbeard had not shared with his comrades. The Gura no Mi and his original Yami Yami no Mi seemed to be undergoing a reconfiguration within him. The power of the Yami Yami no Mi, characterized by gravitational force, could attract all matter. In contrast, the Gura no Mi could directly absorb and reassemble the attracted matter. Consequently, Blackbeard had achieved a certain transcendence in a figurative sense. The capabilities of these two devil fruits were supposed to intertwine, potentially causing Blackbeard's body to explode due to its inability to contain them. However, under the current circumstances, a bizarre mutation had unexpectedly occurred. In summary, Blackbeard now resembled a factory. Provided he had sufficient specific items, he could first employ the abilities of the Yami Yami no Mi to compress and decompose them. He could then utilize the Gura no Mi to reassemble the decomposed fragments, thereby creating new objects. These objects could even, one day, transcend their limitations. In essence, in the future, it was conceivable that Blackbeard alone could manufacture the human warriors he desired. Yet, unbeknownst to him, having acquired these two devil fruits, a voice within his mind persistently urged him to hunt for another devil fruit. Although Blackbeard was uncertain about which fruit to pursue, his instincts told him that once he consumed that fruit, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. This is precisely why Huji has yet to fully recover from his weakened state, yet is eager to hunt for the devil fruits. Unexpectedly, the newly reborn Baffa-Tesla actually wishes to reclaim the Tuntan fruit. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. However, he is in dire need of allies and cannot afford to eliminate this individual. Thus, Huji pondered briefly before chuckling. The Tuntan fruit can no longer be bestowed upon you. You may select another. Baffa-Tesla, unfazed, replied, "Then let us wait. I have yet to decide what I require." In truth, his mind was somewhat muddled, as he had once been two distinct entities, now amalgamated into one, causing a slight disorientation. The four of them dined while discussing their future plans when suddenly they felt the ground begin to tremble. The once solid earth began to turn to sand. Fan Aoka quickly reacted, leaping to the treetops. Surveying the surroundings through his scope, he exclaimed, "Captain, it appears there is a commotion to the north." Huji halted his actions, clearly surprised that a fight would erupt in this location. "Have you discerned who it is? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Caractol and Doflamingo. What brings those two here?" "Uncertain. Should we intervene?" Let us conceal ourselves and observe the situation first. Fan Aoka shifted his gaze. Captain, there are individuals landing on the southern shore. They seem to be a band of pirates, led by that South Sea figure, Joelle Bonnie. Bonnie? Is she the supernova? What is her purpose here? This question was evidently misplaced, as Fan Aoka offered no response. Buffett Tesla, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, Captain, what a splendid opportunity. If we eliminate them, we shall acquire numerous fruit abilities. In the northern battleground, Lao Sha gazed at Doflamingo, descending from the sky, and unleashed a strike with his desert blade. You scoundrel, how can you be so ruthless? Doflamingo retorted, why do you persistently pursue me? By the way, how did you escape from impelled down? How is the temperature of the blood pool? Lao Sha's eyelids twitched. Being captured and impelled down was his disgrace. The individual before him had the audacity to mock him about it, inciting his wrath. With a flick of his wrist, a small tornado materialized in his hand. Enough of this prattle. What do you want from me? How about we join forces? Pirates like Whitebeard are surely out of options. Although he narrowly escaped annihilation this time, his demise cannot be long delayed. What are you implying? In the coming era, power will reign supreme. Our time shall undoubtedly arrive. Lao Sha scoffed derisively. You are unworthy of standing alongside me. If you wish for my assistance, you must demonstrate some respect. I thought you had reflected on your actions while impelled down. I did not expect such an attitude. Lao Sha narrowed his eyes. You scoundrel, are you seeking death? Do not be so hasty. Join me. Let us first eliminate Whitebeard, and then we shall merge his territories. I believe we will soon become the new emperors of the sea. We shall see if you possess the competence. Sandstorm. Lao Sha unleashed the tornado, engulfing Doflamingo's form in an instant. Doflamingo's fingers flicked, and he soared into the air, rolling to evade Lao Sha's attack successfully. I thought you were a reasonable fellow. You truly are verbose. Lao Sha, no longer wishing to engage in idle chatter, launched several more tornadoes. Everything around was swiftly consumed by the sandstorm, obscuring even Doflamingo, who hovered in the sky, from seeing Lao Sha's figure. He dared not underestimate his opponent, for Lao Sha had gained fame even before him, and both his strength and intellect were highly regarded. This was why Doflamingo had consistently pursued Lao Sha to join him, as Lao Sha kicked up a cloud of dust. It had no effect on Doflamingo, who remained airborne. Doflamingo attempted to manipulate Lao Sha's form with his threads, but the latter's ability to transform into sand rendered him immune to control. The two were locked in a stalemate, neither able to best the other, yet neither willing to relent. Observing Doflamingo suspended between two towering trees, Lao Sha seemed to comprehend the reason behind his flight. He pressed a hand to the ground, causing fissures to appear. The once solid earth rapidly began to sandify. Nearby trees gradually lost their moisture, their verdant leaves wilting swiftly. Doflamingo, witnessing the ground transform into a desert, felt an ominous sense of danger radiating from Lao Sha, compelling him to take the threat seriously. Lao Sha anticipated that after this maneuver, Doflamingo would lose his footing and plummet, but to his surprise, he continued to float in the air. As a cigar in his mouth trembled, Lao Sha transformed his hand into a gun, aiming at Doflamingo. Sand gun. Rapid fire. The sand morphed into bullets, relentlessly shooting towards Doflamingo. Observing the approaching sandballs, Doflamingo curled his fingers, swiftly slashing through the air. White threads coalesced before him, forming a protective shield that successfully blocked Lao Sha's sand projectiles. Then, with another flick, the sandy ground began to turn white. Suddenly, a sharp spike emerged from the earth, aimed directly at Lao Sha's midsection. Lao Sha sensed a shift around him, but relied on his ability to transform into sand, thus he did not evade. He continued to fire at Doflamingo in the air. However, Doflamingo's attack clearly bore hockey. The tip of the white spike, emanating dark energy, pierced through Lao Sha's body. Stopping in disbelief, Lao Sha gazed at the wound on his abdomen. You scoundrel, you actually injured me. Enraged, his body completely transformed into sand. A peculiar yellow dust swirling around him, spiraling toward Doflamingo. In an instant, the yellow sand enveloped Doflamingo entirely, obscuring Lao Sha's presence. A furious roar echoed. Desert prison. A spherical mass of sand enveloped Doflamingo completely, beginning to constrict. As the surrounding space diminished, Doflamingo felt a surge of urgency. It seemed that the recent attack had thoroughly provoked this crocodile. Doflamingo. To the south of the island, Hei Huji and his three companions lay concealed within the trees. observing Bonnie's pirate crew as they continuously made landfall. An evil grin spread across his face. "Captain, what are your orders? They have entered my range." Hee. "Refrain from striking just yet. Let us see what they intend to do. What is there to wait for? I can simply go out and eliminate them." Buffett Tesla could hardly contain himself, having just acquired newfound power. In dire need of a confrontation to acclimate himself to his new physique, he found himself dismayed by the inaction of his captain. Blackbeard extended his hand, halting the eager Buffett Tesla from charging forward. "Not so hasty," he cautioned. "The opposition possesses considerable manpower. Should we fail to eliminate them decisively, we may attract unwanted attention. Moreover, let us not forget what Oka mentioned earlier. There are skirmishes to the north of the island. What is there to fear? If necessary, we can eliminate both sides," Buffett suggested. "Patience is the hallmark of a skilled hunter," Blackbeard replied, deepening his concealment. Yet he did not remain idle. Leveraging the shadows cast by the trees, he began to unleash the capabilities of his yami nomi unbeknownst to others. Black smoke began to creep silently across the southern beach, enveloping it entirely. Meanwhile, Bonnie and her crew landed ashore, panting with frustration. "Captain Bonnie, are we truly heading to the Marine headquarters?" one inquired. "Of course. I intend to confront those scoundrels and demand to know where they have taken our people." As she spoke, Bonnie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, discreetly wiping away the traces of her sorrow. "But Captain Bonnie, we are pirates. Isn't approaching the Marine headquarters tantamount to courting death?" Another crew member protested. Bonnie snapped. "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare yourselves. We set sail at dawn." Though her subordinates were bewildered, they complied without question. As Bonnie savored a slice of pizza, her gaze fell upon the life card in her hand. Her heart ached as she lamented the transformation of someone who once was so gentle, now rendered unrecognizable. Regardless of the circumstances, she felt compelled to uncover the truth of what had transpired. At that moment, one of her crew members approached her. "Captain Bonnie, should we contact Chief Dragon?" he asked. Bonnie paused, contemplating for a long while before whispering, "It's best not to inform him for now." "What about contacting Akainu?" he pressed. "Stop your prattling. What business do we have with that irritant?" After the crew member departed, Bonnie's thoughts drifted back to her past. Once, Bonnie was a celestial dragon, residing in Mariewa, her father being a prominent figure among them. He doted on her, and she, a glutton since childhood, faced no repercussions for her indulgences. However, one fateful day, news reached Mariewa regarding the discovery of a peculiar devil fruit in a country called Sorbet in the South Blue, namely, the Sway Nomi Bonnie's father. Determined to prevent the fruit from falling into the hands of rival families, took her to the Sorbet kingdom, where they encountered the current Bartholomew Kuma. After exchanging pleasantries, Bonnie, driven by her gluttony, snatched the fruit. Her father, rather than expressing anger, was filled with affection, for the fruit was meant for her. Suddenly, a tempest arose, whisking both Kuma and Bonnie away. It was later revealed that this storm had been summoned by the revolutionary army led by Dragon. Soon, Kuma was swayed by Dragon's persuasion and joined the revolution, while Bonnie resisted, perceiving the descriptions of the celestial dragons by the revolutionaries as mere attempts at brainwashing. Being a celestial dragon herself, she found it impossible to accept. Yet, it was understandable. Bonnie was still quite young, and her father's indulgence had shielded her from witnessing the celestial dragon's malevolence. She often lamented, "I can never forgive you," a phrase that became her mantra. Among the revolutionaries, however, one stood out, Kuma. He bestowed upon the young Bonnie a fatherly affection, and their shared experience of abduction forged a profound bond between them. Years later, the world government instituted the Shichibukai system to recruit formidable pirates, a move that the revolutionary army deliberated upon, wary of the risks of infiltration. At that juncture, Kuma stepped forward, offering to become a Shichibukai, bringing Bonnie to the world government in the process. This ensured Kuma's ascendance to the Shichibukai while reuniting Bonnie with her father, who was overwhelmed with emotion yet harbored deep resentment towards Kuma, almost sentencing him to death on the spot, only spared by Bonnie's intervention. Thus, her father took Bonnie back to Mariewa, commanding Admiral Akainu to provide personal protection. Bonnie resided in Mariewa for several years, using her fruit's powers to rejuvenate several celestial dragons. Gradually, she realized the truth in the revolutionaries' words. The exploitation of the lower classes by the celestial dragons was nothing short of heinous. This revelation shattered Bonnie's ideals, propelling her to plot her escape from Mariewa. Finally, under the cover of a raucous night, the night when Mariewa was engulfed in flames, chaos reigning supreme, Bonnie seized her chance to flee. From that moment forth, she adopted the name Johnny Bonnie, embracing the life of a pirate, and became part of the Revolutionary Army alongside several of her companions. As Bonnie reminisced, the Marines were busy. "Admiral Sakazuki, there is something requiring your attention," an officer announced. "Come in," he replied. "What is it? Speak." "We have just intercepted news of the pirate Johnny Bonnie's whereabouts." Upon hearing her name, Akainu was momentarily taken aback. "Provide me with her exact location, and prepare 3 warships. I shall personally retrieve her." "Yes, I can use Sidonidi Asiga." Reflecting on the burden of infamy he bore for her escape from Mariewa. The identity of her father had placed immense pressure upon him, and this time, he vowed not to let her slip away again. Thus, he set forth with 3 warships, mustering at least 3,000 combatants, to the island where Bonnie awaited. Meanwhile, on the island, Blackbeard fixated on Bonnie, contemplating his next move. "Captain, is it not time to strike? Let me charge in and eliminate them all," Buffett implored. Blackbeard turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Buffett Tesla, seizing him by the throat. "I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Remember this. You shall act only when I command it." The menacing gaze rendered the previously arrogant Buffett Tesla trembling in fear. It dawned on him that his captain was no mere docile creature. Indeed, he could very well endanger his life. "All right, Oka. If I recall correctly, this bounty hunter named Bonnie also boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million, doesn't she?" "Indeed, Captain. Her bounty stands at 140 million berries." "Ah, in that case, capturing her and presenting her to the Navy could yield some valuable rewards." Poison Q interjected, "That makes sense. What we currently lack are allies and a ship. Perhaps we could trade her for a warship." That will depend on whether she is willing to join us as a companion. Now, everyone, prepare for battle. Once the enemy has fallen asleep, we shall strike. Remember, swift and silent is the key." The remaining 3 chuckled, clearly growing impatient. As night fell and the Bonnie pirates began to rest, Blackbeard, cloaked by the darkness, unleashed the powers of his Yami no Mi, enveloping the entire beach. He whispered, "Listen closely. Once I make my move, keep an eye on the others. Anyone who makes a sound, subdue them immediately. Ready?" With that, Blackbeard activated his dark powers, and in an instant, the tents and belongings of the Bonnie pirates were drawn into the abyss. Meanwhile, Bonnie's subordinates quickly reacted, shouting, "Enemy attack! Protect the captain!" Just as they cried out, Oka's spear quivered. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, piercing one of them through the chest. Buffett Tesla pushed his speed to the limit, appearing beside another in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he seized one individual and pressed him forcefully into the ground. The victim barely had time to react before being buried entirely. Yet a sound escaped. Bonnie awoke with a start, her body darting several times to evade the incoming attacks. Unfortunately, she had not escaped the reach of Blackbeard's powers. Witnessing her fallen comrades, fury ignited within her, and she charged at Buffett Tesla. Her right hand shimmered, indicating the activation of her sway no Mi, as she aimed to transform the towering figure before her into a mere child. However, as her hand swept past Buffett Tesla, the anticipated transformation did not occur. Instead, a powerful punch from Buffett Tesla sent her flying. Stunned, Bonnie gazed at her hands, bewildered. "What is happening? My powers are failing?" Blackbeard emerged from the shadows with a sinister grin. So you're Bonnie, the one with a bounty exceeding 100 million. How fortuitous to cross paths with you. What say you? Care to join my crew?" Bonnie looked at the hefty figure before her, an indescribable disgust enveloping her. "I will not spare you, you wretched black beast. Release my comrades." "Oh dear, such a venomous tongue. If you wish for me to release your friends, it will depend on your capabilities." With that, Blackbeard raised a hand and summoned a powerful gravitational force, drawing Bonnie towards him. Initially resisting, Bonnie soon realized she was being pulled closer to the imposing figure. Ceasing her struggles, she activated her powers, prepared to seize Blackbeard's age the moment they made contact. Yet, events did not unfold as she had envisioned. Upon being grasped by Blackbeard, she was horrified to discover her powers had vanished. "How can this be?" she gasped, thrashing in panic. Blackbeard tightened his grip around her throat, exclaiming, "Caught you, have I? If this is all you can do, perhaps you're not suited to be my companion, for you're simply too weak. Release your filthy hands, you brute." Blackbeard disregarded her cries and playfully lifted her chin with a finger. "You are far too weak to be a partner. How about becoming my woman instead? I will cherish you, A wave of nausea washed over Bonnie, a revolting sensation coursing through her entire being. Though she abhorred the thought of regurgitating her meal, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. Unfortunately, with her throat constricted, she had no means to do so. In a desperate move, she spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Blackbeard's face. You filthy beast. I will not spare you." Blackbeard wiped his face, unperturbed by the spittle. Instead, he wore a look of regret. "Oh dear, with such a fierce disposition, perhaps I should reconsider. I prefer gentler women. Let's exchange you for a warship instead." Bonnie's struggle against Blackbeard was utterly one-sided, to the point that she was unable to unleash her powers. Consequently, Blackbeard remained oblivious to the fact that Bonnie was indeed a fruit user. This was the reason he would later find himself regretting this encounter. In truth, Bonnie's withShinobi was precisely the fruit Blackbeard desired. If acquired, the synergy of the three fruits within him would produce unimaginable capabilities. Bonnie's fruit allowed her to transform into whatever form she could conceive. Should Blackbeard obtain the withShinobi, he would possess the means to create his own devil fruits through imagination. This would render him self-sufficient, eliminating the need to hunt for powers elsewhere. He could craft any fruit he desired in the comfort of his home, achieving complete financial freedom while supporting a cadre of devil fruit users. The titles of Yonko or Pirate King would become mere trifles for him. He could even acquire a new moniker, the Fruit King. The entire world would lie within his grasp. Regrettably, Blackbeard missed this opportunity. The withShinobi slipped through his fingers. At that moment, he was directing Oka to contact the Navy headquarters, trading a bounty of 100 million for a warship. Upon receiving the news, the Navy promptly responded, swiftly relaying it to Sengoku. "Are you telling me that someone has captured a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries?" "Indeed, Admiral." Sengoku understood that capturing a pirate of such stature could not be the work of an ordinary individual. However, the demand for a warship was perplexing. Given the recent complications, Sengoku decided to investigate personally, considering the possibility of apprehending the individual if they were deemed suitable, thereby addressing the previous matters. Meanwhile, Carp munched on clams, remarking, "Hey Sengoku, your expression suggests you have something on your mind." "Indeed." I pondered. From the expressions of the other party, it seemed that he too was a pirate. Thus, I resolved to approach and investigate. Carp, ever astute, instantly grasped Sengoku's intentions. "What is it? Is the pressure from above too great?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku's ire flared. "Isn't it due to your troublesome grandson?" "What does my grandson have to do with this? Do you not realize that it was your grandson's companion who rescued Ace, leading to my severe reprimand from above?" "Ha, truly my grandson. So what do you intend to do?" "I will personally go and see." The consented Blackbeard was joyously indulging in roasted meat. "Captain, what shall we do next?" "Well, the matters here have been resolved. After finishing our meal, let us head north. Perhaps we can recruit 2 companions." "Oh dear, the 2 opponents are no trifling matter." Who cares what they are? As long as we possess the strength to subdue them, what is there to fear?" Their luck seems to be rather poor. As they traversed the dense jungle, upon reaching the northern beach, they beheld a colossal sandball in the sky. There was no sign of Lao Sha or Mingge. "Oka, are you certain you are not mistaken?" "Absolutely certain." Just as Blackbeard wondered why Lao Sha and Mingge were absent, Mr. One suddenly appeared, his expression vigilant as he scrutinized the group. Before he could utter a word, Fan Oka raised his hand and fired 3 shots. The bullets struck Mr. One, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Fan Oka, astonished, lowered his weapon. What a peculiar body. Mr. One lowered his arms. Fortunately, he had sensed the murderous intent in time and hardened his body, successfully blocking the 3 shots. "It appears you have come seeking death." The murderous glint in Mr. One's eyes was palpable as his feet transformed into blades. With a series of powerful strides, he rapidly approached Fan Oka. Seeing the opponent close in, Fan Oka, as a sniper, excelled in long-range combat. If he were to be engaged in close quarters, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. As his adversary advanced, he leapt backward several times, soaring into the trees. He raised his weapon and fired 3 more shots. This time, the attack managed to slow Mr. One's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Fan Oka executed a somersault, firing once more while still airborne. This maneuver was remarkably stylish, not only creating distance, but also allowing him to strike. Even if he missed, it would still impede his opponent's speed. Mr. One was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding a bullet, yet the subsequent shot grazed his cheek. Though it did not hit, the bullet's fierce spin disturbed the surrounding air, leaving a shallow cut on his face. Bloodied and enraged, Mr. One transformed his fingers into blades. Dust slash. With this technique, every tree in sight was reduced to neatly squared fragments. However, despite its impressive display, the attack lacked lethality. By the time he executed his move, both Fan Oka and Blackbeard had already retreated to a safe distance. Maintaining his stance, Mr. One completed his technique. Blackbeard steadied himself and raised a hand. Gravity! Suddenly, Mr. One's body was involuntarily pulled to the side, as if someone were tugging at him with a rope. Just as he was about to be seized by Blackbeard, a furious roar erupted. Desert Sword. The sandform blade pierced Blackbeard's body. His sensitivity to pain exceeded that of ordinary men, and now, struck and writhing on the ground, he groaned in agony. A deep voice resonated. Have you come to seek death? Observing his captain writhing in pain, Fan Oka raised his weapon for a series of shots. However, such attacks posed no threat to Lao Sha. Du Q, attempting to charge forward, found his body unresponsive, collapsing to the ground. Buffet Sla, on the other hand, approached Lao Sha and delivered a powerful punch to his head. Lao Sha, casually smoking a cigar, completely disregarded this assault. Just as both sides prepared for battle, someone interjected. Is this not the Blackbeard crew? What brings you here? Blackbeard slowly rose to his feet. Ha, Da Flamingo Crocodile, what a coincidence to encounter you here. The Moby Dick sailed across the sea. Ace lamented, old man, how do we end up here? Garurer, well, Ace, consider a vacation. Ace, calm down. The old man has his plans. As Ace stormed into the cabin, Marco quietly remarked, old man, is that rascal Teach truly on that island? More or less. There were reports of him sighted and impelled down. Given the short time, he couldn't have ventured far. The two fell silent as Whitebeard gazed at the darkening sky, sensing a foreboding akin to his own life slipping into darkness. Observing Whitebeard's forlorn expression, Marco quietly withdrew. Upon reaching Ace, he found him with a spoon in one hand, his head buried in his plate. Chuckling softly, he said, Hey Ace, wake up. Ace jolted awake. Marco, what do you think the old man brought us here for? Are you still dwelling on that? The old man certainly has his purpose. Perhaps it is to train you. Train me? There was no need to come all the way out here for that. And what are the other captains? Oh, you mean Jozu and the others? They've returned to the New World. After all, we came to rescue you. Now that you are safe, someone must remain to oversee things back home. Ace nodded and soon dozed off again. Mywood Clone was initially intended to seek Uncle Rayleigh, hoping he could assist me in experimenting whether Conqueror's Haki could mitigate the system's slumber duration. Upon arriving at Shachi's location, I learned that Uncle Rayleigh had already departed for Amazon Lily. With no alternative, I had to retrieve Rayleigh's life card. Alas, I have no other acquaintances skilled in Conqueror's Haki. However, the journey there seemed rather distant. Using only a clone would be somewhat challenging. Reluctantly, I had to mobilize my true self. After flying for 3 or 4 days, I finally spotted an island where I could rest. Upon landing, I noticed a heap of driftwood along the shore. Not sensing anything amiss, I ventured into the island's woods. After a hard-won capture of a rabbit, I savored it thoroughly before lying down to sleep. My inexperience was to blame. Typically, one should explore the entire island to ensure safety before resting. Yet, I had indulged in a meal and succumbed to slumber without a shred of caution. Thankfully, I was somewhat clever, constructing a wooden shelter high in a tree using wood release. This way, anyone passing below would hardly notice it. During my slumber, however, a large contingent was making its way to this very island. To the east, Zhonghua and Kapu approached slowly with 2 warships. To the south, Chiquan and 3 warships also came into view on the island. To the west, the Whitebeard crew began preparations for landing. Upon waking from a slumber, I intended to search for something to eat. As I entered the woods, I sensed something was amiss. Before me stood a tree to which a woman was bound. She had a cascade of pink hair and wore overalls, her hands suspended above her, hanging from a thick branch. As I approached for a closer look, I realized, isn't this someone I recognize? Although her face was obscured by blood, there was a semblance of familiarity. Cautiously, I stepped closer, ready to brush aside her disheveled hair to discern her features. Unexpectedly, she let out a fierce shout, declaring, I will not let you go. Startled, I was taken aback by her fiery spirit. All right, I will set you free, but please do not bite me. The blood on her face had dried, gluing her eyelids shut, preventing her from seeing clearly. Yet, it seemed she sensed my lack of malice and acquiesced to my actions. After a moment's wait, noticing her lack of unusual movements, I slowly lowered her down. However, The handcuffs on her wrists appeared to be made of Hailu stone, indicating that this woman was either a power wielder or a notorious criminal. Uncertain of her background, I dared not release her hastily. Thus, I led her to the seaside, intending to wash the blood from her face with seawater. Just then, a colossal warship loomed before me. Instantly, every hair on my body stood on end. Without a moment's thought, I seized the woman by her hair and vanished from the spot in a flash. A voice from the ship remarked, "Oh, not bad speed. It seems you're the one who has kidnapped Bonnie." The speaker leapt gracefully from the warship, landing precisely where I had stood, removing his hat and scratching his head. I looked up to see a formidable figure clad in a red suit with a blooming flower adorning his chest, a pure white naval cloak billowing behind him. "State your name. Who are you?" I inquired. He paused, his fierce expression catching me off guard. "Hand over Bonnie, or you shall perish here." With that, he uttered no more words, as smoke began to billow from his right hand. Thick, dark red lava dripped at his feet. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I silently cursed my luck. This man was none other than the legendary Admiral Sakazuki Chi Quan. Ha ha ha, I never imagined you would recognize me. This simplifies matters greatly. As soon as he finished speaking, his brows furrowed, and without further ado, he unleashed a punch. The fiery lava, radiating an intense heat capable of incinerating all, surged toward me unrelentingly. Clutching Bonnie, I retreated rapidly. In truth, I had not fully comprehended Chi Quan's words. Otherwise, I would not have brought Bonnie along. Seeing Chi Quan launch an attack, I assumed it was related to the incident and impelled down, thinking I had attracted the attention of an admiral, and thus my instinct was to flee. Fortunately, my speed was sufficient to outpace his lava, and soon I dashed into the forest. The surrounding trees obstructed some of Chi Quan's molten fury. However, upon witnessing my escape, Chi Quan roared in anger and pursued me relentlessly. The overwhelming lava engulfed the southern island. The edge of the forest ignited, and, as I ran, I shouted, "Hey, you're setting the woods ablaze. Burning down the mountains will land you in prison. Do you have no sense of public duty?" Chi Quan likely never anticipated that I would counter him on a moral level. He halted momentarily, perplexed by my words. The Admiral Chi Quan was close on my heels, primarily because Bonnie was a hindrance. Otherwise, I could have engaged him directly. However, leaving her behind was not an option. In fact, when I was washing her face by the seaside, it suddenly dawned on me. This girl was the one who had once rescued Sauron. Considering that we were all pirates and she had aided Sauron, I could not simply abandon her to Chi Quan. Yet, I could not transport her into the Kamui space either, as she was an outsider and I had to safeguard my own secrets. In this conflicting state, I could only continue running north with Bonnie. My strategy was clear. As long as my speed surpassed that of Chi Quan, I would reach the northern sea first. In that case, I could escape directly over the water. No matter how formidable Chi Quan was, he would be at a loss upon encountering the sea. By the time he realized what was happening and attempted to pursue me by ship, he would have to navigate a considerable distance. With such a delay, I would have long since made my escape. Therefore, there was no necessity for me to confront Chi Quan. Fleeing was the solution. If I could reach the north, victory would be assured. However, others might not share this perspective. Firstly, Chi Quan would not allow me to flee. To him, encountering a naval admiral and turning to run without a word was clearly the behavior of a villain, perhaps a wanted criminal, or at the very least, someone with a guilty conscience. Moreover, Bonnie was his target. He would never allow her to escape, knowing her father was a figure of significant influence. Years ago, he had nearly eliminated me, and if he failed to bring Bonnie back, he would lose face. Thus, upon seeing me turn to flee, he became increasingly relentless in his pursuit. Secondly, Bonnie was an innocent party. Previously, she had been left hanging on a tree by Blackbeard, utterly exhausted. When someone finally arrived to free her, she hoped to see the person's face, thinking that if they were familiar, perhaps she could be released. Instead, she overheard that Chi Quan was coming and that a confrontation was unfolding with the rescuer. She was not unfamiliar with Chi Quan, having been protected by him for a time. Furthermore, it was said that Chi Quan had once been a notorious figure in the underworld. This tale traces back to Chi Quan's childhood. It is said that his father was also a notorious underworld figure, leading a gang that extorted protection fees in their town. Chi Quan's father was considered a rather benevolent leader. In his view, having accepted protection fees meant he must provide protection in return. Despite his fierce exterior, he was well liked by the townspeople. Growing up in such an environment, young Chi Quan struggled to comprehend why his father felt the need to protect those villagers. His father explained, one must fulfill the obligation that comes with receiving payment. Although young Chi Quan did not fully grasp this, it did not diminish his respect for his father. Thus, he aspired to become a gang leader himself, to succeed his father's position. Consequently, he adorned himself with an elaborate tattoo. Yet, one day, a band of pirates invaded the island. These pirates are indeed ruthless, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder without remorse. Such actions have inflicted immense suffering upon the villagers. Akainu's father, having collected protection fees from the villagers, felt a deep obligation to safeguard them in their hour of need. Thus, he did not hesitate to confront the pirates in battle. At that time, a contingent of a navy was stationed in their town, and one navy colonel was a close friend of Akainu's father. Despite Akainu's father's ties to organized crime, his straightforward character resonated well with the colonel, leading to a strong bond between them. During this pirate incursion, both the colonel and Akainu's father fought valiantly. However, they were outmatched by the formidable pirates, who resorted to treachery by kidnapping many villagers when they were caught off guard. They proposed a negotiation. If Akainu's father and the colonel would surrender themselves as hostages, the remaining captives would be released. Although everyone understood this was a trap, certain death awaited them if they complied, Akainu's father showed no hesitation and, along with his colonel friend, agreed to the exchange. Before departing, the colonel gifted Akainu a navy cap. In the midst of Akainu's bewildered protests, the two men gallantly marched towards their fate. Though Akainu could not comprehend his father's actions, he recognized him as a man steadfast in his convictions. As anticipated, both Akainu's father and the colonel were slain, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within Akainu, transforming him into a relentless killing machine. He unleashed all his latent potential and exterminated the remaining pirates. By the time the Navy reinforcements arrived, Akainu had already wiped out the entire pirate crew. In recognition of his valor, Akainu was admitted into the Navy, albeit under extraordinary circumstances. From that moment forth, fueled by a profound hatred for pirates, he donned the colonel's cap and committed himself to the Navy. Now, Akainu harbors a deep-seated animosity towards pirates, believing that any means necessary to eliminate them is justified. Over the years in the Navy, this sentiment has expanded to encompass all criminals. This explains why, during the incident at O'Hara, he did not hesitate to eliminate everyone, ensuring that no criminal escaped. Driven by an extreme sense of justice and bolstered by his formidable strength, he quickly ascended to the rank of admiral. Presently, the embodiment of absolute justice, Akainu is relentlessly pursuing me, oblivious to the imminent danger. I successfully reached the northern shore of Small Island while fleeing. As I emerged from the forest, I spotted several figures on the beach. At that moment, I could not afford to be discerning. Noticing they were not clad in Navy attire, I hastened towards them, for the ocean was tantalizingly close. And once I reached the water, I could launch my counteroffensive. As I drew nearer to the group, I was suddenly called out. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Lao Sha exclaimed, astonished as he looked up at me. Our eyes met, and I recognized him as well. However, it was clearly not the time for conversation. So I shouted urgently, "Quick, help me out. Akainu is coming." My hope was that if they could hold him off for even a moment, just a minute, then I could set down Bonnie and have the opportunity to confront Akainu. To my dismay, however, each of them was more cowardly than the last. Upon hearing that an admiral was chasing me, they fled faster than I did. Fortunately, Lao Sha was somewhat loyal. He took a drag from his cigar and slicked back his hair. "Aha, I'll hold him off." As I glanced aside, I realized to my astonishment that these individuals were all familiar faces. "Blackbeard, you scoundrel, return what you took from me." As the saying goes, there is nothing quite like seeing a foe face-to-face to ignite intense emotions. The moment I recognized Blackbeard, he too recognized me. The difference was that he understood my capabilities and held leverage over me. Naturally, he had no desire to confront me now. Moreover, upon learning that the pursuer was Admiral Akainu, his fear intensified, especially upon noticing that I had Bonnie with me. A thought struck him. Perhaps Akainu was the Navy officer here to broker a deal with him. He typically avoided such encounters. But now it seemed as though I was inadvertently taking the blame for him, which prompted him to consider a hasty escape. Thus, he immediately summoned his comrades and fled toward the western coastline of the island. I was taken aback that Blackbeard, without a second thought, sought to flee, prompting me to pursue him. As I chased him, Blackbeard seemed to recall his childhood memories of escaping with his father. Born in a relatively impoverished town, his mother discovered she was carrying triplets before he was born. Though his parents lacked wealth, they were somewhat educated and felt immense joy at the prospect of having 3 children. Yet, during childbirth, only one child emerged. The doctor informed her that she had originally been carrying triplets, but a phenomenon of absorption had occurred in utero, resulting in the trio merging into a single individual. Due to the incomplete nature of this absorption, the sole surviving child possessed 3 hearts and, in fact, 3 distinct personalities. This revelation brought a sudden stir to the previously quiet town, with whispers circulating that the family had given birth to a monstrous creature. Consequently, Blackbeard's parents, who were already somewhat prideful, faced scorn from the community. Tragically, Blackbeard's mother died during childbirth, and his father, burdened by the negative rumors, took Blackbeard and fled to distant lands. Despite their frequent escapes, the father exhibited affection towards Blackbeard and recognized his son's extraordinary constitution, as he nearly never fell ill. Blackbeard's father was an ardent admirer of pirates, particularly of rocks, who possessed the Yami Yami no Mi. He often told Blackbeard that the strongest devil fruit in existence was the Yami Yami no Mi, and that Blackbeard's physical prowess was remarkably well suited to it, almost as if he was destined for it. Therefore, he was determined to ensure Blackbeard obtained the Yami Yami no Mi and even provided him with a compendium of devil fruits. Furthermore, he cautioned Blackbeard that without Conqueror's Haki, he would need to rely on devil fruits to gain strength. Of course, all of this was contingent upon Blackbeard consuming the Yami Yami no Mi first. After all, the Yami Yami no Mi not only had the power to absorb the abilities of other devil fruits, but, given Blackbeard's unique constitution, might enable him to become the first wielder of multiple devil fruit abilities. Following the battle at God Valley, Rox's body came into the possession of Whitebeard. Thus, if Blackbeard sought to find the Yami Yami no Mi, remaining aboard Whitebeard's ship was the optimal course of action. As a child, Blackbeard quietly internalized all these lessons while fleeing alongside his father. Eventually, one day, Blackbeard's father passed away, and Blackbeard encountered the individual he had longed to meet, Whitebeard. With the loss of his father, Blackbeard's desire to join the Whitebeard pirates intensified. Consequently, upon finally encountering Baihuzi, he did not hesitate to kneel, shamelessly imploring to remain aboard Baihuzi's vessel. Our esteemed patriarch, Baihuzi, is a person of tough exterior yet tender heart. Although he did not explicitly express it, he tacitly accepted Heihuzi's actions. Thereafter, Heihuzi, endowed with 3 hearts, took turns standing watch without the need for sleep, swiftly rising to prominence. However, he firmly recalled his father's words, insisting he must wait until he consumed the Enin fruit before taking action. Fortuitously, that day, after years of anticipation, his wish was finally fulfilled. He obtained the fruit he had long awaited, and thus, he did not hesitate to slay his comrades to possess it. This explains why when I see pursued Heihuzi, he proclaimed that it was the fruit that chose him. Currently, Heihuzi finds himself in my pursuit. Without any hesitation, I drew several kunai, channeling my lightning chakra through a single hand seal. With a swift motion, I launched them towards Heihuzi. A pained wail echoed as Heihuzi's body went numb, unable to rise. I leaped forward, planting my foot upon him, while the electric energy in my hand intensified as I grasped his throat. You think you can escape? Ignoring Heihuzi's cries, I tightened my grip on his throat. His fellow comrades, witnessing their captain subdued beneath my foot, were consumed by rage, launching a frenzied assault against me. However, in my furious state, empowered by the combination of Byakugan and Sharingan, I perfectly anticipated all their attacks. Before their strikes could land, I had already phased out the corresponding areas, rendering their assaults futile. I even found myself grateful to Fan Ao-Ka. His bullets, instead of inflicting harm upon me, struck Heihuzi squarely. Already on the brink of death, Heihuzi was further incapacitated by the impact of Fan Ao-Ka's bullets, nearly losing consciousness. Return what is rightfully mine. Just as I prepared to finish off Heihuzi, I noticed he had ceased his cries. With a peculiar smile, an endless swarm of black mist swirled beneath him. I regarded him with disdain. You should know that such tricks have no effect on me. Heihuzi managed a strained smile. I certainly know, but now it is different. The black mist seemed to come alive, enveloping both Heihuzi and me in its dark embrace, including my other hand holding Bony. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Isn't it marvelous? You didn't expect the Tanta fruit to be used this way, did you? As the surroundings darkened, Heihuzi surprisingly broke free from my grasp. This truly caught me off guard, yet my priority was to escape. Fortunately, Lao Sha was nearby. Sensing his flying thunder god mark, I quickly transported myself and Bony away. Although I had evaded Heihuzi's control, Lao Sha was not faring well either. Admiral Chi Chuan had severely beaten him, leaving half his face disfigured. Lao Sha, where's your face? Less chatter, hurry and run. I tossed Boni to Lao Sha. Take care of this woman. Do not let her perish. Now unburdened by Boni, I could unleash my full potential. In fact, during my training on the solitary island, I discovered something significant regarding the devil fruits. The natural type is composed of substances that already exist independently in this world. The user of such a fruit can be seen as possessing an independent thought process or self-awareness. In contrast, ninjutsu is considerably more intricate. Firstly, different elemental ninjutsu corresponds to the respective natural substances, bearing resemblance to natural devil fruits. Although various forms exist, they possess a certain uniqueness compared to the true natural elements, as they are created through the ninja's chakra. Consequently, ninjutsu tends to be somewhat weaker than the naturally occurring entities. This is why ninjutsu is not particularly advantageous against natural devil fruits. Of course, there exists a higher echelon within ninjutsu known as senjutsu. This form harnesses the energy of nature, allowing traditional ninjutsu to manifest its inherent power. Thus, employing senjutsu in this world is akin to wielding the same efficacy as natural devil fruits. However, the amount of senjutsu chakra one possesses is ultimately determined by one's original chakra. Once senjutsu chakra is absorbed into the ninja's body, it must attain equilibrium with the ninja's chakra. If there is an excess of senjutsu chakra, it will be consumed by natural energy, rendering the user into a petrified state. Conversely, if insufficient, the effects of senjutsu will not be realized. Fortunately, after my previous training, coupled with the enhancement from the tail beast chakra, my chakra reserves have ascended to a new level. With this newfound understanding, I now face natural-type users with greater confidence. Observing Chi-Chuan before me, I smirked Moku-do, Bunsin no Jutsu. At that moment, someone witnessed my technique, utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Replication fruit?" During my pursuit of Chi-Chuan, another wave of individuals arrived on the island. Zhanghua and Ka Pu had landed on the eastern shore. After surveying the area and finding no signs of people, they ventured deeper into the island's interior. Upon discovering a forest ablaze, they finally realized that Chi-Chuan had also arrived on this island. Only then did they begin to take the situation seriously. Without further ado, they followed the traces on the ground to the northern beach. As they appeared, they witnessed me employing the Bunshin technique. Zhanghua gazed at me in disbelief, muttering to himself, "The ability of the replication fruit?" Kapu was taken aback. "What replication fruit?" Zhanghua shook his head, dismissing Kapu's inquiry. "Impossible. The world government has been secretly searching for this fruit for hundreds of years. How could it suddenly appear here?" "Hey, Zhanghua, what are you talking about?" "Kapu, this is serious. We must capture that individual alive." Kapu glanced at me, then at Zhanghua, utterly bewildered by his old friend's alarm. What on earth is happening? After a moment of fluster, Zhanghua, seeing that I had engaged Chi-Chuan, felt a bit more at ease. Hearing Kapu's question, he slowly began to reveal the truth. This dates back to the establishment of the world government. At that time, the newly formed organization needed a unified currency, that is, the belly in the pirate world. Everything was proceeding smoothly until a fruit known as the replication fruit emerged among the devil fruits. This fruit possesses the ability to replicate infinitely. If the world government were to implement a currency and someone could replicate it endlessly, it would plunge the entire world into chaos. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the higher-ups immediately commenced discussions. Firstly, it is crucial to devise anti-counterfeiting measures for currency. Secondly, it is imperative to contain the individual possessing the ability to duplicate fruits. However, this particular fruit seems to be intentionally elusive. Ever since it was discovered by the world government, it has vanished completely from sight. Following deliberations among the higher-ups, it was concluded that utilizing sea stone could create an effective anti-counterfeiting feature for currency. Nonetheless, sea stone is exceedingly hard and expensive, rendering it devoid of liquidity if solely used for currency production. By a fortunate twist of fate, a celestial dragon stumbled upon a glowing red cocoon. Initially, its significance went unnoticed by the populace, and even the celestial dragon who possessed it paid little heed. Yet, this cocoon was not an inanimate object. It appeared to possess an ability of immortality. The threads it spun were remarkably strong. As it continuously produced these threads, the celestial dragon fashioned garments from them. Subsequently, due to the striking appearance and durability of these garments, the celestial dragon grew fond of this cocoon, revering it as a divine beast. The threads it produced became the fabric for the attire worn by the celestial dragons. Years later, A celestial dragon who had consumed a devil fruit discovered that wearing this attire rendered him completely powerless. This revelation prompted people to take notice of the cocoon. Upon investigation, it was found that this type of clothing possessed powers equivalent to that of sea stone. Furthermore, the threads were incredibly supple, making them ideal for incorporation into banknotes as a form of anti-counterfeiting measure. Consequently, the world government promptly initiated research to explore the possibility of utilizing this material for currency protection. Simultaneously, they dispatched numerous agents to verify the uniqueness of this silk. After years of investigation, it was established that this particular silkworm existed solely in one location worldwide. Thus, the currency system of the pirate world was finally solidified, alleviating concerns regarding the duplication fruit's abilities. Even if currency could be replicated, it would be impossible to duplicate the silk that possessed sea stone-like properties. Initially, the situation returned to tranquility, and the anti-counterfeiting technology for currency gradually faded from public memory. Unexpectedly, a family persisted in safeguarding this secret, the family of Captain John. Within their lineage, they were even aware of the existence of another entity, a cocoon emitting blue light. Acquiring this object would signify the attainment of boundless wealth. Thus, Captain John set sail. By chance, he encountered rocks, and together they discovered this treasure within a hidden realm. With this newfound asset, Captain John and Rox deliberated negotiations with the upper echelons of the world government. However, at God Valley, they encountered two formidable adversaries. Rox perished in battle, while Captain John narrowly escaped. Fortunately, they had not brought the cocoon with them. Instead, it remained on a remote island. To conceal this secret, they divided the record pointer leading to the island. Captain John kept one part of the glass orb, while he entrusted the pointer to Rox. Captain John then split the glass orb into two hemispheres, crafting them into a bracelet that he kept close at all times. Following the battle at God Valley, Rox was slain, and Whitebeard took his corpse. He also carried away the pointer. If only Captain John had been the sole keeper of this information, it might have been inconsequential. However, unbeknownst to him, their other two crew members, Silver Axe and Wang Ji, were also privy to this knowledge. These two individuals were among the zombie generals created by Moria. Consequently, Silver Axe and Wang Ji began to shadow Captain John. Rather than mere followers, they sought a share of the treasure. In fact, at that time, Charlotte Linlin also coveted Captain John's riches. Collaborating with Kaido, they initiated a pursuit of the three men. Yet, due to the formidable strength of the trio, the alliance of Linlin and Kaido gained no advantage. Ultimately, they parted ways. As they departed, Linlin bestowed upon Kaido the fish fruit. Captain John, fully aware of Silver Axe and Wang Ji's intentions towards his treasure, continued to feign ignorance. The primary reason was that he could not locate the treasure himself. After all, the pointer had been entrusted to Rox, who was now deceased, leaving the pointer's whereabouts uncertain. There is a significant probability that it remained with Rox, whose body had been taken by Whitebeard. Consequently, Captain John sought means to find Whitebeard, simultaneously evading Silver Axe and Wang Ji. After spending years together, these two had observed that he never mentioned the treasure. Growing impatient, they resolved to eliminate him. Ultimately, Captain John fell victim to their treachery. Upon his demise, he clutched the insignia, piquing their interest. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not fathom its secrets. They subsequently recalled someone, Kaido's wife, Nico Anya. This Nico Anya is also Robin's aunt. She had once been part of Rock's crew and served as the intellectual due to her ability to comprehend the historical texts. After recalling her, they took Captain John's body and the insignia through arduous trials to Wano, where they sought out Kaido. After a hearty meal, they hoped their sister-in-law could unveil the secrets of the insignia. In truth, at that time, Nico Anya had already left Kaido and returned to her hometown of O'Hara. Upon hearing that the two were searching for her, Kaido, in his drunken state, succumbed to his grief over the loss of his beloved and began to rage. Initially, the two men anticipated a confrontation with Kaido, but they were unprepared for the sheer power he wielded after consuming the fish fruit. He easily overwhelmed them, resulting in their demise, leaving their bodies behind in Wano. Years later, Moria sought Kaido for a duel, utilizing his powers to control the corpses of Captain John, Silver Axe, and Wang Ji. Following his failure, he took their remains. The insignia eventually found its way onto Moria's ship, later into the possession of Luffy, and subsequently acquired by the clown Buggy. However, Buggy remained oblivious to the fact that possessing the insignia alone would not lead to the treasure. For the pointer remained with rocks, and after Captain John's death, the secret was lost to all. At this juncture, Sengoku observed my use of duplication abilities, mistakenly believing I had consumed the duplication fruit. This sparked his interest, given that the celestial dragons had relentlessly pursued the duplication fruit for many years. However, Sengoku was only aware of the existence of the duplication fruit and remained largely ignorant of its significance and the treasure of Captain John. Kapu stared in astonishment at Zhanghua, taken aback by the world government's extraordinary interest in such a fruit. Yet, he shook his head vigorously, thinking no. Guangji Zhu is not a user of the copy fruit. Had he kept quiet, Zhanghua would not have learned his name, but now it was too late. Zhanghua was once again taken aback. What? He is Guangji Zhu? Kapu immediately realized he had misspoken. Avoiding eye contact, he pulled out some fresh shellfish from his pocket. I have some fresh shellfish here. Would you like to have some? Eat what? Get to work. The shouts of soldiers soon alerted me. Initially, facing two opponents, I now found myself overwhelmed by the multitude of Navy soldiers. Hey Laosha, can you still move? Laosha had previously battled Akainu. Although he was known for his legendary balance, facing a top-level opponent had still injured his sand essence. After my healing, he had not improved much. Seeing more Navy soldiers appear, he realized he could no longer lie down. Otherwise, everyone would face dire consequences. Thus, he forced himself to stand and exchanged a glance with Mr. One, preparing to take on those soldiers. However, before he could make a move, a powerful aura swept across the battlefield. The Navy soldiers opposite dropped their weapons, stunned. Haoshiku, who is it? Everyone on the field halted their actions. The Navy soldiers fell one by one, succumbing to unconsciousness. Gulalala, what a coincidence. It was Whitebeard. Ace, Grandpa, old man. Whitebeard's appearance turned the atmosphere lively. Those who remained standing gazed at him in disbelief. It must be said that Whitebeard truly deserved the title of the world's strongest. His presence immediately tilted the balance of the battlefield. Neither Akainu nor Blackbeard made any move, seemingly waiting for Whitebeard to speak before the fighting commenced. Zhanghua and Kapu stepped forward to stand beside Akainu. Though only 1,000 soldiers remained behind them, these individuals could evidently withstand the might of Whitebeard's Haoshiku. The combat capability was not to be underestimated. The Navy soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Hey, did you see that? The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Edward Newgate. The 1st Division Commander, Marco the Phoenix. The 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist Ace. They're all formidable figures. Why are they here? Who knows? Regardless, everyone focus. We cannot afford any slack. The Navy soldiers stood ready, not anticipating that what was supposed to be a routine operation would lead to such circumstances. Was the original plan to eliminate Whitebeard going to be executed here? As they suspected, upon seeing Whitebeard, Zhanghua promptly instructed his aide to notify the Navy headquarters for reinforcements. To buy time, he stepped forward and loudly inquired, Whitebeard, how did you end up here? Whitebeard spun his large blade above his head a few times and forcefully struck it into the ground. Gulalala, isn't this the Navy Admiral? Zhanghua? So, are you here to capture me? Enough nonsense. I will ask you first. You ask me, and I shall respond. Zhanghua was left speechless, not expecting this old rascal to play such a game. Noticing Zhanghua at a loss for words, Whitebeard turned to Blackbeard. Oh, teach, long time no see. Blackbeard, terrified, found himself unable to move, not solely due to Whitebeard's overwhelming presence, but because he understood that Whitebeard's purpose for coming was primarily him. He suppressed his fear, swallowed hard, and reassured himself, don't be afraid. I, Blackbeard, am now far more powerful. Not only have I obtained the Yami Yami no Mi, but I have also fused it with the Gura Gura no Mi. With my current strength, I should be able to triumph over Whitebeard. However, no matter how he tried to convince himself, upon seeing Whitebeard in that moment, fear consumed him. There was no escaping the oppressive aura of a giant looming before him, intent on taking his life. Father, at this moment, calling me that seems rather inappropriate. Since the moment you killed Sachi, our father-son bond has been severed. Whitebeard's words carried a hint of sorrow. Throughout his life, he had valued emotions above all, whether in love or familial ties, especially after his unrequited love for Elizabeth. He had come to cherish family even more. Yet, the son he had treated as his own, Teach, had committed such an atrocious act against a comrade. This was something Whitebeard could never have foreseen. Teach, observing Whitebeard's melancholic expression, felt a pang of emotion. Although his intention for joining Whitebeard's crew was to acquire the Yami Yami no Mi, Whitebeard had indeed cared for him over the years. Father, I was also saddened by Sachi's death. But if anyone is to blame, it should be you. Blame me? Indeed, had you not set that rule back then, Sachi would not have died. Whitebeard was visibly taken aback. He had indeed stated that any devil fruit found on the ship belonged to the one who discovered it. However, as a parent, he could only enforce such a rule to prevent favoritism. A bowl of water must be kept level. That is a fundamental lesson for any parent. As Whitebeard fell silent, Teach seized the opportunity. Remember? It was because of that rule that I could have negotiated with Sachi for the Yami Yami no Mi. Yet, regrettably, I had to kill him. Therefore, Sachi's death is entirely your fault, father. You can take your nonsense elsewhere. Upon hearing Teach's justification, Ace exploded with rage. Having already been furious at the sight of Teach, he could not tolerate this audacious individual blaming his beloved father. Teach, noticing Ace's fury directed at him, merely smirked. "Oh, Captain Ace, long time no see. How's the temperature in Impel Down's blood pool?" Ace realized Teach was mocking him, and the humiliation surged within him. Fire Fist. Enraged, Ace unleashed a torrent of flames toward Teach. Teach squinted at the incoming fireball, a strange smile creeping across his face. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, devouring Ace's flames. Ah, this temperature is quite something. Everyone was astonished by this display. Immediately, Teach raised one hand, pointing it toward Whitebeard's chest. "See, father, this is my newly acquired ability." As he spoke, Ace's flames shot forth from his hand, striking faster than they had come. In an instant, they reached Whitebeard's chest. Boom! A gaping hole appeared in Whitebeard's chest, with blood slowly dripping to the ground. He lowered his head in disbelief, gazing at the gaping wound in his chest. Although a fleeting moment of panic gripped him, he quickly regained his composure. Looking at the figure of the dark-bearded man before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Gulalala, Tiki, is this the courage that emboldens you to defy me?" The dark-bearded man was taken aback. He had underestimated this world's strongest warrior. Despite having been struck by his own attack, the aura surrounding the white-bearded man showed no signs of waning. On the contrary, the sight of blood seemed to rejuvenate him, making him appear several years younger, his words dripping with uncontainable dominance. With a swift motion, he slammed his long knife against the ground, and with an astonishing angle, he seized the dark-bearded man's neck with his right hand. A surge of immense strength followed. The dark-bearded man, weighing several hundred pounds, was effortlessly lifted by the white-bearded man with one hand. Crouching slightly, the white-bearded man forcefully slammed the dark-bearded man into the ground. Puff! The dark-bearded man coughed up a mouthful of blood that gushed forth. Yet this was not the end. Clenching his right fist, the white-bearded man activated the Tremor Fruit's ability. A white energy sphere swirled around his right fist before he struck the dark-bearded man with a powerful blow. The dark-bearded man felt as though his entire body had disintegrated, every part aching intensely. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted instantly. At that very moment, as Ace made his move, the other sprang into action. On the side of Sengoku, he exclaimed, "Kapu, Akainu, remember to protect the dark-bearded man." Kapu responded with confusion. "Why should we care? Let him be defeated by the white-bearded man. After all, this fellow was a Shichibukai, and from a positional standpoint, he was considered part of our Navy's faction. We cannot ignore him." Akainu also failed to comprehend, remarking that he was a pirate. Even as a Shichibukai, he was not to be trusted. Sengoku felt exasperated. These two were so willful. Had he known that being a fleet admiral would entail such burdens, he might have reconsidered. After this battle, he contemplated resigning, dismissing the burdens of this troublesome role. Yet, he understood that he needed to wait until the present crisis passed. He thus invoked his authority as fleet admiral and issued a direct command. Consequently, although Kapu and Akainu were reluctant, they could not defy the order and had no choice but to comply. As Ace launched his punch toward the dark-bearded man, Akainu also initiated an assault against the white-bearded man. However, before his magma fist could strike Ace, Marco soared into the air, transforming into a blue phoenix, and swiftly intercepted Akainu's attack. It appeared to be an evenly matched confrontation, yet only Marco understood that he had just suffered a hidden disadvantage. The phoenix's healing flames could not negate Akainu's magma. Akainu adjusted his black gloves, observing Marco in the sky, the mythical Zoan type, the phoenix, Marco. How rare it is to witness such a phenomenon. As Marco spiraled in the air and landed on the ground, he discreetly concealed his injured left hand. With a wry smile, he acknowledged the Admiral of the Navy truly lives up to his reputation. The two were now formally engaged in combat. behind the dark-bearded man. As he saw his captain about to be engulfed by Ace's flames, Van Oka swiftly retreated, creating distance. Simultaneously, he raised his gun and fired. Poison Q charged toward Ace, his hand poised for a strike. However, his target was not Ace, but rather the white-bearded man standing before him. He understood that against Ace's Logia abilities, the disease fruit's powers might not be effective. Furthermore, his technique required physical contact to activate. Hence, Ace was not a viable option. Otherwise, his hands could be rendered useless. Buffett sped forward, his massive form vanishing from sight, seemingly intent on using brute force to collide with Ace. Their actions successfully captured my attention. Originally, I had hoped that the white-bearded man would deliver some pre-battle proclamation to buy time for me to enter Sage mode. However, before he could utter even 2 sentences, Ace had already lost his composure and confronted the dark-bearded man. Once he made his move, the dark-bearded man's crew sprang into action. Yet, I noticed that the white-bearded man had brought fewer allies this time. In light of this, I decided to assist the white-bearded crew. Although I had not entered Sage mode, my alter ego was freed due to the commotion. I sat cross-legged, and with the blooming of white flowers, all battlefield information flooded into my vision. As the battle erupted, the chakra within me surged, activating the white flower, akin to opening a map of the battlefield. Not only could I discern the positions of all combatants, but I could also anticipate their subsequent moves. With such an ability, it would indeed be a waste not to serve as the battlefield commander. First, Ace had unleashed an attack, but had no time for anything else, while Van Oka's bullets were aimed at him. This form of attack posed no threat to Ace. Thus, he required no assistance. Secondly, Marco was already airborne, seemingly heading toward Akainu. The two were likely evenly matched, even if Akainu held a slight advantage. Marco should not find himself at a disadvantage in the short term. Therefore, he too required no aid. Subsequently, Poison Q's right hand had changed color, indicating that he had activated his fruit's ability. Judging by the trajectory of his attack, it seemed directed not at Ace, but rather at the white-bearded man. Hey, this guy possesses some audacity. To dare strike against the world's strongest warrior is indeed commendable. As for Buffett, he was charging toward Ace. Very well. I had completely analyzed the situation. With that, I made a swift motion, disappearing from my location. While still in the air, my chakra erupted beneath my feet. In a flash, I appeared at Buffett's side, raising my leg for a decisive kick. The massive form of Buffett was sent careening uncontrollably toward Poison Q. Thud. The two collided unexpectedly, and, simultaneously, Poison Q's hand made contact with Buffett's body. The disease fruit's ability activated instantaneously. Amidst their terrified exclamations, I had already achieved my objective and withdrew. I then flung all my shuriken with precision. Of course, before launching the shuriken, I infused them all with lightning attribute chakra. Those shuriken and kunai, crackling with arcs of electricity, soared toward Van Oka. By the time I completed this series of actions, Van Oka's bullets had struck Ace. However, Ace's fiery form remained unscathed. In stark contrast, Van Oka found himself in a vulnerable state after firing those shots. Thus, he was thoroughly struck by 3 of my shuriken. Concurrently, the kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique appeared beneath his feet. Following this, I vanished once more. The Rasengan instantly coalesced. Bang! A forceful and heavy blow not only shattered Van Oka's gun, but also left his shoulder bloodied and mangled. Every action of mine was witnessed clearly by Lao Sha and Mr. One, who stood by the sea. Incredible, they exclaimed, astonished at the speed with which I simultaneously launched attacks on 3 individuals, marveling at the astonishing swiftness that seemed almost inhuman. That scoundrel. It has barely been a moment since we last met, yet he has grown to such an extent. What old Sha does not realize is that I possess the technique of In Fun Shun, a skill that allows me to cheat fate. Shortening the time required for cultivation is a trivial matter for me. After delivering my flurry of attacks, I was just about to strike down Fan Ao Ka when unexpectedly, this fellow disregarded his own injuries. Bearing the excruciating pain, he pressed the gun against my forehead and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! After firing, he swiftly retreated, disappearing into the depths of the forest. After Ace was shot, he was ready to seek vengeance on Fan Ao Ka. However, he was taken aback by the sight of me being shot in the head. With a thunderous shout, he rushed to my side. Tears had already welled up in Ace's eyes, but upon closer inspection, he found no blood at the site of my supposed injury. Confused, he set me down on the ground. The body that had fallen with a bang transformed into a stout tree-like figure. On the other side, I wiped the sweat from my forehead, relieved to have my life-saving skill. Otherwise, I would indeed have met my demise. Ace turned to look at me, astonished. "You're not dead." "Ha! Fortunately, I dodged just in time. Otherwise, I would have truly perished." While I spoke with bravado, I realized that my momentary arrogance had nearly cost me my life. Such a situation must never occur again. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by another individual on the battlefield, Doflamingo. Just as Old Shah clashed with Blackbeard, he had already freed himself from the sandball, successfully suspending himself in midair with his strings. He observed everything with keen interest. Initially, he had been a mere spectator, but upon seeing Whitebeard appear on the battlefield, his thoughts ignited with ambition. If he could slay Whitebeard here, he would undoubtedly carve his name in history. Perhaps even the position of one of the four emperors would be within his grasp. However, reason dictated that he should remain cautious and observe the unfolding events. Opportunities to kill Whitebeard are exceedingly rare. Yet, if he were to truly take Whitebeard's life, he would be subjected to relentless pursuit thereafter. Such a scenario was evidently not worth the risk. Hence he devised another plan, to kill with a borrowed blade. The current chaos on the battlefield was insufficient. He needed to wait until both sides were fully engaged in battle, when no one's attention was on him. That would be his prime moment to strike. Thus, he chose to bide his time. However, my recent action had stirred a change in his thoughts. An insidious scheme began to take root in his mind. While I narrowly evaded a fatal blow, the brief moment allowed the three adversaries to regain their composure. Poison QS subordinate, Buffett, successfully neutralized the toxin, and the two once again advanced towards Ace and me. "Ace, go assist Marco. Leave this to me." With that, I clapped my hands together and unleashed the technique. Wang Guan Zozishu. The once firm and solid ground beneath their feet suddenly transformed into a treacherous mire. The moment they stepped upon it, their bodies began to sink. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already halfway submerged. There was no alternative. My speed was simply too swift. To hasten their descent, I unleashed my chakra with abandon. Just as the mud reached their chests, a cold bullet suddenly shot out from the forest. Good heavens, the bullet grazed my scalp. A few strands of white hair drifted down gently, and I heard a soft exclamation from behind. "You actually dodged?" Without looking back, I utilized the enhancement from the white flower, exposing the assailant's position. In the next instant, I activated the Shunshin no Jutsu, appearing behind him in the blink of an eye. Fan Ao Ka, upon noticing my disappearance from his scope, realized someone was right behind him, far too close for him to resist. Silently, he lowered his weapon and spoke softly. "Why is your speed so fast?" To prevent this young man from fleeing, I formed hand seals and initiated the technique, In Zi Fu Shou Shu. Take a look at your recently wounded area. Upon hearing this, Fan Ao Ka quickly turned to see a small X-shaped mark on the intact flesh surrounding his wound. "What is this?" I replied with a faint smile. "A secret." Suddenly, three shadows transformed into sharp long blades and pierced through his body. Oh dear, how exhilarating. To be honest, this was precisely how the fourth Hokage dealt with his enemies. Yet utilizing it myself felt remarkably stylish. After an exhilarating moment of pride, I recognized that now was not the time for celebration. Hence, I hastily returned to the battlefield. In the Huang Quan Zhaoji, only two heads remained. No matter how powerful one might be, faced with such a predicament, one could only succumb to the depths. Realizing that those two were beyond saving, I promptly directed my attention to the next battleground. At that moment, Whitebeard had just driven Blackbeard into the ground. A brilliant white halo flickered on his right fist as he aimed to strike Blackbeard's head. Simultaneously, a shockwave of the same hue collided with Whitebeard's arm. However, Whitebeard's speed was slightly superior. Blackbeard had already coughed up blood when the shockwave forced Whitebeard back a couple of steps. Whitebeard looked up to see a massive golden figure shimmering in the battlefield, an embodiment of the Hito Hito no Mi, a mythical Zoan type in the form of a Buddha. The name Buddha of War truly lived up to its reputation. Karp, puzzled, glanced at Sengoku and questioned, "Sengoku, have you lost your mind? Why are you fighting Whitebeard?" Sengoku ignored him, addressing Whitebeard. "Whitebeard, due to our stances, Blackbeard is now a warlord. I cannot stand idly by and watch you kill him." "Garara, what a rigid sense of justice," Whitebeard scoffed. "Sengoku, do not blame me for not warning you. Such a person in your navy is certainly not a good omen." Sengoku understood all too well that someone like Blackbeard could betray even the man who had raised him for so many years, Whitebeard. A title as insignificant as warlord could hardly restrain him. However, he had no choice but to follow orders from above, which explained why he often found himself caught in a dilemma. At that moment, he had no desire to elaborate further and resolved to act according to his own judgment. Good heavens, with Sengoku's intervention, Whitebeard would have to unleash his true prowess. He clenched his fists, crossing them over his chest, then struck forcefully behind him. As if tearing through dimensions, the air erupted with numerous cracks. Consequently, the entire island began to tremble. Carp instantly realized the danger, urgently turning to the soldiers. "This is bad. The island is about to split. Quickly find cover and be wary of falling into the crevices." Yet, under such circumstances, maintaining balance was exceedingly difficult. How could one possibly seek shelter? Thus, amidst the cries of the soldiers, they fell into the vast chasms. Carp understood that Whitebeard was now serious. So he leaped into the air, raising his fist, which was as large as a sandbag, and aimed it at Whitebeard. Whitebeard, with his eyes slightly closed, recognized the haki swirling around Carp's fist, realizing that the impending strike was no ordinary shockwave. He mockingly remarked, "Gulalala, Kapu, you old fellow. Be careful not to shatter your old back with such force." Nonetheless, he swung his great sword, infused with an astonishing aura, and delivered a sweeping strike from below, aiming at Carp's fist. The clash of their auras sent tremors through the ground, and the mere dispersion of their energy caused the earth to crack. A trace of black and red energy silently infiltrated my body, causing the system's timer to decrease once more by several hours. In this exchange, the two were evenly matched. However, to the onlookers, the perception was rather different. Was this truly a battle between the world's strongest pirate and the world's strongest navy? Perhaps it was a bit exaggerated. I was forcefully pushed back by the shockwave of their confrontation. My astonishment grew. Was this the essence of haki? Without any grand display, such explosive effects could be unleashed. It was far more understated than my Susanu's colossal Buddha. Regrettably, I had no mastery of haki. Otherwise, I would have certainly contended with these naturally gifted fighters. Clenching my fists, I realized that I need not worry about the battle at Whitebeard's side. Although the old man faced two opponents, it was evident he was not at a disadvantage. However, the situation for others was becoming dire. Whitebeard had brought only over 100 subordinates, now facing more than 1,000 Navy soldiers. Even though the opposing forces were not elite Navy troops, Whitebeard's men were suffering significant losses. Despite half of the Navy having been incapacitated by Whitebeard's earth-shattering strike, his own crew had also sustained injuries. Therefore, I resorted to ninjutsu, hoping to eliminate these foes swiftly, allowing Whitebeard's crew to find refuge. Little did I expect that Whitebeard's recent attack had shattered the once intact island into countless fragments. What was once a large island had now become numerous small isles, each capable of supporting only 3 to 5 individuals, and with the rolling waves, they were drifting apart. This left Whitebeard's crew, already at numerical disadvantage, in a vulnerable position. Without delay, I dispelled one of my shadow clones. The Senjutsu chakra instantly returned to my body. With the enhancement of Senjutsu, my perception of the surrounding conditions heightened yet again. I then clapped my hands together and executed the technique, Senjutsu. Ice release. Thousand-faced ice prison. As I infused chakra into the air, it began to freeze beneath the feet of each Navy soldier. 10 seconds later, only a handful of Navy soldiers remained capable of movement, while the rest had been entirely encased in ice. Hey look, it's a freezing effect. Could it be that Admiral Akiji has arrived? Don't be foolish. If it were Akiji, why would he freeze his own men? Upon closer inspection, Whitebeard's crew realized that this freezing effect had indeed only immobilized the Navy. I cast a satisfied glance over the battlefield. Although I had exhausted all my chakra in one go, I had effectively eliminated over 400 foes. This brought the fighting capabilities of the Navy and pirates to a more balanced level. The remaining Navy troops were likely elite, and I hoped that Whitebeard's crew would rally together. After accomplishing this, the ongoing battles on the battlefield were concentrated in 2 areas. One was the confrontation between Akainu, Marco, and Ace. Ace, hindered by elemental weaknesses, found himself retreating under Akainu's relentless assault. Moreover, his lack of mastery over haki prevented him from fully unleashing his combat potential. Marco faced similar challenges. His abilities leaned more towards healing, and against such a powerful admiral, he was struggling to find his footing. The other skirmish unfolded on Whitebeard's front. Blackbeard had awakened and was launching surprise attacks on Whitebeard. The old man already had to be cautious of Carp and Sengoku, and with Blackbeard now ambushing him, It became increasingly burdensome. I quickly flashed in front of Kainu. Senjutsu. Ice release, 10,000 miles, ice wall. A 20-meter wide ice wall instantly obstructed Akainu's magma. Akainu appeared momentarily stunned. He had not noticed my freezing of the Navy earlier, and upon witnessing the ice before him, he genuinely believed Akiji had betrayed him. Taking advantage of his moment of shock, I urged Ace and Marco, "You two, hurry over to help Dad." Upon hearing my words, they quickly turned to Whitebeard's direction and were alarmed to see him covered in wounds, apparently under severe pressure. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Blackbeard was behind it all. Ace gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Teach, you bastard, just wait until I get my hands on you." He charged towards Blackbeard. Frustrated, I thought, why can't you choose a more winnable opponent? Ace, you should intercept your grandfather. Remember, it must be your grandfather you engage with. Otherwise, it would be better for you not to intervene. Marco's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Ace, go quickly. Although Ace possessed immense strength, the current battle was on an entirely different level. To put it bluntly, Ace was in a state where he could not contend with anyone. However, facing Vice Admiral Karp, while he might still lose, at least he wouldn't die. Ace, though confused, reluctantly agreed after Marco's encouragement. Hey, I'm still here, you know. Do you think you can just run away without regard for me? A red humanoid figure slowly emerged above the ice wall, surrounded by swirling black smoke, while the lava beneath began to encircle the three of us. Magma Dog. Akainu transformed into scorching magma, charging towards us with incredible speed. The 1-meter-thick ice wall offered no resistance against his onslaught. The black-red magma not only covered the ground but surged forward like a tsunami. The air was thick with steam from evaporated ice. Just as Ace and Marco were rendered immobile by the overwhelming sight before them, I invoked Senjutsu, Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. A 3-meter-thick earthen wall erupted from ground. The black-red magma collided with the wall, sending droplets of molten rock raining down around us. Did it hold? Perhaps. You two, hurry up. Seeing the veins bulging on my forehead, they realized that Akainu's attack was not something to be taken lightly. Exchanging glances, they soared towards Whitebeard. Just as they departed, the earthen wall was completely breached. Akainu adjusted his hat and rose slowly, astonished. "Oh, you managed to block my attack?" I fixed my gaze on him, and, as I sensed that Ace and Marco had distanced themselves, I grinned and said, "You must be Admiral Akainu." I was hoping to find a weaker Logia user to practice against, but I didn't expect to encounter the strongest one. Though I spoke lightly, I was fully aware that Akainu's magma was among the most formidable abilities. The only counter to it was ice release. However, the previous ice wall had proven nearly insignificant. In this manner, conventional ninjutsu proved futile against him. If ninjutsu was ineffective, I would resort to taijutsu. Alas, that too was of no avail, as I was virtually a novice in physical combat. Furthermore, he was composed of magma. The possibility of landing a blow was questionable, and even if I did succeed, I would likely perish in the process. With both ninjutsu and taijutsu rendered ineffective, I was left with no choice but to employ jinjutsu. Resolving within myself, I shouted, "Chi Quan Lao Ze, prepare to receive my challenge." Suki no Tori. The kaleidoscopic spinning of the Sharingan ensued, and in an instant, as Chi Quan beheld my eyes, Suki no Tori activated successfully. I witnessed Chi Quan, who had been advancing, abruptly halt his steps. Within the realm of Suki no Tori, I bound Chi Quan to a cross, and he gazed about in bewilderment, noting the ropes binding his arms. Brandishing a long blade, I appeared before him, wielding dominion over time and space within the world of Suki no Tori. Before I could even finish my opening statement, Chi Quan's eyes brimmed with disdain. "Ha ha, young one. Such a feeble technique cannot possibly restrain me." With that, he transformed into magma once more. The ropes ignited instantly, and even the wooden frame behind him began to emit black smoke. This time, I was taken aback. Despite my control over the world of Suki no Tori, it seemed ineffective against this opponent. Not only did I fail to bind him, but I also felt an unsettling sensation as though the very fabric of space was tearing apart. In truth, I had not fully comprehended the true application of Suki no Tori. This technique was originally intended to assault the enemy's psyche, yet I had misused it, wasting the efforts of a divine Itachi. Within the realm of Suki no Tori, Chi Quan's magma had spread across the ground, igniting the surroundings. Having never encountered such a situation, I decisively dispelled the Jinjutsu. Covering my eyes, I lamented my failure. It seemed that Chi Quan, The admiral was indeed formidable. The situation had turned against me, as ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu all proved ineffective. How was I to proceed? Chi Quan scanned his surroundings. Realizing he had returned to the real world, his gaze now more menacing. It appears you have failed to ensnare me, young one. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He then adopted a horse stance and launched a single-handed punch, unleashing a great torrent of flames. Witnessing a massive magma fist hurtling toward me, I swiftly dodged the attack. While I may not be able to defeat him, no one could catch me when it came to evasion. However, running indefinitely was not a solution. I had to devise a means to land a blow on this old rascal. After another swift movement, I found myself standing upon the sea's surface. Suiton, Suiryuda no Jutsu. A blue dragon gradually emerged from the water's surface, spiraling through the air, targeting Chi Quan and roaring forth. Chi Quan, taken aback by my ability to manipulate the sea, retaliated with several blasts of magma directed at the water dragon before swiftly evading to the side. As a wielder of elemental abilities, his fear of seawater was evidently apparent. Although the water dragon was partially evaporated by his magma, it was still the only technique of mine that had any effect on him. Given this, I cannot hold back any longer. Suiton, Misubun Sin no Jutsu. Et Kulun Sudao Tiguan. Prepare to be engulfed by the sea's embrace. Ninjutsu, super large water prison technique. With both hands raised, the 8 clones simultaneously executed the water prison technique, forming an enormous circular water prison. After my previous experience with the dam's water surge, I was determined not to drown myself again. Hence, after much contemplation, I devised this form of the water prison technique. Chi Quan observed his surroundings and, upon hearing water prison, immediately sensed the danger, transforming into a pool of magma. He was caught just as the super large water prison took shape. Observing the bubbling magma within, I could not help but smile triumphantly, thinking to myself, this time, I shall not easily release the water prison. Prepare to be completely submerged. Though this technique was powerful, it also confined all my clones. Thus, until I dispelled the ninjutsu, I would be unable to move. Fortunately, although I was immobile, it did not hinder my ability to observe the battlefield. On Marco's side, he was engaged in a fierce back and forth with Sengoku. A blue light flickered, spiraling through the air, while Sengoku, enveloped in golden light, unleashed shockwaves from his palms like cannon fire, forcing Marco to evade desperately. Meanwhile, Ace's situation was markedly more harmonious. Carp clearly did not intend to seriously harm Ace, while simultaneously reprimanding him, causing Ace to flee in all directions. With their involvement, Whitebeard found himself in a significantly more favorable position. Although his fruit abilities were ineffective against Blackbeard's dark powers, Whitebeard's combat experience and personal strength surpassed those of Blackbeard by several tiers. Despite both sustaining injuries, Whitebeard's onslaught remained relentless. With a single slash, he executed a graceful turn and followed up with a devastating strike aimed at Blackbeard's midsection. Blackbeard, narrowly evading the initial blow, was caught off guard by the subsequent attack, which now threatened his abdomen. Old man, surely, you cannot truly intend to kill your own son, Blackbeard exclaimed, his voice tinged with desperation. Such a maneuver might have been ineffective against others, but for Whitebeard, it momentarily caused him to falter. Blackbeard's pupils constricted, recognizing this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth wide, swallowing Whitebeard's arm along with the great blade. Whitebeard clasped his bleeding arm, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was not the loss of his arm that enraged him, but rather the betrayal of one he had considered a son, who now sought his life. Blackbeard chewed rapidly before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, old man, you remain so naive. With your weapon gone and your arm severed, how do you intend to contend with me? Whitebeard's anger surged as the muscles in his remaining arm swelled, compressing the power of the Gura no Mi into a white energy sphere. He swung a fist, intending to obliterate Blackbeard's mocking mouth. Blackbeard, seemingly anticipating the attack, manifested dark energy in his hand and effortlessly caught the punch. To Whitebeard's astonishment, his confident strike had failed to yield any results. In a moment of disorientation, numerous spear-like projectiles emerged from the ground, piercing through his chest, only to vanish almost instantly. Both combatants were taken aback, but Blackbeard quickly regained his composure. Targeting the still bleeding wound, he unleashed a forceful punch, sending Whitebeard crashing to the ground. Concealed in the shadows, Doflamingo cackled with glee. having perfectly timed his strike. For the instant, Whitebeard's fruit powers were neutralized. Moreover, those projectiles bore the added ferocity of Conqueror's hockey, coupled with the element of surprise. Whitebeard found himself utterly defenseless. Witnessing this scene filled me with rage, prompting me to abandon my control over Chi Quan and swiftly appear beside Whitebeard. The healing technique was instantly activated, enveloping the wounds of Baihuzi in a verdant glow. As I recklessly endeavored to heal Baihuzi, the ground beneath him grew increasingly scorching. Before I could comprehend the situation, a gaping hole opened in his already bloodied chest, for which a crimson figure emerged. It was the hellish Red Lotus. Chi Inu transformed into molten magma, penetrating Baihuzi's body in an instant, leaving my hands pressed against his chest, reduced to mere skeletal remains. Both Baihuzi and I simultaneously expelled a mouthful of blood. My incapacitated hands rendered me incapable of forming seals. Fortunately, the cells of Zhu Jian within me began to repair the wounds. How I wished for Baiju to be by my side, capable of instantaneously replacing my hands. Alas, under the current circumstances, it was a futile thought. Thus, I wrapped my legs around Baihuzi's body and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting us directly to Lao Sha's side. Lao Sha's original injuries had been nearly mended by my efforts. Upon witnessing Baihuzi's sudden appearance, a momentary look of astonishment crossed his face. With a greedy gaze fixed upon Baihuzi, he raised his hand, intending to decapitate him. Just as I regained my balance, I caught sight of the murderous expression on Lao Sha's face, sending a jolt of alarm through me. "Hey, Lao Sha, what are you doing?" Lao Sha's hand remained suspended in the air as he glanced at me, revealing a trace of a bittersweet smile. Lao Sha, born into a wealthy family, was once a dashing young man, handsome and affluent. Frequenting various high-end establishments, he had encountered countless beautiful women, leading to a certain desensitization towards their allure. One day, as he visited a lavish establishment, as usual, a stunning figure suddenly captured his attention. The girl, sporting an extravagant hairstyle and heavy makeup, exhibited an exaggerated demeanor and boorish behavior. Nevertheless, it was this very girl who piqued Lao Sha's interest. Despite her stark contrast to those around her, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her. Perhaps, for Lao Sha, the conventional definition of beauty had become mundane, resulting in a yearning for something different. This girl was so refreshingly unconventional, her bold makeup and distinct style captivating him. Unable to resist, he approached her, eventually discovering her name, Ivan Chan. Indeed, it was our very own Ivan Chan. At that time, having just joined the Revolutionary Army, Ivan Chan was tasked by Long to steal certain documents concerning the ancient weapon, the Underworld King. Such information was exclusively possessed by the Crocodile family, leading to Ivan Chan's appearance before Lao Sha. After successfully capturing Lao Sha's attention, Ivan Chan cleverly utilized the hormone fruit to ensnare him in a profound infatuation. Consequently, she acquired the information on the Underworld King. Upon completing her mission, Ivan Chan employed the hormone fruit once more to restore Lao Sha's rationality. However, the anticipated fury did not materialize. The restored Lao Sha genuinely fell in love with Ivan Chan, often writing her letters expressing his longing. This predicament placed Ivan Chan in a dilemma. She yearned to confront Lao Sha, yet being a man receiving love letters from another man was exceedingly awkward. Furthermore, she wished to keep her identity as a revolutionary concealed. Therefore, she told Lao Sha that she would only marry the strongest man in the world, hoping to dissuade him. However, such a dismissal might work on others, but it only ignited Lao Sha's fighting spirit. Much like Su Chi, perhaps at that moment, he truly discovered the meaning of life. Transforming from a wayward scion into a young man with aspirations and goals, Lao Sha set sail in search of the world's strongest individual. During his journey, he fortuitously acquired the Sansan fruit. With his astute intellect and decisive nature, he became a notable figure. Yet, despite his newfound fame, he was still not the strongest. This realization spurred Lao Sha to continue his quest for the ultimate champion. At the height of his renown, the world acknowledged Roger as the strongest. Thus, Lao Sha sought to find Roger, believing that defeating him would win him Ivan Chan's love. However, the public execution of Roger delivered a harsh lesson to Lao Sha. Lost without purpose, he succumbed to confusion. The world's strongest had perished, leaving him with a broken vow. After some inquiries, he discovered that the strongest individual was now Baihuzi, Edward Newgate. He resolved that by defeating Baihuzi, he could claim the title of the strongest. Subsequently, Lao Sha indeed encountered the White Beard pirates, though he initially faced the 2nd Division's captain. In the beginning, they fought evenly matched, showcasing Lao Sha's cunning. However, during the ensuing skirmish, he resorted to treachery and unexpectedly killed the 2nd Division captain. This incited Bai Huzi's wrath. His principle was that while combat was permissible, killing his comrades was absolutely intolerable. Thus, Bai Huzi took the stage himself. With a single slash, he severed one of Lao Sha's hands and left a massive scar across his face. This battle resulted in Lao Sha not only losing his left hand, but also becoming disfigured. Once a strikingly handsome man, he was now marred by a scar. This ignited a deeper hatred for Bai Huzi within Lao Sha. After his defeat, Lao Sha fled, realizing that with his current abilities, it was impossible to eliminate Bai Huzi. He then recalled the ancient weapon, the Underworld King, passed down through his family. He believed that if he could obtain the Underworld King, he might defeat this strongest of men. Consequently, Lao Sha concealed himself in Alabasta. Upon hearing the news, Ivan Chan discovered that Lao Sha had indeed challenged the world's strongest man for her sake, stirring an uncomfortable feeling within her. She sought out Lao Sha once more, revealing her true identity, including the secret of her being a man. However, Lao Sha perceived all of Ivan Chan's actions as mere excuses stemming from his failure to become the strongest. The blows of defeat and the facade of love began to twist Lao Sha's psyche into something more sinister. Upon encountering Bai Huzi once again, the thirst for revenge began to overshadow his rationality. "Hey, Lao Sha, what are you doing?" Lao Sha, gazing at his nearly lifeless adversary, felt the flames of revenge consume his reason. "Long time no see, Bai Huzi." Despite the blood gushing from his chest, Bai Huzi, upon seeing Lao Sha, managed to muster the strength to stand. "Guru, little crocodile, it seems you haven't learned your lesson." Covered in blood, Bai Huzi exuded an imposing aura. With a swift motion, he unleashed a tremor punch that disrupted Lao Sha's assault and shattered his form. How frustrating it is that these two, who should have been allies, are now adversaries. Now, it seems that the two of them have engaged in a fierce brawl. "Hey, you two, cease this altercation," I called out. "Lao Sha, did you not promise me a condition? Are you disregarding your word? Do you dare to challenge me to throw you into the sea?" Lao Sha halted his movements. Though his back was turned to me, at least he refrained from continuing his assault on Bai Huzi. Bai Huzi cast a surprised glance in my direction, realizing that Lao Sha truly had no intention of striking further, and he swiftly leaped towards Huzi. Hey, where do you think you're going? You haven't fully recovered yet." Bai Huzi paid me no heed, and in midair, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body faltered and plummeted directly down. Over there, Chi Quan witnessed Bai Huzi's unexpected resilience. Cursed Bai Huzi, how can he possess such tenacity? Let me send you to the realm of the dead. With that, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, unleashing a magma-clad fist aimed at Bai Huzi's head. Despite only having one arm remaining, Bai Huzi stood unflinching before Chi Quan. Blue light gathered around his fist, clashing against Chi Quan's fiery red energy. The surroundings trembled with a thunderous roar as the two forces violently collided. Just as they stalemated, black energy slowly enveloped the ground beneath them. After a brief tremor, both of their abilities disappeared in an instant. Chi Quan was left bewildered, but Bai Huzi was well-versed in such phenomena. With a flash of black and red brilliance in his eyes, he swung his arm and delivered a punch that sent Chi Quan flying. This powerful strike, infused with haki, also halted Huzi, who had been contemplating a sneak attack. Behind Bai Huzi, the black energy morphed into a colossal mouth that began to dissipate. Bai Huzi charged forward once more, gathering his strength for a punch directed at Huzi's face, striking with an unstoppable force. Aware that there was no turning back, Huzi's arm transformed into Bai Huzi's massive blade, spinning around to slash at Bai Huzi's arm. With a resounding crack, a muscular arm soared through the air. Both of Bai Huzi's arms had been rendered useless. Ace and Marco roared as they rushed toward him. And in a moment of sheer desperation, Bai Huzi, who had already begun to lose consciousness, heard Ace's cry and regained a flicker of awareness. With a fierce determination, he slammed his head against the ground. The air shattered instantaneously, followed by the ocean beginning to crack open beneath him, revealing a vast abyss. Having executed this act, Bai Huzi unleashed a thunderous roar to the heavens, declaring, "Everyone flee! This is the captain's final command." His voice resonated through the skies, and every crew member of Bai Huzi, upon witnessing their father's plight, was moved to tears. The disarmed Bai Huzi seemed to enter a final state of frenzy. When his conqueror's haki erupted, not a single person could maintain their footing. Even Sengoku was forced back several steps. This was not the end. The earthquake he had just initiated triggered a tsunami towering dozens of meters high, encircling him and the Marines. Baihu Zi had cleverly utilized the tsunami to form a towering barrier, isolating both himself and his enemies. Consequently, any attempts to rescue him were rendered futile, leaving us to watch helplessly as Baihu Zi and his foes faced mutual destruction. We, situated outside the tsunami, could not perceive the events transpiring within. Yet, Baihu Zi skillfully leveraged the tsunami's counterforce, propelling our group far away. Ace's heart-wrenching cries echoed, but even he, with his fiery form, could not breach the tsunami's grasp. The crew, resigned, boarded the ship, accepting the grim reality of Baihu Zi's demise. Everything unfolded too abruptly. Regrettably, my hands were rendered useless. Or perhaps I could have intervened. Just as all succumbed to sorrow, an abrupt voice pierced the atmosphere. What? He died just like that? How fortunate for him. Everyone turned towards the sound to see a brazen figure appear at the ship's stern. It was Chi Quan. Ace's eyes turned crimson with rage. Repeat that if you dare. Chi Quan's brow furrowed, his murderous intent engulfing the entire ship. You little brat, if you wish to die, I can grant you that wish right now. Ace stood unfazed. Perhaps at this moment, there was nothing left for him to fear. I said, repeat that. Chi Quan's eyelids twitched. He was not one to tolerate disrespect, and enduring such insults had already reached his limit. Just as he prepared to annihilate everyone on the ship, a figure appeared. A pair of snow-white skeletal hands wrapped around Chi Quan's waist, and they both tumbled into the ocean. In this perilous moment, I swiftly appeared before Chi Quan. YQD. The illusion technique activated instantly, though I understood it would only last briefly, even a few moments would suffice. Seizing this opportunity, I embraced him and plunged into the sea. Chi Quan, having experienced this before, quickly regained his composure and effortlessly broke free. However, his speed had been slightly hindered. Now fully submerged in the ocean, he had lost all strength. Alas, I too was not unscathed. After he escaped the illusion, I found myself suffering a backlash. A dizzying sensation unlike any I had ever felt overwhelmed me, and I lost consciousness completely. Now, both of us lay motionless, though I began to slowly rise to the surface while Chi Quan gradually sank. When I awoke again, I found myself adrift on the ocean, gazing at my wrists. Devoid of hands, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed me. This was disastrous. Without hands, how could I form seals? Without the ability to form seals, would I be rendered useless? I wondered if the Hashirama cells could regenerate my hands. Helplessly staring at the sky, I pondered what to do next. Should I fashion hooks for myself, much like Lao Sha? Without hands, even ascending into the air had become a challenge. Previously, I could utilize the kinetic rock technique to lessen my weight. Now I was left with no choice but to resort to the moon step. However, this technique drained considerable chakra, and it was best to conserve it if possible. Thus, I found myself running across the ocean surface. Luck was on my side, for I soon discovered a small island. Upon finally reaching the shore, I truly grasped the disadvantages of being without hands. Indeed, it was just like this. Wanting to relieve myself, I found my belt impossible to undo. Staring at my bare wrists, I realized the gravity of my predicament. Fortunately, the island was not deserted. Shortly, I encountered a sweet-looking young girl, seemingly in her 20s. I knew I could not wait any longer, as I was on the verge of bursting. Clear in my throat, I spoke in a captivating tone. "Hello, lovely lady." The girl turned to me, her large eyes sparkling as if she were a kind-hearted individual. "Hello, how may I assist you?" I endeavored to present my gentler side. "I apologize, but could you please help me untie my pants?" The girl's initially friendly smile gradually morphed into one of terror, her eyes filled with panic. "Oh, get away from me, you pervert." What an astonishing sight. The young girl possesses an unexpectedly high-pitched voice. Instinctively, I covered my ears, only to be taken aback when she noticed my gesture, rolled her eyes, and fainted on the spot. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to discern the unfolding drama. Sensing an impending commotion, I hastily turned and dashed towards the sea. My motivation was not fear of the residents' wrath, but rather the embarrassment of potentially soiling myself in front of such a multitude. Fortunately, submerging in the ocean rendered my trousers wet, thereby concealing the cause of my predicament. As night fell, I sat upon the beach, reflecting on the events of the day. I wondered if Baihu Zi was still alive. His final move had been overwhelmingly powerful, engulfing everyone in seawater. Yet, Even if he had perished, it was of little consequence. I still possessed the ability for Hui Tu Zhuang Sheng, and as long as I could locate Bai Huzi's remains, I could even resurrect him completely using the reincarnation technique. However, all of this hinged upon the restoration of my hands. I recalled that when Naruto's hand was severed, he had cultivated it using Hashirama's cells. I too harbored those cells within my body, albeit they lacked the capacity to spontaneously regenerate into hands. It seemed that the Bija mode could serve as a substitute for my hands, which was indeed an ingenious notion. However, due to my lack of hands, I could not perform the summoning technique. Thus, I resolved to draw upon the previously sealed Bija chakra to attempt entering Bija mode. Thankfully, mobilizing the chakra within my body did not necessitate hands. After numerous attempts, I successfully entered Bija mode before noon the following day. With the enhancement of Biju chakra, I effectively simulated the function of hands. After consuming several grilled fish to replenish my stamina, I set forth once more. This time, my destination was the small island I had previously visited. I sought to uncover whether any new survivors remained, while also hoping to locate Bai Huzi's body. To avoid drawing attention, I opted to approach from above. Luckily, I had taken this precaution, for otherwise, I might have encountered serious trouble. Peering down at the groups of Navy personnel below, I was compelled to change course. I then employed the water transformation technique to approach stealthily, eager to ascertain their activities. As I quietly concealed myself near the island, I heard a familiar voice exclaim, "Allah la la, how tragic. How did he survive such injuries?" Peeking out cautiously, I was astounded to discover that the speaker was none other than Admiral Akiji. The sight of the individual lying on the ground left me utterly astonished. It was a Kainu. Wait a moment. Hadn't I dragged a Kainu into the sea with the intention of perishing together? How could he possibly be here? Could it be that the Navy had come to retrieve his body? Ha ha ha, Sengoku, you ought to thank me. If I hadn't saved you, you would have truly met your demise. Old man Garp wrung out his soaked clothes while conversing with Sengoku, who was seated on the ground. The monstrous Bai Huzi had unleashed such a potent ninjutsu at the last moment. Enough with the complaints. His body has yet to be found. It's likely sunk to the ocean floor. Sengoku inquired, "Did you not find it while you were below?" Garp shook his head, silently observing the busy Navy personnel in the distance. "By the way, Garp, what's the situation with Akainu?" Sengoku queried. "I don't know. When he wakes, you can ask him yourself," Garp replied. Just then, Akainu indeed awakened, and the nearby Navy personnel helped him change into fresh clothes. With renewed fury, he approached Sengoku after lighting a cigar and demanded, "Hey Sakazuki, what happened?" Sengoku, glancing at the documents in his hand, asked, "You fell victim to that little brat scheme. By the way, what is the background of that brat who fought me?" "Oh, you're referring to Kazuki?" Garp interjected. "Yes, a pirate." "A pirate, you say? Is there a bounty on him?" Akainu inquired. "I believe there is. Why?" "No reason. Since he is a pirate, it becomes easier to deal with him. I will pursue him with all my might." Upon hearing my name mentioned, I quickly submerged deeper into the water. These individuals were formidable. If they discover my presence, it would lead to unnecessary trouble. Sengoku fed the document into the mouth of a goat, sighing heavily. "Sakazuki, you're just in time. Orders have come from above. Akiji, you should listen as well." Akiji pointed at himself, appearing incredulous. "Indeed, it's you. Now, everyone else disperse." The surrounding Navy personnel, recognizing the importance of the matter, hurriedly retreated. "You two, why are you still here pretending?" Sengoku barked at Garp. "Huh? Can't I stay to listen?" "Nonsense, leave at once." Once only Akiji and Akainu remained, Sengoku lowered his voice. "Orders have come from above, stating that one of you must infiltrate a Yonko-S crew as an undercover agent." The statement struck like thunder, leaving both men speechless as they exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Thus, they feigned ignorance, one gazing at the sky, the other digging in his ears. "You know me, I loathe pirates. How could I possibly go undercover?" Akiji protested. "Wait a minute, that's not right. I also detest pirates. I can't do it either," he added hastily. Seeing the two deflecting responsibility, Sengoku cleared his throat. "Well, let us not dwell on this. Regarding my earlier request to resign as Admiral, it has been approved from above. Therefore, I wish to select one of you to assume the position of Admiral." The two men were momentarily stunned. What was the connection between becoming an undercover agent and becoming an admiral? Was Sengoku losing his mind? Recognizing the trickery afoot, neither spoke. Noticing their silence, Sengoku continued, "Personally, I lean towards Akiji as the new admiral. Upon hearing this, Sengoku immediately became flustered. Wait a moment. Such matters should at least involve a fair election, right? How can it simply be dictated? Internally amused, Sengoku maintained a composed facade. Indeed, Sakazuki's suggestion is reasonable. He discreetly observed Akiji's reaction, only to find him seemingly indifferent to who would become admiral. Sengoku understood that Akiji was unlikely to engage in political machinations, especially with a mentor like Garp. Contemplating this, Sengoku felt the urge to berate Garp, but knew he had to address the orders from above, displaying a troubled expression. I've actually communicated this issue to higher-ups, and their response was for you two to resolve it yourselves. So, you may handle it as you see fit. Akiji shrugged, saying, I'll step back and let Sakazuki be admiral. Akainu remained silent, but it was clear that Akiji's response pleased him. At that moment, Sengoku's spirits lifted, and he vigorously shook Akiji's hand while affectionately patting his shoulder, exclaiming, that works. Since you have consented, hasten to prepare and select a team from the 4 emperors to serve as undercover agents. We shall promptly announce your resignation from the position of admiral. What do you mean? Xingji was utterly bewildered by Zhang Guo's words. Were we not just discussing the position of marshal? How did it morph into an undercover assignment? After Zhang Guo's patient explanation, they finally comprehended the reality. It turned out that these two matters were, in essence, one and the same. Ultimately, one would ascend to the role of marshal, while the other would take on the undercover mission. Now, it was Xingji's turn to feel anxious. This is unreasonable. I merely do not wish to become a marshal. Why must I also become an undercover agent? So, who do you propose for the undercover role? I am unfit for such a task. My mental fortitude is severely lacking. Zhang Guo cleared his throat, fixating his gaze upon Xingji. Do you understand the meaning of an order? Moreover, the combat strength of pirates naturally surpasses that of the Navy. To maintain the global balance of peace, it is imperative to weaken the pirate forces. Xingji felt frustrated. Although the reasoning was grandiose, it was, after all, an undercover operation. Just as he was about to voice further objections, Zhang Guo interrupted him. Enough of that. You two shall engage in combat on that island. The victor will become the marshal, and the loser will serve as the undercover agent. At this moment, Akainu, who had remained silent, stood up, took a drag from his cigarette, and spoke slowly. I have no objections to determining the outcome through battle. However, from your words, it seems we are to go to a specific island. Is there something noteworthy about that location? Zhang Guo narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Akainu's astuteness. Merely mentioning a location allowed him to seize upon a flaw. This matter requires a thorough recounting. Previously, a certain scientist conducted experiments on artificial devil fruits on that island. Upon hearing the name Vegapunk, both Xingji and Akainu became serious. Through Zhang Guo's explanation, they finally grasped the sequence of events. Vegapunk is considered a theoretical scientist. He aimed to investigate the so-called artificial devil fruits. However, due to a shortage of funding and resources, he was unable to proceed. Thus, he sought collaboration with the world government, which was evidently eager to cooperate. Consequently, Vegapunk, accompanied by an assistant, commenced experiments on artificial devil fruits on a small island known as Punk Hazard. After acquiring Kaido's bloodline factor and through numerous trials, he ultimately achieved a technological breakthrough. Thus, artificial devil fruits were deemed a resounding success, and during this experimentation, other types of products also emerged. For instance, allowing weapons to consume devil fruits was one such outcome. When Vegapunk successfully created the fish fruit in its Azure Dragon form, he believed this technology had reached its pinnacle, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. However, upon receiving this news, the world government suddenly recognized that artificial devil fruits represented a highly promising project. If mass production could be achieved, it would undoubtedly elevate the power of the world government to new heights. Consequently, they dispatched the CP organization, urging Vegapunk to continue his work. However, once Vegapunk realized the government's ulterior motives, he began to devise his own plans. His assistant, Caesar, had been researching a large-scale weapon of mass destruction, and Vegapunk seized upon Caesar's experiments. Thus, following one particular trial, the Punk Hazard Research Facility was entirely obliterated. Of course, in Caesar's perspective, the explosion was a result of his failed experiment, unaware that it was all part of Vegapunk's schemes. Subsequently, the world government extended an invitation to Vegapunk to conduct another type of experiment. Although termed an invitation, it was essentially a form of confinement. As a scientist, Vegapunk was indifferent to his location as long as he could pursue scientific research. Hence, under the watchful eye of the world government, he began research on human modifications, leading to the later development of the Pacifista project. Simultaneously, they meticulously searched for the artificial devil fruit on that island. However, regardless of their efforts, they cannot locate it. Despite Vegapunk's claims that the devil fruit was a failed product, the officials of the world government were not naive. Their principle was to demand the fruit's presentation, regardless of its success or failure. Thus, they commenced their search on the island, but all returned empty-handed. Primarily because Caesar had concealed the fruit. Caesar sought to utilize Vegapunk's technology to develop his own artificial devil fruits. As a former assistant, he possessed a degree of understanding, and with a finished product in hand, he felt emboldened. However, he had not fully mastered the key technologies, resulting in the fruits he created being mere failures. When consumed by the experimental subjects on the island, these failures transformed into a new breed known as the gifters. Naturally, Caesar capitalized on this fruit, engaging in transactions with Don Quixote da Flamingo and Kaido. Although Caesar publicly claimed these were successful artificial devil fruits, only he knew the truth. Their success rate was merely 10. A successful transformation would yield gifters, while failure would result in insanity. The failed products developed by Caesar ultimately found their way to the gullible and wealthy teacher, Kauai. The island Zhangwa mentioned was previously the site of Vegapunk's experiments with the Azure Dragon fruit. Although the government claimed that the location had been destroyed, there might still exist a secret base at some undisclosed point on the island. Thus, they envisioned a battle between Qingji and Akainu on this island. Once these two engaged in combat, it would likely result in the complete destruction of the island. In this manner, not only would the selection of the marshal be determined, but the loser would also be ousted from the Navy, assuming the undercover role within the Four Emperors organization, providing ample justification. More intriguingly, it would allow the obliteration of the island. Such a tripartite benefit could hardly fail to entice the world government. Upon hearing of this plan, Akainu was naturally in full support, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his own strength. Simultaneously, he wished to spar with Qingji. Nevertheless, Qingji exhibited some reluctance. Thus, he directly contacted Admiral Kong. Admiral Kong straightforwardly informed Qingji that prior to him, Kizaru had already proactively expressed his desire to withdraw from the competition for the position of marshal. The remaining candidates will be limited to Akainu and Qingji. If Qingji did not wish to take on the role, he needed to perform his part convincingly, losing gracefully while undertaking the undercover assignment. This assertion left Qingji utterly unable to accept the situation, prompting him to resolve to engage Akainu in earnest combat. The two agreed upon a date and prepared to head to Punk Hazard. Upon learning of such intricate details, I was left utterly astonished. Unsure of the whereabouts of this island known as Punk Hazard, which was to be ravaged by these two brutes. Once they had departed, I began my search for Whitebeard's whereabouts. After scouring the entire seabed, I still found no trace of his body. This led me to question whether Whitebeard had truly perished. Strangely, not only was Whitebeard's corpse unaccounted for, but also that of Blackbeard and his companions. Returning empty-handed, I made my way back to the island. Gazing at the azure sky, I found myself once again engulfed in confusion. Initially, my intention was to locate the remains of Baihuzi, which would enable me to utilize the technique of Edo Tensei to resurrect him. However, in the absence of Baihuzi, I was at a loss as to what course of action to pursue. Eventually, I came to realize that my immediate tasks could be categorized into several essential objectives. Firstly, I needed to enhance my own strength. Secondly, I aimed to find a way to awaken the system. Thirdly, I sought to locate Ace and clarify the situation regarding Baihuzi. With this plan in mind, I promptly created several clones, each embarking on their respective missions. Early the next morning, the clones set off, one to find Ace and another to seek out Rayleigh. Following the guidance of a lifeguard, I soared through the skies. After 3 days, I finally arrived at a small island. Luffy and Rayleigh were engaged in training when they noticed someone approaching from the distance. Initially tense, their expressions relaxed upon recognizing me. "Guangxi, what brings you here?" Luffy exclaimed. "It's been a while. By the way, do you have any food?" I asked. I devoured a whole roasted pig, leaving only a leg for Luffy, who promptly consumed the remainder. "Hey, why do you eat more than I do?" Luffy remarked with a laugh. "Oh, don't mind that. By the way, you haven't explained why you're here," he added. I glanced at Rayleigh beside me and began to speak slowly. In any case, a great deal has transpired recently. With my patient explanation, they learned that Baihuzi had mysteriously vanished. Of course, I refrained from mentioning that Baihuzi was dead, as I had yet to find his body, leaving me unable to ascertain his fate. Nevertheless, that was not the crux of my visit. Primarily, I had come to seek Rayleigh's assistance. "Oh, do you require my help with something?" he inquired. "Indeed. Would you be willing to use your Haushikahaki to assist me?" After receiving Rayleigh's consent, my clone remained behind, serving as a training partner for Luffy while continuously absorbing the Haushikahaki released by the two of them. On Baihuzi's ship, Ace was clamoring to set sail. Unable to bear it any longer, Marco slapped Ace across the face. Amidst the bewildered gazes of those around them, Marco, with tears in his eyes, implored Ace, "How long will you continue to be so reckless?" Ace, who had been struck and was now seated on the ground, gradually calmed as he listened to Marco's words. "Before, you sought to go to sea for revenge against Teach, and as a result, you were captured by the Marines. We all prepared ourselves for sacrifice, yet we still thoughtlessly endeavored to rescue you." Ace's face was filled with despair as he recalled the regret he felt while imprisoned in the undersea jail. At that moment, he wished he could have a second chance, vowing never to allow so many people to be embroiled in conflict. Noticing Ace's silence, Marco continued, "Afterward, you were rescued, and the matter should have ended there. However, in order to lift your spirits, Dad resolutely set out to find Teach and exact revenge for you." "What? Revenge for me?" Ace exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Dad's voyage had been for his sake. Marco discreetly wiped away a tear, affirming, "Indeed, Dad knew that his time was limited, and he sought to use his final opportunity to eliminate Teach, the source of your torment. Unfortunately, he ultimately could not escape his tragic fate." Ace was taken aback, struggling to understand why Dad would go to such lengths. Did he truly deserve such sacrifices from this great man? "Why?" he questioned. "Dad simply wanted you to live." Marco replied. These simple words left Ace utterly drained of energy. Observing Ace's newfound tranquility, Marco dismissed the others and gently patted Ace's head, his tone softening. "Ace, calm down. Do you remember Dad's final command? Reflect carefully on what you need to do next. Do not squander Dad's heartfelt intentions." With that, he left Ace alone. At that moment, my other clone also arrived on Baihuzi's ship. "Hey Ace, what are you up to?" Ace nearly sprang to his feet upon seeing me, seizing my arm. You're all right? What could possibly be wrong with me?" I replied. "But didn't TU take a Kainu to the sea? How did he not drown?" "Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm not a devil fruit user. I merely fell into the sea. How could I possibly have a problem? However, it turns out a Kainu is still alive. I never expected that this old rascal would possess such tenacity." Relieved to hear I had sustained no serious injuries, Ace finally relaxed, but his expression shifted to worry upon noticing my bare hands. "What happened to your hands? Didn't a Kainu injure you?" "Well, after some effort, it turned out to be no great matter. By the way, the Marines are planning significant movements." I informed Ace about the impending battle between Akainu and Akiji. Overwhelmed by the barrage of information, Ace was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. "Ace, what's wrong? You seem a bit out of sorts," I observed. "Oh, it's nothing. So what are your thoughts?" "In any case, one of them will become an undercover agent, and reportedly, they will seek someone within the Yonko crews. That will require your analysis, as I am not well versed in matters concerning the Yonko. Apart from knowing that you and Shanks are among them, I am unfamiliar with the identities of the remaining two." At that moment, Marco approached slowly. "The other two Yonko are Kaido and Big Mom. Both are quite unique, so I doubt either Akiji or Akainu would choose to align with them." I turned to look at the pineapple-headed Marco, who was now wearing glasses, presenting an unexpectedly refined appearance that seemed incongruous for a pirate. "Why do you say that?" I inquired. "Haha, let me share some intelligence with you. Big Mom's crew operates on a familial basis, so they will not accept outsiders. Now that's intriguing. On one hand, we have Baihuzi's crew, comprised of faux sons, while on the other, Big Mom has gathered a multitude of real sons as pirates." My curiosity piqued. I asked Marco how many sons Big Mom actually had. "It is said she has 46 sons and 39 daughters. "What? Why the sudden inquiry?" Marco responded, passive. As I mentally calculated 46 plus 39, my goodness, that totals over 80 children. Even if she began bearing children at 18, that would take 80 years. So, Big Mom must be at least over 90 years old. I exclaimed in astonishment. This Big Mom is truly impressive. However, at over 90, she seems even older than Brooke on our ship. Does she still possess the ability to bear children? This is simply monstrous. Marco, unaware of my calculations, was nonetheless cognizant of Big Mom's actual age and clarified. "Who says she is over 90? She is only 68. "What? 50 years to bear over 80 children? How is that even possible? Ace chimed in, suddenly animated and disputing. No, there's something off about your reasoning. Who said a woman can only have one child at a time? There could be multiple births. Marco realized our attention had shifted to this astonishing topic. He rubbed his forehead, overwhelmed by the absurdity of our conversation. In truth, we have all erred. The formidable matriarch, known as Xiaoluo Lingling, is the wielder of the soul fruit, granting her the extraordinary ability to manipulate souls at will. It was at the tender age of 18 that she discovered her unique talent, enabling her to allow embryos to survive independently, thereby circumventing the traditional processes of pregnancy and childbirth. This remarkable capability elucidates why she was able to bear an astonishing number of children in such a brief span of time. Notably, it was during the birth of her firstborn, Posipiliuo, with the longbred, that she became aware of her exceptional powers. The offspring conceived through this method were profoundly influenced by their father's genes, prompting Lingling to seek out formidable men in hopes of nurturing even mightier progeny. Her initial target was the Rox pirates, and at the age of 20, Xiaoluo Lingling joined their ranks, driven by the desire to produce stronger descendants. Captain Rox was well aware of Lingling's intentions and thus paid her little heed. Subsequently, she sought out Whitebeard, but he, being a man of unwavering loyalty, was enchanted by Elizabeth and offered Lingling no opportunity. Others, such as the Golden Lion, Captain John, and Silver Axe, also recognized her ambitions, thwarting her efforts. However, the arrival of one individual, Wang Ji, provided her with a new objective. Wang Ji, possessing a quarter of Fishman lineage, fathered triplets with Lingling, Kaer, Dafu, and Owen. Kaer inherited the Fishman traits, which contributed to his moniker, Big Mouth Monster. Within the ranks of the Rox pirates was also Kaido, who, despite his formidable strength, was merely 11 years old at the time of Lingling's arrival, rendering any romantic involvement impossible. Lingling held a fondness for the young Kaido, which is why, upon their parting, she bestowed upon him the fish fruit. After acquiring her powers, Lingling began to deftly utilize them to forge various strategic unions, which explains why the Big Mom pirates would never ally with Akainu or Akiji. Suddenly, Ace was jolted awake as he contemplated a crucial point. Marco's expression shifted, affirming Ace's astute analysis. Kaido's faction did not require such formidable combatants, and as for Shanks, he exuded an enigmatic aura that suggested he would discern the Navy's schemes almost immediately. As Ace absorbed this information, a sense of dread washed over him, as if he had become ensnared in a web spun by others. While I found the situation slightly incredulous, it ultimately held little relevance to us. The Straw Hat Pirates would never allow two insipid individuals to join their ranks. Even if we were to agree, Luffy would undoubtedly object. Moreover, these individuals aimed to infiltrate the four Emperor's crews. What significance did our small group hold in comparison? Nonetheless, gaining insight into the machinations of powerful figures could provide us with a strategic advantage for future battles. Thus, I shifted the conversation, inquiring, "You mentioned that Kaido does not require powerful combatants. What does that entail?" Marco elucidated that it was not a matter of need, but rather of application. Kaido, despite his immense strength, lacked in intellect, whereas his subordinates were notably cunning. Consequently, the inclusion of new recruits often underwent an extensive vetting process. Furthermore, a covert operative would need to possess at least the caliber of a vice admiral, potentially destabilizing the prevailing balance. Through Marco's explanation, I garnered a deeper understanding of the four emperors, particularly Shanks, who seemed far more complex than Luffy had envisioned. This was a man to be approached with caution, for should he deceive Luffy, it would lead to catastrophic consequences. After acquiring the information I sought, my clone bid farewell to Ace. The dissolution of the clone also allowed for the complete transfer of information to my original self, who was devising a method to cultivate hands using Hashirama's cells. While it was feasible to simulate hands through tailed beast mode, maintaining that state consumed a considerable amount of chakra. After considerable contemplation, I devised an alternative approach. I would first employ tailed beast mode to create a wood clone, then sever its hands and attach them to my own. Though theoretically plausible, it provided me with a direction for my efforts. Following several attempts, I successfully restored my hands through this method. With my hands regained, I commenced my training. Thus, during 2 years of relentless practice, time swiftly passed. On one fateful day, my clone, which had accompanied Luffy, was dispelled. The amassed information from the past 2 years flooded back into my consciousness, snapping me out of my training reverie. It seemed the time had come for a reunion with my companions. 2 years had elapsed, and I was eager to discover how they had fared. Zoro and the others were still unaware of my survival, nor did even Luffy know the extent of my evolution over these 2 years. The mere thought of seeing them filled me with excitement, and I longed to reunite with them without delay. After bidding farewell to the island that had been my home for 2 years, I set forth on my journey to the SlappedSage archipelago. Indeed, during these 2 years, several significant events had unfolded. The first being that the anticipated public execution of Ace had not occurred, leading to widespread speculation regarding the circumstances. Rumors circulated that Whitebeard had engaged in clandestine negotiations with the world government to secure Ace's life. Others suggested that the Navy feared the might of the Whitebeard pirates and thus released Ace to avoid a one-sided conflict. There were even whispers that Ace had been rescued by a powerful figure whom the Navy could not confront, rendering the execution a non-event. Of course, such rumors were dispelled following the Navy's announcement of Whitebeard's demise. However, many remained skeptical, although the Navy claimed to have slain Whitebeard. The absence of his corpse only fueled doubt. The second major event involved Blackbeard acquiring dual Devil Fruit powers and assembling a cadre of elite fighters, forming the new Blackbeard pirates, now rivaling the 4 Emperor strength, with some even dubbing him the 5th Emperor in hushed tones. The third event was the clash between Akainu and Aokiji, said to have raged for 10 days and nights on an island, reshaping its very terrain, culminating in Akainu's victory. Defeated, Aokiji withdrew from the Navy. The fourth significant occurrence was Buggy becoming the first individual in history to escape from Impel Down, taking a multitude of criminals with him. The details of Buggy's escape from the notoriously secure prison, however, remain shrouded in mystery. In summary, the past 2 years have been rife with rumors and unrest. The tales surrounding the Straw Hat crew have only grown more astonishing. Particularly in the Xiangbidi Kun Islands, the incident involving Monkey D. Luffy assaulting the Celestial Dragons has created an explosive impact. It is said that after defeating the Celestial Dragons, the Straw Hat crew was relentlessly pursued by a Marine Admiral. Remarkably, the crew not only vanquished the 3 000 Marine soldiers surrounding them, but also triumphed over Admiral Kizaru, leading to his withdrawal from the contest for the position of Fleet Admiral, thus allowing Akainu to seize the opportunity. Moreover, credible reports indicate that the escape of Buggy from prison was orchestrated by the Straw Hat crew themselves, facilitating the rescue of Ace, who was still imprisoned in Impel Down. This debacle caused the Marines to lose face, rendering them unable to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. Consequently, the reputation of the Straw Hat crew has grown increasingly exaggerated. Some individuals, under the banner of the Straw Hat Pirates, have begun openly recruiting formidable pirates, resulting in unscrupulous pirates committing indiscriminate slaughter of civilians and Marine soldiers in pursuit of bountiful rewards. To maintain a semblance of peace, the world government initiated a special recruitment drive to gather a cadre of martial experts, forming a new faction within the Marines. Fujitora was among those selected. Born into affluence, Fujitora developed a passion for gambling and idleness. Observing his aimless lifestyle, his parents sought out a swordsmanship instructor for him, which sparked a transformation in Fujitora, igniting an obsession with the art of the sword and significant improvements in his skills. However, his gambling habit persisted, and the rigors of sword training only exacerbated his fixation on gambling. One fateful day, Fujitora visited a casino where he encountered many unfamiliar outsiders. After a few rounds, he lost all his money. At that moment, a man resembling a leader proposed a wager. If Fujitora lost, he would surrender all the treasures aboard his ship. If he won, the man would forfeit his family's entire fortune. Overwhelmed by the thrill, Fujitora unconditionally accepted the terms. However, after just one round, he lost. Realizing he had been deceived, he lamented the loss of his money, but could not fathom relinquishing his family's wealth. Relying on his swordsmanship, Fujitora prepared to engage in combat. Meanwhile, an onlooker promptly informed Fujitora's family. By the time his father arrived, Fujitora had already been defeated, and the adversary presented evidence of a signed agreement asserting that Fujitora had lost all his family's possessions. Fujitora's father refused to accept this, and, accompanied by Fujitora's sword instructor, confronted the adversary. Among the opposition was a hidden expert who easily defeated Fujitora's side, resulting in the family's belongings being entirely plundered. In a fit of despair, Fujitora's father took his own life, while his mother succumbed to illness from the shock, leaving only Fujitora and his sword instructor. Once they recovered, both sought vengeance against the pirates, but the adversaries proved too skilled, defeating Fujitora's instructor and blinding him in both eyes. From that moment on, Fujitora became a blind swordsman, leading a life of wandering. He tirelessly sought out various swordsmanship masters, enhancing his abilities and fortuitously acquiring the gravity fruit, which significantly amplified his powers. Eventually, Fujitora encountered his nemesis, the pirate responsible for blinding him. Utilizing the plundered funds, this pirate initiated the age of exploration and later crossed paths with Roger's crew, successfully injuring Rayleigh in the process. This event catapulted him to notoriety, earning him a substantial bounty. Years later, empowered by the gravity fruit, Fujitora faced this adversary once more. As fate would have it, after a grueling battle, he emerged victorious, avenging his past and delivering the pirate to the depths of the underwater prison. In confinement, the defeated pirate, reflecting on his actions, devised a sword technique specifically targeting the eyes of his opponents. Yet he remained unable to enact revenge due to his imprisonment and dwindling lifespan. Coincidentally, a fellow swordsman, imprisoned after a duel with Mihawk, also sought vengeance against him. They bonded over their shared grievances, and the former imparted his eye-targeting technique to the latter, who was elated, feeling it was tailor-made for him. 2 years prior, when Ace escaped from Impel Down, this man also managed to break free. He promptly sought out Mihawk for revenge. But Mihawk was not present on the island. Encountering Perona, he mistakenly assumed her to be Mihawk's spouse, intensifying his desire for revenge. However, adhering to the code of a swordsman, he refrained from attacking a woman and requested Perona to summon Mihawk. Recognizing the man as a challenger seeking Mihawk, Perona instead brought Zoro, who had previously vanquished several of this type of challenger. Initially reluctant to engage, as he was occupied with battling a formidable gorilla, Zoro's competitive spirit was ignited upon learning of the man's strength. During their clash, Zoro suffered the loss of an eye. Though Perona attempted to intervene, Zoro insisted on continuing the fight, understanding that defeat would disqualify him from Mihawk's mentorship and hinder his growth. Despite losing an eye, Zoro unleashed unparalleled potential, ultimately defeating his opponent. Remarkably, the technique that blinded Fujitora also left Zoro injured, suggesting a mysterious connection between the two. Additionally, another powerful individual inducted into the Marines was Ryakuju. In his youth, Ryakuju was embroiled in the underworld, leading a life of violence. Initially content to continue this existence, he was inspired to join the Marines upon hearing news of Akainu's enlistment. Having once been a member of the underworld, Akainu's ascension to the Marines ignited Ryakuju's aspirations for a similar path. However, during Sengoku's tenure as Fleet Admiral, Ryakuju found no opportunity to enlist. Consequently, he opted to set sail, hunting pirates in the hope of emulating Akainu's success. Years later, he discovered that the pirates he could defeat were largely obscure, while those of considerable renown eluded him, leading to his profound frustration. One day, he encountered a man clad in armor. They met at sea, and Ryakuju inquired about his identity, threatening to eliminate him if he were a pirate. The man, however, claimed not to be a pirate but a seeker of something. This individual was Hack, whom Usopp met on Boyne Archipelago. Hack revealed that his family had passed down a devil fruit capable of controlling plants. Initially, Ryakuju showed little interest in devil fruits. However, it has been said that this fruit has not been consumed by anyone for many years. Therefore, the two set off together to the Boeing Islands. Upon their arrival, they discovered that all the flora on the island was exceedingly peculiar. They had no way of discerning which among them was the devil fruit. Moreover, both the plants and animals on this island exhibited considerable strength. Subsequently, the two made a pact to each consume a plant resembling the devil fruit. Ultimately, fortune favored Lunyo. One day, Lunyo realized that his body could produce plants, and he immediately deduced that he might have inadvertently consumed the devil fruit. Thus, he began searching for Haigalisi to inform him, but he could no longer find any trace of him. Lunyo assumed that Haigalisi, along with his companions, had been devoured by the island. With disappointment and regret, he departed from the island. Thereafter, Lunyo utilized his newfound abilities to hunt pirates, ultimately gaining renown as a formidable pirate hunter. Later, when Akainu ascended to the position of Fleet Admiral and initiated a conscription plan, Lunyo successfully joined the Navy and, through his immense strength, filled the vacant position of Admiral. While the Navy was mobilizing, the pirate world remained tumultuous. Over the past 2 years, several formidable adversaries emerged, one of whom was Caribou, wielder of the Logia-type swamp fruit. However, these developments were of little concern to our crew. Our primary focus was on reuniting and embarking on our next adventure. When I arrived at the bar owned by Shachi, as soon as I pushed open the door, Uncle Rayleigh already knew of my presence. "Oh, you're quite early," he exclaimed. "Haha, Uncle Rayleigh, I appreciate your support over these past 2 years. Shachi, it's been a while." "Oh, the ninja has arrived." "Yes, indeed. By the way, has everyone else arrived?" Shachi elegantly flicked away the ash from his cigarette and slowly replied. "The first to arrive was Soren, who said he was going out for drinks. Nami arrived 3 days ago and is currently shopping. You are the third to arrive." "I see. Then I shall return to the ship for now." Although 2 years had passed, my system had not been entirely unsealed. Even with the presence of Uncle Rayleigh and Luffy, the influence of their conqueror's haki merely reduced the remaining time to 4 years. In truth, I was quite content. After 2 years without the system's companionship, I had gradually adapted to this lifestyle. Moreover, due to some rewards I had previously obtained, I had developed new techniques. For instance, although I now remained on the ship, my perception range extended to 3 kilometers around me. At first glance, this range seemed unchanged, perhaps even diminished. However, this ability took me half a year to master. In simple terms, my previous perception ability could be classified as active perception, whereas I had now upgraded this skill to a passive effect. In summary, although only 2 years had elapsed, with the assistance of my shadow clones, I had developed many new techniques. Even without haki, I felt a renewed confidence in my future battles. Upon returning to the Thousand Sunny, I was taken aback to see Bartholomew Kuma battered and scarred. Upon seeing me, his eyes gleamed with a red light. "The Straw Hat crew has appeared. The mission to protect them is complete," he uttered before staggering away. I was astonished by the immense power of the otherworldly being, realizing that even Kuma bore such grievous wounds. It was evident that the assailants of the Thousand Sunny were no ordinary foes. It seemed that even after 2 years, the world government's pursuit of the Straw Hat crew had not ceased. I wondered if even more formidable foes would emerge in the future. Lying on the deck of the Thousand Sunny, the soft coating beneath me felt like jelly, inducing an unprecedented sense of security that allowed me to relax completely and soon drift into slumber. I was awakened by a startled scream, and I sat up abruptly, gazing at Nami, who appeared flustered. I shouted, "Stop yelling. Why, you're alive!" She exclaimed. "I was alive before, but it's uncertain now," I replied. Nami cautiously approached and gently pinched my arm to confirm my vitality, after which tears streamed down her face. She embraced me tightly, her large, soft eyes pressing against my head. "Oh my, I was so worried. It's truly wonderful that you're alive. Goodness, in just 2 years." This little girl had grown into a young woman. Her large, round eyes were both enchanting and comforting, leaving me breathless, struggling to push away the emotionally overwhelmed Nami. I gasped for air and said, "I thought I was done for 2, but thankfully my resilience prevailed, allowing me to see you all again. By the way, you've been drinking plenty of milk these past 2 years." Nami looked down, wiped her tears, and shyly smiled. "Well, yes. By the way, how did you survive?" Let us discuss that when everyone is gathered. Otherwise, it feels like I'll have to repeat myself several times." Nami nodded, seeing the logic in my words, and ceased her inquiries. We headed to the kitchen, intending to boil some water for tea, when I suddenly sensed something unusual on the island of Shambody. Navy soldiers were continuously assembling, and judging by their direction, it seemed they were coming our way. I smirked at Nami. "It seems we have guests." Nami looked at me quizzically, puzzled by my statement. I brought my right hand together in a gesture and quietly muttered the word drink. 3 kilometers away, the earthy tones of the ground began to fade, and paper inscribed with runes suddenly materialized. Following that, the papers began to smoke, and in an instant, flashes of fire erupted. A series of explosions erupted, sending the Navy soldiers tumbling. Once the explosion subsided, the ground had sunk by more than 2 meters. A multitude of Navy soldiers lay scattered, groaning in pain as they appeared to have sustained significant injuries. "Did you hear that sound? It seems like an explosion from somewhere. Is there a battle occurring?" Nami asked, holding her teacup, her ears twitching as if trying to confirm the existence of the explosion. I smiled slightly. "Indeed, there has been a battle, and it has concluded." With nothing else to occupy my time, I actively employed my probing ability. Thus, even though I was at the edge of the Shambody Islands, I could survey every blade of grass across the entire archipelago. With this ability, both danger prevention and observation became significantly easier. Moreover, I could simultaneously employ the heart-to-heart technique of the Nakazawa clan, enabling me to communicate telepathically with anyone on the island. As I pondered whether to test this ability, I spotted a target, Chopper, adorned with a blue hat. He was leisurely walking, twirling a small stick and playfully brushing the grass. I felt a playful impulse and called Nami over. Nami pressed down on my head. What? Why? Just do it, and you'll see. Nami hesitantly placed her hand on my forehead. In the next moment, her vision soared to the skies above the entire Shambadi Islands, then rapidly descended to land on Chopper. What is happening? She gasped. Oh, Chopper. He turned around in astonishment, glancing at his surroundings only to find himself alone. Cold sweat poured from his body as he stammered, Who is it? I'm not afraid of you. Observing Chopper's startled expression, Nami shook my arm vigorously. Hey, what is going on? It feels like we are greeting Chopper from another dimension. What kind of trick is this? I replied with a chuckle. Isn't it amusing? Let me scare him a bit more. With that, I closed my eyes once again, pinpointing Chopper's location. I clapped my hands, and in the next moment, slender branches began to sprout slowly from beneath Chopper's feet. These branches were delicate and supple, unlike any form of wood manipulation I had previously employed. The branches mimicked Chopper's walking posture and gently extended a tendril to wrap around his shoulder. Then, in a hushed tone, I murmured, Chopper, my death was so tragic. Why didn't you come to save me? Chopper trembled violently, his eyes wide with fear, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he quivered. I need help. Nami promptly slapped my forehead and exclaimed, Enough. Stop scaring him. Hurry and bring him over. TCH, this girl really cannot take a joke. However, seeing Chopper curled up in fright, immobile on the ground, I felt a pang of sympathy. I controlled the branches to morph into my own figure, taking Chopper with me. And in a flash, we appeared on the sunny. Nami embraced Chopper gently, soothing him. When Chopper finally opened his eyes, he let out a loud wail. Nami. I just heard a voice calling me. I was so scared. I truly did not abandon him. Whoa. Nami shot me a fierce glare while continuing to comfort Chopper. When he finally managed to regain his composure and turned to face me, he stood frozen in place. Then his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. Unbeknownst to us, Chopper was not truly a reindeer, nor was he a raccoon. In fact, Chopper was a creature native to the final island, Lafudu. Years ago, Chopper's mother, while pregnant with him, ventured to the Drum Island for recreation. After all, the final island is quite close to Drum Island, almost directly opposite it. While Chopper's mother was enjoying herself, she was struck by a whale named Laboon. As a result, she fell into the depths below. Initially, she hoped to ascend Drum Island and return to Lafudu, but unfortunately, she was swallowed by Laboon. Perhaps by a stroke of luck, she encountered Uncle Flora, who rescued her. However, this meant she could no longer return to Drum Island and had to move forward. Eventually, after many twists and turns, she arrived at Drum Island, where she gave birth to Chopper, exhausting all her strength in the process. At that moment, Chopper was fortuitously adopted by a herd of reindeer. As Chopper grew older, the reindeer soon realized that although he resembled them closely, he was not the same species. Thus, they began to drive him away, until by chance, Chopper consumed the Hito Nomi fruit and met his mentor, which led to his acceptance once more. In truth, Chopper possessed the ability to comprehend the languages of all living beings, a gift that was not solely attributed to the Hito Nomi. It appeared that the creatures on the final island shared this remarkable ability. Yet, it was unfortunate for Chopper, as his journey had merely been a homecoming. Even more tragic was Luffy, who, upon reflection, seemed to realize that the final island was not very far from the East Blue Fusen village in a straight line. Had they not entered the Grand Line and instead traversed the calm belt from Drum Island, they could have reached Lafudu. Ultimately, they chose the longest route to Lafudu. 2 days later, Luffy finally appeared, burdened with a massive pack, trudging forward. However, behind him, a swarm of figures surged. From their attire, it was evident they were all Navy personnel. Hey, the whereabouts of Straw Hat Luffy have been discovered. Immediately dispatch forces to the 16th island. Although I was not present at the scene, reading lips was a trivial task for Sharingan. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Luffy has landed. I will go bring him back. Really? Luffy is here. Wonderful. He has finally shown up. Yo-ho-ho, Luffy-san has arrived. Zoro volunteered. I'll go greet him. Everyone is taken aback. What is happening? The world has truly changed. Are even the directionally challenged now leading the way? Unbelievable. I quickly stopped him. Calm down, big guy. Just take a breather. Nami chimed in. Yes, exactly. If Luffy doesn't find you, we'll have to search for you. Sanji supported, exactly, don't be spinning in circles while we are already at Fishman Island. Pushed by our teasing, Zoro snapped, what? You latecomers dare to criticize my leading skills? Sanji couldn't stand Zoro's remark. Just as the two of them glared at each other, I had already used a shadow clone to bring Luffy back to the ship. After 2 years apart, the emotions of our reunion were beyond words. However, it seemed the Navy had no intention of granting us the chance to reminisce. 20 naval ships had begun to converge upon the Sunny. Boom! Splash! The cannon fire stirred the sea, signaling that this was not the time for idle chatter. I provocatively glanced at Zoro. Green algae head, it's been 2 years. Let us see who is stronger. Hey, do you think I fear you? How shall we compete? Sanji, noticing the tension between us, hurried over. What is going on? Count me in. I grinned. All right, there are 21 naval ships. Let us see who can take down more. Haha, this is indeed entertaining. I want in. Luffy leapt onto the deck, eager to strike first. Suddenly, a mechanical alarm blared from shore. Beep, beep, beep. It's Kuma. Help. He is aiming at us. What should we do? Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, possessing the keen observation haki, instinctively turn around. From the shore, a voice called out, Straw Hat Crew, listen up. You are surrounded. Surrender your ship immediately, or we will attack. Usopp peered through his telescope. Wait, isn't that Bartolomeo? How'd he end up here? Bartolomeo, axe on his back, declared. I have joined the Navy now. So, you definitely won to escape this time. PX 5, PX 7, PX 2, attack. 3 pacifistas raised their arms, their mouths emitting lasers, all aimed at the Sunny. In the next second, I appeared before one of them, arms raised and fingers spread apart. Ninjutsu. Dust release world separation technique. Whoosh. Boom. A massive cube emerged from my palm, instantly encasing one of the pacifistas. In the blink of an eye, PX 5 vanished from existence. Bartolomeo stood frozen in shock. Nami covered her small mouth, rendered speechless by astonishment. Guangzizu. Chopper's eyes welled with tears. Wow, it seems Guangzizu-san has grown stronger once again. Brook plucked a string on his instrument. Indeed, I recall 2 years ago, he could manage it, albeit with considerable effort. Frankie adjusted the position of his arm. Moreover, have you all noticed? His technique appears to have an expanded range. Robin raised a hand, brushing her long hair aside. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji observed as Luffy, utilizing his speed advantage, struck first, exclaiming, hey, that's against the rules. Following this, with a flash of movement, Luffy's right arm stretched like a spring. Second gear, jet pistol. Bang. Boom. Another pacifista was struck in the face by Luffy's punch, exploding on the spot. If my earlier swift defeat of one had astonished Bartolomeo, then Luffy's attack would surely elicit an exclamation of disbelief from him. How is that possible? The Straw Hat Kid can actually use haki? However, there was more to astonish him. A dark figure flickered several times, executing Demon Wind Foot, Meat Grinder Kick. Simultaneously, atop the Sunny's mast, one sword style. Aye. Long spear breaking path. A blue slash cleaved through the air toward the pacifista on the shore. Bang, bang. Zoro's slash and Sanji's kick accurately struck their marks. Bartolomeo sighed. Have these guys truly become this strong? 3 pacifistas incapacitated in less than 30 seconds? The Navy soldiers commenced a barrage of indiscriminate fire. Received. Gunfire erupted all around. Mokutan, Yuntai Jutsu. A wooden platform extended from the land, firmly elevating Luffy. I smiled slightly. Captain, please. Luffy smirked, grasping my intent. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, an invisible wave of energy swept over the 5,000 Navy soldiers before us. Sanji marveled, goodness, that Conqueror's haki. Zoro sheathed his sword, of course. Without such prowess, the captain would need to be replaced. Looking at the Navy across from us, one by one, their eyes turned white, collapsing to the ground. Conqueror's haki. This kid has mastered it in just 2 short years? Bartolomeo felt he had underestimated the Straw Hat Crew. He had brought only 5,000 soldiers and 3 pacifistas. But he never anticipated their combat prowess would annihilate his forces in under a minute. 2 years ago, even 2 pacifistas could have dealt a fatal blow to the Straw Hats. After dealing with the enemies on shore, we returned to the ship. Green algae head, not bad. It seems your swordsmanship has improved significantly over the past 2 years. I teased Zoro, pointing at the pacifista. Yet, I was genuinely astonished. He had indeed become formidable, seemingly unable to leave a mark on it 2 years prior. Now he had nearly cleaved it in half. Zoro glanced at the damage he had inflicted, snorting at me. You think you're funny, huh? Want to try my full power? Good lad. You don't recognize a good heart when you see one. Just as I was about to tease him further, Sanji interjected, Hey, do you think my hawk knows about your arrogance? Huh? What's it to you? 7th place. Seeing the two about to bicker again, I quickly interjected, quit the chatter. The match has begun. Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. You may strike first. It was then that they remembered the wager was against the opposing warship. Goodness. Look at the warships forming a blockade and the cannonballs raining down around us. Sanji took the lead, moonwalk solo. Leaping through the air, he soared above the warship. Hey, you lousy cook, that's cheating. Zoro lamented, as he couldn't fly. The enemy was on the shore moments ago, but now the warship was at least 500 meters away, and the effectiveness of his slashes would be significantly reduced. What? Have you lost your nerve? Heh, I'll be off then, green hairworm. Who are you calling green hairworm? Be careful, or I'll cut you down. With a grin, I took to the skies, completely ignoring the fuming green hairworm on the ship. Luffy sighed. It's great to fly. I wish I had developed a flying skill as well. Although his rubber arms could stretch, the 500-meter distance was beyond his limits, leaving him to watch as Sanji and I resolved the warship issue. I sat cross-legged, floating beside Sanji. Hey, Pikachu, doesn't your moonwalk look exhausting? Get lost. Who's Pikachu, you jerk? All right, let us get started. By the way, how about a time limit? Sanji, stylishly in midair, lit a cigarette. Hey, that's a good idea. How long? How about 10 seconds? Let's see how many warships you can destroy in that time. No problem. I'll show you my kicking techniques honed through 2 years of hellish training. With that, Sanji flicked the cigarette but away and raised one leg high. Demon wind foot, sushi platter kick. Flames erupted from his feet, and as he executed the technique, the flames were propelled toward the warship below. Boom, boom, boom. Time is up. When I glanced down, although only one warship had sunk, the mass of the surrounding 5 had been damaged. Given a little more time, I was confident those 5 warships would also meet their demise. Panting, Sanji exclaimed, So, how was that? You impressed? You jerk. Ha ha. Incredible, impressive. As Sanji was about to fall, I quickly caught him. In a flash, I reappeared on the sunny. Meanwhile, the others were busy fending off the relentless barrage of cannonballs. Hey, are you all done? The enemy's assault hasn't diminished at all. Just a moment. Give me 10 seconds. Aware of their overwhelming pressure, I knew I had to take it seriously as well. Clapping my hands together, chakra surged wildly through my body. Senjutsu, Suiton, Gairetsu no Jutsu. With a fierce shout, I watched as a fissure slowly opened beneath the line of enemy warships. As my voice grew louder, the crack widened, until the entire sea surface split apart. 20 warships plummeted into the depths of the ocean. What on earth is happening? How can the sea split open? Oh no, we're falling. Help! I smiled slightly as I observed the enemy warships vanish, returning to my companions. Hey, is it just my imagination? Even without my eyes, I can see this. Wow, that's incredible. It actually split open. What the heck, Guangzizu, have you become this powerful? It was truly breathtaking to change the terrain so effortlessly. I only knew that Akiji could accomplish such a feat. Robin turned to glance at me discreetly. Could it be that he has reached the same level as Akiji? Having resolved the naval issues surrounding us, our group could finally set sail. Indeed, Luffy has matured significantly over the past 2 years. Leaping onto the deck, he addressed everyone. My friends, it has been 2 years since we last met, and there's so much to discuss. However, now is not the time. For now, let's embark on our journey. Nami, how are the navigational charts looking? Nami responded with a confident smile. No problem. Frankie, let us set off. Oh, with that, the jelly-like membrane beneath us completed its inflation, and the Thousand Sunny officially acquired the ability to navigate beneath the sea. Brothers, steer hard. We are setting sail. The Thousand Sunny first ascended slightly, then nosed downwards, diving into the ocean. Below the surface, the ship continued to plunge deeper, and the scenery transformed repeatedly as various fish swam past us. This spectacle was even more exhilarating than watching a movie. Soon, we descended into the darker depths of the sea, where sunlight no longer penetrated, and the surrounding temperature began to drop. Hey, Nami, why is it getting colder? Isn't that obvious? We plunged so deep. With no sunlight, of course, it's cold. Indeed, it appears we are approximately 5,000 meters beneath the surface. Observing the excited expressions on everyone's faces, I couldn't help but reflect on how living seems rather splendid after all. At that moment, Robin approached me. Ninja-san, can we talk now? Everyone turned to look at me, curiosity evident in their eyes. I settled cross-legged on the ground and began recounting the events following my death. Naturally, there was no need to disclose details about the system. However, I shared the tale of rescuing Ace from Impel Down and the battle against Whitebeard at the unnamed island. Though I refrained from embellishing my story, the sheer impact of the events left my companions in awe and trepidation. After recounting these two events, I also shared the information I had gathered from SlappedSage Archipelago. However, Luffy seemed uninterested in such matters, and the others felt similarly, save for Robin, who wore a contemplative expression. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead, causing everyone to become alert, as we were in the deep sea, where such illumination was unexpected. Frankie activated the ship's spotlight, but the opposing light was too dazzling, rendering Sunny's illumination ineffective. Just as we were at a loss, a colossal fish emerged behind the light. Its enormous mouth opened wide, seemingly ready to swallow the thousand Sunny whole. Damn those high beams. Can't anyone manage them? But it was too late to complain. We were on the verge of being devoured alongside the ship. Just then, Luffy raised his arm, and Zoro drew his sword, clearly preparing to take action. Unexpectedly, Nami darted forward and scolded them. "Stop, you fools. Do you want to get us killed?" This was not the moment to witness Nami in action. I clapped my hands together and invoked ninjutsu, would release, door departure. With a swift motion, I extended one hand, launching a slender wooden beam from my palm. Once the beam penetrated the membrane, it rapidly expanded, encasing the thousand Sunny entirely in mere seconds. However, on the unseen side, countless sharp spikes arranged themselves neatly. From a distance, the thousand Sunny appeared to transform into a gigantic sea urchin. The massive fish, biting down, was completely impaled, its blood flowing profusely, rendered lifeless. Knowing we had escaped danger outside, I dispelled the ninjutsu and cheerfully asked, "Hey Luffy, do you want some fish?" With a large bump on his head, Luffy rushed over upon hearing there was food, nodding vigorously. Minutes later, each of us had a plate of grilled fish, marveling at the surrounding inky darkness while we awaited our arrival at Fishman Island. "Hey, Mitsuno Su, your technique is incredible. How did you achieve visual sharing?" Yeah. Is this also ninjutsu? How do you seem to accomplish everything? It's amazing." I quickly interrupted their praise and offered a simple explanation. Essentially, it's just my passive perception being shared with others through the secret technique of the Nakayama clan. It might be a bit challenging for others to grasp, but you could think of me as a surveillance camera, using sensors to transmit the visuals directly to their minds. Luffy as the monitor, Zoro as the camera, Usopp as the sensor, Chopper as the imagery, and Brook as the sound. What a wondrous ability. You didn't understand any of that, did you? With visual sharing in place, despite the dim surroundings, we could avoid danger. Thus, after passing through an opening reminiscent of a hole, a blinding white light suddenly engulfed us. The stark contrast left everyone momentarily disoriented, unable to open their eyes. I gazed at the massive sphere in the distance, puzzled about what it could be. At that moment, four colossal sea beasts appeared, each as tall as the thousand Sunny, their menacing gazes fixed upon me. A lion, a rhinoceros, a giraffe, and a gorilla. Behind these four gigantic sea creatures, a shadowy voice emerged. "You are the Straw Hat Crew, aren't you? I've heard you defeated the Fishman Arlong." A fishman resembling an eel rode atop one of the beasts, looking down at me. I dubbed my nose, bemused by his statement, uncertain of his intentions. Did he wish to invite us to a feast? Whether we were the Straw Hat Crew depended on what he intended to do. Just as I contemplated how to engage him, Luffy stepped forward, locking eyes with the fishman, declaring, "That's right. If you seek revenge, bring it on." "Hey, Captain, you seem a bit hasty. Do you really want to fight here in the ocean? We might not have the upper hand. If you join our new Fishman pirate crew now, we can wipe the slate clean regarding past grievances." Zoro spoke up boldly, prompting everyone to turn and expect something constructive from him. "You look very much like an eel, so you must be an eel man." We were all taken aback by Zoro's comment. Even at such a moment, he was stirring the pot. The eel man clenched his fist, anger surging, veins protruding on his forehead, clearly on the verge of exploding. Yet before he could act, the thousand Sunny emitted a resounding blast. Wind jet. The air within the membrane was instantly evacuated, and everyone on board was forcefully pinned against the deck by the pressure, unable to move. The thousand Sunny surged toward the enormous sphere in the sky. After a violent collision, we found ourselves submerged in water. Initially, I feared that the thousand Sunny would disintegrate upon impact with the sphere, only to discover that the sphere was composed of the same material as the membrane. Frankie's quick thinking had resolved this conflict. However, we were now faced with a new dilemma. Astonishingly, there lay another expanse beneath the sea, and we had been scattered by the immense inertia. If it were merely a matter of falling into the water, that would be manageable, but there were 4 capable individuals aboard. If we couldn't locate them, we risked drowning. I pulled Robin beside me with one hand. Now, I had no other choice. If I could save one, I would. Placing her on the shore, I gazed at her porcelain skin and long legs, her entire body glistening with water. Her ample bosom gleamed in the light, captivating my attention. Goodness, it had only been 2 years since I last saw her. Yet how had she become so fair? Surely, she must be soaking in milk every day. Speaking of which, given that she was drenched, I felt compelled to remove her wet clothing to prevent her from catching a chill. Yes, that would be the course of action. My eyes fixated on the zipper of her garment, my hands trembling involuntarily. I swallowed hard. The scene was too alluring, igniting primal urges within me. It must be noted that I am a man of virtue. I could never engage in such opportunistic behavior. Thus, I gritted my teeth and tightly shut my eyes. The moment my fingers touched the zipper, my body shuddered. As I pulled down with determination, the zipper gradually gave way. Once it crested the ridge, I suddenly felt a rush of air, as if 2 large bunnies were bursting forth from the taut fabric. "Ninja-san, what are you doing?" Robin's sudden voice startled me, causing me to shiver. My eyes flew open. Indeed, it was our Robin-chan, her reflexes remarkably swift. As she crossed her arms defensively, 2 of her arms appeared above me, effectively covering my eyes. Under different circumstances, anyone else would have remained oblivious. However, my excitement betrayed me, and blood rushed from my nose, leaving me weak in the knees, save for one part that remained stubbornly erect. "Ninja-san, I didn't expect you to be such a lecher." Robin realized that I had seen everything and promptly released her grip. "I truly didn't mean to," I protested, wiping my nose while awkwardly inching backward. I reminded myself that I must not falter at this moment. Otherwise, my embarrassment would be revealed. Robin flashed me a sultry glance, a smile gracing her face that was unlike any I had seen before. Her smile made me feel self-conscious. What did it mean? Mockery? Contempt? I quickly glanced down. Not only was it not small, but it also appeared quite impressive. What was her intention? As my thoughts swirled, Robin gazed out at the sea and casually remarked, "I wonder how Luffy and the others are doing." Hey, that stung a bit. Wasn't he that a tad insensitive? However, there was no need to argue. Otherwise, it would seem I lacked confidence. Thus, I reluctantly acquiesced to her words, saying, "Let me take a look." Surprisingly, this place was indeed vast. My 3-kilometer line of sight could not encompass it entirely. I initiated active perception. Even so, it only expanded my range to 10 kilometers. Yes, Luffy, Sanji, and Chopper were at the 7 o'clock position. Nami, Frankie, and Brook were at 3 o'clock. Usopp was located at 11 o'clock. However, where had that green-haired fellow gone? Why couldn't I locate him? It seemed everyone had scattered. "So, what are your plans next?" Robin asked, arranging her hair. The earlier incident appeared to have drawn us slightly closer. Since everyone had dispersed, it was time for independent action. I wanted to explore the history of this nation. "The history of this nation?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It was no wonder. Her quest for the world's history was the reason she chose to set sail. It seemed that even after 2 years, Robin had not forgotten her original intent. "Ninja-san, where do you plan to go?" "Me? Well, I'm not quite sure for now. I'll just wander about." Compared to Robin's clear objectives, I seemed rather indifferent. In retrospect, I had never had a specific purpose from the very beginning. My previous voyages with Luffy were merely due to the system's tasks. Now that the system had collapsed, it was indeed the right moment for me to depart. Yet, I never anticipated that 2 years later, I would still choose to follow Luffy. I ambled forward, seemingly unimpressed by the beautiful scenery around me. My mind was preoccupied, pondering what I had been striving for all this time. Forget it. Perhaps life inherently lacks meaning. Thus, I decided to take things one step at a time. It was rare to find myself in the world of pirates, and moreover, this was the legendary Fishman Island. Such a place was not easily accessible, so I should relish the beauty surrounding me. Additionally, since I had arrived at Fishman Island, I might as well seek out Jean Bay. I recalled that 2 years ago, when parting ways with him, he had entrusted me with something special to be given upon my arrival at the Mermaid Island. I wondered what it could be. Now that I was here, it was time to find out. Adjusting my mindset, I resumed my journey. As I walked, I found myself in a more populated area, resembling a bustling commercial street. However, the locals did not seem particularly welcoming. Hey, look, it's a human. Shoo, keep your voice down. They say humans carry viruses. We must not get too close. Quick, look, that person is staring this way. Turn around, we mustn't get infected. Yeah, humans should just leave this island. Whispers filled my ears as groups of fishmen pointed and murmured about me. Previously, I hadn't paid much attention to their conversations, but now it was evident that something was amiss. Feigning ignorance, I approached the most imposing individual among them. Upon noticing my approach, he quickly turned and retreated into his shop, hastily shutting the door behind him. His swift actions left me bewildered. Was it truly necessary to react in such a manner? Just as I was about to change my target and move on, a fishman clad in armor approached me, resembling a soldier. He wielded a steel trident and glided to a halt 3 meters away from me, signaling me to stop. Human, do not advance further. What is your intention? His tone conveyed palpable impatience. I discreetly surveyed my surroundings. The onlookers bore expressions of hostility, seemingly unbothered by the soldier's words. I clear my throat. What I intend to do, must I inform you? Upon hearing this, the fishmen were taken aback, and soon their outrage boiled over. If they had previously restrained their emotions, the facade was now shattered. Damn it, I told you humans were an inferior race. How dare you be so arrogant? Exactly what audacity. Humans should just perish. Hey guard, take him down. Allowing a human to remain here is a pollution to our waters. The soldier-like merman, upon hearing me refer to him as a fish, was already on the verge of fury. Now, with the discussions around us, he became even more arrogant and domineering. His steel fork danced before his chest, and with a violent thrust, he slammed it into the ground. The once solid earth instantly cracked open. He glanced at the fisher beneath him, seemingly satisfied with his display of strength. With a sneer, he contemptuously remarked that inferior races lacked manners, daring to speak to him in such a tone. He made it clear that he could end my life right then and there. As he spoke, he exerted pressure with his toes, shattering the bricks beneath him. Did you see that? The new Fisherman Pirate crew is so formidable that even their guards are powerful. Isn't that obvious? The strength of a merman is inherently over 10 times that of a human. Those who can join the new Fisherman Pirate crew are truly the elite among them. As I listened to the jeers from the surrounding mermen, a key phrase caught my attention. New Fisherman Pirate crew? Is this the source of your arrogance? The name rang a bell, reminding me of my encounters in the East Blue, particularly a clash with Arlong. Ah, how nostalgic. The merman, noticing my seemingly oblivious demeanor, laughed and said, "Are you scared now? If you kneel and bow 3 times while calling me grandfather, I might let this slide. Otherwise, prepare for the consequences." I was too weary to engage with this fool, especially since I had other matters to attend to. I had not yet located Jean Bay. My brief search did not reveal his whereabouts. However, I did catch sight of a familiar figure in a building behind the crowd. Thus, I walked in that direction, completely disregarding the guard before me. After waiting in vain for me to address him, the guard opened his eyes to find that I had already moved several meters away. Seeing that I had dismissed him, and with numerous mermen observing, his pride wounded, he turned crimson and bellowed, "Halt! How dare you disregard my presence? I was going to let you off, but now, even if you bow, I will not forgive you. You shall perish." With that, he twirled his steel fork above his head and charged towards me. I had no intention of engaging him, as I sensed the familiar figure was being pursued by something. Just as the fork was about to strike, I vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 meters away. Following that, I executed several swift movements, completely disappearing from sight. "Hey, this human doesn't seem ordinary," one observed. "Indeed, he appears remarkably swift. Look, even the guard hasn't noticed." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the guard hear." However, their whispers reached the guard's ears. Initially brimming with confidence, he was now unable to accept that his opponent had vanished in the blink of an eye. With determination, he pushed off the ground and sprinted in the direction I had taken. Meanwhile, I continued to flash about, closing in on the familiar figure. The person was evidently fleeing for their life when suddenly I appeared before them, blocking their path. This startled them, and they exclaimed, "Hey, step aside. Wait, Xiaoba, is that really you?" Upon recognizing me, Xiaoba paused for a moment, but that brief hesitation allowed the pursuing entity to strike him in the back. Thud! Xiaoba! What happened? I rushed over to inspect him, and to my dismay, his back was riddled with arrows, resembling a porcupine. "Xiaoba, are you all right?" I embraced him with one arm, channeling healing energy throughout his body. Then, in a swift motion, I transported him to solid ground. Just as Xiaoba was about to speak, another wave of flying knives came hurtling toward us, dozens of them. As they threatened to strike his back again, I quickly formed hand seals, declaring Doton Doryahiki. The projectiles clanged against my earthen wall, all deflected. Xiaoba, what's going on? Gulf, I'm Fina. You need to escape quickly. Gently, I set Xiaoba down and began to extract the arrows from his back. Despite the healing energy aiding him, he was still drenched in sweat from the pain. Once I had cleared the wounds, the healing began to take effect, halting the bleeding and allowing Xiaoba to regain some strength. All right, now we can discuss this in detail. What happened? Those knives seemed to be targeting you. Yes, they were all aimed at me. No matter where I ran, they would hit their mark. Oh, is that so? It seems to be a fruit ability. As he spoke slowly, I discreetly pressed my left index finger against his forehead. The chakra flowed, and the secret technique of the Nakayama clan began to probe Xiaoba's memories. 2.5 seconds later, I understood the situation. Vanderdyken, is it? Xiaoba looked at me in surprise. How did you know? I smiled and patted his shoulder. Your injuries are no longer severe. Let's proceed together. Xiaoba tested his body and found he could move without issue. While astonished, he also felt a growing sense of mystery about me. Together? Where to? Of course, to find Vanderdyken. He has caused you great harm. We must seek compensation. I helped Xiaoba to his feet, my gaze fixed on the building behind him. No, let us not. I'm fine now. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. How about we find a place to eat first? Hearing Xiaoba's words, I sensed he was reluctant for me to become embroiled in this conflict. Was there something I was unaware of? I scrutinized his expression, noting a mix of helplessness and pleading. Very well, it appears there are indeed matters you find inconvenient to discuss. Curiously, I had found nothing particularly alarming during my memory probe. Just as I was about to agree, a furious voice called out, Human, I've finally tracked you down. Surrender at once. Turning, I saw the guard, who was clearly relentless in his pursuit, eager to continue the confrontation. I shook my head in resignation. Some individuals simply refuse to recognize their limits, seeking trouble without cause. Such people only learn their folly when faced with dire consequences. Fishman, I hear you can breathe underwater. Correct? The guard, finally catching up to me, glanced at Xiaoba and his expression shifted, revealing a hint of disdain. Although Xiaoba was once a member of the Fishman pirate crew, the guard harbored resentment, disapproving of his friendship with a human. This displeasure was palpable, and the guard's disdain was evident. Although there's a certain degree of respect when addressing Xiaoba as Uncle Ba upon meeting him, the extent of this reverence remains ambiguous. The guard merely snorted dismissively, glaring at me rather than greeting Xiaoba. Of course, we can breathe underwater. We fishmen are fundamentally different from you inferior beings, he asserted, preparing to continue his tirade. I quickly interjected, all right, enough. Let us wager. If you can survive for 10 minutes in the pool I create, I shall comply with your every request. The man smirked, overestimating his abilities. 10 minutes? I can endure for a year or even a decade. This is the essence of our superiority over your kind. My how verbose he was. I clapped my hands and invoked my technique. Ninjutsu, boil release, heavenly pool technique. In an instant, a cubic water pool measuring 10 meters on each side ensnared the guard. As the pool trembled, a blood-curdling scream echoed from within. I'll help. Save me. Xiaoba appeared perplexed by the guard's response. Shouldn't a fishman be unafraid of water? What could be so peculiar about it? Moments later, the guard's skin flushed a deep red, and his struggles diminished significantly. After a minute, he ceased his thrashing entirely, floating lifelessly at the surface. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Xiaoba's expression transformed dramatically, as if he had witnessed this scene before. Could it be? Is this water? Boiling water? I chuckled, pulling Xiaoba in the opposite direction. What's wrong, Xiaoba? Weren't you going to take me to eat? Let us go right now. I desire boiled fish. Xiaoba was left speechless. He realized the water was indeed unusual, but he had not anticipated it to be boiling. No wonder the fishman could not last a minute. After being subjected to such heat, he truly became boiled fish. He hurriedly grasped my arm, glancing around nervously. You've caused a major incident. We must flee. I was perplexed by Xiaoba's urgency, allowing him to drag me swiftly into the nearby woods. What's the matter? Is it merely a boiled fish? How could that be a catastrophe? Xiaoba panted. You don't understand. Let's just escape for now. Once we were deep within the forest, Xiaoba finally halted. Hey, Xiaoba, weren't you supposed to take me to eat? Why are we here? What is this place? Patience, he replied. The food will arrive shortly. By the way, this is the forest of the sea. Few venture here, so it should be relatively safe. I surveyed the towering trees around us, astonished that an underwater forest existed. Nature truly is a marvel. This place seemed to rival the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Before long, Xiao Ba prepared a feast, notably his specialty, takoyaki. I was surprised that he had even brought his own seasonings. How convenient. After a delightful meal, I inquired about the situation once more. Xiao Ba sighed. Do you recall the events at the SlappedSage auction 2 years ago? Yes, what of it? Didn't Tiwi defeat the celestial dragons? He shook his head. That is not what I meant. In truth, just as humans harbor disdain for fishmen reciprocate that animosity. It seems that even in this animated realm, discrimination persists. I was taken aback. Even in a world of animation, prejudice remained. It echoed the old adage that where there are people, hierarchies will form. Even characters from a two-dimensional universe reflect this reality. To me, they are mere illustrations. Yet to those inhabiting the pirate world, they are living beings. In that moment, I gained a fleeting insight into the path ahead. Resigned, I shook my head. So, you mean I've caused a disaster? Xiao Ba offered a wry smile. Indeed, there are many fishmen on Fishman Island who are not particularly friendly towards humans. In fact, they harbor animosity. And then, there is a deeper reason. Just as I was about to hear more, I raised a hand to interrupt him. Why conceal your identity after speaking for so long? It's time for you to reveal yourself. Xiao Ba was visibly taken aback, his head swiveling like a wheel as he scanned our surroundings. From the edge of the forest, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha! I didn't expect your senses to be so sharp. A tall figure emerged before us. I quickly stood up. Jinbei, it's been ages. Brother Guang, it's been too long. And Xiao Ba is here too. Indeed, it is Jinbei who escaped from Impel Down with us 2 years ago. Look at you, Jinbei. You seem well. Thanks to you. I'm still alive. With Jinbei's presence, the atmosphere grew lively once more. During our conversation, several more figures appeared in the forest of the sea. What is happening? Is this a gathering of sorts? Xiao Ba noticed my alert demeanor and was about to ask when I smiled and said, Wait, more familiar faces are coming. Let me bring them over. I formed hand seals, and in front of the individuals I sensed, my clones manifested. In the next moment, the clones escorted them to our side. Their arrival startled everyone anew. Jinbei, Xiao Ba exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw. Princess Shirahoshi, what brings you here? I greeted the newcomers. Hey, Luffy has takoyaki. Want some? Really? That's wonderful. I've been starving all day. Chopper, Robin, come and eat as well. The two were thrilled to reunite with their companions. I glanced at the humanoid stone fragment on the ground and asked Chopper, what S with that? It looks ominous, like it's about to become sentient. We should smash it. I couldn't help but marvel. The stone resembled a person. It looks strangely familiar. As I raised my foot to shatter the stone, Chopper quickly stopped me. Wait, that is not a stone. It's Sanji. Seriously? No wonder it looked familiar. What happened to him? Chopper wiped his forehead, looking somewhat embarrassed, and gestured behind him. He was just mesmerized by a beautiful woman. Ugh, what a useless fellow. He turned to stone just by looking at a woman. Following Chopper's indication, a magnificent mermaid appeared before us. Indeed, she was a mermaid, her upper body human and lower body fish, distinct from the fishmen, whose bodies resembled fish with limbs. Not only that, but this mermaid was an exquisite beauty, adorned with flowing pink hair, aquamarine eyes, delicate features, and a harmonious physique. The most striking aspect is encapsulated in a single word: immense, truly immense, whether in height or in the pair of headlights. It is no wonder that the yellow-haired individual was rendered speechless. The visual impact was nothing short of astonishing. Once everyone had taken their seats, I, alongside Jinbei, began the process of introductions between our respective parties. Although my companions had never met Jinbei before, they were nonetheless captivated by the affable aura he exuded upon our initial encounter. Following a brief exchange, everyone surprisingly accepted him, with even Luffy expressing a desire for Jinbei to join our ranks, and the others voicing no objections. It must be acknowledged that the allure of one's character is indeed a palpable force. As familiarity grew, I broached the topic of the fishmen's animosity towards humans once more. The moment I mentioned it, the countenances of a few friends from Fishman Island became somewhat awkward. It was evident that, while they were among those who could accept humans, discussing the actions of their compatriots was a difficult subject for them. True to his noble heart, Jinbei rose to adjust his attire and then bowed deeply to Nami. Just as we were all taken aback, he spoke slowly. Miss Nami, I must apologize for the events concerning Arlong. This left us even more perplexed, as we were about to inquire about the matter when Jinbei began to elucidate the background. It turned out that Jinbei, along with Chopper and Arlong, had all once been part of the former Sun Pirates. The captain, Fisher Tiger, was a hero who had liberated slaves from the celestial dragons. Nevertheless, even he fell victim to humanity's treachery. As a result, the young Arlong, who held great respect for his elder brother, blamed humanity for the death of his beloved captain. This grievance ultimately led to Arlong's reign of terror over Nami's village. Jinbei, as the first mate, felt a deep sense of regret for failing to prevent Arlong's malevolence, which culminated in his heartfelt request for Nami's forgiveness. While Jinbei may have appeared diminished in stature at that moment, his image was significantly elevated. Nami was moved by Jinbei's sincerity and chose to forgive him. However, just as the atmosphere seemed to be shifting positively, an untimely piece of news once again heightened the tension among us. Brothers, we have a situation. Frankie emerged from the sunny, delivering news that was far from favorable. It seems something has gone awry. Everyone looked at him in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of his words. What happened? Well, we just received word from Zoro that a fishman named Hody has apparently seized the palace and kidnapped the king of Fishman Island. This revelation left everyone in shock. Princess Shirahoshi, after a moment of disbelief, began to weep uncontrollably. Father. I turned to Jinbei, inquiring about this Hody. Jinbei exchanged glances with Chopper, as they had already begun to suspect the gravity of the situation. It seems Hody has acted sooner than we anticipated, he sighed. We watch him grow up, and due to the trauma inflicted by Arlong, his disdain for humans has only intensified. Chopper added, Hody was once a guard at the palace, dissatisfied with the king and queen's attitudes towards humans. He secretly gathered forces, and we initially dismissed his actions, thinking he merely sought to voice his discontent. However, we never expected him to go so far as to kidnap the king. Princess Shirahoshi was inconsolable, pleading with Luffy, please help me. Save my father. Luffy rose, first calming Shirahoshi before locking eyes with us. All right, brothers, it seems we have work to do. His demeanor was filled with determination, as he appeared ready to confront Hody directly. I quickly intervened, turning to Frankie. Wait, what else did the green-haired fellow say? There was nothing else. But it seems they were also captured. Analyzing the situation, it became clear that this Hody had not only taken the king, but also apprehended Zoro and the others. What about Hody? Has he sent anyone to negotiate? Not at the moment. What does this mean? He has taken hostages, but isn't seeking a ransom. It's peculiar. Does he have ulterior motives? As I pondered this perplexity, Luffy was already clamoring to rescue Zoro and the others. I grasped Luffy's arm. Luffy, hold on. Zoro will be fine. Don't forget, he has trained for 2 years. If he cannot handle Hody, then he is indeed lacking. Despite my confidence in Zoro, I might have underestimated the opponent's strength. Chopper cautioned, while Hody's original strength may not have been formidable, he could exploit environmental advantages and pose a legitimate threat to Zoro. Furthermore, I know Hody has obtained a drug that significantly enhances his abilities. Jinbei's expression shifted to one of alarm. What? You mean that drug? Indeed. Hody has somehow acquired a substantial supply of that substance, capable of doubling his strength with just 1 dose. Upon hearing this, Princess Shirahoshi broke down once more, desperately imploring Luffy to rescue her father. Jinbei promptly intervened, gently conveying to Princess Shirahoshi that Luffy's group was not suited to confront Hody directly. While she understood, the uncertainty surrounding her father's fate left her feeling helpless. This sense of powerlessness caused Shirahoshi to become increasingly distressed. The atmosphere grew chaotic once more, but Luffy managed to quell Shirahoshi's tears. Enough of the crying. We will devise a plan to rescue your father. He then turned to us. In any case, I will take it upon myself to deal with this Hody. The rest is in your hands. As Luffy's resolve intensified, Jinbei quickly followed suit, saying, Excellent, Luffy. I will engage Hody first, and when I call for help, you can emerge and deliver the final blow. Does that sound agreeable? After some persuasion, Luffy finally agreed to Jinbei's proposed plan. This led to our group splitting into 2 factions. Luffy, Sanji, Nami, and Chopper concealed themselves within Princess Shirahoshi's pet shark, awaiting Jinbei's signal to spring into action against Hody. Meanwhile, Robin, Frankie, and I planned to remain hidden, closely monitoring the battlefield. Jinbei also assigned us another task. Should we witness any particularly violent actions from Hody's subordinates, we were to intervene discreetly. We exchanged knowing smiles, realizing that Jinbei had accurately assessed our capabilities. For covert operations, entrusting Robin and me was indeed the wisest choice. Agreeing to the plan, just before departing, Jinbei pulled me aside and whispered, Kono Su, do you remember the item I promised you? Of course I do. I was curious why you hadn't mentioned it since I saw you today. Huh, To be honest, what I want to share with you is merely a phrase. I truly did not anticipate that Jinbei, who appears to be earnest and loyal, would engage in something so mysterious. No, Jinbei, if you have something to say, just say it outright. Why be so secretive? With a serious expression, Jinbei did not provide an explanation, but leaned closer to me and whispered, "There is news about Whitebeard's corpse." After speaking, he stepped aside and began to formulate an action plan with Luffy and the others. However, I was left completely stunned in my place upon receiving the news. The corpse has been found, which means that Whitebeard is truly dead. My goodness, Whitebeard has actually passed away. This inevitably implies a shift in the global landscape. Moreover, I wonder if Ace and the others have received this news. If I could locate Whitebeard's corpse, it might prove useful in some manner. Yet, Jinbei's vague words left me uncertain about whether he genuinely knows its whereabouts. Robin approached me, asking, "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing at all. Let us hurry over," I replied. Robin cast a suspicious glance at me, but refrained from pressing further. Arriving at the Thousand Sunny, I gazed at its newly completed coating. I placed my hands upon it, feeling the flow of chakra throughout my body. Ninjutsu, super light heavy rock technique. The Thousand Sunny gradually floated into the air, and I lifted it with one hand, soaring high into the sky. Ha! This technique is indeed quite convenient. Indeed, this eliminates a great deal of hassle. Embarrassed by Frankie and Robin's praise, I smiled shyly. This technique was also learned from the old man Inoki. Aside from consuming some chakra, it bears no adverse effects. While soaring gracefully through the sky, 3 familiar figures suddenly appeared before us. "Robin, I've spotted the green caterpillar trio. Is that so? Let's quickly rendezvous with them," Robin urged. I performed a hand sign and conjured a shadow clone at the location where I sensed Zoro and the others. Cheerfully, I greeted them. "Hey, Usopp Brook, you actually let this green caterpillar lead the way? Aren't you afraid of getting lost?" "Ha ha ha, Keigongjuju. It's truly delightful to see you." "Yoho, Keigongjuju. It's been quite a while," Zoro retorted. "You're the one who would get lost, you scoundrel." "Ha ha. All right, let me take you to the Thousand Sunny." Usopp looked around, shaking his head uncertainly. "Thousand Sunny? Where is it?" I pointed upward. "It's right above." "Nanny, you can already use such a technique?" Before long, the 6 of us arrived above a vast plaza. Below us were countless figures. I briefly scanned with my perception ability and noted the considerable number. Among them, there were approximately 30,000 human slaves captured by Hody and over 70,000 fishmen warriors. This brought the total military strength to around 100,000. I was surprised by Hody's considerable influence, managing to rally over 70,000 fishmen to his side. However, those fishmen appeared to be mere foot soldiers, lacking any formidable combat prowess. They seemed suited only to fight among themselves. Hody, that old rascal, was comfortably seated in a high position, while King Neptune was bound to a platform below, alongside his 2 subordinates. Zoro glanced over and asked, "Should we go down and take them all out now?" Robin stopped him. "It's not time yet. We must wait for Jinbei to signal us." While we waited, Jinbei and Shirahoshi arrived at the battlefield. Their appearance sent the fishmen into a frenzy. However, it wasn't long before a gigantic coral descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a figure standing atop it, resembling a grotesque creature akin to a rat. From my memories of the past, I recognized this individual, Vanderdecken. Well, I was just thinking of finding him, and here he is. I smirked and formed a hand sign in front of my chest. "Futon, Light Fawn." A violet beam shot towards Vanderdecken, instantly piercing a hole through his chest. He then plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily. The thunderous noise captured the attention of those below. Everyone assumed he had fallen due to an issue, not realizing that even after the smoke cleared, Vanderdecken remained on the ground, unable to rise. Hody scoffed, realizing that his partner was unreliable, yet even he did not anticipate such incompetence. As a fishman, he could not swim in water, and now he had the audacity to fall to his death. It was utterly disgraceful. Hody retrieved a pill and tossed it into his mouth. Instantly, his eyes bulged with blood, and his muscles swelled, making him appear significantly larger. It seemed this was the kind of medicine that Koala and Jinbei had mentioned, capable of enhancing physical abilities. After consuming the pill, Hody experienced a qualitative leap in his physical prowess. With his newfound strength came an inflated sense of courage. A single strike resulted in the deaths of over 10 members of Neptune's army. Fueled by his overwhelming confidence, Hody began recounting his notable achievements. Aside from infiltrating the King's Guard, he had, years ago, cunningly assassinated the queen and framed humans for the crime. This successfully incited animosity between the fishmen and humans. Subsequently, through Hodi's instigation, he garnered a following of mindless diehard fans. Most of the individuals present on the battlefield had joined in a similar manner. Hodi had intended to provoke Shirahoshi and the three princes with his words, but little did he know that Shirahoshi and her companions were already aware of the truth. However, their mother had insisted on keeping this matter secret until her dying breath, for the sake of the friendship between the two races and for Hodi himself. With this revelation, Hodi had undoubtedly lost. This is what one calls perspective. The little Hodi seemed more like a foolish clown before the queen. Nevertheless, Hodi proved to be an exceptionally rare lunatic, with a psychological distortion more convoluted than a mosquito coil. Even upon learning the truth, he showed no signs of remorse, and even insulted the queen as a fool. It was no wonder that his psychological resilience was utterly lacking. A mere truth from Shirahoshi shattered his defenses completely. Hodi understood that mere words would no longer suffice. Thus, he issued a direct order to commence the attack, determined to eliminate all who supported King Neptune and the queen. In this critical moment, Shirahoshi's voice rang out, echoing across the sky. Luffy-sama, save me. Excellent. With this signal, we understand that it is now our turn to take the stage. Controlling the Thousand Sunny, we descended directly to the center of the plaza. Amidst the chaos, Luffy and the others emerged spectacularly from the jaws of the shark. Although I did not fully comprehend the reasons behind this battle. Since Luffy has already issued the command, there is no turning back. To the adorable subordinates of Hodi, may fortune favor you. Ha, the Straw Hat crew. You are far too overconfident. Behold, I possess a formidable strength of 100,000. How can your mere 10 individuals possibly contend with me? Hodi, on the brink of madness, believes that the strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans. Thus, in a brawl, it would take 10 humans to match a single fishman. Moreover, he currently commands an army of 100,000 fishmen. With such power, unless you have 1,000,000 humans, you stand no chance against him. I can hardly tolerate his arrogance. So I stepped forward and proclaimed, 100,000, is it? Watch closely. With a smirk, I gestured dramatically with my hands before my chest and announced, Ninjutsu, Hydrogen Flame Annihilation. The name of the technique was spoken, yet an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Nothing seemed to occur. Hodi quickly mocked me. Ha, is that all you've got? Surely you jest. I had no time for jesting. This technique simply took a moment to activate. However, its potency would undoubtedly be explosive. Hey, you lot, think of a way to ascend. Otherwise, you might find yourselves in dire straits. As my voice echoed, I shouted, ha! In an instant, a flash of blue light illuminated the entire square, followed by a surge of flames that engulfed everyone present. Amidst the chaos of earth and debris, the explosion reverberated like thunder. When the smoke cleared, the ground within a kilometer radius had been forcefully upheaved. I gazed upon the scene with pride, astonished at the magnitude of the destruction. A year ago, I had whimsically contemplated whether I could utilize this technique. The principle was rather simple, harnessing lightning to electrolyze water into hydrogen and oxygen. With just a spark, an apocalyptic explosion could ensue. I had merely entertained this idea, yet the results were astonishingly effective. Witnessing the chaos around me, I felt a surge of satisfaction, even without the Conqueror's Haki. This level of explosion proved to be far more straightforward and impactful. However, like the Conqueror's Haki, this technique did not discriminate between friend and foe, which was its sole drawback. Indeed, after this move, I found myself with numerous bumps on my head. Are you trying to kill us, you bastard? What a ridiculous technique. It doesn't differentiate between enemies. They yelled in anger. If you use that move again, I swear I'll kick you to death. Well, that's how it is. Thankfully, my companions were not ordinary individuals. They either possessed extraordinary resilience or remarkable defenses. After that attack, only our crew and a few of Hodi's officers remained standing. With my head adorned in bumps, I provocatively addressed Hodi. Well, young man, it seems your 100,000 have dwindled to just a few. What will you do now? Hodi's eyes bulged with rage as he surveyed the fallen comrades, tears of blood streaming down his face. You bastard. I swiftly interrupted him. Now's not the time for bravado. You should skedaddle with your tail between your legs. That single attack had incapacitated 120,000 individuals. Besides Hodi's 100,000 subordinates, the additional 20,000 onlookers also suffered varying degrees of injury. This incident serves as a reminder. Observing carries risks, so consume your melons with caution. Following this, I was commanded to refrain from employing any further techniques. Indeed, any technique at all. Due to my actions, my companions, who had trained diligently for 2 years, could not showcase their abilities. Consequently, I was assigned to remain close to the king, tasked with safeguarding Princess Shirahoshi and the 3 princes. Embarrassed, I approached the king, attempting to muster an awkward yet polite smile. However, the king, propped up on a wooden frame, suddenly expelled a plume of smoke from his mouth and promptly fainted. I sheepishly moved to Jinbi's side, apologizing as I untied him. Sorry, I lost control of the force. To my surprise, Jinbi erupted in fury, his mouth agape, as if to devour me. You big oaf! Who told you to use such a dangerous technique? You've knocked out the king, you fool. His scolding was fierce. I had already loosened one of his bindings, but unable to withstand his tirade, I resecured him. Jinbi stared at me in confusion. What are you doing? Untie me. Instead of complying, I tightened the knots further and found a fist-sized rock to stuff into his mouth. Apologies, but you're too loud. Just calm down. I'm afraid you might bite me. With that, I stepped away. Returning to the king, I checked his condition and nodded, stating to Jinbi, see, this is the king. Look how tranquil he is, unlike you, whose mouth is as sticky as honey. Oh, you were asking about the king's condition, right? Jinbi nodded in resignation, no longer expecting me to release him. He is fine, though his heart is racing a bit, and he has extensive burns on his skin. It's not serious. Don't worry, I possess healing skills. It's a piece of cake. Summoning technique. Great slug, I beseech you. Under the healing powers of the great slug, King Neptune and the 3 princes visibly recovered from their injuries. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and Hody continued. With the absence of minions, they began to engage in duels with Hody's remaining officers. However, including Hody himself, there were only 5 individuals left, far too few to divide among them. Thus, they could only take turns engaging in combat. Hody's 4 underlings were pummeled by Usopp, and then battered back by Chopper. In this back and forth, they completely lost their fighting spirit. In their mental collapse, they simply lay on the ground, refusing to rise regardless of the methods employed. Some even found handcuffs to restrain themselves. No matter the approach, they remained silent, refusing to retaliate. This left my comrades utterly perplexed. During this time, Brook even attempted to rekindle their confidence through music, but to no avail. In stark contrast, Hody was far more resilient. After being kicked by Sanji and coughing up blood, he was slashed by Zoro, only to take another hit. By the time it was Luffy's turn, Hody had lost all semblance of humanity. Luffy's punch, imbued with armament haki, struck Hody's jaw. As Hody collapsed, an expression of relief washed over his face. From a distance, I cheered gleefully upon witnessing Hody fall. Oh yeah, it's finally over. By the way, Mr. King, when shall we hold a feast? We've been quite busy. After the recent healing, the king had fully regained his health, even appearing more robust than before. He gazed at me with a look of confusion. I am aware of what he intends to convey, and I swiftly raised my hand, saying, there is no need for thanks. While I was treating you, I also took the liberty of addressing your back injury. King Nipputong grasped my hand in gratitude, nodding enthusiastically in appreciation. Moreover, I added with a chuckle, I have also remedied your kidney deficiency. You are now bursting with vitality, capable of fathering 100 or even 180 children without issue. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, while Baishin covered her face, blushing in embarrassment. Just as everyone was preparing to rise and return to the Dragon Palace for the feast, the eldest prince quietly approached me, glancing around cautiously. In a hushed tone, he said, Divine Healer, could you also treat me? In the banquet hall of Longong City, the guests began to indulge heartily, the atmosphere having shifted from its earlier solemnity to one of harmonious revelry. King Nipputong attempted to deliver a few words of toast, but found himself utterly overshadowed by our ravenous group, who devoured the food as if starved. He could hardly interject, so he resigned himself to indulge as much as possible. After we had feasted to our heart's content, I observed the table of attendees, each clutching their stomachs in satisfaction. However, a sudden realization struck me, a very significant one. As I surveyed the surroundings once more, I noticed something amiss. Indeed, amidst those dining, it appeared one individual was conspicuously absent. I sprang to my feet with such swiftness that my chair did not even have time to react, shattering beneath me with a resounding crash. The noise drew the attention of everyone, who turned to regard me with expressions of concern. My demeanor was grave, my face etched with alarm, leading the assembly to believe that a grave situation had arisen. They halted their actions, gazing at me with heightened vigilance. The tension filled the banquet hall instantly. In response to their puzzled stares, I expanded my perceptive range to its maximum extent, covering nearly half of Urin Island within a 20-kilometer radius. Although I could only sense specific objects, it did not hinder my search for the missing individual. As anticipated, the moment I made contact, I vanished from the banquet hall of Longong City. In the next instant, I found myself at the scene of the earlier confrontation. The craters from the explosion had been filled, and on the ground lay a blue-skinned individual, bound at the wrists and writhing on the ground. I swiftly approached him, steadying him with one hand, first removing the stones from his mouth and then unshackling his wrists. Indeed, our group had been so engrossed in feasting that we had forgotten about Captain Shinbing. His handcuffs had been secured in a tight knot, rendering him unable to escape, and the stones had silenced him. Upon seeing my arrival, his eyes glared at me with resentment. Captain Shinbing, my sincerest apologies for forgetting about you. I offered a heartfelt apology as I shattered the stones in his mouth. He coughed and cleared the debris, looking at me with a helpless expression, unable to utter a single word. Ah, what a situation we have here, a misunderstanding indeed. Please do not be upset. I hurriedly released Captain Shinbing from his bindings, cautiously helping him to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothing. Just as Captain Shinbing seemed ready to voice his grievances, his expression suddenly shifted to one of terror as he gazed skyward, as if he had spotted something that filled him with dread. Captain Fandadiken, you met a tragic end. Rest assured, I shall avenge you. Turning to see, I spotted a colossal humanoid creature standing at least 100 meters tall and 50 meters wide, shedding tears the size of 2-meter droplets that crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, rivaling the force of a water cannon. Hey, Captain Shinbing, what manner of monster is that? Captain Shinbing stared blankly at the giant fishman, presumably one of Captain Fandadiken's subordinates. After a brief bout of weeping, the giant became enraged, unleashing massive fists upon the ground in indiscriminate fury. Captain Fandadiken, I will avenge you. Since the culprit cannot be found, I shall eliminate everyone here. Each punch created a deep crater in the earth, the destruction akin to that of a bomb. I grasped Captain Shinbing by the collar, swiftly maneuvering us both out of harm's way. Wait, you need to think of a solution. Captain Shinbing struggled as I held him, muttering for me to set him down. As you command. I loosened my grip, and he slid several meters along the ground, shouting at the giant, "Stop it, Mianjin." The giant halted, turning to regard Captain Shinbing below. Oh, Captain Shinbing, what are you doing here? Captain Shinbing released a sigh of relief and instructed, enough of this chaos. Although Captain Fandadiken is dead, the reconstruction of Urin Island still requires your assistance. But, no buts, Captain Fandadiken's demise is for the best. This means Princess Baixing will no longer need to hide in the hard-shelled tower. You need not be conflicted. Captain Shinbing's prowess was evident as he deftly persuaded the colossal sea monster to abandon its quest for vengeance with just a few words. I listened nearby, relieved that the incident with Captain Fandadiken had gone unnoticed, thus averting a potential conflict between the two races. Furthermore, from the perspective of rescuing Princess Baixing, I could consider myself a hero of Urin Island, albeit an unseen one. With the situation with Captain Shinbing resolved, I guided him back to Longong City. The banquet resumed, and those who had just filled their bellies raised their glasses once more to celebrate Captain Shinbing's inclusion into our Straw Hat crew. Hey, wait, I never agreed to join. Captain Shinbing quickly clarified. However, Lu Fei and the others paid him no mind. Oh well, Captain Shinbing, they merely seek an excuse to toast. He set down his cup, seemingly gaining a clearer understanding of our crew. By the way, Captain Shinbing, what was it you mentioned earlier about Baixing? Captain Shinbing glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, then began to explain, in truth, much has transpired over the past 2 years. Some events have been reported, yet many more remain known only to a select few. 2 years ago, Captain Baixing executed his final gambit on a small island. The sea engulfed all present. While he managed to subdue the powers of those around him, he was ultimately swept away by the tide. The Navy personnel were rescued by Kapu, while Blackbeard was saved by his comrades. Thus, from a certain perspective, one could say Captain Baixing committed suicide. Subsequently, Blackbeard, leveraging his knowledge of Captain Baixing's territory, gradually uncovered the truth of his demise through repeated probing. Since then, he has relentlessly encroached upon Captain Baixing's domain, recruiting various formidable individuals into his ranks. Over the course of 2 years, Blackbeard has now ascended to the status of a new emperor of the sea. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that Blackbeard seized Captain Baixing's territory? Did Ace and the others not resist? Captain Shinbing lamented the cunning of Tiki. It turned out that Tiki had employed surprise attacks, utilizing his dual devil fruit abilities to successfully defeat several commanders, including Xiaozi, forcibly seizing their powers. The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates have all concealed themselves. Upon hearing such explosive news, I was not overly surprised. So, where's the body of Whitebeard that you mentioned? Currently, it is known that Whitebeard's corpse is in the possession of one of the 7 warlords. The 7 warlords? Indeed. However, that individual is aware of the sensitive nature of this matter and has refrained from disclosing his true identity to the outside world. Although I do not know the name of this person, the mere knowledge that he is one of the 7 warlords narrows down the possibilities significantly. While discovering the whereabouts of Whitebeard's body has given me some motivation, at this moment, I am more inclined to seek assistance in activating the system. Thus, I inquired of Jinbei, who in the New World possesses the Conqueror's Haki. He looked momentarily taken aback by my question. The Conqueror's Haki? Why do you ask about this all of a sudden? Oh, no particular reason. I am just curious about the strong figures in the New World. Jinbei took a sip of his drink, slowly setting the cup down, and began to reminisce. Many in the New World wield the Conqueror's Haki. For instance, among the former 4 emperors, nearly everyone possesses it. In fact, those who cannot use the Conqueror's Haki cannot even be considered emperors. Hearing this filled me with quiet satisfaction. I hadn't anticipated that so many would possess such power. If that is the case, I could confront them one by one and thus activate the system. The more I contemplated, the more exhilarated I became, almost eager to capture one of them immediately and give them a beating. So, who is closest to our current location? Jinbei pondered deeply. If we're talking about proximity, I recall that Don Quixote Doflamingo seems to be not far from Fishman Island. Excellent. Doflamingo, is it? I shall remember that and go find him. I stood up and walked toward the exit, but Jinbei quickly stopped me. Where do you think you're going? I looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? I'm going to find Doflamingo. After saying this, I attempted to leave again. Jinbei firmly grasped my arm. Wait a moment. How do you plan to find him without knowing where he is? This caught me off guard. Indeed, where's Doflamingo? The world of pirates is not like others. The islands are quite distant from each other. Without a record pointer, it would take a considerable amount of time to encounter an island, let alone searching for someone on a specific island. Suddenly feeling deflated, I slumped back down to the ground. What should we do? Jinbei chuckled and pulled out an item from his pocket. Look at this. I gazed at the record pointer he presented, perplexed. What is this? This is a permanent pointer. Do you know who it points to? I looked at the old man with a smirk, feeling frustrated. How can he still joke at such a time? I snatched it from him, placed it into the system space, and raised my leg to head outside. Jinbei, in a rush, stood up and chased after me. What are you going to do? I turned back with a smile, just going to see who this points to. Hey, wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. I gave him no chance to continue, rising and flying towards the banquet hall's exit. As soon as I left the banquet hall, I noticed something was amiss. Oh no, this is Fishman Island. Without a coating, one cannot withstand the pressure of the seafloor. Upon my hasty return, Jinbei wore a teasing smile, asking me seriously, oh, back so soon? Did you find this person? I rolled my eyes at him and sat back down in defeat. Ha ha ha, my brother, I know you are anxious, but do not rush. A meal must be taken bite by bite, and a journey must be undertaken step by step. At that moment, Luffy's head poked over, his mouth open as he swallowed a fish over 3 meters long. With a naive expression, he asked Jinbei, hey, what were you just saying? Jinbei had just mentioned taking things slowly, and Luffy's interruption was clearly a disruption. Upon seeing Luffy, an idea struck me. I pulled Luffy in close, whispering enticingly in his ear, by the way, Luffy, I know of a super powerful character. How about we go defeat him together? Oh, fight? Are we going? Luffy frowned, appearing uninterested. This little guy is surprisingly not easily swayed. You too. Wait a minute. Who are we going to fight this time? Nami approached, concerned that we might provoke a formidable foe again. I shrugged and pointed at Jinbei. I have no idea. It was Jinbei who recommended it. Nami quickly turned to Jinbei, casting him a reproachful glance. Jinbei, flustered, prepared to explain, feeling quite troubled. I looked at Jinbei with delight, enjoying the diversion of blame, and asked him if he was afraid. All right, Luffy, we have eaten, so let us figure out how to head to the New World. Luffy looked dejected. So soon? I haven't had enough of the food here. Oh, if you haven't had enough, just take some with you for the journey. Who knows? The next island may have unparalleled delicacies waiting for you. Upon hearing the mention of delicious food, Luffy's mouth began to drool uncontrollably, and his eyes transformed into a meat-like shape. Excellent. I have decided. We shall set sail for the New World now. Oh yeah, the captain is brilliant. Nami pressed her forehead, feeling helpless with such a captain. Nami, Is the record pointer functioning? She looked down to find that the previously stable record pointer was now spinning wildly. Huh, what happened? It was fine before. Why did it suddenly break? Nami began to panic, spinning in circles. That is perfect. I have a permanent pointer, so we shall go here instead. But that won't work. Yours is a permanent pointer. When we arrive, how will we get to the next island? That is simple. We'll go there first and figure out. Perhaps by the time we reach that island, your record pointer will work again. Nami considered for a moment, feeling that my reasoning made sense. Just as she was about to nod, the catfish minister of Fishman Island spoke up. Young lady, your pointer is single use. In the new world, it is practically useless. You must use this new version. He handed her a recording device with 3 pointers. Nami examined it closely and found that the pointer on the left was shaking up and down, the middle one was stable and pointing somewhere, while the right one was spinning erratically like the one on her wrist. After the catfish minister's explanation, we understood that the magnetic field strength in the new world was vastly different from before. Some islands could even suddenly lose their magnetic pull. Thus, ordinary record pointers could not facilitate navigation. However, with the new pointers, we could select the most stable one among the 3 as our target island, enabling us to navigate normally. Once we grasped this concept, everyone regained their focus, preparing to head towards the new island. 2 days later, our group finally surfaced above sea level. Gazing at the azure sky, it felt as though everything had become real once more. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, I employed the technique of creating a clone. I instructed the clone to accompany the others on their journey, while I headed towards the direction indicated by the permanent pointer. Though unaware of the identity of this target, I was certain that this individual must be a formidable wielder of the Conqueror's Haki. I hope that through my battle with this individual, my system will successfully activate. The more I ponder, the more exhilarated I become, and my speed of flight accelerates. After 3 days, I finally arrive at the island indicated by the permanent pointer. From a distance, the island appears peculiar. To be precise, it is not merely a single island, but rather a cluster of several small islands interconnected. A sweet, milky aroma wafts from each island, igniting my already ravenous appetite. Unable to resist any longer, I descend upon an island entirely composed of chocolate. To my astonishment, everything around me, from the houses to the ground, is fashioned from chocolate. Although there is no meat, it suffices to fill my belly. Without further ado, I open my mouth and begin to devour the delightful treat. I must say, this chocolate is exceptionally delightful, devoid of the cloying sweetness typical of ordinary chocolate. Its texture is crisp, and the sweetness is perfectly balanced. Completely immersed in the culinary bliss, I inadvertently ignore the sounds of protest from those around me. When I finally come to my senses, I realize I have unknowingly consumed an entire house. Furthermore, it seems that indulging in food on this island is a transgression. Suddenly, a group of over 20 soldiers materializes around me, each pointing a spear in my direction. Accompanying them is a scribe, diligently recording every detail. Do not move. You have violated the regulations of this island. We shall now document your offenses. If you're willing to compensate, you may avoid punishment. Otherwise, the soldiers encircle me, their expressions suggesting that if I refuse, they will execute me on the spot. I place a hand on my distended stomach, intent on rising. However, the tips of the spears press against my throat, glimmering ominously. It seems that any further movement might lead to my demise. As I scan the crowd, I open my mouth to speak, but an unexpected sound escapes my throat. A burp erupts, resonating like the roar of a dragon, echoing across the island. The soldiers and onlookers are taken aback, retreating a step in shock. What an atrocious sound! How could someone of such decent appearance produce such an impolite noise? Truly disgraceful. Did his parents never teach him table manners? Shoo, lower your voice. Be careful. This barbarian might bite you if he hears. The various jeers around me only deepen my frustration. What a ridiculous place, where everyone dresses so splendidly, yet is rendered speechless by a mere burp. They speak of table manners. What does that have to do with anything? The scribe then proclaims, "Intruder, you have committed the following offenses. First, the illegal consumption of land. Second, the illegal consumption of the walls of a house. Third, disregarding warnings and defying the guards. Most importantly, burping in a public space. This is a grave offense, punishable by flogging. You are hereby fined 325 million belly." What sort of absurd place is this that enforces such nonsensical laws? It seems they have declared themselves rulers of their own little domain. Everyone awaits my response, their anticipation palpable. I initially considered ignoring these individuals, but suddenly feeling mischievous, I decided to tease them. What happens if I don't have the money? The scribe pauses, momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing me with disdain before responding. First of all, failing to pay the fine is also a serious offense. If you choose not to pay, you shall be publicly executed in 3 days. Goodness, are they mad with greed? Is this decree the work of malevolent capitalists? To execute someone for failing to pay, offering no chance of survival. What kind of wretched nation is this? I maintain my composure while secretly channeling my chakra, fervently absorbing the food within my belly. As the soldiers see my lack of reaction, they lower their spears and 3 of them step forward, preparing to drag me away. Just as I am about to take them down, a melodious female voice interrupts. Please wait a moment. The voice is bright and lively, tinged with a hint of fragility, one that invokes immediate affection. Everyone halts and turns to look. A young maiden stands before us, adorned in a creamy white fitted gown, her pink hair styled into adorable twin ponytails. Noticing the attention she garners, a blush creeps on her fair face. A beauty, an undeniable beauty. Although her bosom may lack fullness, it is proportionate, and her long, slender legs shine with radiance. My Lord Bulin. Indeed, it is the esteemed Bulin. Bulin? Is that the name of this enchanting maiden? Before I could fully grasp the situation, she speaks again. I apologize for the interruption. This individual is a demolition worker I hired. Therefore, the house he consumed was under my directive. I apologize for not notifying you in advance. The soldiers lower their spears, and the scribe exhales in relief. My Lord Bulin. While his consumption of the house may be excused, his public burping is quite troublesome for my subordinates. He is from a foreign island and is unaware of our customs. So I kindly ask for your leniency, she adds, discreetly slipping a note to the scribe. Upon reading the note, the scribe's expression shifts, and a smile spreads across his face. Yet, he feigns composure, glancing around before declaring, very well, since he is a foreigner and this is his first offense. The fine shall be reduced to 100 million belly. What? Even now, it is still 100 million? Fortunately, I still have some gold reserves. Given the beauty's plea on my behalf, I shall consider this a fortunate outcome. After dismissing the soldiers, only the maiden and I remain. Thank you for saving me. I say. She blushes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. No need for thanks. This is not the place for conversation. Come with me. To my astonishment, she takes my hand and leads me into a nearby house. My goodness, what is happening? She is holding my hand without any prelude? And where is she taking me? Surely she is not leading me to the bridal chamber. I cannot accept that. After all, I am still innocent. Without a foundation of emotional connection, one cannot achieve a melding of souls. Soon, the maiden brings me into a room, glancing outside to ensure no one is watching before closing the door and locking it behind her. I survey the space, which spans approximately 30 square meters, dominated by a large circular bed at its center. Aside from that, there is nothing else. Pink decor envelopes the room, creating an intimate atmosphere. My heart races as I turn to see the maiden gazing at me with bashful anticipation. Her delicate lips part as she softly utters 3 words. Though only 3 words. They send my heart racing, leaving me momentarily stunned. As I gaze at her blushing visage, I feel myself drawn into the unfolding narrative. However, a single utterance from her almost caused my CPU to overheat. Undress. The beauty, are you serious? If you wish to play this way, I might just lose my drowsiness. After she spoke, she hurriedly dashed to the window, drawing the curtains until only a narrow slit remained. Peering outside, she maintained a demeanor of caution. I turned my back to her, leisurely removing my clothes while grumbling about the openness of modern girls. To demand undressing upon our first meeting was quite audacious. Yet, even after I had disrobed completely, the beauty continued to gaze intently outside. Hesitantly, I inquired, but she did not turn around. She merely gestured for me to come over. Was that an invitation? No. It felt as if the roles were reversed. Shouldn't I be the one asking her to undress? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. We were both on a path to undress. Being a man, I figured that my early disrobing might enliven the atmosphere. I cleared my throat again, hoping to capture her attention. To my surprise, it worked. The beauty finally stopped her vigilant watch outside. When she turned her head to face me, the scene froze momentarily. In fact, she had been gazing outside under the bright sunlight, and suddenly stepping into a dim environment rendered her momentarily disoriented, leading to a brief state of blindness. Consequently, she stood there stunned. I noticed her eyes fixed on me, yet she exhibited no emotional response, which left me perplexed. What was happening? Had I been scorned not only by Robin, but now by this beauty as well? That shouldn't be the case. My physique appeared quite impressive. What could have caused such disdain? Was it possible that individuals in the world of pirates were generally more robust? Yet, that seemed incorrect. Those aboard our ship had all been rather average. So how was I to interpret the expression on this beauty's face? After enduring a torturous 30 seconds, the beauty finally acclimated to the dim surroundings. However, what struck her with astonishment was the sight of a somewhat handsome man standing before her completely unclothed. What was the meaning of this? One need not resort to such antics for a bit of fun. After all, I had merely intended to assist her. Even if I hadn't saved her life, I had provided her some relief. Was this how people from the outside world expressed gratitude? There were no screams or laughter. Her face flushed crimson as she shyly turned away, murmuring, could you put on a bit of clothing? Wait, what did she mean by that? Here I stood, a striking figure, and she asked me to dress? With my chiseled physique of no allure to her, it seemed she had just realized that it was she who suggested the disrobing. Apologies. My intention was merely for you to remove your outer garments. Why didn't you say so earlier? How embarrassing. I truly felt like I had made a fool of myself. Honestly, dear beauty, your manner of speaking could easily lead to misunderstandings. Complaints aside, I hastily donned my attire. When I turned back around, adopting an expression of nonchalance, I remarked on the pleasantness of the room. Ha ha ha. I chuckled awkwardly, for the atmosphere had grown exceedingly tense. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, you are from the outer islands, aren't you? The beauty took the initiative to steer the conversation, evidently having moved past the earlier incident. Yes, indeed. By the way, I haven't thanked you for helping me out of that situation. How is it that your houses are made of chocolate? They look so delectable that I couldn't resist. Upon hearing compliments about her creations, the beauty's mood brightened instantly. This was the first time she had received genuine praise for her culinary skills, filling her with pride. Thus, the atmosphere began to lighten. She approached a small table, poured herself a cup of red tea, and rested her chin on her hands, gazing at me with interest. To be honest, this is my first time encountering someone from the outer islands. Where do you hail from? I rubbed my nose, recalling that I had actually come seeking a fight. Yet here I was, led into the private quarters of such a gentle and beautiful girl, stirring a strange flutter in my lonely heart. As for me, I can't quite recall the name of my previous island. By the way, where exactly is this place? She handed me a cup of red tea while elegantly sipping from her own. This is Cake Island. However, this is not the main island, merely one of the many in the archipelago. Nanny? Cake Island? The beauty observed my excitement, though she couldn't fathom why. Nevertheless, she knew her mother's name resonated throughout the pirate world. Hence, Cake Island was the territory of the Yonko, Big Mom, a piece of knowledge every newcomer to the New World should possess. As Big Mom's daughter, she took pride in her lineage, albeit with a hint of dissatisfaction. She had no choice but to accept her fate. On the other hand, my astonishment at learning this was Cake Island stemmed from my belief that cakes were soft, and how could they possibly form an island? Furthermore, since Jinbei hadn't mentioned that the log pose pointed to Cake Island, I found myself somewhat taken aback. Strangely, while I knew there was a Yonko named Charlotte Linlin, I had no idea she was the ruler of this Cake Island. Thus, in my astonishment, I uttered words that made the beauty's mouth drop open in disbelief. Cake Island? Are you saying this island is made of cake? The beauty was utterly astonished by my ignorance. She had never anticipated encountering someone unaware of Cake Island. Not to mention whose territory it was. How could one lack such basic knowledge? Cake could not possibly be the substance of an island. That was merely a name. She quickly waved her hands. No. Cake Island is just a name. It is not an island made of cake. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Looking at the beauty before me, I felt a shift in my thoughts. This was an excellent opportunity to leverage her insights to inquire about any formidable experts in this locale. Thus, I nonchalantly asked, may I ask your name, miss? I am called Bulin. Bulin? Wow, what a lovely name. In truth, I had no way of knowing whether it was indeed a lovely name. I merely wished to put this girl at ease. Subsequently, through a series of coaxing and deception, I successfully gleaned some intelligence. This is the territory of one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. To my astonishment, I had initially hoped to encounter someone of slightly lesser strength to hone my skills. Yet I inadvertently stumbled upon the strongest adversary. Suppressing my anxious heart, I endeavored to appear less surprised. However, my mind began to race. According to the information I had acquired, Big Mom, while not the strongest among the 4 emperors, is still a seasoned member of this elite cadre. Besides her own formidable power, the strength of her numerous subordinates is not to be underestimated. Furthermore, information gleaned from Bryn suggests that her crew comprises an array of peculiar individuals, each possessing considerable strength. What course of action should I take next? A sneak attack? Perhaps this method is the most suitable for my current situation. My primary aim is to locate someone with Haushikahaki to assist me in activating the system. In this regard, a stealthy approach seems particularly fitting. Yet, I cannot shake off the feeling that it is rather underhanded. By the way, Miss Bryn, with your graceful demeanor, could you possibly be a princess? Bryn shyly smiled and replied, No, I'm not a princess, merely the daughter of Big Mom. What a surprise! This young lady is indeed the daughter of one of the 4 emperors. At that moment, I recalled having heard that Big Mom has many children, and her entire crew is bound by familial ties. With this realization, I glanced back at Bryn. Surely, this presents an excellent opportunity. If I were to use Bryn as a hostage, I could lure the powerful members of her crew into a challenge. This would resolve my predicament perfectly, though it may cause some distress for Miss Bryn. Just as I pondered how to persuade her to become my hostage, Bryn suddenly inquired, Mr. Guangzino, do you have business on Cake Island? Upon seeing her earnest gaze, the carefully crafted words I had prepared faltered on my lips. For reasons unknown, her look seemed to awaken a voice deep within me, urging me to reveal everything I knew without reservation, regardless of my origins or purpose for being here. Even the truth of being a traveler should be disclosed. Just as I was about to lay everything bare, a flash of golden light danced in my eyes, and an aura swirled within my mind, instantly snapping me back to clarity. Simultaneously, a hint of red light appeared on Bryn's forehead, previously obscured by her bangs. A sense of danger surged within me. How close I came to falling for her charms. No, it was more than mere charm. I had just witnessed an unusual red glow flash across her forehead. It was both enchanting and ominous, suggesting something extraordinary lay beneath. Thankfully, my Sharingan swiftly alerted me, allowing me to maintain my mental clarity. It seems the words Bryn had just spoken were not entirely truthful. 2 individuals, each with their own hidden agendas, were probing one another. While I tested her through words, she seemed intent on probing my thoughts. Could such a technique truly exist? Is the ability to read memories not exclusive to me? Perhaps this woman possesses a devil fruit power related to memory. Fortunately, I am no ordinary individual. Otherwise, I might have fallen into her trap. Now, how should I conclude this encounter? If I refrain from revealing anything, it might imply that I have discerned her intentions, thus alerting her. However, divulging everything is equally out of the question. The secrets I hold are not for just anyone to know. Nonetheless, since she initiated the confrontation, I shall not hold back. I summon the power of my ocular technique, manifesting 3 golden pentagrams that spun continuously, unleashing a powerful illusion. On Bryn's end, she had sensed from the very first glance that this man was not an ordinary person. He seemed privy to many secrets, and, coupled with the advantage of being an outsider, piqued her interest even further. Born and raised on Cake Island, she had never ventured beyond its borders, making her curious about events occurring outside. Previously, she had an older sister who, in a bid to escape their predetermined fate, had defied their mother. To the untrained eye, she appeared as the family traitor, but Bryn alone understood that her sister had the potential for a new life, an idea she had never dared to dream of. Subsequently, she had violated the rules to rescue him, who indeed left a profound impact on her. His every gesture made her heart race, and the way he spoke captivated her. Gradually, she noticed that this man seemed wary of her, reluctant to share his experiences from the outside world. While feeling anxious, she secretly attempted to wield her own abilities against him. Her intention was merely to control him and glimpse the events he had encountered, fulfilling her fantasies about the outside world. However, to her surprise, he appeared to notice her attempt from the very beginning, as his pupils spun with golden pentagrams. She found herself drawn into a crimson-hued space. Tsuki no Me. Within this realm, I alone dictate the flow of time and space. Normally, this technique could inflict pain, leading Bryn to a mental collapse. Yet, given that she had saved me, I could not allow her to suffer. Thus, I resolved to simply keep her confined within this illusion, allowing me to execute my prior plan seamlessly. Controlling the now unconscious Bryn, I boldly exited the room. Utilizing my wood release, I suspended Bryn high in a tree. Upon entering the throng of people, I quickly attracted their attention, although they did not recognize me. The sight of an unconscious Bryn sent them into a frenzy of alarm. Hey, look, is that Lady Bryn? Indeed, it is definitely Lady Bryn. What's that man doing? Wait, Isn't that the guy who was saved by Lady Bryn before? What's he up to? Damn it. He must have figured out Lady Bryn's identity and seeks to leverage it for his own gain. Listening to the murmurs surrounding me, I smirked. After a furious shout, silence enveloped the crowd. Listen closely. You all know this woman, right? From now on, summon anyone capable of wielding Haushika Haki to rescue her. Otherwise, with that, I turned my back and strode toward the edge of the island. Is he out his mind? How audacious to cause a ruckus on this island. Ha ha. They must truly be courting death. Outsiders are indeed lacking in insight. Furthermore, did you hear that? They shamelessly boasted about summoning those capable of wielding the Conqueror's Haki to come forth, as if they were some formidable force themselves. Indeed, such individuals I could easily dispatch with a mere slap. And as for those who can wield the Conqueror's Haki, there is but one person on this entire island, Mama herself. Are they truly suggesting that Mama should deal with him? Such folly. Mama has far too many important matters to attend to. It would be far simpler for me to eliminate him directly. As I walked, I overheard the murmurs around me. It seems I've been underestimated. Upon reaching the edge of the small island, I paused, clapped my hands, and invoked the ninjutsu. Would release Birth of the Woodland. Roar. As chakra surged forth, saplings erupted from the ground. Once these saplings broke the surface, they began to grow at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, what was once a small island dotted with houses transformed into a vast forest. Those rushing towards me were all ensnared like candied hawthorn. After this display, the soldiers who intended to seize me halted in their tracks. In the midst of their terror, they began relaying news back to the main island. Moshi Moshi, is this the main island? We have grave news. Lord Bryn has been kidnapped. Indeed, they are not demanding a ransom. It is true. The kidnappers have requested those possessing Conqueror's Haki to come and rescue him. The meaning behind this is unclear. Commander, what shall we do now? Soon, the entire Big Mom crew received the news. Charlotte, Smoothie, and the three sweet commanders, the Juice Minister, who had originally been dispatched to carry out tasks elsewhere, had just entered the Cake Island waters when the message arrived. Report. Lord Smoothie, an unknown individual has captured Lord Bryn. What? Where are they? They are currently on Chocolate Island. Change course immediately. Head for Chocolate Island. Understood. Also, let us investigate the identity of this individual. After giving her orders, she lifted a goblet and casually seized an individual. Squeezing out all the juice from their body like wringing out a cloth, she drank it in one gulp and remarked, "What kind of savage dares to kidnap Bryn?" Full speed ahead. As I gazed upon the small island transformed into an expansive forest, I realized that this environment seemed to favor me. Although the trees around were particularly robust, the enemies might think they could use the terrain to conceal themselves. However, such thoughts would prove futile. In my eyes, there were no blind spots. Is this perhaps a bit unfair to them? Perhaps I should convert this place into a platform. Yes, splendid idea. Moreover, transforming it into a platform would grant me a clear view. The enemy would be able to detect my position immediately. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. With my intentions set, I gently levitated in the air. Forming a single-handed seal, I unleashed Wind Release Light Fong. From the tip of my finger, a purple-black chakra sword coalesced. With a swift slash from left to right, the sturdy branches of the trees were cleaved in two. The once dense forest was transformed into a platform made entirely of tree trunks. However, only a few of the severed leaves fell into the sea. The rest remained on the platform. This simply would not do. I had meticulously prepared this arena, and it must be cleaned thoroughly. Thus, I clapped my hands and executed Wind Release Hurricane Technique. After a powerful gust, the entire island truly became a flat expanse, and those who had been present were blown into the sea by the whirlwind. Meanwhile, as Smoothie was about to land on the island, the mast of her ship suddenly snapped for no apparent reason. What happened? Go check. Lord Smoothie, the mast is broken. However, you should come take a look. Smoothie regarded the messenger with confusion. How could the mast simply break like that? Moreover, judging by the expression on this person's face, it seemed something unusual was afoot. Upon inspection, she found the break to be remarkably smooth. It was not a natural fracture, but rather appeared to have been severed by some sharp object. Just as she pondered what could inflict such damage, a tempest arose upon the sea. This wind was the strongest she had ever encountered, causing even the water to retreat. Not to mention her small vessel. By some stroke of luck or misfortune, the broken mast led to the complete destruction of both the main and auxiliary sails. In such circumstances, navigation would be limited to either external propulsion or manual paddling. Yet, this sudden tempest had caused her ship to drift back several kilometers. This was fortunate. Had her sails remained intact, she would have been blown back dozens of kilometers. Just as she allowed herself a moment of relief, a colossal tree canopy, obscuring the sky, descended with the wind. She watched as these massive branches threatened to crush her vessel, knowing that if they landed successfully, her ship would surely splinter. Thus, she braced against the tempest, striving to maintain her footing. However, the wind was too fierce. Even though her body was parallel to the deck, she could not withstand such powerful gusts. Gritting her teeth, Smoothie unsheathed her long sword and plunged it into the deck, barely managing to stabilize herself. Almost immediately, a purple glow enveloped her body, intensifying until she was entirely bathed in violet light. Jijin Yinxiang. With her declaration, the purple light flowed into her long sword. Once the sword was fully enveloped, she swung her arm in a wide arc and brought it down with great force. A brilliant white sword light cleaved through the tempest, splitting the swirling winds and the colossal tree canopy in two. Not only that, but the surface of the sea was also instantaneously divided. Standing on the platform with Bryn, I acknowledged that the previous wind release had indeed been effective. Yet, I could not shake the feeling that something unusual flickered amidst the raging winds. I initially dismissed it as mere lightning in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered a vessel emerging upon the water. My excitement surged. Perhaps this was the strong individual come to rescue Bryn. Soon, I beheld the full visage of the ship. With its mast broken, it was drawing closer using numerous oars. On the deck stood a woman wielding a long sword, her expression fraught with urgency as she scanned my direction. When the vessel reached the edge of the island, I and the woman exchanged glances across the distance of roughly 2 kilometers. Yet, I could distinctly sense the formidable killing intent radiating from her. With each step she took towards me, her stature appeared to grow larger. Once she was a mere 100 meters away, her height approached 30 meters, and her long sword had expanded to approximately 5 meters. I raised my gaze to her, excitement flickering in my eyes. "Who are you? What brings you here?" The woman visibly paused, her words caught on the tip of her tongue, unable to escape. She had not anticipated that this impudent youth before her would utter her own lines. This rendered her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. However, she soon regained her composure, flicking her long sword with a swift motion. "Release Bulin at once, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "Hold on, miss. I was the one who asked you first. You could have simply ignored my question, but now you threaten me?" I spread my hands in exasperation, directing my remarks toward her. The woman's gaze dipped slightly, as if her patience with me was waning. She radiated a faint blue light, commanding enough chatter. "Release Bulin immediately." "Ah, I see I've encountered an impatient one," I mused, slowly levitating into the air to meet her eye level. "Are you perhaps deaf, my lady? I have spoken at length, yet you have not uttered a single word in response." The woman's luminescence intensified, and as she raised her sword high, the glow from her body began to flow into the blade. Suddenly, she struck downward with a fierce swing, unleashing a pale blue arc that rushed toward me at alarming speed. The ground beneath us cracked with a determined, yet even fracture as the strike passed through it. To my surprise, this woman possessed considerable strength. What appeared to be a casual attack was powerful enough to rend the earth. Moreover, the ground was composed of my own Moku Dawn, which, though vulnerable to slashes, was significantly more resilient than ordinary stone. I had not anticipated that she could sever it so effortlessly. It seemed this woman was far from ordinary. However, I was slightly disappointed to note that her strike lacked any accompanying hockey effect. This suggested either that she had underestimated me or simply did not possess the skill to wield hockey. I smiled faintly. If this was the extent of her assault, evasion was unnecessary. My physical fortitude would suffice to withstand it. Consequently, my body began to harden gradually, preparing to absorb the full force of the strike. The pale blue luminescence was forcefully rebuffed and sent back towards her. She gazed at me in disbelief. Although her attack had not been executed with full power, it was not easily countered. The cracks in the ground alone attested to the strike's ferocity. Yet unexpectedly, this man hovering in the air not only rebuffed her attack, but remained unmoved. This was truly formidable. Her wariness heightened. Recognizing that the individual before her was certainly no ordinary foe, I lowered my gaze to inspect my chest, relieved to find no signs of damage. I had not anticipated that my whimsical endeavor from a year ago would yield such remarkable results. Reflecting on the relentless effort I had invested to bolster my defensive capabilities, I recalled the rigorous impact training I endured daily. Over time, my resilience had significantly improved. However, I understood that it still could not compare to the prowess of hockey. No matter how much I honed my body, it merely transformed iron into a slightly stronger alloy, until I achieved a complete manifestation of hockey armor. I could not deem it a true success. During one of my practice sessions, I suddenly remembered I possessed a weapon, the Great Blade, Jiao Ji. Indeed, this blade was imbued with its own intelligence, and due to my insufficient chakra previously, I had been unable to wield it. Each attempt resulted in a portion of my chakra being absorbed, coupled with a backlash. In summary, the blade was quite demanding. Thus, I had relegated it to the confines of the system's space, neglecting it entirely. However, as my chakra reserves grew to rival those of a tailed beast, I no longer feared its absorption. One day, I witnessed a remarkable phenomenon. After spending time with Jiao Ji, or more accurately, after it absorbed a considerable amount of my chakra, it began to exhibit a newfound affinity towards me, resembling a pet as its soft blade gently pressed against my body. Although it continued to siphon chakra, its demeanor had softened considerably. In that moment, I felt a profound connection with it. From that day forth, we were inseparable. Several months later, while preparing to withstand a Rasengan with my body, I braced myself as it began to shred my flesh. In that instant, Jiao Ji appeared, absorbing the chakra from the Rasengan and merging partially with my body. This revelation piqued my interest, prompting me to actively seek a fusion with Jiao Ji. To my astonishment, the endeavor proved remarkably successful. The moment I fully integrated Jiao Ji into my body, I noticed a faint, almost ethereal gas emanating from it, drifting toward my mind. It appeared to be the essence of Jiao Ji's consciousness, seeking to merge with my own. My heart raced with trepidation, though it was merely a blade. The notion that it possessed consciousness and sought to invade my awareness was unsettling. As I pondered this, the flicker of consciousness was abruptly absorbed by the system, resulting in a complete fusion of Jiao Ji with my body. While attempting to control Jiao Ji within me, I discovered it endowed my flesh with formidable defensive capabilities. In essence, it functioned as a form of hockey. By hardening parts of my body, I could withstand incoming attacks. If faced with physical strikes, I could harden my skin at the moment of contact, forming spikes that not only blocked the attack, but also inflicted injury upon the assailant. This discovery filled me with elation. I had inadvertently acquired a form of retaliatory armor, capable of shifting locations at will according to my consciousness. Through continuous experimentation, I found this armor to be exceptionally potent. It could easily deflect a standard Rasengan, and, under my full control, could even withstand a wind-release Rasengan, provided my healing capabilities were at their peak. Even so, I was confident that my current defensive prowess matched that of hockey. However, it lacked the effectiveness against natural-type attacks. My recent success in blocking the woman's longsword strike was a testament to my armor's capabilities. Observing her astonished expression, I spoke slowly. "Shall we engage in conversation now?" The woman, clearly impressed by my defensive strength, was reminded that her sister remained in peril in my hands. Thus, she reluctantly acquiesced to my suggestion. Moreover, if I could glean more about her and her intentions through dialogue, it would be advantageous. Adopting her original stature, she secured her longsword behind her. "Speak. Who are you? And what is your purpose here? Isn't this merely a repetition of my previous inquiries? I possess a good temper. Otherwise, we would not be engaging in conversation, but rather resorting to conflict. Moreover, what is the matter with you, exhibiting such a fiery temperament? We prefer gentleness." With a resigned sigh, I acknowledged that reasoning with a woman would inevitably lead to endless discourse. Thus, I resolved to answer her questions. "You have posed so many inquiries in one breath. Which shall I address first? It seems that I am the one initiating the questions now." The woman pondered briefly and recognized the truth in my statement, yet she was unwilling to diminish her authority and continued to inquire. "What do you intend to do? Let's proceed this way. You answer one of my questions, and I will reciprocate, alternating our responses." After a moment of contemplation, she nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed thus." I replied, "Excellent. Firstly, who are you?" "I am Nu Samuji," she responded. "And you?" "I am Guang Jiju." "What is your relationship with Bulin?" "She is my sister." "Why did you kidnap Bulin?" "I wish for the strong members of your team to face me in combat." "Will you employ the Conqueror's Haki?" "Why do you wish to know?" "I cannot." "Well, you should have stated that sooner," thus avoiding unnecessary dialogue. Noticing my silence, she grew perplexed, unaware of my waning interest in conversing with her. "Hey, why have you ceased to respond?" Unbeknownst to her, I had already lost my enthusiasm for dialogue. With a swift clap of my hands, I invoked Suetun no Jutsu. Suddenly, a pool of water materialized beneath her feet, from which 8 chains of lightning erupted, binding her limbs and neck. The fierce electricity coursed through her, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Subsequently, a circular column of water ascended from below, completely encasing her, save for her head, which emitted agonizing cries. Having dealt with the woman named Samuji, I boarded her vessel. The women aboard erupted in screams, and it became evident why it is said that 3 women are equivalent to 500 ducks. The piercing cacophony rivaled that of a large-scale MRI machine. Silence, I commanded, and the atmosphere fell instantly quiet. You have 5 minutes to summon stronger individuals. Otherwise, these 2 women shall be beyond salvation. With that, I gently caressed the hull of the ship. Ninkutsu, Chiki no Hutsu. The vessel, once buoyant upon the waves, suddenly sank, gradually descending to the ocean floor. Having completed this act, I turned and soared towards Bulin. Now, the number of hostages had increased. I was uncertain if anyone stronger would arrive, but for now, I would wait. On the sinking ship, panic ensued as everyone frantically dialed out. The incessant buzzing of communication devices filled the air. Soon, messages echoed throughout Dongao Island. Kata, coolly, ensconced in a room, leisurely indulged in donuts when his small communication device began to emit urgent cries. Frowning, he felt a surge of irritation. He had explicitly instructed them not to disturb him during his rest. Who dared intrude upon his peace? Initially inclined to ignore it, he eventually yielded to the incessant ringing and answered, only to be met with frantic pleas for assistance. Whoever you are, hurry to Kiakili Island. Both Bulin and Samuji have been kidnapped. Kata froze for a moment, pondering why the names of these individuals bore such striking resemblance to those of his sisters. Oh, it could not merely be resemblance. They were identical. Despite the shared names, the urgency in the caller's voice struck him as oddly unfamiliar. Kidnapping? This was a term he had not encountered in many years, and it left him momentarily perplexed as he struggled to recall its meaning. In his mind, he mused, kidnapping means being bound for marriage. Indeed, his sisters had reached an age where they should be wed. It should be good news. Why then? Did the messengers sound so frantic? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. Kidnapping was not synonymous with marriage. His sisters were in danger. Yet, what perplexed him further was the fact that while Bulin could be understood, why would Samuji also be abducted? This was inconceivable, for Samuji was one of the 3 commanders, with a bounty of 900 million berries. Though her prowess was not the most formidable among the trio, it was unthinkable that she would succumb to abduction. Kata's mind raced as he deduced that an unfamiliar power must have intervened. If even Samuji could not contend with them, it indicated that the kidnapper's strength was extraordinary. Swallowing the last bite of his donut, he seized a nearby steel fork, his eyes glowing with determination. In an instant, the surroundings shattered as he propelled himself forward. Meanwhile, Kali Jia received similar news. Having heard of Bulin's abduction, he had already begun his journey to Kiakili Island. To his astonishment, mere minutes had passed before Samuji was also reported as kidnapped. He stood upon a massive cookie, accelerating his glide across the water surface. Upon reaching Kiakili Island, he was bewildered by the barren expanse before him. Where had the buildings gone? The grand fountain that once stood there had vanished. What on earth was happening? Kali Jia's expression shifted as he scanned the horizon and quickly spotted 3 figures on the eastern shore. Not daring to delay, he clapped his hands, summoning numerous cookie soldiers, fierce in demeanor, wielding swords and shields as they rushed towards the 3 figures. The moment Kali Jia set foot on the island, I had already sensed his presence. Clad in armor, his striking purple hair stood out. A man had arrived. This would provide a splendid opportunity for a confrontation. I wondered if he possessed the conqueror's haki. As he approached, conjuring cookie soldiers from thin air, I was intrigued. It appeared a magician had arrived. The first 10 cookie soldiers lunged at me, their swords gleaming ominously. Without exchanging pleasantries, they charged directly at me. With a smirk, I hardened my entire body, rooting my feet into the ground, merging myself with the tree trunk beneath me. The clash of steel rang out resoundingly, reverberating through the air. I grinned, provocatively regarding the 10 cookie soldiers. Oh dear, such a powerful attack without even a greeting. My friend, you lack manners. The cookie soldiers, realizing their strike had failed, retreated a few steps, one of them slowly uttering, it seems you possess some strength after all. The voice emanated from within the belly of the cookie soldier. One of the cookie soldiers was even mimicking lip movements. They believed their ventriloquism performance was flawless, unaware that in my eyes, nothing could remain concealed. The ability of my Byakugan allows me to see through objects. Not to mention, I possess the Sharingan that integrates with the Byakugan, granting me not only the power of penetration, but also the ability to bend my line of sight. My dear friend, you truly lack discretion. Are you so afraid of being seen that you resort to hiding? The body of Kalia, concealed within the cookie soldier's belly, trembled slightly. What was happening? Had he discovered his own secret? Or was his prior statement merely a ruse? Adhering to a cautious mindset, Kalia refrained from revealing himself immediately and continued the act of ventriloquism. What do you mean? I do not comprehend your words at all. I observed this fellow feigning ignorance. As he flipped his right hand, revealing a long black rod in his palm. When he grasped the rod, I noticed a distinct downward motion in his hand. Kalia was keenly observing my actions and quickly realized that the object in my hand appeared to be quite substantial. Indeed, it was heavy. This was a black rod crafted from the year of Chudao, only wielded by those who could harness the power of tailed beasts. Over the past 2 years, I not only refined all the tailed beast chakra, but also mastered the method of utilizing the tenure. I can confidently say that I am now the true Jinchuri of the 10 tails. However, there are some distinctions. I have not sealed the tailed beasts within me, but merely refined their chakra. This means that technically, I cannot be classified as being in the Sage of Six Paths mode. A more accurate description would be the 10 tails form. When I first entered this form, the chakra enveloping my body caused it to expand several times over. Moreover, the excess chakra was uncontrollable, unlike the 9 tails mode, where it could manifest as limbs around my body according to my consciousness. This had puzzled me for quite some time. Just as I was contemplating abandoning this form, an unexpected event occurred. My previously severed hands began to regenerate, the flesh and blood swelling under the influence of the 10 tails chakra. 2 hours later, I had 2 complete hands once more. To my astonishment, I had inadvertently developed the ability for limb regeneration. Through experimentation, I learned that this regeneration could only occur in the 10 tails mode. However, entering this mode caused my body to swell significantly, resembling a gigantic balloon from a distance. Perhaps this was why the 10 tails mode granted me the ability to regenerate limbs. It might be the inner inflation that allowed my hands to grow back. Nonetheless, the advantages of the 10 tails mode are undeniable. Subsequently, after merging with Jiao Ji, I entered the 10 tails mode once more, and my body gradually returned to its original size. This filled me with joy. It appeared that Jiao Ji had absorbed the excess chakra from the 10 tails, allowing me to regain my original form. This made things considerably more convenient. Furthermore, the 10 tails form enabled me to successfully control the Vudaoyu. Originally just a black sphere, it can now transform into various shapes at my mental command. However, the Vudaoyu was quite hefty, and to wield it effectively, I had to enhance my arms. After extensive study, I finally learned to manage the weight of the Vudaoyu. Now in my right hand, it had transformed into a long rod. I refer to this as the Rui Jinggu Bang Xingtai. After performing a couple of flourishes with the rod, I placed it behind my back and regarded the cookie soldiers before me with a mischievous grin. Haha, since you refuse to be obedient, do not blame your grandfather for being impolite. Upon uttering those words, I paused in surprise. This rod form is truly remarkable. Each time I wield it, I feel as though I enter a transcendent state. Unconsciously, I find myself uttering phrases reminiscent of the great son Wukong or grandfather Sunday. Kalia gazed at the black rod in my hand, startled. He mused to himself, what a formidable black rod. It seems this individual is undoubtedly an extraordinary master. To transform an ordinary rod into this black weapon signifies immense power. He recalled hearing tales of how Ingyan had transformed his long knife into a black blade, dominating the martial world and becoming the strongest swordsman. Others who could transform their weapons into black were unheard of. Yet this person before him wielded a pitch black rod. A true master, an absolute master. It seems that I cannot hold back my full strength any longer. Given that my opponent possesses such a weapon, he is certainly no ordinary foe. He watched me warily, cautiously probing, who exactly are you? I twirled the black rod behind my back, intrigued, while casting a curious gaze upon the cookie beings before me, carefully observing them as I spun around. Ha ha ha, do not concern yourself with who I am. I'm rather interested in knowing where you are. A sinister smile crept across my face as I weighed the rod in my hand, scrutinizing the cookie beings before me with keen interest. I felt certain that one among these two was the one I sought. Pointing at 2 of the cookie soldiers, I feigned contemplation over whom to select. My acting skills had reached their zenith. In contrast, Kaleo was indeed among one of the cookie soldiers. He shook his head in disbelief while silently praying that I would not choose him. Gradually, his heart raced to his throat. Peering through a small hole in the cookie, he carefully observed my every move. After repeated confirmations, I raised a black rod, swung it in a wide arc, and struck one of the cookie soldiers. The sound of shattered cookies echoed around us. Haha, I have found you. Kaleo was taken aback, not expecting that I would discover him on my first attempt. Moreover, my previous strike was powerful and destructive. Typically, even the most ordinary of attacks could not harm cookie beings, and even those imbued with formidable power would only be met with resistance. Given the magnitude of my attack, had it struck him, he surely would not have withstood such a blow. He executed a backflip to steady himself, then quickly distanced himself from me by 5 or 6 meters. I rested the black rod on my shoulder, grinning at him. Haha, I did not expect to be so fortunate as to find you so easily. Kaleo wiped the corner of his mouth. Though my previous attack did not strike him, the shattered cookies had inflicted some discomfort. He realized that the individual before him was no ordinary opponent. What seemed like a casual and effortless strike had reduced the cookie beings to mere fragments. I must tread carefully. However, upon witnessing my triumphant expression, his competitive spirit was ignited. Oh, is that so? Would you care for another go? As I gaze upon Kalejia, it feels akin to observing a fool. This lad has yet to grasp that I have known his whereabouts from the very beginning. Moreover, my recent display of apparent good fortune was a deliberate act designed to entice him into another encounter. The reason behind this? Simply to tease this violet-haired young man, as I find myself with little else to occupy my time. Since he has mistakenly perceived my Jing Gubong as a sinister black rod, it would be amusing to frighten him a little. Upon hearing his thoughts of attempting once more, I eagerly nodded in agreement. All right, this time, do hide well. Do not allow me to find you too easily, or it shall lose its charm. Kalejia gently clapped his hands, summoning an array of cookies in various shapes around us. He then orchestrated these cookies to dance in the air with intricate movements. Amidst this dazzling display, 10 cookie soldiers materialized once more. Come now. You must search diligently this time, he boasted, believing he had concealed himself quite well. He even altered his voice, thinking it would prevent me from discerning his true location. However, I found him amusing. Even if he had transformed himself into a cookie person, he could not escape my keen perception. Presently, he was hiding behind a tree, specifically between the crevices of 2 trunks, cleverly camouflaging himself with cookies that mimicked the bark's color, shielding his head. Little did he realize, such a level of disguise is child's play for a ninja of my caliber, akin to kindergarten-level skills. Although I had already condemned him to a fate of defeat in my mind, I maintained an impassive facade, meticulously scrutinizing the cookie soldiers before me. Meanwhile, he steadily approached Kalejia. After 2.5 minutes, I chose a direction that faced away from him, raised my Jing Gubong high, and called out, Ibe Funio. I feigned a swing towards the empty cookie soldier. Kalejia, concealed behind the trunk, nearly erupted with laughter, convinced that my discovery of him was mere coincidence. Just look at him now, attacking a cookie soldier that does not exist. Truly laughable. With such discernment, even the mightiest weapon is of no consequence. I can conjure as many cookie soldiers as I please. You may as well indulge in your futile game of whack-a-mole. He then contemplated rescuing Simu-ji. As my Jing Gubong was about to descend, I could no longer suppress my smile. In the next instant, I vanished from my position. Kalejia's eyelids twitched in confusion. What is happening? Yet his thoughts lagged just a fraction too long. My low voice resonated behind him. Found you. To Kalejia, my voice resembled a demonic whisper, sending chills down his spine and causing cold sweat to trickle down his neck. Without granting him an opportunity, I struck. Boom! This blow not only unleashed all my strength, but also employed a minor ninjutsu. Muduin, Yintaiji Shu. This technique utilized the surrounding tree trunks to create a small platform beneath Kalejia's feet, enabling him to stand, while my Jing Gubong descended, propelling him upward. In this relative motion, Kalejia perceived the black rod's descent as alarmingly swift, leaving him no time to react before it struck his head. A wave of pain coursed through him, and he rolled his eyes back, losing consciousness. I hoisted him with my Jing Gubong and flung him at Simu-ji's feet like a discarded ragdoll. Though Simu-ji was utterly drained, her head remained above water, granting her a modicum of awareness. Upon witnessing my swift defeat of Kalejia, a mix of anger and fear flickered in her eyes. She opened her mouth, yet no words escaped. After accomplishing this, I resumed my composed position on the ground, awaiting the arrival of the next formidable adversary. In truth, I had initially wished to play with Kali Jiao a while longer. However, upon entering the Ten-Tails state, my sensory abilities had been significantly heightened, expanding my perception to a 30-kilometer radius. I could distinctly sense a tall man approaching at remarkable speed. Consequently, I lost interest in toying with Kali Jia and instead opted to remain poised for this new arrival. Soon, the towering figure ascended the shore, brandishing an extraordinarily long steel fork and exuding an intimidating presence before me. Oh, what a curious man, I mused. Broad-shouldered, slender-waisted, and long-legged. His eyes glowed with a feral red, reminiscent of a descending tiger, ravenous and ready to feast. Boulene, Seimeiji, Keiluki. He scanned the area behind me, taken aback to find the number of hostages had increased. Simuyes exprehun fifted, Katakuli. The man named Katakuli fixed his gaze upon me with intensity. You scoundrel, it seems I cannot permit you an intact corpse. I slowly rose, gently clapping my hands. Clap, clap, clap. Splendid, my friend. You possess quite the presence. A preliminary question. Do you possess Conqueror's Haki? Ignoring my query, Katakuli thrust the steel fork into the ground, unleashing his fruit's power. He launched a punch toward me. Upon closer inspection, I realized he was indeed a formidable opponent, for his fist was imbued with Haki. Nevertheless, I had no intention of dodging. Rather, I saw this as an opportunity to test the durability of a shield I had fused with the skin of the shark. With my Sharingan spinning, I clearly observed the trajectory of his assault. In response to his fist, I opted to harden both arms, crossing them before my chest, and bracing myself against the ground to withstand his attack. Katakuli's eyes flashed red as he activated his supreme observation Haki, foreseeing the future. He recognized that I had chosen not to evade, but to absorb his blow. In his mind, he thought, this person truly overestimates himself, underestimating me and intending to take this punch head-on. Ha! Since you wish to take it, I shall not allow you the satisfaction. As he closed the distance and his fist approached, his fruit's power activated, instantly ensnaring me. I had raised my arms to deflect Katakuli's punch, but to my surprise, he altered his attack mid-strike. Fortunately, my Sharingan provided an immediate warning. I witnessed his arm morph into a mass of pliable dough, intent on ensnaring me. Instinctively, I activated the body flicker technique, evading his grasp with a series of swift movements. Stabilizing myself, I narrowed my gaze upon Katakuli, my heart racing. A true master, in the vicinity of Ka-Air. I initially believed that my sudden change in tactics would ensure my victory. To my surprise, I swiftly vanished from his line of sight. As I regained my footing, he too retracted his arm, gently massaging his wrist while fixating his gaze upon me. I marveled inwardly, indeed formidable. It is no wonder he triumphed over Kuli Jia and Simuji. At this moment, both parties regarded each other with a sense of caution, their mutual understanding reaching a harmonious synchrony. This individual is undoubtedly exceptional. Ka-Air stared in my eyes and inquired, "What is your name?" I remained composed, twirling the golden staff in my hand, and replied, "Guang Jiju." Ka-Air nodded slightly, a serious expression gracing his face. "Be careful, Guang Jiju. The next strike may not be so easily evaded." A subtle smile curled at the corners of my mouth. It appeared that this friend, named Katakuli, possessed some intriguing qualities. Remarkably, he even issued a warning before the battle commenced. As they say, all's fair in war. Was he attempting to deceive me, or was his caution genuine? I refrained from answering, instead gesturing for him to come forward. Suddenly, I came semblable aura enveloppé Kauer. Haki. I observed the powerful energy emanating from him, rapidly expanding outward from his feet. The dust on the ground stirred without a breeze, as if the potent Haki had solidified into a tangible force, rushing towards me with a ferocious intensity. The sheer might of it sent exhilaration coursing through my veins. Finally, a worthy opponent who wielded Haki. I began to control the system to absorb the energy fervently, drawing in even the scattered remnants of Haki surrounding us. Yet, it still felt insufficient, prompting me to advance towards Ka-Air, greedily consuming the long-forgotten Haki. The system's dormant time was rapidly diminishing. However, this scene left Ka-Air in a state of astonishment. The moment he realized that this individual could evade his attacks, he understood that I too possessed the ability to wield Haki. Thus, before unleashing his Haki, he had given me a hint. A fellow Haki user would undoubtedly grasp the implications of his words immediately. To his disbelief, As soon as he released his haki, I not only refrained from countering with my own, but instead absorbed his haki with my physical form. Indeed, absorption. Ka-air watched in utter clarity as his haki was drawn into my being. Yet, how could such an occurrence transpire? Throughout his life, he had never heard of anyone capable of absorbing haki. What was this person's true nature? Could it be related to the abilities of his devil fruit? But that seemed implausible. Haki should transcend all devil fruit abilities. Ka-air's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation before him. While he stood there in a daze, a more shocking development unfolded. Not only was I absorbing his haki, but I also appeared to relish its flavor, inching closer with every step. Bum the fa. How could such a thing be happening? With every step I took forward, Ka-air instinctively retreated. Simultaneously, he attempted to suppress his haki, but to no avail. I resembled an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming his essence, as if I possessed some mystical power that continuously siphoned haki from within him. This rendered his attempts to halt the absorption futile. Gradually, his body began to weaken, his eyes glazed over, and his legs felt devoid of strength. At this moment, he finally comprehended. He had been deceived. This individual had brazenly declared his intention to seek out those with haki for battle, even resorting to kidnapping to lure him out. Little did he know he would fall prey in the very domain where he excelled. Ka-air's strength dwindled, ultimately collapsing to the ground. I found myself standing before him, observing his incapacitated form with an odd sense of satisfaction. However, Ka-air had lost consciousness, and he could no longer harness his haki. I licked my lips and straightened myself once more. Quite delectable. Thank you for your hospitality. This consumption had once again reduced the system's dormant time by a year. If this continued, with just 2 more individuals of Ka-air's caliber, I could resurrect the system. The thought sent a thrill through me. However, I now harbored a fanciful notion. If I were to revive Ka-air, would I be able to absorb his haki once more? Of course. If Ka-air were to discover my intentions, he would surely flee. Who would willingly allow themselves to be exploited? Yet, he was currently incapable of resistance. Thus, I began employing various methods to treat Ka-air. Lord Kaji, hurry, this person is on the brink of death. Together with Lord Kaji, I exerted all my efforts to save Ka-air. This scene left Si-mu-ji behind us utterly astonished. Initially, upon seeing Ka-air enter the fray, she felt elated, believing that even if I possessed some strength, I could never rival her brother. Yet, she was mistaken. After their first encounter, she quickly realized that their powers were nearly equal. Although her brother wielded supreme Kin Bunchika haki, enabling him to glimpse 3 minutes into the future, she was taken aback to find that the man who had imprisoned her possessed a certain degree of foresight as well. Moreover, he had successfully eluded her brother's grasp. What perplexed her further was the astonishing speed he displayed while dodging her brother's attacks, almost akin to teleportation. As she understood that her brother was about to unleash haki, her confidence surged. Even if he were strong, he was a 1-in-a-million top-tier fighter, surely capable of vanquishing his foe beneath the weight of haki. Yet, reality struck her like a resounding slap, harshly shattering her worldview. No, this was absolutely impossible. Si-mu-ji's perception of the world had been irrevocably shattered. She would rather believe that everything she witnessed was merely an illusion. Throughout her life, her brother had consistently exhibited overwhelming dominance. His formidable prowess had garnered admiration from his younger siblings, and in turn, he had grown stronger amidst their reverence. However, the man once deemed invincible had faltered today. To make matters worse, the very adversary who bested him was now administering aid. Hey you, just how far are you willing to humiliate someone? She shouted angrily. I turned in surprise to face the furious Si-mu-ji. Can't you see I'm saving him? Don't interfere. Her fury only intensified. I said stop. Why? Having vanquished him, must she still humiliate him? I am genuinely curious to delve into the recesses of this woman's mind to discern the nature of her thoughts, as her utterances defy comprehension. Yet, at this moment, I find myself utterly immobilized. The treatment has reached its critical juncture. Although Ka-air's life is not in jeopardy, should the treatment cease now, he would never again wield the Conqueror's haki. In this pivotal moment, this woman behind me dares to suggest that I halt my actions. I am utterly exasperated. Cease immediately. Do you hear me? Raitan Reiko. From my back, 2 hands manifested, intertwining their fingers, conjuring a colossal dragon's head formed of lightning in the sky, which roared down upon Si-mu-ji. Finally, tranquility enveloped the world once more. I resumed my focus on the treatment. Before long, Ka-air stirred awake. slowly opening his eyes to behold my rather mischievous grin, gazing at him with unrestrained greed. Startled, he jolted upright. What are you planning to do? Huh? No. I'm not interested in men. Such a delightful miscommunication ensued. Neither of us comprehended the other's words, and I awkwardly clear my throat. Your injuries are all healed, right? Connor removed his arm and discovered that he seemed to be in relatively good condition, though his head felt slightly dizzy. An overwhelming urge to lie down and sleep engulfing him. Observing him struggle to rise, I swiftly reached out to support his arm. However, a rather embarrassing scene unfolded. Due to Carr's considerable height, my assistance proved futile, and when he fully stood, I found myself inadvertently dangling from his arm. He lifted me to eye level. Thank you, but you may let me go now. I awkwardly released my grip, rubbing my nose in embarrassment. Alas, the disparity in our heights was undeniable. Would you care to test if you can still use the Conqueror's Haki? Upon hearing this, cautiously rotated his neck, sensing the changes within his body, and suddenly exerted himself. Nothing transpired. Deflated, he informed me, it appears that I cannot use it for the foreseeable future. Sighing softly, I conceded, well then, by the way, does anyone else on this island possess the ability to use Conqueror's Haki? Connor instantly became wary. On the entire Cake Island, only he and his mama could wield it. He had just been drained of all his Conqueror's Haki by me, still feeling a bit lightheaded, and now, it seemed I was not yet satisfied. What more do you desire? You must not lay a hand on mama. I quickly clarified, it's not about harming her. I merely wish to request her assistance. Is that what you call asking for help? Connor gestured toward the individuals behind me. Understanding his implication, I recognized that seeking assistance does not necessitate kidnapping. You see, this was just a misunderstanding. I was merely concerned you might refuse, hence the extreme measures. And as you can see, although I have them under control, I have not harmed them in any way. I spoke with an air of righteousness. Had Kar not noticed the bump on Kalijiao's head, he might have genuinely believed me. Noting Ka's gaze fixated on Kalijiao, I chuckled awkwardly. Misunderstanding. I shall treat him right away. To be honest, despite our earlier confrontation, I felt a kinship with him. Moreover, I recognized I had perhaps overstepped my bounds by siphoning his Conqueror's Haki, nearly sending him away. Fortunately, his robust physique, combined with my timely treatment, had averted calamity. Otherwise, today would have marked the anniversary of Ka's demise. Thus, while I understood his lingering resentment, I could empathize. After tending to Kalijiao, I turned to Kar and suggested, how about you call Mama over? Kar was utterly speechless. How could he possibly do such a thing? What if Mama were to be harmed? As he pondered this, a brilliant idea struck him. You only need someone who can use Conqueror's Haki, correct? Indeed. With a sly grin, Kar declared, I know, just the person to recommend. My eyes widened in delight as I inquired. Who? Kaido. The name Kaido had crossed my ears before, mentioned by Marek. He was reputed to be another of the 4 emperors, commanding an army of Zoan-type devil fruit users. However, regardless of his abilities, as long as he possessed Conqueror's Haki, that sufficed. Thus, I eagerly asked, Kaido, right? How do I reach him? Do you have a permanent pointer? Kar pondered and realized he indeed lacked such a tool. Moreover, it was said that Mama and Kaido shared a favorable relationship. Thus, ensnaring Kaido seemed rather unwise. Kar wore an expression of dilemma. Forget it, I want to seek out Kaido. Why not try finding the red-haired? The red-haired? That could work. I inquired with hopeful anticipation. Do you know where he is? Kar shook his head. Disheartened, I slumped to the ground and stowed my golden staff in the system space. But it's all the same. I still believe seeking Mama is the best option. It's nearby and convenient. Kar looked exasperated, having gone in circles, only to find I still wished to approach Mama. What a predicament. Noticing his troubled expression, I quickly smiled and reassured him, oh, don't fret. It's merely a matter of borrowing a bit of Conqueror's Haki. Surely, you see that there is no danger to life. Before Kar could voice further objections, I preemptively declared, all right, it's settled. You shall make the introduction. I observed that Kar still seemed reluctant, so I retrieved the remaining gold from the system space. This gold was a gift from the inhabitants of the Sky Island. I had secretly saved a portion, but in hindsight, it was insufficient. A hefty, cylindrical block of gold lay before Kar, its weight nearly uprooting the stump beneath. Kar's eyes widened in disbelief at my possession of such a substantial amount of gold. I grinned. This way, I won't be asking for your help without due compensation. Consider this a token of gratitude. Kar stared at the mound of gold, calculating its worth, estimating it to be at least 2 billion. Logically, With such a sum as remuneration for merely using Conqueror's Haki, the deal seemed quite favorable. However, reflecting on my prior tussle with him, it was evident that I was akin to a vacuum, capable of siphoning all his Conqueror's Haki. That was a cause for concern. Though losing Conqueror's Haki would not have grave consequences, I noticed Ka-Ur's inner turmoil. In the realm of business negotiations, the presence of a particular expression on the counterpart's face often signifies that the price has nearly been settled. Naturally, if one could offer a tad more, the deal would be virtually assured. However, my current resources are limited. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to provide more. Therefore, I must seize the opportunity and prevent any chance of retraction. Let us consider it a favor to me. In this manner, I assure you, I shall not place the matriarch in any peril. This should suffice. Although Ka-Ur remained silent, I could perceive that he was indeed intrigued. Thus, please liaise with the matriarch, and I shall converse with her. Consequently, after some persuasion, Ka-Ur finally placed a call to the matriarch. 5 minutes later, Ka-Ur accompanied me to meet her. This was my first encounter with the fabled Si Huang. In summary, the initial impression this woman imparted was one of sheer magnitude, both in stature and in voice. While her appearance may not rival that of Reuben and others in charm, it was evident that a unique depth resided within her gaze. She sat elevated, scrutinizing me, and inquired, "So, you are the one who wishes to see me?" Although I was compelled to gaze upward, causing some discomfort to my neck, I made an effort to express at least a modicum of respect. I offered a slight bow and stated, "Indeed, I hope to request a small favor from you." The matriarch seemed to find my demeanor satisfactory, and her expression softened slightly. "Yes, I have heard about the matter. Do you truly wish for me to unleash my Conqueror's Haki upon you?" "Indeed, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance." The matriarch nodded. "Well then, considering the substantial amount of gold you have provided, I shall make a simple effort." Upon receiving her affirmative response, my spirits lifted considerably. With the assistance of this Si Huang, it seemed I might finally awaken the system today. The matriarch beckoned me to follow her deeper within. I rose, only to notice that Ka-Ur had not accompanied us. It appeared that this location was not accessible to everyone. Exiting the room, we entered a secluded chamber, seemingly constructed from specialized materials, thus appearing remarkably robust. "This is my custom-designed combat arena," she explained, though it has lain dormant for quite some time. However, considerable effort was invested in its creation. Unable to suppress my curiosity, I approached and touched the wall. The texture was distinct, hard yet somewhat breathable. I had not anticipated that this material could be permeable. Clearly, the matriarch had devoted considerable thought to this endeavor. Yet, if I delved deeper into contemplation, another question arose. What was her true purpose in constructing this? Centered within the arena, anticipation surged as I considered the imminent revival of the system. "I am prepared. You may proceed." "Haha, very well. How would you like me to execute this?" "Simply unleash your Conqueror's Haki towards me." The matriarch understood my request and nodded slightly. In the next moment, her eyes turned crimson. From her feet, a faint blue circle emerged, surrounded by flickering black and red lightning, converging towards me. "Come fort," I thought, startled by the evident prowess of the Si Huang. The manifested Conqueror's Haki had elevated to a higher echelon than that of Ka-Ur. It had transformed into a tangible force. Moreover, the matriarch seemed to wield the Conqueror's Haki with greater finesse. In contrast to Ka-Ur, she exhibited a sense of control and ease. She had previously heard from Ka-Ur that I belonged to a category capable of absorbing Conqueror's Haki, a notion that exceeded her understanding, thus motivating her to assist me. Otherwise, even if I could offer more wealth, I doubted it would sway her. In the center of the arena, the matriarch continued to release her Conqueror's Haki. If quantifiable, one might estimate that the totality of her Haki was equivalent to 2 Ka-Urs. The amount she was currently unleashing was akin to 0. One of Ka-Ur, executed through a method of intermittent release. This strategy prevented excessive absorption on my part, allowing her to observe how I managed to absorb the Haki. I must commend her tactic, as it not only thwarted my voracious appetite, but also afforded her the opportunity to scrutinize my absorption process. Meanwhile, the Haki surged toward me like arrows. Upon contact with my skin, the system swiftly assimilated it, markedly reducing the dormant period. From the matriarch's perspective, the unfolding scene surpassed her wildest expectations. It felt as though the Haki she released was akin to noodles, effortlessly slurped into my being. Intrigued, she released another 0. 1 Ka. The same phenomenon recurred. How fascinating. I have never witnessed anyone capable of absorbing Conqueror's haki before. After her laughter subsided, her expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she unleashed her full might, abandoning her previous restraint and releasing in a continuous flow, seemingly eager to test the limits of my absorption. Yet, this decision stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Upon detecting this signal, the system, invigorated as if by a stimulant, began to absorb with reckless abandon. It was unclear whether it was due to the purity of the matriarch's haki or some other factor, but the system found the absorption remarkably effortless, with the dormant period continuously diminishing. Realizing that I remained entirely unaffected fueled the matriarch's competitive spirit. Ignoring Ka-Ur's prior admonitions, she escalated the release further. However, this choice transformed the situation into one that spiraled out of control. The rate of absorption surged exponentially, paralleling the matriarch's consumption of haki. When she finally sought to halt her release, she discovered she had lost all control. Alarmed, she sought various means to diminish her output, yet the system resisted. It was akin to a parched individual who had gone without water for an extended period. Initially, they might endure, but when a faucet suddenly opens, they are met with a trickle, igniting their thirst. Upon turning the tap to maximum, the quenched individual feels elated, only to find the flow abruptly cut off. How could they accept such an interruption? They would cling to the faucet, exerting every effort to drink, perhaps even striking it in frustration over its slow release. In this scenario, the matriarch embodied the faucet, while the system represented the parched individual. I found myself inexplicably drawn closer, just as the matriarch intended to cease her release. I uncontrollably embraced her head, my hands encircling it as though I were squeezing a sponge, applying intense pressure. Simultaneously, from behind me, an arm formed from chakra relentlessly struck at her head, hoping to extract more of the Conqueror's haki that lay within her. The power that surged forth from my subconscious was astonishing. Even the matriarch, encased in steel, began to exhibit signs of pain. However, she was far too preoccupied to attend to her own head. The agony, akin to having her brain drained, compelled her to cry out, "No, no, please stop." At that moment, she had completely lost control over the output of her Conqueror's haki. My system, reminiscent of a high-powered pump, was incessantly squeezing the latent haki from within her. The timer displayed on the system panel was rapidly diminishing. Ding! System activation successful. Ah, splendid. It had finally succeeded, which meant I could cease the absorption. However, I had underestimated the situation. The system not only continued to absorb the haki, but did so with even greater intensity than before. What was happening? Hadn't the system activated? Why had it not stopped? Ding! The system requires additional energy to complete the upgrade. Ding! Energy replenishment in progress. Please wait. Vang Difa. This is unacceptable. With this method of replenishment, will you not drain the matriarch completely? Stop, please stop. Ding! The program is running. Please remain calm. Host. Good heavens, the system has been revived. This should be a good thing, yet it has spiraled out of control. This is dire. If this continues, not only will the matriarch be doomed, but I too am in peril. Alas, all my actions were in vain. The system wholly disregarded my commands. Ding! System upgrade successful. Entering a higher level. Energy replenishment ongoing. Good heavens, not only has it upgraded itself, but it continues to ascend. Meanwhile, the haki within the matriarch was nearly depleted. I was prepared for immediate rescue efforts. Ding! Energy absorption complete. Insufficient energy for the required upgrade. Please continue to replenish. Host. Ah, the system implies it is still hungry. Only when it is fully satiated can the upgrade be completed. Looking at the matriarch, she now lay on the ground, rolling her eyes, foam spilling from her mouth. Her body significantly weakened. She appeared as though much of her energy had been drained. I had no time to examine the new functions of the system. I hastily unleashed the healing techniques I had prepared upon her. However, the moment I released my grip and re-established contact with her body, ding, unknown biological energy detected. Please proceed with caution. Host. What is happening? How is there still unknown energy? Before I could comprehend the situation, a translucent entity emerged from the top of the matriarch's head, slowly floating in the air. I plopped down in shock, gaping at this apparition. A ghost, a ghost. Indeed, this translucent being was unmistakably a spirit. This spirit was entirely different from the negative specter that Perona conjured. While Perona's was merely a faceless phantom, the entity before me was a nun, an elderly woman adorned in traditional garb. With golden hair and a cigarette dangling from her mouth, She glared at me with fury. Are you human or ghost? My legs trembled as I cautiously backed away, eyeing this entity warily. This was a disaster. Having always feared ghosts, I was truly confronted by one now. Clinging to a shred of hope, I wished she might declare herself human. However, the nun elegantly exhaled a cloud of smoke, deftly flicking the ash away. Kid, ah! I darted to the corner of the wall, astonished that this being could speak. Be quiet. Her commanding voice left me stunned, my screams abruptly silenced. The nun glided closer to me. You little rascal, what are you? I could not comprehend her words, and my mind felt utterly incapacitated, rendering me unable to think clearly. My teeth chattered like an old engine sputtering. The nun frowned. Hey, I'm asking you a question. My body shuddered. What? I asked, what are you? I hastily shook my head. I am not anything. Something feels off. I quickly countered, no, I am something. Oh, that seems incorrect. The nun took another drag from her cigarette, muttering to herself, forget it. It seems he unintentionally summoned me. She then floated back to the matriarch, whispering, Lingling, you have truly endured much over the years. Now, let me take complete control of your body. As I watched the nun drift away, my fear subsided slightly. Simultaneously, my intellect regained its footing. Analyzing the nun's previous behavior, I discerned that she did not seem to be a true spirit. The reason being, she had just smoked a real cigarette. Indeed, at that moment, I felt like a detective. Everything began to make sense. If she were a spirit, she could not possibly smoke real tobacco. Consequently, this nun-like spirit was, in fact, a living person. She had merely transformed into a spectral form due to some ability. It also occurred to me that the matriarch was likely a devil fruit user, specifically possessing the soul fruit. The mystery was solved. A flawless deduction. Wait, there's a flaw. If the matriarch is indeed a soul fruit user, who is this entity emerging from her mind? Moreover, it appeared she could also wield the powers of the soul fruit. What was going on? Before I could ponder further, the nun had already begun to merge her spirit into the matriarch's body. Without hesitation, I swiftly retrieved an explosive talisman from the system space, wrapping it around a kunai, and hurled it forward with a whoosh. Boom! The kunai pierced through the nun's foot, causing no harm. As expected, she had no physical form. Following this, an explosion ensued. Although the blast failed to injure the nun, it successfully distracted her. She turned her head to discern my intentions. That was precisely my aim. Seizing the moment of her distraction, I activated the body flicker technique, half crouching beside the matriarch's body, pressing my hand against her shoulder. Divine might. Due to the nature of the contact-based transfer, although the matriarch's body was significantly larger than that of an average person. However, in an instant, I successfully transported her into the Shenwei space. Although I had yet to decipher the relationship between the nun and the elderly woman, it was prudent to separate the two for the time being. The nun turned to gaze at my original location, only to find that I had vanished. When she turned back, she was astonished to discover that the elderly woman, who had been lying on the ground, had inexplicably disappeared. The nun looked at me in surprise, her face revealing a sense of urgency. What do you mean? I swiftly moved away from her, creating distance with a series of quick movements. With a flick of my wrist, the golden staff appeared in my hand. I shook it, noting its girth, and with a slight tremor, I gauged its length. I twirled the dark staff in front of my chest and pointed at her. Hey, monster, cease your arrogance. The nun stared at me, dumbfounded. Wow, you're really into this role. It was always like this. With this staff made from the Chiodao jade, I couldn't help but get lost in the act. I awkwardly scratched my face. I want to let you touch the elderly woman's body until you clarify your situation. The nun regained her composure and surveyed her surroundings, her demeanor entirely transformed. Where have you taken Lingling's body? Lingling? Oh, right. It seems the elderly woman is called Lingling. I lifted my chin and smiled faintly. He guess. The nun flicked away her cigarette, but don't think that just because you move quickly, you can be so arrogant. This trick of yours is merely a type of fruit ability. Once I take you down, I will know where Lingling's body is. I chuckled inwardly, realizing that this was the inherent advantage of ninjas over fruit users. These individuals often approach problems from the wrong angle, and with such limited understanding, it would be quite embarrassing if I were to lose. As I listened to the nun's analysis, I feigned a look of tension as if my scheme had been uncovered. The nun, noticing my expression, became even more convinced of her deductions. She flicked her fingers, and a small sun appeared between them. This sun was surprisingly flat, resembling the simplistic drawings of a child. Before I could mock its childishness, the 2D sun suddenly spoke. Master, wait, what? What's happening? Are you creating something out of thin air? or bringing life into existence. Must you be so extravagant? The nun chuckled and greeted the 2D sun, first lighting a cigarette with it before pointing at me. We meet again, Prometheus. Go, burn into ashes. Yes, master. At your command. The sun immediately floated toward me. It puffed up its cheeks, and a stream of flames erupted from its mouth. Initially, I thought they were joking, and I was somewhat impressed by the nun's ability to create. However, I was taken aback to find that this 2D sun could indeed spew fire. Startled, I swiftly dodged in another direction. Yet, the sun, realizing I had evaded it, continued to float toward me, flames still pouring forth. Clearly, the nun had recognized that this was a confined space. Coincidentally, it could also allow for airflow. She figured that if she ignited the entire area, I would undoubtedly be unable to escape. I must admit, her analysis was remarkably accurate. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with me. As the surroundings began to blaze, I did not panic. Rather, I smiled slightly. Water release, great waterfall technique. From beneath my feet, torrents of water began to surge forth, extinguishing the flames. The scalding walls, upon contact with the water, produced copious amounts of steam. The entire space became enveloped in rising mist, obscuring the line of sight between the nun and me. Of course, this was her assumption. Let us not forget that I possessed the ability to see through the veil. With a sudden movement, I teleported directly in front of the nun. Moon reading. Indeed, against an opponent like the nun, who lacked a physical form, my best strategy was to employ illusions to control her. This tactic had proven effective time and again, except against the likes of Akaino, who possessed formidable natural abilities that I could not entirely subdue. For a superhuman like the nun, who wielded a devil fruit ability, this technique was exceedingly reliable. As she succumbed to the illusion, I extended a finger and gently pressed it against her forehead. To understand the relationship between the nun and the elderly woman, it seemed the only way was to read their memories. Thus, I began to utilize the secret arts of the Yama tribe to delve into the nun's memories concerning the elderly woman. Soon, I uncovered the truth. Many years prior, the nun had been involved in the illicit trade of children. By chance, she encountered the young Lingling. This Lingling was no ordinary child. She appeared to possess the bloodline of giants and exhibited a kind of mania. Whenever she craved a particular food and could not obtain it, she would unleash astonishing power. On one occasion, Lingling, in a fit, defeated 2 elders of the giant clan. Simultaneously, she awakened the conqueror's haki. Recognizing Lingling's potential, the nun fixated on her. Previously, the nun had merely sought to augment her income through the trafficking of children. However, as the Navy began to crack down on such activities, her business faltered. Realizing the futility of her current path, she contemplated turning to piracy as a means of acquiring wealth. Moreover, her family had long passed down a secret regarding a vast treasure. It was said that obtaining this treasure would lead to untold riches. Naturally, the nun was eager to seize it, but having consumed the soul fruit, she found herself unable to venture out to sea. This led her to abandon the idea of treasure hunting. With no other options, she planned one last grand heist to secure a comfortable retirement. To her astonishment, among the children she gathered, she discovered Lingling. With her conqueror's haki awakening, Lingling was not only impervious to harm, but also possessed immense offensive power. The nun believed that if she could obtain Lingling's body, her dream of finding treasure might indeed come to fruition. Thus, she began to devise a plan to seize Lingling's body. It is essential to note that for others, even with the desire to take over another's body, it would be nearly impossible. Yet, the nun was an exception. As a user of the soul fruit, she had, over the years, occasionally stumbled upon the true use of her powers, soul replacement. In simple terms, this meant possession. Indeed, the nun could utilize her own soul to enter another person's body, gradually consuming the other's soul until she became the new master of that body. In a sense, this ability might genuinely offer a form of immortality. However, at that time, the nun did not recognize the true value of the fruit. Her sole intention was to seize Lingling's body. In doing so, not only could she eliminate the wicked human traffickers, but she could also re-emerge in the public eye through a new form. What was even more fortuitous was that the Navy had already set its sights on her. Having been troubled by how to extricate herself from her predicament, she found a complete solution to all her worries. The more she contemplated, the more resolute she became in her determination to usurp Lingling. Thus, she began a plot. One day, the nun invited everyone to a meal. All the children surrounding her gathered together. As she presented the food, Lingling, while eating, suddenly began to convulse. Observing the other children being consumed by Lingling, the nun had a flash of inspiration. She realized that this might be the perfect opportunity for her to take over. Without hesitation, she abandoned her physical form and manifested in a spiritual state. Seizing the moment while Lingling was indulging, she exerted all her strength to take control of Lingling's soul. Simultaneously, she attempted to merge with Lingling's body. However, the nun believed her actions were flawless, only to discover that a long baguette and a giant had witnessed the entire scene from a distance. As the nun entered Lingling's body, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Lingling's soul was far more formidable than that of the others. Even the nun found herself unable to assimilate it. In a state of panic, she could only muster all her strength to seal Lingling's soul. Yet, after completing this, she found herself in a weakened state. Consequently, two distinct souls began to clash within Lingling's body. With Lingling as the corporeal master, she gradually began to overpower the nun. However, the nun, now devoid of a physical form, could not return to her original body. In a desperate gamble, she unleashed her full potential and successfully confined Lingling's soul in a certain corner. Thus, a new figure emerged in the world of the Pirate King, Dama. Although the nun had succeeded in sealing Lingling's soul, the seal was rather crude. Under certain specific circumstances, Lingling's body could reverse the situation and take control of the nun. The two souls began to consume and merge with one another. Ultimately, Lingling, in a state of hunger, managed to suppress the nun. The long baguette, having observed the entire process, realized that the nun had failed to consume Lingling and was instead being devoured. This left him exhilarated. From that point on, he joined forces with Lingling to form a pirate crew. As time passed, although the nun remained trapped within Lingling, she continually fed off her strength to enhance her own. In this back-and-forth struggle, the nun gradually began to gain the upper hand. This process consumed over a decade of the nun's time. Once she regained control, she, fueled by her pent-up resentment, began to exhibit a cruel and bloodthirsty nature. This led to Dame's name resonating throughout the pirate world. Thus, the two souls began to stabilize, with Lingling's spirit only manifesting under specific conditions. Lingling, portrayed as an innocent child with a pure heart, regrettably fell victim to this usurpation. After reviewing the nun's memories, a cold sweat drenched my back. Cunning, ruthlessness, scheming, and malice. Who could have imagined that this nunly figure harbored such a terrifying side? Thankfully, I had not allowed her to come into contact with Dame's body again. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet now, this entity existed in a spiritual form. In this state, I found myself at a loss for how to eliminate her entirely. However, failing to do so meant allowing such a dangerous character to roam the world unchallenged, an utter disaster. Just as I pondered ways to vanquish the nun, the 2D sun, Prometheus, sprang into action. Moments ago, the room was shrouded in mist, and it had yet to notice. Now, as the fog dissipated, it suddenly saw its master motionless, while the enemy had their hands on their master's head. Devoted to her master, she immediately charged forward with a furious roar, spewing flames once more. As I was deep in thought, I suddenly heard a scream. Turning my head, I was astonished to see that the 2D sun had begun to stir again. With a swift movement, I dodged aside, witnessing the sun charge at me like a raging bull. Closing my left eye, a red light flickered in my right eye as I invoked Amaterasu. Boom! Black flames erupted above the rudimentary sun. Amaterasu certainly lived up to its reputation. Except for the confusion in the mind of the genius ninja, Itachi, unable to extinguish the flames, everything else gradually turned to ash. Prometheus was no exception. In its lamentation, it gradually lost strength. Ultimately, a white light emerged from its head, swiftly darting back into the nun's body. A sly smile crept across my face as I contemplated mocking the sun. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The nun, who had tightly closed her eyes, began to tremble, seemingly on the verge of awakening. I cursed under my breath. After vanquishing Prometheus, I had not anticipated its return to the caster's body. This realization caused the nun, trapped in an illusion, to suddenly become aware of her situation. Furthermore, due to Prometheus's return, the pseudo-balance I had established using the illusionary technique Tsukuyomi within the nun's body was disrupted, allowing her to fully awaken. I initially planned to employ the same tactic again. However, as soon as the nun opened her eyes, she scattered her complete spiritual form into countless fragments. These divided pieces filled the entire space. Subsequently, they reassembled behind me, and the nun reappeared. "Kid, I must commend you. That last move was quite perilous. This was bad. My Tsukuyami had failed this time. Clearly, having fallen for it once. The nun instantly deduced that she had been ensnared due to our eye contact. This time, she tightly closed her eyes, denying me any further opportunity. This was troublesome. With this, Tsukuyami was rendered ineffective. I meticulously contemplated my strategy in my mind. Meanwhile, the nun appeared to be smoking nonchalantly, feigning indifference. Yet internally, she was undoubtedly feeling a sense of relief. This kid across from her was powerful, and his techniques were enigmatic. Not only could he spray water seemingly from thin air, but he could also relocate Lingling's body to places even I could not detect. It seemed that dealing with him would pose quite a challenge. Moreover, I still could not ascertain what kind of devil fruit user he was. He could spray water, teleport, and cast illusions. Was this fellow a monster? Particularly with this illusion. After just being ensnared, I found myself entering a mysterious space. Although those knife-wielding individuals posed no harm to me, the flow of time in that space seemed entirely different from the outside world. This situation was indeed complicated. On the other side, I found myself gazing at an opponent devoid of physical form, their eyes firmly shut. I couldn't help but reflect on the predicament we were in. It was indeed quite troublesome. In our mutual wariness, neither of us made a move. I scrutinized my adversary while contemplating my strategy. Since they lacked a physical body, it was evident that illusions would be the most effective approach. However, conventional illusions are typically initiated through visual cues, with the opponent's eyes tightly closed. Even if I wished to employ an illusion, it would be utterly futile. Without the use of illusions, I was at a loss as to how to inflict any harm. I did ponder the possibility of employing the Shikigami sealing technique to see if it could trap this spiritual being. The answer was affirmative. However, the drawback of this technique was that it demanded a sacrifice of my own life, a rather unwise trade-off. Was there an alternative sealing method that could bind the nun? I discreetly recalled the contents of the sealing tome, but found no suitable method to restrain her. The four symbols sealing technique could work, but I certainly wouldn't want to imprison the nun within my own body, thereby becoming her host. That was preposterous. Even if I were to find her abilities appealing, I would never consider such a course of action. Then I contemplated the idea of providing her with a physical form. This could be feasible. However, she could abandon that form the moment it was destroyed and revert back to her spiritual state, rendering my efforts moot. No, I must reconsider illusions. Alas, if only there were illusions that did not rely on visual perception. Wait, to my astonishment, there was indeed such a thing. I hastily summoned two great toad sages, Shinsaku and Shimada. I beseech you both to employ the toad song. Though the two sages expressed mild reluctance, they complied and unleashed this formidable technique. The toad song is an illusion that can be activated solely through auditory means, and I believe it to be the most powerful illusion beneath the heavens, unmatched by any other. In this particular situation, it was perfectly suited. Soon, the space reverberated with the chorus of croaking frogs. The nun, with her eyes still closed, was engrossed in devising a counter-strategy against me. Ultimately, she realized that she did not even know my true identity. Thus, she contemplated utilizing a method of soul accumulation, wherein she would release numerous small fragments of her soul to gradually erode mine, ultimately achieving my demise. Just as she resolved to proceed, she suddenly heard a faint yet distinct croaking sound in her ears. What was happening? The nun pondered this in secret. Was this yet another ploy by that boy, attempting to lure her into opening her eyes with strange noises? She might as well give up that hope. I paid her no heed as the two toad sages continued their performance. Before long, the nun began to react. Despite her tightly shut eyes, curiosity compelled her to wonder what was producing the sound. However, fearing that it might be part of my scheme, she struggled to keep her eyes closed. In the midst of her internal conflict, she was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in her head. A wave of heaviness overtook her, and she lost control, collapsing to the ground. The moment she made contact with the floor, the scenery around her shifted once more. This time, she felt as though she had entered a confined space. This perplexed her further, as she had not opened her eyes. Why was she perceiving the changing surroundings? Then, a transparent cube materialized, with four colossal toads seated around it. Within the cube, the nun floated, but soon her body became entirely submerged in water. As a wielder of abilities, she harbored an innate fear of water, which only accelerated her descent into the illusion. Thus, she experienced the overwhelming sensation of sinking deep beneath the ocean. the pressure of the water constricting her heart, and the suffocating inability to breathe. Each sensation instilled within her a desperate urge for self-annihilation. Yet, she found herself utterly immobilized, unable to move even a finger. Observing the nun ensnared in the depths of the illusion, I felt uncertain about my next course of action. Fortunately, Shinsaku informed me that he could teach me a method. By employing the puppet technique, I could create a body for her and then infuse her soul into the puppet. Consequently, she would be compelled to possess a physical form. Afterward, whether through sealing techniques or other means, I would be able to inflict harm upon her. Taking Shinsaku's advice to heart, I immediately set to work. Utilizing would release. I crafted a puppet tailored specifically for the nun, infused with a touch of my own mischievous humor. Once completed, Shinsaku covered his face, shaking his head with a wry smile. Shimada, intrigued, inquired, "Little one, why have you fashioned a puppet resembling Sakura? Do you have a fondness for her?" I quickly shook my head and bid farewell to the two sages. I infused the nun's soul into the body of Sakura. The immobilized nun seamlessly merged with Sakura, and I stored her within the Kimui space, preparing to find a deep sea to cast her into later. After completing these tasks, I transferred the elderly woman's body out once again. After a thorough treatment, she miraculously regained consciousness. She sat up, scrutinizing me closely. "Who are you?" Following the resolution of the nun's predicament, Lingling also awakened. Although she retained the appearance of the elderly woman, upon closer inspection, one could observe that her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to that of a university student. One of her fingers was pressed against the corner of her mouth, her lively eyes blinking playfully. "Who are you?" Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the one who had awakened was no longer the nun. I tentatively replied, "Well, let's not worry about who I am for now. Do you know who you are?" The elderly woman tilted her substantial head, adopting a cute, childlike look of confusion. Furrowing her brow in deep thought, she slowly articulated, "I feel like my name should be Lingling, but I can't quite recall." "Uncle, who am I?" "Wang Defa, my friend, you're over 60 years old, you know? Calling me uncle seems a bit excessive. Moreover, with such a large frame, making such adorable gestures feels slightly incongruous. Perhaps you should remove that finger from your mouth." Observing her expression, my mind began to race. What should I do? I understood that I had two choices. If executed skillfully, I might be able to compel Lingling to obey my every command. However, such an endeavor was fraught with peril, akin to courting a tiger. After much contemplation, I ultimately decided to speak the truth. This way, I would bear no psychological burden, and as long as I avoided contact with the elderly woman's team, I would be free to act as I pleased. Collecting my thoughts, I began to condition Lingling's mind. You are indeed called Lingling. However, you have lost your memory." Lingling gazed at me with innocent eyes, her expression one of indifference. Soon, her saliva began to flow uncontrollably. Uncle, do you have anything to eat?" I find myself engulfed by hunger, yearning for a delectable slice of cake at this very moment. "Ah, your desires are indeed quite clear, a cake you seek. While I possess none, rest assured, this is Cake Island, where culinary delights abound." Thus, I once again coaxed Lingling to accompany me outside. However, upon our entrance, we were met with a formidable lock, installed by the elder to prevent disturbances. Now, in her state of amnesia, she has forgotten how to escape. Observing Lingling's escalating agitation due to the absence of cake, I am compelled to devise a means to shatter the surrounding walls, perhaps allowing us to return to the outside world. To my dismay, the walls, constructed with great fortitude by the elder, resist my efforts. After a flurry of attempts with minimal success, I realize I must resort to my ultimate technique. With a clap of my hands and a closing of my eyes, I rise anew, my skin radiating with a purple aura within a meter's vicinity. The vibrant purple light begins to reorganize in the air, reconstructing bones, muscles, skin, and garments. Susanoo. Indeed, this formidable skill, which I spent 2 years mastering, had eluded me during the system's dormant state. Yet now, it is at my disposal. With the full power of Susanoo, I cleave through the walls, and moments later, I reappear alongside Lingling on the other side of Card 2. I first permit Lingling to indulge in the culinary delights before explaining to Card 2 the circumstances that led to the elder's current condition. Clearly, upon grasping the situation, Card 2 is unable to accept it, shouting in fury and intent on confronting me. I understand that this revelation is undoubtedly difficult for him to process. Yet I have no alternative. I cannot simply return the nun to him. Thus, I make my swift exit, leaving behind a message urging them to remain calm. I then ascend into the sky, accelerating away into the distance, successfully escaping the Elder's domain. As I float above, I ponder my next destination. Alas, I feel a twinge of remorse for Card 2, having left him with such a mess. The Elder now possesses the intellect of an 8-year-old child, and the pure-hearted Lingling surely has no desire to become the Pirate King. This predicament has undoubtedly led to the dissolution of the Elder's crew, and it is not inconceivable that rivalries over inheritance may arise among them. Among the living, there are those with considerable ambition who might once again rally to form a crew. Ultimately, this situation is beyond my control. As I drift aimlessly through the skies, I attempt to communicate with this new system. After all, 2 years without the system's companionship has inevitably left me a bit disheartened. Fortunately, the system has been reactivated, and prior to my confrontation with the nun, it seemed to have issued a notification. Perhaps the current system is even more robust than its predecessor. I thus open the system panel to examine the relevant details. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reactivating this system. The following outlines the rules for its use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reactivating the system. Ding! The host is detected to be within the pirate world. Ding! Host memory is being accessed. Please wait. 2.5 minutes later, ding! Host memory access is complete. The following tasks are now issued. Please hold on a moment. Ding! At the host's request. Task issuance has been paused. Good grief, I still haven't grasped the purpose of this new system, and it immediately assigns tasks. So what is your function system? Ding! This system is the face-slapping system. The host can earn rewards by completing tasks. Indeed, it carries that familiar essence. It has returned, truly returned. The familiar formula. The familiar rhythm. Though I am to be met with the system's face-slapping once more, the feeling of companionship during such moments stirs my spirit. By the way, have there been any changes to the rewards? Ding! After the system's upgrade, the rewards have undergone some transformation. Ah, I see. There's indeed a difference. While the process remains unchanged, the rewards have evolved. What types of rewards are typically offered now? Ding! The variety of rewards is abundant, encompassing ninjutsu, physical techniques, sage arts, haki, and more. Initially, I felt unperturbed by the mention of the former rewards, yet the inclusion of haki strikes me as novel. Could it be that this new system's activation is what has triggered its emergence? Having gained a clearer understanding of the system's capabilities, I feel a measure of reassurance. All right, system, let us proceed with task issuance. Ding! Please complete the following task within 3 days. Assemble a pirate crew with the host as captain. What does this imply? You want me to create my own pirate crew? Ding! The host has heard correctly. Please accomplish this within 3 days. Are there specific requirements? Ding! At least one partner must be successfully invited. Goodness, this is indeed a fresh undertaking. Essentially, having followed Luffy up until now, I am to establish myself as a rival faction? No, that cannot be the case. While I must form a pirate crew, I could also ally with Luffy, thus remaining comrades. Overall, this task seems relatively straightforward. The system merely stipulates that I must establish my own crew, and while I must recruit at least one ally, it does not specify who that must be. This grants me considerable leeway. Moreover, I already have a suitable candidate in mind. I prick my finger, tracing a line of blood across my hand. With hands crossed, I swiftly form the seals for the summoning technique. As the smoke dissipates, QB lazily sprawls on the ground. What is it, little brat? Are you here to milk me again? I chuckle awkwardly and ask, QB, would you care to become my partner? The nine-tailed beast pauses, uncertain of my intentions, yet displays a profound connection to me. Spare me your theatrics. Just say what you want. Haha, as I mentioned, I wish for you to join me as my partner. QB rolls its eyes, clearly uninterested in my proposal. However, I remain undeterred. After much persuasion, QB ultimately agrees to become my companion. Yet, the system fails to acknowledge the success of this task. Could it be that I have misunderstood? Perhaps QB cannot be my partner, or the manner in which QB joined is incorrect. Observing my bewilderment, QB advises, although I do not comprehend your intentions. If we are speaking of partnership, you and we-tailed beasts have long been allies. Enlightened by QB's words, I realize the wisdom in them. Nevertheless, I refuse to give up, determined to seek clarity. After several attempts, the system remains unresponsive. It appears that QB was indeed correct. As I contemplated attempting once more, the QB suddenly erupted in fury, its tail sweeping forcefully across my shoulder. Accompanied by a surge of malevolent chakra, the moment it made contact with my body, it was entirely absorbed by the Joketsu latent within me. The QB was evidently unaware that I had become one with the Joketsu. In its perception, I should have been sent flying by that tail strike. However, much to its disappointment, not only was I not propelled away, but the chakra from its tail was wholly absorbed by me. It gazed at me with astonishment, fear etched upon its face. It attempted to inquire something, but fell silent instead. With a cold huff, it vanished from sight. Once the QB had disappeared, I carefully deliberated the sequence of events. I deduced that the failure to recruit a companion likely stemmed from the fact that the QB was not a true human being. It was merely a creature of chakra, possessing intelligence, yet fundamentally devoid of flesh and blood. It was, in essence, merely a mass of chakra. This realization made me appreciate the meticulousness of the system. Nevertheless, I did not abandon my aspirations. With a subtle smile, I resolutely employed a ninjutsu once more. Impure world reincarnation. Bang! As I beheld the coffin gradually emerging from the earth, my excitement swelled. Although the QB, being a summoning beast, could not become my companion, I would endeavor to summon a true human instead. Indeed, my intuition proved correct. The coffin fully emerged, its lids slowly opening. A figure with orange hair, clad in black, cloud-patterned attire, appeared. His eyes gradually opened, first surveying his surroundings, then fixing an intense gaze upon me. "Who are you?" I offered a polite smile and replied, "Greetings, I am Kono-Su. It is an honor to finally meet you, Yahiko." Indeed, the individual I had summoned was none other than Yahiko, the leader of the original Akatsuki organization. Previously, when my system urged me to seek companions, I contemplated that if I could summon characters from the world of Hokage, I could establish an extraordinarily powerful pirate crew. However, such individuals could only be chosen from the deceased. Characters like Naruto, who were unlikely to perish easily, were not summoned. Naturally, figures like the first Hokage were not my first choice either. While they possess formidable strength, their mindset tends to be rather rigid. Particularly the first Hokage, who was solely focused on establishing a ninja village. Even with great power, I had no need for someone like that. This is a world of pirates, and should he attempt to create a naval academy, I would have no recourse to express my grievances. The second Hokage was even less desirable, as not only was he immensely powerful, but his meticulous thinking was beyond my capacity to control. Furthermore, he was the creator of impure world reincarnation. If I were to inadvertently allow him to resurrect himself, no one would be able to rein him in. Thus, I could only select someone strong yet simple-minded. Yahiko, the leader of the original Akatsuki, was an excellent candidate. Although he is not entirely simple-minded, his unwavering desire to establish a peaceful nation made me feel confident in persuading him to join my pirate crew. With a plan in mind, I arrived at a small island and utilized would-release clones as sacrifices, intending to test whether I could summon a deceased individual. I recognized that this action was inherently perilous. After all, I was utilizing my own clone. Although the wood release was composed entirely of Hashirama's cells, I remained uncertain about any adverse effects this action might have on my true self. Fortunately, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. When Yahiko heard me call his name, he did not exhibit any overt surprise. He merely glanced at me before turning his attention back to the sea. It was my first time witnessing such a vast ocean and such a bright sky. He sat on the shore, allowing the waves to wash over his feet, reclining on the sand while gazing at the sun in the sky. Gradually, a radiant smile began to grace his face. "Thank you." "Huh?" I was taken aback, entirely unprepared for his expression of gratitude. This left me feeling somewhat flustered. I mimicked his posture, slowly lying down on the ground. "Why thank me?" "I do not know. Merely looking at this guy instills a profound sense of tranquility within me. This is the first time in my life I have felt such comfort. Thus, I should express my gratitude to you." I stammered, unsure of how to respond. Clearly, the atmosphere had grown somewhat awkward. After lying there for a while, Yahiko sat up and scrutinized me carefully. "All right, now we can discuss the situation." I also sat up and began to narrate the events slowly. When Yahiko learned that this was not the world of ninjas, he did not display any particular astonishment, which surprised me. When I inquired why he was not perplexed, Yahiko succinctly elaborated, "Because the ninja world does not possess such a vast sea or such warm sunlight." I must admit, Yahiko displayed considerable wisdom. Had it not been for Nagato's protagonist aura being stronger, I believe Yahiko would have become an exceptionally formidable character. Subsequently, I explained to him the people and things in this world. Naturally, when I asked if he wished to join my pirate crew, he hesitated noticeably. "Before I answer your question, could you tell me what happened to Nagato and Conan?" Truthfully, I had no knowledge of that. when the Kyuubi and the others arrived. They did not divulge the timeline of events in the Hokage world. This was also the reason I had refrained from summoning Nagato. If he were still alive, my summoning could lead to significant troubles. Raising my hand, I gestured for Yahiko to wait a moment and once again summoned the Kyuubi. Hey, Kyuubi, I have a question for you. When you returned to the ninja world, what period was it? What do you mean? Oh, I mean to ask what transpired after you returned to the ninja world. Nothing happened at all. I was at a loss for words. Was this old beast not supposed to be clever? How could it fail to comprehend human speech? It seemed prudent to consult someone else. Just as I prepared to inquire with another individual, the Kyuubi informed me that the time in the ninja world was relatively static. This meant that I could summon characters from that world without any concern. With this reassuring news, I felt completely at ease. It appeared the two timelines remained unaffected by my presence. In fact, I could even summon Naruto's son if I wished. However, I prefer to steer clear of the prince and instead seek out someone like Yahiko, a child from a less fortunate background. After informing Yahiko that Konan and Nagato could appear, he seemed somewhat hesitant. Thus, I assured him that I would not summon Konan and the others until he was mentally prepared. Yahiko nodded in agreement. Now, we should discuss the main matter. Are you willing to become my companion? Upon receiving his affirmative response, I was once again prompted by the system. A chime resonated, indicating the successful acquisition of a partner. Excellent. With this, I have completed half of my task. Subsequently, all that remains is to establish a pirate crew, thus fulfilling the mission entirely. Well, Yahiko, you are already aware of the circumstances here. Now, let us bestow a name upon our pirate crew. How about we call it the Akatsuki Pirate Crew? I must say, Yahiko is quite attached to his own organization. Even in the realm of pirates, he still yearns to replicate the name of his own group. However, this name does carry a hint of pretentiousness. Noticing my apparent dissatisfaction, Yahiko quickly amended his suggestion, saying, "Why don't you think of one yourself? After all, you're the captain. Perhaps you should just call me captain. This is no longer the world of ninjas." Yahiko nodded in agreement. "Here is an idea. My name contains the character for light, and your organization has the character for dawn. How about we name it the Ninja Pirate Crew?" Yahiko stared at me as if I were foolish, internally scoffing at the connection between the name and the two characters I mentioned. Nevertheless, he had no objections. Besides, he was originally a ninja, so such a name seemed fitting. Thus, the Ninja Pirate Crew was established. A chime sounded, congratulating the host on completing the task. The lottery commenced. On the system interface, a massive wheel spun continuously. Soon, the rewards were revealed. A pirate ship. It seems the system truly possesses some remarkable features, even providing a pirate vessel. As I retrieved the ship from the system's storage, a vessel appeared upon the sea, perhaps due to the retrieval of my memories. This ship was clearly modeled after the Thousand Sunny. However, it lacked the propulsion system of the original, resembling it only in appearance. The figurehead, once a sunflower, had transformed into a simple pointed design. In summary, it was a rather ordinary ship. "Captain, this ship looks quite sizable," Yahiko exclaimed. "Haha, indeed. We now have a ship. Let me paint a symbol on the sail." Naturally, the emblem of the Ninja Pirate Crew should center around ninjas. However, I'm not particularly skilled in drawing. Thus, I merely inscribed the character for blade and depicted two cross kanai, substituting for the character representing heart. Finally, the pirate flag was complete, though it appeared somewhat incongruous. We were not aspiring to become the Pirate King, so a casual approach sufficed. After completing these tasks, we encountered a technical dilemma. Neither Yahiko nor I possessed any knowledge of navigation. Moreover, we found ourselves in the new world with unpredictable winds and waves, and we lacked a log pose. How were we to sail? Yahiko looked at me and said, "You have been in this world for over 2 years. How can you not know how to navigate?" I awkwardly scratched my head, admitting in truth, 2 years ago, I would get seasick while sailing. I have spent the last 2 years on land. Yahiko facepalmed, feeling that my joining him was a poor decision. "So what shall we do now? We can't just push the ship along, can we?" I confidently thumped my chest and proclaimed, "Fear not, I have a solution." Approaching the ship's underside, I pushed with both hands, invoking ninjutsu, super light heavy rock technique. In an instant, the ninja ship slowly ascended into the sky. "Wow, Captain, that is quite an ingenious method. Perhaps we should rename the ship the Flying Bird." "Ha! It would be better named the Cloud Ship. We could also change our crew name to the Soaring Pirate Crew." Amidst laughter, I gently lowered the pirate ship once more. It was not that I was weary. Rather, without a log pose, we could not venture anywhere. "What is the matter, Captain?" Yahiko inquired. "I need to buy some supplies." By the way, this book is for you, I said, tossing him a tome on ninjutsu. It contained numerous techniques, albeit foundational ones, which would prove useful for Yahiko. Currently, he was in a reincarnated body, endowed with infinite chakra. Coupled with the ninjutsu book's assistance, he would soon possess formidable strength. Although he lacked any bloodline limits, he could certainly handle minor adversaries. After completing the system task, I was supposed to receive the next mission immediately. However, the system indicated that I must wait 3 days before continuing to receive tasks. It seemed I had completed the previous task rather swiftly. During these 3 days, Yahiko and I would reside aboard the ship. I contemplated summoning a few more allies, but considering the potential conflict with the next task, I decided to wait. Perhaps the next mission would involve gathering companions. Thus, I lay down to sleep while Yahiko diligently studied ninjutsu. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Perospero pondered, what should we do now? He extended his long tongue to lick his lips and concluded, first, we must completely seal off information. We cannot allow the other Yonko to learn of Mother S condition. Second, we must attempt to awaken Mother S memories. Bring Bruley to investigate her memories and see if there's a chance for restoration. Third, we must search for that person and, upon discovery, proceed with caution. Understood, Big Brother. After the others departed, Perospero instructed Katakuri, keep a close watch on the long loaf to prevent any unexpected actions. Katakuri was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Perospero's deep mistrust of the long loaf. But, Big Brother, is it really necessary to watch him? After all, he is one of the key founders of our crew. Perospero raised a hand to stop Katakuri, asserting, this is a critical time. All unstable factors must be eliminated. Until Mother S memories are restored, we must remain vigilant. All right, I understand. The two watched over the slumbering Linlin, their faces etched with concern. Katakuri utilized his observation haki to scan the surroundings, confirming that no one was approaching before quietly asking Perospero, Big Brother, what if Mother cannot return to her former self? We hope for her recovery. If by chance she cannot, we must strive to contain the information. Fortunately, for now, Mother S combat abilities remain intact, despite her memory issues. Katakuri sighed, well, that is a small mercy amidst our misfortune. Their clandestine plotting in the secret chamber went unheard by others. Shortly thereafter, Bruley entered the secret room. Through her editing, she managed to modify some of Linlin's memories. However, she was unable to restore Linlin to her former self. After treatment, Linlin appeared to have gained new thoughts. Yet, the very concern that Katakuri and Perospero had feared materialized. The reborn Linlin displayed no interest in becoming the Pirate King. In fact, she expressed a desire to disband the current crew. Of course, with Katakuri and Perospero's intervention, this idea was temporarily suppressed. Simultaneously, Linlin's yearning to find that old man intensified. Thus, the members of the Dama pirate crew began their quest from Cake Island, scouring the surrounding islands in search of one person. Indeed, that person is me. At this moment, I remain oblivious to the unfolding events. 3 days later, the System S task reemerged. Ding! Please complete the following task within a week. Locate the Yonko Dama and persuade her to join your crew. I exhaled deeply. This task could hardly be deemed easy. It's downright perilous. Having previously dealt Dama such a grievous blow, now I am tasked with seeking her out. Is this not a matter of life and death? I suspect that Ka-Air has already begun his worldwide search for me. Should he find me, it is unlikely he would extend an invitation to dine. Rather, it is more probable I would face a bullet. Nevertheless, this is a system mission, and I must devise a strategy to confront it head-on. Thus, after altering our appearances, Mian and I set forth towards Dama's Cake Island. Mian, how did you find the book I gave you? Is it useful? I inquired. Ha, Captain, that book is rather rudimentary. The ninjutsu within is mostly common knowledge. It serves merely as a diversion, I suppose. Oh, I didn't realize you had become so well acquainted with the techniques in that book. It seems that Master Jiraiya's guidance was indeed quite effective. Mian gazed skyward, seemingly reminiscing about the joyful times shared among the four of them. Indeed, Master Jiraiya was truly one of a kind. Not only did he provide us with sustenance, but he also took us 3 as his disciples. By the way, I wonder how Master Jiraiya is faring now. His inquiry left me at a loss for words. How could I possibly reveal that the so-called mentor he revered had fallen by his own hand? Although your past self acted unconsciously, it was still your hand that sealed his fate. However, Mian's words reminded me that our pirate crew now comprised only 2 members. It appears prudent to summon a few more individuals. Consequently, Through my efforts, our team expanded by 2. With the addition of Nagato and Xiaonan, I suddenly felt that this was no longer merely a pirate crew. After teaching me Yin the art of flight, the 4 of us decisively abandoned the pirate ship. With Nagato's Rinnegan, he could already soar, while Xiaonan could utilize her wings to take flight. With the flight issue resolved, our next task was to unify our attire. Nagato and the others initially wished to don the Akatsuki uniforms, but after my vigorous objections, they ultimately acquiesced. Just imagine if we were still wearing those cloud pattern garments. We would truly need to reconsider our crew's name. Ultimately, we settled on a design of black and red. Overall, it consisted of black trench coats, with the emblem of our ninja pirate crew emblazoned on the back. This ensemble was hastily ordered by me. During the checkout, an amusing incident occurred. All my funds had been given to Ka Air, leaving me unable to pay the deposit. I had initially contemplated capturing some pirates to moonlight as a bounty hunter. However, it suddenly dawned on me that we are, in fact, pirates. What do laws have to do with us? Thus, what began as a case of fraud quickly transformed into a robbery. Of course, this behavior drew Xiaonan's scrutiny. Captain Xiaonan, this seems rather inappropriate. Spending money so liberally seems excessive. I was at a loss for words. She had the audacity to criticize my spending. Let's not forget the 600 billion explosive tags, which consumed a lifetime's worth of savings. Ahem. Well, we are now pirates. Therefore, morals cannot constrain us. That won't do, Mian interjected. While we may be pirates, we must still adhere to the principle of honor among thieves. Nagato is correct. Precisely because our actions are unlawful, we must impose some form of restraint. Otherwise, we may find ourselves increasingly lost on the wrong path. Heavenly Buddha, what kind of logic is this? Here we are, having descended to piracy, yet we are still expected to uphold our inner moral compass. Well then, should I offer my own head to him? I suggested, intending to provoke them. To my surprise, all 3 of them nodded in agreement with laughter. Xiaonan grinned. I didn't expect the captain to have such a grand vision. Nagato is right. I admire you for this perspective. Mian, let us proceed with this plan. I recall you mentioning that your bounty is also quite substantial. Reluctantly, I transformed into the 4th Hokage and presented myself to the shopkeeper, advising him to consider the remaining funds as compensation. After completing this, I held the new attire, sensing that something was amiss. My recent actions seemed to hint at a potential exploitation of the system. With our new garments, the 4 of us made our way directly to Cake Island. This time, I had no intention of inciting chaos, so I transformed into Kair's likeness and followed the route etched in my memory, reaching the hall from our last visit. Xiaonan, Nagato, and Mi Yin remained concealed beneath the waves. This indeed serves as the greatest advantage of our ninja pirate crew, our ability to disregard terrain and our unparalleled skill in stealth. I navigated effortlessly to the hidden chamber. After all, under the scrutiny of my perceptive eye, no secret passage could hinder me. Upon sighting me, Perispero appeared momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes and glancing again at the Ka Air beside him. I offered a slight smile and promptly reverted to my original form. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. I have returned. Fortunately, there were few people in the room. Apart from 2 of his sons, Dama was seated on a bench, asleep. Upon recognizing me, Perispero's eyes widened in disbelief. His body instantly transformed into a viscous substance, and his long tongue twirled through the air as torrents of crimson candy liquid surged towards me. Ka Air was not idle either. He pressed his hands to the ground, causing the surface to soften and undulate, transforming into a mochi-like state. Seeing their formidable attacks, I seized my playful demeanor. My body continuously shifted between solid and ethereal as I approached Dama. Aware of my capabilities, Ka Air's eyes widened. Activating his advanced Kenbunchika haki, he successfully discerned my intent to seize Dama at the first opportunity. Consequently, he raised his arm, erecting a solid wall between Dama and me. Oh dear, everyone seems rather tense. You dare return? Perispero exclaimed, clearly taken aback by my presence. Yet he soon realized that my form had passed through his candy liquid as if I had transformed into some ethereal entity. This realization heightened his alertness, and upon noticing Kair's wall, he understood my target was undoubtedly Dama. Without hesitation, he positioned himself directly in my path. Oh, it was all a misunderstanding. I merely wished to absorb some of the Conqueror's haki. I never anticipated that I would release another spirit from within her. What use is that now? Don't tell me you came merely to spectate. Perispero had no desire to engage in lengthy dialogue, yet he could not simply allow me to depart. Thus, He resorted to empty threats to alleviate his inner discontent. In the vicinity of Kar, witnessing my effortless traversal through Perospero's candy wall, it became evident to him that his own barriers were largely ineffectual. Thus, with a lateral movement, he positioned himself directly in front of me. As he swung his fork, sparks flew from the friction against the floor, embodying an indomitable spirit, a single warrior capable of holding back a multitude. The long fork pointed menacingly at my throat, and the fury in Kerr's eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over. "Clarify your intentions," he demanded. Otherwise, with a fierce glare, Kerr unleashed his conqueror's haki, the words "fish die," "net breaks," escaping through clenched teeth. Observing the tense standoff between the two, I felt compelled to take a step back to diffuse the escalating situation. "Gentlemen, please, let us not be hasty. I am merely here to assess the situation. You are aware of my expertise in healing arts. Perhaps I could assist in restoring Mama." Both men scoffed in unison. "Spare us. You are merely here to gawk." I quickly gestured to convey that such intentions had never crossed my mind. This occurrence had indeed taken me by surprise. Yet, from another perspective, Mama's return to her true self could be seen as a positive development. "Silence," they retorted. "It is because of you that our team nearly fell apart." The clamor successfully roused Mama from her stupor. She rubbed her eyes and lazily surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, her movements halted and her gaze fixed intently on me. Under her piercing stare, a chilling sensation surged from my feet to the crown of my head. True to her nature, she lunged towards me, seizing me as if I were the treasure she had long sought. With her enormous head, she affectionately rubbed against me. "Uncle, it really is you. I've searched for you everywhere. Hurry, take Lingling away. The people here refuse to help her." "Mother," I exclaimed, "please, let go and speak calmly." Lingling's robust embrace left my bones protesting in agony. "Mother, release me. This individual is an enemy." Upon hearing this, Lingling's expression shifted dramatically, her conqueror's haki flooding the room. Even Kaur, possessing the same power, felt disoriented and nearly collapsed. Perospero fared even worse, instinctively retreating a few steps, cold sweat trickling down his brow as the words he had intended to speak caught in his throat. This was after Lingling's haki had been partially absorbed by my system. Otherwise, these two might have found themselves incapacitated. The atmosphere became palpably awkward, and I understood that it was incumbent upon me to break the silence. "Everyone, let us remain calm. Lingling, please set me down. I feel as though my bones might shatter." Lingling, with a sheepish smile, seemed to recognize her earlier strength had been excessive and gently placed me back on the ground. I stretched my limbs and declared, "Spirit communication technique." Kar and Perospero immediately tensed. I waved my hand dismissively. "Fear not, gentlemen. This is merely the esophagus of a great toad, a secret space I have created. Here, our conversation will be unheard, even by deities." The three scrutinized their surroundings, touching and inspecting various aspects. Kaya, puzzled, had previously assumed I possessed a fruit-based ability, but now sensed that my powers had reached an awakened state. The implications of this realization were alarming. To confront an adversary with awakened fruit abilities who was unafraid of any form of haki and could even neutralize Conqueror's haki was indeed a terrifying prospect. Clearly, Perospero shared similar apprehensions. Exchanging glances, both displayed their concerns openly. "Well, now that it is just the four of us, I wish to know what changes have transpired with Lingling." Through their explanations, I grasped the gravity of the situation. Mama's crew was indeed in peril. "Do you have any solutions?" I inquired. They both shook their heads, lamenting, "Mama wishes to abandon her life as a pirate. But if she relinquishes that role, those among you who desire to continue can do so, inheriting her assets and challenging the other emperors." Perospero sighed heavily. "You speak lightly, but becoming an emperor is no trivial matter. The world of piracy is more complex than you presume." Kar concurred. "Previously, we relied on Mama's reputation to intimidate newcomers. If others learn of her current state, the other emperors will surely be the first to strike." As I contemplated their words, it struck me that their desire was less about restoring Mama to her former self and more about securing a formidable pillar of strength. If that was indeed the case, perhaps I had a solution. "Ahem, gentlemen, may I interpret your sentiments as such? If a more powerful individual than Mama were to assume the role of captain, it would resolve all issues?" They paused, initially taken aback, but upon reflection, it seemed to resonate with them. However, Kar interjected, "The captain of Mama's crew cannot be replaced. Otherwise, we would not remain." "Ah, Therein lies the brilliance of my proposition. Allow me to offer myself as your new captain. You, Kar, and Perispero exclaimed in unison. Absolutely not. Please, do not be so quick to dismiss me. Hear me out before making your decision. My intention is to leave a clone here, which will stabilize Lingling and prevent her from incessantly seeking me. Additionally, I can transform into Lingling's likeness to command this crew. Of course, I would merely serve as a messenger, requiring Kerr and Perispero to make the final decisions in specific situations. Upon hearing this, the two considered the proposition, sensing its potential viability. Kerr, your willingness to entertain this notion suggests you have something to gain in return, I remarked, admiring his foresight. It appeared that there were indeed capable individuals within Mama's crew. Indeed, I have one requirement, Kerr stated, but it is quite manageable. Pray tell. My condition is that Lingling must join my pirate crew. Lingling was eager to comply, yet Kerr and his companion reacted with palpable tension and anger. Calm down. Let me finish. All I require is a verbal agreement from Lingling, which she can rescind at any time without obstruction from me. With this clarification, Kerr found himself at a loss for words, unable to voice his anger. After a moment of contemplation, they asked, a mere verbal agreement? Indeed. Very well. But you must not renege on your previous promises. Rest assured. We then deliberated on various details, and thus I found myself, in a roundabout manner, taking the reins of a Yonko crew, albeit without any tangible authority, merely a puppet. If not for the completion of my mission, I would not have orchestrated such a convoluted scheme. After the discussion, I left behind a clone. Thus, a puppet of 4 sovereigns was born. Meanwhile, my main body received the signal indicating the completion of the task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. You have earned a chance for a lucky draw. The wheel of fortune began to spin once more, and when it came to a halt, the reward was dispensed. An upgrade card for the Sharingan. Oh my, what a delightful treasure. I could hardly contain my excitement as I used it, and indeed, it was a wise decision. Upon upgrading, my Sharingan transformed directly into the Rinnegan. Moreover, it appeared that this Rinnegan possessed unique abilities. System, what special attributes does my Rinnegan hold? Ding! The host's Rinnegan possesses all the skills inherent to the Rinnegan, including but not limited to Limbo, Border Jail, Universal Pull, and Heavenly Hand Power, among others. This truly feels exhilarating. With such capabilities, I feel as though I have ascended to divinity. Just considering the Universal Pull, should a meteor of such magnitude descend, an entire island could be submerged. Not to mention, if 2 were to fall simultaneously. The thought alone fills me with joy. Yet I am also aware that such powerful techniques would undoubtedly require an extraordinary amount of chakra. However, since acquiring the chakra of the tailed beasts, I essentially possess infinite chakra now. Furthermore, after using this upgrade card, my eyes underwent a transformation in appearance. Previously, they were 3 golden pentagrams, but after the upgrade, they fused into a single entity. At first glance, the entire pupil now resembles a golden pentagram, while the surrounding area has turned blood red. I must say, this upgraded pupil is far more pleasing to the eye. If only I could obtain 4 more smaller pentagrams. It would be truly perfect. The so-called eagle eye is renowned for its piercing gaze akin to that of a hawk. Perhaps a new name will circulate in the martial world, Star Eye Light's assistants. Just as I was reveling in these delightful fantasies, Xiao Nin interrupted my thoughts. Captain, what shall we do next? Hey, what happened to your eyes? Oh, it's nothing. I merely gained some enhancements regarding ocular techniques. Ocular technique? I haven't heard of that before. And what else with the golden pupils? All right, go fetch the 2 of them. We need to discuss our next course of action. Once Yahiko and Nagato arrived, they too learned the secret of my eyes. After I explained that this was the final form of the Rinnegan, Nagato, however, remained skeptical. He insisted on challenging me to a duel. Coincidentally, I was looking for a sparring partner, and with Nagato's involvement, we could engage in a friendly contest. Once we both floated into the air, I smirked and said, I must warn you, I have only just acquired this ability and cannot control it at will. You should proceed with caution. Bring it on. In truth, I also wish to comprehend the various abilities of the Rinnegan. Thus, during our duel, I simply unleashed the corresponding skills at his request. After a round of sparring, I found that my basic abilities with the Rinnegan were slightly superior to Nagato's. However, considering they were basic abilities, their strength was quite limited. Next, I primarily demonstrated the universal pull. Once that meteor emerged, even Nagato's Shinra Tensei could not repel it. This realization made Nagato understand that his own Rinnegan had certain shortcomings. Captain, Why doesn't Team Rinnegan possess any special abilities? We four were seated upon an island formed by two meteors. Ultimately, Nagato posed this question. Well, your Rinnegan did not awaken through your own efforts. Or rather, you were never meant to possess the Rinnegan. This statement left the other three in utter shock. Upon seeing their expressions, I realized I had misspoken. It wasn't about revealing some hidden secret, but rather the need for an arduous explanation. After all, that was part of Uchiha Obito's scheme, which spanned the entirety of the 720 episodes of the Naruto anime. You can always watch the anime when you have the chance. The three were speechless. There was no choice but to briefly recount the tale of Kurozetsu saving his mother, which finally illuminated their understanding. It turned out that everything in their world was an illusion. After we departed from the island, it became a bug-like existence within the pirate world. Although it was not marked on the records, every voyager could indeed see its undeniable presence. In fact, anyone who ventured into the new world would inevitably pass through this place, if it weren't for its barren appearance. Some might even believe that this island was the final island. A few days later, a new mission emerged. The deadline for this task was quite generous. Yet the content left me perplexed. Uncover the secret of the clown buggy. This character had me lost in deep contemplation. The last time I encountered him was in the East Blue. However, I heard that he was later imprisoned in Impel Down. It seemed I was destined for a trip to Impel Down. Thus, the four of us fell into contemplation once more, primarily regarding the direction of Impel Down. Just as we were at a loss, a warship appeared on the ocean surface. I couldn't help but chuckle. This was a perfect opportunity. With this, reaching Impel Down would be a breeze. However, I firmly rejected Yahiko's infiltration plan. His approach was identical to the one I had used during my last entry into Impel Down. With that effort, it would be much simpler to fly directly there. Therefore, after taking control of everyone aboard the warship, we set off towards Impel Down, conveniently raiding the ship's entire cargo hold. After a hearty meal, we were back on our journey. Approximately a week later, we successfully arrived above Impel Down. It had been 2 years since I last visited, and the place still exuded an eerie atmosphere. However, Xiaonan and the others seemed to have a peculiar fondness for such locations. I took out Buggy's bounty notice. Remember, this is our target for this mission. Find him and bring him out. This person indeed had a rather peculiar appearance. Why did he have such a large nose? Haha, no wonder he is called the Clown Buggy. I must say, since Yahiko joined me, his laughter has noticeably increased, and he seems much more cheerful. However, I still felt the need to caution them about Buggy. This person is not as comical as he appears in the photograph. His abilities are quite unique. Moreover, this may be your first encounter with someone from this world. Do not let your guard down. Be mindful of the disparity between us and our foes. Upon hearing my serious words, the three of them quickly composed themselves. Of course, these three proved to be quite reliable in their endeavors. Afterward, they began devising ways to infiltrate Impel Down, while I, from high above, utilized my perspective abilities to monitor their every move. Their infiltration methods revealed the differences in their personalities. Xiaonan was the steady type, employing her transformation abilities to probe slowly and advance cautiously. Yahiko was the cautious type, first observing the various aspects of Impel Down, hoping to find a flaw, and then utilizing that flaw to successfully infiltrate. As for Nagato, he was particularly unique. Relying on his formidable strength and immortality, he boldly charged through the front gate, battling his way through. It is estimated that in the realm of Hoying, the children have been stifled to a great extent. The ever-cautious Nagato has finally begun to liberate himself. When the guards of the Push City first laid eyes on him, they merely perceived a frail figure, lacking the strength even to walk. Little did they know, Nagato unleashed the Shinra Tensei, drawing everything within his vicinity toward him. Subsequently, he proceeded to cleave through the opposition with ease, leaving a trail of devastation in Push City, where corpses lay scattered across the ground. I refrained from stopping him. On the contrary, his actions were, in part, influenced by my own subtle manipulations. This battle served not only to test the strength of the three of them, but also to mark the rise of our ninja pirate crew. I observed them with a smile, but as my gaze wandered deeper into the fray, a voice suddenly resonated within my mind, beckoning me to come closer. This voice exuded an unsettling charm and communicated directly with my consciousness, which was perplexing. Despite being aware of the potential dangers that lay ahead, I felt an irresistible urge to uncover the truth. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Thus, I resolved to venture forth. Furthermore, having just acquired new abilities, I was confident that even in battle, I would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. When one possesses a multitude of trump cards, their courage naturally expands. Moreover, my newfound ocular jutsu has significantly amplified the powers of Kamui. I can now accomplish short-distance teleportation with ease. By first entering the Kamui space and then exiting, I can reach my desired destination. If I wish for long-distance travel, I could also utilize the space-time portal of the Rinnegan. Thus, I directly transported myself to the source of the voice. As I emerged from the void, I was met with a figure who seemed entirely unfazed. The surroundings were devoid of light, yet what struck me as odd was that I could perceive a chakra response emanating from this individual. Just as I prepared to speak, he addressed me, welcoming me to the deepest level of Push City, the Annihilation Abyss. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his meaning. He continued to elucidate, stating that while the world believed Push City to consist of only 6 levels, this was, in fact, the 7th level. The 7th level? How could that be? There was no need for doubt. He had excavated this space during his idle time, and no one else was aware of its existence. What sort of absurdity was this? This man had evidently dug himself a pit and imprisoned himself within it. Was this an act of sanity? I couldn't help but question his mental state. He seemed to understand my thoughts well, but as soon as he spoke, he fell silent for a few moments. "Isn't there anything else you wish to ask me?" he inquired, prompting me to remember that this was not the time for trivial matters. Observing his urgency only served to calm my nerves further. Lacking knowledge of the enemy's true nature, I decided not to follow his lead. Thus, I paced slowly in the darkness, taking my time to scrutinize my surroundings. On the surface, I appeared to be examining the environment. In reality, I was discreetly observing this man. From his voice, I could discern he was male. In terms of physical stature, he did not seem particularly tall or overweight. Rather, he embodied the build of an ordinary individual. Strangely, traces of chakra flowed within him, which was quite perplexing. Since my arrival in the pirate world, I had yet to encounter anyone possessing chakra within them. Had it not been for my ability to absorb the chakra of nature, I would have suspected I had entered a virtual realm. Considering this, the individual before me became increasingly intriguing. He noticed my curiosity about the walls, remarking, "Is your fascination with the wall greater than your interest in me?" Of course it was. The wall you created resembles something a dog might gnaw on. I pondered just how crude a technique was required to produce such a wall. His urgency only fueled my determination to remain composed. In the game of fox and hunter, patience is key. However, upon uttering a single phrase, he completely shattered my composure. "I never expected you to be so patient, Yi Wu." The mention of that name sent me into a panic. It was, in fact, my name before I traversed into this world. Not only had I never uttered it in the realm of Huaying, but I had not even disclosed it within the pirate world. Perhaps I had mentioned it to Luffy during our initial meeting, but I was certain we were alone at that time. Furthermore, this individual was certainly not Luffy. "Who are you?" I demanded. You finally asked. I admire your restraint in waiting so long to inquire. It seems you have endured quite a lot over the years. Enough with the small talk. What is your purpose?" He shifted slightly, adopting a more relaxed posture, then reclined once more on the ground. Silence enveloped us, so profound that I could hear the rhythm of my own heartbeat. "Do not rush. Before I answer your question, I need to confirm one thing." He held something resembling a toothpick in his mouth, speaking in a calm tone. "Do you wish to return to your original world?" My heart sank. It was evident that this person not only knew my name, but also recognized that I did not belong to this realm. I had been exposed. My instinctive reaction was to launch an attack, raising my hand to unleash Dust Release, intending to eliminate him swiftly, then extract any information I desired directly from his mind. Dust Release, original world separation technique. As I unleashed my ultimate move, to my astonishment, he countered with the same technique, neutralizing my Dust Release. You can use ninjutsu. This realization was utterly unfathomable. While the presence of chakra might have been a mere coincidence, the fact that this individual could wield Dust Release shattered my understanding of this world. It was a pirate realm, after all. Moreover, his Dust Release appeared, in some respects, to surpass mine in strength. "Who are you?" I pressed once more. He disregarded my question, brushing away the swirling dust as if he could see it. "Oh dear, you have quite the temper. Resorting to Dust Release right away shows you are not interested in idle chatter. I have no time for banter. Speak quickly." "Very well. Since you are so eager, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer." "I am you. You must be joking. Are you playing some abstract game with me?" "Believe it or not, I have answered your question, and now it is time for you to respond to mine." I was far too bewildered to consider answering his queries. The emergence of someone claiming to be me was utterly disorienting. If he was indeed me, then who was I? Was I merely an imposter? Confusion, doubt, resistance, disbelief. Self-doubt all flooded my mind. Calm yourself. There is nothing to be alarmed about. In truth, this is all quite understandable. He proceeded to recount the entire tale, which dated back 30 years. At that time, he, like myself, was reborn into the world of pirates. However, he never encountered Luffy. Instead, he wandered through the world of pirates. Drawing upon his previous knowledge of the original pirate saga, he set sail, eager to discover what lay upon the so-called final island. Thus, while navigating the seas, he simultaneously honed his ninjutsu skills. Years later, he encountered a man named Roger at sea, which triggered his narrative. From that moment on, he trailed behind Roger's ship, partaking in Roger's adventures. Although he did not become one of Roger's companions, he unearthed many hidden secrets. When Roger reached the final island, he ascended as well. Yet, the sights he beheld differed from those of others. At the center of the final island stood a luminous platform, upon which were inscribed words visible only to him. Boldly written were the words, "The method of returning to the original world." This so-called method consisted of merely two characters, rebirth. These two characters struck him like a spell, leaving him dizzy and his mind blank. Subsequently, he fainted. Later, it was Roger who brought him out from the final island. Upon returning to the new world, he began to contemplate all possible ways to revert to his former self. Since the hint indicated rebirth, it implied that as long as his current self perished, he could be reborn in another world. Hence, he earnestly sought ways to end his own life. However, with his formidable regenerative abilities, no matter how severe his injuries, he would automatically heal. Consequently, the only means left for him to perish was through old age. With no other options, he explored alternative methods, such as poisoning, burning his life essence, and even using Amaterasu flames to ignite himself. Yet, he stubbornly survived. Eventually, he lost the desire to see anyone. Seizing an opportunity, he ventured into the underwater prison, initially hoping that among its numerous skilled individuals, someone might possess a unique technique to end his life. To his dismay, all the inhabitants of level 6 attacked him, yet none could bring about his death. Subsequently, he fell into despair. Beneath level 6, he excavated a space to hide, intending to starve himself to death through total abstinence. However, primal instincts are beyond control, especially with the presence of a system. Once it detected insufficient nutrients in his body, it began to absorb the surrounding nourishment through wood release, even causing several sea kings outside to perish. In time, he became utterly devoid of thoughts, merely awaiting his natural demise. However, 2 years ago, circumstances began to shift. At that time, I had come to level 6 to rescue Ace and inadvertently utilized wood release. Initially, he did not pay attention, merely assuming it to be a power from some devil fruit in the pirate world. However, upon thorough investigation, he discovered a significant difference. The flow of chakra, the essence of wood release, these phenomena could not be fabricated, and no devil fruit could generate chakra. This revelation ignited hope within him. If he could harness the power of wood release to absorb all the Hashirama cells within his body, it would equate to removing his regenerative advantage. Thus, as long as he sustained sufficiently grave injuries, he could die, thereby fulfilling the condition for rebirth. Consequently, he could return to his original world. This was why he inquired of me upon our first meeting whether I wished to return to the original world. Upon receiving such explosive news, my entire being trembled uncontrollably. Yet, I seemed unable to acquiesce to his request. On one hand, I risked becoming like him, enduring a life worse than death for the sake of rebirth. Although my current passive regenerative abilities were not particularly potent, who could say whether absorbing his Hashirama cells would render me invincible? On the other hand, even if I did not become invincible, what if I encountered even stranger circumstances? Furthermore, I cannot fully trust his words. While the likelihood of him deliberately deceiving me was slim, what if he spoke half-truths, and I, like a fool, believed him entirely? That would be truly foolish. Therefore, my best course of action was to neither accept nor reject, to remain noncommittal. At worst, I could engage in a mutual destruction. After a prolonged contemplation, I stood and walked away, as though I had not heard his words. I expected him to employ some means to retain me, yet to my surprise, he merely smiled as I departed, making no effort to stop me. This left me even more perplexed. In such a situation, shouldn't he strive to compel me to absorb the Hashirama cells within him? Why did he not attempt to halt me? Was he merely playing a game of hard to get? Nevertheless, that did not seem plausible. I'd already walked nearly 2 miles. Surely, he would have called out by then. Even when I reached level 5, he remained silent, allowing me to escape without a word. This was fortuitous, as I was unsure how to respond to him. Thus, I used Kamui to return to the skies above Impel Down. Meanwhile, he, situated on level 7, smiled joyfully upon seeing me completely exit. I knew you would do this. Very well, I shall grant you more time. When you arrive at the final island, I trust you will seek me out once more. Hovering high above Impel Down, I awaited the return of Myhawk and the others, but did not receive any communication from that individual. It appeared he had given up. Xiaonan, hey Captain. What is the matter? Why are you in a daze? Me? Oh, it's nothing. You're back. Did you complete your tasks? Myhawk replied, not yet. The clown buggy you were looking for is not within Impel Down. What? How could that be? Nagato confirmed. We have searched high and low several times and still found no trace of him. Moreover, from what I gathered from memory, this pirate named Buggy escaped 2 years ago. Such a thing occurred? Logically, Buggy should not have been capable of successfully escaping. Could it be that he took advantage of the chaos I created to slip away? What should we do now? We shall find him and then decide. Thus, the 4 of us began a worldwide search for Buggy. With the addition of numerous clones and the ability to fly, we successfully located Buggy after a week. At this time, Buggy's crew was hosting a banquet on island, reveling in the festivities, with his subordinates cheerfully drinking to excess. Captain Buggy is truly remarkable. Even Marine Vice Admirals must show him respect. Indeed, our Captain Buggy is a legendary pirate, a member of the crew of the Pirate King, Roger. Let us take a look at Captain Buggy's new bounty. Everyone gathered around to witness the proclamation that read, Clown Buggy, bounty, 1, 24 billion berries. Ha ha ha, well deserved. Captain Buggy has not only gathered Dracula, Myhawk, and Crocodile, but has also begun placing bounties on the Marines. Such achievements are unprecedented. Indeed, it is evident that our Captain Buggy is destined to become the Pirate King. This bounty is merely the beginning of his illustrious journey. We must steadfastly rally around Captain Buggy, allowing his vision to guide us as we collectively strive to achieve the esteemed goal of becoming the Pirate King. As Buggy listened to his subordinates' fervent discussions, excitement surged within him. The naval vice admiral he had previously vanquished was entirely incapacitated by Lao Sha and Ying Yan, leaving Buggy to merely claim the spoils. To his astonishment, the news reported it as a solo triumph, resulting in an inflated bounty that could very well spell disaster for him in the future. Should he find himself isolated next time, his fate would surely be sealed. Thus, Buggy resolved to closely align himself with either Ying Yan or Lao Sha. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate that their alliance was perceived by the Navy as being led by him. Moreover, it was evident that Ying Yan had little interest in such hollow accolades, while Lao Sha seemed to be in search of something or someone, showing indifference to who led the alliance. It must be acknowledged that Buggy's luck, akin to the power of his devil fruit, was beginning to manifest. This new alliance had also attracted formidable pirate subordinates, enabling his crew to subtly rival the 4 emperors. As Buggy surveyed the nearly 1,000 strong team before him, his sense of satisfaction soared to new heights. Who will become the Pirate King? Buggy, Captain. Excellent. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the jubilant atmosphere of the hall was shattered as the ceiling collapsed. Who on earth has gone too far? Indeed, how could something fall from the sky? However, upon looking up, they beheld 4 figures descending slowly from the heavens, clad in high-collared black attire. They appeared almost divine under the sunlight. One individual's eyes, in particular, struck onto the hearts of the subordinates, resembling that of a celestial being. Within the blood-red irises, a golden pentagram shimmered brilliantly. The entire hall seemed enveloped in that golden radiance, leaving the subordinates speechless, their cups and plates clattering to the ground as they stood frozen in reverence, overwhelmed by the urge to kneel and worship. To instill a sense of intimidation among them, I instinctively activated the intimidating power of the Rinnegan. The effect was undeniably spectacular. As I hovered in the air, slowly rotating, I surveyed all those present. The individuals I gazed upon promptly collapsed to the ground. Gradually, only Buggy remained standing. His mouth agape, he fixed his gaze upon me, while his peripheral vision caught sight of his fallen comrades, a profound sense of dread creeping into his heart. Buggy, come here. I have matters to discuss with you. I turned to Buggy, speaking with a calm demeanor without directly using Tsukuyomi to control him. Buggy shivered, stammering, Who are you? As Nagato's expression shifted, he gestured with one hand, invoking Shinra Tensei. Baji's body involuntarily flew toward his palm. With a firm grasp on Baji's collar, he nodded slightly in my direction before soaring outward. Baji, jolted from his initial panic, promptly fragmented his body, narrowly evading Nagato's grasp. Nagato was taken aback, not expecting this individual to possess some degree of skill, letting out a soft gasp. Captain, is this what they call a devil fruit ability? This scene was equally met with astonishment from Xiao Nan and Yahiko. Indeed, Baji was the user of the Chop Chop fruit, capable of disassembling his body into countless fragments. If his powers were awakened, he might even be able to disassemble anything he touched. Perhaps even Nagato's Geto, Rinne Tensei, could be reduced to fragments. My words successfully piqued Nagato's interest, and he was eager to test it immediately. However, Baji had yet to awaken his abilities. Observing Nagato's misstep, Xiao Nan's wings began to transform into sheets of paper. With a lift of her arm, those paper sheets surged toward Baji like a torrent, enveloping him in a blizzard of paper flakes. Baji, upon realizing that it was merely paper, felt a measure of relief, but as those sheets adhered to his body, he comprehended that even paper could be lethal. Moreover, it seemed that these sheets countered his abilities perfectly, rendering him incapable of fragmenting his form. As the paper accumulated, it appeared that Baji was on the verge of being encased entirely. Suddenly, a slicing attack flashed through the air, striking Baji, Xiao Nan, Nagato, and myself alike. My form instantaneously became ethereal, perfectly evading the attack. Nagato's eyes widened, and with a swift activation of Shinra Tensei, he successfully shielded himself from the strike. Xiao Nan and Baji were severed in two. In the ensuing chaos, Baji seized the opportunity to escape, while Xiao Nan reassembled her form. Slowly turning to confront the instigator of the attack, she was halted by my intervention. Yin, it has been a while. Yin sheathed his black blade, scrutinizing me closely. Before he could utter a word, a voice called out from behind him, "Light's assistance. What are you doing here?" I turned toward the source of the voice, smiling slightly. "Lao Sha, I see you have survived." Lao Sha was speechless, internally lamenting. It seems you never truly expected me to be alive. Upon hearing Lao Sha call my name, Yin recalled that I was the one who had previously clashed with him in the East Blue. Baji freed himself from the paper's confinement, hiding behind Lao Sha and Yin. "I remember you. You are that ninja." Observing the three of them, I realized we were all familiar acquaintances. It was understandable that they had not recognized me initially, but now they could not forcibly take me away. Thus, I awkwardly smiled and stated, "Since you have recognized me, I will be direct. I would like to request Captain Baji's assistance." After a thorough explanation, Baji felt a sense of relief, knowing that his life was not in danger, and he consented to my request. I summoned the great frog's digestive tract, forming a secret chamber. "Turning Tobayi," I said, "Captain Baji, it is now just the two of us. I am aware of all your secrets, and I hope you can provide some additional details." This statement was clearly a ruse, as the system urged me to delve into Baji's secrets, and I needed to test the waters first. Should I succeed, it would save me a great deal of trouble. Indeed, upon hearing my words, Baji's expression shifted to one of anxiety. "Why, you know everything?" Upon hearing Baji's response, I felt a surge of elation. It was astonishing that a mere statement had elicited such a reaction from this old fellow. Splendid. If matters develop in this manner, it will become quite intriguing. Consequently, Baji began to recount in detail the various incidents surrounding his escape from Impel Down, including how he later set sail, encountered Lao Sha, and established the Cross Guild, even detailing how he persuaded Yin to join. After listening to his narrative, the system remained unresponsive. "Is that all?" Baji queried, perplexed as to what more I sought, insisting he had disclosed everything accurately. The statement is indeed accurate. As he spoke earlier, I was keenly attuned to his heartbeat. Throughout the narrative, there was nothing amiss. However, I was not seeking such information. Anxiously, I paced in circles, clearly aware that relying solely on this method would not unveil all his secrets. It seemed necessary to employ some extraordinary means. With a smile, I approached Baki, "Captain Baki. Rest for a moment, and we shall converse further." In his blood-red eyes, a golden glimmer shone. The technique of Tsuki no Mi was activated. Baki's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the ground. What a waste of time. I should have directly accessed his memories. I pressed my hand against his forehead, and all of Baki's experiences surged into my mind. The earliest fragments revealed his life before the age of 5, memories he likely had long forgotten. Incredibly, Baki's parents were celestial dragons. Astonishing. Furthermore, his mother bore a striking resemblance to someone, a cascade of azure hair, exquisite features, adorned in a flowing gown. As I delved deeper into his memories, the revelations became even more explosive. When Baki was born, his mother frequently discussed leaving Mariehua with his father. Yet, his father was reluctant to abandon his identity as a celestial dragon, repeatedly refusing her pleas. Until one day, another family of celestial dragons escaped from Mariehua, which emboldened Baki's mother to act. Seizing an opportunity while Baki's father was distracted, she fled with her 2 children from Mariehua. Subsequently, the trio boarded a small vessel bound for the Grand Line. Due to their status as celestial dragons, Baki's mother dared not board a larger ship, fearing they might be returned against their will. Despite their cautiousness, they were relentlessly pursued by assassins dispatched by Baki's father, eventually reaching the Grand Line. Typically, a celestial dragon's departure from the Holy Land would raise no alarms. However, Baki's father, consumed by his desire to preserve his family's honor, sent assassins to eliminate the trio. Upon realizing they were being hunted, Baki's mother sought refuge. She recalled the previous family of celestial dragons, hoping they might offer sanctuary. Upon finding them, she was horrified to discover they had been gruesomely executed, their bodies nailed to the wall. She witnessed the awakening of the young boy's conqueror's haki. The sight of such brutality compelled Baki's mother to ensure she did not further endanger them. Thus, she thought of another family, the Nefertari clan, one of the ancient families. She decided to journey to Alabasta with her son and daughter. Just as they were nearing land, the assassins caught up with them. On that stormy night, Baki's mother, with her 2 children, plunged into the tumultuous sea. Fate is often cruel. Amidst the tempest, Baki's sister became separated from them. She drifted to Alabasta, where a kind family rescued her. As Baki's sister grew, her beauty blossomed, her grace captivating suitors from far and wide. One day, Cobril, accompanied by the old king, arrived in that village. The young Cobril was instantly smitten with Baki's sister, and the old king, upon seeing her resemblance to her mother, discreetly investigated and confirmed her lineage as a celestial dragon. Rather than publicize this, he quietly arranged for Cobril to take her as his wife. They later had a daughter, the current Princess Vivi. Meanwhile, Baki and his mother were adrift in the storm, rescued by a band of pirates. At that time, Baki's mother was on the brink of death. To conceal Baki's identity as a celestial dragon, she used her last ounce of strength to pinch his nose tightly. The pain caused young Baki to wail, which stirred the compassion of the pirates who had taken them in. They agreed to care for the young boy. With this promise, Baki's mother could finally pass away in peace. After obtaining his mother's corpse, Baki's father relinquished his pursuit of the 2 children, knowing that under such tempestuous conditions, survival was unlikely for anyone, adult or child. Thus, Baki lived aboard that ship, growing under the careful watch of the captain. Serendipitously, there was another child aboard, a red-haired boy of the same age. Eventually, Baki learned the captain's name, Gold, Roger. Later, as Roger's crew prepared to ascend the final island, Baki succumbed to a fever induced by the island's magnetic field. Naively, young Baki did not comprehend the situation, only feeling a slight regret at not reaching the island. Subsequently, upon learning of the captain's execution, a sorrowful Baki sought to distance himself from conflict. He hid in the East Blue, living a leisurely life with the powers of his fragmented fruit. After absorbing Baki's memories, I was left in deep contemplation, even oblivious to the system's notifications. I had not anticipated Baki's identity to be so enigmatic. After a considerable pause, I led Baki out of the secret chamber. As we departed, Old Chez inquired whether I wished to join their alliance. I now had my own crew. Perhaps that was why Old Chez extended the invitation. Exchanging a glance with Nagato, he subtly shook his head. Understanding Nagato's stance, I graciously declined Old Chez's offer. Old Chez took it in stride, exhibiting only a hint of disappointment. Upon leaving Baki's company, I asked Nagato why we did not ally with them. Those individuals lack sufficient strength. Associating with them would yield no benefits. Though I was uncertain of Nagato's reasoning, I refrained from further discussion. Captain, what shall we do next? Having just engaged with the enemy, you all have gained new insights into the powers of the fruit. I will provide you with a training regimen for Sage Mode, hoping for your swift success. The 3 of them were excited by this prospect. Meanwhile, upon exiting Fishman Island, the Straw Hat crew followed the record pointer and successfully landed on Fire and Ice Island. Luffy clamored for adventure on the island, compelling me to investigate the situation first. From a high vantage point, I discerned the island's full extent. Reflecting on the missions of Akiji and Akainu from 2 years prior, it seemed likely they had engaged in battle here. I wondered if the artificial Qinglong fruit was still present. Using my ability to see through obstacles, I scanned the island and unexpectedly discovered we were not the only ones present. The artificial Qinglong fruit was nowhere to be found. Upon my return, I kept my findings to myself, for adventure loses its charm when the outcome is known. Subsequently, we embarked on the island and encountered Luo. To my astonishment, after 2 years apart, he had ascended to the status of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Given our shared experiences from 2 years ago, we did not engage in direct conflict this time. It was only when Luo proposed an alliance to confront Kaido that my interest was piqued. At that moment, I had not yet activated the system and was contemplating the search for individuals endowed with Conqueror's Haki. Luo's proposition to tackle Kaido was indeed fortuitous. Thus, under my encouragement, we prepared to seek out Kaido immediately. However, Luo seemed to harbor his own agenda, insisting we first deal with Caesar. He intended to use Caesar to lure out Don Quixote Doflamingo, though I was uncertain of the young man's motives. Nevertheless, upon hearing that Doflamingo possessed Conqueror's Haki, I readily acquiesced. Luffy, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. As long as it did not involve Shanks, he seemed brimming with confidence. It appeared that 2 years of training had significantly bolstered his self-assurance, rendering him unconcerned about the 4 emperors. We successfully captured Caesar and dispatched several of Doflamingo's subordinates, then prepared to head to Dressrosa. Doflamingo received the news of his subordinate's defeat at the hands of the Straw Hat crew, and, just as he was about to exact revenge, he contacted me directly. Straw Hat Luffy, I hear one of your companions is a ninja named Kazuki Tsukiji. I had been enjoying fried rice when Doflamingo unexpectedly revealed my identity. Chewing my food, I answered his call. What is it? I am Kazuki Tsukiji. Ah, splendid. Come to Dressrosa, for I possess something you have long desired. His words intrigued me. Did such a thing truly exist in this world? Pondering his statement, I found myself in deep thought. Although I had been in this world for over 2 years and met many individuals, I had not formed substantial connections, and I was unaware of what might pique my interest. Sensing my silence, Doflamingo realized he could no longer maintain his enigmatic facade, lest I slip away. He hinted, I hear you have been seeking something specific. I can assure you it is in my possession. Just tell me plainly what it is. This is the first I've heard that I desire something. Ha. Have you not longed for the body of certain someone? His implication struck me with surprise. Whitebeard, I gasped inwardly, astonished that it resided with him. I had nearly given up hope, but now the prospect of finding it was a stroke of fortune. While I could not revive him, possessing the body might reveal some extraordinary secrets. Suddenly, an idea dawned upon me. Locating the body of Roger could unlock even more mysteries. The more I contemplated, the more exhilarated I became. Thus, the quest for Roger's body ascended to priority on my agenda. On the surface, I accompanied Luffy to Dressrosa, but secretly, I began gathering information regarding Roger's corpse from various sources. Roger had been executed in the East Blue, so logically, his remains should also be there. Perhaps they had been preserved by the Marines? Without further delay, I set my course for Lowtown in the East Blue. Fortunately, I was now traversing the latter half of the Grand Line. Once I crossed the nearby calm belt, I should be able to enter the East Blue directly. However, the challenge lay in the erratic magnetic fields of the Grand Line, rendering direction meaningless. Consequently, I embarked in all 4 cardinal directions, confident that one route would lead me through the calm belt to the East Blue. After several days of tireless flight, I indeed arrived in the East Blue. Yet, this was not a place I recognized. Starving and disoriented, I sought a place to eat. Curiously, although this was not an uninhabited island, I saw no one on the streets during broad daylight. Upon utilizing my observation abilities, I discovered that the various structures above were mere illusions. The true inhabitants resided underground. Without further ado, I approached a house and adeptly located the underground entrance. Descending a long staircase, I emerged into a spacious underground area, where the occupants were visibly taken aback by my sudden appearance. The environment resembled an office rather than a dining establishment, with approximately 50 individuals of diverse appearances, none in uniform attire. However, the firearms in the corner were meticulously arranged. My unexpected arrival evidently heightened the tension, as they ceased their activities and fixated on me. Some individuals, utilizing their companions as cover, stealthily reached for their weapons. Unbeknownst to them, their actions were entirely visible to me. I offered a sheepish smile. I apologize. I am simply quite hungry. Could you please provide me with something to eat? Upon hearing this, The nearest group of individuals immediately crouched down, while those behind them raised their guns, their dark muzzles aimed directly at me. A single misstep could turn me into Swiss cheese. I was taken aback by their coordinated response, suggesting they had undergone uniform training. Clearly, these individuals were not ordinary. As tensions escalated and conflict seemed imminent, a man emerged from the crowd. He wore a black top, hat adorned with two goggles. His yellow hair obscured half of one eye, yet a large, horrifying scar near his eye added an air of mystery to his demeanor. "Friend, if you wish to eat, the restaurant is on the upper level. Why not join me for a more detailed discussion?" he suggested with a smile, gesturing upward. I understood that he was offering me a courtesy. Otherwise, he would have shot me without hesitation. I was not particularly concerned about their firearms, but I feared that if they did not succeed in killing me, they might inadvertently harm themselves, which would be quite tragic. After all, I had come for a meal, and what would I eat if the cook were killed? Thus, I nodded with a smile and retraced my steps to the upper level. As I departed, the tension among the individuals eased, leading one to question, "Why do we not simply kill him?" The one referred to as the leader frowned slightly. "We are not a killing organization. How can we act without discernment?" Another interjected, "But what if he is a spy? Wouldn't that expose our base?" The leader raised his hand to calm them. "Hold on, I will speak with him. If he truly is a spy, we can deal with him later." He instructed his comrades to prepare an ambush, wait for my signal, and then we will act. The group complied, each preparing accordingly. The leader descended the staircase to the first floor, where he found me sprawled on a table, appearing utterly fatigued. His wariness diminished as he approached with a steaming plate of fried rice, placing it before me with a smile. "Please eat up, my friend." The aroma wafting from the dish immediately alerted me to a potential trap. It seemed to be laced with some form of poison. Clearly, the leader did not fully trust me and sought to test my resolve. I gazed at the youthful, handsome visage before me and smiled, saying, "This meal is delightful." The leader returned my smile, yet from the shadows not far away, the faint sound of a bullet being chambered reached my ears. I was acutely aware that the meal set before me was, in fact, a plate of poison. However, I felt no trepidation, for poison must be potent enough to affect me to truly be considered as such. Conversely, if it bore no effect, it would merely be akin to a source of protein. The aroma of the food was utterly enticing. Without a second thought, I lifted the plate and began to devour it voraciously. The leader observed my gluttony with a hint of confusion. Could it be that this fellow was indeed a famished traveler? That seemed unlikely, given his ability to effortlessly locate the underground entrance. Surely, he must be an undercover agent of some organization. In no time, I had polished off the entire plate and washed it down with a beverage, letting out a satisfied sigh. Marvelous. The leader fixed his gaze upon me, mentally calculating the passage of time. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. This was illogical. Under normal circumstances, the amount of poison in that meal would incapacitate an ordinary person in less than 10 seconds, perhaps even 5. Yet here I was seemingly unscathed, and wearing an expression of sheer enjoyment. Suddenly, I furrowed my brow and clutched my chest, my face contorting in pain. The leader's expression softened. He thawed at last. It has arrived. Indeed, no matter how formidable a person may be, they cannot resist the insidious effects of poison. Yet this individual had proven remarkably resilient, taking so long to succumb. If he were not a spy, I might have considered recruiting him, for he could potentially become a formidable ally. The leader sighed in regret and stood up, gesturing to his men to withdraw. Meanwhile, I continued to clutch my chest, my complexion gradually turning a shade of purple. However, this was not due to poisoning. Rather, I had consumed the meal in such haste that I had failed to chew properly. After a couple of forceful thumps on my chest, I finally managed to swallow the lump of food. Goodness, I nearly choked on my own haste. The leader, hearing a sound of relief behind him, turned in confusion to see me belching contentedly, my eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. "Hey, could I possibly have another serving? I didn't quite fill up. What are you doing?" he exclaimed, bewildered. "What do you mean?" The leader stared at me, perplexed, as if to ask why I was still alive. While I understood his implication, I could only feign ignorance. After all, clarifying matters at this juncture would be detrimental for both parties. Thus, I replied, "I owe my survival to the timely provision of your meal. Otherwise, I would have surely perished from hunger. Thank you ever so much." Ha ha ha. What is going on? Are you all right? I had not anticipated the leader's laughter being so maniacal. I feared he might just laugh himself into oblivion. Finally, he slapped his thigh and declared, "All right." "What do you mean by all right?" My friend, I must apologize, but it seems I cannot allow you to leave so easily. Is that really necessary? I merely had a meal. I protested. Did he truly intend to imprison me for such a trivial matter? I remained seated, immobile, as the soldiers hidden around us surged forward. Just as they were about to place handcuffs on me, they suddenly realized they could not reach my physical form. I stood up and took several steps back. Come now. This is excessive. I may not have paid, but is it truly necessary to apprehend me? Are you operating a black market here? As I spoke, I allowed my form to become ethereal, rendering those who attempted to seize me completely ineffective. Bullets, handcuffs, and nets made of sea stone all passed through me without a trace. The leader's eyelids twitched in disbelief. What sort of bizarre technique is this? Even if it were a devil fruit ability, it should not evade the grasp of sea stone. He withdrew a pipe from behind him, showcasing his skill with it, and infused it with Busa Shokohaki. I apologize, my friend, but you must not have accepted this task. With that, he lunged forward, raising the iron pipe high. As I contemplated my course of action, I recognized that he had offered me a meal, and it seemed rather ungracious to retaliate against him. I had no desire to acquire a reputation as someone who would harm a cook after being well fed. Thus, I resolved to allow him to land a few blows to vent his frustration. The leader was indeed powerful. His speed was astonishing, leaving me with little time to react. However, every strike he attempted fell short, and after a few exchanges, he ceased his assault. With a claw-like hand, he assumed a peculiar stance, and his entire palm turned pitch black. He murmured, "Dragon Claw Fist, Breath of the Dragon." In an instant, his arm shot toward my throat. Clearly, he showed no signs of relenting. I lightly tapped my toes against the ground and lifted my body into the air. "Fear not, I shall certainly pay for my meal. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly." With that, I soared away into the distance. The soldiers within the room exchanged glances with the leader. Astonishment etched on their faces. They could scarcely comprehend that so many were unable to seize the enemy, nor could they believe that the man had actually penetrated the wall and taken flight. What an incredible spectacle. A girl with a mushroom hairstyle approached the leader, exclaiming, "Sabo, what shall we do now? We must find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, our secret base will surely be compromised." The girl appeared troubled, yet she continued, "But you saw his recent actions. We are utterly incapable of capturing him." Sabo stroked his chin thoughtfully. "This individual's abilities are indeed peculiar. Precisely for that reason, we cannot allow him to escape. Inform Boss Dragon that our location has been compromised, and we must devise a plan for relocation." The girl nodded, glancing anxiously at Sabo. "And what about you?" Sabo donned a cloak. "I will certainly apprehend him." With that, he dashed from the building, hastening toward the direction I had flown. I floated aimlessly in the air, consumed by frustration. I had initially believed that the divine power space still contained ample gold, sufficient to settle my bill. However, upon summoning it, I discovered that something must have gone awry with my main body, as I had depleted all the gold. Consequently, I found myself unable to cover the cost of my meal. What vexed me further was that the leader, handsome as he was, had been unwilling to treat me to a simple meal. Sighing, I pondered where I might procure some funds. Should I resort to moonlighting as a bounty hunter? Yet, this was the East Sea, and pirates roamed the Grand Line. Would I have to traverse the calm belt once more? That would be somewhat distant. Never mind. I was uncertain if they would be interested in Sea King meat. Perhaps I should simply catch one. Determined, I set my course toward the calm belt. Observing my abrupt change in direction, Sabo swiftly hit the brakes in pursuit. However, as he ran, he began to sense something amiss. What was this fellow up to? That direction was indeed the calm belt. Did he possess a method to traverse it? If that were the case, he was undoubtedly a spy for the world government. Realizing this, Sabo felt an even stronger resolve to capture me. Yet, I had already reached the surface of the sea, leaving him with no means to follow. As he lamented his failure to procure a boat, I reappeared on the water's surface, casually tossing a Sea King onto the shore. "Hey there, friend. What brings you here? Oh, by the way, I truly cannot find any money. This sea creature should be enough to offset that meal, right?" Sabo's mouth was agape wider than that of a hippopotamus, gazing at the approximately 100-meter-long sea creature on the shore, utterly at a loss for words. Observing Sabo's silence, I shrugged and spoke to myself. "All right, you can take the fish. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Wait, what is it now? My friend, what is your name?" "I am called Guangzizu. Farewell." With that, I soared into the distance, recalling that in the East Sea, there exists a naval base every few islands. If I wish to locate the remains of Roger, it would be best to head straight to the naval base in Rogatown. Perhaps his remains are resting there. Of course, I did not harbor much hope, for Roger had been deceased for over 20 years. The quest to find his body was not a simple endeavor. Just as I prepared to accelerate away, Sabo suddenly appeared before me. I had not anticipated his remarkable leap, nearly colliding with him. What's wrong now? Guangzizu? Are you the Guangzizu of the Straw Hat crew? Oh no, could this handsome fellow be intending to exchange my head for a bounty? Surely not for just one meal. However, it was too late to deny it, and although I had no desire to engage in combat with him, he could not possibly hinder my escape. Yes, what is it? Upon hearing my acknowledgement, Sabo's expression visibly brightened. He clapped his hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Great! I have finally found you. Come, follow me. Hey, don't pull so hard. Easy now." At the seaside, Sabo and I grilled the fish. What? You are Luffy's brother? That cannot be. Does he not have only Ace as a brother? Sabo smiled at me, growing more convinced that I was an ally of Luffy. Well, to an extent. Ace is his brother, and so am I. By the way, have you seen Robin? Robin? Yes, I have. It has been 2 years since we last met. I wonder where she has been. She has become quite pale. I took a bite of the grilled fish, pondering. Sabo mentioning Luffy was not surprising, but bringing up Robin was a bit peculiar, considering he had never met her. Ha! It is good to hear that. By the way, how did you end up in the EC? Oh, it's quite a coincidence. By the way, do you know where the naval base is located? What do you need the naval base for? I hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal to Sabo my quest for Roger's remains. After much deliberation, I decided it would be best to keep it to myself for the time being. However, if I did not disclose it, what was my purpose in coming to the East Sea? Noticing my reluctance, Sabo chuckled. I have been in the East Sea for quite some time. Perhaps I can assist you. I considered his words and found them reasonable. Furthermore, he was Luffy's brother. He would not harbor ill intentions towards me. Thus, I confided in Sabo about my desire to find Roger's remains. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Sabo's expression turned grave, his gaze fixed intently on my eyes. What do you seek Roger's remains for? The atmosphere became tense in an instant, the previously light-hearted mood now shrouded in seriousness. I was uncertain why he reacted so strongly. Did Roger's remains hold some secret? Moreover, his stern demeanor made me wonder if he knew the whereabouts of Roger's body. I carefully considered my words. I have seen Roger before. I merely wish to know what he looks like. Initially, I intended to make a jest to brush the matter aside, but Sabo appeared unconvinced, maintaining his serious gaze as if he had uncovered the truth behind my words. Guangzizu, you are a member of Luffy's crew, and you have taken care of my brother. I do not wish to deceive you, but you must be honest with me. What is your true purpose in seeking Roger's remains? His words carried an unmistakable undertone of threat. My eyelids flickered as I met his gaze defiantly. Are you threatening me, Brother Sabo? Sabo remained silent, and the tension in the air deepened. It felt as though the next moment we would engage in a fierce battle. Sabo was now in a predicament. He should not have reacted so emotionally. However, the matter concerning Roger was of utmost importance. Even Dragon had expressly instructed that no one must know. Furthermore, the issue surrounding Roger's remains might involve a colossal secret. This was likely why he had become agitated upon learning that someone was searching for them. Yet, having already exposed myself, the situation had escalated. Although this individual was a member of Luffy's crew, I had never interacted with him, and I was uncertain of his true character. Even Robin had only described him as exceptionally mysterious and possessing formidable strength. It seemed unwise to engage him in combat at this moment. Sabo was equally troubled and uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, my thoughts were racing. Sabo was Luffy's brother, and he had just treated me to a meal. Although his initial intention may have been to poison me, he had his reasons at that time. Moreover, judging by Sabo's tone, he seemed to genuinely know something about Roger's remains. If I could obtain information here, it would certainly save me much effort. The trouble was that my earlier outburst had abruptly killed the conversation. Now, both sides were at an impasse. Even if he wished to reveal something, he would likely find it difficult to lower his guard. Perhaps I should employ an illusion technique? Strike and then flee? No, that would not do. After all, he was Luffy's brother. If I were to return and inform Luffy, I would surely face his ire. Who knows, one day, the three brothers might come together to chastise me. That would be disastrous. The atmosphere had indeed become awkward. It would be helpful if someone could break the ice. At that moment, both of us sought an exit from this impasse when suddenly, a sweet voice called out from a distance. Sabo, honestly, every time I call, you never answer. Sabo and I turned to see a girl in a black top hat appearing before us. Thank goodness for this girl. She has finally come to our rescue, and she is quite adorable. While not exceptionally beautiful, her charm radiated an undeniable cuteness. Sabo quickly seized the opportunity, rising with a laugh. Haha, I truly did not hear you. The girl turned to me. Hey, aren't you that spy from the world government? Sabo hurriedly explained my identity, and I also stood to greet her. Well then, brother Sabo, if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. With that, I stood to depart, resolutely avoiding mention of Roger's remains. Of course, I intended to refrain from mentioning it for now. In truth, I had already placed something on him. Speaking of that item, I had invested considerable effort to create it. It was a seed made from senju cells. When placed on someone, it would allow me to perceive their movements. In simpler terms, it functioned as a GPS locator. This was an idea I had conceived from observing teacher Yamato, who had previously utilized such a device. Moreover, Uchiha Obito had also employed this technology. However, Obito used a more advanced version known as White Zetsu. I was unable to replicate White Zetsu, so I settled for this alternative. Seeing my intention to leave, Sabo contemplated speaking up to stop me, but upon noticing the girl nearby, he promptly fell silent. Yet, he quickly shot me a glance, signaling me to come back later. Our exchange immediately aroused the girl's suspicion. She glanced at me, then cast a sidelong look at Sabo. You two are hiding something from me. Instantly, Sabo and I became flustered, exclaiming in unison, no, absolutely not. Women, indeed, possess an uncanny intuition for gossip, their intellect rivaling that of Einstein. Moreover, our clumsy acting only fueled her suspicions further. Yet mere suspicion was futile, as we would never divulge the truth. She was at a loss. I turned and walked away, leaving this minor inconvenience to Sabo. On Sabo's end, after finally sending the girl away, he gazed thoughtfully in the direction I had departed. He retrieved his phone from his jacket. Hello, Boss Long? Someone is looking for Roger's body. After a pause, a deep voice responded. Who? A member of Luffy's crew, named Guangzizu. Another silence followed. Bring him here. Understood. Long hung up, his mind racing. It seemed that Guangzizu had also uncovered the secret of Roger's corpse. Surprisingly, he had not informed Luffy. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Long furrowed his brow and smiled. It appeared events were unfolding sooner than anticipated. Meanwhile, after ending the call with Long, Sabo felt a twinge of confusion. He had been explicitly warned not to let this information leak. How was it that upon hearing someone inquiring, they directly wished to meet him? Regardless, he decided to take him there first. I observed Sabo from a distance, seeing him make a call. Although my Sharingan allowed me to read his lips, Long's responses remained unclear. Nonetheless, I was quite astonished. Who would have thought that merely seeking Roger's body would unearth such a significant figure? I was aware of Long's reputation as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and the fact that Sabo was under his command left me stunned. It seemed Roger's affairs had drawn in his involvement. Clearly, I needed to be cautious with my words moving forward. As Sabo and I soared eastward, I remarked, Brother, why is it taking so long to arrive? Enough complaining. We will be there soon. Hey, fly a bit to the left. After what felt like an eternity, we finally descended onto an island beset by sandstorms, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fortunately, even with my eyes closed, I could navigate. The further we advanced, the stronger the wind became, nearly forcing Sabo parallel to the ground. Thankfully, I clung to the earth with my chakra, preventing us from being swept away. Eventually, we reached a small mound where the winds intensified further. Sabo had to crawl forward, and I could only advance with the aid of my would-release technique. Fortunately, Sabo triggered a mechanism, and we were instantly engulfed by sand. We then plunged into a hidden passage, thus escaping the fate of being blown away. Ugh, what a wretched place, so much sand, I muttered. Enough complaining. I cleared the sand from my ears, realizing why people said Long's whereabouts were enigmatic. In a place like this, not even birds could fly. At last, after traversing a lengthy underground corridor, Sabo knocked on the wall. The rhythm of his knocks was peculiar, indicating a special type of defense. Once the door was fully opened, Sabo led me inside. A simple table stood before Long, who was seated. Please have a seat. Such a low bass voice, laced with a bubbly quality. Though he uttered only 2 words, his distinctive tone exuded masculinity. I slowly took my seat, fixating on his face. Sabo had drawn my attention, but I was primarily captivated by the marks on Long's visage. It was said that these were inflicted by Carp's slipper, yet witnessing them firsthand revealed otherwise. Each of the 3 diamond-shaped marks bore such an imprint was undoubtedly not from slipper. From my experience, it was likely from canvas shoe. Long cleared his throat. Mr. Guangzizu, I hear you seek Roger's body. Might I inquire as to your reasons? I momentarily hesitated, murmuring, aren't you curious about Luffy? Long chuckled. I presume Sabo has already inquired. Why should I need to? I was torn between praising his astuteness and chastising him for his lack of concern for his son. You are indeed perceptive. Haha, thank you for the compliment. I sipped my tea, pondering how to convey my purpose. Long remained composed, not pressing me for answers. In that room, it was just the two of us, without even a chance to ease the tension. The tea is quite good. Haha, flattery will get you nowhere. This is the renowned tea of Roga Town. Long finally steered the conversation back toward Roger, and I realized that maintaining my silence was no longer viable. I had to speak. Before I answer your question, I would like to know where Roger's body is located. Or rather, are you aware of its whereabouts? I feared he might respond with ignorance, leaving me feeling utterly deceived. Although such a scenario was unlikely. After all, he had personally summoned me. Had I known earlier that Long's location was publicly available, I could have earned a handsome bounty. He had no reason to mislead me, yet I needed clarity, simultaneously shifting the burden back to him. Haha, since you wish to know, I shall be frank. I indeed know the whereabouts of Roger's body, but the specifics depend on your intended use. His words implied that if I did not disclose my intentions, he might provide a false address. Such cunning was characteristic of a seasoned schemer. In truth, I sought to confirm whether Roger was truly deceased. As I spoke, I maintained a steady gaze on Long's eyes, for in this matter, I had indeed told a lie. It was precisely for this reason that I needed to keep my gaze fixed upon him, to overpower him with my presence. After all, I was aware of some psychological principles. Those who lie often avoid eye contact. I aimed to do the opposite, convincing him of my sincerity. Sure enough, upon hearing my words, Long's expression shifted, and I noticed his heartbeat quickening, though he fought to suppress it. Ha ha ha, has Mr. Guangzizu acquired some information that prompted this visit? He laughed to mask his tension. I refrained from answering his query, instead stating, Mr. Long, I have revealed my purpose. Should you not also disclose the specifics? Long paused, seemingly taken aback by my assertiveness. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly replied, If that is all, then I can clearly inform you. Roger is indeed dead. Upon uttering this, he stole a glance at me, gauging my reaction. I gently shook my head, resolutely stating, until I have verified it with my own eyes. I will not believe it. Long's eyelids twitched as he contemplated my words, then probed, even if you confirm it, what purpose does it serve? Do you possess some secret that necessitates the verification of Roger's demise? His question struck at the heart of the matter. My primary objective was Roger's body. The question of whether he was alive or dead was irrelevant, for possessing the body could facilitate his resurrection. However, it was evident that Long had not considered this angle. I nodded slightly, conceding to the truth of my desires. Sort of. However, this matter does not conflict with you or your endeavors. The anxiety that drums in my heart is of little consequence. I have no knowledge of any secrets, and my previous words were merely spoken under pressure. Moreover, at such a moment, if I do not utter such phrases, Long would certainly not divulge the location of the corpse, would he? Furthermore, my intention was merely to use his body to bring him back to life. Yet, such an unfathomable notion is hardly something Long would believe. Thus, I could only force myself to feign possessing a secret. Long was once again astonished by my words, his heart racing with uncertainty. Roger's corpse is currently concealed in a secret base by him, but he dares not use Hailu stone to verify its authenticity. What if, upon using the Hailu stone, the body vanished? That would indeed be disastrous. Moreover, after all these years, the body shows no signs of decay, which already suggests that this corpse is not the true form of Roger. He had previously suspected that Roger might have died using a decoy, perhaps even through the legendary powers of the clone fruit. Over these years, he has indeed obtained some information regarding the clone fruit, which is one of the reasons he dares to initiate a revolution. If he acquires the clone fruit, it would not only rapidly enhance the strength of the revolutionary army, but also make his success much more attainable. This young man before him seems to have also uncovered the secret of the clone fruit. How could this not stir his interest? After a prolonged silence, Long sighed and spoke. I can allow you to confirm this personally, but I hope that after your confirmation, you will share with me your secret. Let this be a transaction between us. Upon hearing this, I had nothing left to conceal. After all, I have never been one to harbor secrets. Nodding in agreement, Long led me outside, where a fierce wind instantly swept me off my feet. I barely had time to grasp the ground before the wind grew stronger, tossing me about uncontrollably. Suddenly, it ceased, and I fell to the ground. The air around was still, and Long chuckled, saying, my apologies for your discomfort. Indeed, I confirmed that Long is, without a doubt, a fruit user, likely possessing the powers of the hurricane fruit. No wonder a strong wind always accompanies his appearances, and why the area surrounding his base is perpetually windy. The ground sank once more, and Long brought me into a hidden chamber. "Please wait," he said, pressing a mechanism on the wall. With a thunderous sound, a stone coffin emerged from the wall. Without needing to open the lid, I could see the situation inside. A corpse lay within, showing no signs of decay. Unbeknownst to Long that I could see, he waved his hand, and the coffin lid slid aside, revealing its contents. There lay a tall figure, peacefully resting, with nostril hair protruding like two handlebar mustaches. It is hard to imagine a person's nasal hair could grow so long, suggesting he must have groomed it regularly. "So, what does the gentleman think? Is this truly a corpse?" I replied, "I cannot say for certain. We must conduct a test to ascertain." I moved my eyes, and a blindfolded Navy soldier, prepared in advance, appeared in the room. As Long lifted his leg, I immediately clarified, "Do not panic. I have deprived him of his 5 senses, and he may not survive this." I then unfurled a scroll and placed the Navy soldier within it, forming hand seals before proclaiming, "Impure World Reincarnation Technique." As the smoke dissipated, the anticipated scene did not materialize. Roger's corpse remained intact within the stone coffin, while the Navy soldier on the ground continued to tremble. Long furrowed his brow, glancing at the incomprehensible seals on the ground, then back at Roger's body. "So what is the outcome?" I sighed, clearly indicating failure. Yet, this only heightened my excitement. The failure of the impure world reincarnation implies 2 possibilities. Either I executed the ninjutsu incorrectly or misdrawn the seals, or Roger is truly alive. Regarding the ninjutsu, I meticulously copied the seals provided by the system, ensuring there could be no errors. Thus, the conclusion is unmistakable. Roger may indeed still be alive. Long's heart raced. He knew more than I did. The fact that Roger has not truly perished signifies many implications. First, how did this corpse come into existence? Let us not forget that Roger was publicly executed, attempting to deceive so many eyes. What sort of power must the true owner of this corpse possess? What fruit ability was employed? Secondly, if Roger is alive, then where is his true form? Lastly, if they can locate Roger, they might unravel the secret buried by the world government for 800 years. And of course, the blank century of history will ultimately be revealed. Long, filled with excitement, grasped my arm, saying, "This is wonderful. You have truly aided me greatly. Speak freely about anything you wish to know, and I will not conceal anything within my capacity to share." I was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. After a moment of contemplation, I glanced at the imprint on his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and inquired, "I am quite curious about the mark on your face. If you are willing, could you share the story behind it?" Long visibly flinched as he grasped my hand, and his gaze began to evade mine. It appears this is indeed a rather secretive matter. He paced about the room, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, he stomped his foot and declared, "Very well. Since you are so eager to know, I shall share it with you. However, if one day Robin inquires about this matter, you may also tell her." "Robin? How is this related to her?" Just as I was about to pose my question, Long raised his hand to stop me. He then began to recount a lengthy tale. 30 years ago, a young Long was in Donghai's Fengche village. After witnessing the various actions of the nobility, he began to lose faith in this world, leading to his initial thoughts of forming a revolutionary army. Yet, it remained but an idea for a time. Subsequently, Long traveled widely, and one day, he arrived at the land of the giants and met a giant named Haguver D. Pop. During this time, he also encountered 2 scholars from O'Hara, who were none other than Robin's parents. Robin's father had a profound interest in history, collecting vast amounts of information and promoting historical truths. However, his actions soon caught the attention of the world government, which dispatched CP agents to hunt him down. In a bid for self-preservation, he took Robin's mother and joined the Rock's pirates. Unfortunately, the two held conflicting ideals. Rock's favored violence, while Robin's father sought historical truth. Eventually, they parted ways. Later, Robin's father arrived at the land of the giants, coincidentally meeting the young Long there. Perhaps it was fate that brought them together, as Robin's father and Long quickly formed a deep bond. They often engaged in heartfelt discussions, discovering many shared beliefs. Long's disdain for the celestial dragons and the world government reached its peak amidst the myriad historical truths. Thus, the two began to plan the formation of a revolutionary organization opposing the world government. However, Robin's father preferred to study history. So the leadership of the Revolutionary Army naturally fell to Long. Indeed, Luobina's father held a great deal of optimism for the young Long. The experiences he had previously endured made him regard Long with considerable importance. Their relationship was so profound that it even incited jealousy in Luobina's mother. However, this bliss was not meant to last. The world government swiftly gathered evidence and initiated an assault on the nascent Revolutionary Army. The assailants were formidable, yet fortunately, their primary target was Luobina's father. Upon learning of this situation, he devised a plan to ensure the safety of Long. He understood that as long as Long was protected, the Revolutionary Army would endure. Thus, he made a harrowing decision. He instructed Long to shoot him in front of the world government. The young Long was, of course, unwilling to comply, not only because this esteemed brother had treated him with immense kindness, but also because, in his heart, his father was akin to a mentor. He had painstakingly taught Long how to alter people's ideologies and oppose the world. To take the life of his benefactor was something he could never bring himself to do. At that moment, Long contemplated engaging in a bloody battle against the pursuing forces of the world government, but he was met with staunch opposition from Luobina's parents. With exceptional clarity of thought, Luobina's father recognized that his sacrifice could yield greater value in this dire scenario. Thus, under the weight of his nearly pleading demeanor, Long reluctantly acquiesced. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the world government, Long discharged 3 shots, taking the life of his beloved brother. Hagawara di Bolpu successfully returned with Luobina's mother to Guhala. The world government, having obtained the body of Luobina's father, also realized that Long had no connection to him, and thus departed to report back. The anguished Long fell into despair and remained on the brink of collapse for an extended period. Every night, as he reflected on the 3 shots he had fired, his heart bled anew. The formation of the Revolutionary Army teetered on the brink of failure. At this critical juncture, a letter from Luobina's mother rekindled a flicker of hope within the despondent. The letter contained only a few lines, but mentioned a person, Luobina. Indeed, the birth of Luobina signified the continuation of life. It was then that the grieving Long realized he could not allow his beloved brother's sacrifice to be in vain. Thereafter, Long fully committed himself to the revolutionary cause. In memory of his dear brother, he bore a mark upon his face. The 3 shots represented the inception of all revolutions and would serve as his driving force. After hearing Luobina's story, I finally comprehended why he wished to explain himself to Luobina. Such information, if exploited by the world government, could lead to a catastrophic crisis of trust for Luobina. The mere fact that her father had been killed by Long could potentially shatter her already fragile faith in humanity. In the best-case scenario, she might merely distance herself from the Straw Hat crew. In the worst-case scenario, she might even defect to the world government. Furthermore, if Lu Fei were to discover this matter, given his temperament, he might confront his father with hostility, possibly even resorting to violence, as he was known to challenge even his grandfather. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I silently resolved to control Lu Fei immediately should the truth come to light. Having gleaned the answers I sought, I found no further reason to linger in the East Sea. After bidding farewell to him, I dispelled my doppelganger. As I journeyed to Davao with the Straw Hat crew, I came to understand all that had transpired in the East Sea. Observing my rueful smile, Luobina softly inquired, "Rendra-san, what troubles you?" Having just received information from my doppelganger, I was momentarily caught off guard by Luobina's question, fearing that my intentions had been exposed. I quickly waved my hands and replied, No, we did not mean to." Luobina's beautiful eyes narrowed as she playfully asked, "Who were you just talking about?" I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself. Haha, what splendid weather. Oh dear, I'm a bit hungry. I should find Jemima to get something to eat. With laughter, I turned to leave, leaving Luobina puzzled. Did you not just finish eating? Arriving at the dining hall, I dined on leftover scraps while listening to the chef's admonishments. I felt life was still quite beautiful, with the matter of Luoja resolved. His body was no longer needed, which implied that Luoja was still alive. As for his whereabouts, that was no concern of mine. Worrying about it would yield no results. Returning to the training room, I began to meditate. Bai Fu's body was with, and it seemed he intended to lure me in. This boy, appeared to have ulterior motives as well. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being manipulated by some unseen force. Fortunately, I had taken control of the situation with Dama, and with the system reactivated, my strength had been enhanced. I believed that as long as I did not actively seek my demise, survival was likely assured. After 3 days of sailing, our ship finally reached Dao. Upon docking, I utilized my sensing abilities to scan half the island. Regrettably, I found no trace of nor did I discover Bahujik's body. It seemed we would have to adhere to the route designed by Fortunately, we were not alone this time. Lo had arrived on the island and taken Kasa with him, though I had no idea where they were headed. Someone cast a glance in the direction where Lo had departed and approached me, quietly asking, "Hey, should we follow him?" I was perplexed by his question and responded, "Follow whom? Who else but that boy? Oh, you mean him? Why would we follow him?" So alone, clearly exasperated, retorted, "Don't you think it's a bit foolish for us to form a pyro alliance with him?" I pondered his words, furrowing my brow as I asked, "What do you mean?" Tone was at a loss for words, glaring at me with one eye. "Are you seriously that thick? Even I can see that Lo's intentions are not pure. Moreover, Luffy is someone who easily trusts others. We must exercise caution." "Oh, you've noticed that too?" I exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this fellow was beginning to think critically. I reached out to poke his forehead, teasing, "Hey, you should think less. You might get a fever." So Alone retorted with a long face and bare teeth, "Get lost. You are the one who is feverish." However, you are correct in one regard. My previously jovial demeanor shifted instantly to seriousness. This sudden change caught Song off guard, and he stared at me in astonishment, thinking, "Is your face not going to freeze?" I continued, "His motives are undoubtedly suspect. Therefore, I have maintained vigilance over him." Upon hearing this, Solong's lips curled into a slight smile. "All right then, I will leave that matter concerning Nor in your hands. By the way, regarding the earlier mention of Duafulong, he said he has something you desire. What is it?" I was puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Did Viva not make himself clear during the phone conversation? Why ask again? He scratched his chin with a finger, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he said, "Don't look at me like that." I merely dozed off. I did not catch his subsequent words. "Well, how could you green caterpillar, even think to ask that?" I waved my hand dismissively. "You need not concern yourself with such matters. Just sleep soundly aboard the ship. I shall handle everything." Such words, though better left unspoken, immediately ignited Zoro's combative spirit. He glared at me, shouting, "What do you mean? Kid, do you think you're so formidable that I am but clay in your hands?" "Indeed, not clay. Perhaps it's more akin to biscuit," I chuckled. After teasing Zoro, I took flight, not granting the green caterpillar a moment to rage. Unexpectedly, just as I had flown a short distance, a blue slash pierced through my body. Fortunately, I quickly phased out, avoiding what could have been a nasty surprise from that little rascal. I turned to Zoro, who was sheathing his sword, and bellowed, "Green caterpillar, are you looking for a fight? Who told you to wear such a despicable expression? Now you realize my strength, don't you?" Just as I was about to teach Zoro a lesson, I felt that Law was nearing the island's edge. If he proceeded any further, I would lose my ability to sense him. Thus, I swiftly turned and flew toward Law. Initially, my intention was to pursue Law, yet an unexpected encounter awaited me. "Brother Ming," I exclaimed, "what a coincidence." I no longer concealed my speed and appeared before Law in an instant. In the blink of an eye, I vanished and reappeared right in front of Brother Ming. He was suspended in midair by threads, and my sudden appearance startled him. "Doflamingo, hand over what I seek." It seems your timing is rather unfortunate. The item has been relocated, and I am uncertain of its current whereabouts." However, before Brother Ming could finish speaking, I vanished once more. By the time he reacted, I was hovering above him, waving my hand around and lightly tapping my toes against his head. In the next moment, he uncontrollably plummeted toward the ground. Brother Ming was taken aback, using his threads to suspend himself among the clouds. This maneuver had always served him well, as the threads were exceptionally fine and transparent, rendering his aerial feats undetectable to others. But why was he suddenly falling? As he neared the ground, he frantically waved his arms, transforming the ground directly below him into a multitude of threads, resembling a silken bed intended to cushion his descent. However, I had no intention of allowing him such comfort. With a clap of my hands, I invoked Wood Release, Death Needle Forest. Countless wooden spikes erupted from the ground beneath him, each tip glimmering with a chilling light, eagerly awaiting Brother Ming's descent. Brother Ming was even more astonished at this turn of events. In midair, the earlier transformation of the ground into threads had already left him discombobulated. Now, with spikes emerging from the earth, he had no time to react. In a moment of desperation, he could only utilize his armament hockey to harden his back, hoping to mitigate some damage. Little did he anticipate that with a forceful push from my foot, his descent quickened. Simultaneously, I commanded the spikes to grow upward once more. With a sickening sound, the spikes pierced through him, leaving him bloodied. He had only managed to harden half of his back, while the other half was completely impaled. I looked down at Brother Ming from my elevated position, taunting, "What now?" He spat out a mouthful of blood. grimacing in pain as he wiped the corner of his mouth, his forehead veins bulging, and his fingers twitching slightly. I distinctly felt a chill at my ankle. In the next moment, my feet, along with my shoes, were sent flying into the air. To my surprise, Brother Ming retaliated even in this dire situation. Seizing the opportunity while I was off balance, he vanished from atop the wooden spikes. In the distance, he clutched his chest, his fingers moving continuously, seamlessly stitching up the bleeding wounds with his threads. I floated in midair, smiling at him. Ah, so your ability is threads. In truth, I discerned his secret the moment he appeared. Utilizing his fingers to manipulate various fine threads was akin to being a puppeteer. If that was the case, the solution was simple. When I hovered above him, I channeled chakra through my fingers, successfully severing the threads connecting him, resulting in his fall from the sky. However, I had not anticipated that his threads could be so fine and sturdy that they could sever my feet. Although everything transpired swiftly, I did not have time to harden my limbs. Even with my feet severed, I remained undeterred in my aerial flight. Brother Ming, witnessing my lack of pain, altered his expression. With claws formed from his hands, he suddenly swiped in front of his chest, exclaiming, 5 colored threads. Each of his fingers shot forth threads of different colors, imbued with armament hockey, significantly enhancing their strength and penetrating power. However, this move was utterly futile. Indeed, every subsequent attempt he made would prove to be in vain. Having learned from my earlier misstep, I allow my body to phase out. No matter how powerful Brother Ming's attacks were, if they could not strike me, they were of no consequence. With a sinister grin, I drifted closer to Brother Ming, resembling a ghost without feet. Oh dear, you hit me. How painful. I exaggerated my expression as if truly wounded by his attack. Observing my poor performance, Brother Ming's frustration intensified. With a surge of energy, his conqueror's haki erupted, enveloping me in a black-red aura. My body hair stood on end, and I couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the system reacted promptly. The chaotic aura swirling around me was drawn in as if by a powerful vacuum, completely absorbed into my being. After absorbing Brother Ming's haki, I couldn't resist taunting him further. Ah, Conqueror's haki. Quite impressive indeed. Do you have any more? Bring it on. Brother Ming, visibly agitated by the scene before him, retreated repeatedly, overwhelmed by frustration. Who on earth was this individual? Physical attacks had no effect, and his haki was evaded, while his Conqueror's haki had been outright absorbed. Was I battling an extraterrestrial being? This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the arriving Law, who felt an even greater shock within him, although he recognized my strength. Witnessing it in this manner was utterly unprecedented. Just as I drew nearer to Brother Ming, an overwhelming gravitational force suddenly bore down upon me from above. My weight seemed to multiply tenfold in an instant. I stumbled, nearly crashing to the ground, while I barely managed to regain my balance. A deep indentation formed beneath my feet, as if an immensely heavy object had struck the circular ground. With my hands forming seals before my chest, I invoked Earth Release, Earth Pillar Technique. A cylindrical platform emerged from the ground beneath me, supporting me firmly. A soft gasp emanated from the corner. Following the sound, I beheld a man clad in a navy uniform, crouching partially as he repeatedly sheathed a glimmering blade. As his long sword gradually slipped into its scabbard, the pressure upon my body surged exponentially. Soon, the platform beneath my feet could no longer withstand the strain, and with a resounding crash, it shattered into a myriad of stone fragments. My body plummeted downward, and in a moment of desperation, I entered the Shunwei space. After catching my breath, I managed to control my feet, allowing them to regenerate. Another formidable opponent. This naval officer appeared to be no ordinary individual. He possessed the ability to manipulate gravity, effectively doubling my own weight. The abruptness of the situation left me no time to make an informed decision. This time, you shall not escape. Re-emerging from the Shunwei space, I chose not to flee, but instead taunted the naval soldier. Hey, naval officer, use that ability of yours once more. My tone was almost commanding. Clearly, my provocation had succeeded in riling him. With a tilt of his head, he unsheathed his long sword once again. This time, I perceived the truth. His sword indeed possessed peculiar properties. Each time it separated from the scabbard, a tremendous weight bore down upon me. However, this time I was prepared. With a swift clap of my hands, I invoked the Earth Escape super lightweight rock technique. In an instant, the pressure on my body dissipated, and I floated toward the naval officer as if nothing had occurred. Habitually, he turned his head. Upon closer inspection, I realized, though, he was blind. I promptly halted and bowed deeply. I apologize. I did not realize that you had suffered a backlash resulting in blindness. I am truly sorry. The surrounding onlookers were left speechless. Mingu remarked, "Wait, is this person unwell? What did he just mean? Does he think that Fujitora's eyes were harmed by him?" Luo added, "No, this brother is indeed powerful. I understand that, but he comes across as somewhat foolish." Fujitora responded, He does not seem to be mocking me." Caesar asked, "What on earth is happening?" I lamented, oh no, I have inadvertently blinded this man. But I truly did not intend to. I was merely attempting to show off a bit." Fujitora erupted with a furious roar. "My eyes are none of your concern." As he spoke, his movements intensified, and he summoned a colossal meteorite from the heavens. Judging by its emergence through the clouds, its diameter must have exceeded 30 meters. A chill ran down my spine. Was this not akin to the capabilities of my Rinnegan? The ability to summon meteorites. Would I be able to withstand it? Having recently acquired a new ability, I decided to test whose gravitational influence was stronger. My body gradually ascended into the sky, murmuring, "How many floors must a bag of rice bear?" Earth explosion star. A black substance materialized from my hands, soaring upward. Under the immense gravitational force, stones from the ground began to congregate around the black mass. The meteorite summoned by Fujitora, upon entering the gravitational field, began to disintegrate into fragments of various sizes, all drawn toward the black substance. The gravitational pull intensified, and the stones that had lifted from the ground gradually transformed into boulders. Those standing on the ground were also lifted into the air. As they were on the verge of being compressed into the Earth explosion star, Fujitora roared once more, "Starfall." Two forces, one of gravity and the other of weight, engaged in a mutual tug-of-war at that moment. However, Fujitora's gravity fell just short. It could not fully counteract the pull of the gravitational force, and his body was uncontrollably drawn toward the Earth explosion star. Fujitora bellowed again, boom, under the full force of his exertion. The Earth explosion star was finally dismantled by his gravity. The stones that had gathered began to descend toward the ground. From my vantage point in the air, I clapped my hands in excitement. "Bravo, bravo! This blind uncle is quite impressive. May I inquire your name?" Fujitora, now panting, slowly retracted his long sword. "I am Fujitora, Marine Admiral." "Oh dear, I am most humbled. I did not expect to encounter an admiral. Might I inquire, Admiral, is there a particular matter concerning me that you wish to discuss?" Fujitora's long sword transformed into a blind cane as he extended it forward. Don Quixote Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords. By association, he is part of my faction. Seeing him in distress compels me to intervene. May I ask your name? I nodded, realizing it seemed futile. Facing a blind man, even vigorous nodding would likely go unnoticed. "I am Guang Jiju." I continued. "I wonder if Admiral Fujitora could grant me a favor. Doflamingo and I are old friends, and I was hoping to catch up with him. In our exchange." Fujitora seemed to disregard Doflamingo entirely. This infuriated Doflamingo, yet he found himself at a loss. Clearly, in our recent skirmish, he had been outmatched by the two of us. Had it not been for Fujitora's intervention, he likely would not have fared well. As I shifted the focus back to Doflamingo, Fujitora hesitated momentarily. Nevertheless, considering his own status, he could not allow Doflamingo to face us alone. With a self-deprecating shake of his head, he said, "I apologize. I am truly unable to act freely. I hope you can understand." Doflamingo, hovering in the air, smiled at me. Do not claim we are bullying you. A 2-on-1 scenario is already showing you respect." I nodded, unfazed. Even though they numbered 2, it mattered little to me. I could summon as many allies as I desired. The tactic of overwhelming numbers was childish play for me. Casting a sidelong glance at Fujitora and Doflamingo, I spoke in a calm tone. "Very well then, would release." Multiple clones technique. From my body emerged an additional 40 clones, divided into 2 groups of 20, each confronting Doflamingo and Fujitora. I imitated Doflamingo's tone, saying, "Do not claim I am bullying you. 20 against 1 is already showing you favor." Observing Doflamingo's expression, it seemed as though he had activated his Busashoku Haki. His face was a dark shade of black. The previous 2-on-1 had already been taxing, and now he found himself facing such a multitude of clones, all appearing to possess the strength of the original. In desperation, Doflamingo was forced to unleash his ultimate technique. With a loud cry, he declared, "String clone." Fine threads shot forth from his fingertips, much like Spider-Man. After intricate entanglements, these threads transformed into replicas of Doflamingo. My eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, clones? I had not anticipated that Doflamingo also possessed the ability to create clones. Previously, I had believed only Robin's Hana no Mi could produce such effects. However, it seemed that Doflamingo's Ito no Mi bore similar capabilities. This led me to wonder if most devil fruits, when harnessed to a certain extent, could yield cloning effects. This revelation prompted me to reflect on the potential of Kizaru's fruit. It too could possibly enable replication. I suddenly felt as though I had unraveled numerous mysteries. The abilities of the Akuma no Mi, such as those possessed by Mingu, often include the remarkable capacity to create duplicates. This leads me to ponder whether Roger's corpse is indeed a manifestation resulting from such duplication. It remains uncertain if this is a power of Roger himself, or if another crew member conjured his doppelganger. Regardless, this matter has become of little concern to me. While I was lost in thought, the battle nearby was drawing to a close. The appearance of Susanoo served as the final straw that overwhelmed Mingu. Trembling, he revealed the location of Whitebeard's corpse and agreed to guide me there. To safeguard against any potential tricks, I prudently accessed his memories. Once I confirmed the destination, I wasted no time. I entrusted the unconscious Mingu to Fujitora and made my way directly to that location. To my astonishment, Mingu had concealed Whitebeard's corpse on a different island altogether. Following the course indicated by the records provided by Mingu, I hastened to the island without delay. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions on the island encountered a predicament. Blackbeard had inexplicably arrived on this island and crossed paths with Luffy. It seemed that they were inherently incompatible, as they exchanged only a few words before engaging in a fierce battle. "Ha, Straw Hat Luffy, I hear you're the banana man who consumed the gum-gum fruit?" Luffy's eyes widened at the mention of the individual who had once gravely injured Ace, and he felt an immediate aversion. Hearing this person inquire about his fruit ability only fueled his anger. With a scowl, he retorted, "So what? Nonsense. I have perused the Akuma no Mi encyclopedia, and there is no gum-gum fruit listed." Luffy was unequivocally certain, as Shanks had personally informed him that he had consumed the gum-gum fruit. However, this towering figure before him claimed that no such fruit existed, which was utterly implausible. Blackbeard continued, "Pray tell, who informed you of the name of your fruit?" Luffy, perplexed, replied, "Shanks told me. What do you want?" Blackbeard's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and suddenly, he erupted in laughter. "Ha, I see it now. Straw Hat Luffy. Although you have consumed the fruit, you have seemingly overlooked a crucial detail." This statement left Luffy feeling bewildered, as this burly man was discussing intricacies with him. Blackbeard continued, "Typically, upon consuming an Akuma no Mi, the demon within will reveal its name to the consumer. Furthermore, if one engages in regular dialogue with the demon, one might even discover all manner of unique applications. This is why some individuals experience a significant enhancement in power after utilizing their fruit abilities. However, after consuming the Akuma no Mi, have failed to communicate with the demon within. You merely accepted Shanks' word that it was the gum-gum fruit. Consequently, while your exhibited abilities may resemble those of rubber, your true Akuma no Mi name is assuredly not the gum-gum fruit." This unexpected revelation left Luffy momentarily speechless. He had never considered the possibility of conversing with the demon within the fruit. Was such a phenomenon genuinely conceivable? Moreover, Blackbeard's assertions seemed to possess a degree of validity. How else could those who consumed Akuma no Mi be aware of their abilities? Did they solely rely on others' accounts? The more he pondered, the more he felt that he had indeed neglected to communicate with the demon residing within him. He turned to Robin. "Hey Robin, is this truly the case?" After all, Robin was the most knowledgeable member of their pirate crew. Any queries posed to her would surely elicit a satisfactory response. However, upon witnessing Robin's expression, Luffy's unease only deepened. Robin crossed her arms, gently cupping her chin with her right hand, gazing at Luffy with an expression of astonishment. "Indeed, he speaks truthfully. After you consume an Akuma no Mi, a demon will emerge in your consciousness on the first night, informing you of certain aspects regarding your fruit's abilities, including its name and how to employ them. This is a process that every fruit user must undergo. Did you not experience such an occurrence?" Luffy once again looked towards Chopper and Brook. The two nodded slightly, clearly in agreement with Robin's statement. Yet, their curiosity only intensified. What precisely was Luffy's fruit? Gaining the acknowledgement of his crew members concerning fruit abilities only heightened Luffy's anxiety. Could it be that Blackbeard's claims were indeed accurate? It seemed he had truly not undergone what they described. Nevertheless, throughout his journey, he had consistently exhibited characteristics of the gum-gum fruit. Whether it was the ability to stretch his limbs or the capacity for his skin to inflate, these traits were undeniably associated with rubber. Moreover, during his battle with Enel, he had been completely immune to electrical attacks, a feat achievable only by a rubber fruit user. Not to mention, he had shown no reaction to the petrifying assault from the Empress. Luffy's mind was becoming increasingly agitated, akin to water boiling within his head. He murmured softly, "What is happening? What is this? What could it possibly be?" Observing Luffy's state, Blackbeard became even more convinced of his theory. Although he had initially come to the island in search of Mingu, encountering Luffy had fulfilled one of his significant objectives. Recalling Ace's words, Blackbeard gained a deeper understanding of Straw Hat Luffy's abilities. Subsequently, he diligently researched and indeed discovered peculiarities. Notably, the Akuma no Mi encyclopedia contained no reference to the gum-gum fruit. Even more astonishingly, there were several fruits he had coveted since childhood. His father had once mentioned that he could consume 3 Akuma no Mi. The dark fruit was one of them. The remaining one, the Gura Gura no Mi, was also crucial. After consuming both fruits, he was astonished to find that the two demons within began to merge, forming a new consciousness. This consciousness compelled him to seek an entity known as the Sway Sway no Mi. Thus began his inquiry into the Sway Sway no Mi. While he found little information about this fruit's abilities, he stumbled upon something intriguing: the Nika fruit. Initially, he scarcely paid it any mind, for it was categorized among the Zoan-type Akuma no Mi. To someone like Blackbeard, who sought formidable powers, such a seemingly trivial fruit held no allure. However, upon further investigation, he discovered the distinct attributes of Zoan fruits, particularly the Nika fruit. Although classified as a human-type fruit, upon delving into its lore, he uncovered its true significance. The so-called Nika is a legendary liberator, revered by all slaves, embodying a sun god who grants freedom and joy. Furthermore, Nika is a deity venerated by the giant race, with legends of Nika persisting even among the giants of today. The information Blackbeard obtained regarding this fruit was exceedingly scarce. It can almost be said that there was no intelligence at all. If not for the name Nika, he would have remained oblivious to the existence of such a fruit. However, not long ago, he received news that the Gorosei had been diligently pursuing the whereabouts of this devil fruit, which piqued Blackbeard's interest. After some investigation, he finally acquired a crucial piece of information. The previous wielder of the Nika fruit was none other than the legendary Joy Boy. Blackbeard had some understanding of Joy Boy. This individual lived 900 years ago and was said to possess fantastical powers, enabling him to manifest various abilities according to his imagination. Furthermore, he had pledged to ally with the giants to relocate the Fishman tribe to the surface. However, this plan was met with opposition from 20 nations. Following a great battle, Joy Boy met his demise, and those 20 families successfully seized control of the world, with 19 of them evolving into the present world government, which began to unify global governance. Subsequently, they erased all records of Joy Boy, leading to the blank century of history. Of course, some of this information was relayed to Blackbeard by his father, while other details were pieced together from fragmented sources. Nevertheless, all the information pointed towards the conclusion that the Nika fruit was a divine fruit. Consequently, Blackbeard's desire to acquire the Nika fruit intensified. Later, he inadvertently uncovered a characteristic. The previous user of the Nika fruit reportedly exhibited properties akin to rubber while wielding its powers. This revelation further ignited Blackbeard's interest, compelling him to embark on a worldwide search for Monkey D. Luffy. Even if he could not consume the fruit himself, he intended for his subordinates to do so. Once he confirmed the fruit's abilities, if they proved useful, he would seize it. If it did not align with his expectations at the very least, he would eliminate Monkey D. Luffy. This led to Blackbeard inquiring about Luffy's fruit abilities. Moreover, judging by Luffy's reaction, Blackbeard was increasingly convinced that the devil fruit consumed by Monkey D. Luffy was indeed the fabled Nika fruit. He gazed at Luffy with insatiable greed, his eyes betraying his desire. "Ha ha, how perfect! This fruit shall be mine." While Luffy was lost in thought, Blackbeard began to unleash the abilities of the Yami Yami no Mi. The ground beneath began to spread a pure black shadow. Luffy remained utterly unaware of this development. Just as the black shadow approached within mere centimeters of Luffy, Blackbeard felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed as a deep chasm appeared between Luffy and the shadow. Blackbeard turned to see Zoro, wielding Enma, boldly declare, Hey, my captain is deep in thought. I advise you not to make any unnecessary moves. Blackbeard stared at the fissure on the ground, astonished. Had Zoro's strength grown so formidable? The haki infused in that previous strike was extraordinarily pure. Even an average Marine admiral would struggle to match it. This made him see the shadow of a certain individual in Zoro, Dracul Mihawk. Blackbeard smirked slyly and beckoned with his hand. In an instant, a shimmer flickered in the air, causing Zoro to furrow his brow, fully aware that someone was approaching, yet unable to perceive any figure before him, which was peculiar. However, the sensation of being targeted by a beast was undeniably real. How swift! Zoro's pupils constricted. In the void before him, a slash suddenly materialized. Zoro barely managed to sidestep, yet he was still a fraction too slow. In a split second, a dark figure emerged, delivering a kick. The sound of metal clashing resonated through the air. A light gasp escaped. What a pity, came the voice. Meanwhile, a few strands of Zoro's green hair floated in the air, accompanied by Sanji's voice. Oh, a transparent person. Huh, it's been quite a while. He then turned to Zoro with a smug grin. Ah, green-haired bug, you owe me a slice. At that moment, a faint gunshot rang out from distance. A black bullet sliced through the air, aiming directly at Sanji's forehead. Given its trajectory, if Sanji did not evade within a split second, he would undoubtedly be shot dead. However, in that crucial moment, Zoro swung his sword. The bullet struck the blade with precision. Yet, Zoro's action was not complete. The bullet redirected the blade's trajectory, slicing through Sanji's cigarette. Zoro glared into the distance, his eyes glowing with a fierce determination, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him like a tiger unleashed. The onlookers instinctively took a few steps back. Zoro smirked at Sanji and remarked, You lousy chef, we're even now. Sanji retracted his leg, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. His gaze fixed on the transparent figure as he muttered, Humph, you cut my cigarette, so you still owe me one. Zoro unsheathed two more swords, squinting to get a clearer view of the sniper in the distance. The two stood back to back, vigilantly watching their respective adversaries. The preceding series of exchanges had occurred far too quickly. However, their mutual defense had perfectly neutralized each other's attacks. This synergy and strength were truly awe-inspiring. Zoro called out, Hey Luffy, the opponent is looking for trouble. Don't let your guard down. Afterward, he quietly asked Sanji, You handle that sniper. I'll take care of the transparent swordsman. Sanji hesitated for a brief moment before flicking away his cigarette and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Zoro pivoted, positioning his three swords in a peculiar formation, charging towards the transparent figure. 3,000 worlds. The spectators could only hear the sounds of Zoro clashing with the air, while on the other side, Sanji rapidly reached the sniper's vicinity. The sniper, seeing Sanji's incredible speed, was astonished as he realized that the distance of over 100 meters had been traversed in the blink of an eye. However, rather than being alarmed, he felt elated. Just as Sanji's kick was about to connect, the sniper smirked and vanished. With a thud, Sanji's powerful kick met only empty air. Turning around, he found the sniper had reappeared 100 meters away. Shifting positions, the sniper chuckled, his body disappearing once more. In the next instant, he materialized before Sanji, calmly stating, Wrong answer. Following that, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Sanji felt a buzzing in his head, realizing the gravity of the situation. This shot was nearly point blank. There was no time to evade. Even with Busashoka Haki, it was too late to activate. This was it. Yet, just as Sanji braced himself for the impending shot, a clang resounded. As I observed, the opponent's gun barrel tilted and a bullet grazed his forehead. The sniper abruptly turned his head to the left, acutely aware that something had struck his firearm, causing his aim to falter and merely inflict a superficial wound on Sanji. In the distance, a figure adorned with a hat and a long nose shook the slingshot in his hand and exhaled a sigh of relief. At last, had he caught up? Blackbeard, along with his crew, had encountered the Straw Hat Pirates atop the island. Initially thought to be a mere coincidence, it became apparent that Blackbeard had intentionally sought out Luffy. Consequently, upon their first meeting, barely uttering a few words, Blackbeard launched an immediate assault. The moment he struck, chaos ensued. Zoro, Sanji, and Usopp swiftly joined the fray. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy finally came to believe Blackbeard's words. He had intended to express his gratitude, but was taken aback when Blackbeard attacked without warning. This was unfortunate, as Luffy had diligently trained for 2 years, eager to showcase his skills. Neither Fishman Island nor Punk Hazard had allowed him to fully unleash his true power. Thus, when Law invited him to form an alliance against the Yonko, he readily agreed. Yet, before they had even reached the Yonko's territory, a formidable opponent had emerged. Luffy had witnessed the preceding skirmishes and noted that his comrades were not inferior to the enemy. This realization emboldened him to wield his abilities without restraint. With arms outstretched, he declared, "Second block, steam rocket cannon." In an instant, he appeared before Blackbeard, his body enveloped in steam, and struck fiercely at Blackbeard's abdomen. Though Blackbeard's earlier ambush had failed, his resilient nature remained unperturbed as he surveyed the battlefield, biding his time for an opportunity. He observed Shiryu, who had consumed the transparent fruit, attempting to ambush Zoro, only to be thwarted by Sanji. Ready for a second assault, Blackbeard was caught off guard when a figure suddenly appeared before him, causing his pupils to dilate. Before he could defend himself, Luffy's banana rocket cannon landed a solid blow. The attack sent Blackbeard reeling in agony, as his pain threshold was already above that of a normal person, and Luffy had held nothing back. The force of the strike caused Blackbeard to spit blood onto the ground, now writhing in pain. Luffy, astonished, hadn't he anticipated the effectiveness of his move. He had assumed Blackbeard, who had defeated Ace, would possess formidable strength. Yet, a simple punch had inflicted such significant damage. However, Blackbeard was no ordinary foe. While feigning defeat on the ground, he had concentrated his fruit ability into his hands, secretly gauging Luffy's movements. At the moment, Luffy displayed an expression of confusion. Blackbeard unleashed his dark hole. A powerful suction force drew Luffy uncontrollably towards him. Suspended in midair, Luffy realized the peril. He was unable to control his body or utilize his fruit ability. Realizing the dire situation, he began to seek an escape route. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, witnessing Luffy being drawn into his grasp, was elated, planning to devour him as soon as he was within reach. Just as Luffy was half a meter away from Blackbeard's mouth, Blackbeard's jaw gaped wide open. Luffy, unable to activate his abilities and airborne, recognized he was destined for a grave misfortune, unable to alter his course. Just when Blackbeard believed victory was assured, several pale arms sprouted from his neck and shoulders. These arms, divided into upper and lower segments, forcefully closed Blackbeard's gaping mouth. At that moment, Luffy collided with Blackbeard's head, tumbling toward the ground. As he broke free from Blackbeard's control, he regained the ability to use his fruit powers. Swiftly, he swung his rubber arm to grasp a distant structure, utilizing its elasticity to propel himself back to his original position, narrowly avoiding being swallowed. After catching his breath, Luffy recognized the arms and immediately knew who it was. He turned to his right, exclaiming, "Robin, thank you." Robin gently brushed her long hair aside, warning, "Luffy, be careful. This fellow's abilities seem rather peculiar." Luffy nodded vigorously, extending his arms once more, his gaze fixed on Blackbeard as he slowly remarked, "Indeed, quite enigmatic. It appears I must unleash my true strength." With that, his arms were enveloped in haki, and his eyes widened dramatically. The dark crimson of his conqueror's haki radiated throughout the area. The residents of the island were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force of his presence, collapsing onto the streets without resistance. On the other side, Shiryu, covered in goosebumps, trembled uncontrollably. His actions faltered as he muttered, "Conqueror's haki? It seems your captain is quite formidable." Shiryu braced himself against Zoro's dual swords, pushing upward with great effort. The two seized a moment to separate. Shiryu remarked, "Conqueror's haki? Your captain possesses great potential." Zoro sheathed his sword, responding, "You're not so bad yourself." Having acquired the transparent fruit, although he spoke casually, his mind was in turmoil. The transparent fruit seemed reminiscent of an ability wielded by one of Moria's subordinates during their encounter with the terrifying three-masted ship. How could it now belong to this individual? And the ability transfer? This was a first for him. Moreover, the opponent he faced was undeniably equal in strength. The preceding exchanges had made that evident. The rapid pace of their attacks revealed that the adversary's breathing remained entirely composed. A master. This was Zoro's assessment of his opponent. Simultaneously, Zoro felt a sense of urgency. The opponent was exceptionally powerful, and to make matters worse, he was entirely invisible to Zoro's attacks. Despite his rigorous training over the past 2 years, he recalled Mihawk's words that each individual has a natural inclination towards different types of haki. He belonged to the category with a strong affinity for armament haki. Furthermore, Mihawk had deliberately enhanced his training in armament hockey to achieve the goal of transforming his sword into a black blade. However, this battle placed him in a somewhat passive position. His observation hockey had become a weakness, leaving him unable to perceive his opponent's movements. That insufferable cook excelled in observation hockey, yet to summon him now would be too embarrassing since he had previously insisted that Zoro handle it himself. Thus, Zoro had no choice but to press on, determined to fight. He took a deep breath, and the last remaining eye slowly closed. He surrendered all of his senses to his ears, even to his skin. In his mind, the words of his former master from the East Sea began to resurface. Sualong, remember this. Every attack carries intention. If you can perceive your opponent's intent before they strike, you will be one step closer to victory. The concept of an attack's intention was something he had never contemplated before. Although he had felt the breath of all things during the events in Alabasta, he was uncertain of what this so-called intent truly meant. Moreover, such statements seemed utterly nonsensical to him. Of course, the enemy attacking you had intentions. Their goal was to defeat you. Was there any other intention? Thus, this was a point he had never reflected upon throughout the years. It was indeed remarkable that he would recall this matter during this battle. Shilio first launched a probing slash, which was effortlessly parried by Sualong. However, he remained unfazed, for it was merely a test attack. He understood that in a clash with someone of Sualong's caliber, victory or defeat often hinged on a fleeting moment. Noticing that Sualong had closed his eyes, Shilio quietly removed the cigar from his lips. His gaze fixed on Sualong as he flicked his finger. The flame from the cigar soared through the air, hurtling directly towards Sualong's head. Simultaneously, Shilio swung his long blade fiercely, unleashing a slash aimed at the direction he anticipated Sualong would move. Sualong, with his eyes tightly shut, was aware that observation hockey was not his forte, yet he could still sense some faint fluctuations. Suddenly, he felt a slight disturbance in the air near his face. With a swift thought, he tilted his head to the left, narrowly evading Shilio's cigar. However, the subsequent slash struck him squarely on the head. Fortunately, he had previously hardened his entire body with armament hockey, allowing him to withstand the blow without being felled. Nevertheless, an alarm rang in his mind. After the initial strike, Shilio made no further moves, which allowed Sualong to exhale slightly and stand straight once more, maintaining the state of armament hockey enveloping his body. Shilio smirked, thinking to himself that such a foolish tactic had been employed, covering his entire body with armament hockey in an attempt to achieve comprehensive defense. He resolved to wear Sualong down until his hockey was entirely depleted. Thus, Shilio did not rush to attack, but instead occasionally delivered a few strikes, aiming to force Sualong into prolonged use of his hockey, causing continuous exhaustion. On Sualong's side, after several minutes of stalemate, he distinctly felt the strain. The consumption of hockey was excessive. After all, utilizing armament hockey was incredibly taxing on one's stamina. Even for a physical monster like him, such depletion was unsustainable. Hence, he could no longer afford to remain passive. Suddenly, he spun around, invoking the three-sword style, black rope tornado. A vortex formed on the ground, composed of countless slashes. Everything in proximity was severed upon contact with this whirlwind. With Sualong's intention for indiscriminate attack, the tornado's range unexpectedly expanded several times. His maneuver not only extricated him, but also placed his allies in a precarious situation. Frankie swayed, and the energy cannon in his grasp was inadvertently discharged into the wall. Just as Sualong and Shilio were engaged in combat, a burly man landed a direct punch to Frankie's abdomen. Normally, Frankie's body was entirely made of steel, rendering ordinary physical attacks ineffective. However, this man's strike was an exception. A single blow nearly punctured Frankie's stomach, causing him to slide back 5 or 6 meters as he struggled to maintain his balance, preventing himself from being thrown off. His bare feet scraped against the ground, creating sparks as Frankie steadied himself and wiped the corner of his mouth. Behind his glasses, a glint of determination shone. Well then, since you've already made your move, I trust you are prepared for the consequences. The towering figure before him was significantly larger than Frankie. After puffing out the smoke from his fist, the man smirked. I thought I could obliterate you in one blow, but it seems your physique is rather peculiar. Frankie's gaze shifted to the opponent, who was indeed larger than himself. You're no ordinary person either, he retorted. With that, both men propelled themselves off the ground, vanishing from sight. A tremendous crash resounded as their fists collided, creating a massive crater in the earth, a testament to the power of their strikes. Frankie's iron fist had slightly deformed, and although his body had been modified into steel, the impact had left his arm tingling. The massive man, too, shared similar sentiments. He slowly withdrew his fist, discreetly rubbing his wrist. "Robot, what is your name?" Frankie retracted his arm and adjusted his stance. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others?" "Ha! I am Buffett Tesla," he declared, an odd name indeed. "I am Frankie. Are you ready to receive my blows?" With that, Frankie flicked his wrist, and his enormous hand lunged forward. A mechanical component within his forearm began to rotate, transforming into a cylindrical iron spike. In an instant, he charged forward, aiming his arm at Buffett Tesla's chest. The onslaught began as Frankie morphed into a human-powered piledriver, delivering a relentless barrage of heavy and rapid strikes upon his opponent. The flurry of blows left Buffett Tesla dazed. He had not anticipated that someone could unleash such swift and powerful combinations within such a short range. The assault did not cease until his adversary was nearly embedded into the ground. Enraged, Buffett Tesla summoned strength into his forearm, delivering a punishing blow to Frankie's head. Instantly, Frankie's flurry halted. It was in that moment of surprise that Buffett Tesla closed the distance between them, launching a tempestuous counterattack. The tide of battle shifted. This visceral combat ignited a fierce desire for battle deep within Frankie. He leaped, evading the incoming blows. The two faced each other, adjusting their stances, readying themselves for the next round. Suddenly, someone approached, and Frankie focused intently. It was Chopper, now transformed into a colossal beast. Chopper swung his massive paw toward Buffett Tesla. However, midway through the strike, an even larger arm intercepted and redirected the attack. Chopper turned to see an imposing figure that resembled a mountain. Currently, Chopper stood about 30 meters tall, yet this newcomer towered over him, appearing to be twice his height, with only the upper half visible. Grasping Chopper's arm, the giant effortlessly lifted him into the air. Fortunately, Chopper managed to shift back to his smaller form, escaping through the gaps between the giant's fingers. As Frankie witnessed this scene, he quickly inquired, "Chopper, is it all right to transform into such a large size? Remember, you used to lose consciousness." Chopper leapt several times, appearing beside Frankie. "Rest assured, the rumble ball has been modified by me. Now, even if I transform into a monster, I won't lose consciousness." Although he had resolved the immediate crisis, the next wave of the opponent's assault was imminent. Faced with such a colossal entity, even Chopper, capable of turning into a giant monster, felt a sense of dread. "Hey, Frankie, do you have any new weapons to combat that behemoth?" Frankie intercepted the attack from Buffett Sura, urging, "Chopper, block this guy for me. I'll retrieve the secret weapon." The term secret weapon evidently ignited Chopper's curiosity. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly gazed at Frankie. "Is it true? What is this secret weapon? Could it be a robot?" Frankie chuckled. "Indeed, it is beyond imagination. Quickly, assist me in holding him off." However, at that moment, Chopper had become so engrossed in his excitement that he completely forgot about the adversary nearby. Just as Frankie turned to leave, Buffett Sura's fist flew towards the oblivious Chopper. Suddenly, a slender figure glided past, humming a cheerful tune. "Yintu Zhan." Brooke gracefully approached Chopper, sheathing his sword. "Yes, the slash has been completed. Please be cautious of your arm." In an instant, numerous lacerations appeared on Buffett Sura's arm, blood gushing forth like a living fountain. Brooke bent down to pick up the exhilarated yet unconscious Chopper. "Chopper-san, it's time to wake up. Good morning." Chopper slowly opened his eyes, only to behold a hand larger than a house plummeting from the sky. The descending palm technique. Just as he regained consciousness, he fainted again, terrified by the sight. Brooke, unaware of what had frightened Chopper, merely noted that he had just awakened only to scream and faint once more, muttering about the sky and the palm technique. When he noticed the shadow on the ground, he realized that a massive entity was approaching from behind. Terrified, he hastily picked up Chopper and began to flee desperately. Chaos erupted throughout the street. Meanwhile, within Doflamingo's command room, the crew received reports of disturbances. Initially indifferent, they assumed it was merely a typical pirate quarrel. Little did they know, two factions of prospective Yonko were engaged in battle. Torbol, wiping his nose, suggested sending a few people to quell the situation, reminding them of the need to assert authority if necessary. Has Lao Ji returned? Where could he have gone? As they chatted, the messenger who had gone out returned. Report. We have clarified the situation. The two factions causing trouble on the island are the Straw Hat crew and the Blackbeard crew. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The soldiers cautiously raised their heads to gauge the reactions of the officers. All present were astonished, mouths agape. I can understand the Straw Hat crew arriving on the island, as it was specifically the young master who lured them here. But what about Blackbeard? Isn't he a warlord? Why is he here? Who knew? Perhaps it was for the item in the young master's possession? The other officers remained silent, harboring grievances. How could they be fighting on the island? Both of them were pirates. Were they attempting to seize Whitebeard's corpse? The situation felt increasingly concerning, prompting them to organize personnel to head to the battlefield and persuade both parties to cease hostilities. However, just as they exited the command room, they witnessed a nearby building collapse with a thunderous crash. Clearly, the battle was escalating with ferocity, nearing Doflamingo's command room. They exchanged glances, contemplating their next move. What now? Should we still attempt to mediate? It seems they are escalating things rather dramatically. Indeed, the intensity of the battle had reached a level where intervening appeared futile. Thus, the immediate priority became relocating them to continue their fight elsewhere. Unfortunately, their decision came too late. Luffy had activated his gear forth and was soaring towards the command room. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, utilizing the power of the Yami Yami no Mi, enveloped the surrounding structures in darkness. Gravity, with a resounding command. Luffy's body was once again uncontrollably drawn towards Blackbeard's grasp. Fortunately, Luffy had learned from previous encounters and realized the danger of touching Blackbeard's hands. Consequently, he increased the power of his gear forth. This gear forth technique had taken Luffy over half a month to master. It primarily involved utilizing armament haki to turn his rubber skin black. However, due to the nature of armament haki, it could not expand proportionally with the surface area of an object, thereby enhancing his rubber abilities. Building upon this foundation, Luffy devised a new form, Gear Forth, Snake Man. This transformation not only augmented his rubber capabilities, but also enhanced his agility, allowing him to fly through the air. However, he was taken aback by the tenacity of Blackbeard in this confrontation, as his fruit abilities were severely countered. Luffy had no choice but to flee, hoping to shake off Blackbeard's powers. Yet, unfortunately, he did not escape far before being pursued again by the looming shadow. Realizing the situation, Luffy began to amplify the propulsion from his legs. Logically, as long as he continuously accelerated, he should be able to escape Blackbeard's range. Although this method left him in a dire state, he felt he had no better options against Blackbeard's powers. Using his offensive abilities was risky. If Blackbeard seized his arm, his fruit powers would vanish in an instant. Yet, refraining from using them left him without viable alternatives. If only I'd learned some weapon techniques, Luffy lamented internally. But for now, he could only keep running. After making another loop in the air, he conceived a brilliant idea. He stopped atop a building. Gear Forth, Snake Man. Luffy intended to leverage the extraordinary mobility and unpredictability of Snake Man to inflict harm upon Blackbeard, thereby effectively avoiding the risk of being caught during his movements. Thus, he stood atop a high tower, initiating his secondary transformation. Blackbeard, in pursuit, compressed every building he encountered into his dark space. Upon noticing Luffy standing atop a tower, he proceeded stealthily, planning to compress the tower into his realm as well. Unbeknownst to him, the tower upon which Luffy stood happened to be the meeting room of Doflamingo's family. As a result, the various officers of Doflamingo were involuntarily drawn into the conflict between Blackbeard and Luffy. However, to them, both individuals were adversaries. Thus, the chaotic battle among the three factions commenced. The entirety of day, Lacey Lua Sa was thrown into utter disarray. Following the guidance provided by Mingue, I arrived at an island. From a distance, the thunderous roars echoed, leading me to initially believe that I had poorly timed my arrival during a storm. However, upon setting foot on the island, I discovered that it was indeed in a perpetual state of thunder. Yet this did not daunt me. I promptly scanned the entirety of the island to locate the remains of Baihu Zi. Subsequently, I utilized my ethereal form to infiltrate the site and employed my divine ability to transfer. Remarkably, I emerged without sustaining a single injury, a feat that Mingue likely never anticipated. Having accomplished this, I set my course for day, Lacey Lua Sa. I was uncertain of the situation concerning Luffy and the others. My departure had been so hasty that I failed to leave behind a clone, leaving me unaware of any developments on their end. With a swift acceleration, I soon returned to the island. Upon my arrival, I was taken aback by the devastation that lay before me. The landscape was littered with ruins, and the condition of my companions was dire. It appeared that at some point, Ming Ji's faction had reached a consensus with the Blackbeard crew, launching a coordinated assault against the Straw Hat crew, plunging them into a fierce struggle. A cursory glance revealed that Nami, Robin, and Chopper lay incapacitated on the ground, while Brook, Usopp, and Frankie were nowhere to be found. Only Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji remained, valiantly holding their ground, though they too were not faring any better. Each was gasping for breath, and Zoro was bleeding profusely. This scene ignited a furious blaze within me, my blood pressure soaring as if propelled by a rocket. The chakra coursing through me boiled like water. With bloodshot eyes, I clapped my hands and shouted at everyone around, declaring that they would all perish. I slowly ascended into the air, transforming into a worker of antimai. To ensure no one on this island could escape, I unleashed a colossal water technique, surrounding the entire island with water. Mingo possessed a technique called birdcage. My technique was aptly named water cage. Suspended in the air, with my hands raised high, the seawater began rising from the ground, steadily increasing its level. Initially, the onlookers were oblivious, merely intrigued by the phenomenon. De Lacy Luasa is a low-lying island, and they were astonished that water could accumulate to such heights. However, mere minutes later, their perception shifted dramatically. The water continued to rise, 1 meter, 1.5 meters. Those who sensed the danger began to flee toward the shore. Yet, when they reached the coastline, despair washed over them as an invisible wall barred their passage. In other words, the entire day Lacy Luasa had transformed into a sealed space. Although there was an exit above, those without the ability to fly could not escape. This was, of course, a meticulously crafted death trap designed specifically for those capable of flight. As they realized there was no means of evasion on the ground or around them, their instinct would naturally lead them to attempt an escape upwards. However, upon reaching the apex, they would find another invisible barrier awaiting them. Just as they grasped a glimmer of hope, it would swiftly be snatched away, plunging them back into despair. I believed that after experiencing such a sensation, they would genuinely repent. The water level continued to rise, 2 meters. Those with abilities began to struggle against drowning. At 3 meters, they succumbed to unconsciousness. At 10 meters, even those who could swim began to falter. 30 meters. The entirety of day, Lacy Luasa became a towering column of water, engulfing all within its grasp. Watching them thrash about in the depths, I felt a fleeting sense of vindication. Yet, this did not compel me to halt my onslaught. In that moment, the hatred I had harbored surged forth, consuming my mind entirely. Reason, it seemed, had vanished without a trace. Moreover, having just expended a significant amount of chakra, the chakra of the Nine Tails, which I had long kept sealed, surged forth once more. This time, however, it felt distinctly different. The chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped me in a sense of comfort and belonging, as if this was my true nature. Thus, I erupted into maniacal laughter, and soon, bolts of lightning began to emanate from my hands. Should this attack be unleashed, all those submerged in the water would once again be subjected to a tempest of electricity. I could only wonder how many would survive. The intense current caused the seawater to boil instantaneously, yet my reckless output incurred irreparable losses. The inhabitants of the entire island perished. Although I had exacted my revenge, an emptiness enveloped my heart. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies strewn about, I became acutely aware of the recklessness of my actions. A profound sense of regret washed over me. At a loss, I pondered what I could possibly do next. Though I had vanquished my enemies, I had also slain countless innocents, including my own comrades who had drawn their last breath. I lay upon the ground, surrounded by the remnants of countless lives, unsure of how to atone for my deeds. When Nagato and the others arrived, they were taken aback by the sight of the fallen. Yet, having endured the trials of a shinobi world war, such scenes were but a minor occurrence for them, merely an increase in the dead. I inquired of Nagato regarding our next course of action. He reassured me that it was no great matter. From these individuals, we could forge an ideal world. I mumbled his words, yet upon seeing Luffy, devoid of life, I faltered. The system interjected, informing me that Luffy had been confirmed dead. Thus my initial mission remained unfulfilled. A countdown began. I glanced at Nagato and informed him that time was running out. The ideal world was something they would have to pursue on their own. In the final moments of my life, it seemed I recalled something I needed to do. I clapped my hands and invoked the outer path, Samsara technique. Nagato watched as I performed the jutsu, hesitant to speak. He understood that this technique would exact a toll upon the user's life. Thus, I had likely prepared myself mentally for this decision. Moreover, having used this technique before, Nagato was unsurprised by my choice. Suddenly, a colossal head broke through the earth, and the statue governing souls emerged. It opened its enormous mouth, releasing the devoured souls one by one. Ethereal blue souls entered the bodies of the deceased on the ground. Having completed this, I staggered to Luffy's side, gently clasped his hand, and offered a faint smile without uttering a word. I retrieved all that I possessed within the system space and entrusted it to Nagato, even removing my Rinnegan. You can have this. After all, I am about to die. Do not let it go to waste. I believe that one day, you will uncover the truth of this world. When that time comes, simply write to me and burn the letter. With those final words, I gradually lost my strength and laid down upon the ground. A traverser sacrificed himself in this manner. Brief introduction. Guangxi Zhu, who had already traversed into the world of Naruto, unexpectedly met his demise at the hands of the Hashirama cells. Consequently, he was transported once more into the realm of One Piece. Thereafter, he successfully activated a system. However, this rather ironic system bestowed upon him rewards solely meant for ninjas, which left Guangxi Zhu in a state of utter despair. How then did Guangxi Zhu utilize these rewards to accomplish the final tasks set forth by the system?